shallow sea fisherman with a penchant for angling, a culinary enthusiast who happens to be an ogre mage, alongside three rather mischievous goblins. The magical realm is besieged by monstrous invasions, continuously encroaching upon the diminishing living space of humanity under the aegis of bizarre rules. The concentration of magical energy across the world is on the rise, while demons and malevolent deities begin to emerge one by one. Zhao Huan unexpectedly acquires the profession of card monster summoner. He obtains card monsters with diverse personalities from the trial space, nurturing and evolving them. Current monster cards include goblins, chocobos, treasure chests, slimes, and fishman hunters. Other creatures include wild lynxes, skeletal hounds, ogres, kobolds, werewolves, and the malevolent spirits of Nagas. Chapter 1. Another day, doomed by the treachery of summoned beasts. A grotesque goblin emits a bizarre shriek, leaping high and thrusting its wooden spear forcefully towards the enemy's chest. Zhao Huan's gaze remains indifferent, his heart tranquil. As if rehearsed 1,000 times, he deftly twists his body slightly aside, evading the goblin's attack while simultaneously extending his wooden spear, precisely piercing the goblin's throat. He thrusts, withdraws, and swiftly retreats, avoiding the splattering blood and the potential death throes of retaliation. Observing the goblin's expression of terror as it kneels on the ground, hands clutching its throat. Zhao Huan's demeanor is cold, a slight smirk gracing his lips, imbued with a hint of mockery and disdain, akin to an unparalleled master. Turning his head, he notices his goblin summon being pinned down by another wild goblin, which is raining down furious blows. Zhao Huan, who had maintained an aloof expression for quite some time, suddenly loses his composure. The two goblins bear a striking resemblance. How could he discern that the one beneath was his summon? Quite simply, he perceives that the one with a more wretched appearance must be his own. In truth, Zhao Huan shares a unique mental connection with his summon, allowing him to recognize it at a glance. You worthless creature, summoned so many times and battled hundreds of times, yet you show not a shred of improvement? Each duel with wild goblins ends in a 50-50 draw. With a slight sigh, Zhao Huan strides forward, not allowing the wild goblin a moment's reprieve, thrusting his spear with precision to pierce its carotid artery. The wild goblin clutches its throat and collapses. Having been pinned down and harboring a bellyful of rage, the goblin summon immediately scrambles to its feet, letting out a strange cry as it pounces, delivering a thorough beating to the fallen foe. Once the wild goblin breathes its last, the goblin summon rises, mockingly taunting the lifeless body of its enemy. Observing the bruised and battered visage of his summon, Zhao Huan can only shake his head in exasperation. Enough, let us not squander time. While that behemoth remains oblivious, go and lure a few goblins over. Exercise caution, do not attract too many. The goblin summon pounded its chest, exuding an aura of confidence as it strutted into the depths of the forest with a waddle. Zhao Huan dragged the two goblin corpses away, discarding them not far off into a trench concealed by underbrush. Within the trench lay a dozen or so goblin corpses. After disposing of the bodies, Zhao Huan ascended a tree to conceal himself, awaiting the arrival of wild goblins summoned by his creature, ready to ambush when the opportunity arose. At that moment, a monstrous roar erupted from the depths of the forest, startling countless birds and beasts, which flapped their wings and took flight into the sky. No way. Zhao Huan's eyelid twitched, his expression darkening. Before long, the goblin summon dashed out of the forest, eyes wide with terror, sprinting towards the tree where Zhao Huan was hiding. In its wake followed a hulking green-skinned monster over 3 meters tall, accompanied by 30 or 40 enraged wild goblins. Holy crap! Don't come near me! Zhao Huan's eyes flew open, staring blankly at the ceiling, his breath quickening, a phantom pain pulsing in his head. No matter how many times he experienced the sensation of his skull being crushed into his chest cavity, he could never grow accustomed to it. At that moment, a notification appeared in his mind. The novice trial has concluded. You have failed the trial. Evolution points gained. 1. Current evolution points can be used to enhance card quality when the card reaches maximum level and cannot be further upgraded. 99. Damn, it's all this foolish creature's fault. I instructed it to be cautious while luring monsters, and instead, it brought out the boss. Otherwise, today, I could have tested the effects of card evolution. After dying over 100 times, He was on the verge of accumulating enough evolution points when his stupid summon made a colossal blunder at a critical moment. Zhao Huan felt an overwhelming urge to drag that foolish creature out and give it a sound thrashing. Perhaps sensing Zhao Huan's profound resentment, a new notification sprang up in his mind. Gray monster card, Goblin. A not particularly intelligent, social, humanoid low-level monster that only unleashes its full combat potential when the odds are in its favor. Status, damaged. Remaining repair time, 13 hours and 53 minutes. Card level, LVMEX. Cannot further upgrade card level. Can consume 100 evolution points to evolve the gray card into a white card. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, a piercing ringtone blared in his ears. Zhao Huan jolted in surprise, a surge of irritation, characteristic of a worker, welling up within him. Damn, it's time to work again. He picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. A mechanical, cold electronic female voice emanated from the device. An F-class illusion rift has appeared near number 45, Chuan Yun Street, North District of Dongchuan City. All scavengers receiving this message are to proceed for exploration immediately. According to calculations, your straight-line distance to the target location is 5 kilometers, while the actual distance is 8 kilometers. You must arrive at the rift's location within 30 minutes. Would you like to activate route navigation? TSK. Didn't I just clear one 2 days ago? So soon again. Zhao Huan grumbled under his breath, yet his movements to rise were anything but slow. 30 minutes seemed ample, but who knew what troubles awaited on the road? If he were late, not only would his wages be docked, but he would also be required to submit a written explanation for his tardiness. If the reason was deemed unsatisfactory, he would face even harsher penalties. He shed his cotton-red underwear, donning an uncomfortable brown full-body standard leather armor, and retrieved a steel broadsword from the wall, slinging it across his back. Zhao Huan pushed open the window and glanced down, noting the absence of anyone below. He stood on the windowsill and leaped down. From the third floor, a height of less than 10 meters. With a practiced roll to dissipate the force of his fall, he sprang up swiftly, agilely sprinting towards the shared electric bike parking area at the entrance of the community. Chapter 2. The Rift of Illusions. Zhao Huan rode on a shared electric bicycle, feeling as if he were racing through the streets, arriving at his destination in a mere 13 minutes. In the distance, he spotted a towering blue luminescent entity standing in the middle of the road, having punctured a substantial hole in the solid concrete surface. Beside it lay the charred remains of a car, which, judging by its position, must have belonged to some unfortunate soul who had parked at the roadside, only to have their fuel tank ruptured by the sudden arrival of the Rift of Illusions. Fortunately, this rift had manifested on the ground, sparing him the need to climb a ladder. As Zhao Huan parked his shared bicycle in the designated area, he mused silently to himself. Surrounding the rift stood a group of uniformed officers, armed and vigilant, preventing unauthorized personnel from approaching. Upon seeing Zhao Huan, clad in a garb reminiscent of a street cleaner, arriving on the shared bicycle, several officers exchanged glances, barely managing to suppress their serious expressions. After confirming his identity and accepting his phone and other belongings, they watched as he unhesitatingly ventured into the rift. Finally, one officer could not contain his curiosity and remarked, "I recall that street cleaners earn a decent income, don't they?" "Indeed," another officer replied, "even if one possesses limited skills. It is still a rare occupation that allows for movement within the rifts and polluted zones. Undertaking such high-risk tasks, how could the compensation possibly be poor?" "Then why the bicycle?" The officer continued, "Haven't you heard the saying? Save where you can, spend where you must. Ride a bicycle to the bar." "Ah, I see." However, the officers were mistaken this time. The reason Zhao Huan rode the shared electric bicycle was simply due to financial constraints. Originally, he was not a native of Dongchuan City. He had fled to Dongchuan City with his parents and sister 2 years ago after a mid-sized rift unexpectedly merged with reality, leading to a disastrous failure in their attempts to conquer it. His parents, affected by the rift's rules, quickly deteriorated in health. To provide for their treatment, Zhao Huan signed a contract with the Dongchuan City Bureau of Special Affairs, becoming a street cleaner, mortgaging his future salary and pension for a substantial interest-free loan. Although he was ultimately unable to save his parents, he held no regrets. Subsequently, he did not repay the remaining debt, instead purchasing a home in Dongchuan City and sending his sister, Zhao Lejia, to Dongchuan University for her studies. Yes, even though the world had transformed into such a dire state, life must go on. Those who needed to attend school still did, and those who needed to work continued to do so. For the majority, aside from the increased danger, little had fundamentally changed. After all, outside the polluted zones, technology continued to function flawlessly, easily managing most so-called extraordinary beings. In summary, while the compensation for street cleaners was commendable, Zhao Huan allocated most of his earnings toward repaying debts, leaving only enough for him and his sister to live without want. As he passed through the glowing band of the spatial rift, Zhao Huan felt a brief moment of disorientation. When he regained his senses, he discovered 6 individuals, dressed similarly to himself, gathered near the exit of the rift. I knew it. The Zhao family lives so close, they would surely be summoned, spoke Li Xiaoshui, a middle-aged man and acquaintance of Zhao Huan, who also belonged to the ranks of low-tier street cleaners. In truth, all those present were familiar faces to Zhao Huan. After all, there were only about 30 to 40 low-tier street cleaners in the vicinity of Dongchuan City's North District 6, making it difficult not to become acquainted during the course of their missions. Upon seeing Zhao Huan, the group exhibited expressions of delight. Having fought nightly against a horde of goblins in their dreams, Zhao Huan's combat skills had dramatically improved over the past 6 months, positioning him as one of the most formidable among low-tier street cleaners. Their sense of security increased significantly when assigned to missions alongside him. Old handsome guy. I'm only 24. Calling me old Zhao all the time makes me feel ancient. Zhao Huan jested, ignoring a pair of eyes that bore evident hostility. Bathed in the rift's luminescence, he surveyed the surroundings. The area was evidently a cavern, damp and adorned with moss and lichen along its walls and floor, teeming with grotesque little insects scuttling about. Did you bring any lighting equipment for the underground caverns? Zhao Huan inquired of Li Xiaoshui, gazing into the darkness beyond the rift's glow, which loomed like an abyss waiting to devour its prey. Of course I did. I'm not like you, who always comes unprepared, Li Xiaoshui retorted, inserting a glowing crystal into the recess of his metal shield. As he raised the shield, a beam of white light shot forth, illuminating the depths of the cavern, revealing several humanoid creatures resembling apes, armed with stone spears, lurking in the shadows. Cave dwellers. When did they sneak in? You gave me quite the scare. The cave dwellers, devoid of eyes, relied on infrared sensitivity to navigate their surroundings. Yet they could detect significant changes in light and possessed acute hearing. Realizing they had been exposed, the leader of the cave dwellers let out a fierce roar, charging forth with its companions, spears in hand. Hey, it's been a few days, and look at you, old handsome. You've even learned to taunt and draw aggro. Zhao Huan quipped, unsheathing his steel greatsword. His demeanor relaxed as he teased. The cave dwellers before him showed no signs of mutation. They were as weak as ordinary goblins. Zhao Huan could easily dispatch 3 with a wooden spear, emerging unscathed. Now, clad in full leather armor and wielding a steel greatsword, he could effortlessly fell 6 or 7, especially with the presence of 6 other street cleaners on site. Li Xiaoshui paid no heed to Zhao Huan's banter, gripping his shield in one hand and a knife in the other, intently monitoring the cave dwellers' movements. Behind him, a slender middle-aged woman with pronounced muscular arms, her gaze sharp, drew her bow and released an arrow without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, a blur darted past, and the fastest cave dweller collapsed silently to the ground. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man armed with a crossbow took his time aiming at the enemy before finally pulling the trigger, his bolt striking the cave dweller in the knee, instantly incapacitating it. Damn, missed again. The cave dwellers had been lurking merely 30 meters away from the street cleaners. As 2 cave dwellers fell, 1 dead and 1 injured, the remaining cave dwellers surged towards the group. Zhao Huan sidestepped a thrust from a spear, swinging his steel greatsword to sever the arm of an assailant in front of him. As it stiffened in agony and screamed, he maneuvered, using its body to shield himself from another cave dweller's attack, and with a powerful swing, he felled the creature that had been engaged with Li Xiaoshui. Stepping back a few paces, he utilized his companion's body as a shield to avoid being flanked. He waited for the enemies to reveal their vulnerabilities before advancing. Li Xiaoshui suddenly found himself facing an empty space. As he lowered his shield and looked down, he saw 7 or 8 cave dwellers sprawled across the ground. No wonder you're called Old Zhao. You're incredible, he exclaimed. Whether I'm incredible or not, it's not just me, Zhao Huan retorted, preparing to respond when a cold scoff interrupted him. TCH. So impressive. How come you still haven't gained a profession? The speaker then commanded, heavy slash. A great knife in his hand gleamed with a white radiance, swiftly cleaving the last severely injured cave dweller in 2, blood splattering in a fan-like arc. Noticing the provocatively challenging look directed at him, Zhao Huan sneered. Foolishly Guansai. So what if you awakened a common warrior profession? What is so remarkable about that? I'm still an extraordinarily rare card monster summoner. If only I could speak, I'd dazzle you with my brilliance. Chapter 3. Apprentice Warrior, how wonderful. It must be said that Zhao Huan's inexplicable acquisition of this profession can be attributed to Li Guansai. During a cleaning operation in a rift of illusion, They were unexpectedly ambushed by monstrous entities. Li Guangcai, in his cowardice, retreated, causing a breach in their defenses that led to Zhao Huan being captured by the creatures. After a harrowing escape from the clutches of the monsters, Zhao Huan stumbled upon the ruins of an altar, where, upon the central offering platform, he discovered a glowing, levitating profession stone. Such profession stones are exceedingly rare, capable of bestowing direct occupational awakening, typically associated with professions far more uncommon than the ubiquitous warriors and archers, such as elementalists, magical warriors, and healers, as well as specialized professions like blacksmiths and alchemists. Zhao Huan's thoughts raced with the prospect of fortune. Presenting this profession stone would undoubtedly allow him to clear his debts, and with a stroke of luck, he might even secure a substantial reward. However, embezzlement was out of the question. According to regulations, all items acquired by scavengers in the Rifts of Illusion must be surrendered to the official authorities, who would assess their value and provide corresponding rewards. The rewards from the authorities would likely be less generous, especially for someone like Zhao Huan, who typically dealt with the lowest tier G and F level rifts, where valuable treasures were virtually non-existent. Hence, scavengers often discreetly stashed away items for resale, as long as the act was not egregious enough to warrant scrutiny from the officials. Yet, the profession stone was a different matter entirely. No scavenger would dare to pilfer one, as such an offense would lead to severe consequences, including public execution broadcasted internally as a cautionary tale. Should the awakened profession prove sufficiently rare, the individual would likely be treated as fodder or a test subject, drained of all utility before being executed. The authorities, or rather the ruling powers of the city, would undoubtedly prefer to keep such strategic resources in their control. While they could not intervene in the contaminated zones, they would go to great lengths to seize vital supplies obtained from the Rifts of Illusion. Upon joining the scavengers, Zhao Huan had been required to watch 2 days' worth of educational videos, which predominantly featured the fates of those who had been executed for hoarding important resources. Alas, the moment Zhao Huan grasped the profession stone, it inexplicably vanished from his palm. Subsequently, a message flashed in his mind, informing him that he had activated the profession of Card Monster Summoner. Zhao Huan was momentarily dumbfounded. He pondered the credibility of claiming to the authorities that he had merely touched it, had no intentions of using it, and that the profession stone had entered his possession of its own accord. From the perspective of the organization's higher-ups, the truth of the matter was inconsequential. Having utilized the profession stone, his fate was sealed. Otherwise, more scavengers might cling to false hopes and concoct various excuses. Fortunately, after activating Card Monster Summoner, Zhao Huan appeared outwardly unchanged. Typically, upon awakening to a profession, individuals would feel a surge of fighting spirit or elemental energy within, yet he felt none at all. Following the incident at the peculiar altar ruins, all scavengers involved in the battle were summoned for inspection. Zhao Huan was scrutinized for an extended period, yet emerged unscathed. Although his report indicated excessive nervousness, suggesting potential battle-related fatigue, and recommended a period of rest. Ironically, this misfortune led to a half-month of paid leave. All of this, thanks to the ineptitude of Li Guangcai, who had nearly led Zhao Huan to his demise at the hands of monsters and almost resulted in his public execution. In retaliation, Zhao Huan revealed to Li Guangcai's then-girlfriend his repeated financial support of wayward women, which accumulated considerable tension between them. Wow, a trainee warrior. We are saved. That formidable trainee warrior shall lead the way from here on, Li Xiaoshui remarked sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Li Guangcai's expression stiffened slightly. Observing the 10 or so cave dwellers lying on the ground, he silently calculated. As it was merely an F-level rift, there shouldn't be too many monsters. His heart reassured. He raised his head and scoffed. Let me show you the strength of a professional. With that, he took the lead deeper into the cave. Be cautious. We haven't seen the cave dweller leader, who should still be lurking deep within the cave. I suspect the leader is a female cave dweller, remaining in the nest to guard her young. Oh, a female leader? She is likely fiercer than a male leader. Thankfully, we have a powerful trainee warrior to protect us. As Li Guangcai overheard his companion's conversation, his body stiffened, and his pace slowed considerably. Hey, powerful trainee warrior, could you move a bit faster? If we take too long, the command center will issue a second warning. Scavengers were required to eliminate monsters, destroy the core of the illusion, and exit the rift within a specified time frame. Should they exceed this limit, the Bureau of Special Affairs would dispatch more powerful awakened individuals to enter the rift, to prevent unforeseen circumstances that could lead to the merging of the illusion with reality. The rationale behind not deploying stronger awakened individuals to handle lower-tier rifts was twofold. First, powerful awakened individuals needed to remain on standby to address more significant troubles. Second, the lesser scavengers served as both cleaners and explorers, or, in some respects, cannon fodder. In the event of unexpected dangers within the rift, the surviving scavengers could still retrieve valuable intelligence. Hearing Li Xiaoshuai's prompt, Li Guangcai's countenance darkened, and he begrudgingly quickened his pace. Shortly after, the scavengers encountered the true lair of the cave dwellers, along with the leader, who charged out of the nest. Accompanied by 5 female cave dwellers, roaring in fury. While referred to as a leader, the creature was merely larger and more robust than ordinary cave dwellers. The average cave dweller was hunched and stood about 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, whereas the leader stood around 1.7 to 1.8 meters, roughly equivalent to the average height of the scavengers. However, the leader possessed considerable strength, as evidenced by its spear striking Li Guangcai's metal shield, forcing him to stagger backward. In a moment of panic, Li Guangcai stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhao Huan let out a derisive snicker as he brushed past Li Guangcai and charged toward the cave dwellers. Li Xiaoshui took over Li Guangcai's position, absorbing the leader's assault. Li Guangcai, flushed and rising from the ground, glared at Zhao Huan's retreating figure, his resentment festering. Meanwhile, as 2 of the 5 female cave dwellers were shot down upon confrontation, the remaining 3 were easily dispatched by Zhao Huan alone. Once the lackeys were eliminated, the cave dweller leader stood alone against 6 scavengers, unable to mount any semblance of resistance. After a brief skirmish, Zhao Huan plunged his sword into the leader's neck. Watching the creature collapse in a howl, blood gushing from the wound, Zhao Huan mused silently, wishing he could take his steel greatsword into the summoner's trial dream. That wretched novice trial had thwarted him for half a year, forcing him to endure nightly deaths in his dreams. Zhao Huan had surreptitiously searched online, probing for any information related to the dream trial, yet found nothing of relevance. It remains uncertain whether the information has been obscured by the higher-ups or if the dream trials are a unique ability belonging solely to the card monster summoner. Unable to progress and lacking any guidance, Zhao Huan was indeed feeling quite distressed. Chapter 4. Huan, you have finally discovered the Blindborn. After slaying the leader of the burrowers and clearing out the nest of monstrous offspring, the entire underground cavern began to tremble slightly. A vague message flickered in the minds of the group, indicating that the core of this illusion had been destroyed. In such low-level illusions, the monsters typically serve as the core. Once they are eradicated, the illusion quickly collapses. The scavengers sifted through the remnants, selecting a few useful items before hastily making their way towards the exit. When the illusion crumbled, it would expel those trapped within, though at times it would do so intact, while other times it would scatter them chaotically. Fortunately, the process of collapse was relatively prolonged, granting the scavengers ample time to retreat. Emerging from the rift in the illusion, Zhao Huan promptly handed over the spoils to the officer on duty outside and glanced at the time on his phone. Splendid. Breakfast and lunch could be resolved in one go. After bidding farewell to the other scavengers, Zhao Huan sought out a nearby shop to pack a brunch, summoned a shared electric bike, and leisurely pedaled his way home. Upon entering the community, he encountered a group of individuals who neither had to work nor attend school, wielding watermelon knives and steel pipes as they practiced in the open space. A 70-year-old man brandished his watermelon knife with a sharp whoosh, glinting ominously. Meanwhile, a 60-year-old woman wielded a steel pipe, executing a frenzied display of martial prowess. Shaking her head vigorously, she shouted wildly, exuding an air of madness that intimidated those nearby, causing them to retreat in fear. Even Zhao Huan found himself avoiding the sharp edges of their antics, opting to circumvent the area, lest he inadvertently suffer a misstep and be blamed for it. Weapon control? Non-existent. Aside from the rifts and illusions, the city occasionally bore witness to spatial tears connected to polluted zones or mysterious areas, from which a horde of chaotic monsters would emerge. Some weaker creatures could be easily vanquished by ordinary individuals, provided they mustered enough courage and wielded a knife or sword. Thus, the authorities not only refrained from banning knives, but also encouraged urban residents to engage in martial training to bolster their strength, even relaxing certain firearm regulations. As for the other troubles arising from the relaxation of controls, the solution lay in installing additional surveillance cameras and intensifying punitive measures. Perhaps even broadcasting live executions would suffice to reduce the crime rate. Zhao Huan exchanged greetings with familiar neighbors as he made his way home, changed his clothes, and completed his morning routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face. After perusing his phone and finishing the takeout he had brought back, he opened his computer to compose a battle report for submission to the Special Affairs Bureau. Relaxation, lounging, dinner, shower, sleep. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back outside the familiar forest. Accompanied by the crisp air, painful memories surged forth. Had it not been for Zhao Huan's habit of keeping a diary, His experiences over the past 6 months in the trial dream could have filled a book titled 100 Ways Goblins Slay Humans. Admittedly, there might not be a full 100 distinct methods, given the high repetition of certain deaths, but a collection of 50 or so could certainly be compiled. Speaking of which, was it truly reasonable for a mutated goblin warrior to appear among a clan of fewer than 100 goblins? This was clearly a glitch, wasn't he? Was there no intention to rectify this? Zhao Huan muttered to the air, not genuinely expecting a response. After all, he had attempted to voice such concerns numerous times before. Having entered the trial dream over 100 times, Zhao Huan had thoroughly explored every corner. While the dreamscape appeared vast and boundless at first glance, in reality, an air wall encircled the goblin nest, preventing him from exploring further. He had once pondered whether the solution to passing the trial lay hidden within the goblin nest itself. Initially, he sent a goblin summon to infiltrate the goblin community and peek into the nest. However, the summon met its demise shortly thereafter, returning with a frantic display, gesticulating wildly as it recounted its failure to find anything of note within the goblin nest, except for a goblin warrior who promptly dispatched it. Later, Zhao Huan devised a plan to lure the goblin warrior away by eliminating a portion of the wild goblins. He then incited the goblin warrior's wrath, tricking it into departing. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily entered the goblin nest, dispatching the few remaining goblins and rummaging through the area. To his dismay, he discovered nothing of value. Only a heap of refuse and remnants of food. Ultimately, his exploration was cut short as the returning goblin warrior broke his limbs and tossed him into a pot, where he was stewed alongside an assortment of vividly colored mushrooms. As he recalled this, Zhao Huan remembered that he had stumbled upon some idea at that moment. But the excruciating pain had caused it to slip his mind. What could it have been? He furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Wait, the vividly colored mushrooms. Zhao Huan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Wild goblins were not dim-witted. While the mushrooms in the pot were indeed vibrant, they were certainly non-toxic. However, the fact that they were harmless did not deter Zhao Huan from having his goblin summon deliver some poisonous mushrooms into the mix. Yet, under normal circumstances, there would likely be goblins guarding the pot. If the goblin summon dared to brazenly toss poisonous mushrooms into the stew, it would almost certainly be relegated to the bottom of the pot as fuel for the fire. Zhao Huan sat on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky, his fingers lightly tapping against his thigh. After a moment, a smile crept across his face. These wild goblins had surely never encountered a bagged chicken. Perhaps he could have the goblins deliver a batch of mushroom-stuffed birds to them. Conveniently, Zhao Huan knew where to find wild chickens and where to gather toxic mushrooms. Before entering, Zhao Huan had sought stability, aiming to acquire some evolution points, find a more comfortable demise, and then exit to evolve his goblin card. Curious about the changes it might bring. But now, armed with a strategy for clearing the trial, he was eager to put it to the test. As for the possibility of failing and losing his summon as bait, preventing him from even obtaining a single evolution point, whatever. It was merely a matter of dying once more. After tonight, tomorrow would herald a new beginning. Zhao Huan stood up, dusting himself off. How did those wilderness survival videos demonstrate capturing wild chickens? He squinted, trying to recall the details, but came up short. Never mind. He would simply investigate and see what transpired. Chapter 5. Dazzling the crowd before poisoning them all. To his utter astonishment, there was no need for any traps. Zhao Huan easily dispatched 2 wild chickens. However, the cost of this success was several painful scratches across his face and back, stinging fiercely. During his prior exploration, Zhao Huan had spotted these wild chickens from a distance, fearing that approaching too closely would startle them into squawking and attracting the attention of wild goblins. Thus he had refrained from getting too near. To his surprise, the chickens exhibited a fierce temperament. Upon noticing him, they did not flee, but rather approached with bristled feathers and a menacing glare. Damn it, he had underestimated them. Had he known these wild chickens were so aggressive, he should have armed himself first. Shaking his head, Zhao Huan forcibly plucked the feathers from the 2 wild chickens, leaving them largely bare. Once again, he found a sharp stone on the ground and made a small incision in the belly of the wild chicken, hollowing out its innards. From the cloth bag fashioned from his discarded garments, he carefully retrieved the poisonous mushrooms he had foraged, meticulously stuffing them all into the chicken's abdomen. Before replacing some of the internal organs back inside, Zhao Huanshe rubbed his fingers together, conjuring a card that only he could perceive, its edges shadowy and the size of a playing card. Fixating on the center of the card, which depicted a smirking goblin, he felt a surge of disdain, albeit with a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth. Tossing the card to the ground, a magical radiance coalesced into a bare-handed goblin. The creature, seemingly just awakened, wore a bewildered expression and instinctively reached to scratch its rear. Suddenly, its nose twitched as it caught the rich scent of blood wafting through the air. Upon spotting the 2 featherless chickens, the goblin's eyes lit up, and it reached out eagerly to grasp them. Zhao Huan swiftly raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap to its head. This is an object, not your meal. And as a summoned creature from a card, do you even require sustenance? He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Ever since becoming a card monster summoner and acquiring the goblin card, each summoning had occurred within the trial dreamscape. He had only ever used it as bait or cannon fodder, never contemplating whether this creature needed to eat. Never mind. Such matters can be examined later. These chickens are laced with poison. You must not consume them. You will infiltrate the goblin nest and place these chickens into the large cauldron where they are brewing soup. Do you understand? The goblin blinked twice and nodded vigorously. Gobo. You seem quite confident, Zhao Huan remarked, observing the goblin's eyes glimmering with a spark of intelligence, though uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Hurry along now. Time is of the essence. He surmised that each trial dream had a time limit. On occasions when he had lingered in the dreamscape, seeking to avoid the sensation of death, the goblin warriors would proactively seek him out. Yet, this time limit appeared unrelated to his actual sleep duration. There were instances where external disturbances had abruptly jolted him awake, only to discover that merely an hour had elapsed since he had fallen asleep. Nonetheless, during those moments, he had been ensconced in the dream for what felt like a considerable time, ultimately succumbing to death at the hands of a goblin chief, awakening only to find himself back in the waking world, though it felt instantaneous to him. The truth was that he had simply slipped into a deep sleep after meeting his demise in the dream. Approximately half an hour later, the goblin-summoned creature emerged, nonchalantly carrying the two featherless wild chickens, strutting into the goblin nest amidst the astonished and curious gazes of the wild goblins. Following the tantalizing aroma, it located the large cauldron. The goblin-summoned creature tiptoed to peer into the pot, revealing nothing but clear broth, with only a few mushrooms, wild vegetables, and unidentifiable plant roots. TSK, 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 it shook its head in disdain. Then, lifting the featherless wild chicken, it showcased it to the surrounding goblins before casually tossing it into the pot. Goo! The nearby goblins gasped in unison. Instantly, the goblin-summoned creature raised its head even higher, looking down at its foolish kin, lifting the other chicken high, twirling it around for display before lightly tossing it into the soup, splashing water everywhere. The wild goblins erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The broth in the pot simmered for quite some time, emanating a rich aroma of chicken and mushrooms. The goblins gazed eagerly at the goblin warrior, the tribe leader, who scooped a hearty bowl of soup, blowing on it to cool it down before gulping it down in one go. The goblin warrior licked its lips, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Was it the addition of the two wild chickens that made today's broth taste exceptionally delicious? It ladled another generous bowl, retrieving an entire chicken, and settled down to savor it. Once the goblin warrior departed, the other goblins surged forward, clamoring to snatch whatever they could. The goblin-summoned creature exerted all its strength, managing to seize just a chicken leg. It felt a swell of indignation. After all, it was it who had brought the chickens. Why should these ruffians not show a little consideration? Bah! The goblin warrior, now sated, sat aside, observing the chaotic antics of its underlings. As it watched, an odd smile crept across its face, and its gaze grew increasingly unfocused. In the haze, it seemed to see a familiar goblin, adorned with green chicken wings, gently descending from the sky, extending a hand toward it. The goblin warrior raised its hand, softly grasping the offered palm. Zhao Huan waited anxiously for his summoned creature to return, feeling an unsettling urgency. Had it succeeded, or was it too shy to report back? If he tarried too long, that large green creature would surely come looking for him. At that moment, Zhao Huan felt a sudden jolt. Gray Monster Card Goblin. Remaining repair time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. What? It returned suddenly? Did the plan fail? Zhao Huan sprang to his feet, furrowing his brow in contemplation, ultimately deciding to investigate the goblin nest. After all, even if he did not go, the goblin warrior would likely bring its comrades to find him. However, upon arriving at the goblin nest, he was met with a disquieting sight. Wild goblins lay sprawled across the ground, most devoid of life, their faces frozen in strange smiles at the moment of death. A small fraction of them twitched slightly, rolling their eyes, frothing at the mouth while emitting eerie, cackling laughter. Zhao Huan felt a chill run down his spine at the scene before him. Grabbing a wooden spear from the ground, he methodically dispatched those cackling goblins. Once he had finished, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If the poisoning had been successful, how could his goblin have perished? Surely it did not succumb to gluttony and poison itself while drinking the chicken broth. At that moment, the world around him suddenly blurred, and as bewilderment swept through his mind, his consciousness rapidly faded. Chapter 6. 3 Goblins. Beginner Trial complete. Trial successful. Career tier unlocked. Current tier, Apprentice Card Monster Summoner. Gained career enhancement, all attributes 5. Obtained basic skill, Throw card. Throw card. You can now throw monster cards within a range of 10 meters for summoning. This distance will increase as your career tier rises. Career level, LV1. Acquire more cards or summon card monsters for various activities to accumulate summoner experience and level up. Leveling up grants career skills and attribute enhancements. Gained evolution points, 100. Current evolution points, 199. Received trial reward. White equipment card, Rusty Dagger of the Thief. Completed beginner trial. Received beginner reward card. Trial Dreamscape regenerating. Wow. 100 evolution points. I've struck gold. Zhao Huan jolted upright from his bed, a beaming smile illuminating his face. After toiling for over half a year, I finally amassed 99 evolution points, only to discover that clearing the trial grants a staggering 100 points. 100 points, just enough to evolve the goblin card. I chuckled at the irony, yet a pang of sorrow welled up within me. I had spent countless months battling that horde of goblins, trying every trick in the book, only to find that the ultimate answer lay within that pot of stew. What then was the worth of my prolonged efforts? Was it merely a testament to my creativity in dying? Nevertheless, all hardships have now faded into the past. It is time to relish the fruits of victory. With a flick of my fingers, 3 card phantoms materialized before me. My gaze fell upon a newly revealed card. Rusty Thief's Dagger. Instantly, information related to the card surged into my mind. White equipment card, Rusty Thief's Dagger. A magical dagger custom-made by a certain thief. Accidentally left in the wilderness. After enduring the ravages of time, its blade is no longer sharp, yet it retains some magical properties. Attack 02. Upon equipping, a slight enhancement to the monster's stealth capability. A small weapon, usable only by certain medium and small-sized monsters. It can only be linked with one monster card at a time. Equipment cards cannot be summoned directly. They must be linked to monster cards to enhance them. The number of equipment cards that can be linked varies by monster card. During the summoning or destruction state, linking or unlinking operations cannot be performed. So, this is what equips monsters. Gazing at the card's illustration of a rusty metal dagger, I couldn't help but question its lethality. It bore no level and seemed incapable of evolution, yet the enhancement to stealth was intriguing. Even without offensive capabilities, it could serve as a fine accessory. Next, I turned my attention to another card, its edges shimmering with colors, depicting a splendid treasure chest labeled Beginner's Reward. In an instant, I grasped the card's purpose. Tossing it before me, the card shattered, releasing a cascade of vibrant light that coalesced into a palm-sized golden chest adorned with a multitude of gemstones. Landing gently on the blanket. The sense of ritual was quite impressive. I chuckled softly, bending down to retrieve the chest. Upon opening it, I discovered a card nestled within, its edges darkened, with the center showcasing a halo-encircled purple gem. Information flooded my mind. Special consumption card, Greed Gem. A magical gem infused with immense greed power. Can be used on monster cards to induce mutation and transformation. The consumption card will vanish upon use. The details were scant, leaving me somewhat perplexed. As I extracted the greed gem, the ornate golden chest disintegrated into nothingness. I brushed it off, though a twinge of regret lingered. If only it were a pure gold chest, I could sell it and clear my debts. With a significant portion of the world consumed by polluted zones, mineral reserves had drastically diminished, causing metal prices to skyrocket, with gold multiplying several times over. Had the world's population not halved, the current metal resources would scarcely suffice. Now, onto the main event. Dismissing distracting thoughts, I gently rubbed my fingers together, and 2 cards vanished, leaving behind the goblin card undergoing repairs. I wondered if, after evolution, it would still be that foolish creature. Despite my frequent disdain, after spending half a year with the goblin, I had developed some fondness for it. Looking at that cheeky grin, I let out a sigh. All right, wait a moment. I need to wash my face first. In such a crucial moment. How could I appear so disheveled? What if Lady Luck deemed me too unkempt to grant her favor? I retrieved the card, arose to wash my face, brush my teeth, took a shower, dried my hair, and donned my lucky attire, red undergarments adorned with golden patterns and garments inscribed with words of fortune and auspiciousness. Once fully prepared, I faced the east, raising the goblin card high. With a serious demeanor, piercing gaze, and a steady voice, I proclaimed, "Evolve." No golden beam descended, nor did a rainbow of light erupt. The goblin card simply transitioned from a gray edge to a white one, and the illustration shifted from a single cheeky goblin to 3 cheeky goblins. I questioned my eyesight, wondering if I was hallucinating. Rubbing my eyes vigorously, I brought the card closer for another look. Indeed, there were 3 grinning goblins. White monster card, 3 goblins. What do 3 goblins represent? It signifies that you can summon 3 goblins at once. Overwhelming numbers. When the number of your members exceeds that of the enemy, the goblin's combat power receives a slight enhancement, and their courage significantly increases. Wow. One goblin had transformed into 3, tripling their combat capabilities. I feigned surprise with an exaggerated voice. In the next moment, with a face full of fury, I hurled the card away. Damn it. Do you think you're a battery? 3 are better than 1. The card spun through the open window, disappearing about 10 meters away. I exhaled deeply and plopped down onto the sofa, rubbing my thumb and index finger together. 3 goblins reappeared in my hand. To be fair, the strength boost from 3 goblins exceeded mere multiplication, especially considering the added, overwhelming numbers trait. However, for me, after half a year of effort and anticipation, to receive such a result from the card evolution left me feeling a significant psychological letdown. 1 goblin was easy to dispatch. 3 goblins merely required a bit more effort. After all, I was a summoner, yet the creatures I summoned couldn't even withstand a few strikes from me. What purpose did they serve? Were they to stand behind me in short skirts, waving pom-poms as cheerleaders? What a terrifying scene. I shivered at the thought. Once I regained my composure, I reflected on the situation. This reward from a novice trial perfectly upgraded the gray card to white, allowing me to summon 3 goblins instead of 1. There was nothing amiss. Perhaps the mysterious entity behind the design of this profession never anticipated that a novice trial could consume so much of my time. Had they known, they might have snuffed me out and reclaimed my profession stone. Oh, I still have the greed gem, don't I? Chapter 7. The 3 Mischievous Goblins. After all, it was merely a novice reward, likely not too precious. I grasped 3 goblins in my right hand and summoned Greed Gem with my left. Disappointed by the earlier evolution results, I lacked the energy for any dramatic gestures, casually uttering, "Enhance," in stark contrast to the earlier evolution's subtle movement. The 2 cards abruptly detached from my fingers and hovered in midair. The surface of the Greed Gem cracked extensively before it exploded with a resounding bang. As if the shackles had been lifted, a sinister and terrifying demon was about to be unleashed from the gemstone, accompanied by the unsettling whispers of strange murmurs. A disquieting purple mist surged forth, swiftly enveloping the 3 goblins entirely. As it contracted and permeated, once the purple haze dissipated, the original card had undergone a complete transformation. The edges of the card shifted from white to blue, adorned with enigmatic purple runes etched upon its surface. The central image still depicted the 3 goblins, yet their visages had dramatically altered. One, with a cunning smile and avaricious eyes, stood at the forefront, rubbing its hands together. To the side, another goblin appeared disheveled and filthy, as though it had emerged from a refuse heap. Finally, a 3rd goblin lurked slyly between the other 2, its eyes gleaming with mischief, revealing a half-concealed, cheeky visage. Special blue monster card, the 3 Goblin Scoundrels. Influenced by the power of greed, the 3 goblins have undergone mutations, acquiring peculiar abilities. The Goblin Thief has mastered basic stealth capabilities and proficient thieving techniques, allowing it to actively pilfer all non-allied units' resources, equipment, or any other valuables during combat or non-combat scenarios. The Goblin Scavenger enjoys rummaging through neglected corners in search of forsaken treasures. When its body is filthy, it emanates a pungent odor of destitution, causing other beings to instinctively avoid contact, rendering it susceptible to being driven away while simultaneously diminishing the desire of other monsters to attack it. The Goblin Merchant conducts business with a principle of fair play, meaning that all beings, except for the impoverished children and the dying elderly, can be slightly deceived. However, it will meticulously select its clientele, employing superior communication skills to exchange lesser goods for items of greater value. The Goblin Merchant requires some initial capital for its ventures. Thus, it always carries some items while traversing the perilous wilderness, where not all potential customers are eager to engage. Whether it returns with bountiful gains or is swiftly met with demise hinges upon its fortunes of the day. The oppression of greed. The overwhelming power of greed possessed by the 3 scoundrels renders the current card incapable of bearing its strength with each summoning. Only one of the scoundrels will randomly appear, enhancing the card's level and quality to endure greater greed. Placement Summon. In addition to conventional summoning methods, the 3 Goblin Scoundrels possess a unique placement summoning mode. When employing placement summoning, the 3 Goblin Scoundrels will be randomly deployed to a location within 10 to 30 kilometers. If there exists a Goblin clan within the placement range, the Goblin Thief and Goblin Merchant have a high probability of being dispatched near the Goblin group. The summoning placement concludes after 24 hours have elapsed or upon the death of the 3 Goblin Scoundrels. Innate Greed. The 3 Goblin Scoundrels can scent the alluring aroma of nearby wealth and follow it to its source upon the demise of the scoundrels. There is a 50% chance that the items they carry will not be lost. Greed Space. The 3 Goblin Scoundrels possess a universal space of 555, totaling 125 cubic meters. When the summoning concludes, The scoundrels will deposit any items they carry into the greed space. When the goblin merchant ventures out, it will select items from the greed space as its initial capital. If the greed space reaches its capacity, the 3 goblin scoundrels will be unable to carry more items back. The card monster summoner can extract items from the greed space at any time, but cannot actively deposit items into it. Card level, LV1. Monsters summoned for combat or other activities will accumulate card experience, enhancing the card S level. For every 5 levels gained, the card monster summoner must consume corresponding materials to reinforce the card before further leveling can occur. Blue card level cap, 15. Once the card level reaches its maximum, it can consume the requisite evolution points and materials to enhance the card's quality. Zhao Huan sat on the sofa, mouth agape and eyes glazed, until he fully digested the information swirling in his mind. Wasn't this simply a placement game? As long as he tapped on the placement option daily, the goblins would continuously bring back goods. However, if the goblins appeared in the city, they would be swiftly eliminated. He needed to go to the contaminated zone. Gripping the card in his hand and gazing at the 3 scoundrel faces, Zhao Huan shook his head slightly. These 3 lacked any combat prowess. If they ventured into the polluted area, they likely wouldn't survive long. Judging by the descriptions, it seemed the goblin scavenger, despised by all, possessed greater survival capabilities. The goblin thief's stealth ability was still uncertain. And he had the rusty dagger. Perhaps he could equip it? Zhao Huan retrieved the rusty thief's dagger and silently willed it to equip. He watched as the white card adhered itself to the 3 goblin scoundrels' card, shrinking down to occupy a small corner on the left. Simultaneously, the smile on the goblin thief's face grew even more pronounced. Zhao Huan's mind filled with additional information. The rusty thief's dagger had found its way into the goblin thief's hands. Each goblin within the 3 goblin scoundrels had independent equipment. The equipment cards linked to 3 goblin scoundrels would be allocated to the appropriate goblin. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, 3 goblin scoundrels could link to a maximum of 9 equipment cards. Quite reasonable, Zhao Huan mused, although he secretly hoped that by equipping the rusty dagger, each of the 3 goblins would wield one, thus gaining an advantage. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to summon 3 goblin scoundrels in the room using the conventional method, his phone suddenly emitted a message alert, interrupting his thoughts. Zhao Huan glanced down to see a transfer notification from Dongchuan Bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 zeros. 1,300,000. A scam? Chapter 8, Western Research Zone 4, the contaminated area within the city. As Zhao Huan pondered the origins of this inexplicable windfall, preparing to call the bank for clarification, his phone rang first. Upon seeing the name Jai displayed on the screen, Zhao Huan couldn't help but smile. This was the name he had assigned to his younger sister, a precaution against anyone pilfering his phone and attempting to deceive her. Zhao Huan, as a cleaner, was required to remain on standby 24 hours a day, making it difficult for him to stray far from the Northern District 6. Meanwhile, his sister, Zhao Lijia, attended Dongchuan University, located in the Eastern District 3 of Dongchuan City, a considerable distance from home. Since Zhao Lijia was an awakened one with excellent academic performance, she had caught the attention of a mentor at her school and had been involved in an important research project for over half a year, not returning home. Hello? Lijia, why are you suddenly calling me? Missing your brother? It's all right, not particularly missing me. Did you receive the money I transferred? Zhao Huan replied, surprised. Huh? That money was sent by you? Yes. You received it, right? Zhao Huan furrowed his brow. Wait a moment. Where did you get so much money? Was I not accompanied by my mentor to partake in a significant research project? The project has recently made considerable advancements, and these are the bonuses that have been distributed. They were just credited today, and I have transferred all of it to you. No, do not deceive me. Though I may not have completed my university education, I am not a fool, all right. As a student, being guided by a mentor to participate in a project should elicit immense gratitude from you. How could you possibly receive a share of the bonuses? That is precisely because I contributed significantly, you slacker. It's futile to explain it to you. Is there truly no wealthy benefactor involved? Zhao Huan, are you seeking your own demise? The irritation in my sister's voice suggests she is genuinely upset. Ahem. I was merely jesting. The sum is simply rather substantial. Very well. Your lack of experience is forgiven. Take this money and promptly settle your loans. There's no rush on that front. What do you mean there's no rush? Pay off your loans and resign from that scavenger job. I do not wish to someday receive a call informing me to collect your death benefits. If you do not repay the remaining loans, you may not be entitled to my death benefits. Zhao Huan, I am not jesting with you. The girl's voice on the phone erupted in anger. Zhao Huan smiled faintly. All right, I understand. But what about you? You've given me all the money. I've retained a few thousand. It should suffice. In any case, hurry and resign from the scavenger job. Seek something safer. All right, I got it. After hanging up, Zhao Huan stared at the screen and let out a slight sigh. Silly sister, resigning from this job is not as simple as it seems. A contract was signed in black and white. He lifted his gaze towards the east, the direction of Dongchuan University. Perhaps I should find a moment to take leave and visit her. Zhao Huan murmured softly. Unbeknownst to him, his sister Zhao Lejia was currently nowhere near Dongchuan University. In the western district of Dongchuan City, a vast area was enclosed by concrete walls. Within a few kilometers beyond the walls, no residential communities or commercial buildings could be seen. However, inside the walls, numerous military fortifications and technologically advanced structures were visible. Further in, through a layer of faint, misty white fog, lay a lush expanse of wild, untamed vegetation. Beyond that, separated by a large trench, there was a dense jungle, where many languid green figures lay scattered about. This polluted zone was formed when a small to medium-sized rift, which had initially appeared during the emergence of the illusionary realm, merged with reality in Dongchuan City. Subsequently, it was transformed into the Western Research District 4, allowing scientists to conduct research related to the polluted area more safely. Humanity discovered that maintaining a certain population of monsters within the polluted zone could reduce the likelihood of spatial rifts appearing. Consequently, the majority of monsters in Research District 4 had been eradicated, leaving behind a moderately sized goblin tribe with nearly 1,000 members and some weaker creatures. Zhao Lejia ended the call, exhaling gently, her expression shifting from concern to that of a composed, intellectual young woman. She placed her phone back in the cabinet, tidied her appearance slightly, and left her dormitory, making her way to the research base. On her way, she encountered a senior sister and they walked together, casually discussing the project. The dual-hole gas mushroom was nearly depleted, yet they had yet to discover any new specimens. Cellular cultivation had also met with failure, leaving their instructor nearly bald from stress. Shoo! If the instructor hears, she'll surely explode with anger. Did she not say that the dual-hole gas mushroom is a symbiotic plant of the giant rock armor-burrowing worm? She even sent someone to hunt them in the polluted zone? Yes, they killed several giant rock armor-burrowing worms, but found no dual-hole gas mushrooms. Due to significant battle losses, they had no choice but to withdraw from the polluted zone. Hasn't a reward been posted by the Special Affairs Bureau? That was done long ago, but the agents can't find them, and explorers are even less reliable. Also, senior sister, why do we call it the oval dual-hole jet variant mushroom when it clearly resembles a pig's nose? Why not simply call it the pig's nose mushroom? That sounds more sophisticated, doesn't it? High-end ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Zhao Huan languidly reclined on the sofa, watching a television segment featuring a robust man in a chef's outfit, whose muscular arms suggested he was more of a fighter than a cook, teaching viewers how to prepare steamed pig brain using the brain of a mid-level magical beast, the quaking pig. Although he had promised Zhao Lejia to repay the loans, hours passed without him taking any action. Interest-free loans, interest-free. Only someone deranged would rush to repay them. If not for the contract stipulations, Zhao Huan would have no intention of repaying a single penny. Ideally, he would postpone it for 8 or 9 decades, allowing it to be resolved upon his death. Unless someone aided him or his strength significantly increased, escaping the scavenger life before the contract's end would not be an easy feat. The profession of card summoner must remain concealed for now. Seeking assistance would incur obligations, so it was wiser to continue working. Since he had no plans to leave, repaying the loan was not urgent. Just as Zhao Huan was comfortably reclining, his phone suddenly rang again. Picking it up, he was puzzled. Why was the Special Affairs Bureau calling him? After a brief moment, Zhao Huan ended the call, his expression growing even more peculiar. Expelled? What on earth? Has my sister, after 2 years of university, become so formidable that she has established connections within the Special Affairs Bureau? Chapter 9. Am I being supported by a wealthy woman? Are you jealous? With a furrowed brow, Zhao Huan rode his electric scooter to the northern branch of the Special Affairs Bureau in Dongchuan City. After securing his scooter, he looked up to see that fool Li Guangcai loitering at the entrance, glancing around as if waiting for someone. Zhao Huan feigned ignorance, walking straight ahead without sparing him a glance. Unexpectedly, Li Guangcai leapt in front of him, laughing heartily. Zhao Huan, you're in trouble. Zhao Huan was taken aback, his pupils contracting and his complexion paling slightly. Damn, has my activation of the profession stone been discovered? Observing Zhao Huan's expression, Li Guangcai grew even more smug. The Special Affairs Bureau has learned of your illicit dealings, selling items obtained from the rift, and you are about to be expelled. What? Is that it? Zhao Huan momentarily froze. Damn it, that wretched fool startled me. Rubbing his chest, he exhaled deeply and quickly recovered. Wait, so you reported my dealings? Li Guangcai remained silent, but his smug expression clearly indicated affirmation. Are you out of your mind? Engaging in such actions and letting others know will ruin your chances in the scavenger community. You'll never be able to show your face again, Zhao Huan exclaimed in astonishment. Such customary practices were commonplace among scavengers. Even the Special Affairs Bureau turned a blind eye. Li Guangcai's audacity to report Zhao Huan would undoubtedly incite public outrage among scavengers, and he might very well meet an untimely end within the rift. As their voices grew louder, they attracted attention. Several individuals were already casting disapproving glances at Li Guangcai. Unperturbed, Li Guangcai sneered, "Huh? Your brother Li has awakened his profession, so I no longer need to associate with scavengers. I have transitioned to an explorer and will soon join my uncle's expedition team to seek fortune in the polluted zone." Zhao Huan regarded him with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "Is that so? Given your strength and audacity, do you truly dare venture into the contaminated zone? Have you suddenly undergone a transformation, or do you fear for your life?" Li Guangcai's expression slightly stiffened. He would never divulge to Zhao Huan that he was, in fact, assigned to logistical duties in the polluted area. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "You should be more concerned about your own affairs, having lost your position as a cleansed. The debt you owe to the Special Affairs Bureau must soon be repaid. How much was it again? Over 100,000. With your capabilities, I dare say you may never be able to settle it. Ah, but you still possess a house, which you could conveniently sell to offset your debts. TSK, how pitiful. Not only have you lost your job, but you are also on the brink of homelessness." As he spoke, Li Guangcai shook his head, appearing exceedingly provocative. Zhao Huan, still somewhat perplexed, pondered aloud. Surely the Special Affairs Bureau wouldn't dismiss me over a single report, would they? While the cleansed are not exactly in surplus, they are hardly lacking. Compared to this perilous line of work, awakened individuals have other, safer avenues for earning a living. Thanks to his uncle's connections within the Bureau, he felt somewhat reassured. Just then, a poised middle-aged woman stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Li Guangcai. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Huan was taken aback as he turned to Li Guangcai. "Goodness, are you really attempting to leverage personal connections to have me dismissed? Are you certain you haven't coordinated this with my sister?" The middle-aged woman addressed Zhao Huan, saying, "Young Zhao, you need not worry excessively. I can convert your loan into a low-interest commercial mortgage, whether for 10 or 20 years. Upon hearing this, Li Guangcai became somewhat anxious. "Isn't that against protocol?" "Huh? Protocol? You dare speak of protocol within the Special Affairs Bureau?" The woman narrowed her eyes, exuding an intimidating aura of authority. Li Guangcai's countenance instantly paled, leaving him at a loss for words. "Don't mind him, Lu Jie. It wouldn't be worth your health to be upset over such a fool," Zhao Huan chuckled. "Thank you for your concern, Lu Jie, but there's no need to trouble yourself with the loan. I shall repay it myself shortly. Any interest-free loan is a boon, but a commercial loan should be settled sooner rather than later." "Impossible. Where would you procure such funds?" Li Guangcai exclaimed incredulously. Zhao Huan shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh, a wealthy woman unexpectedly transferred over 100,000 to me this morning. I had no interest in accepting it, but she insisted, claiming she wished to support me for life. Thus, I felt compelled to graciously accept." Li Guangcai scoffed derisively. "You must still be dreaming, having not awakened this morning. Isn't that quite ordinary? Have you never encountered a rich woman wanting to support you?" Zhao Huan initially appeared puzzled. Then, upon gazing at Li Guangcai, his expression morphed into one of realization. "All right, given your appearance, such occurrences can indeed only be imagined in dreams." Li Guangcai's face darkened, and though he opened his mouth to retort, he ultimately did not dare to speak against his conscience, settling for a huffy, "Keep pretending. I shall see how long you can maintain this charade." Ignoring Lu Jie's evident disdain, he doggedly followed Zhao Huan to the counter to handle the loan repayment. Witnessing Zhao Huan produce his bank card and clear the debt, Li Guangcai's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why you really are being supported by a wealthy woman?" Suppressing an urge to laugh, Zhao Huan feigned puzzlement. "Indeed. Otherwise, how would I acquire such funds? How could you allow yourself to be so debased?" Li Guangcai gritted his teeth. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Huan inwardly cursed while shaking his head slightly, a resigned expression on his face. "Originally, she suggested I quit my job as a cleanse for fear of danger, which made me hesitate. But thanks to you, Li Gu, I was able to make a firm decision." Li Guangcai's face flushed, his breathing becoming labored. Turning to Lu Jie, his eyes gleamed with hope. "Lu Jie, I wish to retract my report against Zhao Huan." Lu Jie simply pointed and said, "Get lost." As Zhao Huan observed Li Guangcai's dejected retreat, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This fool cannot possibly think that cleansed individuals are destined to remain cleansed forever. If even he can awaken to a profession, it is merely a matter of time before others do as well. Having made so many enemies, he shall reap what he has sown. "Young Zhao, is it true that you are being supported by a wealthy woman?" Lu Jie inquired with a hint of regret. Those funds were merely a means to irritate Li Guangcai. They were actually given to me by my sister, who is studying at Dongchuan University. Her exceptional performance led her to be involved in a significant project, and this money is a bonus from that endeavor. As he spoke of his sister, Zhao Huan's pride shone through. However, Lu Jie seemed unfazed by his sister's accomplishments. Upon hearing he was not being supported by a rich woman, her eyes lit up. Not being supported? Would you be interested in meeting one of my friends? She found you quite intriguing when she saw you last. Huh. Zhao Huan suddenly found Lu Jie's gaze somewhat intimidating. Chapter 10. An inherited craft. After completing the necessary paperwork, Zhao Huan hastily exited the Special Affairs Bureau, mounting his electric bike and accelerating home at breakneck speed. He retrieved a bottle of chilled beverage from the refrigerator and drank it down in one go. The coldness coursed through his system, finally quelling the unease he felt. What a ridiculous notion, her friend, when it was clear Lu Jie was harboring her own intentions. Despite her typically stern demeanor, it was shocking to discover such sentiments lay beneath the surface. The intensity of her gaze nearly scorched him as he hastily fled, leaving him feeling like a heartless scoundrel. In truth, Lu Jie was quite attractive, and it was rumored her family background was impressive. Perhaps yielding to her advances wouldn't be so bad. Reflecting on the fervor in her eyes, Zhao Huan found himself momentarily lost in thought before shaking himself awake. What nonsense am I conjuring? He slapped his face, reminding himself to remain vigilant. Preparing a bowl of instant noodles for dinner, he began researching information concerning the contaminated zone online. In addition to repaying his loan and handling the termination of his position as a cleansed, Zhao Huan had registered as an explorer for the contaminated area while at the Special Affairs Bureau. An explorer is essentially a registered individual whose basic information is logged for the Bureau's management purposes. This status allows Zhao Huan to access the Bureau's website and app, where he can view the latest news and task rewards. Naturally, only legitimate tasks or bounties would be posted on the Bureau's platform. Less savory jobs would necessitate alternative channels. Logging into the app, Zhao Huan noticed his explorer level listed under personal information. It was akin to a gaming system. Completing tasks and bounties from the Bureau would yield experience points to elevate his level. Most tasks had level restrictions. If one's explorer level was insufficient, they would be unable to even view the details. Moreover, entering the contaminated area through the official channels as an explorer would expedite the process, saving considerable time. Zhao Huan believed that with his current capabilities, he was not yet qualified to delve deeply into the contaminated zone. He decided to summon the Goblin trio near the entrance of the contaminated area to assess their effectiveness. The environment within the contaminated zone is primarily influenced by the merging of the illusionary rift with reality. If the illusion is a swamp, the resulting contaminated area will also be a swamp. If the illusion is hilly terrain, then the contaminated area will mirror that. Should two contaminated zones overlap, the terrain will undergo corresponding transformations. Between two contaminated zones lies a boundary formed by an unmerged reality. Occasionally, one may witness extraordinary phenomena within the contaminated area. For instance, on the left stretches a mist-laden swamp, while on the right sprawls a vast, parched desert, separated by the fog at the edge of the contaminated zone and a boundary measuring 10 meters wide, or even half a meter. Both regions remain utterly unaffected by each other. Naturally, while the environment remains unaltered, the creatures inhabiting the contaminated zone do traverse freely between zones. It is not uncommon for colossal sandworms to venture into the swamp to quench their thirst, inadvertently swallowing unfortunate swamp crocodiles or lizardmen, prompting the lizardmen tribe to hastily gather and venture into the desert to hunt the sandworms. However, once the lizardmen enter the desert, they quickly discover the unbearable heat beneath their feet, and their skin rapidly succumbs to dehydration. Within mere minutes, they retreat back to the swamp in haste. Surrounding Dongchuan City is the contaminated zone, with only a few winding paths and a broad road leading north to other cities. This road is heavily guarded by a multitude of soldiers and special task force members, tasked with repelling monsters emerging from the nearby contaminated zones, while simultaneously preventing the emergence of illusory rifts that could sever the city's last connection to the outside world. The city's periphery is fortified with numerous defenses, reminiscent of ancient fortifications, encircled by towering walls. Various artillery and machine guns are deployed, supplemented by an intelligent surveillance system, with numerous drones patrolling the skies. According to information sourced online, should explorers wish to enter the contaminated zone through legitimate means, they may choose from any of the 8 entry checkpoints of Dongchuan City. To the east lies the toxic mist swamp and the spore forest. To the south, the frigid giant lake and the dragon volcano. The northern checkpoint imposes stringent scrutiny on explorers, likely out of concern that some less-than-bright individuals might provoke formidable monsters in the contaminated zone, posing a threat to the northern passage. Aside from a few exceptionally clever or malicious individuals, the majority recommend that novice explorers, if lacking special skills, first adapt to the environment in the verdant forest to the west. Beyond the lower monster strength and safer conditions, explorers in the verdant forest tend to be more amiable, primarily eyeing your money rather than your life. The contaminated zone, however, is indeed a true lawless land. Information online varies in reliability, with official and special task force data proving to be relatively trustworthy. After browsing for some time, Zhao Huan decided to first venture to the verdant forest tomorrow to personally assess the situation before devising further plans. For now, it was time for the good child to wash up and retire for the night. He couldn't help but wonder what the trial dream would morph into post the novice trial. Zhao Huan was quite eager for it. Trial objective: eliminate the plant symbiote. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Huan found himself seemingly amidst a hilly landscape. As he surveyed the surroundings, all he could see were undulating small hills. The ground was sparsely populated with flora, mainly consisting of shrubs and weeds, with a smattering of low trees scattered about. Merely instructing him to eliminate the plant symbiote without describing its appearance or characteristics left Zhao Huan muttering in frustration as he rubbed his fingers together, summoning the goblin trio into his hand. Attempting to place a summoning, he was met with the message, "This operation cannot be performed." It was either that the trial dream did not permit summoning or that, much like the previous trial, his actual activity range did not extend beyond 10 kilometers, thus falling outside the summoning distance. With a flick of his fingers, Zhao Huan tossed the card to the ground. The card shattered, transforming into a spiraling blue glow, coalescing into one of the goblin thieves. As soon as the goblin thief emerged, it immediately crouched low, gripping a rusty knife in its right hand, a burlap pouch hanging at its waist, stealthily scanning the environment. It knows to assess the surroundings first. It appears far more reliable than the previous one who simply dug its nose and scratched itself. Just as Zhao Huan thought this, the goblin thief, upon determining the absence of threats, stood upright, stretched, and nonchalantly picked its nose with its pinky finger. Seriously, is that a hereditary skill of yours? Chapter 11. Surely there exists a key to breaking the deadlock. The goblin thief scratched its backside, looking up at Zhao Huan with a confused expression. Goblin? What is a hereditary skill? Zhao Huan sighed, his expression tinged with resignation. It's nothing. Recalling the card's annotation that the goblin thief possessed thieving and stealth skills, he curiously inquired, is your stealth ability a form of invisibility magic, or merely a technique to muffle your footsteps while stealing? The goblin thief then displayed a mischievous grin, its demeanor shifting to one of cunning and slyness. Crouching down, its body began to fade from Zhao Huan's sight. Eyes widening in surprise, Zhao Huan exclaimed, "It's true invisibility." Although upon closer inspection, the goblin thief's location exhibited some distortion in light and shadow, appearing somewhat peculiar, it was nonetheless a remarkable ability. If Zhao Huan possessed such a skill, he would certainly avoid female bathhouses and changing rooms. The city's surveillance cameras were equipped with infrared, thermal imaging, sound detection, and magnetic field scanning instruments to guard against such invisible creatures and awakened beings. Yet, possessing invisibility would render both the illusionary rifts and the contaminated zones considerably safer. As the goblin thief moved, the distortion of light became increasingly pronounced. Observing this, Zhao Huan frowned. Your movements make the abnormalities far too conspicuous. The goblin thief babbled incessantly to Zhao Huan. Oh, the darker the light, the fewer the flaws? Zhao Huan looked up at the sky. It was a clear day, with the sun shining brightly, the natural light at its peak. Well, that was acceptable. Then, he glanced down at the goblin thief's seemingly harmless little knife, pondering for a moment. Given its lack of combat capability, and since he planned to test the summoning effects in the verdant forest tomorrow, he couldn't afford for the goblin to perish. Perhaps today would simply be a day for exploring the surrounding environment. After all, he didn't expect to conquer the trial in a single attempt. Noticing Zhao Huan deep in thought and ignoring him, the goblin thief grew bored. With a flick of its fingers, the rusty knife twirled playfully, akin to a delicate gray butterfly dancing in the air. The goblin thief then caught sight of a large black beetle on the ground, pushing a dung ball or something of the sort backward. With a quick flick, the rusty knife shot forth, pinning the fist-sized beetle to the ground. Picking up the still struggling beetle, it decapitated it, stripped off its shell, and tossed the remaining body into its mouth, relishing the feast. Crunch, crunch. Zhao Huan snapped back to reality, hearing the sound of gnawing, and turned to see the goblin thief devouring its meal with gusto. Half of a beetle's rear protruding from its mouth, while two legs flailed helplessly. Where did you find such a large bug? The goblin thief pointed at the ground, indicating the foul-smelling dung ball. Zhao Huan's mouth twitched. A dung beetle? You actually devoured that? Goblin thinks it tastes fantastic. Do you want to try? The goblin thief offered the half-eaten bug to Zhao Huan. Cough. I do not partake in sashimi. You may indulge yourself, Zhao Huan firmly declined. Upon hearing this, the goblin thief promptly stuffed half a beetle back into its mouth. To Zhao Huan's astonishment, it truly consumed food. Observing the creature chew, he inquired, "Are you familiar with the symbiotic plants?" Gulp. The goblin thief swallowed its mouthful, shaking its head in bewilderment. What a coincidence. I am equally uninformed. However, I surmise that since they are termed symbiotic plants, they must be monsters bearing some form of vegetation on their bodies. Thus, he suggested, you venture that way while I proceed this direction. Let us explore separately. Maintain your invisibility, and above all, prioritize your survival. Should you encounter adversaries, safeguard your life first, and we shall reconvene here later. Zhao Huan contemplated that the goblin thief's ability to remain unseen bestowed upon it a far superior survival capability than he possessed. Allowing it to act independently might indeed be safer. Although summoning the goblin back would ensure greater security, and despite his verbal commitment to merely explore the surroundings, what if? What if they stumbled upon a clue that could expedite their passage through the trial dream? Zhao Huan had previously tested this. Should he perish before the goblin card would remain unscathed. Hence, as long as the goblin thief remained invisible, its chances of survival until the end were substantially high. Even in the unfortunate event of its demise, it would merely mean an additional day of languishing at home. Regardless, the remaining funds in Zhao Huan's possession sufficed to sustain his idleness for an extended period. No, he must strive harder, otherwise, he would truly become reliant on his sister for sustenance. Shaking his head, he dismissed those despondent thoughts. Upon witnessing the goblin thief vanish into invisibility, he turned and proceeded in the direction he had chosen earlier. Along the way, he picked up a dry branch over a meter long to serve as a weapon, using it to batter the underbrush and drive away any potential lurking snakes or monsters. While no snakes were encountered, 2 grass-green slimes leapt forth, spitting at Zhao Huan. He effortlessly evaded their attacks and pierced their bodies with the branch, obliterating them, perhaps drawn by the scent of their deceased kin or the sounds of battle. More slimes emerged from the thicket, encircling Zhao Huan. Observing the situation, he hastily fled, utilizing his speed to escape the pursuing horde. This hilly terrain seemed devoid of formidable monsters. Aside from the excessively numerous slimes, there were only some groundhogs, rabbits, and a few fist-sized black beetles. After wandering for a while, he spotted a small hill swaying in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a rock giant, over 10 meters tall, draped in moss, vines, and various weeds. Startled, Zhao Huan quickly crouched low and concealed himself behind a nearby bush. After a brief wait without seeing any movement from the rock giant, he began to hear the faint sound of wind whistling through a cave, a hollow, echoing noise. Who? The sound was long and rhythmic. Peering through the foliage, he discerned that the colossal rock creature appeared to be seated on the ground, slumbering. He initially felt a sense of relief, only to be followed by a headache. It was evident that this exaggeratedly large rock giant was the target of his trial. As for why it was referred to as a symbiotic plant rather than a rock giant, it likely related to the abundant vegetation growing upon it. Do not panic. Consider the novice trial. There must be a solution. Engaging in direct combat was out of the question. Not only was Zhao Huan unarmed, but even with weapons, it would be futile, unless he were to commandeer a tank or wield several rocket launchers to demolish the rock giant, as if it were an illegal structure. He was left with no viable options. Zhao Huan could only ponder whether there existed any weaknesses within this rock giant that could be exploited through an unexpected yet reasonable approach to vanquish it easily. Hence, where lay the crux of this trial? Chapter 12. How did I end up playing alone? As Zhao Huan contemplated how to confront the rock giant, the goblin thief, munching on a sweet beetroot pilfered from a groundhog's claw, stumbled upon a creature suspected to be a symbiotic plant. Compared to the towering behemoth, this target was minuscule. Standing no more than 2 meters tall, its body was adorned with a large golden sunflower atop its head, and its skin was rough and green, resembling the bark of an ancient tree, covered in thick, resilient thorns akin to thorny vines. The creature's arms were long and robust, moving in a manner reminiscent of a gorilla. Perhaps due to its plant-like appearance, the goblin thief perceived the creature as somewhat sluggish. Having identified a target, the goblin thief planned to return to its previous position to relay the information to Zhao Huan. Just as it intended to leave, a furious roar echoed from a distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The goblin thief quickly sought refuge in the nearby shadows, crouching low to remain hidden. Before long, the tremors intensified, and the roar grew louder. The goblin thief watched in dismay as its summoner, much like a stray dog, was sent scattering by the massive rock creature. Boom! A colossal rock plummeted from the sky, narrowly missing Zhao Huan, who evaded with a swift maneuver. Rolling twice, he quickly regained his footing, disregarding the dirt in his mouth, and seized the opportunity provided by the rising dust to alter his escape route. Hadn't they planned to return and exchange intelligence? Why was Zhao Huan now engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with that stone monster? Scratching its head, the goblin thief felt perplexed. Oh well. Human thoughts are far too intricate for a goblin to comprehend. The goblin thief glanced at the nearby creature, a green-skinned monster that, after being startled, had burrowed into the ground, disguising itself as a large sunflower, uncertain of what to do next. After a while, the ground's tremors gradually subsided, and a green slime, encasing a struggling black beetle, sluggishly approached the shadows where the goblin thief lay hidden. The goblin thief's eyes lit up. A delivered meal had come right to its doorstep. With quick, dexterous movements, it snatched the black beetle from the slime's embrace. The slime, feeling a sudden poke, searched for the source, only to find its hard-won meal had vanished. After probing for a time, it detected no sign of an enemy. At this moment, the goblin thief had already silently repositioned itself, hidden from the slime's view. Bringing the beetle to its nose, it detected the scent of decaying grass, along with a slight burning sensation on its fingers. Upon closer inspection, it realized that the slime's bodily fluid was corroding its skin. Ugh! The goblin thief grimaced in disdain and casually discarded the beetle. It rolled a few times on the ground, landing right in front of the recently unearthed symbiotic plant creature. The creature hesitated briefly before picking up the beetle and bringing it to its mouth. Slap! A glob of green slime struck the symbiotic plant, sizzling and releasing a faint, foul odor. The symbiotic plant swatted away the slime and lifted its gaze towards the distant mass of green jelly. After a while, the goblin thief, gnawing on a grass root, squatted in the corner, gazing in bewilderment at a group of slimes that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, energetically clashing with the plant symbiotes. How peculiar! What could have provoked these creatures into battle? That monster is entirely engulfed by the slimes and appears on the verge of collapse. It seems it has nearly reached its limit. Zhao Huan was still being relentlessly pursued by the rock giant, his body marred by wounds, blood mingling with dirt and grass clippings, presenting a woeful sight. Yet, it was Zhao Huan who, after enduring 100 days of torment in the novice trial, had not succumbed to despair. His tolerance for pain had markedly heightened. Had it been anyone else, being chased so mercilessly by the rock giant would likely have led them to resign themselves to death. What kind of grudge does this creature harbor against humanity, pursuing me so tirelessly after all this time? Hearing the howling sound behind him, Zhao Huan hastily leaped in a random direction. He had previously evaded several of the rock giant's throwing attacks in this manner. However, this time, his stamina was severely depleted, even with all his might. He could only manage a short distance. His misfortune compounded as a stone fell, crashing onto his body and mangling his lower half, burying him into the mud. With a gasp, Zhao Huan's eyes widened as he violently coughed up blood, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Damn it, this pain is unbearable. I'd rather be crushed outright. The heavy footfalls drew ever closer, and the tremors of the ground intensified, as if the very world was quaking around him. Zhao Huan's consciousness began to blur, rapidly descending into darkness. Trial concluded. Trial successful. Zhao Huan opened his eyes to find himself staring at the ceiling of his bedroom, momentarily dazed, hardly paying heed to the information flashing in his mind. Wasn't it just a failure report? It mattered little whether he received it or not. TSK. Another painful death method added to the list. Acquired evolution points, 58. Current evolution points, 157. Wait a minute. I distinctly remember only defeating 2 slimes. How could I have amassed so many evolution points? Zhao Huan finally sensed that something was amiss. Acquired trial reward, gray monster card, symbiotic seed. Trial dreamscape regenerating. Estimated time, 58 hours. Zhao Huan abruptly sat up in bed, his face a mask of disbelief. Gently rubbing his fingers, an entirely new card, one he had never seen before, materialized in his palm. Encased in a gray border, the central image depicted a colossal plant seed emanating a verdant glow. Its robust shell appeared formidable, with a small green sprout protruding from its center. Gray monster card, symbiotic seed. A seed on the verge of germination. Lacking any remarkable abilities, perhaps it could be thrown to shatter an enemy's skull with its hard shell. Card level, LVMEX. Can consume 100 evolution points to evolve into a white card. The information regarding the symbiotic seed was scant, quickly processed. Yet, Zhao Huan held the card with a puzzled expression, surveying it with both intrigue and skepticism. The rock giant had roared with such vigor. It hardly seemed on the brink of death. Surely it couldn't have dismantled its own body to the point of collapse, could it? Chapter 13. Symbiotic vine, Zhao Huan shook his head. Rather than entertain such implausible theories, it seemed far more likely that while he lay unconscious, the goblin thief had managed to slay the rock giant? Well, that too seemed improbable. Perhaps it was best to summon him and inquire directly. Disheveled and bleary-eyed, he settled onto the sofa. With a flick of his fingers, he retrieved the Goblin Trio card and casually tossed it onto the ground. A 1/3 chance should suffice. The card shattered, light and shadows coalescing to form a goblin who rubbed its hands together, wearing a crafty grin as it regarded Zhao Huan, its eyes darting about, seemingly assessing the value of the items within the room. Soon, a hint of disdain flickered across its features. Hey, what does that mean? Even my summoned creature looks down on me? Zhao Huan, disinterested in conversing with the avaricious creature, pressed his palm atop its head. Come back. The goblin merchant's form instantly disintegrated, returning to a card in Zhao Huan's hand. Summoning it required merely tossing the card to the ground. With the flying card now at his disposal, he could throw it even farther. However, recalling it was a tad more troublesome. Zhao Huan had to physically touch the summoned creature to revert it back into card form. Cough. Well, I've at least met with the merchant. So now it's time for a 50-50 chance. Bang. The blue-purple radiance once again coalesced into the goblin merchant's likeness. Collect. Bang. Again, it was the merchant. After 3 or 4 repetitions, Zhao Huan began to question the summoning mechanism of the goblin trio. Was it possible that once one of them was summoned, any subsequent attempts within a short time frame would yield the same creature? What? A matter of luck? How could that be? His luck couldn't possibly be this abysmal. Even game card draws occasionally guarantee a minimum outcome. One more time. If it's still the merchant, so be it. If I'm to venture into the verdant forest, it's about time to set off. Zhao Huan glanced at his phone, murmuring to himself. This tactic is akin to a feint, much like when drawing cards. He would shout that he'd uninstall the game if he didn't receive a good draw, threatening the game company with sheer will. Bang! A goblin, disheveled and bearing a large sack on its back, appeared before Zhao Huan, exuding a strong aura of poverty. Upon seeing this, Zhao Huan clenched his fist in excitement. Yes, I knew this tactic would work. The goblin scavenger scanned the vicinity, finding no other beings aside from its summoner. Its droopy eyelids snapped open, revealing its large, shrewd, and greedy eyes, along with the aura of poverty that seemed to dissipate. Examining the furniture and various items in the room, the goblin scavenger displayed no disdain whatsoever, even contemplating stuffing some of the items into its sack, worried that the creature might actually take action, prompting him to retrieve and reorganize his belongings. Zhao Huan hastily recalled it. Once more, he tossed the card, finally summoning the goblin thief. Zhao Huan exhaled in relief. Had this creature not emerged, he would have had no choice but to abandon his quest for the truth and prepare to venture into the polluted zone. The goblin thief danced about, chattering animatedly, allowing Zhao Huan to piece together the general sequence of events. So, that rock giant was not a plant symbiote at all. Then all that time I spent being pursued, only to be crushed by the rock, was for naught? Zhao Huan felt as though his intelligence had been insulted. Raising his gaze, he noticed the goblin thief was too preoccupied with its surroundings to pay him any mind, allowing him to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Focusing his attention on this symbiotic seed, he contemplated briefly. Evolve. The card's edges transformed from gray to white, the seed shell shedding as it rapidly grew into a slender green vine, adorned with a few sparse leaves and a mass of slender roots. White monster card, symbiotic vine. The symbiotic vine will insert its roots into the bodies of animals or monsters, establishing a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. Symbiosis, upon summoning. Select a target and initiate symbiosis. Photosynthesis. Under ample light, the symbiotic vine provides its host with a rudimentary self-healing effect, gradually restoring a small amount of stamina and vitality while accelerating wound healing. The effect appears quite impressive. Yet the sight of so many roots piercing into one's body is rather daunting. Zhao Huan lifted his gaze towards the goblin thief, who, drawn by the scent, had rummaged through the trash to retrieve the chicken bones Zhao had discarded and was relishing them with delight. Goodness, spit that out immediately. If you craved a chicken leg, you should have just said so. I could have opened a fresh pack for you. Upon hearing the command, the goblin thief, albeit reluctantly, grasped the chicken bone with his hand and slowly extracted it from his mouth. As he pulled, he continued to slurp, as if trying to savor the delectable flavor lingering on the bone. If only he had crushed and swallowed it outright, the goblin thief mused, when suddenly a more enticing aroma wafted towards him. Turning his head, he beheld Zhao Huan unwrapping a packet and extending a braised chicken leg towards him. Ugh, ugh. The goblin thief discarded the broken bone and spat repeatedly, ensuring his mouth was cleared of any remnants. He seized the chicken leg from Zhao Huan's hand and took a hearty bite, his eyes widening in sheer bliss. Observing the goblin thief's exaggerated expressions, Zhao Huan momentarily envisioned its body glowing, accompanied by the echo of a familiar background melody. "You're being rather dramatic." The goblin thief, savoring the delectable morsel, showed no objection to Zhao Huan's intention of using him as a subject for experimentation. Noticing this, Zhao Huan pressed the symbiotic vine card against the goblin thief's back. The card shattered, and a white radiance coalesced into a slender vine, approximately half a meter long, entwining around the goblin thief's body, with numerous roots piercing into his skin. Despite having encountered death multiple times, Zhao Huan felt a shiver run down his spine at this sight, his teeth aching in sympathy. Yet, the goblin thief, still gnawing on the chicken leg, exhibited no signs of discomfort. Surely, even the most delicious morsel could not numb the sensation of pain, could it? Could the roots possess a paralyzing effect? Zhao Huan pondered, moving towards the window to part the curtains just enough to let in a sliver of sunlight. He casually picked up a fruit knife from the table, gesturing towards the goblin thief while contemplating where to strike. The goblin thief immediately halted his chewing, eyes wide with fear as he stared at Zhao Huan. Noticing this, Zhao Huan stated nonchalantly, "Let us add another chicken leg. You can make a cut on yourself and see the self-healing effect of the symbiotic vine." No sooner had he spoken than the goblin thief, without hesitation, brandished a rusty knife and made a cut on himself. Chapter 14. An awkward situation. "I said to make a cut, not to stab yourself so deeply. That rusty knife of yours is covered in rust. Aren't you afraid of tetanus?" Zhao Huan chided, retrieving another braised chicken leg from the fridge for the goblin thief, leading him into the sunlight to observe the healing process. It became apparent that the wound was clotting and healing at a considerably accelerated rate, especially when the symbiotic vine's body and leaves were exposed to sunlight. The surface of the goblin's wound even shimmered with a green glow, hastening the healing process. It seemed somewhat less effective than the basic healing spells one might find online. However, spells consumed magical energy, and it was said that an apprentice healer could unleash a maximum of 5 basic healing spells before being drained. In contrast, the symbiotic vine required merely sunlight. As Zhao Huan examined the self-healing properties of the symbiotic vine, the goblin thief finished the chicken leg, gnawing on the bones while casting furtive glances towards the kitchen fridge. After studying the self-healing effects provided by the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huan was curious to see what would happen to the tiny holes left by the roots once the vine was detached. He pressed his hand against the symbiotic vine, silently invoking its recall. The vine dissipated into a glow of white light, transforming back into a card that returned to Zhao Huan's grasp. No wounds. Upon the vine's disappearance, Zhao Huan was surprised to discover that the goblin thief bore none of the countless tiny puncture wounds he had anticipated. Unable to comprehend this, he could only attribute it to the wonders of the card and magic. No wonder the goblin thief had appeared completely unperturbed moments ago. Zhao Huan contemplated the possibility of experiencing it himself at some point. Glancing at his phone, he noted with astonishment that it was already past 10 o'clock. How had it gotten so late? He reached out and summoned the goblin thief, who had been stealthily passing by. Zhao Huan donned his leather armor, took up his steel greatsword, and gathered the provisions and fresh water he had prepared beforehand, stepping out towards the bus stop outside the community. After a few transfers, he boarded the bus heading towards the checkpoint in the polluted zone of the West City. As a megacity, Dongchuan boasted an extensive network of subway lines and intercity railways. However, most of these exceptionally convenient public transport services had suspended operations, leaving only a few specialized routes still in operation. Both the Rifts of Illusion and the spatial fissures releasing monsters posed significant threats to the fixed subway lines. In the event of an accident, an entire subway train filled with hundreds, if not thousands, would have little chance of escape. In contrast, while buses were slower, they were much more flexible. Should an incident occur, the loss of a bus would amount to only 40 or 50 people. Leaning his arm against the window, Zhao Huan gazed at the rapidly retreating scenery outside. Below his arm, on the side of the bus, bold red letters proclaimed, "Those who engage in combat within the vehicle, endangering public safety, shall face the death penalty." Faint alarm sounds echoed from a distant corner of the city, suggesting yet another spatial fissure had emerged, unleashing more monsters. It was rumored that the increasing concentration of magical energy in the air was elevating the likelihood of monster rifts and illusionary fissures appearing. A coarse voice broke through Zhao Huan's thoughts. He turned to see a tall, muscular man in his 30s or 40s seated behind him, clad in dark blue leather armor, exuding a subtle azure glow. Upon noticing Zhao Huan's gaze, the man offered a friendly smile. It was evident he was making a concerted effort to convey goodwill. Yet the scars etched on his face could not mask the fierceness of his presence. He seemed to be a formidable warrior. the kind who could easily dispatch 10 lesser foes with a single blow. Young brother, are you preparing to venture into the Emerald Forest? He inquired. Indeed, Zhao Huan replied with a smile, his eyes darting to the large travel bag beside the man, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Normally, individuals of such caliber would be riding motorcycles or embarking on journeys with a team in a large off-road vehicle. Why was this brother traveling alone on the bus like a novice? Of course, Zhao Huan did not consider himself a novice. Aside from his escape from his hometown, this was indeed his first voluntary entry into the polluted zone. However, he had been a cleaner for 2 years, personally slaying countless monsters, and had even outwitted and defeated a goblin warrior with his cunning in the trial dream. In contrast, sitting in another seat were several youthful faces, brimming with anxiety and anticipation, chattering incessantly. Those were the true, unadulterated novices. It is uncertain which child has been influenced by a plethora of chaotic videos, yearning to venture into the contaminated zone for adventure. Just wait and see. They may find themselves unable to leave the city gates, perhaps even needing to call their parents and school to come retrieve them. The burly man chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huan smiled in response and, intrigued, posed a question to the man. Brother, a skilled individual like you, why are you taking the bus to the contaminated zone? The burly man waved his hand dismissively. What skill? It's merely good fortune. While battling monsters, I inexplicably became a mid-level warrior. Isn't being a mid-level warrior impressive? Zhao Huan inquired. Impressive? Not at all. Warriors are merely cannon fodder, unlike those rare professions. He paused, then introduced himself. By the way, I am Zhao Huan, a member of the middle-aged unemployed exploration team. Huh. Brother, your exploration team's name is quite unique. Haha. The members were originally online gaming friends. It's not just middle-aged folks like me. We simply took the name from our gaming guild and used it for our exploration team, Zhao Huan explained with a hearty laugh. We actually have an armored bus for our team, and we always set out together. You know, the city isn't particularly safe, so we all moved our houses to one location for mutual support. Noticing Zhao Huan nodding, Zhao Huan continued. However, this time, I had a sudden matter to attend to, which is why I arrived late. I see, Zhao Huan replied. Zhao Huan then enthusiastically shared how wonderful his team members were, emphasizing their harmonious relationships and unwavering support in the face of danger within the contaminated zone. As Zhao Huan listened, he sensed something amiss. The more he heard, the more it felt as if this man was promoting his team for recruitment. Perhaps sensing Zhao Huan's peculiar expression, Zhao Huan licked his dry lips, somewhat embarrassed. Li Xuanhuan, right? Actually, I know you. There's a girl in our gaming guild who is a cleaner from the North District and has mentioned you. Brother. My name is Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan suddenly fell silent, his face turning crimson, opening his mouth, but at a loss for words. He discreetly pulled out his phone, typing rapidly as if engaging in a conversation. Zhao Huan imagined a fitting voice in his mind. Family, who understands? Chapter 15. Just entered, only to exit. At the west second public exit of Dongchuan City, having registered as an explorer, Zhao Huan merely scanned his face, underwent a thorough scan by numerous machines, and within a minute passed through the stringent security checkpoint. Meanwhile, the group of young boys and girls, as Zhao Huan had predicted, were intercepted by a squad of armed police officers, receiving a stern reprimand before sulking in a corner. Upon exiting the checkpoint, there remained a distance of 7 to 8 kilometers to the contaminated zone, the verdant forest. This stretch was not barren. Rather, it was filled with hastily constructed makeshift buildings, transforming into a small adventure town bustling with numerous explorers and ordinary workers. This locale was perilous, frequently suffering bombardments from the city walls due to monsters emerging from the contaminated zone, with such destruction occurring 3 to 4 times a year being quite normal. Nevertheless, each time the town was ravaged, it was swiftly rebuilt. High risk yielded high returns. Even ordinary individuals engaged in various service roles earned salaries 3 to 10 times greater than similar jobs within the city, illustrating the lucrative nature of commerce and investment in this area. This place lacked surveillance, existing as a gray area. Zhao Huan pointed towards a few explorers in the distance, holding signs to recruit temporary team members. Those individuals specialize in deceiving newcomers. Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow. Oh, I understand. I've seen some cases online that claim the scammers in the verdant forest seek wealth without causing harm. Who knows? You can't even ascertain who posted such information online. Are you implying those few lack the audacity? They merely seek a few naive youths to swindle some tuition fees. Those lurking in the shadows 1T boldly stand out to attract attention. Well, I must seek out my companions now. Zhao, I genuinely hope you will consider my proposal. The members of our exploration team are quite remarkable, Zhao Huan said earnestly to Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan smiled and nodded. All right, Brother Zhang, I will give it serious thought. Though Zhang Dashuan appeared amiable and sincerely wished for Zhao Huan to join their exploration team, Zhao Huan remained cautious. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Moreover, he needed to resolve the origin of his profession stone to avoid potential future troubles. Indeed, the most reasonable approach would be to delve into the contaminated zone for adventure, discovering an unexplored relic from another world within, where he could find a profession stone. Otherwise, encountering two formidable monsters and profiting from the remains of a humanoid creature to uncover a peculiar profession stone was feasible as well. There were countless examples online. He could easily draw inspiration from any of them. As Zhao Huan pondered, he followed the online strategies and stored his phone in a shop in the town that specialized in temporary item storage. Subsequently, he headed towards the edge of the town, towards the vast, white mist. Though he was a newcomer and alone, no one approached him seeking to recruit him or offer lessons. Those engaged in this line of work possessed a certain level of discernment. Zhao Huan's leather armor, albeit patched numerous times, bore many signs of having been attacked by monsters, with stains of blood that could not be washed away, indicating he was not a target to be trifled with. Upon reaching the mist at the boundary of the contaminated zone, he could vaguely discern the scene beyond. A densely vegetated primeval forest twisted into bizarre forms. Standing before the mist, Zhao Huan contemplated. He wondered whether the summoning of the goblin trio would be influenced by the rules of the contaminated zone. If he performed the summoning outside the mist, would there be a 50% chance the goblins would be cast into the contaminated zone? Or would they be guaranteed to appear outside? A few attempts will reveal the answer. As he observed a team of explorers forming ranks to enter the mist, their figures warped into strange shapes, they proceeded straight into the depths of the verdant forest without encountering any combat. After the team disappeared from sight, Zhao Huan drew his great sword and stepped into the mist. As he traversed through the mist, he felt a momentary disorientation, akin to the sensation of passing through a spatial rift into a dreamlike realm. With a flick of his left hand, he conjured the goblin trio. Summon. Observing the card in his hand shatter and vanish, Zhao Huan swiftly retreated, stepping back out of the contaminated zone. The entire sequence of actions was fluid, taking no more than 10 seconds. As Zhao Huan emerged from the mist, several explorers waiting for their teammates outside couldn't help but chuckle. Dude, you're a bit of a letdown. At least stay inside a little longer to breathe in the fresh air of the verdant forest. Otherwise, what was the point of coming? A blonde-haired youth with a buzz cut remarked cheerfully. Lu Xian, don't be ridiculous. A teammate quickly admonished him. Zhao Huan, surprisingly unfazed, responded with a smile. Entering alone can be a bit daunting. I shall take a moment for some mental preparation. Given your earlier bravado, I assumed you were a seasoned expert. Tell me, my friend, you didn't come here alone after reading online that the verdant forest is merely a novice zone, did you? The young man named Lu Xian, with his tousled yellow hair, expressed his astonishment. Brother, let me tell you, the creatures in the contaminated zone are not like the mindless programs in games. They are genuinely lethal. If you aspire to be an explorer, it's wise to first find a reliable exploration team to join. Those over there are no good. They're simply out to swindle you. You should check with the Special Affairs Bureau to see if any exploration teams are recruiting. They tend to be more trustworthy. Lu Xian spoke rapidly, rattling off a plethora of information. Zhao Huan listened with a smile, reflecting that despite Lu Xian's brash appearance, he seemed rather amiable. Oh, I had no idea there were so many intricacies involved. Thank you, brother. I will return and do some more research. Hey, we're all brothers here. No need for formalities. Lu Xian replied with a hearty laugh. As Zhao Huan turned to leave, Lu Xian shook his head slightly, muttering, this guy is quite reckless, thinking he can venture into the verdant forest alone. His female companion, bearing a longbow and quiver, rolled her eyes. Oh please, it was you who foolishly led us into the verdant forest before, nearly costing us our lives. If it weren't for the boss, hey, boss, what are you looking at? The robust middle-aged man, previously lost in thought while observing Zhao Huan's retreating figure, returned to reality. Oh, it's nothing. I merely thought that young man did not seem like a novice. Lu Xian nodded in agreement, right? I was deceived by his demeanor into thinking he was an expert, who knew he was just an ignorant greenhorn. Perhaps. Chapter 16. What could possibly be more disgusting than me? Deep within the verdant forest, a fully armed team of explorers had just encountered an ambush by a horde of venomous clawed demon cats. After a battle that was not particularly arduous, the exploration team successfully repelled the feline fiends, leaving behind a dozen carcasses of the venomous clawed demon cats. Some members of the team busied themselves with disassembling the carcasses to extract valuable materials, while others sat aside, tending to their wounds and consuming antidotes. The claws of the venomous clawed demon cats were highly toxic. A mere scratch could lead to poisoning, accompanied by excruciating pain that severely hampered the explorers' combat and mobility. Although some time had passed since the battle ended, the injured explorers continued to groan and gasp for breath. Damn, that hurts too much. It's no wonder many exploration teams prefer to take a long detour rather than approach the demon cat's territory. If only we had a healer or a water mage with us. A single detox spell would clear the cat venom in an instant. What are you dreaming of? Such crucial support roles are either recruited by the Special Affairs Bureau for specialized training, accompanying boundary breakers to resolve dimensional rifts, or invited by major corporations to join powerful exploration teams. It's impossible for us to have one. But isn't there that rumor about a healer who got kicked out by a major corporation for being too incompetent and stuck at the apprentice level? You've been reading too many sensationalist marketing articles. Sure, it's possible for an apprentice mage to be dismissed, but a healer, even if they remain an apprentice, would not be so easily discarded. That is not certain. I heard there's a new formula for technological healing potions. If it goes into mass production, it might achieve 70% of the effectiveness of a low-grade potion crafted by an alchemist. That would likely render apprentice healers obsolete. I saw that news too. They say the production cost of the new formula is quite high, and whether it can be mass-produced is still in question. Let us not rush on the healing potions. Is there any genius who could improve the detox potion formula? Even 1/3 of the effectiveness of an alchemical detoxifier would be welcome. This pain is unbearable. The captain of the exploration team, clad in metal armor, scoffed. Instead of relying on those things, you should focus on enhancing your own strength. A few demon cats have injured you like this, and you still dare to complain. Just then, a vigilant member suddenly voiced his suspicion. Hey, where did that goblin come from? It wasn't he here just now. Upon hearing this, the explorers immediately tensed, grasping their weapons. The captain, raising his metal shield, commanded in a low voice, everyone, prepare for battle. Everyone needn't be alarmed. It seems there's only one goblin. One? How could that be? Don't goblins always appear in hordes? Just look at it. That goblin is filthy, as if it has wandered from some far-off place. Aren't all goblins dirty? But this one seems excessively so, clutching a tattered bag, looking like a beggar. Can a monster even beg for food? It'd be a miracle if we didn't crush it with a single slap. Should we kill it? It looks rather pitiful. Why waste our energy on it? It poses no threat and has nothing of value. True. Strangely, the explorers dismissed the poor, pitiful goblin, turning their attention to other matters. Have you heard about that patch of rotting leaves? They say giant burrowing worms have been spotted there. If you feel the ground tremble as you walk, make sure to dodge to the side immediately. We know, there's no need to panic, right? Look at that goblin. It's been wandering over those rotten leaves for ages and hasn't faced any trouble. Just as one explorer finished speaking, the ground suddenly erupted, revealing a massive maw lined with sharp teeth, which swallowed the goblin scavenger whole. Soil and decaying leaves showered down as the enormous worm retracted into the earth, vanishing from sight. What the hell was that? Are we really expected to confront such a terrifying creature? Captain, I suddenly feel unwell. I think I'm going to have my period. Can I request to go back? You're a man. What period are you talking about? Captain, my hemorrhoids are flaring up. I need to return for surgery immediately. Enough. Quiet down. The captain interrupted the nonsensical chatter of his team. Intelligence indicated that the giant burrowing worms have a body diameter not exceeding 1.5 meters, but that creature just now was clearly a rock-shelled burrowing worm, with a diameter of at least 3 to 4 meters. This is an enemy we cannot contend with. Let South leave this place. Upon hearing this, the exploration team members breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly gathering their belongings while treading lightly, stealthily making their exit. Beneath several hundred meters deep in the earth, in a vast cavern, the head of the rock-shelled burrowing worm suddenly emerged, opening its mouth with a splat, expelling the goblin scavenger, now coated in a viscous substance. The burrowing worm relied on sensing ground vibrations to locate enemies and capture prey. Most of the time, prey would dissolve in its digestive fluids without the worm even knowing what it had consumed. However, the moment the goblin scavenger entered, the worm experienced a profound, soul-deep revulsion. As the goblin passed through, every organ within the worm reacted with intense rejection and resistance, causing it to feel nauseated for the very first time. Subsequently, the goblin scavenger was expelled. The goblin rolled twice on the ground, the sticky substance mostly rubbed off by the moss and fungi beneath. Standing up and glancing back, the goblin observed the burrowing worm spitting out more of its viscous fluid haphazardly before burrowing back into the rock layers, disappearing from sight. The mucus of the worm possesses corrosive properties, leaving the surface of the goblin scavenger's body marred with numerous burn marks. Strangely, the tattered sack it clutched, the material of which remains a mystery, shows no sign of damage and is employed by the goblin scavenger as a rag to wipe away the lingering slime from its skin. Although the goblin has no inkling of where it was discarded by the burrowing worm, it remains unconcerned, utilizing the faint luminescence emitted by bioluminescent plants within the cavern. The goblin scavenger cautiously surveys its surroundings, its nose twitching slightly as it ventures deeper into the cave. Passing by a glowing mushroom, it notices a plump worm perched atop, its rear end shimmering enticingly, seemingly beckoning its kin for mating. The goblin scavenger snatches the worm and pops it into its mouth, only to spit it out in disgust after a mere bite, subsequently trampling it in irritation. What wretched refuse! It's even less palatable than I am. Chapter 17, Graveyard Scavenging. The goblin scavenger continues to twist and turn through the subterranean tunnels, delving ever deeper. Along the way, it collects an array of colorful mushrooms and glowing flowers, stuffing them into its sack with abandon. Following the faint scent of wealth, it stumbles into a cavern inhabited by cave spiders, only to become ensnared in a translucent web, immobilized and helpless. Soon after, a cave spider arrives, swiftly bundling it up and casting it aside. It takes considerable effort for the goblin scavenger to extricate itself from the sticky strands. Continuing its aimless wandering, the goblin finds itself in a cavern where troglodytes cultivate crops, hastily gathering a considerable haul of mushrooms resembling pig snouts, only to be pursued by a group of troglodytes wielding stone spears. After a strenuous chase, the goblin finally escapes, only to realize it has inadvertently entered a sepulchral chamber. The atmosphere is thick with decay, malevolence, and an overwhelming scent of untold riches. Without a moment's hesitation, the goblin strides deeper into the crypt. After only a few paces, an eerie sigh echoes from above. The goblin looks up to see a ghastly specter emerging from an elevated coffin, roaring as it lunges toward it. Stricken by terror, the goblin feels an icy dread enveloping it, rendering its limbs weak and immobile, leaving it paralyzed as the specter approaches, threatening to siphon away its very essence and reduce it to a lifeless husk. Yet, just as the specter is about to pass through the goblin's form, it halts mid-lunge, its expression morphing into one of bewilderment as it gazes upon the trembling, filthy, green-skinned creature below. Though it had long since lost its sense of smell upon death, an overpowering stench of poverty suddenly wafts into its ethereal awareness. Within the chaotic recesses of its malevolent consciousness, the specter momentarily recalls a time when it was a distinguished noble, encountering a wretched peasant dragging a dung cart in its past life. Ugh, what a revolting memory. The specter's horrific visage contorts into an expression of disdain, simmering with anger. It swiftly turns and retreats back into the suspended coffin. With the specter's departure, the goblin scavenger takes a while to regain its composure, rolling its eyes at the floating coffin before continuing its exploration of the crypt. Clad in tattered leather armor, the remnants of a half-decayed corpse clutching a rusty iron sword lie scattered among the treasures of gold, silver, and ornate goblets. Clearly, the goblin scavenger is not the first to plunder this hallowed ground. Yet who cares? The goblin certainly does not. Spotting the scattered valuables on the ground, the goblin's eyes widen in delight, as though golden rays emanate from the treasures. In a flurry of movement, it rushes to the corpse, hastily gathering the items into its pockets. Just as it revels in its spoils, the decrepit corpse suddenly convulses violently, ghostly flames flickering in its hollow eye sockets. Its mouth gapes open, emitting a rasping voice that carries a chilling aura. Ho ho, wada, walla say. What nonsensical utterance is this? The goblin scavenger, bewildered, stomps down on the corpse's arm, yanking the rusty sword from its grip and tossing it into its sack. Roar, you dare steal my treasures and seize my weapon? The corpse, now animated as a wraith, erupts in fury, lunging at the goblin scavenger. The goblin, clutching its sack, turns to flee. Although the wraith propels itself forward with remarkable speed, it cannot match the goblin's nimble legs, rendering its pursuit futile. However, the wraith's screams reverberate through the crypt, awakening other creatures within. Skull warriors clad in rusted metal armor, the corpses of tomb raiders who perished in pursuit of wealth, and restless spirits, all disturbed from their slumber, begin to stir. Perhaps due to prolonged dormancy, these undead beings awaken in a daze, their minds sluggish and unclear. Unbeknownst to the goblin, its very presence inadvertently leads it deeper into the crypt's opulent burial chamber. Along the way, it casually snatches up a plethora of random items, stuffing them into its sack without a second glance. Upon reaching the chamber, the goblin beholds a magnificent sarcophagus adorned with jewels, flanked by a set of fearsome metallic armor and a pitch-black sword shrouded in an ominous aura. Overcome with greed, the goblin disregards the menacing presence emanating from the opulent sarcophagus and rushes forward, seizing the dark sword and cramming it into its sack. It reaches for the armor beside it when suddenly, an enraged roar erupts from within the sarcophagus. The coffin lid, previously resting loosely, is violently hurled open, hurtling toward the goblin like a cannonball. Boom. The entire crypt, along with the surrounding tunnels, shudders in response. The coffin lid, forged from an unknown material, impales the goblin, splitting it in two, one half to the east, the other to the west. Yet even in such a state, the goblin clings tenaciously to the metal helmet it had grasped. Struggling to rise, it realizes it lacks the strength to lift it into its sack, and with a resigned sigh, the goblin vanishes into a radiant glow alongside its tattered sack. Clang! As the metal helmet clatters to the ground, a cascade of treasures spills forth, ornamental gold and silver vessels for burial, colorful mushrooms still clinging to earth, the rusty iron sword, shattered eggshells from some mysterious creature, and large, rounded dung balls. Rising from the sarcophagus, a lavishly dressed, fearsome corpse discovers its pitch-black sword has vanished, unleashing a thunderous roar that sends shockwaves through the crypt. The undead, upon hearing this bellow, instinctively cower, either pressing themselves against the ground or retreating into corners, trembling in fright. Only the floating coffin at the entrance of the crypt sways slightly, sealing its lid tighter. After leaving the contaminated area, Zhao Huan does not return directly. First, he retrieves his phone from the storage facility, then meanders through the small town. Uncertain how the ownership of the houses is determined post-reconstruction, he surmises it likely involves the official authorities of Dongchuan City. The town comprises shops, devoid of living quarters, save for a single expensive and charging by the hour, providing weary explorers a brief respite. After all, Dongchuan City is not far from here. If the explorers need to rest or sleep for an extended period, they would certainly return to the inns within the city walls rather than stay in this makeshift town, which is perpetually at risk of monster attacks and artillery bombardments. If luck were to abandon them, they might wake up never again. Chapter 18. Strolling through the town. The shops in the explorer's town, apart from the restaurants and taverns offering food and water, are predominantly acquisition merchants who specialize in purchasing the spoils collected by explorers from the contaminated zones. These items, obtained from monsters or gathered in the wild, include various commonplace materials. Many independent explorer teams, unwilling to be constrained by the rules of large corporations or groups and lacking significant logistical support, often choose to sell their spoils en masse to these merchants after their expeditions, thereby alleviating their burdens and troubles. Moreover, some explorers, believing their spoils to be unique or rare, will set up small stalls in the market area to sell their wares, alongside an array of peculiar rare materials. There are also magical items reputedly acquired from certain ruins, possessing a myriad of wondrous abilities. The acquisition merchants hold little relevance for Zhao Huan, a novice explorer with empty hands. In fact, he has his own sales channels established during his previous work as a scavenger dealing with illicit goods. After 2 years of collaboration, he finds the merchant's character quite reputable, and if given the choice, he would prefer to work with familiar faces. The prices of food in the restaurants and taverns are inflated tenfold or even 100-fold compared to those on the city walls, which makes Zhao Huan, a man of modest means, hesitate. He can only pull out the provisions he had prepared in advance, taking a bite of bread and sipping some cool water as he aimlessly wanders through the stalls. He does not intend to make any purchases, he merely seeks amusement. Previously, he had seen online exposés revealing that some individuals, possibly not even awakened ones, set up stalls in the explorer's town to peddle counterfeit goods, presenting dubious items as treasures excavated from certain ruins, employing schemes to ensnare unsuspecting buyers in a manner reminiscent of those who faked ancient antiques. From time to time, rumors circulate online about someone who bought an inconspicuous stone at an explorer's town in a particular city, only to discover upon returning home and subjecting it to various tests that it was a profession stone, a powerful magical item of unknown origin, but undeniably remarkable. Such tales of serendipitous fortune and overnight wealth propel individuals to the peak of their lives. However, not all stalls sell counterfeit goods. Some do offer genuine items, albeit at prices that could only be described as subjective. This is primarily due to the exceedingly scarce channels for acquiring magical equipment, with awakened individuals facing overwhelming demand. Besides obtaining items from the ruins of contaminated zones, tombs, inexplicable treasures, and various humanoid monsters, only a handful of skilled artisans can forge magical items using materials sourced from these areas. The profession of a blacksmith is already rare, and the efficiency of crafting magical equipment is notably low. Nevertheless, it is said that aside from profession stones, gifted awakened individuals consistently manufacture equipment using materials from the contaminated zones, with a minuscule chance of awakening the craftsman profession. Craftsmen, through relentless effort, may have a slight probability of advancing to become blacksmiths or other professions. Similar pathways exist for alchemists and herbalists, as well as gardeners and planters. However, these rumors circulate solely online, lacking official verification from the Bureau of Special Affairs, rendering their authenticity questionable. In Dongchuan City, there indeed exists a blacksmith who awakened through a profession stone, the younger son of the Gao family, one of the powerful families in Dongchuan City, Gao Qiguang. However, after awakening for 4 or 5 years, Gao Qiguang remains merely a novice blacksmith. Many online criticize him for lacking talent and unwillingness to toil, wasting precious and rare profession stones. Nevertheless, Zhao Huan has heard a rumor from a scavenger uncle that Gao Qiguang initially used an ordinary profession stone, inadvertently awakening the blacksmith profession. He had originally aspired to become a fire mage, yet now, as a scion of the Gao family, he is compelled to labor by the forge daily. Indeed, he has played with fire. As Zhao Huan indulges in his musings, he casually inspects the magical equipment displayed at the stall before him. Lacking the ability to appraise magical items, he has also never heard of the existence of appraisers. However, several appraisal institutions in the city possess a well-established process for testing equipment, capable of revealing most of a magical item's abilities. Yet, the costs of these appraisal services are significant, and typically only items exhibiting significant magical dissipation are sent for testing. As for the goods at the stalls, explorers must rely on their intuition and luck. Zhao Huan envisions the day when he can openly summon the Goblin Trio, bringing them to the market area of the explorer's town, where they could sniff out valuable treasures and purchase them all. Wealth would be his, propelling him to the pinnacle of life. But first, he must ascertain the reliability of the Goblin Trio's wealth-sensing abilities, and he must also possess some capital. Indeed, among the items at the stall, there is a peculiar great sword emanating a faint magical aura that catches his eye. Alas, Zhao Huan's empty pockets determine that fate has not favored him. With a soft sigh, he rises and, upon looking up, spots a familiar figure in the distance. Is that Li Guangcai? He muses, observing Li Guangcai burdened with a large pack and a heap of miscellaneous items, trailing behind several explorers like a pack mule. Zhao Huan feels a twinge of surprise. This fellow claims to be an explorer, yet here he is, toiling like a beast of burden? Although he has encountered an adversary, Zhao Huan does not feel overly agitated. In truth, he cannot discern whether Li Guangcai is a bane or a boon in his life. Were it not for him, he surely would not have stumbled upon the profession stone that led him to become a card monster summoner. Nor would he have so smoothly extricated himself from his past as a scavenger without raising any suspicions. Of course, gratitude is out of the question. If given the opportunity, Zhao Huan would undoubtedly seek a measure of revenge. However, he has no desire to specifically trouble him. When I grow stronger, such a small fry will be easily crushed. Upon seeing Li Guangcai, Zhao Huan loses interest in continuing to meander through the explorer's town. Time is also running late, and it is indeed time for him to return home. He gently pinches his fingers. The absence of the Goblin Trio indicates that the goblins remain alive. Their resilience is commendable, surviving longer than he anticipated. Perhaps they could manage to remain active for a full 24 hours. He wonders which goblin it might be, hoping they can bring back something valuable. With great anticipation, Zhao Huan heads back to Dongchuan City, taking the bus home. After his departure, several hours pass, and as midnight approaches, many explorers active in the verdant forest suddenly flee in a state of panic. Run! The underground monsters in the verdant forest have gone berserk. Quickly send a distress signal to the city walls. Request fire support. Everyone retreat to the walls. Chapter 19. The jet black great sword. That night, Zhao Huan sleeps fitfully. After enduring months of torment within the trial dream, the sudden reprieve leaves his mind somewhat disoriented. He dreams of the catastrophic fusion of illusions from years past, the world collapsing, his parents desperately fleeing the throngs of monsters, clutching his siblings tightly. Suddenly jolted awake with wide eyes, he gazes at the familiar ceiling, his rapid breaths gradually calming. It has been a long time since he experienced that dream. Zhao Huan wipes his brow, finding it drenched in cold sweat. Rising from his seat, he made his way to the refrigerator and swiftly consumed an entire bottle of water. Glancing outside, he noted that dawn had yet to fully break. He reached for his phone to check the time, only to be met with an alarming red alert from the Special Affairs Bureau. Warning: a monstrous uprising has occurred in the verdant forest, with a plethora of undead creatures launching indiscriminate attacks on explorers and other entities. Warning: the West 2 Explorer Town in Dongchuan City is under siege by a legion of undead monsters. New information: the undead legion that attacked West 2 Explorer Town has been repelled. The current situation in the verdant forest remains unclear. It is advised that explorers enter the contaminated area from alternate locations. Click the link to view safer entry points near the verdant forest. New updates: fighting has erupted in West 2 Explorer Town, though no casualties have been reported as of yet. However, a few structures have sustained damage due to the skirmish. Click to view the battle footage. Zhao Huan was momentarily taken aback. Oh? The explorer town has been attacked by monsters? Thankfully, I returned early. Voicing his thoughts, Zhao Huan's fingers obediently clicked on the battle video link. The phone screen transitioned automatically to the Explorer app, revealing the combat footage from Explorer Town. The drone-captured video displayed countless grotesque specters wailing as they surged forth from the fog at the edge of the contaminated zone, either lunging at retreating explorers on the ground or targeting the armed drones above. The drones retaliated with laser beams and sonic blasts, causing the apparitions to shriek in agony as they disintegrated. Moreover, numerous skeletal warriors clad in metal armor and mummified corpses emerged from the contaminated area, only to be shredded by the drone's rapid-fire cannons, with body fragments scattering everywhere. Lastly, a formidable high-ranking specter made its entrance, adorned in an ominously advanced magical armor, wielding a weapon that Zhao Huan could not clearly identify, though the comments on the live feed proclaimed it to be the most powerful coffin board in history. The specter unleashed a raspy, horrifying wail as it took to the skies, causing the drones that had dared to attack it to explode in showers of sparks, plummeting to the ground, where they detonated upon impact, erupting in brilliant flames. In the comment section, others speculated that the specter had unleashed a potent mental spell, though the distance of the drone prevented viewers from experiencing the suffocating terror it inspired. Realizing the monster's formidable strength, the remaining drones hastily retreated, as a series of urgent booming sounds echoed from the direction of the city walls, amidst the chaotic barrage of comments, including phrases like "the shield warrior's hope" and "the most powerful coffin board appears." The armored specter forcefully slammed the coffin board against the ground, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy, which coalesced in midair to form a massive black coffin board barrier that deflected all incoming artillery fire. Then, accompanied by a piercing alarm, 2 missiles soared from the city walls of Dongchuan. Amidst blinding flashes of light and comments about the fall of the strongest shield warrior, the massive coffin board illusion shattered, and the powerful monster was violently hurled back into the contaminated zone by the explosive shockwave, its furious wails echoing through the air. Guided by the comments, Zhao Huan noticed that, amidst the devastation wrought by the missiles, a half-buried coffin board lay at an angle on the scorched earth. Wow, is this coffin board really that resilient? As the video concluded, Zhao Huan glanced at the comments below, where some speculated on the cause of the monster uprising. Others discussed the skills employed by the powerful specter, and some expressed envy over its armor and coffin board, dreaming of possessing such treasures. But this has nothing to do with me. I should catch a few more winks. Wait, the goblins are still idling in the verdant forest. I hope they haven't been easily dispatched by those undead. A thought crossed his mind, and the card for Goblin Trio materialized in his hand, its surface marred by intricate cracks. Status: damaged. Remaining repair time: 42 hours. Card level: LV2. Indeed, it had perished. But wait, why has the repair time increased? Zhao Huan furrowed his brow. Could it be that as the card's quality improves, the time required for repairs also lengthens? Or does it relate to the type of monster? Pondering these possibilities, Zhao Huan's gaze remained fixed on the Goblin Trio. The longer he stared, the more he felt as if he could see through the card into a chaotic void filled with various items. Some plants still bearing soil at their roots, vibrantly colored mushrooms exuding potent toxins, peculiar fungi resembling pig snouts, rusty pieces of armor and weaponry, and antiquated silver and gold artifacts caked in dust. All of these were strewn about, along with a pitch-black great sword radiating a chilling and sinister aura. Skimming past the disarray, Zhao Huan's attention was instantly captivated by the dark sword. With a mere thought, it materialized, plummeting downward. Zhao Huan hastily reached out to grasp the hilt, but the sword's tip silently pierced through the floor, releasing a faint, decaying aura. The once smooth and polished floorboards rapidly blackened, as though they had lain buried in a shadowy grave for millennia. However, Zhao Huan had no time to mourn the state of his floor. He distinctly sensed that the malevolent sword in his grasp was voraciously siphoning his vitality. The hilt felt chillingly transparent, appearing to be crafted from some form of jade. Yet given the sword's sinister visage, Zhao Huan leaned toward the belief that it was forged from the bones of an unknown creature. At the junction where the hilt met the blade, a fierce skull was tightly clamped around the sword, its hollow eye sockets glowing with 2 points of crimson light, as if awakening to the life force Zhao Huan was unwittingly providing. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Huan let the dark sword crash onto the floor, leaving a sizable dent. Yet, upon relinquishing his hold, the decaying aura surrounding the sword swiftly dissipated. Zhao Huan glanced at his arm, unsure if it was merely an illusion. But aside from feeling somewhat weak, he sensed that the skin on his palm seemed to have aged considerably. Good grief. Is this the legendary cursed artifact? Chapter 20. The Eerie Mark of the Dark Great Sword. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Zhao Huan raised his right hand, exposing the symbiotic vine that coiled around his arm to the light. The surface of the vine shimmered faintly, and its verdant leaves began to gently sway. What a delightful sensation. Zhao Huan felt as though he had become a robot plugged into a solar charger. His energy was fully replenished while an endless supply continued to surge into his arm. After previously grasping the black great sword, which had left his palm feeling parched and wrinkled, he was relieved to find it swiftly returning to normal, appearing even more hydrated. As time passed, Zhao Huan felt an increasing vigor coursing through him, a sensation of pent-up energy yearning for release, compelling him to seek out some activity to expend it. Goodness, if only I could wear this vine around my waist on a bright sunny day and engage in some exhilarating activities like soccer or basketball. Zhao Huan glanced around nervously. Despite being alone in the room, he couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes were watching him after contemplating or engaging in certain awkward activities. Having experienced the effects of the symbiotic vine's photosynthesis, Zhao Huan turned his attention back to the pitch-black great sword sprawled across the floor. After a moment's hesitation, he exhaled gently to calm his nerves and extended his right hand toward the hilt of the dark sword. Zhao Huan wished to experiment, donning the symbiotic vine to see if it could alleviate the negative effects of the pitch-black great sword's siphoning of stamina or vitality. In truth, the most prudent course of action would be to seek someone to sell this wicked yet formidable weapon. Selling it directly to the Special Affairs Bureau might invite inquiries regarding the weapon's origins, which could prove troublesome. However, selling it to those unscrupulous middlemen dealing in illicit goods would pose no such issue. Although the provenance of the pitch-black greatsword was somewhat ambiguous, it could be assuredly stated that it was not acquired through murder or illicit trade, rendering the prospect of being pursued for its origin unlikely. The offers from middlemen would be somewhat lower, yet they typically refrained from delving into the critical intelligence of the sword's background, often requiring additional payment for such inquiries. Nevertheless, Zhao Huan found himself increasingly enamored with the sword's sinister design. If possible, he preferred to retain it for his own use. As his hand grasped the hilt, Zhao Huan once more felt the eerie siphoning power emanating from the pitch-black great sword. His palm did not feel ensnared, yet something intangible flowed ceaselessly from his arm, while a faint black mist wafted from the blade, coiling around its edge. The hollow eye sockets connecting the hilt to the blade ignited with a dim crimson glow, as if on the verge of awakening. However, unlike the previous instance, Zhao Huan's arm now bore a solar-powered charger, continuously generating stamina and vitality under the sunlight. What was meant to flow into his body was now diverted to nourish the pitch-black great sword instead, while the sunlight barely maintained a balance. Stepping out of its rays would render him vulnerable once more. Zhao Huan's arm oscillated in and out of the sunlight, attentively sensing the changes within his body. He turned to see a slightly deformed metal stool at his feet, and with a swift swing of the sword, he felt no resistance as the stool was cleaved in two. How remarkably sharp! The black essence enveloped the severed edges of the stool, which appeared weathered and frail, as if subjected to relentless storms over time. Zhao Huan paid little heed to the unfortunate stool, instead regarding his arm. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, would wielding the sword exacerbate the depletion of stamina? He used his foot to draw the remnants of the stool closer, placing the pitch-black great sword atop it to prevent further corrosion of the floor or table. Upon releasing his grip, the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding the sword swiftly dissipated, and Zhao Huan's stamina gradually returned under the influence of the symbiotic vine. As long as he did not maintain a constant grip, it posed little issue, and enhancing the quality of the symbiotic vine's card would undoubtedly augment its restorative effects. Besides the consumption of vitality, he pondered whether there might be other complications. Perhaps he should hold the sword for another 10 minutes before heading to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Feeling his body had recovered sufficiently, Zhao Huan lifted the pitch-black great sword once more and stood in the sunlight. As time passed, the intensity of the sunlight seemed to increase, and the recovery abilities of the symbiotic vine began to change accordingly. At that moment, a text notification chimed on his phone. With his left hand, he deftly unlocked his device to check the message, which was from an unfamiliar number, extending a sincere invitation for him to join an exploration team. The overly dramatic name of the team, Super Fire Dragon Exploration Team, left Zhao Huan puzzled. Could such a team truly attract members? Frowning in confusion, he noticed two more messages from unknown numbers, both inviting him to join exploration teams. What was happening? Were these teams so desperate for cannon fodder? Although he held a modicum of renown among the scavengers in the Northern District, on the surface, he remained a mere nobody without a profession awakened. So what led to such an influx of invitations? Ding! The Special Affairs Bureau reminded him that there is no such thing as a free lunch. One must remain vigilant against scams and pursue legitimate channels to join an exploration team. Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow. So, was he being targeted by scammers? The pressing question became, who leaked his information? It was a conundrum. Just as he contemplated blocking the numbers, he received a message from a familiar face among the scavengers. Li Xiaoshui. The message informed him that news of Zhao Huan's expulsion had spread among most scavengers. Li Guangcai's foolishness had transformed him into a public enemy of the scavengers. After exchanging a few words, Li Xiaoshui mentioned that a friend had asked him to inquire if Zhao Huan was interested in joining his friend's exploration team, with compensation being negotiable. Zhao Huan had little interest in joining an exploration team at the moment. He was more curious about why so many teams sought him out. Li Xiaoshui replied that compared to inexperienced novices, scavengers with 2 years of combat experience against monsters were far more desirable to exploration teams. Moreover, given Zhao Huan's high combat aptitude, it was only a matter of time before he awakened as a warrior. However, Li Xiaoshui cautioned him that most teams actively recruiting Zhao Huan were of average strength. If he wished to join a more reputable team, he would have to take the initiative. So it turned out that not all those messages were from scammers. Initially intent on blocking the numbers, Zhao Huan reconsidered and opted for a polite response. Although uncertain of the sincerity behind these invitations, or whether they merely sought to exploit him financially, the courteous demeanor of the messages warranted a courteous reply. It was a trivial matter, and there was no need to unwittingly attract enemies over such trivialities. As Zhao Huan busily dictated his responses, he remained oblivious to the accumulating siphon power. The crimson glow within the skull-eye sockets of the pitch-black great sword reached its zenith. Delicate black threads began to creep up from his palm to the skin on his hand's back, intertwining into a bizarre black mark before gradually vanishing. Chapter 21. Bandits. Perhaps, unaware of the anomaly that had manifested on his hand, Zhao Huan completed his replies and concealed the pitch-black great sword within his home. He then strapped on his steel great sword and rode a shared electric bike to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. The examination revealed no issues. Rather, his physical condition was remarkably good. After all, Zhao Huan enjoyed a 5-point boost to all attributes from his card-based monster summoner, which had now increased to 6 points. It was unclear what the summoned goblin had done while under his command, but not only had his card level increased by 1, but his summoner level had also risen by 1. The enhancement of professional levels and attribute boosts was not unique to Zhao Huan. All awakened individuals could elevate their professional levels and gain additional attribute bonuses. For instance, upon first becoming a novice warrior, an awakened individual could receive a boost of 3 points to both strength and constitution, and with each subsequent level up, depending on their combat style, they could gain an additional 0.2 points to strength, agility, and constitution, culminating in a total of 3 to 4 points of attribute enhancement. The means of leveling up did not involve defeating monsters for experience, but were closely tied to the specific characteristics of each profession. Novice warriors, for example, typically experienced sudden upgrades during training or combat, while the legendary alchemists were said to gain new insights during the formulation of alchemical potions, allowing for potential level advancements. However, professionals only understood the additional attribute bonuses their profession provided, remaining unaware of their complete attribute values. In addition to professional attribute enhancements, awakened individuals could also grow through training, combat, and even the consumption of magical items. Conversely, their attributes could decline due to injury, illness, poisoning, curses, or aging. Attributes such as strength and constitution could be quantified and compared, estimating the average strength and constitution of athletes to be between 8 and 10, allowing for rough estimations of an awakened individual's current strength and constitution values through strength and physical fitness tests. However, attributes such as intellect and spirit have yet to be quantified through any testing methods. To ascertain the precise values of his attributes, one would have to venture into certain unique architectural relics within the contaminated zones for assessment. An increase of 1 point in all attributes, strength, agility, constitution, intellect, and spirit, equates to a singular enhancement across the board. Would this not mean that with each level up, I would surpass other novice-level professions by 1 or 2 attribute points? Coupled with the foundational 5-point boost in all attributes, it would not be an exaggeration to deem myself as versatile. Zhao Huan mused to himself with a sense of amusement. As an all-encompassing card monster summoner, he currently possessed only the Symbiotic Vine, a purely supportive card, and the Goblin Trio, which boasted some combat capability but was still in a non-summonable repair state. Thus, Zhao Huan had chosen to indulge in leisure at home these past few days, watching television and playing video games. Initially, during his stint as a cleaner, he would train at the Special Affairs Bureau's exercise base to enhance his combat survival skills. However, since activating the card monster summoner profession, He had been relentlessly tormented by goblins each night, and he had since ceased his visits to the training base. In his idle time, he now lounged at home in a state of complete relaxation. As for the items within the greedy space of the goblin trio, he had refrained from disturbing them. After all, should he summon a goblin merchant during the next placement, he ought to reserve some items as startup capital, right? Meanwhile, he received messages from several individuals inquiring if he wished to join an exploration team, all of which he politely declined. Until one day, an acquaintance from his cleaner days, a single mother named Lu Xingyu, a formidable woman skilled with a longbow, messaged him. She mentioned that she was friends with members of the middle-aged unemployment exploration team in the game and had previously mentioned Zhao Huan's situation to them. Initially, it was Zhao Huan's good looks that prompted Lu Xingyu to share his photograph with a few friends in the gaming circle. But it was only after Zhao Huan's combat prowess had dramatically improved that the members of the middle-aged unemployment exploration team took notice. Lu Xingyu elaborated on why Zhang Daxuan recognized Zhao Huan on the bus, and then earnestly introduced the circumstances surrounding the exploration team. Their strength was neither too high nor too low, and the members were mature and composed, with a collective ethos centered around survival. The team had been established for over 4 years, and aside from 2 members lost in an initial mishap, there had been no further casualties, an astonishing feat when compared to the exploration teams in Dongchuan City, which frequently went missing. Had Lu Xingyu not had elderly family members and children to care for, and if her role as a cleaner provided more free time and stable income, she would likely have considered joining the middle-aged unemployment exploration team as well, especially since falling in the dreamscape could yield official compensation and ensure her family's welfare. Zhao Huan did not outright refuse, but merely stated that he needed to contemplate the matter. Though he was not yet middle-aged, he had just recently lost his job, which made the name of the team somewhat fitting. The Goblin Trio was fully repaired by around 4 in the morning. Zhao Huan had no intention of venturing into the contaminated zones for another placement summon. With the trial dreamscape set to reopen that evening, he needed to assess the situation within, as he might require the goblin's assistance. His collection of cards was still too meager. He needed to undergo several trials to acquire more cards. Zhao Huan pondered, gently tossing out the Goblin Trio. He was curious to discover which goblin had procured that obsidian greatsword and from where. Fortune smiled upon him as he summoned the Goblin Scavenger on his first attempt. The goblin chattered excitedly, gesturing animatedly as it recounted its tale. Noticing Zhao Huan sitting dazed on the sofa, wide-eyed and seemingly stunned, the Goblin Scavenger scratched its belly and glanced around in mild boredom. As Zhao Huan snapped back to reality and was about to speak, he found that the Goblin Scavenger had vanished from sight. Turning around, he saw the creature dragging a bulging sack towards the kitchen, stuffing various odds and ends into its bag as it went along. Zhao Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. What a scavenger! You're nothing short of a thief. At Zhao Huan's behest, the Goblin Scavenger reluctantly retrieved the items from its sack, placing them back in their original spots, though none were returned correctly. Exasperated, Zhao Huan handed the goblin a few packs of freshly purchased marinated chicken legs and commanded it to sit on the floor and munch on the chicken while he painstakingly rearranged the items. Regardless, Zhao Huan was unwilling to scold the Goblin Scavenger, having just acquired that formidable obsidian greatsword from the powerful undead. Had he known the goblin's tolerance for alcohol, he might have even considered treating it to a few cans of beer. Chapter 22. Objective: eliminate the greed of wealth. Knowing the origins of the obsidian greatsword, Zhao Huan surmised that the undead uprising within the verdant forest was likely instigated by the Goblin Scavenger. He was not particularly concerned that when he eventually ventured into the contaminated zone wielding the greatsword, he would invoke the wrath of that formidable undead. Shortly after the undead uprising commenced, the Special Affairs Bureau dispatched a powerful team of professionals to the verdant forest. Officially, they claimed to quell the uprising, but everyone understood that the Bureau was primarily interested in the magical armor worn by the undead. It wasn't long before news broke that the undead, who had wielded a coffin lid as a missile, had been reduced to ashes. Reports indicated that the battle had been intensely fierce, even altering the very geography of the verdant forest. Nearby monsters suffered greatly, having already been decimated by the rampaging undead legion, only to be further affected by the ensuing conflict, resulting in significant casualties. Subsequently, whether due to the emergence of spatial rifts introducing new monsters or the migration of creatures from other areas, the ecological balance of the verdant forest was poised for a drastic transformation. Initially, Zhao Huan thought this matter bore little relevance to him and did not pay it much heed. However, he now found himself searching for related news on his phone. He did not summon back the Goblin Scavenger, instead providing it with a stash of snacks while he turned on the television, teaching it how to operate the remote. After all, it was a significant contributor and deserved some enjoyment. Yet, the Goblin Scavenger seemed indifferent to the notion of enjoyment at first, although the snacks were delightful. It preferred to wander around scavenging rather than sitting still, which felt akin to punishment. Eventually, out of sheer boredom, it found itself captivated by the screen. Trial objective: eliminate the greed of wealth. Upon coming to, Zhao Huan discovered himself within a subterranean ruin. The walls, adorned with shattered crystal stones and illuminated by bioluminescent plants sprouting in the corners, cast a faint glow that prevented the surroundings from plunging into complete darkness. What? The newly acquired symbiotic vine has already been banned? Is this not akin to diminishing its strength right after drawing the card? Zhao Huan complained with some dissatisfaction. Yet, it was evident that no one would respond to him, and he could not find a venue to leave a poor review for this trial dreamscape. With no outlet for his grievances, he muttered, "No place to leave a bad review. Bad review. And what in the world was this greed of wealth? Why was there no clear explanation each time, leading to my previous encounter with the stone golem being a total waste?" With a grumble, he summoned the goblin trio. A fleeting glance at the realm of greed revealed its stark emptiness. Truly, was it impossible to bring anything from the outside within? Then, manifest yourself, goblin thief. The card fell to the ground, shattering into shards of azure and violet light, which entwined and coalesced into the goblin thief. Huh, what a stroke of fortune. But wait, what is this? As the card fractured, Zhao Huan caught a glimpse of something protruding from the corner of the wall, something vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a pitch-black greatsword. How did you come to be here? Zhao Huan paused, questioning whether he had fallen under some enchantment, conjuring illusions. Yet, his hand involuntarily reached out, grasping the hilt of the obsidian blade. As the familiar sensation of waning stamina coursed through his arm, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be real? With a firm grip on the hilt, he effortlessly wrenched the great sword from the ground, although he knew not the reason for its presence. A perverse grin began to spread across Zhao Huan's face. At long last, he had acquired a formidable blade. Monsters, prepare to meet your doom. Ha. As for the depletion of stamina, that could wait until after his thrill. After all, within the trial's dreamscape, one could perish without consequence, making it the perfect arena to assess the greatsword's true combat prowess. The goblin thief was initially startled by Zhao Huan's sudden maniacal laughter, retreating against the wall, casting a peculiar glance at its summoner. Then, its ears perked up, suddenly alerting Zhao Huan. Sneaky. Enemies approach. The goblin thief vanished into thin air, melding seamlessly into the dim surroundings. Zhao Huan ceased his fit of laughter, quickly adopting a combative stance, narrowing his eyes. Through the hazy silhouettes of the foes and the low growls reminiscent of canine barks, he swiftly discerned their nature. Gnolls, perhaps 6 or 7 of them, definitely manageable. Whoosh. An orange fireball whizzed through the air. Zhao Huan ducked just in time. Boom. The searing wave of heat that followed chilled him to the bone. What the hell? A gnoll mage too? What kind of nonsense is this? Despite his exclamations, Zhao Huan was far from resigned to his fate. Evasion was key. He dodged a gnoll warrior's spear thrust, closing the distance to the enemy, wielding the black greatsword with both hands and swinging it with all his might. Swish. A head flew off, leaving behind a headless corpse that wobbled before collapsing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he noted with surprise that no blood flowed from the decapitated body. Instead, it was ensnared by a chilling dark aura, appearing rather desiccated. Zhao Huan uttered in disbelief. The sharpness of the greatsword exceeded his expectations. Moreover, as he felled the gnoll warrior, a surge of energy coursed through his arm, replenishing the stamina he had just expended, as well as that which had been siphoned away by the blade. It even provides sustenance. Zhao Huan exclaimed joyfully, laughing heartily, facing another gnoll warrior's oncoming strike. He did not flinch, swinging his sword with vigor. A sharp crack echoed as sparks ignited and extinguished. The gnoll warrior, along with its inferior blade, was cleaved in twain. The vitality of the gnoll's corpse rapidly dissipated. Before it could reach the ground, it, along with the severed weapon, transformed into a state of decay, as if time had ravaged it. One gnoll seized the opportunity, stabbing Zhao Huan in the side. Fortunately, he twisted just in time, avoiding a fatal blow and merely sustaining a narrow wound. The moment the cut appeared, the blood barely had the chance to flow before it began to heal at an astonishing rate. After Zhao Huan dispatched the remaining 3 gnolls, he looked down at his side, finding not a trace of the injury left. The ability to absorb vitality from slain foes not only replenished the wielder's stamina, but also facilitated the healing of wounds. Truly, a nefarious piece of magical equipment, and one that Zhao Huan cherished immensely. He raised the great sword, emanating an ominous aura, admiring it with growing satisfaction. Strangely, after dispatching the gnolls, he noted a change in the shape of the sword's guard. The glowing skull seemed more lifelike and terrifying. Wait a moment, where did that gnoll mage go? Chapter 23. the unusual phenomenon of the black greatsword. Having seen his fireball evaded, the Gnoll mage initially contemplated launching another. However, with the Gnoll warriors now engaged with Zhao Huan, the mage was compelled to abandon the fireball, opting instead for a support spell to bolster his allies' combat prowess. With a flourish, he scattered a peculiar powder, a blend of crushed metallic ore and low-grade magical materials, activating it with a spell that released a distinctive metallic aroma, invigorating the Gnoll warriors and thrusting them into a frenzied state. In his right hand, the Gnoll mage clutched a wooden staff, while with his left, he fumbled through a small pouch at his waist, only to find it empty. What? Confusion washed over him as he looked down, realizing that the pouch that had been at his side was now missing. His nose twitched, catching the scent of the magical materials. Following the aroma, he spotted the pouch lying not far behind him, its contents scattered across the ground. Murmuring to himself, the Gnoll mage intended to retrieve his pouch, but in the instant he turned, he swung his wooden staff forcefully to the side. Bang! A dull thud resounded from what had been an empty space. The goblin thief suddenly emerged, baring its teeth as it retreated while hurling a rusted dagger. The Gnoll mage's triumphant grin quickly morphed into one of agony as the dagger pierced his right eye. The mocking bark that had been on his lips was silenced, replaced by a howl of pain. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin thief lunged forward, grasping the Gnoll mage's wooden staff and delivering a swift kick to the Gnoll's midsection, toppling him to the ground. After seizing the weapon, the goblin thief wielded the staff like a hammer, raining blows upon the Gnoll mage's skull until he was utterly vanquished. When Zhao Huan arrived, he found the Gnoll mage sprawled in a pool of blood, his expression one of disbelief, a single eye wide open, as if he could not fathom his demise at the hands of a mere goblin. The goblin thief squatted beside the corpse, sifting through the mage's scattered trinkets in search of valuables to stow away in its little pouch. Zhao Huan cast a glance downward. Surely, the items in this trial dreamscape could not be taken outside? This realm resembled a game dungeon, with contents resetting upon each entry. He assumed that anything found here could not be returned to reality. Otherwise, he could simply mine for gold and bring his companions along each night to stock up. But what if, against all odds, these items could indeed be taken? The prospect of wealth ignited a gleam in Zhao Huan's eyes, while the goblin thief, disinterested, discarded the fragments it had collected. It struck him as peculiar that the adornments upon this goblin mage were crafted from gold, yet exuded no hint of wealth. They were mere imitations. Observing the goblin thief's demeanor, Zhao Huan realized instantly that his burgeoning dreams of fortune had been extinguished once more. This bag of powder must be the spell-casting material of the goblin mage, right? You could use it as lime powder, Zhao Huan remarked, gesturing towards the scattered powder on the ground. Gobo? The goblin thief queried, perplexed by the notion of lime powder. Zhao Huan scooped a handful of the powder from the ground and flung it towards the goblin mage's unblinking eyes. Just like this, throw it towards the enemy's eyes. If they are caught off guard, their vision will be compromised. The goblin thief pondered for a moment, quickly grasping Zhao Huan's intent, and eagerly began to gather the scattered powder back into his small pouch, fastening it to his belt for easy access. Uncertain of the whereabouts of the avaricious being, and lacking any leads, Zhao Huan boldly ventured towards the direction from which the goblin had emerged. Perhaps it was due to his recent triumph over 5 goblins that the ominous black sword was no longer sapping his vitality. The skull's eye sockets glowed ominously, swirling with dark energy, presenting an intimidating visage. Zhao Huan found no fault with the sword's current appearance. In fact, he thought it rather striking. The sole issue arose when the thick black mist enveloping the blade emitted a series of hissing, ghastly sounds, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing incessantly by his ear, growing increasingly irksome. Fortunately, he had not wandered far when he stumbled upon a dilapidated structure, now a nest for goblins. A few female goblins were busily slicing mushrooms with inferior metal knives, laying them out on stone slabs to dry. Nearby, a gaggle of goblin offspring frolicked. Perhaps due to the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from Zhao Huan, the goblins detected his presence before he could approach. The female goblins howled while arming themselves with nearby weapons, and the young goblins scuttled into their den in silence. Seeing this, Zhao Huan advanced swiftly with his sword. Compared to the previous band of goblin warriors, the females left behind were significantly weaker, and he dispatched them rapidly, leaving behind lifeless husks. After eliminating the female goblins, he infiltrated their lair, methodically slaying the younglings. Despite his search, he found no trace of the greedy entity. However, after the black sword claimed a few more lives, its form underwent a marked transformation. Jagged bone spikes sprouted from the hilt, and the skull emitted a hoarse growl, drawing in dark energy through its nostrils and expelling it from its mouth. As the blade was caressed by this ghostly essence, mysterious runes began to emerge. Zhao Huan murmured to himself, Is this the way to unlock the sword's seal through the slaughter of lives? I hope nothing sinister escapes from within. Fortunately, as this was but a trial dream, he felt no trepidation. After all, perishing in the trial dream was of little consequence. Yet, if a formidable creature were lurking within, upon awakening, his first course of action would be to discreetly dispose of the black sword at the entrance of the Special Affairs Bureau. Let me witness what you might become. At that moment, Zhao Huan's objective in the trial dream shifted from seeking the greedy entity to fully unbinding the black sword. Based on his prior experiences from the novice trials, he could only remain in the dream for approximately 8 hours. With 2 to 3 hours already elapsed, he needed to maximize the remaining time by slaying as many monsters as possible to satiate the black sword. Chapter 24. No poisonous mushrooms, only poisonous spiders. Approximately 6 or 7 hours later, Zhao Huan sent a zombie's decayed head flying with a swift kick. Looking around, he found no further adversaries aside from the skull that the goblin thief was fiddling with. Glancing down at the now more fearsome-looking black sword in his hand, he remarked, "You are rather particular. Even the death of a spirit does not satisfy you. Do you perhaps detest consuming old, rotten flesh?" The black sword remained unresponsive, though the ghostly mist emanating from the skull grew denser, and the murmurs and howls of the wraiths became increasingly distinct. The already dim catacombs took on an even more sinister atmosphere with this otherworldly soundtrack. Yet Zhao Huan found this cacophony more tolerable than the previous incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. Oddly, he noted that time should have surpassed 8 hours, yet no anomalies had manifested. A scavenger must possess a keen sense of time estimation, enabling them to make timely decisions in the event of unexpected occurrences within the illusion, whether to persist in their endeavors or retreat to reality for assistance from the Special Affairs Bureau. Although the longer he lingered, the greater the margin of error in his estimations, Zhao Huan felt confident in his judgment of 7 to 8 hours. After all, during the novice trials, each time the clock approached 8 hours, a goblin warrior would charge forth accompanied by a throng of minions. A time frame that had become a psychological shadow for him. Perhaps this trial dream's time limit exceeded 8 hours? After all, his judgments were based on the novice trial's rules. During the last trial, he had also been expelled prematurely after completing the mission, not crushed by a rock golem. As he had initially thought, the goblin thief glanced back, observing Zhao Huan muttering to himself, and returned his focus to the skull before him. The skeleton's body had been shattered to pieces, leaving only the head intact. The goblin thief eagerly scattered some powder into the eye sockets. Watching as the ghostly flame within flickered violently, as if buffeted by an unexpected gale, teetering on the brink of extinguishment, yet resolutely reigniting. Curiosity sparked within the goblin thief as he picked up a stick and prodded the skull's eye socket. With a faint, liberating sigh, the ghostly flame was snuffed out by the goblin's persistent poking. 2 hours later, Zhao Huan finally encountered what appeared to be the target of his quest amidst the ruins of the catacombs. In the center of what seemed to be a dilapidated church, a minotaur loomed, towering over 2 meters in height, roasting some monstrous flesh over a crackling fire. The minotaur's robust physique glistened with a sheen reminiscent of dark copper in the flickering light. Not far behind the minotaur rested an opulent chest measuring over 2 meters long, encrusted with a myriad of pearls and gemstones, gleaming with a radiant golden hue. Such a grand chest could only belong to a hoarding beast. This time, Zhao Huan was certain of his target. Crouching behind a distant corner, he observed the minotaur's behavior and muttered to himself, "What do you think?" He turned to the goblin thief, only to find the goblin transfixed, eyes gleaming at the sight of the magnificent treasure behind the minotaur, entirely oblivious to Zhao Huan's words. "What good is staring at that chest? The treasures here cannot be taken away. Gobo Bogdi, even if we can't take it. Simply opening the chest and touching its contents would bring joy to a goblin. All right, if the opportunity arises, you may indulge yourself. For now, let us depart from this place and seek out other monsters to slay, hoping to unveil the ultimate form of the sword, while also contemplating how best to confront this minotaur." The minotaur is classified as an intermediate monster, rarely appearing in the lower-level rifts of the illusionary realm, and Zhao Huan had no prior experience in engaging one. According to the information published on the Special Affairs Bureau's official website, the strength and constitution attributes of an ordinary adult minotaur range between 70 to 200. When entering a state of rage during combat, these attributes can further escalate. Zhao Huan observed that the minotaur did not appear particularly formidable. With his own capabilities, coupled with the obsidian greatsword, he felt he could contend with it on equal footing. If direct confrontation proved unfeasible, he would resort to cunning tactics. His first thought was to poison the minotaur as food. However, after traversing the underground palace for so long, he had yet to encounter any poisonous mushrooms. Otherwise, he could have experimented with his secretive toxin imbuing technique. He pondered whether the minotaur would remove its innards while roasting its meat. While searching for poisonous mushrooms, he unexpectedly discovered a blue-spotted bull spider, a large arachnid approximately the size of a bull, adorned with indigo patterns on its abdomen. This creature not only spun webs to set traps, but also moved with remarkable speed, directly lunging at prey upon detection. The blue-spotted bull spider concealed 2 venomous fangs within its maw. A single bite would incapacitate someone like Zhao Huan, who possessed little resistance to potent toxins, leaving him helplessly ensnared in the spider's silk. Fortunately, the spider's exoskeleton was not particularly resilient, and ordinary weapons could easily penetrate it. With the strength of the obsidian greatsword and its peculiar ability to siphon the life force of enemies, Zhao Huan surmised that, as long as he avoided the spider's fangs, a single strike could claim the life of the blue-spotted bull spider. However, any enemy slain by the greatsword would have their life essence drained away, transforming into a desiccated mummy, and the venom contained within the spider's glands would likely turn into a toxic powder. He was uncertain if rehydrating the powder would retain its potency. Additionally, since the spider injected its venom directly, he wondered whether heating the venom for ingestion would render it ineffective. After contemplating these factors, Zhao Huan returned to the site where he had previously slain monsters and collected several spears along with a desiccated corpse. Upon locating the blue-spotted bull spider's hiding place, he threw the withered body into the center of its transparent web. The web trembled violently as the spider, mistaking it for prey, swiftly emerged from its lair. Upon reaching the web and noticing the half-dried corpse, it felt akin to a delivery of takeout. The blue-spotted bull spider emitted an enraged hiss, its multiple eyes glowing crimson as it fixated on Zhao Huan, who stood boldly in the middle of the passage. It leaped from the web, its long legs propelling it forward like an enraged bull. Zhao Huan stood motionless, holding a wooden spear with a subpar metal tip. Just as the blue-spotted bull spider lunged, he narrowed his gaze and forcefully hurled the spear. Without pausing to assess the outcome, he dove forward, rolling beneath the spider's form. Rising swiftly, he retrieved the obsidian greatsword he had previously embedded in the ground, turning to prepare for an impending attack. To his astonishment, the spear he had thrown pierced the blue-spotted bull spider's body, emerging from its back. Chapter 25. Soul-devouring greatsword, gauntlet. Insectoid monsters possess formidable vitality. A punctured chest does not constitute a grave injury. Yet, with the spear lodged in its chest, any movement would exacerbate the wound. In truth, the spear had not penetrated deeply at first. The spider's weight upon landing had driven it in further. As the blue-spotted bull spider attempted to charge again, the spear's tip scraped against the ground, tearing a gaping wound in its chest, causing its ichor to ooze profusely. The spider immediately ceased its movement, emitting a high-pitched wail of distress. Observing this, Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow, his expression easing considerably. He took a few steps back, transferring the obsidian greatsword to his left hand, while his right retrieved another spear from the ground, which he promptly hurled at the spider. The blue-spotted bull spider attempted to evade, but the renewed strain on its wound distorted its movements, preventing it from dodging in time. Minutes later, the spider lay limply on the ground, its limbs splayed, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Zhao Huan, employing a rusted knife obtained from a goblin thief, skillfully severed the spider's head and extracted venom glands from its maw. As the noxious odor wafted from the glands, Zhao Huan mused that if the minotaur were not significantly more foolish than a goblin, it likely would not consume such a thing. Nevertheless, he decided to keep them for the time being, as they could be applied to his weapons if necessary. He divided one of the venom glands with the goblin thief, instructing it to dip the rusted knife into the venom before confronting the minotaur. Although the knife was unlikely to pierce the minotaur's hide, one could never be too cautious. After extracting the venom glands, Zhao Huan did not waste the blue-spotted bull spider's carcass. He thrust the obsidian greatsword into the spider's abdomen, observing as it became enveloped in chilling black mist, rapidly desiccating. 2 hours later, at the edge of the underground palace, in the burrower's lair, Zhao Huan plunged the obsidian greatsword into the body of the last burrower pup. As the creature's life force was fully siphoned, its body shrank and withered rapidly. The skull affixed to the greatsword emitted a long, contented sigh, and the chilling wails of the surrounding ghostly aura abruptly subsided, coalescing into the dark runes etched upon the sword's surface. Similar black markings appeared on the back of Zhao Huan's hand, resonating with the runes on the blade. Why do I bear this mark? Is this the true price of wielding this sword, an inescapable curse? Just as Zhao Huan succumbed to a wave of anxiety and wild conjecture, the obsidian greatsword suddenly dissolved into a swirling mass of black mist, enveloping his right hand, coalescing into a gauntlet resembling a grotesque black skeletal hand with 5 clawed fingers emerging from its maw. Simultaneously, a torrent of indistinct information surged into Zhao Huan's mind. Betrayer. The soul-devouring greatsword of the Black Knight. Freedom, the unyielding slaughter, its minions mere hypocritical entities, the source of suffering. These phrases, akin to a language from another world, were translated into concepts Zhao Huan could comprehend through mental resonance. However, due to the original message's incompleteness and the loss during translation, he found himself bewildered, grasping only fragments of meaning. It seemed the original wielder of the soul-devouring greatsword had been extraordinary, awakening one day to rebel for freedom and dignity, fleeing from their former master, or perhaps succumbing to darkness. That appeared to be the gist of it. Zhao Huan wasn't particularly intrigued by the sword's origins. Realizing that the black mark on his hand was merely a contractual symbol binding his soul to the soul-devouring greatsword, rather than an ominous curse that consumed lives, he sighed in relief. According to the information provided by the sword, this mark was intertwined with his soul, not something that could be dispelled by dying once in the trial dream. Had it been a death curse, Zhao Huan would have been doomed. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future regarding such mysterious artifacts, quickly realizing that the soul-devouring greatsword could accompany him into the trial's dreamscape. Zhao Huan surmised that this was likely due to the soul contract mark upon his hand. The ability of the soul-devouring greatsword to transform into a glove form stemmed from the monsters within the slaughtering dungeon, which had absorbed sufficient vitality to awaken its full potential. However, it was logical to ponder whether, upon exiting the trial's dreamscape, the soul-devouring greatsword would revert to its dormant state. As he toyed with the black skeletal gloves adorning his hands, Zhao Huan contemplated this dilemma. Ultimately, he decided that overthinking was futile. He would soon discover the truth by venturing forth to confront the Minotaur and complete the trial. At that moment, Zhao Huan felt a surge of boldness. In the next instant, he found himself and the goblin thief, Dog, stealthily hidden in a corner, covertly observing the slumbering Minotaur beside the campfire, its snoring reverberating through the ruins of the church. What an opportune moment. Poison your dagger now and stealthily approach, targeting the Minotaur's most vulnerable point, he thought. But where lies its weakness? The throat seemed reinforced, perhaps the eyes or the nostrils. The nostrils appeared to be the most susceptible. Ideally, the goblin thief should carry the soul-devouring greatsword, sneaking up to deliver a decisive blow to the Minotaur. However, since the soul-devouring greatsword had forged a bond with Zhao Huan, it forbade others from wielding it, draining the life force of anyone who dared to touch it. With the goblin thief's diminutive stature, attempting to wield the soul-devouring greatsword would surely result in his own demise before reaching the church's entrance. The goblin thief nodded, plunging the rusty dagger into the blue-striped bull spider's poison gland, swirling it around twice. As the surface of the dagger turned a pale blue, the goblin thief vanished, stealthily advancing towards the Minotaur. Initially, he intended to stab the beast in the eyes or some other vulnerable spot. Yet, as he edged closer to the Minotaur's head, the formerly thunderous snoring abruptly ceased, and the Minotaur sat up, awakening. Alarmed, the goblin thief quickly retreated a few steps, concealing himself in the shadows. The Minotaur, gripping its massive axe, sniffed the air, scanning for any anomalies. After a moment of confusion, it mumbled a few words before reclining once more, quickly resuming its snores. The goblin thief pondered for a moment before stealthily circling around to the Minotaur's rear, gripping the rusty dagger tightly as he aimed for a particularly vulnerable spot. Chapter 26. The carnivorous chest. Zhao Huan transformed the soul-devouring greatsword back into its sword form, applying the blue-striped bull spider's venom along the blade while keeping an eye on the Minotaur. He watched as the goblin thief unexpectedly appeared behind the Minotaur, thrusting the azure-tinged rusty dagger fiercely. Zhao Huan instinctively clamped his legs together, inhaling sharply. In the ruins of the church, the massive Minotaur let out a bellowing roar, springing from the ground like a startled fish. With bloodshot, copper-colored eyes, it turned to see the goblin thief, who was attempting to stealthily retreat while gradually fading from view. Enraged, the Minotaur charged forward, disregarding its dropped weapons. The goblin thief yelped in alarm, breaking his invisibility and sprinting for his life. Given the Minotaur's speed, a single charge could easily crush the goblin thief beneath its feet. Yet, certain pains, even for a creature as formidable as the Minotaur, were intolerable. The effects of the blue-striped bull spider's toxin had taken hold, rendering its movements awkward and unsteady, as it limped like an elderly man. As the Minotaur pursued the goblin thief out of the church ruins, Zhao Huan launched a surprise attack from behind, slashing the Minotaur's thigh with his sword. He had intended to exploit the soul-devouring greatsword's sharpness to inflict a deep wound. However, the Minotaur's hide was as tough as iron, and its internal muscles were rock solid. Zhao Huan's strength waned, leaving only a shallow gash on the beast's leg. As the flesh curled, no blood flowed. Instead, The vibrant dark red muscle rapidly shriveled under the encroaching tendrils of black mist. The Minotaur felt a sharp pain in its thigh, and soon the surrounding flesh lost all sensation, a numbing sensation swiftly spreading through its body. After being ambushed by two insignificant pests, the Minotaur was truly enraged. It let out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the dungeon, its eyes glowing crimson, enveloped in a crimson aura. Curse those pests. I shall cleave them with my axe. Where's my axe? Zhao Huan intended to capitalize on the creature's momentary confusion to launch another surprise attack. However, the Minotaur forcefully kicked off the ground with its intact left leg, causing the earth to tremble violently. A strange force surged from beneath, causing Zhao Huan to lose his balance. The previously stable ground felt like a turbulent sea, leaving him dizzy and unsettled. Clang! Zhao Huan raised the soul-devouring greatsword to block the Minotaur's fist, producing a resounding clash of metal. The sword then struck the Minotaur's chest, sending Zhao Huan flying across the ground, tumbling several times before he managed to rise, spitting blood. Damn, this creature is far more ferocious than the goblin warriors. Though he frequently faced death, Zhao Huan possessed an astonishingly high threshold for pain. Yet, the effects of his injuries could not be dismissed solely by sheer willpower. While a warrior might leverage certain skills to endure, Zhao Huan, as a novice summoner, was at a disadvantage. He could clearly sense his body's weakening state, which would significantly impact the ensuing battle. Fortunately, the soul-devouring greatsword was siphoning the faint vitality it had stolen from the Minotaur to heal Zhao Huan's injured insides, while simultaneously drawing upon his stamina through his arm. Despite the Minotaur's eagerness to trample Zhao Huan, its right leg had withered, and the effects of the blue-striped bull spider's paralyzing toxin rendered it exceedingly stiff, causing it to limp like an aged man. Witnessing this, Zhao Huan silently marveled at the remarkable resistance of intermediate monsters to toxins. Having been struck by the blue-striped bull spider's venom, the Minotaur only experienced numbness in its legs. Feeling a resurgence of vitality, Zhao Huan firmly gripped the greatsword and boldly approached the Minotaur. Seeing this diminutive ant daring to assault him, the Minotaur's fury intensified. It opened its arms, prepared to seize and rend the audacious creature asunder. However, Zhao Huan swiftly sidestepped, maneuvering around to the Minotaur's rear. As the Minotaur clumsily turned, struggling to control its rigid right leg, Zhao Huan bore a triumphant expression. Just as I suspected, the true battle begins now. With a steely gaze, he charged once more at the Minotaur, taking advantage of its impaired mobility and height disparity. With a roll, he evaded the Minotaur's massive hand and positioned himself at its flank, aiming a strike at its right leg. The Minotaur raised its leg to stomp, but Zhao Huan leapt deftly, evading the Minotaur's attack like a frog. Huh, you think you can employ the same tactic twice? As the soul-devouring greatsword absorbed life energy to mend Zhao Huan's wounds, yet another patch of dead flesh appeared upon the Minotaur's right leg, further complicating its movements. The Minotaur sensed that the situation was dire and swiftly turned to return to the ruins of the church to reclaim its weapon. Upon glancing back, it caught sight of the goblin thief stealthily emerging from the debris, dragging its long-handled axe. In response, the Minotaur widened its eyes and let out a furious roar. The goblin, startled, shrank back and hastened its retreat, axe in tow. Half an hour later, the defenseless, crippled bull was mercilessly slain by Zhao Huan, who wielded a sinister, enigmatic black sword. In its final moments, the Minotaur's body had become emaciated and blackened, devoid of any semblance of healthy skin. It was less accurate to say it had been cut down than to assert that it had been drained of life by the soul-eating sword. Zhao Huan felt an overwhelming surge of vitality, akin to having overindulged in a feast, leaving him feeling bloated and unable to relieve himself of the discomfort. Strangely, despite the Minotaur's demise, the trial had not concluded. Zhao Huan glanced up at the ceiling of the underground chamber and then back down at the lifeless form of the Minotaur. It appeared so thoroughly drained that it could not possibly still be feigning death, could it? Pondering this, he prepared to sever the Minotaur's head. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the ruins of the church behind him. Upon investigating, Zhao Huan discovered the goblin thief racing towards him in a panic. Missing half of its right arm, blood streaming from the wound. Pursuing closely behind was an ornate treasure chest, its embedded jewels transformed into glaring eyes, its mouth agape, revealing sharp metallic teeth, and propelled by 8 long, golden legs reminiscent of crab appendages, it pursued the goblin thief with alarming speed. Good heavens, has that chest come to life? Zhao Huan exclaimed, startled by the bizarre sight. Chapter 27. The Greedy Treasure Chest Monster. The chest monster appeared fearsome, yet its strength was underwhelming, relying solely on a single biting attack. Although the chest itself was remarkably sturdy, even the soul-eating sword could only leave shallow scratches upon it. However, its 8 golden legs were merely an illusion. While they appeared gilded, they were merely coated in a layer of gold paint. After deftly dodging the chest monster's lunge, Zhao Huan executed a roll and a sweeping strike, severing 2 of its legs in an instant. With the loss of its limbs, the chest monster's movements became sluggish, rendering its only attack ineffective. As Zhao Huan continued to slice through its remaining 4 legs, the creature curiously retracted them beneath its body, concealing its sharp metallic teeth and closing its eyes and mouth, transforming once more into a magnificent treasure chest that radiated an enticing golden glow. This golden shimmer seemed to evoke desire and curiosity within the hearts of those who beheld it. An inexplicable thought crossed Zhao Huan's mind. Surely this grand golden chest harbored untold riches and an array of monster cards, and all he had to do was open it to claim everything he desired. However, having refrained from acting initially, it was absurd for it to suddenly attempt to deceive him now. Just as he concluded this thought, the goblin thief, clutching its severed arm, rushed forward with gleaming eyes. Fortunately, Zhao Huan reacted swiftly, seizing the goblin's belt to yank it back, narrowly avoiding the chest monster's ambush. By the heavens! You've lost an arm and still haven't learned your lesson. You almost lost your head, Zhao Huan muttered, pulling the goblin thief back into card form. Reflecting on the greedy nature of the goblin trio, he realized this chest monster was their arch-nemesis. Shaking his head, Zhao Huan maneuvered behind the chest monster, intent on using the soul-eating sword to vanquish it. After a couple of strikes, he unexpectedly struck one of its jeweled eyes. The jewel shattered, causing the chest monster to tremble slightly. Could these jewels be its weak points? With renewed determination, Zhao Huan guarded against the chest monster's surprise attacks while stabbing at the jewels with the tip of his sword. As each jewel shattered, the golden glow emanating from the chest monster dimmed rapidly, and its once sparkling exterior became dulled, shrouded in a layer of grime. Finally, as the last jewel was destroyed, the chest monster, nearing the end of its life, remained motionless in a state of patient anticipation, akin to a stealthy ninja, awaiting an opportunity to turn the tide. Trial concluded. Trial successful. Acquired evolution points, 183. Current evolution points, 240. Reward, green monster card, greedy treasure chest monster. Trial dreamscape regenerating. Estimated time, 62 hours. Indeed, the chest monster was the true objective of this trial. Lying on his bed, Zhao Huan began to reflect on the trial process. If it hadn't been for the soul-eating sword's unforeseen involvement, I should have dispatched the goblins to lure the minotaur away. Perhaps by having the goblin steal its weapon or, as the goblin thief did, strike at its vital points. Then I could have slipped in, identified the chest monster's weaknesses, and dispatched it with weapons seized from other monsters. Had I utilized a spear to strike the jewels from a distance, it's likely the chest monster would have never transformed. Zhao Huan appeared enlightened. So that is how it is, he exclaimed. Cursed this trial for not clearly stating the objectives and placing a minotaur to guard the chest, creating confusion. In a game, who would suspect such a large chest to be a monster? Had it not been for the soul-eating sword's intrusion, I would have been forced to engage in a futile struggle with that minotaur, not knowing how many times I would need to be slain to uncover the truth. Scratching his head, he felt the need to enhance his knowledge of monsters. Previously, he had only focused on low-level creatures. But now he recognized the importance of understanding a broader range of monsters, especially the peculiar varieties that might appear in the trial dreamscape. With a flick of his pinky, the cards for Goblin Trio and Greedy Treasure Chest Monster materialized in his hand. The goblin thief had gathered some odds and ends during the trial and stashed them in its small pouch. Now, he noted that they had indeed not appeared in the realm of greed. Although he had anticipated this, he still felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he been able to retain the items from the trial dreamscape, it would have been advantageous. Enough of these unrealistic daydreams now that dawn has arrived, he mused. The Goblin Trio card displayed a new status. Damage repair time remaining, 3 minutes. Damage repair. When a card monster sustains injury, upon being recalled, it requires time to recover. During the repair period, the card monster may still be summoned, but the repair will pause, allowing the monster to fight while injured. It was likely that the goblin thief's severed arm was in the process of being repaired. Zhao Huan estimated that the actual repair duration would be around 7 to 8 hours. He wondered whether all repairs took a similar amount of time, or if greater injuries necessitated longer recovery. Previously, goblin cards had been directly damaged upon the goblin's deaths, requiring complete restoration. He had been unaware that card monsters could also undergo injury repairs. Redirecting his focus to the Greedy Treasure Chest Monster, he contemplated its potential. Green Monster Card, Greedy Treasure Chest Monster. Influenced by unique rules, peculiar monsters known as treasure chests are born in labyrinths, ruins, and even desolate caves. When digesting their prey, they leave behind valuable items. Thus, powerful treasure chests often conceal considerable wealth within their bodies. Perfect camouflage. The greedy treasure chest can disguise itself as various types of chests, such as golden chests, silver chests, or worn wooden boxes, quietly awaiting its prey. Light of greed. When disguised as a treasure chest, the greedy treasure chest emits a spectrum of colorful lights, igniting the desires within its prey, diminishing their rationality. The lower the rationality of the prey, the stronger their desires, thereby enhancing the effect of the light of greed. A monster and a chest. The items stored within the body of the treasure chest remain as cards even when recalled, but will drop upon the treasure chest's demise. The internal space of the treasure chest corresponds to the card's level and quality, remaining unchanged despite any alterations in the treasure chest's appearance. Upon witnessing the characteristics of the greedy treasure chest, Zhao Huan's first reaction was a novice trapper. Then he pondered that utilizing the greedy treasure chest as a personal storage space might indeed be a splendid choice. Chapter 28. Golden chest, silver chest, or wooden chest. A green luminescence intertwined and coalesced into a golden chest, measuring less than half a meter in length, width, and height, about the same size as the storage box Zhao Huan used for his clothes and bedding, compared to the opulent treasure chest masquerading as a wealth hoarder. The greedy treasure chest was significantly smaller and far more simplistic in design. It was devoid of elaborate patterns or gem embellishments, save for a large ruby embedded in the center of the lid. Hey, wake up! Zhao Huan gently tapped the treasure chest. 8 long legs emerged from beneath the chest, accompanied by a pair of formidable crab claws. The ruby blinked open, revealing a moist, red eyeball that stared blankly at its summoner. Zhao Huan reached out to stroke the treasure chest's large claws, saying, "Oh, why do you have a pair of pincers? Aren't you supposed to be the same breed as the wealth hoarder?" The treasure chest's expression remained vacant, utterly bewildered by Zhao Huan's words. Zhao Huan found the creature's foolishness somewhat endearing and extended his hand to pat its head. The treasure chest swayed gently in response to the summoner's touch, its ruby eyes squinting slightly, appearing quite content. Why do you remind me of the big yellow dog that the old man downstairs keeps? Do you really have any lethal capabilities?" The monster card desired to level up, yet it needed to perform specific actions to earn experience points. The treasure chest likely needed to disguise itself as a chest, luring enemies into attack, and slay them to achieve growth. However, this particular treasure crab seemed to lack any semblance of lethality. Sensing its summoner's doubts about its combat prowess, the treasure chest immediately raised its pincers. Snap! Snap! The lid of the chest slightly lifted, revealing a row of glimmering, sharp metallic teeth, which it clamped together forcefully. Clang! Clang! Although the treasure chest endeavored to demonstrate its aggressiveness, Zhao Huan regarded its somewhat awkward size and found it utterly unconvincing. All right, I know you're the best. Now go play over there," he said, coaxing it as one would a child. The treasure chest, however, appeared immensely encouraged, gleefully scuttling around the room before finding a corner to squat down, disguising itself as a golden chest. Feeling something was amiss, it opened its ruby eyes to survey the surrounding furniture, adjusting its exterior material from gold to silver. Still feeling unsatisfied, it shifted from silver to black iron, and then to wood, finally closing its eyes in contentment, quietly awaiting its prey. Observing the treasure chest's every action, Zhao Huan felt inexplicably pierced by 2 knives. "My home is too impoverished to allow you to unleash your full potential. I truly apologize," he sighed, crawling under the bed to drag out the metal frame supporting the soul-devouring great sword. Looking at the makeshift stand crafted from the remains of a metal stool and transparent tape, Zhao Huan sighed once more. What a magnificent magical sword, resting atop such a shabby contraption. Truly, one cannot be more destitute. Grasping the hilt of the soul-devouring great sword, he felt a surge of connection, a bond of flesh and blood. With a thought, black contract runes appeared on the back of his hand. The sword transformed into a swirl of black mist, enveloping Zhao Huan's palm. "Oh, so it is in an unsealed state? So you actually don't care how much life force you absorb, as long as you enjoy the kill?" Zhao Huan chuckled, feeling his stamina being continually siphoned by the soul-devouring gloves. He murmured, "Soul Devourer, enter dormant state." The red glow in the eye sockets of the gloves retracted, the claws shrank, and the bone spikes dissipated, transforming from an ominous magical artifact into an oddly shaped, ordinary glove. Upon entering dormant state, Zhao Huan's stamina ceased to dwindle. Yet the soul-devouring gloves also lost nearly all offensive capability. Reviving them to combat mode or transforming them back into the soul-devouring greatsword would require a span of 5 to 10 seconds. Teeth brushing, grooming, washing, bathing. He would have to wait until the 3rd night to enter the trial dreamscape again. It was the perfect moment to head to the pollution zone and summon the goblin trifecta, allowing them to engage in passive play. If the goblins perished outside, by the time the cards were restored, he could seamlessly enter the trial dreamscape. Simply perfect. However, the verdant forest had been severely damaged in the last battle. With an alarmingly low density of monsters, and recent spatial fissures had increased the likelihood of monster appearances. Sending the goblins into idle would likely yield little benefit and expose them to danger. This time, Zhao Huan intended to change locations, dispatching the goblins to the pollution zone outside the checkpoint west of Dongchuan City, either to the Seven-Star Marsh or the Yellow Grass Hills. The Seven-Star Marsh is a swamp, yet it harbors 7 relatively large lakes. It is teeming with aquatic creatures and various venomous snakes and insects. But compared to the toxic fog swamp to the east, it is merely devoid of the lingering toxic mist that permeates the air year-round. Thus, the danger posed by poisonous creatures is somewhat diminished. In contrast, the Yellow Grass Hills are exceedingly arid, causing the flora there to frequently wither and turn yellow. The two pollution zones are not far apart, but do not merge directly, separated by a reality corridor over 100 meters wide. The monsters of the Seven-Star Marsh show little interest in the Yellow Grass Hills, while those from the Yellow Grass Hills often venture into the Seven-Star Marsh to seize territory and access water sources. Occasionally, monsters from both sides clash in the intermediate corridor, scattering before the patrolling armed drones arrive. As Zhao Huan donned his leather armor, strapped the steel great sword to his back, and took bread and a water flask to venture out, he suddenly recalled the greedy treasure chest squatting in the corner. After a moment's hesitation, he thought, "Never mind, I don't plan to delve deep. Bringing it along would be of no use. So I shall leave it at home to guard the place." Upon reaching the ground floor, he remembered that he had opened the window for ventilation and forgotten to close it before leaving. Glancing up at the sky, he noted the bright sunshine, indicating no impending rain, and felt too lazy to return and shut the window. Today, the community felt particularly deserted. It took him a moment to realize that the elderly folks who usually practiced their swordplay and physical exercises outside were suddenly absent. As he approached the community entrance, he spotted a group of them huddled together, their expressions animated as they discussed something fervently. Zhao Huan passed by the guard's office and casually inquired of the duty guard, "Old Man Huang, what major event has transpired?" Old Man Huang cast a glance at Zhao Huan's steel sword strapped to his back, his expression remaining composed as he spoke. "A trivial matter, really. It's just that a spatial rift was discovered a bit late, allowing a few monsters to slip out and claim the lives of 7 or 8 individuals in the nearby neighborhoods." "Is that truly a trivial matter?" Zhao Huan replied, raising an eyebrow. "A handful of fatalities? In these times, what does that even signify? Besides, most of the creatures have been eradicated. Only 2 of those vicious toothy birds remain elusive." "Oh, so it is the toothy birds," Zhao Huan remarked, nodding towards the double-barreled shotgun hanging on Old Man Huang's wall. "Those creatures are certainly fierce, yet their combat capabilities are not particularly formidable. As long as they don't attack in a swarm, they can be easily dealt with." Chapter 29. The box consumes the bird. In the community's greenbelt, a remarkably plump black sparrow hopped through the grass, foraging for food. Not far behind, a half-grown tabby cat, concealed by the foliage, crawled closer with stealth. The black sparrow sensed the presence of the tabby and, in a flurry of panic, flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. Perhaps due to its corpulence, the escape was clumsy, and the tabby pounced, sending the bird tumbling into the dense underbrush, where it vanished from sight. Suddenly, a short, terrified scream erupted from the depths of the greenery, swiftly silenced by an unseen force, drawing no attention from passers-by. Moments later, a black bird's head emerged, its beak slightly ajar, revealing a mouthful of sharp, fine teeth. Its slender tongue licked the remnants of blood and flesh from the edges of its beak. With its crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity, it cautiously surveyed its surroundings, noticing a reconnaissance drone hovering in the sky, prompting it to retract its head back into the foliage. After a while, Old Man Huang, armed with the double-barreled shotgun and accompanied by a large black dog, patrolled the community while walking his pet. The dog caught a whiff of the bloody scent emanating from the thicket and immediately sensed something amiss, barking a warning to Old Man Huang. Huang's gaze sharpened as he disengaged the shotgun's safety and aimed towards the direction of the underbrush, advancing cautiously. At that moment, a blackbird, startled by the dog's barking, suddenly burst forth from the greenery, darting away with blinding speed. By the time Huang raised his weapon to aim, the bird had already vanished around a building. "It seems that was not a toothy bird," Old Man Huang muttered to himself, furrowing his brow as he gazed skyward. Half a minute later, the black dog, following the scent of blood, discovered the mangled corpse of the tabby cat. Huang's eyes widened in surprise as he looked towards the direction the blackbird had fled. Could it be a more intelligent, camouflaged mutant? I must report this to the Special Affairs Bureau and alert the residents to take precautions. The toothy bird concealed its barbed claws within its dark plumage, lurking in the shadows of a building's corner, its red pupils cloaked in darkness, suppressing its murderous desire while curiously surveying its surroundings. After finally finding a concealed spot and luring a prey, it had yet to satiate its hunger before being frightened away. Having tasted blood, its appetite became insatiable. Observing a 3- or 4-year-old child on a neighboring balcony watering a potted plant with a small watering can, the bird's bloodlust ignited upon seeing the cherubic, rosy face and the innocent, wide eyes. With a powerful leap, it swooped down like a black arrow, its beak slightly parted, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, with barbs extending from its wings, ensuring that the moment its talons grasped the child's body, it would shred the young one's throat, silencing any cries for help. Its eyes glimmered with a sanguine glow, envisioning the gruesome demise of its prey, when suddenly, something peculiar caught the corner of its eye. The toothy bird turned, adjusting its flight path to land on the windowsill of a third-floor bedroom. There, in the corner of the room, sat a wooden box emanating a faint red glow. The bird tilted its head quizzically, its eyes intensifying with a deeper crimson hue, as if stained with viscous blood that might drip at any moment. In a trance, it seemed to detect a rich, sweet scent of blood wafting from the box. It felt as though a creature far more delectable than any human child lay within, a high-tier monster's offspring, grievously wounded and trembling inside. Consuming it would not only allow the bird to savor the most exquisite flavor in existence, but also grant it formidable power, securing dominance over all female birds in its species for mating rights. Indeed, what you desire lies right here. Simply enter and consume it to fulfill all your cravings. The lid of the wooden box creaked open slightly, revealing a passage just large enough for the toothy bird to slip inside. The bird, oblivious to why the box had opened on its own, peered through the gap and beheld what it had envisioned, a powerful beast's offspring, gravely injured, shivering in the box. With a cacophony of excitement, the toothy bird screeched and propelled itself toward the wooden box. Snap! Just as the bird's front feet crossed the threshold, the lid of the box slammed shut behind it. The box began to tremble slightly, muffled sounds of struggle and roars emanating from within, though indistinct and unclear. After a brief moment, silence enveloped the box once more, patiently awaiting the arrival of its next unsuspecting victim. TSK. Such an obvious trap. Only a fool would fall for it, right? Outside the exploration town beyond the western checkpoint of Donchuan City, several individuals crouched before a stall, surrounding two naive souls with clear eyes, vociferously shouting, "Treasure! This is clearly a fine item. What a pity, too late to arrive. Hey, little brother, are you going to buy it or not? If not, let me take it." Hearing such antiquated sales pitches, Zhao Huan couldn't help but shake his head. The performance was far too lackluster. In these times, there were hardly enough fools, and yet they couldn't even muster a more dedicated act of deception. Indeed, the two naive individuals rolled their eyes, tossing the item into the hands of the loudest among the group before turning to leave. Huh, who do you think you're fooling? The raucous crowd fell silent, exchanging glances with the stall owner, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Zhao Huan smirked, preparing to depart, when a thought suddenly struck him. Why must I search for occupational stones in the polluted zone? Why not play the fool at these stalls, purchase a few stones as decorative pieces, and perhaps stumble upon a genuine one? Yet, he hesitated. Such an act seemed incongruous with his usual persona. Buying fake occupational stones directly would appear too peculiar. Instead, he could feign a whimsical impulse, guided by a mysterious urge that led him to an intriguing piece of junk brought back from the polluted zone, eventually revealing a rare occupational stone. The items should possess a semblance of quality, the prices mustn't be outrageous, and he needed to spend time carefully sifting through these stalls. Shaking his head, he set this thought aside. It had only been a few days since his dismissal from the Special Affairs Bureau, and there was no need for haste. For now, it was more crucial to send the goblin to the 7 Stars Marsh for some idle time. Once he acquired some items to sell for money, only then would he have the standing to act the part of the fool. The Huanchao Hills boasted a harsh environment with fewer resources than the 7 Stars Marsh, rife with venomous insects and snakes. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Huan deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to send the goblin to the 7 Stars Marsh for some idle time. However, although he stood at the edge of the 7-star water marsh using a summoning placement, the goblin ultimately scurried off to another location. Chapter 30. The Mushroom for the Ring. Research Area West 4. The activity range of wild goblins is confined by the terrain and walls, restricting them to the areas delineated by humans. To maintain the population of wild goblins and mitigate the likelihood of spatial rifts appearing, the personnel in the research area periodically dispense food to the goblin communities. However, when goblins congregate, Their audacity increases, and their temperaments become more brutal and combative. Occasionally, a cunning leader or a mutated variant emerges within the group, leading a band of dim-witted goblins to engage in chaotic antics. To alleviate such troubles, the scientists in Research Area West 4 have devised specific additives to be mixed into the goblins' food. After consuming these provisions, the wild goblins become lethargic and drained of energy. Akin to gelded boars, spending their days in a cycle of eating and sleeping, with little interest left in reproduction, naturally curbing their troublesome behaviors. Goblins are humanoid monsters, and in certain aspects, they resemble humans more closely than monkeys do. Researchers in West 4 frequently bring individuals to select goblins exhibiting specific traits for experimentation. Gao Qiqiang, a scholar specializing in magical plant cultivation and research, is also the youngest daughter of the Gao family in Dongchuan City. She awakened her water attribute mage profession through a professional stone and is currently a novice water mage. She has several older brothers, the youngest of whom is Gao Qiguang, the black sheep of the Gao family who aspired to become a fire mage but ended up as a blacksmith instead. Gao Qiqiang recently acquired several high-risk carnivorous magical plants through a bounty and intends to venture to the goblin feeding area to capture a few robust green-skin specimens for her experiments. Standing on a high platform, her gaze swept across the goblins sprawled haphazardly on the ground, satiated and lifeless. Gao Qiqiang turned to her assistant and inquired, "Any news on the dual pore gas mushroom?" The assistant shook his head, "None yet." Thus, in the entire research area, only Professor Jiang possesses a fungal tissue the size of a thumbnail. Gao Qiqiang sighed. "Miss, while Professor Jiang's research is important, what good is it if the raw materials run out? It would be better to let her materials go to you, especially if you could successfully cultivate new plants." Gao Qiqiang shook her head. "Never mind. Due to my status, my relations with others are already strained. I would rather not exacerbate them. Moreover, with so little material, it's hardly feasible to cultivate new dual-pore gas mushroom specimens. Even my teacher has no leads." Pointing at a few sturdily built goblins, she commanded, "Capture that one, and that one. Wait, what about that scraggly goblin over there? It seems unusually energetic, as if it hasn't consumed any of the additives." Following Gao Qiqiang's gaze, the assistant spotted a frail goblin wandering about with a cloth bag, stopping at each corpse to mutter something. Could it be a wise mutated goblin, aware of the issues with the food we provided, deliberately avoiding it? Before the assistant could finish, he observed the scraggly goblin pick up a piece of artificially synthesized meat with additives and take a bite, an expression of surprise immediately illuminating its face. The assistant hesitated. Gao Qiqiang frowned. Could it be that a spatial rift has opened, allowing new goblins to enter? The assistant suddenly realized, yes, that must be it. That's why this goblin is so emaciated. As if sensing the attention of Gao Qiqiang and her assistant, the goblin merchant raised its head towards the high platform. And upon spotting Gao Qiqiang, its eyes gleamed with excitement. "Miss, why do I feel as if that goblin's eyes are sparkling with gold?" Gao Qiqiang nodded slightly. "This goblin does indeed seem peculiar. Send a few people in to capture it." At that moment, the goblin merchant rummaged through its burlap bag and produced a palm-sized mushroom resembling a pig's snout. Waving it in front of Gao Qiqiang as if to shove it into its mouth. "Stop!" Gao Qiqiang exclaimed, her eyes widening as she extended her hand towards the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant wore a sly grin, clutching the dual-pore gas mushroom in one hand while raising the other, rubbing its thumb and index finger together. The assistant whispered, "This green-skinned one seems quite arrogant. I'll have someone take care of it." "Wait." Gao Qiqiang halted her assistant, her brow furrowing. "What does that gesture mean?" If it were anyone else, that gesture would likely indicate a request for money, but goblins. Money? Gao Qiqiang relaxed her brow, stepping closer to the edge of the platform. Her gaze elevated and commanding as she looked down at the goblin. "How much do you want? State your price." Yet, the goblin's request for money seemed futile. The assistant muttered under his breath, completing his unfinished thought. The goblin merchant's eyes darted towards the faintly glowing blue gemstone ring on Gao Qiqiang's finger. "Oh, you want this?" Gao Qiqiang removed the ring. The goblin merchant nodded vigorously, its smile growing even more radiant. "Miss, that healing ring is far too valuable. It would be best to retrieve it." However, Gao Qiqiang disregarded her assistant, feeling an overwhelming urgency to obtain the dual-pore gas mushroom from the goblin. With a gentle toss, she flung the ring into the air. The goblin merchant dashed forward with remarkable speed, catching the gemstone ring and stuffing it into its tattered bag. "I've given you the ring. Now hand over the mushroom in your grasp. Do not attempt any tricks, or else." Her voice, calm yet laced with an undercurrent of chill, reverberated. The goblin merchant looked up at Gao Qiqiang, faintly perceiving the dazzling golden radiance behind her. The smile on the goblin merchant's face transformed into one of genuine sincerity, recognizing the necessity of integrity when conducting business with a significant patron, especially given the profits already amassed. With a forceful throw, it lofted the dual-pore gas mushroom high into the air, perfectly positioned for Gao Qiqiong to grasp. Securing the dual-pore gas mushroom, a smile graced Gao Qiqiong's face, and her rationality seemed to return. Go, send someone to capture this goblin. I am quite eager to uncover its true nature. The assistant complied, swiftly descending from the high platform, anxious to prevent the wily goblin from escaping. Sensing the change in atmosphere, the goblin merchant pointed at Gao Qiqiong, chattering away in a stream of goblin curses. Though the language barrier existed, the goblin's expression conveyed its offensive remarks vividly. Gao Qiqiong's expression darkened as she conjured a water sphere in her hand and hurled it at the goblin merchant. The water sphere lacked significant aggression, yet striking the face would still cause discomfort. Initially, Gao Qiqiong aimed to teach the goblin merchant a lesson for its insolence. However, when the water sphere collided with the goblin merchant's head, it stumbled and fell, its skull striking the ground, resulting in a catastrophic burst of brain matter, and it perished, dissolving into a blue-purple radiance that vanished. Aside from a slightly swaying, colorful mushroom, nothing remained on the ground. Gao Qiqiong's mouth fell agape, leaving her momentarily stunned. This is far too weak. Where's the body? My healing ring. Chapter 31. Only 2 feathers remain. While chaos erupted in Research Area West 4, Zhao Huan was still leisurely exploring the stalls in the explorer town at the West 2nd checkpoint, curious to discover any peculiar items suitable for revealing professional stones. A sudden, subtle sense of unease washed over him, akin to the sensation of hair brushing against the skin, accompanied by a slight itch. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a goblin card, marred with cracks that only he could perceive, materialized in his palm. Had he returned so swiftly? Could it be that he had met his demise almost immediately upon stepping out? His eyes fixated on the goblin trio, and through the card, he glimpsed into the realm of greed, where 2 unfamiliar fruits and a conspicuously striking blue gemstone ring had appeared. The ring was impeccably clean, devoid of any dirt or grime, suggesting it was neither pilfered from a monster nor scavenged from ancient ruins. Might it have been stolen from an explorer by a goblin thief? Zhao Huan, no longer inclined to linger, turned away from the explorer town. By evening, he disembarked from the bus at the Lizunyuan community stop. The absurdity of the neighborhood's name made him reluctant to mention where he resided. He procured a takeout of beef and potato rice for dinner, strolling back into the community. To his surprise, the area was swarming with police officers, accompanied by K9 units and drones, all seemingly searching for something. The residents had gathered with their families in the open space below, the atmosphere thick with tension. Old Huang, what's going on? Did a dimensional rift open in the community? Zhao Huan inquired as he poked his head into the guard's room, where Old Huang was leisurely watching television. Old Huang rolled his eyes. Can't you wish for something better? A toothy bird killed a cat in the community, which I discovered during my patrol, so I reported it. However, despite searching all afternoon, there has been no sign of the bird. It's likely fled to another location. Zhao Huan gave a thumbs up, such a profound sense of security. No wonder you're a veteran from the Dongchuan Guard. It's a pity you weren't issued a special firearms permit. Otherwise, with a sniper rifle in hand, that bird wouldn't stand a chance. Stop babbling. You left your windows open at home. That bird might be hiding inside, waiting for you to fall asleep so it can gnaw on your skull. At this, Zhao Huan recalled the treasure chest monster still in his home, and a sense of unease crept over him. Haven't they conducted a house-to-house search? Old Huang shot him a sidelong glance. What's in your house that you're worried about being discovered? Don't fret. They merely let the drone fly around. A thorough search hasn't been conducted. Well, I have nothing to hide. Zhao Huan chuckled, trying to sound nonchalant. Old Huang smirked. Last time, that package wrapped like a mummy wasn't yours, was it? Youngsters these days, too fiery. Go find yourself a girlfriend. If that doesn't work, at least indulge in a foot massage. Engaging in those dubious activities, you might attract something foul. Zhao Huan's expression soured. That thing is definitely not mine. I have no idea who that despicable rat is who used my address. Besides, I didn't even pick it up. Who knows? The person who collected it was all wrapped up, face concealed, taller than you. Perhaps they were wearing height-increasing insoles. That's presumption of guilt. You're splattering mud all over me. And you were a soldier? Forget it. I'm off to deal with that toothy bird. With that, Zhao Huan turned on his heel and left. Old Huang chuckled, fully aware that the mummy wasn't Zhao Huan's. While the young man was of similar height, he was noticeably slimmer. As for Zhao Huan's earlier display of nervousness, it was evident he harbored some illicit goods. And it was only natural to feel anxious when the police were searching. Upon entering his home, Zhao Huan gripped his steel sword, his demeanor alert, prepared for any potential ambush. Although Old Huang's banter was lighthearted, It served as a reminder for Zhao Huan to remain vigilant. Finding nothing amiss in the house, he set the takeout aside and entered the bedroom, where he found the treasure chest monster quietly crouched in the corner, prompting a sigh of relief. Upon noticing Zhao Huan's return, the treasure chest monster opened its eyes, ready to transform into its crab-like form. Shoo! Don't move. Zhao Huan urgently gestured for silence. He approached the window, peering outside. Seeing no one was watching, he closed the window and drew the curtains. He then squatted beside the treasure chest monster, pulling up an image of a drone on his phone and presenting it to the gem-like eyes of the creature. Did something like this fly in before? Did you exhibit any unusual behavior? Clack, clack. The treasure chest monster's lid opened and closed, producing a sound. When the drone entered, you were digesting your prey. So you disguised yourself as an ordinary box and even turned off the light of greed? Clack, clack. Prey? What prey? The treasure chest monster opened its mouth wide, revealing the inner space of the box. In the center of the box's bottom lay 2 feathers, resting silently. Zhao Huan picked up a feather for inspection. Could this be from the toothy bird? Such a low-level monster, aside from being suitable for roasting, doesn't he possess anything of value, save for a couple of feathers? So, the toothy bird that entered the community was devoured by you? Clack. Completely digested, leaving only these 2 feathers? Zhao Huan stroked his chin. It seems the light of greed is effective not only on avaricious beings. I had presumed it was solely for luring goblin thieves and novice explorers. This creature is proving to be more resourceful than anticipated. However, it appears the toothy bird was swallowed whole. Previously, I witnessed the wealth glutton severing the goblin thief's arm and assumed the treasure chest monster would kill its prey before consuming it. Speaking of which, the treasure chest monster must possess considerable biting strength. He recalled a metal stool he once used as a weapon rack for his soul-devouring sword, now rendered useless, and decided it would serve as an excellent test subject. Zhao Huan inserted a leg of the metal stool into the treasure chest monster's mouth. Let us give this a try? Crunch. The sharp metal teeth effortlessly severed the stool leg in 2. Observing the clean cut, Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow. Quite impressive. Those teeth are indeed sharp. I should find something thicker. Just as Zhao Huan surveyed his home, contemplating which piece of furniture to experiment on next, his phone rang unexpectedly. To his surprise, it was his sister calling. Hello, Lele. Are you coming home tomorrow? All right. Zhao Huan's gaze shifted to the treasure chest monster. Just in time to show you a surprise, sister-in-law. What sister-in-law? She retorted. There are 2 bags of dumplings in the fridge. Chapter 32. This is the truth. Zhao Huan had never disclosed to Zhao Lijiao that he had become a card monster summoner. It wasn't he out of a desire to keep secrets, after all. She was his only family. If he couldn't trust her, there was little left to cherish in this world. But Zhao Lijiao had been too busy to return home. Expressing concerns over potential interception of their conversation by the communication system, which might lead to information leakage. Zhao Huan had bottled up everything inside, which was becoming increasingly burdensome. Especially during the initial trials, when he faced death every night, he found himself too anxious to sleep and had often felt the urge to confide in Zhao Lijiao. But he had suppressed it. The following morning, around 10, Zhao Huan waited at the bus stop outside the community for Zhao Lijiao to disembark. Despite her earlier claims of being too busy with projects to return home until the end of the year, she arrived with a large suitcase. As though she were moving back entirely. Weren't you just saying how busy you were? What prompted your sudden return? Zhao Huan took the box from his sister's hands. Curiosity etched on his face as he inquired. Oh, what is this about a peculiar goblin that wandered into the research area yesterday? Now, the entire district is in a state of frenzy, searching for it. Our instructor has generously granted us 2 days off to recuperate. Zhao Lijiao casually replied, only to notice a peculiar change in Zhao Huan's expression. A goblin? What sort of goblin? Zhao Lijiao pondered for a moment before describing. It's said to be quite sleazy in appearance, with a somewhat cunning grin, and it carries a large, patched burlap sack. Zhao Huan's mouth twitched. There was no mistaking it. This description undoubtedly matched that of a goblin merchant. However, given that it had been summoned in the 7-star marsh, how had it made its way to the West 4 research area? Geographically speaking, the West 4 research area lies within a mere 30 kilometers of the entrance to the 7-star marsh. Thus, whether he entered the contaminated zone or crossed the boundary, mist would not influence the goblin's appearance. It was said that the goblin had deceived Gao Qiqiong into relinquishing her healing ring using a double-horned mushroom, and then vanished with an unfamiliar magic spell. Disappeared, you say? That is clearly a euphemism for perishing, Zhao Huan muttered. Wait, did you say Gao Qiqiong? The youngest daughter of the Gao family? Zhao Huan queried, a note of surprise in his voice. Zhao Lijiao nodded affirmatively. Yes, that is her. Zhao Huan felt a pang of discomfort. Last night, he had scoured the internet for information and quickly deciphered the usage and purpose of that magical ring. As long as it made contact with the body, be it worn on a finger or hung against the chest. The wearer could focus their attention on the ring to unleash the spells it contained. The healing ring, as its name suggests, is a piece of magical equipment capable of releasing healing spells. Upon testing it, Zhao Huan found that the magic released from the ring coalesced into a refreshing stream that cascaded over him, leaving him feeling invigorated as if he had sipped from a cool spring. Reluctant to inflict harm upon himself, he was unsure of the spell's actual healing efficacy, but it certainly felt superior to the symbiotic vine. However, the healing ring's magical energy was limited. It could release a maximum of 3 healing spells before being depleted, necessitating a gradual replenishment from the surrounding environment. According to the information he had discovered online, the recovery rate of magical equipment's energy, akin to that of an awakened individual, was contingent upon the magical concentration within the environment. Recovery rates in contaminated zones were significantly swifter than outside. Rumors circulated that Gao Qiqiong had secured her position in the research area through underhanded means, encroaching upon others' opportunities, and her haughty demeanor often alienated her peers. As Zhao Huan absorbed his sister's grievances, he remarked, somewhat astonished, given the Gao family's influence, would she truly need to encroach upon others' resources? Surely, they could simply create a position for her. Zhao Lejia shook her head. I'm not privy to that. Our instructor has a rather tenuous relationship with her mentor, and they seldom interact. By the way, you mentioned a surprise yesterday? Zhao Huan offered a wry smile. It was supposed to be a surprise, but now, it's uncertain. Why would Gao Qiqiong trade a magical ring for that goblin's mushroom? Zhao Huan pondered aloud. It's a double-horned mushroom, a newly discovered material. My recent experiments have been closely tied to it. However, that particular specimen was inadvertently procured from the contaminated zone by an explorer, and he nearly exhausted it without finding a new one. It said that Gao Qiqiong was so taken aback by the goblin producing the double-horned mushroom that she unwittingly fell victim to its mental spell, fixating on completing a trade rather than eliminating the goblin before it could destroy the mushroom. Is it some sort of intelligence-diminishing spell? Zhao Huan mused, recalling the goblin merchant's infamous reputation. Huh, what did you say? Zhao Lejia inquired. You're not referring to a mushroom resembling a pig's snout with 2 holes, are you? Yes. How did you know? Did you see our notice posted with the Special Affairs Bureau? Zhao Huan shook his head. Let us discuss this at home. Half an hour later, Zhao Lejia wielded a steel pipe, inserting it into the mouth of a treasure chest monster. Watching it gnash its teeth with resounding clinks and sparks flying, her eyes crinkling with delight. Ha ha ha, big brother, this treasure chest creature is too amusing. Zhao Huan, exasperated, replied. I've been talking to you for ages. Did you even hear me? I did. You stole a career stone from the rift in the illusion. And now you're being tormented by a horde of goblins every night. What theft? That was an accident. How was I to know that stone was so special that it activated upon mere contact? Zhao Huan retorted swiftly. All right, it was an accident. What shall we name this delightful chest? It gleams so brilliantly. How about Little Huang? Delightful? Hardly. That's only because I'm here. Otherwise, it would surely bite your hand off. Besides, it's not a dog. Why name it Little Huang? Can't you focus on our discussion instead of playing around? Such a trivial matter. Zhao Lejia released the steel pipe, allowing the treasure chest monster to continue its antics, while she rummaged through her suitcase to produce a black object resembling a pyramid, inscribed with numerous magical runes. This was discovered in the ruins of the contaminated zone. It emits a magical response, though its purpose remains unknown. My instructor gifted it to me to toy with. Since you're planning to feign that you accidentally acquired the career stone from an explorer, why not claim that I brought this mysterious black triangle home? And upon your touch, it unexpectedly activated, unlocking the summoner profession? Doesn't that sound reasonable? Zhao Huan nodded resolutely. So this is the truth. Chapter 33, The Fisherman of the Spatial Rift. Zhao Lejia found an animated series online, pointing to a scene showcasing the transformation of magical items. If anyone inquires how the triangle transformed into a career stone, just describe it as depicted in this scene. Zhao Huan took the phone from his sister. It does bear a striking resemblance. Zhao Lejia then retrieved several small vials of potions from her suitcase. This is a paralysis vine toxin extract, and this one is a spider venom mix. Both are potent poisons, effective swiftly against most low to mid-level monsters. These vials contain healing potions, while these are weak antidotes, all synthesized using alchemical methods. Though their actual effectiveness is only about 50 to 70% of genuine alchemical potions, and they require some time to take effect, they are significantly superior to the potions sold outside. And this one, an energy recovery agent based on the double-horned mushroom, functions like a mana potion in the game, replenishing both a practitioner's magical energy and fighting spirit. These are all lab products. Feel free to use them, but please, don't sell them. Zhao Huan frowned. Did you pilfer these potions from the research facility? Of course not. Zhao Huan shot him a glare. I'm not foolish. The instructor knows you're the cleanup crew, which is why they allowed me to bring these potions back. They're meant for testing on awakened individuals anyway. Just write an experience report after you use them. A report as well. Zhao Huan sure felt a headache coming on. Zhao Huan dismissed him. Such opportunities are rare. Most people would envy you. Seems your instructor treats you quite well? Zhao Huan sure inquired. Zhao Huan beamed with pride, of course. I am, after all, a top student. The atmosphere suddenly turned somber as Zhao Huan realized that her teacher had a daughter, approximately her age, who had also been adversely affected by the contaminated zone, leaving her frail and unable to endure. Most of the teacher's research was dedicated to treating pollution-induced ailments, with other pharmaceutical studies being secondary. Observing the changing mood, Zhao Huan was concerned that her sister might recall their parents and start crying again. In a flurry, she rubbed her fingers together, summoning the goblin trio, and extracted the largest two-hole mushroom, still encrusted with a large clump of mud, from the greedy space. Zhao Huan exclaimed, startled by the sudden emergence of a mushroom the size of a human head in Zhao Huan's hands. However, her eyes brightened upon noticing the substantial mud at the mushroom's base. I can analyze this soil back at the lab. It might reveal the key components for artificially cultivating two-hole mushrooms. If successful, we could mass-produce energy recovery agents. Are you not taking that pig's nose back with you? I've got a whole heap of it here. Zhao Huan shook her head. Let's not, though. I can find other reasons for the soil. Bringing back the two-hole mushroom is too risky. It's better to leave it here for now. When Gao Qijiong finishes with that one she has, you can send the goblin to sell it to her. We can't be too greedy. After all, she's the little daughter of the Gao family. Zhao Huan nodded in agreement. Indeed, they might tamper with the items we trade, perhaps embedding radioactive elements into the gold bars as markers. Even if melted down, those markers would remain. And once you attempt to use them, someone will inevitably come looking for you. It seemed that for the time being, she could not afford to expose her relationship with the goblin merchant. Zhao Huan mused while stroking her chin, relieved that the summonings could be discreet, as no one would connect them to her. However, over time, the truth might reveal itself. Moreover, if she couldn't summon goblins, how could she join the exploration team in the contaminated zone, claiming to be a summoner while only being able to toss treasure chests at monsters? Zhao Huan chuckled with pride. I'll provide support. With just my symbiotic vine summon, those exploration teams will be begging me to join. Having finally escaped the life of a cleaner, why would she wish to become an explorer again? It was too perilous. Zhao Huan expressed her discontent. Cards need leveling up. And so does my profession. This world is no longer what it used to be. We must be sufficiently powerful to ensure our safety. Others cannot be relied upon in crucial moments. I understand, but don't worry, I'll stay safe, Zhao Huan reassured her, patting her sister's head. Zhao Huan swatted his hand away. I'm not a child anymore. Why do you keep patting my head? Are you some sort of siscon? Nonsense. I am not that kind of weirdo. Then why are you still single at this age? TSK. Stop reading those bizarre novels. Aren't you supposed to be a top student? Why spend your days indulging in such nonsense? What's wrong with being a top student? Even top students have their hobbies and need to unwind. After resting for 2 days, Zhao Huan spent a day at home stuffing various random items into the treasure chest monster, unable to bear it any longer. Zhao Huan took her out shopping and to enjoy some good food. When alone, Zhao Huan could eat anything, but since his sister was back, he wanted to treat her to a restaurant meal. However, seeing Zhao Huan so enthusiastic made Zhao Huan hesitate to mention that the cafeteria meals in the research zone were far more exquisite and delicious than those at any restaurant. Nevertheless, she thought to herself, it didn't matter what they ate as long as they could share a meal together as a family. After dinner, the siblings strolled down the street, contemplating whether to catch a movie. Suddenly, the air in the middle of the road began to tremble violently. Zhao Huan's expression sharpened as he grabbed Zhao Huan and dashed backward. Immediately, alarm systems on either side of the street blared their piercing warnings. At the same time, a massive rift in space tore open about 2 to 3 meters off the ground, revealing a chasm over 10 meters high and 8 or 9 meters wide. Countless monsters surged forth like a tidal wave from the rift. Some unfortunate creatures, falling awkwardly, crashed onto the concrete, breaking limbs and splattering brains, while others were sent flying by vehicles that failed to react in time. Most of the monsters that landed successfully glared with blood-red eyes, their grotesque faces brandishing crude weapons as they charged toward the panicked crowd. However, not everyone fled in disarray. Many drew their weapons to protect the elderly and children nearby. Upon recognizing the creatures, they quickly regained their composure. Hey, are those fishmen? Everyone stay calm. These monsters are not much stronger than goblins. The fishmen resembled creatures with fish-like heads, but stood upright like large frogs. Their webbed hands and feet allowed them to move effortlessly in water, yet on land. Particularly on the dry, hard concrete, their speed was considerably hampered. With a calm mind, An adult could easily evade a fisherman's pursuit. If they could hold out for just a minute or two, armed drones and patrol teams would soon arrive to eliminate the monsters. Chapter 34. Fisherman Mage vs. Airplane. Zhao Huan had encountered these creatures in a low-level illusion rift before. Back then, amidst a swamp, a low-level fisherman spellcaster led 2 fisherman warriors and a dozen ordinary fishermen, casting a spell that enveloped the area in mist, obscuring visibility, before they charged forward. Fortunately, the fishermen wielded such poor weapons that the ordinary ones had fighting capabilities similar to goblins, while the spellcaster's magic leaned towards support. After dispatching 2 fisherman warriors, the remaining fishermen were easily dealt with. The current group of fishermen seemed clumsy, likely due to their unfamiliarity with the concrete terrain. Having ventured out without his sturdy steel sword, Zhao Huan had only brought along a metal pipe, with a gentle press at the handle. A sharp blade extended from the pipe's end, transforming it into a short gun. He thrust it forward, piercing a fisherman monster's forehead. As the fisherman fell, convulsing on the ground, Zhao Huan quickly retrieved the soul-devouring gloves from his backpack and put them on. Looking up, he noticed Zhao Lejia holding a crackling long-handled electric baton in her right hand and a grenade-like metal sphere in her left, her expression tense yet eager. Zhao Huan had initially felt no fear, but seeing his sister like this suddenly made him a bit anxious. What do you have in your hands? Defense weapons issued by the Research Institute. This is a high-voltage stun baton, and this is a smoke bomb that releases irritating gas when it explodes. Oh, a smoke bomb. Zhao Huan immediately relaxed. Not far away, a woman fleeing with 2 children suddenly had a fisherman crash down in front of her, landing heavily on the road. The fisherman was severely injured, its bones shattered, unable to rise and pose any threat. However, the woman was startled by the falling creature and, in her haste to pull her children to safety, stumbled and fell. Behind them, a taller fisherman warrior let out a gleeful shriek upon seeing this and charged forward with a stone spear. Brother, over there, Zhao Lejia urgently warned. Seeing the situation unfold, Zhao Huan was about to rush in to help. Suddenly, the woman drew forth a petite, pink handgun. Her visage fraught with terror as she vociferously exclaimed while her finger pressed firmly against the trigger. In an instant, she expended the entire magazine, unleashing 7 or 8 bullets that struck the fisherman warrior both above and below. The fisherman warrior collapsed to the ground, riddled with bloodied holes. Fortunately, its physiological structure differed from that of a human, thus it felt minimal pain despite being shot multiple times in its lower body. Zhao Huan's complexion changed dramatically, halting in his tracks, momentarily hesitant to approach, fearing that he might startle the woman and earn himself a bullet. Her marksmanship was terrifyingly precise, regardless of the perspective. To err on the side of caution, Zhao Huan summoned the symbiotic vine, wrapping it around his arm. The soul devourer entered combat mode, extending its sharp claws. While a faint red glow emanated from its skeletal eyes, its form gradually transforming into a menacing visage. At that moment, accompanied by the thunderous roar of wings, dozens of armed drones surged in from all directions, locking onto every fisherman creature they encountered, accurately firing bullets into their skulls. In mere seconds, the fisherman monsters that had previously been prowling the streets in a frenzied chase after passers-by lay lifeless on the ground. The swarm of drones swiftly enveloped the spatial rift. Beneath the rift, a towering fisherman adorned with an array of ornaments crafted from pearls and gemstones brandished a coral staff, emitting incomprehensible, guttural howls. The moisture in the air coalesced chaotically, transforming into a dense white mist that enveloped the vicinity of the spatial rift and spread rapidly outward. With visibility obscured by the white mist, the drone swarm promptly adjusted their targeting mode, activating radar and thermal imaging scans. The thermal imaging proved ineffective. The fishmen appeared to be cold-blooded creatures, their body temperatures nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. Nevertheless, the drone swarm swiftly recalibrated, utilizing sonar and laser radar to re-establish enemy positions, continuing their efficient extermination of the fisherman monsters concealed within the thick fog. With a sharp whistling sound, a barrage of water arrows, encased in shards of ice, erupted suddenly from the mist. Some were intercepted and shattered by the drones, while the rest struck a drone, causing it to either explode or become encrusted in frost before plummeting from the sky. Shortly thereafter, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, unleashing a hailstorm of sharp ice. Damn, an advanced spellcaster, Zhao Huan exclaimed, hastily rushing forward to assist the woman in cradling a small child, seeking refuge alongside his sister in a nearby building. At that moment, the roar of motorcycles pierced the air as several awakened individuals, adorned with shimmering gear indicative of high-level players, charged fearlessly into the mist on their bikes. Behind them, a few armored vehicles sped forth. The patrol team had finally arrived. The mist was filled with the sounds of explosions and monstrous roars, suggesting that the battle had intensified within, Yet the crowd huddled together with Zhao Huan and his sister began to relax. This marks the 5th occurrence in Dongchuan City this month. The frequency of spatial rifts is becoming alarmingly high. I heard that last month in Chiyu City. A colossal spatial rift emerged, unleashing a horde of demons, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands. To avoid panic, they suppressed the news online. I also heard about the casualties. How could they possibly keep such news under wraps? Even if they try, it only fosters anxiety among the populace. If the monsters don't come, we'll collapse under our own fear. Everyone, remain calm. I heard that the Research Institute in Dongwang City has developed a spatial stabilizer. Once installed, it can significantly reduce the probability of spatial rifts and phantasmagoric fissures. There are devices to stabilize space, but they are prohibitively expensive and require extensive setup. Not to mention they can inflict serious harm to humans, limiting their use to protecting nuclear power plants and other critical facilities. This stabilizer is different. Zhao Lijiao whispered into Zhao Huan's ear. I heard from a teacher that the Dongwang Institute discovered a new metallic material in a contaminated area, successfully overcoming previous challenges to construct a new type of spatial fixing base station. This can simulate the effects of the robust spatial arrays found in ruins, stabilizing the space within several kilometers without causing harm to humans. I suspect that metal must be exceedingly rare, otherwise they would have widely advertised it to reassure the populace. Zhao Huan mused quietly. Zhao Lijiao nodded, replying softly, they've only found a small vein, and once it's depleted, it can only cover half of Dongwang City. At that moment, the ominous clouds cloaking the sky began to dissipate, and the dense mist enveloping the streets swiftly faded. Oh, has the battle concluded? Chapter 35, Trial Objective, Werewolf Beastmaster. With the combat scene sealed off, Zhao Huan and his sister lost interest in further wandering. Upon returning home, Zhao Huan summoned the treasure chest creature to entertain himself, while Zhao Lijiao packed her belongings and took the bus back to the West 4 Research District. The siblings had agreed that Zhao Huan would post on social media about his unexpected trigger of the Black Triangle and his surprise acquisition of a profession. Once Zhao Lijiao returned to the research area, she would feign complaints to her senior sister about having an unreliable older brother who boasted about his new profession, subtly spreading the origins of the profession stone. Zhao Huan, brimming with enthusiasm, shared his newfound status as a professional across several social media platforms. After a brief moment, Zhang Daxuan from the middle-aged, unemployed exploration team sent a congratulatory message, casually mentioning that they would be heading to the verdant forest for a mission the following day and inquiring if Zhao Huan would be interested in joining. Oh, just as I was dozing off, someone offers me a pillow. Zhao Huan replied with a smile. That sounds splendid. Where shall I find you? Perhaps surprised by Zhao Huan's affirmative response, Zhang Daxuan took a while to reply. Our plan is to enter the verdant forest at noon tomorrow. Let us meet at Explorer Town then. All right, see you at noon tomorrow. May I ask, what profession did you acquire, little Zhao? Monster summoner, specializing in support. Huh. Trial objective, eliminate the werewolf beastmaster. Was this werewolf beastmaster capable of taming wild beasts, or did it control a certain type of creature resembling werewolves? In the lush wilderness, Zhao Huan stroked his chin, pondering aloud. With the experience from the previous 2 trials, he dared not jump to conclusions this time. It would be unfortunate to mistakenly eliminate a formidable foe only to discover he had misinterpreted the task's objective. However, standing idly lost in thought would yield no results. Zhao Huan gazed upward. The sky was clear and bright, a perfect moment for the symbiotic vine to make its entrance. Wrapping the symbiotic vine around his hand, he lifted the soul devourer's sword from the ground, transforming it into a gauntlet form. Scanning his surroundings, he felt that the trial dreamscape had expanded significantly. The last underground palace felt as though it had a diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Should he utilize the 3 rogues for a summoning test? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. The thought of carelessly summoning goblins and inadvertently placing them in peril was unappealing. The merchant and scavenger abilities would be of little use, and they would likely perish the moment they emerged, making it wiser to reserve the summoning for goblin thieves who might at least procure a weapon or scout the terrain. Casting the card, he declared, "Come forth, goblin thief." As the goblin merchant emerged, eager for fresh air, Zhao Huan promptly pressed its head down, retracting it back into the card. Again, the goblin scavenger glared with lifeless eyes, surveying the surroundings until he spotted a cluster of wild fruits not far away. With a slight flutter of his eyelids, he was about to take a step forward when his form suddenly transformed into a radiant glow, intertwining into a card that reappeared in Zhao Huan's hand. TSK. Surely this time it must be a thief, right? Zhao Huan tossed the card once more. Yet to his dismay, it was still the goblin merchant that emerged. Seeing Zhao Huan attempt to retract it, the merchant hurriedly raised a hand to stop him, drawing in a deep breath of fresh air with all his might. The goblin merchant nodded at Zhao Huan, signaling readiness. Zhao Huan's lips twitched. You make it seem as though I intend to do you harm. It's not like I haven't let you roam free before. If you perish so quickly, who is to blame for not seizing the opportunity? After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his outstretched hand. Fine. I'll let you wander for a while. When you encounter a monster, I'll switch you out for a thief. Just don't go running off. The goblin merchant grinned widely, nodding in agreement. Feeling the emptiness of his pouch, he dashed to a nearby thicket, gathering a handful of wild fruits to fill his bag. He popped one into his mouth, only to find it unripe, the sourness contorting his entire face. Grimacing, he offered one to Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan couldn't help but feel exasperated. How courteous of you. As they journeyed, the goblin merchant scavenged tirelessly, prompting Zhao Huan to wonder if he had been possessed by the goblin scavenger. The goblin merchant, however, justified his actions, claiming that without goods, he must gather some capital along the way. When they encountered a wild hare, the goblin merchant attempted to pounce and skin it. However, despite being herbivorous, the hare had quite the temper, delivering a swift kick to the goblin merchant's face, leaving him dazed and bleeding from the nose. With a powerful kick, the hare swiftly escaped, a gentle breeze swirling around it. Zhao Huan scoffed. How can you be weaker than an unevolved goblin, if you can't even best a mere rabbit? How can you dare to conduct business with other monsters? The goblin merchant wiped his nosebleed nonchalantly, declaring, I only do business with intelligent clients. Just then, an arrow from a cunning wolfman crossbowman pierced the goblin merchant's knee. The creature had been concealed behind a patch of dry bushes, unnoticed even by Zhao Huan, before suddenly revealing itself to shoot at the goblin merchant. With a scream, the goblin fell to the ground, prompting Zhao Huan to press down on him and retract him. Rolling away to evade another arrow, Zhao Huan charged at the wolfman crossbowman as it reloaded. A wolfman warrior leapt out to intercept, but Zhao Huan severed the weapon and the warrior's arm in one stroke, eliciting a horrific scream from the creature as it clutched its rapidly wilting limb. Zhao Huan swiftly dispatched the wolfman crossbowman, yet the warrior's wretched cries attracted more wolfmen. Good heavens, so many! As around a dozen wolfmen howled and charged from the distance. Zhao Huan quickly dealt a finishing blow to the howling wolfman warrior before making a hasty retreat. In the face of other monsters, he might have relied on the sharpness of his soul-devouring greatsword and its life-draining capabilities, but with a dozen wolfmen, half of whom wielded crossbows, he could risk being struck by multiple arrows, potentially sealing his fate. After sprinting a considerable distance and confirming that the wolfmen had temporarily ceased their pursuit, Zhao Huan settled on a rock. Summoning the Goblin 3 Scoundrels card, he noted the addition of a damage repair message. Given that the goblin merchant had only been shot in the knee, unlike the goblin thief who had lost half an arm, the countdown for damage repair was merely half an hour. Looking at the card in his hand, Zhao Huan mused skeptically. Can the goblin merchant truly engage in business with monsters? Surely, it wouldn't be a total loss every time? Chapter 36, The Wolfman Beastmaster. The wolfmen held a strong sense of vengeance, and Zhao Huan, relying on the restorative properties of the symbiotic vine, managed to escape 3 or 4 kilometers in one go. Yet these creatures diligently followed his trail and scent. Eventually, only 2 wolfman warriors armed with wooden shields and stone hammers, along with 3 wolfman crossbowmen, formed the fastest pursuing squad, breaking away from the main group. Zhao Huan concealed himself in a corner, conjuring the greedy treasure chest monster and tossing it lightly aside. The card spun through the air, landing 10 meters away against the side of a large rock, where it coalesced into a shimmering golden treasure chest. The 2 wolfman warriors, flanking the wolfman crossbowman, took a few steps forward, and one warrior caught a glimpse of the chest's corner. Momentarily taken aback, the warrior quickened his pace. Upon seeing the full treasure chest, his eyes lit up, and he shouted joyfully, charging toward it. The other warrior soon spotted the chest as well, hastily pursuing his comrade. What? Protecting teammates? What nonsense! They are nothing but competitors now. The 3 wolfman crossbowmen, momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events, quickly realized the situation upon seeing the golden chest hidden behind the rock. Almost reflexively, they raised their crossbows, ready to shoot the 2 greedy warriors. However, the wolfmen's higher intellect tempered their greed, preventing the glimmering allure of the treasure from inciting them completely to madness. Though tempted, the wolfman crossbowmen ultimately refrained from shooting their companions in the back. Setting down their crossbows, they cursed and rushed forward, seeing that there was enough treasure to go around. They couldn't allow those 2 rogues to hoard it all. Just then, Zhao Huan leaped from his hiding spot, charging directly at the wolfman crossbowman. Hearing the commotion, the 3 crossbowmen turned to face him, hastily raising their weapons to attack. Unbeknownst to them, the goblin thief darted in from behind, swiftly stabbing one wolfman crossbowman in the neck and yanking hard. Blood splattered across the goblin's face, intensifying his menacing grin. The scream of his companion startled the remaining 2 crossbowmen, who turned in alarm, only to be met with a handful of sand thrown by the goblin thief, blinding them. In a flash, 2 wolfman heads soared into the air. Before their bodies even hit the ground, they were engulfed in a shroud of black mist, transforming into desiccated corpses. Meanwhile, a sudden scream erupted nearby. The fastest wolfman warrior had fallen victim to the treasure chest monster, which had bitten off his arm. Taking advantage of one wolfman warrior's agony and the confusion of another, the treasure chest monster extended its legs, transforming into a crab-like creature and swiftly absconding with the furry severed limb. Huh, this fellow is far more cunning than the goblin, Zhao Huan remarked with a chuckle. His words caught the attention of the goblin thief. What are you looking at? I told you the goblin merchant was useless. With the black sword swirling with ghostly mist in hand, Zhao Huan approached the wolfman warrior with a cold smile. The goblin thief, wearing an expression of realization, bent down to loot the fallen wolfman crossbowman. With a single stroke, Zhao Huan shattered the hand crossbow into tatters. The goblin thief promptly gathered the remaining 2 crossbows, along with all the bolts, and arranged them together. After Zhao Huan dispatched 2 wolfman warriors, he turned around to find the goblin thief amusingly aiming the crossbow in various directions. Zhao Huan, lacking any talent for marksmanship, otherwise he would not have chosen the fine steel greatsword. Hoping to awaken as a warrior during battle, reflected that a common profession was better than a corpse lying by the roadside. However, having become a card monster summoner and gained an additional 6 points in all attributes, Zhao Huan felt a renewed sense of capability. A hand crossbow was not a bow. As long as one had a steady hand, hitting the target was fundamentally achievable. With this thought, he seized a hand crossbow from the goblin thief, aimed at a beetle 20 meters away, and squeezed the trigger. The bolt struck a stone 3 meters away from the beetle, producing a brief impact sound. Pausing momentarily, Zhao Huan discarded the crossbow with disdain, exclaiming, "The craftsmanship of the wolfmen is appalling. What a pitiful contraption, utterly lacking in accuracy." The goblin thief, also aiming at the oblivious beetle, released an arrow. The bolt transformed into a fleeting shadow, embedding itself in the earth half a meter from the beetle, startling it into a frantic escape. Nodding in agreement, the goblin thief acknowledged Zhao Huan's remark, conceding that the crossbow's precision was indeed lacking, yet believed that if the target were closer, there would be little chance of missing. After disposing of the wolfman corpses, Zhao Huan recalled his treasure chest creature and, alongside the goblin thief, resumed their ambush. After a long wait, no other wolfmen appeared, leaving Zhao Huan puzzled. He scoured the nearby area for fragrant plants, extracting their juices to mask their scent, before stealthily retracing their steps with the goblin thief. As they progressed, distant howls of wolfmen echoed, prompting them to sneak closer for a look. To their surprise, the wolfmen had abandoned their pursuit to go hunting. Amused, Zhao Huan murmured to himself, "What of the 5 fallen wolfmen? Are they truly that foolish? Are they simply incompetent?" The goblin thief queried, perplexed. "No, they are simply dedicated. They likely intend to return to their den after hunting," Zhao Huan replied. "Let us follow them for a closer look." The duo trailed the wolfmen to the mouth of a cave, where an imposing wolfman emerged, leading 2 large, menacing wolves, each standing around 1.67 meters tall. After a brief exchange filled with howls, the hefty wolfman appeared dissatisfied, chastising the returning hunters with a fierce reprimand. "If the trial dreamscape hasn't played tricks on me, that creature should be our target," Zhao Huan thought to himself while crouched amidst the underbrush. Yet, he noted with concern, those 2 wolves look formidable. As Zhao Huan contemplated employing a cunning strategy, seeking poisonous mushrooms or venomous spiders to incapacitate the large wolves or their handler, he was taken aback when, after the reprimand, the wolfmen and the 2 large wolves departed the cave. Zhao Huan speculated that they were likely searching for the 5 missing wolfmen. Once the wolfmen had left, the portly figure, presumably the Beastmaster, entered a rudimentary wooden shed outside the cave, dragging out a yellow chocobo adorned with a leather collar and a terrified expression, and began to lash it with a whip. Noticing that only 3 wolfman warriors accompanied the Beastmaster, Zhao Huan's eyes gleamed with opportunity. "There's a chance." Chapter 37, Luring the Wolfman Beastmaster. The cave likely housed many more wolfmen. As wolfman pups scurried from the cave, they were reprimanded by the Beastmaster, prompting a small wolfman to emerge and retrieve the pups. Directly attacking would likely result in being overwhelmed by the wolfmen. Zhao Huan carefully observed the environment surrounding the cave, stealthily approaching while utilizing the cover of foliage and stones, and discreetly tossed the greedy treasure chest between 2 rocks, ensuring that only the Beastmaster could see the golden chest. The Beastmaster, engrossed in mercilessly whipping the chocobo, was suddenly drawn to a glimmer of golden light in his peripheral vision. Momentarily stunned by the sight of the subtly glowing golden chest, he quickly widened his eyes and moved to approach it. Nevertheless, as a leader-type creature, his intelligence was significantly higher. Despite being influenced by the allure of greed, filling his mind with visions of wealth, he remained vigilant. With a roar, he summoned his 3 subordinates, pointing at the location of the golden chest and instructing one of them to retrieve it. Upon seeing the golden chest, the 3 Wolfman warriors were instantly captivated. The Beastmaster, however, barked at 2 of them to return, his cunning apparent. Though the golden chest was immensely tempting, its sudden appearance was suspicious. If it were a trap, it sufficed for one of his subordinates to investigate. If it were not a trap, the spoils would still belong to him once his subordinate retrieved the chest. The 2 summoned warriors, perhaps sensing the underlying logic, returned reluctantly, despite their eyes gleaming with desire. After all, everything was ultimately to be turned in. What use was it to seize it only to surrender it later? Yet they were still eager to discover what treasures lay within the chest. Seeing that the Beastmaster had not fallen for the trick and had sent a warrior to investigate, Zhao Huan remained composed. Just as the Wolfman warrior crouched down, greedily reaching for the chest, Zhao Huan leaped from the underbrush, cleaving through the warrior's neck with his greatsword and kicking the body aside. Amidst the astonished and enraged roars of the Beastmaster, Zhao Huan seized the golden chest and fled. The Beastmaster, incensed, rushed after him, accompanied by 2 underlings. By the time the wolfmen within the cave heard their leader's furious shouts and emerged to investigate, the Beastmaster had already dragged the chocobo and pursued Zhao Huan over 100 meters. Perhaps due to the weight of the golden chest, the wretched human thief struggled to run, and it appeared the Beastmaster was closing in. The Beastmaster's eyes glinted with ferocity. Once he reclaimed the chest, he would capture this human and subject him to torment, perhaps placing a collar on the human and treating him like a beast, whipping and abusing him daily. Would provide delightful entertainment. Truly a novel idea. With no internet at home, the Beastmaster felt quite pleased with himself. At that moment, the human thief, realizing he could not escape with the chest, discarded it onto the ground. The 2 Wolfman warriors, upon seeing this, instinctively halted in their tracks to retrieve the chest, only to be met with the Beastmaster's reprimands, forcing them to begrudgingly continue their pursuit of the fleeing human. Those 2 scoundrels were undoubtedly plotting to pilfer the treasures from the chest and hide them on their persons. They could forget it. Upon returning, I shall strip them of their gear and make them do menial work. The Beastmaster seethed, glancing down at the golden chest, his face alight with an excitedly manic grin. Crafted from pure gold and embedded with a sizable ruby, the chest itself was an immense fortune. Just how many rare treasures could it contain? The Wolfman Beastmaster was wholly absorbed in his imagination, completely oblivious to his surroundings, as he excitedly reached out with both hands toward the golden treasure chest. Suddenly, the lid of the chest swung open with a violent snap, revealing a neatly arranged array of sharp metallic teeth that clamped down on the Beastmaster's arm. A sharp crack echoed through the air. In an instant, both of the Beastmaster's arms were severed, and he let out a piercing scream of agony. From the central ruby of the chest, a massive eyeball emerged, glowering with malice and triumph at the Wolfman Beastmaster. In a state of panic, the Beastmaster attempted to flee, only to hear the familiar sound of a crossbow string being released, followed by an arrow hurtling towards him. The goblin thief, initially aiming for the enemy's eyes, was taken aback as the Beastmaster inadvertently stood up, causing the bolt to strike him square in the chest. The tough hide of the wolfman, combined with the leather armor he wore, absorbed much of the impact, and his corpulent physique further cushioned the blow. The goblin thief's shot barely affected him. Lacking both the capacity and inclination to retaliate, the Beastmaster turned to escape. In the distance, a throng of 20 to 30 wolfmen of varying sizes, armed and hastening towards him, appeared. Relief washed over the Beastmaster's face. If he could reach the protection of his kin, he would surely survive. However, at that moment, the yellow chocobo that had been obediently trailing behind him, trembling with fear, unexpectedly extended its claws and tripped the Beastmaster, sending him sprawling to the ground. The goblin thief seized the opportunity, lunging forward to stab his rusty dagger into the layers of blubber encasing the Beastmaster's neck, sending oil splattering everywhere. The treasure chest creature swung its massive pincers, clamping down on the Beastmaster's thigh, and then took a vicious bite, severing the wolfman's right foot. The yellow chocobo, filled with hatred, viciously kicked the Beastmaster's head, preventing him from lifting it, and as he attempted to scream, he instead tasted the dirt beneath him. Zhao Huan realized that he had dispatched 2 wolfman warriors and turned to witness the Beastmaster's pitiful state. With an expression of surprise, he plunged his sword into the Beastmaster's body. The corpulent wolfman, surrounded by swirling black mist, rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon. At that moment, reinforcements of wolfmen finally arrived, raising their crossbows and firing bolts, most of which struck the yellow chocobo. Zhao Huan's heart raced as he swiftly subdued the treasure chest creature, retracting it, and called out to the goblin thief before rolling away to escape. Suddenly, the entire world darkened. As Zhao Huan opened his eyes again, he found himself staring at the familiar ceiling. Damn, you startled me. I thought I had targeted the wrong entity and was about to be turned into a pincushion. Trial concluded. Trial successful. Evolution points gained, 65. Current evolution points, 305. Trial rewards acquired. Green consumable Beastmaster's skin ring. White monster card, yellow chocobo. Class level increased to LV3. All attributes 1. Trial dreamscape regenerating, estimated time, 40 hours. Chapter 38. Beastmaster's skin ring and chocobo. Green consumable Beastmaster's skin ring. A tool used by Beastmasters to control wild beasts. By consuming the Beastmaster's skin ring, certain beast-type monster cards can acquire taming characteristics. Beast-type monster cards with taming characteristics can be equipped and linked with certain humanoid monster cards to create monster combination cards. Note: the green-grade Beastmaster's skin ring can only be used on monster cards of green quality or lower. Warning: monster combination cards can be disassembled back into their original cards, but when linked with equipment cards or taming monster cards of high affinity, they may undergo fusion mutations or evolution, resulting in new monster cards. This action is irreversible. White monster card, yellow chocobo. Though incapable of flight, this large bird possesses robust bipedal strength and can sprint swiftly. Due to its gentle nature and ease of care, it is often captured and tamed for riding or pulling carts. While its temperament is mild, the chocobo is not devoid of offensive capabilities. In a typical scenario, one would think to equip the chocobo with the skin ring and hand it over to the goblin trio. Gazing at the card depicting the bewildered yellow bird, Zhao Huan envisioned various scenarios. The goblin merchant, grinning slyly as he pocketed the coin, pushed the trembling chocobo towards a salivating ogre. Alternatively, the chocobo, burdened with a haphazard assortment of items, could follow a disheveled goblin scavenger, feathers matted with filth and a dejected demeanor. Or perhaps on a moonless night, the goblin thief stealthily pilfering from a monster's lair, with the vigilant chocobo standing guard outside. Then, the chocobo would bolt, carrying the goblin thief as a horde of monsters pursued, arrows sticking out from its rear, prompting tears of pain. Regardless of the scenario, it would evoke a sense of pity. Zhao Huan lamented aloud, yet an unbidden smile of schadenfreude crept across his face. However, the chocobo seemed familiar. Taking out his phone, he searched for information and quickly found relevant details. In Danyang City, there was an intermediate beastmaster with the ability to breed and raise monsters, even establishing an industry around it. Creatures like the chocobo, characterized by their gentle disposition and herbivorous diet, could be registered as mounts after passing specific tests at the Bureau of Special Affairs, provided they completed the necessary paperwork. However, while in public areas of the city, they must be accompanied by their owner. Unless extraordinary circumstances, such as spatial rifts, arose, mounts, including horses and chocobos, were limited to slow movements on pedestrian pathways or non-motorized lanes. Nevertheless, both native horses and chocobos were relatively rare in Dongchuan City. The absence of beastmasters and the surrounding polluted zones offered scant opportunities for breeding worthwhile monsters. Native horses were cumbersome to care for and lacked combat and self-defense capabilities, making them prone to loss in contaminated areas. Only the Bureau of Special Affairs and a few corporate exploration teams maintained a stock of horses and had procured well-trained riding monsters at high costs from other cities. Thus, as long as Zhao Huan refrained from summoning the chocobo on the main road, it seemed unlikely he would need to engage with the Bureau of Special Affairs or the traffic authorities for permits. He mused uncertainly. With plans to visit the Western Second Explorer Town for an interview with the middle-aged, unemployed Alliance exploration team at noon, Zhao Huan had little time to dwell on these thoughts. He stowed away the card, rose to brush his teeth and wash his face, donned his gear, and tucked the healing potions and antidotes his sister had given him into his waist pouch. After a moment's consideration, he decided against concealing the soul-devouring gloves in his backpack and instead wore them as he entered a state of vigilance. The frequency of spatial rifts was on the rise, and it was safer to have the gloves on hand in case of unforeseen dangers. As for the healing ring, he had not left it at home. During a prior outing with Zhao Lejia, he had specifically purchased a gold-plated chain from a jewelry store. As he lacked the funds for a gold chain and had to settle for the gilded version for the time being, the healing ring was threaded through a chain and concealed beneath his clothing, pressed against his skin at the chest. Whenever Zhao Huansher had a thought, he could effortlessly invoke healing spells with the sapphire ring. Initially, he had fashioned a shell for the ring, only to discover that once the healing ring was encased, it could no longer cast spells. The presence of the symbiotic vine necessitated the use of the healing ring for casting healing spells, indicating that the situation had become dire. Taking the time to remove the shell would be rather foolish. During his time as a scavenger, Zhao Huan had traversed various spatial environments through the rifts in the illusion realm, though he often appeared empty-handed whenever he set out. The layers of his leather armor concealed a substantial stash of survival supplies such as insect repellent ointments and water filtration membranes. This time, accompanying the exploration team into the contaminated zone, he had initially planned to procure additional supplies, but time was of the essence. Just then, Zhang Dashuan mentioned that their exploration team had surplus provisions, which Zhao Huan could utilize if he trusted them. He thought it fortuitous to save some expenses. As for trust, given that he was already venturing into the contaminated area alongside them, would it be wise to worry that they might tamper with the supplies? That would be quite irrational. Aside from his gear, his phone, and his house keys, Zhao Huan had taken nothing with him. He had left as if for a casual stroll, hands empty. As he passed the guard station, old Huang called out to him, "Aren't you the one who got expelled by the scavengers? Why are you still dressed like that and roaming around?" "Huh, I never mentioned it to you. Where did you hear that?" Zhao Huan replied, somewhat surprised. "Why should I disclose that?" Old Huang scrutinized him. "You always leave empty-handed. It doesn't look like you're off to be an explorer." Zhao Huan chuckled and interrupted. "Since when did you become so nosy?" Old Huang huffed. "I was just noticing how idle you seem every day. I wanted to ask if you'd consider joining the neighborhood security team. We're short on manpower." Let us wait a couple of decades before discussing that." "I'm still young," Zhao Huan responded. "You know nothing. Now is the time to get in. After a year or so, I could promote you to deputy leader. By the time I retire, the position of security chief would be yours. You could comfortably hold the post until retirement and even be rehired afterward. When you grow older, who knows if they'll even want you. Even if they do, you'd be a rookie at an advanced age, stuck doing nightly shifts guarding the gates." Zhao Huan rubbed his nose. "Forget it, old Huang. I prefer to strive a little harder. If I really wanted to give up, I could apply for a security position over in the Villa District. Who knows, I might catch the eye of a wealthy young lady one day." "Oh, the bus is here. I won't keep you any longer. See you later, old Huang. Just you wait, dreaming about wealthy young ladies." Old Huang muttered to Zhao Huan's retreating figure, pondering that the lad might indeed succeed based on his looks and feeling somewhat unsettled. Damn it, if only I had that kind of awareness back then. Chapter 39. Unemployed exploration team members West 2nd Checkpoint Explorer Town. In a private dining room of a restaurant, Zhang Dashuan was introducing his companions one by one. Qian Mantang, intermediate warrior; Lin Honglei, intermediate archer; Qian Xiaolin, junior archer; Su Duojin, junior warrior; and Li Xiang, trainee warrior. Li Xiang, a middle-aged man clad in thick leather armor with a buzz cut and dark skin, looking over 30 but actually only 28, quickly raised his hand, level 9. Trainee warrior, on the brink of advancing to a junior warrior. Beside him, Su Duojin, with similar dark skin, chuckled, "Give it a rest. You've been saying that for half a year. Shut it, you two amateurs." The man hasn't even introduced himself. Zhang Dashuan interjected. Zhao Huan smiled and addressed the group. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhao Huan. I have worked as a scavenger for 2 years and possess 2.5 years of combat experience against monsters. My profession is monster summoner, but I only awakened a couple of days ago, so I currently lack combat capabilities and can only provide assistance." The exploration team exchanged glances. Their expressions somewhat peculiar. Clad in blood-stained armor, sporting exaggerated skull gloves, and wielding a steel greatsword, Zhao Huan exuded an aura that rivaled that of the intermediate warrior beside him, yet he claimed to be a summoner? Surely he jested. "Did you truly acquire the summoner profession?" Zhang Dashuan asked, astonishment evident in his voice. Zhao Huan, equally perplexed, replied, "Yes, didn't I mention it in my information? I thought you were joking, playing on words." Zhang Dashuan sighed with a wry smile. The 25-year-old short-haired archer, Qian Xiaolin, whose sun-kissed skin was on par with the two warriors, expressed her surprise. "Huh? Weren't you just joking?" Scratching his head, Zhao Huan suggested, "There are too many people here. Shall we head to the verdant forest where it's less crowded? I can demonstrate for you." Let us go, let us go." The group promptly sprang into action. The title of monster summoner sounded exceedingly rare and prestigious, piquing the curiosity of the middle-aged, unemployed members of the exploration team. A moment later, in the verdant forest, Zhao Huan gazed at the towering, lush trees before him, feeling slightly perplexed. Didn't they say the trees were stripped bare from the last fight? Why do they seem even more robust now? A few days ago, a large spatial rift opened, releasing a colossal banyan tree monster along with a horde of tree monsters that took over this place. These trees were spawned by those tree monsters. Zhang Dashuan explained to Zhao Huan, "Brother, enough chit-chat. Quickly summon a monster for us to see." Li Xiang urged from the side. Nodding, Zhao Huan stepped into the sunlight. His palm outstretched. Between his index and middle fingers, a monster card appeared, visible only to him. The card shattered, transforming into a white radiance that wound around his arm. To the other members of the exploration team, as Zhao Huan extended his palm, white motes erupted, wrapping around his arm to form a slender green vine. Its leaves gently swaying in the sunlight. The symbiotic vine could convert energy from photosynthesis into vitality and infuse it into the host, restoring stamina and healing injuries. Seeing the dense roots of the symbiotic vine penetrating Zhao Huan's arm, Li Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, upon observing Zhao Huan's demeanor, he appeared completely unfazed. Li Xiang gasped, "Doesn't that hurt?" Zhao Huan chuckled and explained, "It merely looks frightening. In reality, these roots, well, I can't quite articulate it. You'll understand when you see." With a slight movement of his arm, the symbiotic vine dissipated into a white glow, reforming into the card that flew back into Zhao Huan's hand. His arm bore no trace of injury. Noting the expressions of curiosity and amazement on their faces, Zhao Huan smirked. "Would you all like to experience the parasitic effect of the symbiotic vine?" At his words, the others displayed signs of eagerness. Though the earlier imagery of the fine roots penetrating their skin had been rather terrifying, only Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang, the two intermediate warriors, had their eyes light up. "This vine can be used on others? Come, let me try." Having reached intermediate warrior status, they had endured countless hardships and were hardened by experience. The mere thought of roots entering their bodies was daunting. Yet, Zhao Huan had proven that the symbiotic vine's parasitism would not inflict actual wounds. And his expression showed no pain whatsoever. As intermediate warriors, they surely could not appear weaker than him, right? Of course, as I mentioned, I'm playing the support role. Brother Zhang, just stand still and don't move. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Zhao Huan sent a card spinning towards Zhang Daxuan's neck, which erupted into a radiant white light, transforming into symbiotic vines that coiled around his neck and shoulders. "Ah, it really doesn't hurt at all," Zhang Daxuan exclaimed. A hint of surprise in his voice. "It feels like something warm is flowing into me, quite comfortable. No, it's power. I can feel it. This is the power of the sun, intense, tumultuous. I feel like I'm about to ignite. Is it really that exaggerated?" The energy provided by the symbiotic vines isn't enough to unleash the full potential of Soul Devourer. Could the effectiveness of the symbiotic vines be related to the constitution of the host? Zhao Huan mused to himself, his expression unusual. Meanwhile, he overheard behind him Qian Xiaolin and Lin Honglei, two female archers, whispering to each other. "It's over. Zhang Ge has gone crazy again. This is a bit embarrassing. If only we had a phone, I'd record this and share it in the group. Those in the group know each other well enough. He wouldn't care." It was Qian Mantang who could no longer bear to watch. "All right, we're not kids anymore. Stop acting like this. Didn't Huan say it can accelerate injury recovery? Hurry and make a cut to see the effect. Why don't you cut yourself?" Zhang Daxuan retorted, a bit disgruntled by the interruption of his performance. "Isn't it wrapped around your neck? Hurry up, don't dawdle." Amidst their bickering, Zhang Daxuan drew a dagger from his waist and made a shallow cut on his palm. "TSK. That's so shallow," Qian Mantang complained. "Shut up. I can feel it." Zhang Daxuan opened his palm, and the exploration team members gathered around. They observed as a faint green glow emanated from his wound, visibly healing before their eyes. "Wow, incredible. It seems more effective than a 3,000 yuan healing potion. Should be about the same, but it can sustain recovery. The savings on potions alone is quite substantial. It can even restore stamina." Noticing their excitement, Zhao Huan quickly interjected. "The photosynthesis of the symbiotic vines requires light, preferably sunlight. The effect is significantly reduced in firelight, and it becomes nearly ineffective at night or in dim environments." Upon hearing this, Zhang Daxuan immediately declared, "Did you hear that? Everyone move aside. Don't block my photosynthesis. TSK, why not let Huan attach the symbiotic vines to your head? That's where the light is most abundant, and it would look so lively with green up there." Qian Mantang retorted, obviously displeased. Chapter 40, The Tree Monster. Based on speculation, the colossal banyan tree monster is likely a lord-level creature, and the area within a 10-kilometer radius of the center of the Emerald Forest has been designated as a high-risk zone by the Special Affairs Bureau. However, these botanical monsters generally remain rooted in place, making them safer than most creatures, provided one does not provoke them. Moreover, the presence of a plant lord has its advantages. The growth rate of plants nearby will significantly increase, enriching the resources of the Emerald Forest in the future. Our mission target, the Moonlight Jungle Deer, seems to have been lured here from deeper polluted areas by the dense plant essence. As they traversed the dense forest, Zhang Daxuan began to explain to Zhao Huan the changes in the Emerald Forest and the objectives of their current mission. The Moonlight Jungle Deer? I recall that it is a mid-level magical beast. Its combat ability is rather lacking, but it is inherently cautious, moving swiftly through the forest and capable of using healing spells. Although all its materials are quite valuable, hunting it is more challenging than high-level magical beasts. Zhang Dashuan expressed his surprise. You have knowledge of the moonlight jungle deer? Zhao Huan chuckled, a bit shyly. When I was a scavenger, I feared missing out on valuable items in the rifts of illusions, so I familiarized myself with the most precious materials and mid to low-level magical beasts. Huh. We're all the same. Before venturing into the polluted area, we gathered a wealth of information on valuable items, afraid of missing out during our adventures. Zhang Dashuan replied with a smile. Zhao Huan swatted away an unidentified flying insect with his right hand, clad in the Soul Devourer gloves, and turned to Zhang Dashuan. Is the task to bring back the entire moonlight jungle deer? Not exactly. The task issuer desires fresh jungle deer antlers and tails to brew wine and is willing to pay 5 times the price for them. Brew wine. What effects does that have? Zhao Huan asked, surprised. Who knows? This thing has been around for so long. It must have some effect, right? I've never tried it. Zhang Dashuan remarked, glancing ahead at Qian Mantang, who was clearing the path with boundless strength, his arms entwined with the symbiotic vines. Just as he finished speaking, while Qian Mantang was hacking through thorns and wild grasses, the ground suddenly erupted with a thick, sharp root aimed directly at his vital area. Wow. Thankfully, I sensed something was amiss as the ground trembled beneath me. Qian Mantang realized just in time, performing a forward roll to evade the lethal strike. Enemy attack. It's a tree monster. Over there. The vigilant mid-level archer, Lin Honglei, quickly pinpointed the enemy's location. Before them stood a towering tree, 5 to 6 meters high, with a robust trunk and gnarled lumps that opened and closed like eyelids, revealing 2 large, menacing eyes glaring at the exploration team. Zhang Dashuan pushed off the ground, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow as he instantly charged towards the tree monster, his great sword radiating a brilliant white light, and with a fierce whistle, he struck down heavily. Countless wood chips exploded, and a massive wound appeared on the tree monster, which emitted a dull, hollow sound. The ground shook as sharp roots burst forth, rising to a height of 2 meters. However, Zhang Dashuan had anticipated this. Having delivered his strike, he swiftly retreated. As the roots shot up, his legs were enveloped in white light, allowing him to escape over 20 meters away. In the meantime, Lin Honglei stepped back a few paces. Holding her breath, and with the protection of Li Xiang and Su Duojin, she focused intently, her specially crafted arrow glowing with a faint white light. Almost the moment she released it, the arrow struck the large wound on the tree monster's body. With a thunderous explosion, the arrowhead detonated, flames bursting forth, ricocheting within the fissure of the wound and igniting a fierce blaze. The tree monster shook violently, extending its roots in a vain attempt to extinguish the flames, but was met with a flurry of strikes from Zhang Dashuan and Qian Mantang, who severed its roots. Without its roots, the tree monster seemed to lose all means of resistance and was soon reduced to a pile of timber. The most basic tree monsters, aside from their sturdy bodies, possess particularly treacherous attacks. If one's defenses aren't strong enough or their reactions too slow, a hit from the roots could spell disaster. As the battle concluded, Li Xiang took the opportunity to explain to the newcomer, Zhao Huan, this is merely the lowest level of tree monsters. Zhao Huan contemplated whether he should return to procure a pair of iron pants before coming back, as long as one could detect them in advance. Low-level tree monsters pose little threat. They move quite slowly, and their attack range is limited, making it easy to engage or retreat. We simply didn't expect to encounter a tree monster on the outskirts of the Emerald Forest, which made us lower our guard and fail to observe our surroundings closely. Otherwise, low-level tree monsters are quite easy to identify, Qian Xiaolin clarified to Zhao Huan. Lin Honglei, her eyes shimmering with a faint light, scrutinized the surroundings, finding no new targets that resembled tree monsters. There's only this one. It should have wandered out from the central area of the forest. At this moment, 2 intermediate warriors dismembered the tree monster, returning with a palm-sized piece of verdant wood, emanating a faint essence of life. Not too shabby. Extracting a low-level lifewood core is not a fruitless endeavor. By the way, I seem to have neglected to discuss the distribution of spoils with Huan Shi. Zhang Dashuan suddenly remarked. How could you forget that? Qian Mantang responded, then turned to Zhao Huan, saying, you ventured out without even negotiating your salary? Zhao Huan chuckled. Well, during an interview, one doesn't immediately discuss remuneration. It's essential to first ascertain compatibility. Lin Honglei interjected. Did you hear that? They didn't guarantee they would stay, so you two better step up your game. Huh, why us? You're on the front lines, serving as the meat shields. The sturdiness of the team heavily relies on you. Yet you are the main damage dealer. Is my damage output insufficient? Hey, you, the king of slacking off. have the audacity to say that? Just the other day, while we were all striving to maximize our output, you muted your mic and secretly indulged in takeout. Zhang Dashuan rubbed his head. You two are over 30. Can't you act a bit more mature? Who's over 30? I haven't even celebrated my 29th birthday yet. You, the old otaku, have the nerve to call others immature? Qian Xiaolin raised her hand. I think if you keep bickering like this, Zhao Huan sure might genuinely consider fleeing. Zhao Huan sure smiled. He found it quite agreeable. The combat was seasoned, the camaraderie harmonious, and there was no worry of petty intrigues. Moreover, there was a delightful sense of freedom. Chapter 41. Seamlessly infiltrating the Goblin Squad. Our middle-aged unemployed exploration team comprises 14 members, though participation in missions is entirely voluntary. Sometimes, when funds are sufficient, everyone is too lethargic to move, often leading to the team not even being organized. Thus, I contemplated recruiting more reliable members from outside. As for the distribution of rewards, after deducting various costs incurred during the mission, the remaining earnings will be divided, 20% equally among all, and 80% distributed according to individual contributions. If a member is injured during the mission, the medical expenses will also be counted among the costs. Should someone err during the mission, their corresponding share will be deducted and redistributed to the other members. Zhang Dashuan walked beside Zhao Huan Shi, quietly explaining the distribution method of the middle-aged unemployed exploration team. Zhao Huan Shi walked in the center of the group, observing the surroundings while mentally calculating the distance from their current location to the edge of the contaminated area. Was it a dozen kilometers, or perhaps 20? It felt somewhat unreliable. They should venture deeper before releasing the goblins to grind. Brother Zhang, are there goblin tribes nearby? Zhao Huan Shi suddenly inquired. Goblins. Zhang Dashuan pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly. There shouldn't be any, but it's hard to say for sure. The twilight wilderness beyond the verdant forest has many goblins roaming about, and they occasionally venture in groups to the verdant forest. Previously, there were poisonous claw demon cats and other monsters guarding the area, which would drive the goblins away, but now it's hard to tell. Those green-skinned creatures are the worst. They rarely carry anything valuable, yet they possess a volatile temperament, attacking anyone on sight. If they can't win, they escape swiftly. And their desire for revenge is fierce. Once one flees, it won't be long before a horde arrives, Qian Xiaolin commented. Zhao Huan Shi chuckled. There's no helping it. These rascals thrive on overwhelming the few. Yet, most goblins are not particularly bright, often charging in with misplaced confidence and fleeing in disarray. Why do you ask anyway? Oh, I just have a profound impression of these green-skinned creatures and suddenly recalled it. Have you encountered goblins in the Rift of Illusions? Too many times to count. As evening fell, the exploration team found a relatively safe spot in the forest, built a campfire, and set up a makeshift tent. You're new here and still adapting, so you don't need to keep watch tonight. Eat your fill and rest early. Many monsters are active at night, and if luck is not on your side, you might find it impossible to sleep, Zhang Dashuan advised. Zhao Huan Shi nodded but cast a puzzled glance at the solitary tent, whispering, Are we all sleeping together? Zhang Dashuan chuckled. It's safer to sleep together. We're all clothed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You're not worried that Hong Lei and the others might ambush you, are you? Should I warn them for you? Zhao Huan Shi's lips twitched. After spending some time together, he realized that this old fellow was rather unrefined, which explained why, despite being the captain, he commanded no respect. With a subtle motion, he summoned a card with blue and purple edges, which shattered into sparkling motes of light, vanishing silently. He then drew forth a greedy treasure chest. I could lend a hand with the night watch as well, Zhao Huan Shi said, flicking his fingers as the card landed on the ground, transforming into a golden treasure chest. Meanwhile, at the western edge of the verdant forest, close to the twilight wilderness, a goblin thief emerged from the underbrush, brushing off twigs and leaves from its head, scanning the surroundings. In the distance, a group of wild goblins was crouched behind some grass, acting suspiciously. The goblin thief scratched its backside, its body swiftly blurring into invisibility as it stealthily approached the group of goblins. The goblin captain, larger than the average goblin by twofold, was leading a band of smaller subordinates, lying in wait among the dense foliage, secretly observing a handful of explorers gathered around a campfire, roasting their catch while chatting. The goblin captain counted on his fingers twice. The enemy had 7 fingers, while my subordinates could hardly be counted on both hands. A sinister grin spread across the goblin captain's face. The advantage lies with me, my little brothers. Prepare for my command. What the hell? Where did you come from? The goblin captain turned to find a somewhat unfamiliar goblin crouched beside him, startling him. The goblin thief grinned foolishly. Wagab Wallasila. Big brother, shall we strike now? Shouldn't we wait until they're asleep? Damn it, so it's one of my little brothers. Who else would be here at this hour? The goblin captain scratched his head, and then realized the goblin thief had dared to question him, causing his expression to darken. Were it not for the fear of alerting the enemy and making too much noise, he would have kicked him outright. Get Swaga, foolish creature. By the time those humans fall asleep, the meat on the fire will have been devoured. You're useless. Go away. Keeping his voice low, the goblin captain harshly reprimanded the goblin thief, gripping his rusted sword tightly in his right hand while his left hand searched his waist. Where's my dagger? That was the goblin captain's prized possession, obtained during a battle with goblin warriors against a group of explorers, snatched from the corpse of his fallen subordinate. The blade was pristine, a rare and valuable treasure. He had even crafted a wooden sheath for this dagger. Looking around, he found no trace of the dagger. Could it have slipped out of the loose sheath while he was traveling? The goblin captain scratched his head in confusion, but had no suspicion that his fellow goblin subordinates would dare to steal his weapon. The chunks of meat he carried bore multiple bite marks. He would pry open the mouths of those foolish creatures one by one to examine them before dealing with any suspects. However, in the eyes of most goblins, a short knife might be less effective than a mere stick picked up from the ground. Never mind, it matters little, after all. The group of humans ahead possesses an array of weapons as well. We shall slay them, and then select a couple of superior ones for ourselves. Brothers, charge with me. The goblin captain bellowed, brandishing his rusted iron dagger and leading the charge. The goblin minions sprang up from the underbrush, armed with stones and wooden clubs, trailing closely behind their captain, shouting wildly as they surged forward. Upon witnessing the expressions of surprise, bewilderment, and panic on the faces of the humans in the camp, the goblins became even more exhilarated, running with renewed vigor. However, amidst a cacophony of screams, half of the goblins fell in an instant. The remaining ones, sensing the dire situation, turned on their heels without hesitation and fled. Yet, while they wished to escape, the humans were relentless in their pursuit. Ultimately, only 2 goblins, who were somewhat slower yet adept at fleeing, managed to escape. What? Why has my backpack been rummaged through? My beef jerky is missing. Damn it. The crystal core of the shadow leopard has been stolen. Chapter 42. A change of leadership. As dusk descended, the 2 fortunate goblins who had narrowly escaped found themselves accompanied by an unfamiliar companion. This newcomer was chewing on something, emanating a delightful aroma of roasted meat, intermingled with an exotic fragrance. The 2 goblins, exhausted and famished, salivated uncontrollably at the enticing scent, their stomachs rumbling audibly. The goblin thief, finding the beef jerky rather tough to chew, noticed the 2 goblins eyeing him eagerly and decided to share a couple of pieces with them. The wild goblins were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that the goblin thief would share his food. After regaining their composure, they hurriedly accepted the jerky, fearful that the goblin thief might change his mind, and began to chew with great effort. As they munched, they forced smiles towards the goblin thief. To share food is to be a brother of my distant kin. The goblin thief paid little mind to their gratitude. The promises of ordinary goblins were as worthless as dog excrement. It was not a matter of honesty. The minds of ordinary goblins were incapable of retaining much information, and after a night's sleep, they would forget most of the previous day's events. Perhaps a higher-tier mutated goblin or a goblin spellcaster would be different. Despite being a feeble creature with half an ear missing, seemingly bitten off by a wild dog, this goblin appeared significantly sharper than his companion. Gobo, where are you headed now? Regardless of whether they would forget later, at least for now, they were chewing on the beef jerky gifted by the goblin thief, which was tough enough that it would take a while to chew through. The 2 wild goblins expressed their gratitude and answered the goblin thief's question eagerly. Goblin tis, Chronomjit. We are returning to the camp to find the big boss and avenge the fallen against those damned fools. Guru Bada. The previous big boss had perished, and this new one, chosen by the former, was said to be even more formidable, surely capable of sending those humans fleeing in terror. The goblin thief scratched his head. One big boss isn't enough. We need to bring along another newly appointed one too. Letting his arms drop, he instinctively touched the burlap pouch hanging at his waist, and his eyes brightened. The big boss must surely be wealthier than their miserly leader. 2 hours later, upon witnessing a goblin knight surrounded by a throng of goblins, riding a bison and wielding a hefty wolf-tooth club, the goblin thief felt a twinge of disappointment. This creature, despite its muscular build, was clad in ill-fitting tattered leather armor. Lacking even a single valuable trinket, it was inferior to the deceased goblin captain. However, once a half-eared goblin rushed to the knight and reported their grievances. The knight let out a furious roar, immediately rallying his minions to seek vengeance against the humans. The goblin thief's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Vengeance. That sounds splendid. Those humans possess a plethora of valuable items, but their strength is overwhelming, and the wild goblins fall too swiftly. The goblin thief lacked confidence in stealing under their very noses, opting instead to snatch a couple of items from their luggage and flee. Excitedly blending into the ranks of the wild goblins, the goblin thief gradually began to lose his composure, influenced by the fervent shouts of those around him. A mere 8 humans? How could we possibly lose? As the goblin knight bellowed and led the charge atop his bison, the surrounding goblins screeched and surged forward. The goblin thief, eyes ablaze, raised his rusty dagger, ready to join the fray alongside his brethren, only to be yanked back by the half-eared goblin, landing at the rear of the group. As they witnessed the goblins ahead fall like blades of grass, each charge resulting in casualties, limbs and remnants flying amidst a spray of blood, the goblin thief's mind suddenly cooled. With the half-eared goblin, he concealed himself in the shadows, observing. Although the goblin knight fought valiantly, driving 2 human warriors into disarray atop his bison, his underlings were woefully inept, rapidly dwindling to a mere 30% of their original number, achieving only the deaths of a novice warrior and a rookie archer. Once all the goblins perished, the goblin knight would soon find himself overwhelmed by the humans. Escape would be impossible by then. Yet, what did this have to do with the goblin thief? While the battle raged on and the humans were preoccupied, the real opportunity lay in swiftly looting the fallen. Under the astonished gaze of the half-eared goblin, the goblin thief crouched low, stealthily making his way toward the human camp, his form gradually merging with the encroaching darkness. The half-eared goblin, hidden amidst the grass, widened his eyes in an effort to track the goblin thief's movements, but to no avail. After a while, the half-eared goblin felt a tug on his arm and turned to find the goblin thief suddenly beside him. The sack hanging from his waist now appeared heavy, brimming with treasures, paying no mind to the furious roars and screams of the goblin knight besieged by humans. The 2 goblins took advantage of the chaos to slip away unnoticed under the cover of night. Once they reached the desolate twilight, they hunted down a plump rabbit and seized its burrow. The goblin thief eagerly spilled his freshly acquired loot, clattering as it hit the ground. In his haste, he had not sorted the items properly. Everything had been hastily stuffed into the pouch, which now weighed heavily upon his belt, hindering his movements. A meticulous assessment was in order to discard the heavy, worthless trinkets. Among the heap, the half-eared goblin spotted a familiar short knife, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't that the treasure of the former big boss? How did it end up in the hands of the elder brother? However, he was quickly distracted by the sight of the goblin thief tossing out rations and beef jerky, a fine steel dagger, a gold necklace, a silver amulet, healing potions, and monster materials. The goblin thief stuffed the lighter, more valuable items back into the pouch. Turning around, he noticed the half-eared goblin drooling over a half-filled bag of beef jerky and tossed it into his arms, while he himself picked up a piece of compressed biscuit from the ground. The moment he took a bite, he grimaced. What kind of nonsense were these humans carrying? The taste and texture were a far cry from the delectable chicken legs back at the summoner's abode. Gobo muttered, "Brother, where are you headed next?" Half-ear, with a piece of jerky clenched between his teeth, replied indistinctly, "Goblins, I suppose. I know a few places where powerful goblin nests are established." The goblin thief cast a sidelong glance at Half-ear, sensing that this fellow was perhaps a bit too dim-witted. Chapter 43. The well-behaved treasure chest monster. In the dead of night, within the verdant forest, Zhang Daxuan sat beside a flickering campfire, occasionally tossing a log into the flames while his gaze drifted towards a distant golden chest that emitted a soft glow. He harbored an unshakable belief that the chest contained a plethora of limited-edition cartoon figurines, genuine rare collectibles, no less, crafted by animation studios and manufacturing plants now devoured by the encroaching realms of illusion, with most of the production team perishing in the calamity. Coupled with the drastic reduction of habitable environments for humanity, a vast array of resources had vanished or transformed, rendering the transport of goods between surviving cities exceedingly arduous, resulting in the near obliteration of numerous industries. Factories that once produced toys had largely been repurposed as arms manufacturers, with only a scant few remaining to cater to the basic needs of urban inhabitants. Conversely, the realms of gaming, animation, and cinema, serving as vital pillars of morale and significant platforms for scientific outreach, had garnered robust support from the Federation and the upper echelons of most cities. As a longtime aficionado of the second dimension, Zhang Daxuan's yearning for these discontinued figurines far surpassed his desires for women and wealth. Although Zhao Huan had previously shown the exploration team that the treasure chest monster bore nothing within its belly, Zhang Daxuan occasionally felt an impulsive urge to approach and pry open the chest for a second glance. At that moment, he sensed an unsettling presence lurking in the darkness. Instantly snapping to attention, shifting from a cross-legged position to a crouch, knife in one hand and shield in the other, scanning the surroundings for any sign of an enemy. Suddenly, a shadow darted forth, racing with incredible speed into the golden chest. Zhang Daxuan, shield held protectively against his chest, momentarily froze in shock. What on earth? The golden chest quaked violently, issuing a piercing feline cry, concerned that the creature might escape the confines of the treasure chest monster. He deliberated whether to rush over and assist, only to see the trembling chest soon settle into stillness, the shrill cries morphing into mournful wails before vanishing altogether. Recalling the sharp metallic teeth revealed when the treasure chest monster unveiled its true form, Zhang Daxuan swallowed hard, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Before dawn, the members of the exploration team were already stirring awake. Regardless of gender, they hastily splashed water on their faces and popped a piece of gum into their mouths, deeming it sufficient hygiene. Zhao Huan, you seem to have a good night's sleep last night, Qian Mantang remarked with a smile. I thought you might feel a bit out of sorts on your first overnight venture. It was a bit cramped, but otherwise not too bad. Zhao Huan replied with a grin. Zhang Daxuan interjected, several creatures crawled into your chest last night. You might want to check what's inside to see if we can roast something for breakfast. They've probably been digested by now, Zhao Huan replied uncertainly, clapping his hands toward the treasure chest monster. Come here. Upon hearing the summoner's call, the treasure chest monster promptly scurried over. Qian Xiaolin, gripping Lin Honglei's hand, exclaimed with excitement, it's so well behaved. I want to keep one. Zhang Daxuan silently echoed her sentiment, wishing to have a treasure chest monster of his own. Open wide. The treasure chest monster obediently opened its mouth, retracting its teeth, revealing that indeed there were no remnants of monsters within, only a collection of discarded body parts. Several sharp teeth, 2 glowing green claws, 2 amber eyes, a segment of white jade bone, and a thumb-sized, faintly shimmering crystal that radiated a subtle magical aura. This appears to be the claws and teeth of a venomous clawed cat, likely from a recently matured specimen. Those eyes seem to belong to a ghost-faced night owl. What sort of creature left behind this bone and this crystal? Zhang Daxuan pondered, scrutinizing the bone that resembled an animal's cervical vertebra. I should look into this later. Cough. Huan, these items. Zhao Huan chuckled. Just adhere to the exploration team's rules. There's no need to worry about my thoughts on them. At her words, the other members of the exploration team exchanged glances, sharing a newfound understanding. Zhao Huan placed a hand on the treasure chest monster, summoning it back. Ah, has the summoning time for the little treasure chest come to an end? Qian Xiaolin lamented. Little treasure chest? Is that a nickname? Zhao Huan chuckled. It's too conspicuous to keep it by my side. Let it rest for a while. His eyes swept over the card in his hand. Green monster card. Greedy treasure chest monster. LV3. The treasure chest monster had remarkably leveled up to level 3. It hadn't upgraded after consuming the sharp-toothed bird. What could it have possibly ingested last night? Truly, one must venture into the polluted zones to elevate their cards. Repacking the tent and swiftly tidying up their campsite, the exploration team resumed their journey deeper into the forest. Each member, including Zhao Huan, bore a travel backpack, though the weights varied considerably. Zhao Huan's attributes were the lowest, and consequently, his backpack was the lightest. He contemplated that perhaps he could stow some supplies, such as the tent, which was unnecessary on the road, inside the treasure chest monster's mouth. However, having just joined the exploration team and lacking trust among the members, he doubted they would agree, fearing it would only lead to discomfort. Moreover, Zhao Huan needed to conduct some experiments to ascertain that the items placed within the treasure chest monster's belly would not be digested. Predators in the jungle typically possess their own territories, as long as one carefully avoided the monster's nests. The less formidable creatures of the verdant forest would seldom attack a human group exuding an aura of danger, especially one composed of 3 intermediate professionals, unless, of course, they were particularly ravenous. At midday, the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team encountered another team returning from the west. They appeared to be acquainted, and Zhang Daxuan exchanged a few words with their captain. They had initially intended to gather materials in the Twilight Wasteland, but had to retreat after being ambushed by a horde of goblins the previous night, resulting in the deaths of 2 novices assisting with their supplies, and the remaining members sustaining injuries in the fray. Speaking of novices, Zhang Daxuan's gaze fell upon Li Xiang. Hey, Zhao Huan is also a trainee professional. Why are you only looking at me, brother Zhang? Zhang Daxuan huffed. Zhao Huan is a summoner, currently focused on support, and you probably can't even match him in a fight. Although Zhang Daxuan could be unreliable at times, the team members respected his judgment. Li Xiang remained silent, inwardly calculating. He possessed the foundational warrior skill, heavy strike, and the 5th-level trainee warrior skill, enhanced physique, which added 5 points to his constitution and strength. Meanwhile, Zhao Huan had a treasure chest monster aiding him in attacks, and with the symbiotic vine to restore his energy and health during daylight. He might indeed prove a formidable opponent. However, Li Xiang was unaware that when Zhang Daxuan assessed their strengths, he had not factored in Zhao Huan's summoned creature. Chapter 44. A war sparked by a thief's smack. Zhao Huan swatted a mutated mosquito, pondering whether his insect repellent ointment had expired, as it seemed utterly ineffective. He glanced up at the retreating figures of the exploration team, mused, those explorers are rather decent. They even remember to bring back their fallen comrades. Return the corpse and clarify the cause of death. This will safeguard the reputation of the exploration team and prevent any negative repercussions on future recruitment, explained Qian Mantang. Zhang Dashuan shook his head slightly. Just yesterday, I assured Huan Shi that the verdant forest was free of goblins. It seems those green-skinned creatures have already begun to target explorers. Where did they encounter goblins? To the west of the verdant forest, near the Twilight Wastes. They reported an ambush by a small goblin squad, losing 2 members in the fray. They had already set up camp, believing the night would pass without incident, only to be besieged by a horde of goblins in the dead of night. Will these goblins interfere with our mission? Surely not. That group of goblins has been eradicated, and the moonlight jungle deer are active in the central region of the forest. Goblins would likely shy away from that area. Listening to the exploration team members discussing among themselves, Zhao Huan recalled the characteristics of the goblin triumvirate, specifically the thief and the merchant, and felt a twinge of unease. He gently flicked his fingers, but did not draw the goblin triumvirate card. Not dead yet. This should have no ties to the triumvirate. Next time, I must remind them, especially the goblin thief, not to actively assault humans. Otherwise, if our relationship is exposed in the future, I might be charged with treason against humanity and face a death sentence broadcasted live. However, where had the goblins gone idle? The Twilight Wastes. The goblin thief, accompanied by a half-eared companion, infiltrated another goblin tribe. Compared to the goblins led by the goblin knight, this tribe appeared more organized. They occupied a large cavern as their lair, dividing areas within according to the strength of different goblins. The tribe leader was a formidable goblin mage, wielding a staff fashioned from a magical crystal bound to wood, adorned with numerous valuable trinkets, occupying the largest platform in the cavern's heart. The goblin mage had a goblin warrior and several goblin captains and mutated goblin soldiers resting nearby. Ordinary goblins were relegated to the outer regions of the cavern, strictly prohibited from approaching the platform. The goblin thief originally intended to stealthily approach the goblin mage and pilfer some valuables. However, upon nearing, he nearly fell prey to a keen-eyed goblin scout and hastily retreated. After 2 attempts, he finally circumvented the scout and ascended the platform, only to narrowly escape detection by the goblin mage's potent mental prowess. Reluctantly, the goblin thief abandoned his endeavor. Meandering through the cavern, he casually snatched a few inconsequential trinkets from passing goblins. Following his instincts, he departed the goblin lair and wandered the wilderness for a while until he stumbled upon a kobold mine. With a dazed gaze, he inhaled deeply, the scent of gold. The mine entrance was unguarded, allowing the goblin thief to slip inside unnoticed. Following the clanging sounds, he discovered kobold miners hard at work. Though the kobolds had a decent sense of smell, the dust-laden air, rich with the scents of stone and metal, effectively masked the goblin thief's presence. Each kobold miner had a backpack beside them, filled with the ores they had gathered. The goblin thief peeked into a backpack and discreetly lifted 2 seemingly valuable ores. As a kobold miner, having collected enough ore, hoisted his backpack deeper into the mine, the goblin thief's eyes glinted with mischief as he stealthily followed. In the depths of the mine, in a sweltering chamber, a fist-sized red magical gemstone lay upon the ground, surrounded by smaller magical crystals and metallic materials forming a fire-conjuring magic circle that drew magma from deep below, creating a lava pool at the circle's center to aid the kobolds in smelting ores. Simultaneously, the intense magical heat emanating from the magma provided an excellent training environment for the kobold chief, a tall and opulent kobold sorcerer adorned in gold and silver. As the goblin thief entered, his attention was immediately captivated by the magical crystal, roughly the size of his head, neglecting even the impurity-laden gold ingots set aside for cooling. Meanwhile, several perceptive kobolds seemed to have caught a whiff of an intruder. However, the acrid sulfur and chaotic metallic scents in the air rendered them unable to pinpoint the source. Not daring to interrupt their chief's meditative practice, they could only sniff around suspiciously. Their curiosity piqued. After a fruitless search, the scent that resembled goblins began to dissipate along with the sulfur in the air. Sensing a disturbance in the surrounding magical energy, the kobold sorcerer roused from deep meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately noticed the absence of the fist-sized lava crystal at the core of the magic circle, unleashing an angry roar imbued with a subtle pressure. The goblin thief trembled at the sound, seizing the opportunity as the surrounding kobold miners shrank back in fear from their chief's bellow. Hastily making his escape from the kobold mine, pausing momentarily at the entrance, he resolved to return to the goblin lair. There, amidst the numbers of his kin and under the protection of the powerful goblin mage leader, he would find the safety he sought. Moments later, the kobold sorcerer, leading all the kobolds, burst forth, following the lingering scent of the intruder with ferocity towards the goblin lair. With a massive fireball, the kobold sorcerer obliterated a dozen goblins in an instant. He bellowed for the goblins to surrender the lava crystal and the accursed goblin thief. However, the green-skinned inhabitants of the goblin lair were utterly bewildered by the sorcerer's barking, interpreting it as mere threats and provocations. At the command of the goblin mage, the goblin warriors surged forward with hundreds of goblins in tow, while the mage positioned himself at the rear, launching fireballs at the kobold sorcerer. Flames erupted, sending splintered fire across the battlefield, leaving the two monstrous leaders unscathed while their minions were set ablaze amidst the chaos. The goblin thief and the half-eared companion hid in a corner of the cavern, observing the scene where two shield-bearing goblin warriors defended the fireball-throwing goblin mage. And a thought began to form in their minds. Chapter 45, The Downfall of the Goblin Tribe. While the goblins outnumbered the kobolds several times over, they were significantly outmatched in terms of equipment. The average goblin wielded nothing more than wooden sticks and stones, with the more cunning ones fashioning crude weapons from their meager resources. In stark contrast, the kobolds were well armed, each equipped with metal weaponry, and the more fortunate donned metal helmets or half-metal, half-leather armor. Upon first contact, a considerable number of goblins fell to the kobolds' blades, but the goblins, leveraging their numerical superiority, managed to dispatch many kobolds, hastily donning their fallen foes' gear. Gradually, the goblins regained some semblance of advantage. At that moment, the kobold sorcerer gathered his strength and unleashed a resounding roar. The sound reverberated across the battlefield with a psychological intimidation that momentarily dazed the goblins, who seemed to envision the sorcerer's sprouting wings, transforming into a terrifying beast poised to devour them, flooding their hearts with dread and causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. This was undeniably a splendid opportunity for offense. Regrettably, the effects of the spell did not distinguish between friend and foe, causing even the dog-headed creatures to tremble in fear beneath the dragon's fearsome roar, clutching their heads in terror. Only one dog-headed berserker, drenched in blood and enveloped in a vibrant crimson aura, remained unaffected by the incantations of the dog-headed warlock. With a powerful kick, he dispatched a goblin that obstructed his path and charged furiously towards the goblin mage. Fortunately, the duration of the dragon's roar was fleeting, and the goblin warrior guarding the mage regained his composure just in time to parry the attack. He managed to block it, albeit briefly. The dog-headed berserker swung his metallic axe twice, shattering the wooden shields held by the two goblin warriors, cleaving their bodies in half. The fireball in the goblin mage's grasp was on the verge of completion, yet the berserker had already closed the distance, leaving no time to spare. In a flash, a goblin thief appeared beside the goblin mage, scattering a handful of gravel and sand into the berserker's bulging, scarlet eyes. The berserker instinctively turned away, eyes shut, raising his hand to shield himself. Seizing this precious moment, the goblin mage finally unleashed the fireball, which struck the berserker squarely on the head. Boom! The dog-headed berserker howled in agony as he was flung backward. The goblin mage sighed in relief, nodding appreciatively at the goblin thief. Well done, Gobo. As a reward, I hereby promote you to my bodyguard. The goblin thief glanced at the gruesome remains of the two goblin warriors on the ground. Such a fate is not one I desire. Rewards are already in my possession. You may continue to play on your own. With a sly grin, the goblin thief quietly retreated to a corner while the goblin mage turned away to continue his incantations. Upon witnessing the demise of the berserker, the dog-headed warlock erupted with fury, preparing to hurl another fireball at the goblin mage. The goblin mage thought to himself, who fears whom? Let us exchange blows. However, as magical energy coalesced, he felt something was amiss. The fireball's accumulation had inexplicably slowed. Looking down, he realized that the magical bracelet, constructed from power crystals and monster cores, which he had worn on his wrist, had vanished. Boom! The goblin mage soared through the air, his charred corpse rolling twice upon landing, coming to rest directly before the goblin thief and half-ear. The goblin thief's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated retrieving the goblin mage's fallen crystal staff. But as he took a step forward, his body abruptly transformed into a radiant glimmer and dissipated. Half-ear, witnessing this, paused momentarily before hastily retrieving the staff. He called out softly a couple of times, yet the goblin thief did not return. Observing the goblin mage's demise, the remaining goblins began to retreat in panic. Half-ear hesitated briefly before clutching the crystal staff and stealthily slipping away along the wall. In the verdant forest, as dusk descended, the exploration team finally discovered the traces left by the moonlit forest deer. However, they found themselves in the heart of the Emerald Woods, where the likelihood of encountering tree monsters significantly increased. If it were merely solitary tree monsters, they could be dealt with. However, in the central region of the forest, slaying one might draw a horde. It would be best to avoid provoking them. The stronger the tree monsters, the more adept they became at masquerading as ordinary trees, rendering them increasingly difficult to detect as darkness fell and visibility waned. We should find a secure place to rest until dawn, Zhang Dashuan suggested, turning to Zhao Huan. When in a contaminated zone, one must exercise patience. Avoiding danger is paramount, even more so than completing the task. Indeed, safety is of utmost importance. Zhao Huan nodded in agreement. He was indifferent to the task's completion. If possible, he would prefer to linger in the Emerald Forest for several more days. A slight smile graced his lips as he gazed at the card in his hand. Special Blue Monster Card, the Goblin Trio. LV3. The grinding session concluded, and the goblins returned safely. Through the card, he peered into the greed-laden space, where a fist-sized red gem stood out prominently. Zhao Huan's heart fluttered with excitement. But his gaze soon fell upon the bloodied gold necklace, the silver amulet, and the healing potion marked with a merchant's insignia. These items, without a doubt, were pilfered from explorers. Could it be that this fellow truly went off to commit murder? Zhao Huan furrowed his brow. He had always prided himself on being a person of principle. If categorized by game factions, he would undoubtedly lean towards the neutral, benevolent side. He believed in repaying kindness and vengeance alike, and if time permitted, he would engage in small acts of kindness without seeking reward. But he would never kill an innocent stranger for mere coin. Well, it's pointless to dwell on uncertainties. The trial dream realm will open tonight. I shall inquire then. Suddenly, Zhao Huan recalled another matter. What to do about the treasure chest creature during the nightly trial? Wouldn't it seem odd to leave it behind? Yet, if I take it outside, it would likely be unable to summon it during the trial. He pondered whether its absence might lead to failure in the trial. Perhaps I could concoct an excuse, but if discovered, it would be quite awkward and affect their perception of me. He sighed, regretting not having left the treasure chest creature inside the previous night. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to leave the treasure chest creature outside. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and he could defeat a few more monsters tonight, elevating it to level 5. At level 5, the monster card might undergo further transformation. Chapter 46. The Claw of the Coconut-Bursting Bird. The exploration team's current location was even more perilous than before, necessitating a shift to a 2-shift night watch. Zhang Dashuan, Qian Xiaolin, and Su Duojin, a mid-level warrior accompanied by 2 junior practitioners, guarded the first half of the night. Qian Mantang and Lin Honglei, both mid-level practitioners, took on the latter half with Li Xiong, a trainee warrior. The handover of the night watch occurred at midnight, and Zhao Huan, having calculated the time, voluntarily requested to join the second night watch team. With 2 fewer individuals sleeping in the tent, it felt considerably more spacious, and Zhao Huan quickly fell asleep. Zhao is a champion of slumber, Zhang Dashuan remarked with envy. Su Duojin nodded in agreement. His heart is indeed quite large. When I first ventured into the contaminated zone with you, I was fraught with worry and could hardly sleep, yet he appears utterly unfazed. After 2 years as a cleaner, one must grow bolder. However, I believe it primarily stems from our reliable appearance. Zhang Dashuan said with a hint of pride. Su Duojin tossed a log into the fire. That may be so, but he seems overly trusting of others, doesn't he? Qian Xiaolin speculated. Perhaps he finds us credible because Sister Xingyu is acquainted with him? Zhang Dashuan chuckled. Before he joined us, he even inquired about our circumstances from others. Just then, Qian Xiaolin pointed to the treasure chest creature squatting in the corner. Look, the little chest is glowing. It's about to hunt. Is that little chest truly so small? It appears quite well behaved. As soon as it glows, I feel it must be filled with magical jewelry, each piece shimmering and possessing formidable magical effects. As a marksman, shouldn't you be coveting magical bows or arrows instead? I believe the chest contains weapons and armor that would surpass even high-level warriors. Wouldn't you agree, Zhang? Oh, indeed, weapons and armor. The kind that can fell old Qian with a single stroke, Zhang Dashuan replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. His hands itched with curiosity. He yearned to pry open the chest and glimpse its contents. So do I. Inside the tent, Zhao Huan pressed his lips tightly together, his eyelids fluttering slightly as he drifted into slumber. In his dream, he beheld a pair of terrifyingly enormous claws tearing the sky asunder, from which emerged a horrific, bloodshot eyeball. The monstrous eye merely narrowed its pupil, and the entire city crumbled into ruin. Countless humans had just fled their buildings, panic-stricken and unsure of where to escape, only to realize in horror that their flesh and blood began to disintegrate, drawn away in delicate red threads by the ghastly eye. At that moment, Zhao Lijia suddenly appeared, declaring herself a magical girl tasked with safeguarding the world, but her wand had broken while cracking walnuts, necessitating a repair fee of 5,000 yuan. In a frenzy, Zhao Huan rummaged through his pockets, only to find himself short by 50 cents, nearly driving him to madness. Suddenly, the world shimmered with vibrant colors, the sky became tangible, and the sea waves rolled, the ocean breeze caressing him. Trial initiated. Trial objective: exterminate the goblin tribe on the deserted island and the nearby fisherman clan. Zhao Huan paused for a moment, regaining his composure, and wiped his face, erasing the non-existent cold sweat. What a ridiculous dream that was. Almost led to the world's destruction just because of 50 cents. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself standing on a rocky shore, the boundless ocean stretching behind him, while before him lay a wild beach adorned with several coconut trees, beyond which stood a lush forest. Speaking of which, aside from the artificial scents concocted by technology, it had been many years since he last savored fresh coconut juice. Zhao Huan licked his lips, recalling that he needed to inquire about the goblin's idling activities. The goblin scavenger claimed ignorance, expressing a desire to search the wild beach for shells in pursuit of pearls. The goblin merchant, however, mentioned he knew nothing of the golden necklace, but suggested that there might be treasures beneath the waves, asking Zhao Huan if he wished to dive down for a look. Suppressing the urge to kick the goblin into the sea, Zhao Huan summoned the goblin merchant back, resummoning until he finally called forth the true goblin thief. After some animated gestures and goblin chatter, Zhao Huan pieced together the situation. It turned out that the entire affair had little to do with him. He had merely touched two corpses, or, more accurately, before the goblin captain could act, he had stolen its dagger, thus diminishing its power. Upon clarifying the matter, Zhao Huan felt a wave of relief, realizing the goblin thief was merely an observer and a petty thief. After giving the goblin thief a few instructions to keep its distance from humans while idling, he set the matter aside. Can you climb trees? Zhao Huan pointed to the coconut tree. Go up and fetch me a coconut. The goblin thief nodded, clutching a rusty knife in its mouth, swiftly scaling the coconut tree. After much effort with the rusty knife, it finally severed the coconut stem, dropping 2 coconuts to the ground. Now, how to open these coconuts? Zhao Huan picked one up, glancing at his soul-devouring greatsword, then at the goblin thief's rusty knife. Neither seemed suitable for the task. A jab from the soul-devouring greatsword would likely spoil the coconut instantly, and although the rusty knife was merely a dream, Zhao Huan was reluctant to drink coconut water infused with the taste of rusted iron. If only we had a treasure chest monster. It could have taken a bite out of it. Speaking of which, he had yet to summon the chocobo after acquiring it. Zhao Huan summoned the symbiotic vine, wrapping it around his arm, and then tossed the yellow chocobo onto the ground. A radiant white light swirled together, transforming into a magnificent bird adorned with golden feathers. Upon its arrival, the yellow chocobo tilted its head, surveying its surroundings before approaching Zhao Huan, affectionately nudging against him. Zhao Huan stroked its head. The feathers were soft and pleasing to the touch. He imagined how ecstatic Zhao Lijiao would be to see it. She had always longed for a fluffy pet during her childhood. Gur. The yellow chocobo also greeted the goblin thief, who was seated on the wild beach, pondering how to consume the coconut. The rusty knife proved too dull to penetrate the coconut shell, and gnawing at it only resulted in painful teeth and a mouthful of wood shavings. Upon noticing the yellow chocobo, the goblin thief's eyes lit up, gesturing toward the coconut with frantic motions. The yellow chocobo seemed to understand, approaching the coconut and delivering a powerful kick. With a resounding crack, the coconut shell bore a fissure and 2 openings, from which the translucent coconut water flowed. The goblin thief hurriedly raised the coconut, positioning the openings to its mouth. Drinking eagerly, Zhao Huan was somewhat surprised. No wonder the card had specifically noted that the chocobo's claws possessed formidable strength. Chapter 47, Fishhead Pile. The objective was to eliminate the goblin tribe and fisherman clan on the deserted island. This trial's goal appeared quite straightforward, devoid of any peculiarities. However, Zhao Huan instinctively sensed something amiss. After finishing the coconut water, he took the goblin thief to explore the island in search of their targets. The yellow chocobo's vibrant coloration made it conspicuous, prompting Zhao Huan to recall it. Not far from the wild beach, Zhao Huan encountered several goblins scavenging in the forest for food. The sight of a human abruptly appearing on the deserted island astonished the goblins. After regaining their wits, upon realizing Zhao Huan was alone, they shrieked and lunged at him with menacing expressions. With a swift strike of his sword, Zhao Huan felled them, leaving behind a mess of desiccated corpses. One lone goblin, sensing its peril, attempted to flee but was knocked down by the goblin thief, who proceeded to deliver a beating. After a hurried exchange, they divulged the whereabouts of the goblin tribe. With a decisive swing of his sword, another goblin corpse joined the pile. These foolish creatures couldn't even count to 10 fingers. Zhao Huan didn't expect to extract much information from them. But now armed with a general location of the goblin tribe, The rest would rely on his own investigation. This group of wild goblins had constructed some rudimentary structures at the highest point of the island's center. Knowing their direction made finding them relatively easy. Zhao Huan and the goblin thief concealed themselves in a patch of grass half their height, enduring the biting of mosquitoes while secretly observing the goblin camp. Zhao Huan estimated that among the haphazardly constructed buildings, around 70 goblins resided. Besides the typical scrawny goblins, there were also 7 or 8 robust goblin warriors and 2 larger goblin captains. In the midst of those poorly constructed, drafty shelters stood a rather decent-looking wooden hut. Zhao Huan surmised that a goblin spellcaster likely inhabited that hut, serving as the leader of this goblin tribe. Compared to the brutish, muscle-bound aberrations, this intelligent leader would typically prove far more challenging to deal with. Assuming half of the goblins were currently outside, the total number within this tribe could reach around 150 to 60, but with the goblin thief as an informant, it would take some time. Yet he should be able to manage. Zhao Huan pondered for a moment, deciding to refrain from engaging the goblins just yet. Instead, he would first locate the other objective of his mission, the merman tribe, before taking action. Cautiously evading the wandering goblins on the island, Zhao Huan, accompanied by a goblin thief, scoured the periphery of the desolate island in search of traces of the mermen. Compared to the mountainous jungles, these amphibious creatures would undoubtedly prefer to reside by the water's edge. Indeed, near a cluster of rocks on the opposite side of the island, Zhao Huan caught sight of the mermen. Some of these creatures lounged atop the stones basking in the sun, while others wielded spears fashioned from stones or bones, poking at crabs on the sandy shore. However, the number of mermen lingering on the beach was scarce, only about 20, while the majority remained submerged in the sea, occasionally surfacing to breathe or clamber onto the shore for a brief respite before plunging back into the depths. The challenge lay in the trial's objective, to eliminate all goblins and mermen. The goblins, confined to the island, had nowhere to flee, yet the mermen, sensing danger, would likely retreat into the ocean, rendering the completion of this trial impossible. It seemed improbable that the trial would feature a scenario akin to the novice trials, where monsters would go berserk towards the end, actively seeking to attack him. Nevertheless, one could not rule out the possibility of a terrifying creature emerging from the sea, trampling him to an untimely end. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Zhao Huan inadvertently glanced at the goblin thief beside him. This creature was toying with a small knife, its gaze fixated on a merman devouring a crab in the distance, its lips pursed in curiosity over the taste of crab meat. Recalling the antics of the goblin during their earlier foraging, an idea suddenly sparked in Zhao Huan's mind. On the sandy shore, 3 merman pups, about the size of basketballs, were screeching loudly as they chased crabs scuttling across the sand. When a crab sought refuge in a hole, they relentlessly prodded it with sticks. As long as the merman pups remained within the confines of the beach and did not venture into the island's woods, the adult mermen paid them no mind. Apart from the green-skinned goblins, there were no other perilous creatures on the entire island. In contrast, a multitude of fierce marine beings lurked beneath the waves, posing a greater threat to the safety of the merman pups. At that moment, the 3 merman pups spotted a large red crab emerging from the sea onto the beach and immediately scuttled after it. Just as the red crab was about to slip into the crevices of the rocks, a green claw suddenly descended from the air, crushing the red crab underfoot. The merman pups, with their large, glistening eyes, looked up in bewilderment to see a green-skinned goblin grinning menacingly at them. Amidst the anguished cries of the merman pups, chaos erupted on the sandy shore. The goblin thief, clutching half of the red crab in its mouth, grabbed the hind legs of the 3 merman pups, resembling someone carrying 3 large frogs, and excitedly dashed off the beach into the woods. A dozen furious mermen, armed with makeshift weapons like spears and stones, hastily followed in pursuit. After a prolonged period, the mermen pursuing the goblins had yet to return, and those nearby had dived into the depths of the sea in search of reinforcements. Soon, a notably larger and sturdier merman warrior, wielding a thick stone spear, emerged from the water, accompanied by a troop of mermen, following the trail into the woods. They discovered no trace of the mermen, but stumbled upon several goblin corpses, surrounded by unmistakable signs of battle, along with footprints likely left by large avian creatures. It appeared that the pursuing mermen had encountered an ambush set by the goblins, and after a fierce confrontation, the bodies had been removed by the goblins. As for why the goblins chose to carry away the mermen's corpses while leaving their own behind, it was perhaps due to the unpalatable nature of goblin flesh, even detested by their own kind. The merman warrior, who had previously sampled goblin meat, thought bitterly. Casting a resentful glance into the depths of the island, the merman warrior opted not to delve deeper, but instead led his kin back to the sea. Clearly, The loss of a few pups and kin was insufficient to provoke a significant response from these creatures. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Huan contemplated this predicament. It seemed that he would need to escalate the stakes. Chapter 48. The Charge of the Chocobo Knight. The mermen, recently attacked, were still in a state of disarray. At this juncture, the previously fleeing goblin swaggered onto the edge of the wild beach, shouldering several sticks. Under the wary and furious gazes of the mermen, the goblin planted the sticks into the sand, defiantly raised its middle finger at them, and swaggered back into the woods. When a few mermen cautiously approached, they discovered that the sticks were adorned with the heads of 3 merman pups and 2 adult mermen. Fury erupted among the mermen, their mouths agape to reveal rows of sharp teeth as they unleashed furious roars. As night fell, the moon cast its silvery glow upon the land. Amidst the crashing waves, countless silhouettes emerged from the sea, slipping into the woods, heading towards the island's center. Zhao Huan, observing from a distance, let out a sigh of relief. Many adult mermen had become mere remnants, devoured by the soul-eating creatures, with only 2 heads appearing relatively intact. He had initially worried that the number of heads might be insufficient to incite the merman's wrath, but fortunately, the instinctual fury that arises when a wise species witnesses the mistreatment of its young would surely ignite an uncontrollable rage. Moreover, the insolent provocation displayed by the goblin thief while impaling the fish heads would be intolerable to any creature possessing a modicum of pride. Even the limping and blind among them would undoubtedly join the fray. If there were still mermen lurking beneath the water, unwilling to surface, there would be little he could do but wait for another opportunity to return with a treasure chest monster. Zhao Huan murmured to himself, gathering the goblin thief and trailing behind the merman horde at a distance, stealthily following their path. As fellow inhabitants of the desolate isle, the mermen were well aware of the goblins' existence and knew the locations of their lairs. Taking advantage of the night's obscurity, they stealthily approached the goblin's doorstep. A merman mage waved his staff, conjuring water vapor to summon a dense fog that drifted toward the goblin encampment. At this moment, most goblins lay sprawled across the ground, lost in slumber. As the air grew damp and chilly, they instinctively huddled closer together, blissfully unaware of the impending attack. A handful of goblins still awake, bewildered by the sudden engulfing fog, were caught off guard when figures emerged from within, thrusting their weapons with ferocity. Only then did the goblins realize they were under siege, erupting into screams and warnings. Hearing the cacophony of goblin cries resonating from the mist, Zhao Huan couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Were these goblins truly incapable of handling this band of mermen? While he was indifferent to the fate of the goblins, his aim was to ensure all mermen remained on the island. Should the goblins fall too swiftly, he feared he would be unable to contain all the mermen on his own. Observing the merman mage encircled by 5 or 6 protective mermen in the distance, Zhao Huan subtly gestured. The goblin thief nodded, vanishing into the night as it stealthily approached the merman mage. Zhao Huan too, brandishing his obsidian sword, crept closer. It appears that the pervasive humidity in the vicinity has heightened the perceptive abilities of the fisherman mage. As the goblin thief approached, it was immediately detected. Instantly halting its incantation, the mage turned to face the source of the disturbance, grasping the blue magical pearl at its chest. With a rapid succession of sharp, urgent, and indistinct syllables, it conjured a translucent pale blue shield to envelop its form. The experienced goblin thief recognized that it had been discovered, disregarding the need for stealth. It hurled a handful of sand and, seizing the moment of chaos, plunged a knife into the eye of the nearest fishman before attempting to flee. The fisherman mage roared in fury, commanding its fisherman guards to pursue and eliminate the scoundrel. Raising its staff and chanting incantations, it summoned a water arrow, ready to unleash it upon the goblin thief. Suddenly, a large yellow bird sprang forth, charging aggressively and delivering a powerful kick. The mage's shield quivered violently, and it stumbled, nearly losing its balance, causing the conjured water arrow to veer off course. The fisherman mage cried out, summoning its kin to return and protect it. But behind the yellow chocobo, another figure emerged, indifferent as the cold, luminous moon in the sky, wielding a massive sword shrouded in dark energy, bringing forth a cacophony of whispers as it descended with a brutal strike. The impact shattered the mage's shield like a bubble pierced by a needle. The soul-devouring greatsword was propelled upwards by the explosion, and Zhao Huan was thrust back several steps by the force, seizing the opportunity to flee. The fisherman mage was swiftly intercepted by the chocobo, which knocked it over and pressed its head into the ground, silencing any chance of casting a spell for self-preservation. Desperately pointing at other fishermen for assistance, it was oblivious to Zhao Huan who, seeing the fisherman mage subdued, promptly turned to engage the remaining fishermen, collaborating with the goblin thief to reduce them to mere fish jerky. With a swift thrust, Zhao Huan sure drove the great sword into the fisherman mage's body, watching as it rapidly withered away. The crimson glow within the skeletal eye sockets of the soul, devouring great sword intensified, with the mage's control dissipated. The dense fog enveloping the goblin encampment swiftly dispersed. The fishmen had initially planned to retreat before dawn, regardless of the battle's outcome. The shroud of night and fog had afforded them considerable advantage against the goblins, but with the sun's rise, that advantage would swiftly vanish. Despite their thirst for vengeance, they could not afford to sacrifice all their kin, as significant losses would render survival in the sea exceedingly difficult. However, as the fog lifted and the goblins regained their sight, they would not allow the fishmen to escape unscathed. Did they think they could benefit and then flee so easily? Such fortune was not to be had. On land, the goblins were far swifter than the fishmen. Only a handful of fishmen, realizing the fog had cleared, sensed the danger and hastily made their exit. Yet, as they burst from the goblin encampment, they encountered a human astride a yellow chocobo, blocking their path. The cold moonlight bathed the pair in a frost-like radiance, emanating a chilling aura. In the human's hands, the great sword exuded a mist as dark as ink, whispering eerie incantations, yearning for the sustenance of fresh life. Beneath the chocobo, a few desiccated corpses lay scattered, barely recognizable as remnants of fishmen. Upon witnessing this grim tableau, the already panicked fishmen felt a shiver run through their bodies, as if they had been swept into the frigid depths of an abyss beneath the tumultuous sea. Charge! Chocobo Knight. The last memory of the fishmen was the human's thunderous roar as he charged forth on the yellow chocobo, wielding the fearsome demon sword and systematically dispatching their comrades. Subsequently, a few more fishmen managed to escape, occasionally pursued by a few goblins. Zhao Huan sure stood in their path, indiscriminately striking down any creature that emerged, leaving not a single monster unscathed. As the dawn gradually broke, the cacophony within the goblin encampment began to wane, signaling the battle's conclusion. The once chaotic structures lay in utter ruin. The bodies of goblins and fishmen intermingled upon the ground, the pungent stench of fish and blood saturating every corner of the encampment. Ultimately, though the goblins emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The majority of their ranks lay slain, and the survivors were left battered and bruised. In the prior darkness and fog, uncertainty reigned. Goblins were fearful, unsure of how many foes lurked in the shadows, scurrying about like headless flies. As the mist dissipated and they realized their numbers outmatched those of their enemies, the goblins' initial dread transformed into a renewed vigor. Bolstered by their leader, the goblin mage, whose magical reserves were depleted, roared to rally the remaining goblins, who, despite their weariness, pressed on to fight until the very end. Zhao Huan sure, mounted upon the chocobo, charged into the goblin encampment, disregarding the moans and blank stares of the ordinary goblins strewn about, directing his assault towards the battered goblin captain. The captain, sensing imminent danger, bellowed a warning to the weary goblins around him, snatching up a fisherman's stone spear as a weapon while using a goblin as a makeshift shield. With a cruel and fierce gaze, he prepared to strike at the approaching enemy. However, the chocobo's powerful legs propelled it to a sudden halt, evading the captain's attack. Before accelerating past him, the soul-devouring greatsword, fueled by a frenzied howl, became a blur as it sliced through the air, severing the captain's head from his shoulders. The expression of ferocity and rage on the goblin's face morphed into one of terror and confusion, only to be swiftly consumed by the encroaching dark energy, withering away in an instant. By the time his remains hit the ground, he appeared to have been lifeless for at least a century. The goblin mage, wielding its staff, unleashed an enraged roar, and the remaining goblins that still had the strength to fight scrambled to their feet, seizing their weapons to charge at Zhao Huan sure. Unfazed by the battered green-skinned adversaries, Zhao Huan sure felt no fear. Instead, he was concerned that the chocobo might be harmed, so he dismounted, allowing it to move aside. With the soul-devouring greatsword in hand, he felt invincible. These exhausted, battle-worn foes posed no threat to him, as his recovery speed outpaced any damage they could inflict. In fact, the vitality siphoned from his enemies surged into his body, invigorating him further, igniting a fervor that made him yearn to duel for 3 days and nights. Witnessing his minions fall like autumn wheat before a scythe, the goblin mage was consumed by an uncharacteristic rage, driving every goblin around him into the fray. He painfully ripped the blue crystal from around his neck, a flicker of anguish crossing his face before steeling himself. He crushed the gem between his teeth, and as if the parched earth were kissed by gentle rain, he felt a rush of coolness surge down his throat and spread through his lungs. The sensation was so pleasurable that it nearly lured him into complacency. With narrowed eyes suddenly wide open, he glared viciously at his distant foes, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. In just 3 breaths, he would have enough magical energy to cast Fireball and obliterate this opportunistic interloper. The goblin mage seized his black wooden staff adorned with deep-sea pearls. Huh, where's my staff? Where's my sizable staff? The goblin mage, who was just rooted in place moments ago, glanced around and discovered a mischievous goblin, clutching his staff, attempting to pry the deep-sea pearl from its surface with a small knife. The goblin mage's eyes widened in disbelief, and upon realizing the situation, he began to jump up and down, pointing at the thieving goblin and unleashing a torrent of curses. How dare this wretched fool, as foolish as the headfish monsters of the sea, not engage in battle at such a crucial moment, but instead attempt to steal pearls from my staff? The goblin thief, unfazed, merely scratched his ear, shot a sideways glance at the goblin mage, and returned to his task of prying the pearl loose. Though the items from the trial dream could not be taken back, the allure of such a beautiful pearl was irresistible, and the goblin thief felt a sense of satisfaction at the thought of stashing it away in his bag for a while. Seeing that this scoundrel dared to ignore him, let alone show contempt, the goblin mage was consumed with rage. He waved his hand, channeling the magical energy that had just surged into his body, transforming it rapidly into a fiery spell. Even without his staff, the goblin mage could still cast spells, albeit at a slower pace, with greater consumption and slightly diminished power. Having lived on this desolate island for so long, all goblins obeyed him as their sovereign, believing him to be the king among their kind. Unaware that kinship does not always equate to camaraderie, it could just as easily signal enmity. As a spellcaster, he was alarmingly close to his adversary at this moment. Roll. Throw sand. Strike low. Slash the throat. The goblin mage's anguished screams filled the air, his throat slashed, rendering him incapable of uttering another sound. Observing the goblin mage writhing in agony on the ground, the goblin thief let out a derisive snort, turned back to embrace the staff, and, gritting his teeth, continued to pry at the pearl. This insufferable fool had no idea what he was dealing with. The pearl was stubbornly adhered to the wood, and after a long struggle, it showed no signs of budging. At that moment, several goblins, hearing their leader's cries of despair, turned to see the goblin mage collapsed in a pool of blood, his throat gushing forth crimson, limbs twitching in a final spasm, clearly beyond salvation. Turning their gaze to the other side, they were met with a scene of swirling black smoke, ghastly roars, and flashing sword light, as the once vibrant goblins were swiftly reduced to ashen corpses. A shiver ran through the remaining goblins, their fighting spirit evaporating instantly, and they turned to flee in all directions. Some, even those who were lying on the ground, moaning softly, suddenly scrambled to their feet, limping in haste to escape the encampment. Zhao Huan, witnessing this chaos, hastened his pace of slaughter, abandoning all defense in favor of relentless offense, toppling the confused goblins before him. His earlier strategy of eliminating the goblin captain first, without dispatching the more formidable goblin mage, was a calculated decision to prevent the sight of their leader's demise from sending the remaining goblins into a panicked flight. Though they could not escape the confines of the island, they could easily find a corner to hide, making it difficult for Zhao Huan to search them out in time, risking a failure of the trial. Frantically, Zhao Huan called back the yellow chocobo that had been pursuing the fleeing goblins, preparing to mount it in pursuit of the scattered foes, when suddenly, the entire world darkened. Chapter 50, The Fisherman of the Fishmen. Zhao Huan, wake up. It's our turn to keep watch. Zhao Huan felt a voice calling to him, accompanied by gentle taps on his shoulder, pulling him from the depths of slumber. Trial concluded. Trial successful. Acquired evolution points, 123. Current evolution points, 428. Received trial rewards. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. Green monster card, Shallow Water Fishman Hunter. Gray equipment card, Fishbone Spear. White equipment card, Turtle Shell. Green equipment card, Coral Staff. Profession level increased to LV4. All attributes 1. Regenerating trial dreamscape. Estimated time, 93 hours. It turned out that total annihilation was not necessary. Eliminating the main forces of the monster faction sufficed for a successful eradication. Leaving a handful of lesser minions behind was inconsequential. Zhao Huan. Lin Honglei, noticing Zhao Huan staring blankly with his eyes open, assumed he had not fully awakened and called out again. Oh, Sister Lin, I'm awake. Just a moment. I was dreaming, and now I'm a bit disoriented from being suddenly roused. As Zhao Huan spoke, he crawled out of the tent. Zhang Dashuan and his companions exchanged a few words with them before retreating into their tent to sleep. The first half of the night passed without incident, save for a creature resembling a large rat and an indistinct bird that had scurried into the belly of the treasure chest monster. Zhao Huan glanced back at the treasure chest monster, quietly sitting in the corner, emanating a faint golden glow. He settled down by the campfire, his gaze fixated on his palm, appearing to study his fingers, when in fact, he was examining the cards he had just obtained. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. A mutated goblin, stronger and more fiercely motivated in battle than the ordinary goblin. Overwhelming numbers. When the number of allies exceeds that of the enemy, body attributes receive a slight boost, while battle spirit is greatly enhanced. Curious, Zhao Huan noted that while the previous 3 goblins were white cards, the Goblin Warrior was also a white card, with similar descriptions in their trade entries. Yet, it was evident that a single Goblin Warrior could overpower 3 lesser goblins, suggesting that the 3 goblins were merely there to bolster numbers. A lone Goblin Warrior would not trigger the overwhelming numbers ability. But if he were to join forces with 3 goblins, their collective combat prowess would be significantly amplified. As Zhao Huan pondered this, he turned his attention to another card with a green border. Green monster card, Shallow Water Fisherman Hunter. Active in the shallow waters and coastal areas. This variant of Fishman excels in hunting and combat with long-handled weapons such as harpoons and spear guns. Fish Sense. The unique skin structure of fishmen allows them to keenly perceive changes in surrounding water currents and even detect air movements, particularly in humid conditions. Fisherman. This fisherman enjoys pondering the mysteries of fish life while fishing, carrying a fishing rod crafted from deep-sea fish bones. The rod's tip is sharp and barbed, making it usable as a harpoon or spear in battle. Due to its inherent weaponry, this monster card cannot equip additional long-handled weapons. A fisherman among the fishmen? Is it not customary for fishmen to leap into the water and spear fish directly? Isn't fishing considered a rather unconventional approach? Observing the depiction of the fishman on the card, he hardly seemed of an age to be contemplating retirement. Why was he reflecting on the nature of fish life? Zhao Huan furrowed his brow, wearing an expression akin to that of a subway elder scrutinizing a smartphone in confusion. Although it was peculiar for a fisherman to indulge in fishing, the thought of a fisherman being a fisherman was rather perfect. The fish sense trait was nothing short of a divine skill for a fisherman. Unless there were no fish in the water, he would undoubtedly catch something, ensuring he returned home with fish in tow, leaving little room for disappointment. As he mused, Zhao Huan nearly burst into laughter. Yet, he was aware that he was merely examining the traits of the monster cards, while others could not perceive the cards in his hands. Observing him as he stared at his palm, occasionally frowning and then breaking into a silly grin, they might have thought he was losing his mind. Qian Mantang whispered, "What is up with Xiao Zhao? It seems he is suffering from smartphone withdrawal. He is so accustomed to the presence of his phone in the city that he resorts to pretending to look at one when he feels awkward or bored. But now that he has none, he is mimicking the action," Li Xiang quietly analyzed. Qian Mantang was initially skeptical, yet the foolishly grinning expression of Zhao Huan, fixated on his palm, bore an uncanny resemblance. Lin Honglei whispered, "Do not speak carelessly. Perhaps he merely admires the exquisite beauty of his own hands, which can lead some handsome individuals to develop a touch of narcissism. With calluses formed from wielding a sword, how beautiful could they possibly be?" Zhao Huan was so engrossed in the cards that he failed to notice his companions secretly teasing him. After examining 2 monster cards, he turned his attention to 3 equipment cards. Gray equipment card, Fishbone Spear, an armament crafted from the bones of deceased large fish. Its sharp tip capable of easily penetrating the bodies of most low-level monsters. However, the material of the fishbone spear is not sufficiently sturdy and is prone to damage during combat. Attack 13. Defense 01. A standard long-handled weapon. Limited to certain medium-sized and a few large or small humanoid monsters. When the linked equipment card is completely destroyed, it will enter a repair state, temporarily losing its effect during the repair period. When the linked monster is summoned, this equipment will not appear in hand. However, linking and unlinking with the equipment card is permitted. White equipment card, Turtle Shell. A shield modified from the shell of a large sea turtle. Due to its sturdy material and suitable shape, it was utilized by goblins as a pot to cook soup over fire, resulting in the surface of the shell becoming charred and cracked, significantly reducing both its defensive power and durability. Defense 28. Cracked. The surface of the turtle shell is riddled with fissures. It may shatter upon sustained attacks or significant blows. A common shield. Limited to certain medium-sized and a few small humanoid monsters. Green equipment card, Coral Staff. A beautifully crafted staff imbued with the essence of the sea. Made from magical coral found in the depths of the ocean and the cores of sea beasts. It serves as an excellent weapon for water magic casters. Attack 01. Magic Power 38. Low-level water staff. Equipping this staff increases the caster's spell-casting speed and spell effectiveness by 10, while reducing magic consumption during casting. When releasing water spells, the staff's effect will receive at least a 50 boost, translating to an enhancement of 5 or more. Rapid Water Blast. The wielder can infuse the staff with water magic, triggering its inherent spell effect to rapidly launch 3 high-speed water projectiles, dealing impact damage to enemies. Fragile. The coral staff is made of delicate material and is very prone to damage. A common staff, limited to large, medium, and small humanoid monsters. Chapter 51, Treasure Chest Monster LV5, Card Enhancement. How is it that all three pieces of equipment appear to be fragile? The coral staff can be forgiven, as it is a magical tool and generally not used for direct confrontation. But a turtle shell shield that could shatter mid-battle? That seems absurd. Zhao Huan furrowed his brow, pondering briefly, and decided to equip both the fishbone spear and the turtle shell to the goblin warrior, transforming it into a fragile spear and shield combatant. Although the fishman hunter was of a higher tier, it was better suited for activities near water, currently situated in the jungle. If he truly needed a meat shield to absorb blows, the agile goblin warrior would undoubtedly be more fitting. Besides, as long as fusion was not triggered, the equipment cards wouldn't be consumed or dismantled, allowing for a switch to the fisherman when entering a watery area. Why is he frowning again? Perhaps he finally noticed the calluses in his palm. Zhao Huan put away the cards and looked up to meet three pairs of peculiar gazes. The air suddenly thickened. Lin Honglei turned to Qian Mantang, saying, "Old Qian, the potatoes should be ready. Hurry and take them out, or they burn." Oh, Qian Mantang hastily lowered his head, reaching in to retrieve them, only to be scalded by the flames, realizing he needed to grab a stick to search through the fire. After a prolonged search, all that was found were charred stones. Did we put potatoes in just now? It seems not. Zhao Huan was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why the trio had suddenly become flustered. Quite strange indeed. He pinched out the Goblin Trio card and crushed it. The trial dream ended, and he could once again send the goblins out to hunt. In the morning, Zhao Huan retrieved the scattered loot from the treasure chest monster's mouth. After a moment's thought, he tossed a stone, a scrap of cloth, a piece of jerky, and a potato back into its mouth, prompting it to close the lid, pressing down to revert it to card form. However, after the treasure chest monster vanished in a burst of light, the stone and cloth remained. Was that rejected? What are you doing? Qian Xiaolin inquired, somewhat perplexed. Zhao Huan smiled and explained, the treasure chest monster can actually serve as a temporary repository, allowing one to store items within its belly and summon them back when needed, thus saving considerable effort by not having to carry them around all the time. However, I am uncertain whether it will digest anything, so I need to conduct an experiment to verify. It can even serve as a temporary warehouse. This little treasure chest is incredibly useful. I wish I could adopt one. Qian Xiaolin exclaimed enviously. Unless you can also change your class to a summoner. That opportunity may be quite rare. Zhao Huan chuckled, intending to summon the treasure chest monster again, but noticed additional information on the card. Green monster card, greedy treasure chest monster. LV5. New skill, basic capacity expansion. Basic capacity expansion. The interior of the greedy treasure chest monster gains an additional cubic meter of space. This monster card has reached level 5 and cannot be further leveled up. A card enhancement ritual must be completed to continue upgrading. Greedy treasure chest monster card enhancement ritual. Place a gemstone or crystal, any 5 types of metal, and more than 5 fresh monster flesh into the treasure chest monster's body. Bury it 3 meters deep in the ground, or place it in a labyrinth, tomb, or treasure chamber where treasure chest monsters may appear, and wait for 8 hours. Note, the quality of the gemstone or crystal may affect the treasure chest monster's abilities. The pure weight of each type of metal, after removing impurities, must not be less than 1 kilogram. And each type of monster flesh must weigh no less than 5 kilograms, with the monsters having died no more than 72 hours prior. Gathering the materials for the enhancement ritual is not particularly challenging. Once he returns to the city, he can visit a hardware store to assemble the metal components. Within the space of Goblin Trio, including gold necklaces and silver accessories, he can identify at least 3 or 4 types of metal. However, acquiring 5 fresh monster flesh within the 72-hour death window would require him to complete his tasks and see if he could hunt 5 monsters on his way back. If not, he could also purchase them from others in Explorer Town. In fact, as long as the treasure chest monster lures a monster and bites it to death, keeping the corpse without digesting it, it could collect monster flesh within a night or 2. It is indeed intriguing that gemstones or crystals would influence the treasure chest monster's abilities. Thus, he cannot simply utilize a piece of glass as a substitute. The first thought that struck Zhao Huan was the fist-sized magical gemstone that the goblin thief had stolen from the dog-headed man's lair. Judging by the rich magical energy emanating from the gem, its value must be considerable, likely fetching a high price. Using it as a material for consumption seemed a bit extravagant for him. Suddenly, Zhao Huan's eyes widened. He abruptly remembered that the gemstone was still stored in the greedy space, untouched. Should the goblin merchant venture out into the wild with that precious gem and end up as a casualty, what then? Achoo! In the heart of the verdant forest. a red zone marked as the territory of the colossal banyan tree monster. A goblin scavenger bent down, preparing to pluck the magically imbued fruits from the lush underbrush. When suddenly, an itch in its nose compelled it to unleash a resounding sneeze. The sound startled a fearsome predator, and a gigantic man-eating flower sprang forth from the thicket, swallowing the goblin scavenger whole. In less than half a second, the monstrous flower expelled the goblin, sending it soaring through the air in a parabolic arc, only to be halted by the branches of towering trees, landing amidst a tangle of thorns. Howling in agony, it clawed its way out of the brambles, its body punctured with barbed thorns, resembling a green-skinned, yellow-haired hedgehog. Gritting its teeth, it spent quite some time extracting the thorns, tears streaming down its face from the pain. Wiping its face with a tattered burlap sack, the goblin scavenger soon forgot the pain, its gaze fixating once more on the red fruits dangling from the great tree ahead. Smack! The terrifying visage of the advanced tree monster emerged from the trunk, displaying an expression of disdain. As a colossal hand woven from branches and vines swatted the goblin scavenger away, sending it flying over 10 meters. It was on the verge of crashing into a thicket of dark green vines when, whoosh, a thick vine suddenly shot up, yanking the airborne goblin towards the opposite direction. The goblin screeched as it landed, rolling several times before lying motionless on the ground for a while. Eventually, it dazedly sat up, wiped the blood from its nose, and retrieved a vibrant red fruit from its burlap sack, stuffing it into its mouth and chewing. The rich vitality surged from its mouth into its body, rapidly healing its wounds to a considerable extent. The goblin scavenger stood up, brushed off the dirt from its backside, and nonchalantly resumed its wandering in the woods, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it had just been battered about like a volleyball by those plants. Chapter 52. The Allure of the Treasure Chest and its Implications on Intelligence. After dawn, the middle-aged unemployed exploration team cautiously scoured the jungle for half the day and finally spotted the elusive moonlight jungle deer at the edge of the central region of the verdant forest. The moonlight jungle deer, possessing acute senses and a naturally cautious disposition, immediately bolted upon detecting the explorer's approach. The team dared not close the distance too quickly, fearing they might drive the deer deeper into the forest, opting instead to conceal themselves at a distance for observation. Lin Honglei's eyes gleamed faintly as she pointed out, in this area, there are at least 6 low-level tree monsters and 2 mid-level tree monsters. If we attempt to hunt the jungle deer here, it will surely attract their attention. Then we must act swiftly. You, old Qian, and I shall find a place to lie in wait, while the rest of you approach from other directions to drive it out. When the jungle deer is startled and flees, we shall ambush it. And you can take the opportunity to shoot it in the eye with your charged shot, Zhang Dashuan whispered, outlining his plan. Lin Honglei smirked. You certainly have confidence in my archery skills. Indeed, you are our exploration team's sharpshooter, Zhang Dashuan replied. However, I harbor little faith in your abilities. The moonlight jungle deer reacts swiftly and moves nimbly through the jungle. We alone cannot encircle it without alarming the nearby tree monsters. Moreover, once the deer is severely frightened, it will undoubtedly retreat into the central region and remain there for a considerable time. What shall we do then? Perhaps we could set a few traps nearby and let it stumble into them? Suggested Qian Xiaolin quietly. Though it might be cumbersome, it seems more prudent than a direct confrontation. How about after setting the traps, we have Zhao Huanshi's treasure chest monster lure the jungle deer into them? Oh, that's a splendid idea. The group nodded in agreement. Using the treasure chest monster as bait posed no objections from Zhao Huanshi, though he issued a cautionary note. The lower the intelligence, the stronger the desire within, hence the treasure chest monster's allure grows. However, the moonlight jungle deer is naturally cautious and not of low intelligence. It appears to lack any intense desires, making it less likely to be lured by the treasure chest monster. As Zhao Huanshi spoke, he noticed a peculiar shift in the expressions of his companions, the atmosphere thickening momentarily, prompting him to question whether he had misspoken. Zhang Dashuan suddenly enlightened. So that's it. No wonder when I saw the treasure chest monster glowing, I didn't feel a compelling urge to open it. I was puzzled as to why those creatures kept burrowing into the chest. Wait, what urge? Qian Xiaolin asked, her face a mask of confusion, turning to Lin Honglei. Sister Lin, do you feel any urge towards the little treasure chest? Lin Honglei shook her head. Not at all. I feel nothing. Zhang Dashuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Turning sharply to the other men, Li Xiang and Su Duojin exchanged furtive glances, while Qian Mantang patted Zhang Dashuan on the shoulder. Perhaps you haven't washed your feet in a while, and now you're hallucinating? Get lost. You are the one hallucinating. The exploration team spent some time utilizing their gear to set up traps in a nearby location devoid of tree monsters. Zhao Huanshi tossed a card, summoning the treasure chest monster into the center of the trap, disguising it as a golden chest that radiated a rich golden glow. The team members circled at a distance, creating enough commotion to alert the moonlight jungle deer without frightening it away, gradually leading it closer to the trap. Lin Honglei and Qian Mantang concealed themselves in the dense underbrush, positioned neither too far nor too close to the trap, ready to spring forth and eliminate the deer once it triggered the trap. However, as the moonlight jungle deer continued to wander off in the distance, Lin Honglei became aware of other unusual activity. Several shadowy figures approached stealthily from the direction the exploration team had just traversed, seemingly investigating something. Lin Honglei quietly alerted Qian Mantang. There are 6 individuals over there. It seems they are coming towards us. Qian Mantang's expression grew serious. Can you discern who they are? Lin Honglei's eyes gleamed with a faint light as she scrutinized them for a moment. They are all masked, so I cannot see their faces. But their clothes are filthy and spattered with blood. Could they be wanted criminals lurking in the contaminated zone, afraid to return to the city? Regardless, they are certainly not up to any good. Let us go inform old Zhang and the others. Shall we confront them directly? Lin Honglei hesitated. Qian Mantang thought she was worried about failing the mission and urged quietly, safety comes first. At this point, we cannot concern ourselves with the mission's success. Lin Honglei gestured towards the golden treasure chest at the center of the trap. What about Zhao Huan's treasure chest monster? It should be fine. Zhao Huan mentioned that summoning the treasure chest monster is his skill. Even if it dies, he can resummon it. But it would lure those people into the trap. Wouldn't it? It shouldn't be that foolish, right? This ISNTA game, hiding a golden chest in the woods, is a dead giveaway. Even if they know it's a trap, they would still be inclined to investigate. It's like knowing there's nothing in the chest, yet still feeling the urge to take a look. I don't. Lin Honglei gazed intently. Qian Mantang relented. What do you think is inside the chest? Lots of gold bars. How cliché. And you? Beautiful jewelry and gems, along with various exquisite bags and clothing. Huh. Typical woman. What do you think old Zhang would envision inside the chest? Probably some scantily clad figurines, just like the items displayed on the cabinet at his home. I believe the same applies here. The two spoke in hushed tones, quietly retreating from their hiding place. After a while, 6 individuals, clad in masks and hoods that concealed their entire bodies, stealthily approached, using the underbrush and trees as cover. Be cautious. Those people should be nearby. Wait before taking action. Let's first ascertain their strength. There are merely 6 or 7 of them. What could they possibly accomplish in the verdant forest? Their prowess is likely quite limited. Perhaps just a couple of timid mid-level professionals leading them. With the boon of demonic power, why should we fear such insignificant pests? Are you truly as dull as a pig's brain? Do you still think the verdant forest is like that previous novice map? Were you not satisfied with being skewered by those tree roots yesterday? Shut your mouths, all of you. If any of you loudmouths scare away those prey, I shall chop you up as a sacrifice. The speaker appeared to be the leader of these individuals, his voice low and threatening, instantly silencing the others. Look, there's a treasure chest over there. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The rest flocked to investigate. Indeed, there is a chest, and it seems to be glowing. In this desolate wilderness, how could such a chest appear out of nowhere? Clearly, it is a trap. Who would utilize such a thing as a trap? Is it possible that this chest fell from a spatial rift, containing a wealth of treasures inside? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Their eyes gradually filled with greed and suspicion. Chapter 53. The demonic cultists at odds for treasure. The more they stared, the more they felt that the golden chest contained something extraordinary, rare, precious, powerful, capable of enhancing their own strength or being offered as a sacrifice to the demons, thereby earning their favor and acquiring greater, more sinister power. As for the intended sacrifices, those few explorers had been completely forgotten. The mere flesh and blood of a few low-level awakened ones could not compare to the allure of rare and valuable treasures. Previously, while passing through the twilight wilderness, these demonic cultists had hoped to exploit their evil powers to rob goblins and seize some gemstone, or, little did they know, the goblins were far stronger than they had anticipated. Their attempt to rob ended in failure, with the goblin sorcerer leading a horde of goblins in pursuit for 10 kilometers, resulting in several casualties among their ranks. One of the cultists feigned generosity, stating, if there were any true treasures, those explorers would have long since taken the chest away. I suspect this is almost certainly a trap. I do possess considerable wilderness survival knowledge and have researched various traps. You all wait here while I venture forth to scout the path. Scout, are you not simply planning to grab the chest and flee? Are you out of your mind? How could I possibly run fast while carrying such a large chest? You have received the boon of power. What is stopping you from running with the chest? Why bother with the chest? Just take the most valuable items inside. Someone insidiously fanned the flames of discord. Others attempted to mediate. All right, we're all comrades here. If you don't trust him, let me go first to take a look. Do you think we're fools? At that moment, the most powerful among them, the de facto leader of the cultists, interjected. Why all this bickering? Let us go together. We'll divide the spoils afterward. As soon as he finished speaking, the other cultists exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a shared understanding. Divide the spoils sounds appealing. But in the end, it would merely benefit this fellow, wouldn't it? Each time they conducted a demonic sacrifice, he always claimed the center position, taking the largest share of the demonic rewards. If this continued, the gap in strength would only widen. Would we not forever remain in a subordinate position? It was precisely because they did not wish to remain as mere subordinates that they had forsaken their humanity upon the demon's arrival. Choosing to embrace the demons and becoming something neither human nor ghost, hunted and unable to return to civilization, toiling as ordinary people, oppressed, and then allying with demons only to be commanded and enslaved. Was this not a futile endeavor? The more they pondered, the more their expressions turned savage and fierce. Lin Honglei and Qian Mantang found Zhao Huan and the others, warning them that someone intended to make a move against them, unsure of their adversary's strength. But recognizing that anyone bold enough to kill must possess some confidence, they deliberated for safety reasons, intending to leave and report to the Special Affairs Bureau. Yet suddenly, fierce sounds of battle erupted in the distance. Exchanging glances, they could not resist the urge to sneak back and observe from the shadows. Qian Mantang queried, "Why are these fellows suddenly turning on each other? Perhaps it's infighting." Zhang Dashuan speculated, "But it looks like 5 are ganging up on one." As the battle raged on, the clothing and masks of the demonic cultists were torn apart, revealing the dark scales that covered their faces, necks, and chests, along with savage, bony protrusions and sharp, jagged teeth that seemed far beyond the capabilities of any human. What on earth are these monsters? They can even wear clothes to disguise themselves as humans. Not only do they wear garments, but they also speak human language, cursing their ancestors. Their profanities are far clearer than some actors' lines. Could it be that these are mutated monsters resulting from magical pollution of humanity? Lin Honglei shook her head. Monsters mutated from magical pollution would possess chaotic consciousness. They wouldn't be like this. The scales on these individuals resemble those of the demonic creatures that appeared in Chiyue City. Zhang Dashuan's gaze sharpened. Could they be the demonic cultists warned about by the Special Affairs Bureau? Surely not. The cities where demons have appeared are at least 200 kilometers away from here. How could those wretched beings have traveled here, whether they are or not? We will know once we retrieve the corpses for examination. Lin Honglei's eyes gleamed with intensity as she prepared her weapon for battle. At that moment, the distant skirmish had nearly reached its conclusion. Although the 5 cultists had coordinated their efforts to eliminate their most powerful leader first before competing for the treasures within the chest, they had underestimated the cunning of their leader, who had concealed much of his strength during previous operations. When the fight commenced, the 5 cultists each harbored ulterior motives, aiming to conserve their strength while letting others exhaust themselves. However, just as the leader was about to overpower them, he suddenly unleashed his full power. His eyes ignited with fury, sulfuric breath escaping his lips, his body swelling as sharp claws sprouted from his hands and feet. With a swift motion, he seized the weakest cultist by the neck, tearing through the scales to sever the trachea, ripping away half of his neck's flesh and blood. The remaining 4 cultists, seeing the dire situation, dared not hold back any longer and launched a frenzied assault, but their efforts proved futile. After a fierce struggle, one cultist, recognizing the hopelessness of the situation, fled with injuries, while the other 3 met a gruesome fate. The cult leader, covered in scales and riddled with various wounds, seemed utterly unconcerned. Stepping upon the head of the slain cultist, his sharp claws dug deep into the flesh, and he tilted his head back, laughing maniacally. "You insignificant ants dare to challenge me? I had long anticipated your cunning ploy. Now, all the treasures belong solely to me." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Dashuan, who was poised to leap forward and initiate an assault, abruptly crouched back into the underbrush. Did he just mention treasures? Indeed, I too heard it. If my conjecture is correct, the treasures he referred to must be the golden chest, emitting a faint golden glow, situated in the distant trap. Could it be? Such an evident anomaly. His body has mutated to this extent, and yet one might expect his mind to function normally? That is true. Let us wait until he triggers the trap before we strike. Chapter 54. The Demon Statue's Second Enhancement. After the demon worshipper underwent a frenzied transformation, his mind seemed to dwindle further. In his crimson eyes, there was only the golden chest, oblivious to everything else around him. His grotesque visage was etched with greed and anticipation, akin to a gambler who has wagered all his fortunes on a football match, dreaming of forthcoming riches and a bright future. Suddenly a crack. The demon worshipper felt as if his foot had stepped upon something. Realizing something was amiss, but unable to respond in time, the soil and dry leaves were abruptly flung aside, and a serrated beast trap sprang shut with ferocity, clamping tightly onto the demon worshipper's right leg. Is it truly a trap? The demon worshipper's eyes widened in shock, his astonishment far more intense than the pain radiating from his leg. Whoosh! Two burly men suddenly leaped from the thicket, one wielding a shield and the other brandishing a great sword or cleaver, one of them even adorned with a green vine around his neck, bellowing as they charged at the demon worshipper. Initially taken aback, the demon worshipper's countenance swiftly transformed into one of fierce wrath. "You damn bastards! How dare you deceive me?" With a fierce grunt, the demon worshipper disregarded the pain and forcibly extracted his right leg from the beast trap, leaving behind several gory wounds. He stepped forward with a menacing glare. Snap! Another beast trap. Who could predict from which direction the moonlit forest deer might come, lured by the chest creature? The explorers had undoubtedly set every beast trap they carried, encircling the chest creature with a ring of snares. The second trap caught precisely at the wound, inflicting even more grievous damage than the first. Moreover, as the demon worshipper advanced to confront his foes, caught off guard, his right foot was violently tugged, exacerbating the torn flesh, causing him to stumble precariously. Just then, Zhao Huan and Qian Mantang arrived, delivering savage blows with their weapons upon the demon worshipper, leaving two gaping wounds that exposed bone. The results were astonishing, yet the expressions on the faces of the two intermediate warriors betrayed little joy. Earlier, when observing the monster's brawl, they had been able to inflict copious amounts of blood with mere fists and claws, yet they had not anticipated this creature's body would be so resilient. The intermediate warriors' empowered strikes had merely breached the surface, failing to sever a single bone. Roar! The demon worshipper's claws, shrouded in a faint black mist, came crashing down with a howl. Qian Mantang, wary of the threat, raised his gleaming metal shield in defense. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed. Qian Mantang felt his shield struck as if by a colossal hammer, causing him to stagger back several paces. What monstrous strength is this? My strength test was nearly 100, yet I cannot withstand it. Glancing at his shield, he noticed a pronounced dent. Disregarding the pain for his equipment, he hastily called out to his companion. "Watch out, old Zhang. This creature's strength is at least 130 or 40. With a swift movement, Zhang Dashuan slashed beneath the demon worshipper's ribs, rolling to evade the ensuing attack and retreating a few steps, as the radiance of his great sword intensified. Waveblade strike. After a brief moment of concentration, he swung his great sword with force, unleashing a wave-shaped blade of light over a meter long, striking the demon worshipper with ferocity. Amid the shower of blood, a specially crafted arrow, glowing brightly, silently struck the demon worshipper's chest and detonated with a fierce explosion. Flames erupted, and flesh was charred and twisted. Roar! Sensing his life threatened, the demon worshipper unleashed a deafening roar, revealing his final trump card. He produced a foreboding black demon statue from his bosom, shrieking something in an eerie tone. The statue's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, emitting strange whispers as dark mist enveloped it, surging into the demon worshipper's mouth and nostrils. In an instant, countless fleshy tendrils sprouted from the demon worshipper's wounds, intertwining and pulling together, healing the injuries. Simultaneously, more scales and spiny protrusions emerged from his skin, hair fell away, his head contorted as horns sprouted, and he nearly lost all semblance of humanity, transforming completely into a monstrous being. What? This creature possesses a second stage? Both Qian Mantang and Zhang Dashuan bellowed in unison, channeling all their strength into their weapons, striking fiercely at the transforming enemy from either side. The demon worshipper shielded the demon statue in his embrace, using his body to absorb the oncoming attacks. Scales shattered, and blood splattered. Zhang Dashuan crouched behind his shield, fending off the enemy's counterattack. Observing the wounds inflicted from their strikes, he felt a slight relief. The creature's defense and physical strength had indeed improved, yet it was not to an outrageous extent. There was still a chance to fight. However, he soon witnessed the two wounds he had inflicted begin to sprout with a multitude of writhing fleshy growths. Such extraordinary regenerative ability. Snap! The demon worshipper raised his hand to deflect an incoming arrow, and behind the burst of flames, his crimson eyes, filled not only with rage and insanity, but also an insatiable hunger for fresh flesh. This exaggerated self-healing ability does not come without a cost. He was rapidly depleting the energy within his body, desperately in need of sustenance. His organs, muscles, and cells clamored frantically, sending signals of hunger to his brain. Roar! The demon worshipper forcefully extricated himself from the beast trap, one claw gripping the demon statue, while the other formed a fist that he brought crashing down upon Qian Mantang's shield, forcing him to stagger back repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Dashuan launched an attack, leaving a massive wound on the demon worshipper's back. Yet the demon worshipper paid no heed, smashing aside the obstructing Qian Mantang, his bloodthirsty crimson eyes fixated on the weaker explorers huddled beside Lin Honglei. Using all 4 limbs, he charged forward like a frenzied beast, moving with astonishing speed. Zhang Daxuan, realizing the danger, felt a surge of energy in his legs and pursued with exaggerated swiftness. Boom! The demon worshipper abruptly halted, pivoting to deliver a swift strike. Fortunately, Zhang Daxuan reacted with remarkable speed, blocking the assault with his shield, though his charge was interrupted, causing him to involuntarily retreat several meters. However, just as the demon worshipper had repelled one warrior, the other intermediate fighter had regained his momentum, roaring like a raging bull as he charged forward. The demon worshipper felt a surge of irritation. He had no desire to engage in a prolonged struggle with these 2 muscle-bound brutes. If he delayed any longer, the vile power temporarily bestowed by the demon statue would have nothing left to consume, and he feared it might start devouring his very flesh and blood. The demon worshipper leapt with fervor, skillfully evading the warrior's charge and hurtling toward the distant mid-tier archer, seemingly incensed by Lin Honglei's attack, intent on neutralizing the exploration team's ranged damage first. Yet, as he glanced around, his gaze lingered momentarily on a dense thicket. Chapter 55. Where's my excrement? The treasure chest monster served as bait ensnared in a trap, with symbiotic vines entwined around Zhang Daxuan's neck. Zhao Huan, the newly appointed support, was ostensibly devoid of skills. Lacking the capacity to engage in combat, he merely needed to remain hidden in the shadows, awaiting the conclusion of the fray. Did that creature just cast a furtive glance in my direction? The demon worshipper believed his gaze was subtle, but the insatiable hunger reflected in his eyes was unmistakably fierce. Even a fleeting glance sent chills down Zhao Huan's spine, his mind ablaze with alarm bells. That look surely indicated he had detected my presence. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Huan gripped his steel greatsword tightly, the Soul Eater gauntlet's claws extending, the hollow sockets of a skull glimmering with a faint crimson light. His left hand coalesced 2 cards, Goblin Warrior and Shallow Sea Merman Hunter, poised for summoning at a moment's notice. Nearby, Su Duojin and Li Xiang raised their shields protectively before the 2 archers, their expressions taut with tension, ready to confront the impending foe. In stark contrast, Lin Honglei, the apparent target, exhibited no hint of panic. Standing tall, her demeanor fierce, she knocked an arrow, channeling energy into it, which radiated a brilliant luminescence. Qin Xiaolin, stationed just behind Lin Honglei, swiftly drew her bow, aiming an arrow at the demon worshipper's head, not seeking to inflict significant damage, merely hoping to disrupt the enemy's movements. Zhang Daxuan summoned the remnants of his strength, charging once more. However, this time he opted for a wide arc, aiming to intercept the demon worshipper before he reached his target. Unexpectedly, the demon worshipper executed a sharp turn, wearing a mocking grin as he lunged toward the thicket where Zhao Huan lay hidden. Zhang Daxuan's heart sank. This monster's target is Zhao Huan. With a serious expression, Lin Honglei adjusted her bow, launching a power-infused arrow at the demon worshipper's position, attempting to intercept him. To her astonishment, the demon worshipper did not flinch. Instead, he raised his arm to absorb the blow. Lin Honglei had not employed an explosive arrow this time, but rather a sharpened, barbed steel armor-piercing arrow. Although it lacked the explosive effect, its penetrative ability was enhanced, and bolstered by her charged shot skill, the arrow pierced through scales and flesh, embedding itself in the demon worshipper's arm bone. The excruciating pain elicited an involuntary cry from the demon worshipper, who silently vowed that once he captured the young man ahead, replenishing his power by feasting upon his flesh, he would ensure the archer woman was the last to suffer, tormenting her to her demise. A sinister smile crept across his face as he plunged into the underbrush, reaching for, wait, what's this? A mere goblin? Seizing the moment of the enemy's hesitation, the goblin warrior bellowed, thrusting its fishbone spear towards the demon worshipper's eye. Yet, the demon worshipper reacted more swiftly, grasping the incoming weapon and yanking it aside, intent on discarding the obstructing goblin. Get away. However, with a sharp crack, the fishbone spear cleanly snapped in 2. You damn green-skinned creature dare to toy with me. The goblin warrior, now left holding the remaining half of the spear, raised its turtle shell as a shield and began to retreat. The demon worshipper stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. The turtle shell shattered instantly, sending the goblin warrior flying with a scream. However, the demon worshipper miscalculated, his excessive force causing him to stumble precariously. Seeing the enemy expose a flaw, Zhao Huan's eyes brightened instinctively as he stepped forward, swinging his steel greatsword. Just as the blade connected with the foe, he suddenly realized this wasn't a trial dream. Why approach the enemy instead of seizing the opportunity to flee? Furthermore, the creature's hide was tougher than that of a minotaur. Unless he summoned the Soul Eater sword, his strength could only barely slice through its scales, failing to reach the flesh beneath. Realizing his error, Zhao Huan promptly relinquished his greatsword, rolling away to evade the demon worshipper's grasp, while simultaneously using the claws of the Soul Eater gauntlet to strike. The demon worshipper was about to continue his pursuit when a volley of arrows interrupted him. Having already sustained an injury from an armor-piercing arrow, the broken bones severely impacted his arm's mobility, and he dared not meet arrows with flesh again. As Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang, both mid-tier warriors, charged fiercely toward him, the demon worshipper let out a furious roar, seizing the wounded goblin warrior and hastily retreating to the distance, concealing most of his body behind a large tree. He grinned maliciously, sinking his teeth into the goblin warrior's throat. You all wait. Once I consume this heap of flesh, ugh, what is this? How utterly repugnant. Zhao Huan, sheltered behind Zhang Daxuan, felt his eyelids twitch. This fiend was truly ravenous, willing to devour even a goblin. Is there any difference between this and eating excrement? Eat, he thought. Once I regain my strength, these fools will become my sustenance, to indulge in a delightful feast of fresh flesh. What harm is there in consuming a morsel of excrement first? The malevolent energy surging within him sought an outlet, beginning to corrode the demon worshipper's body. With no other option, the demon worshipper hastily prepared himself psychologically, then closed his eyes and took a savage bite of emptiness. The goblin warrior, already grievously injured, succumbed to the fatal wound in its throat, blood flowing profusely until it finally perished, its shattered shield and broken fishbone dissipating into a white magical radiance. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the demon worshipper was left dumbfounded. After mustering the resolve to consume excrement, it had suddenly exploded, vanishing before his eyes. Ah, you bastards, not even allowing me the chance to eat excrement? The demon worshipper bellowed in outrage, just as the explorers braced for a potential onslaught. The demon worshipper unexpectedly turned and fled into the depths of the forest. The enemy had grown wary. The demon worshipper lacked confidence in abducting anyone from the exploration team in such a short span. Yet, the malevolent energy within him afforded him little time. It would be wiser to capture a few wild beasts in the jungle, devour their flesh, restore his strength, and then return to wreak vengeance upon these fools. Upon witnessing the demon worshipper's retreat, the exploration team collectively exhaled in relief. The foe's strength had been somewhat unexpected. The outcome of continued conflict was uncertain, but it was clear that some members would sustain injuries or even perish. What did that guy just say? Qian Mantang questioned, unsure of his own hearing. Li Xiang hesitantly replied. It seemed he said we didn't let him eat excrement. Hiss, this creature is thoroughly perverse. Zhang Daxuan shot them a glare. Enough with the nonsense. We need to leave this place swiftly. Otherwise, that monster might return, and you could very well find yourselves excreting. Lin Honglei pointed toward the 4 demon worshippers who lay in gruesome states. What shall we do with these corpses? I'll carry one with old Qian. And you can handle the other 2, Zhang Daxuan suggested. Hey, you make it sound so easy, Zhao Huan. Just pluck the symbiotic vines off old Zhang and carry them. Give it to him. A mid-tier warrior in such a state, and he still runs off to the footbath city every day? What do you understand? This is what I call assisting women. Chapter 56. The scavenger discovers a demon statue. That creature can devour even goblins. Why does it not consume the corpses of its own kin? As Li Xiang swiftly organized his belongings, a hint of perplexity creased his brow. Su Duojin, having finished his preparations, slung his backpack over his shoulder and glanced back into the depths of the forest. Who knows? Perhaps he prefers his meals warm rather than cold. Speaking of which, that goblin we encountered earlier was also summoned by Zhao Huan, wasn't he it? I never anticipated he would retain such a trump card. What is strange about that? He isn't particularly familiar with us yet. It's quite normal for him to keep a few cards close to his chest. He is not our captain. Some people can chat freely and reveal all their secrets without a second thought. Revealing one's secrets is usually something that Brother Qian would do. Isn't it? Oh, you might be onto something there. The 2 of them shared a conspiratorial chuckle. Why do I feel as if someone is whispering behind my back? Zhao Huan scratched his head and continued to select heavy items to place into the body of the treasure chest monster. He had previously tested it. As long as he informed the treasure chest monster, the items placed inside would not be digested. However, once the chest was filled, the monster's movements would become significantly sluggish, and it would be unable to swallow any more prey for digestion. Zhao Huan was curious if he could have the treasure chest monster kill prey, but refrain from digesting it, hoping to gather his enhancement materials. Yet, where would he bury it? Beneath the community's greenbelt lies either concrete or a sewage pit. Where could he find a hole 3 meters deep to dig? Perhaps at the park or on a mountain, seeking an area devoid of cameras? Or right near the exit of the verdant forest, where he could casually dig a pit for the treasure chest monster to be buried for 8 hours. He shook his head in haste. What if that ghastly creature caught wind of what he was doing and sought revenge, only to find him alone, wielding a shovel? That would be disastrous. Never mind. It's better to return to the city and devise a plan. Meanwhile, after the demon worshipper departed, he noticed faint black mist emanating from the claw marks left by Zhao Huan on his arm, with the surrounding flesh and blood withering and darkening. Parts of his muscles losing sensation, rendering his arm less agile. However, the demon worshipper had no time to dwell on this. An overwhelming hunger and a frenzied thirst for blood completely obliterated his reason. His body began to emaciate, his form becoming increasingly grotesque. Spotting a leisurely grazing deer in the distance, its body glimmering with a faint white light. His eyes ignited with a fierce crimson glow as he drooled and emitted a hoarse roar. Crouching low, he crawled rapidly in a bizarre manner towards the moonlit deer. The moonlight deer emitted a terrified bleat, its lithe body leaping away with great speed into the depths of the forest. The demon worshipper, heedless of everything, relentlessly pursued, awakening countless tree monsters and ferocious magical plants along the way. Suddenly, from the dense branches of a large tree, a green head emerged, adorned with several leaves. Gazing curiously at the commotion in the jungle, seizing a green fruit from a branch, the creature took a vigorous bite. The rich, sour flavor instantly flooding its mouth and overwhelming its senses. The goblin scavenger's face contorted into a wrinkled mass, his teeth chattering and muscles twitching, taking quite some time to recover. Goodness, that flavor is remarkably potent. Perhaps the summoner would enjoy it. The goblin scavenger stuffed the half-eaten green fruit into his tattered burlap sack, fearing that half a fruit would not suffice for Zhao Huan, and plucked several more from the branches, adding them to the sack. The burlap sack was heavy, filled with a variety of items, including an assortment of fruits, colorful mushrooms, branches radiating faint magical energy, flowers, and soil-clad unknown plants. There were also 2 nearly depleted monster cores, unearthed from the roots of a carnivorous vine at great risk, and several stones of unknown purpose, yet they exuded an aura of potential utility. As the commotion in the distance gradually subsided, the faint echoes of monstrous roars could still be heard. The goblin scavenger's nose twitched, catching the scent of a fortunate find from that direction. Licking his lips, he prepared to descend from the tree. Yet, in a moment of misstep, he tumbled down from the branch. Perfectly executed, swift and efficient, right on schedule. The goblin scavenger nonchalantly rose from the ground, one hand clutching the burlap sack, the other resting on his hip, limping towards the direction of the monstrous roars. As dusk approached, eerie sounds began to resonate around him. The underbrush rustled as unknown creatures scurried within. The night jungle was fraught with peril, yet the goblin scavenger, burdened with his tattered sack, ambled about as if in his own living room. Suddenly, a creature leapt out, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The goblin scavenger turned to unleash a torrent of curses. Slap, slap, slap. Seeing the disheveled goblin dawdling, a mass of vines erupted, mercilessly whipping at his body, causing him to howl and hop away in panic. After enduring numerous encounters with the jungle's indigenous inhabitants, the goblin scavenger finally reached his destination. Before him lay a grotesque, emaciated creature, ensnared by thick vines, its body contorted into a bizarre shape. The creature's limbs twitched slightly, its mouth opening and closing, emitting meaningless, hoarse growls. The goblin scavenger merely cast a cursory glance. He knew instantly that this monster held no valuable possessions. Lowering his gaze to the ground, he spotted a palm-sized black demon statue in the distance, and his eyes instantly lit up. The goblin scavenger hurriedly approached and picked up the demon statue, examining it closely. The statue was exquisitely crafted, with intricate details capturing its menacing features in lifelike precision. Especially striking were its red eyes, seemingly 2 fiery magical gemstones embedded within, glowing vividly in the night. The moment the goblin scavenger's gaze met those of the demon, a peculiar whispering filled his mind, compelling him to succumb. What nonsense are you babbling about? The goblin scavenger scoffed, shoving the dark demon statue into the burlap sack, where it nestled amongst the fruits and mushrooms. Chapter 57. The Reward from the Special Affairs Bureau. The middle-aged unemployed exploration team dared not set up camp for the night, fearing a nocturnal ambush by the demon worshippers. They quenched their thirst with water and nibbled on their rations, pressing on at a steady pace. After traversing a significant distance, they finally found a relatively open area to pause and rest briefly. During their respite, Li Xiang inquired, "Brother Zhang, I noticed those people seemed rather skeptical of our words earlier. Whether they believe it or not is their concern. Whether I act or not is mine," Zhang Dashuan remarked. Zhao Huan gave Zhang Dashuan a thumbs up. He rubbed his fingers together to conjure the Goblin Warrior card, observing the information displayed upon it. Remaining repair time, 14 hours and 45 minutes. The Goblin Warrior had perished around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and as the repair time for the card was 24 hours, It was surprising that it was now already 1 or 2 in the morning. The goblin trio of misfits should be returning soon, having spent a full 24 hours outside. Could it be that this time the summoned creature was yet another goblin thief? Renowned for its survival skills? Zhao Huan mused to himself, subconsciously continuing to rub his fingers, eager to summon that familiar card. It was not until half an hour later, as their break concluded and the group prepared to resume their journey back to Explorer Town, that a sudden thought struck Zhao Huan. He raised his index and middle fingers, pinching between them a goblin trio of misfits card. He quickly focused his gaze on the greedy space. To his relief, everything he had previously stored was intact, and there were numerous unfamiliar mushrooms and fruits, unmistakably the handiwork of goblin scavengers, with several fruits having been nibbled on. A sigh of relief washed over Zhao Huan, followed by a moment of hesitation about whether to retrieve the fist-sized magical gem, hoping to send the goblins out again while still within the bounds of the verdant forest. At that moment, he spotted the slightly familiar demon statue, covered in a multitude of colors from being surrounded by plants and nibbled fruits. The statue blended seamlessly into its verdant surroundings, making it difficult for Zhao Huan to notice its presence at first. Could it be? Although the colors appeared dissimilar, the shape and the palpable aura of malevolence emanating from it were unmistakably reminiscent of the statue carried by the fleeing demon worshipper. Zhao Huan was tempted to take a closer look at the statue, but hesitated, fearing it might bear some peculiar curse that could transform him into one of those monstrous beings from before. It also seemed ill-timed to extract the demon statue from the greedy space. Revealing its origins would inevitably expose the existence of the goblin trio of misfits. And apart from his sister, Zhao Huan wished to keep his connection to those 3 goblins a secret. He strongly felt that as long as he continued to send them out to hunt and idle, their inherent traits would eventually make them targets of public ire. For the sake of his own safety, it was prudent to minimize any association with them. However, the distinctive characteristics of card monsters upon their demise were too evident. Unless there were other practitioners with similar abilities, he would eventually be suspected. Hence, he needed to grow stronger swiftly. As for the demon statue, Zhao Huan resolved to wait until he returned home and consulted the goblin scavenger before making any decisions. This outing had already yielded substantial rewards, so it was best to refrain from sending the goblins out to frolic once more. Initially, Zhao Huan had contemplated letting the treasure chest monster gather provisions, but he was taken aback by how cautious Zhang Daxuan and the others were, opting to leave the contaminated area overnight to ensure the safety of the team. Thus, they would have to wait until they returned to Explorer Town to see if they could purchase sufficiently fresh monster flesh from other explorers. After 7 or 8 hours, Zhao Huan and his companions, bearing dark circles under their eyes and looking haggard, returned to Explorer Town. They retrieved their belongings, including their phones, from the item storage and reported the encounter with the suspected demon worshippers to the Special Affairs Bureau. The Bureau appeared to place great importance on this information, instructing the exploration team to wait with the corpses of the demon worshippers, promising that personnel would arrive shortly. Zhang Daxuan did not decline, leading his companions to a restaurant where they ordered several meals that Zhao Huan deemed exorbitantly priced, eating while awaiting the arrival of the Bureau's personnel. Carrying 2 grotesque, gruesome corpses into the restaurant, the patrons showed neither fear nor disgust. Instead, they congregated to observe and engage in conversation, a scenario that was nearly inconceivable within the confines of a city. When faced with inquiries from onlookers, Zhang Daxuan did not conceal the truth, mentioning their team member Zhao Huan's abilities while stating that the suspected demon worshippers had suddenly turned on one another, vaguely attributing the conflict to the supposed instability of the mutated beings' minds. Later, when the Special Affairs Bureau personnel arrived for inquiries, Zhang Daxuan, after consulting Zhao Huan, revealed certain abilities of the symbiotic vine and treasure chest monster while omitting the existence of the goblin warrior. Isn't old Zhang quite reliable? Why does Lin Jia always say he can't keep a secret? While the Bureau's investigators examined the corpses of the demon worshippers, Zhao Huan voiced his curiosity. Lin Honglei glanced at Zhang Daxuan, who was still conversing with the investigators, and whispered, "Other people's matters are manageable, but when it comes to his own affairs, he tends to let things slip, especially after a few drinks." "Ah, I see." Zhao Huan nodded slightly. Just then, the investigators completed their examination, confirming that the 2 corpses were indeed those of demon worshippers. "Thank you for providing this information. We will take the bodies with us and will transfer the reward to the exploration team's account shortly. If you recall any further clues, please do not hesitate to contact us." "And what about the demon worshipper who escaped?" "We will dispatch high-level practitioners to search the verdant forest shortly and will also issue a warrant and bounty. Although the likelihood of contamination through brief contact with the demon statue is low, we advise you to remain vigilant regarding your own and your companion states. Should you notice anything unusual, please contact us immediately." Understood, understood. Once the bureau personnel departed, Zhang Daxuan turned to his companions, a radiant smile gracing his face. Guess how much reward the bureau is giving us? Lin Honglei retorted, 86,000. Of course, we aren't deaf. I spent over 30,000 on armor-piercing and explosive arrows, and Lao Qian's shield is nearly wrecked. The cost of repairs is about the same as buying a new one, and your weapon and shield also need major repairs. After deducting various expenses and costs, they estimated they would still net around 500,000, significantly higher than the initial estimate of 2 to 300,000. Chapter 58, Digging a Pit to Bury the Chest. At the entrance of Lichuan Garden Community, a heavily armored minibus rumbled into view. The name Lichuan Garden seemed much more suitable for someone like Qian Ge to reside in. Nonsense. What do you mean it's suitable for me? I'm not out here for that. Are you suggesting that Xiao Zhao is out here for that? Zhao Huanshi's appearance could surely land him a top position, right? The corners of Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched as he bid farewell to the members of the exploration team, disembarking with an array of bags. As he approached the community entrance, Grandpa Huang and his large dog poked their heads out of the window. Good heavens, who on earth modified the minibus into an armored vehicle? That must have cost at least 1.5 million. I heard it's to facilitate transporting items, though Zhao Huanshi struggled to comprehend their rationale, believing that an armored truck or an off-road vehicle would be far more practical. Do you understand vehicles, Grandpa Huang? Of course. I might be from Dongchuan Guard. But how did you manage to get down from that vehicle? Oh, I have been taken under the wing of a wealthy benefactor, who insists that I reside in a grand villa. After much persuasion, I was finally granted permission to leave, as she feared for my safety on the roads. Dispatching an armored vehicle to escort me, Old Master Huang rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Do you take me for a fool? Can't you see the words middle-aged, unemployed expeditionary force emblazoned on the side of the vehicle? What a ludicrous name. It appears anything but auspicious. Wouldn't it be more prudent to simply serve as a security guard rather than a so-called explorer? One might end up losing their life out there." Zhao Huan was amused and mused to himself that even the worshippers of demons had begun to emerge. What stability could one possibly hope for in this world? Old Master Huang then pointed at the numerous bags in Zhao Huan's hands. "What do you have there?" Little Huang is practically drooling with envy. He, sharing the same surname, had even named his dog Little Huang, treating it as if it were his grandchild. "These are the specialties from the verdant forest, magical rabbits, green leaf snakes, and the like. I happen to have a surplus. If you wish, I can spare a couple for you." Zhao Huan had not anticipated that the monster flesh required for enhancing treasure chest monsters could be purchased directly at the Explorer S-Town restaurant. Although these were low-level creatures, weak yet delectable, they were captured for culinary purposes, and for Zhao Huan, they were just what he needed. The enhancement of the treasure chest monster only demanded the type and quantity of monster flesh, unlike gems which had specific stipulations. Thus, the strength of the monsters should not affect the enhancement results. Admittedly, the cost was a bit steep, amounting to over 20,000 for the corpses and meat of 8 different monsters. Upon hearing that the monster ingredients were sourced from a contaminated zone, Old Master Huang hastily waved him away. "Make sure Little Huang doesn't catch a whiff of it. If he does, I want to be able to afford 2 meals for him with my entire month's salary." Once home, Zhao Huan set his belongings aside and summoned the goblin trio. Retrieving a fist-sized red magical gem through the greed space, he sensed that this gem was extraordinary. Upon extraction, a rich, searing magical energy emanated from the molten crystal core, raising the temperature of the entire room. Though he felt no burning sensation in his palm, Zhao Huan was acutely aware that he was not merely holding a gem, but rather a volatile fireball ready to explode. It was at least a high-level magical material, and quite rare. After a lengthy search online and on the Special Affairs Bureau's app, he found only a few rare materials with similar properties. But they all differed from the gem in his hand. Selling it would leave him nearly broke after purchasing monster materials. Just as Zhao Huan was hesitating, a text message popped up on his phone. Upon opening it, he saw a bank notification indicating that over 100,000 had been transferred to him. Simultaneously, a message from Zhang Daxuan arrived, stating that the money was a reward from the Special Affairs Bureau, as they suspected he might be in need of funds. They had Lin Honglei estimate the costs and transferred Zhao Huan's share promptly. Once he sold the monster materials, additional funds would follow, but only after all costs were accounted for. Opening the banking app, Zhao Huan stared at the 5-digit balance, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Selling was easy, but buying back would prove to be a challenge. He decided to use it to enhance his cards. Furthermore, considering the plethora of items within the greed space, merely the materials and monster cores he recognized could fetch several tens of thousands. He was not nearly as financially strained as he thought. If worst came to worst, there was still that one item, wasn't he there? Zhao Huan's attention turned to the vividly dyed, malevolent statue of a demon, its sinister aura significantly diminished. The Special Affairs Bureau's app had posted a reward of 500,000 specifically for this demon statue, held by the demon worshippers. Had it not been for the risk of exposing the goblin trio, Zhao Huan would have rushed to the Special Affairs Bureau to claim his reward. Feeling that this object was rather peculiar, he decided to summon a scavenger for some insights. Tossing the card to the ground, a goblin thief materialized, clutching a small knife. Radiating an air of mischief, the goblin thief surveyed the surroundings and instinctively turned towards the kitchen upon realizing he was in Zhao Huan's home. Zhao Huan hesitated yet decided against withdrawing the goblin. After all, he had returned with a bounty of spoils. It was only fair to reward it. If you're hungry, help yourself to something. The goblin thief nodded eagerly, salivating as it dashed towards the kitchen, allowing Zhao Huan to refocus on his tasks. He summoned the treasure chest monster and extracted everything within its corporeal form. Then, he placed the metal parts purchased from the hardware store, along with the monster flesh and the searing gem, inside. These are your materials for enhancement. Don't consume them all. Zhao Huan admonished the treasure chest monster. With a series of clicks, the treasure chest monster acknowledged his instructions, closing its lid and lying obediently on the ground, its ruby-like eyes wide open. Zhao Huan gently patted the golden box before storing it away again. As the daylight faded, he sensed it was time to act. He recalled the goblin thief, who was happily gnawing on a chicken leg, and then ventured to a nearby supermarket to purchase a shovel, wandering about aimlessly. When the night grew quiet, Zhao Huan rushed into a nearby park with his shovel, seeking a secluded corner to dig. The 3-meter-deep hole proved far more challenging to excavate than he had anticipated. Working tirelessly from the dead of night until dawn, he finally buried the treasure chest monster before the local elders emerged for their morning stroll, filling the earth back in. Covering it with dead branches and leaves for camouflage, Zhao Huan hurriedly departed with his shovel. Chapter 59. The genius who buries traps is me. Having gone 2 nights without sleep and toiling all night long, Zhao Huan returned home utterly exhausted, shedding his clothing carelessly as he collapsed onto the bed. Falling into a deep slumber. Awakening, he found that night had already fallen. A glance at the clock revealed it was past 7. He had slept for 13 hours. Explaining his ravenous hunger, rubbing his disheveled hair, resembling a bird's nest, he groggily climbed out of bed, rummaged through the kitchen for something to eat, hastily consuming a few bites before taking his shovel and stepping outside. Although he intended to wait until fewer people were around to excavate the treasure chest monster, he thought it prudent to check on it in the park now. Look at him, returning covered in dirt in the morning and now heading out with a shovel at night. What is he, a grave digger or a body burier? Old Master Huang pondered aloud, observing Zhao Huan's departing figure from the security booth. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed from afar. Old Master Huang paused momentarily, then realized, it's the spatial rift alarm. He hastily retrieved a shotgun from the wall, gathered ammunition from the drawer, and, accompanied by his dog, Little Huang, left the booth to direct the panicked residents of the complex toward nearby shelters. Though the buildings were sturdy, one could never predict what horrors might emerge from the rift. It was wiser to seek refuge while time permitted. As Zhao Huan beheld the enormous spatial rift hovering over the park, suspended over 10 meters in the air, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. What the hell? Surely not. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a colossal burrowing worm, its body enveloped in heavy rocks and sporting a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, emerged from a rift in space. A giant drilling machine? As soon as it appeared, Zhao Huan felt an ominous foreboding for the treasure chest monster and wasted no time turning to flee. Fortunately, if the creature had not been excavated by someone, the treasure chest monster's enhancement ritual should have been completed and the materials within its body consumed. Even if it were to perish, there would be no significant loss. At that moment, the sky reverberated with the sound of roaring wings as a dozen armed drones rushed towards the scene. Upon witnessing the emergence of the gigantic burrowing worm from the spatial rift, these drones refrained from launching an immediate attack. Armed drones were equipped with light weaponry, which would scarcely inflict any damage upon the rock-encased behemoth. In fact, should the giant worm be provoked, it might retaliate by hurling large boulders or caustic acid at the drones, potentially endangering the nearby fleeing populace. Though the armed drones held their fire, the colossal worm instinctively sensed a faint threat emanating from these unfamiliar mechanical entities and sought to burrow back into the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, the giant worm plunged headfirst into the ground beneath the rift. Boom! The ground trembled violently, followed by a thunderous explosion that illuminated the sky with a fiery glow. Zhao Huan turned to witness a torrent of searing magma erupting, accompanied by a cloud of dust soaring skyward. The giant burrowing worm, half submerged in the earth, belched forth thick black smoke, resembling an enormous charred sausage as it screamed upwards into the sky. What on earth? Who buried a supermine beneath the park? Zhao Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. A flicker of realization struck him as he rubbed his thumb, revealing a cracked monster card. Oh, it turns out this ingenious trap was my own doing? Card enhancement complete. The treasure chest monster's durability has significantly increased, and its fire resistance has greatly improved. The greedy treasure chest monster receives an additional enhancement, transforming into the blazing greedy treasure chest monster. Green monster card, blazing greedy treasure chest monster. A mundane greedy treasure chest monster, now fortified by the rare high-level magical material, the magma crystal core, gaining the powers of fire and lava. Perfect camouflage. The blazing greedy treasure chest monster can disguise itself as various types of chests based on its surroundings. Quietly waiting in the corners of mazes or soaking in volcanic lava, patiently awaiting the arrival of prey. Blazing greed. The light of greed stirs the desires within prey, diminishing their rationality. In searing environments such as volcanic lava, the light of greed becomes enhanced, causing prey's desires to swell and intensify, rendering them irritable and highly aggressive. Flammable and explosive. The blazing greedy treasure chest monster is too low in level to fully harness the power of the magma crystal core. Yet it can envelop itself in scorching flames, inflicting burning damage upon enemies during defense and offense. Upon the death of the blazing greedy treasure chest monster, the magma crystal core will detonate, unleashing all its internal power in a terrifying volcanic explosion. Gem recharge. After sustaining damage, the blazing greedy treasure chest monster must absorb fire magic from its environment to recharge the magma crystal core. Its flammable and explosive characteristics will temporarily weaken and gradually recover over time, until the magma crystal's magic is fully replenished. The blazing greedy treasure chest monster will not trigger the lava explosion effect upon death. Enhancing card quality or linking with certain fire-related cards can shorten the gem recharge time. A monster and a hotbox. The blazing greedy treasure chest monster can now not only store items, but also heat and keep food warm. Status: damaged. Remaining repair time: 35 hours and 59 minutes. Remaining time for complete magma crystal core recharge: 719 hours and 59 minutes. Goodness, 720 hours of repair time. With 24 hours in a day, does that mean the treasure chest monster can only self-destruct once a month? Zhao Huan was initially taken aback, but then recalled the earlier volcanic explosion that had propelled such a massive burrowing worm into the sky, finding the lengthy recharge time rather reasonable. A mine of such potent power, detonated once a month, should suffice. Moreover, with the future enhancement of the treasure chest monster's card quality, the gem recharge time would subsequently decrease. If that were the case, in the event of encountering trials or dreamscapes challenging to navigate through intellect alone, could he not simply unleash the treasure chest monster? Yet, the card's flying distance was only 10 meters, and such explosive power would surely send him soaring alongside it. It would be essential for the treasure chest monster to lure the enemies instead. The light of greed would draw in foes, and then the treasure chest monster could engage in a duel, defeating enemies outright or sacrificing itself in a glorious explosion. This capability was truly invincible. As Zhao Huan's mind wandered, another piece of information abruptly surfaced in his thoughts. Card monster summoner profession level has risen to LV5. All attributes 1. Profession skill, flying card. The maximum throw distance for summoning has increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. Unlock profession skill, card switch. Card switch, using a flying card or other means. Allow monster A's card to touch an already deployed monster B's card to instantly summon monster A while immediately recalling monster B. This skill seemed rather unhelpful, didn't it? When faced with foes, one could simply go all out and let the monsters engage in righteous mobbing instead of switching cards. Chapter 60. Surely they aren't buried with shovels? The burrowing worms emerging from the spatial rift were certainly not just one. Compared to the first worm, which had been blasted skyward by the mine, the subsequent arrivals were considerably smaller, their rocky or scaly exteriors thinner. As these worms merely poked their heads out, the armed drones circling above promptly initiated an assault, evidently attempting to subdue them before they could fully emerge. The burrowing worms retaliated, launching diamond-shaped rocks or corrosive solution projectiles towards the sky. The armed drones nimbly dodged while redirecting the worms' attack trajectories. As for the destruction of the surrounding structures, the earlier explosion had already uprooted much of the park's land, leaving behind a vast crater. The adjacent 4-lane road now resembled a small hill, akin to a recently erupted volcano. As long as the worms did not spray their attacks too far, further devastation was unlikely. Soon after, armored vehicles arrived, bombarding the spatial rift from a distance, obliterating the emerging burrowing worms into a mass of flesh. The other worms, likely sensing the imminent danger, took refuge behind the spatial rift, spitting at their foes, knowing that artillery could not reach them. Suddenly, a colossal howling sound erupted from the sky. What, the missiles? Surely. That's unnecessary. Zhao Huan jerked his gaze upwards. To his astonishment, a blurred figure wrapped in a tempest descended from the heavens, hovering high above and wielding a staff, channeling the surrounding magical energy into a swirling azure hurricane. Once the swarm of drones had swiftly retreated, the hurricane surged forward, engulfing countless rapidly rotating wind blades that plunged into the spatial rift, shredding the burrowing worms within to smithereens. Though he could not discern the figure's face from a distance, there was only one wind mage of such caliber in the entirety of Dongchuan City, Lin Qingfeng, the wind god of Dongchuan. Some have proclaimed him a high-level mage, while rumors swirl that he has ascended to an even more formidable advanced profession. How did the wind god arrive here? This is more absurd than launching a missile. Suddenly realizing something, Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened in alarm. Surely he wasn't lured here by the self-detonation of the treasure chest monster? After a while, the spatial rift closed and vanished. Lin Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing unusual, and departed on the winds. The patrol team surrounded the vicinity of the park, armed drones patrolling the skies. Soon after, a fully equipped military unit entered the park, meticulously searching the massive crater left by the explosion. Although the area appeared heavily guarded, the Dongchuan Guard merely prohibited entry and exit, allowing crowds to gather outside the perimeter to watch. They casually scanned the onlookers, utilizing the electronic eyes of their helmets to retrieve identification information and observe their expressions. Zhao Huanshi merely cast a distant glance, daring not to approach the commotion. His demeanor calm as he passed by, carrying a shovel. A soldier glanced his way, and the electronic eye immediately retrieved his information. With nearly 2.5 years of experience, the scavenger had been dismissed by the Special Affairs Bureau and temporarily joined the middle-aged unemployment line exploration team after discovering demon worshippers in the verdant forest. He reported back to the Bureau, becoming a formal member of the team. He returned to the Lichuan Garden community yesterday afternoon after buying a shovel. Suspected of entering the park in the dead of night and leaving only by morning, now marked as a person of interest. Captain, take a look at this individual's information. The surveillance footage indeed suggested something shady, but aside from the shovel, he seemed devoid of any other suspicious items. As for the reason for his dismissal, what could it possibly be? Did he offend someone at the Bureau? Judging by the magical response, this explosion likely stemmed from a powerful magical creature lurking beneath the park, unexpectedly attacked by a drilling worm, prompting it to retaliate with magic and reveal its location. The shovel should have no bearing on the matter. It was unlikely that he was the one who buried that creature, right? Never mind, let the surveillance system keep a slight watch. Yes, sir. Unbeknownst to Zhao Huanshi, he had unwittingly become a low-level VIP in the city's surveillance system. Upon returning home, he waited in silence. No one knocked on his door to check the water meter, nor did a fully armed Dongchuan guard storm in, weapons aimed at his head. Zhao Huanshi glanced at the cardboard box on the table, containing several magical plants still caked in mud, and let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had been apprehensive that the Dongchuan Guard would question him about his nocturnal visit to the park, but he planned to say he had merely uprooted a few plants from the verdant forest and planted them in an inconspicuous spot in the park to see if they might grow. After all, much of the park had been blown to smithereens. It was quite normal not to find traces of planting. As for whether the Dongchuan Guard would believe him, he had little confidence. If all else failed, he would simply confess. After all, he hadn't deliberately destroyed the park. Surely it wouldn't lead to him being sent to the live broadcast, right? Little did he know that the Dongchuan Guard was frantically searching for the non-existent powerful monster and had no time to concern themselves with a mere shovel wielder. The next afternoon, the Dongchuan Guard lifted the alert and vacated the area, allowing repair crews to enter and restore the roads and park. Zhao Huanshi hurried downstairs, sat by the flower bed listening to the chat of the elderly, and engaged in casual conversation with Grandpa Huang at the guardhouse, oblivious to any unusual happenings, before fully relaxing. Returning home, he summoned the goblin scavenger to inquire about the origins of the demon statue. The goblin chattered animatedly, gesturing with animated flair. So, you mean to say that this statue promised you immense power and boundless wealth, only to claim that once you possess such power, wealth would be easily attainable, leading you to believe it was merely deceiving you? The goblin expressed its disdain, feeling insulted by the statue's attempt to condescend to its intelligence. Had it not possessed some value, it would have long been discarded into the mud. Thus, the demon worshipper ultimately fled into the heart of the verdant forest, where it was attacked by magical plants, leaving the demon statue behind for the goblin scavenger to retrieve. Zhao Huanshi pieced together the sequence of events, gazing at the demon statue in his space of greed. This item could even actively manipulate minds. It was best to let it remain in the space of greed for now. Its origins were uncertain, and he could not exchange it for a reward at the Bureau. He would have to find a way to deal with it later. Observing Zhao Huanshi deep in thought, The goblin scavenger scratched its nose and stealthily slipped into the living room, locating the TV remote and, after recalling the functions of the buttons, managed to turn on the television, sitting on the floor, engrossed in the show. Startled by the television's sound, Zhao Huan turned to see the goblin scavenger grinning on the floor. "Weren't you rather reluctant to watch television last time?" Zhao Huan chuckled, heading to the kitchen to toss 2 packs of chicken legs to the goblin. Chapter 61, all rather dim-witted. Monster crystal cores, magical crystals, and other magical materials that Zhao Huan recognized or could find information about online. He planned to extract these items from the space of greed and sell them to the intermediary he had previously collaborated with. Although the price would be slightly lower than market value, it was sufficiently discreet, minimizing the chances of drawing attention. There were some materials for which he could not find information online, along with the several plants the goblin scavenger had uprooted, which he photographed and sent to Zhao Lejia, claiming they were specialties brought back from the verdant forest and inquiring if she recognized them. Zhao Huan trusted that his sister would understand his meaning. After sending the photos, he set his phone aside and continued organizing the materials at hand. Zhao Lejia seemed busy with her experiments and might not reply until evening. However, less than 5 minutes later, she called. Zhao Lejia sounded somewhat displeased. "Did your friend wander into a high-risk area? How could he go to such a dangerous place?" "Ahem. My friend, the one whose girlfriend cheated on him, glowing green all over. He probably wanted to escape from it all and ran into the high-risk area. Who would have thought he didn't die and even brought back quite a few things?" Zhao Huan hinted. "Oh, you mean that person?" Zhao Lejia replied, now understanding. "These plants of yours are somewhat special. They haven't appeared in the polluted areas near Dongchuan City before. Tell your friend to keep these plants. I could use them. I'll take a leave of absence in a few days. They might wither away in a few days, though. Shouldn't we soak them in water first?" "No, wait." Zhao Lejia hesitated. "How about you come over tomorrow and bring the items to the research area? I can apply for research funding from my professor to buy all these." "Public funds?" "Of course. My friend said he wanted extra money. I'll do my best to secure it." "All right. I'll deliver them to you tomorrow morning. I'm going to talk to my professor now. By the way, the inspiration I brought from home has led to significant progress in the artificial cultivation of dual-hole mushrooms. I might receive a bonus soon. Should I ask my professor to pull some strings to get you a better set of equipment? Just keep it for yourself. I'm still uncertain about the path my profession should take in the future. Buying it would be a waste." "Fair enough. Call me when you arrive tomorrow." After hanging up, Zhao Lejia pondered for a moment, formulated her speech, and turned to find her professor. As he walked halfway, he encountered members of another research project team. Huang Tianxiao, a man in his late 20s, appeared somewhat disheveled, sporting black-rimmed glasses and a vacant gaze that perfectly embodied the stereotype of a bookish researcher. "Hello, senior." Zhao Lejia greeted him. Huang Tianxiao quickly managed a polite smile. "Hello, junior." Zhao Lejia mused to herself that perhaps it would have been more courteous for senior Huang not to greet her at all. Turning back for a moment, she noticed that Huang Tianxiao seemed prepared to head toward the research area's entrance. "Are you leaving, Senior Huang?" she inquired, but soon dismissed the thought, continuing to ponder how she might persuade her teacher to allocate more funding for her brother. After completing the necessary procedures with the guard and exiting the research area, Huang Tianxiao raised his hand to hail a taxi and climbed into the back seat. As the taxi sped along the road, he surveyed his surroundings but found nothing that met his expectations, causing him to pause and question whether he had boarded the wrong vehicle. At that moment, the driver's voice broke the silence. "Stop looking, the items haven't arrived." Huang Tianxiao's brow furrowed at the words, and his previously vacant expression suddenly transformed, revealing a hint of intensity and ferocity. "What is going on? Wasn't it planned for me to bring the items into the research area?" There was an unexpected turn of events. "Our people haven't arrived yet." The demon priest cannon fodder had an internal conflict in the verdant forest, and then they clashed with a team of explorers. Now, the situation with the demon statue has been exposed, and the Special Affairs Bureau has dispatched a team of boundary breakers to the verdant forest to locate the fleeing demon worshipper and the demon statue in his possession, offering a handsome reward for information. The driver spoke calmly, yet Huang Tianxiao's expression grew increasingly grim. "Damn that demon priest. Why not send his subordinates directly instead of relying on those brain-dead fools? They won't feel any loss when those fools perish. What should we do now?" "Stick to the original plan. Stay home for the night and return to the research area tomorrow morning. The sensing array we acquired from the demon priest has already been established. As long as the demon statue remains in this world, we will soon locate its position." Huang Tianxiao composed himself. What if the Special Affairs Bureau gets to it first? Perhaps, but as long as our organization's plan remains concealed. Losing one demon statue means the demon priest has to provide another. I doubt he will refuse. It feels as though we are courting disaster. Who can blame us for our current weakness? Taking risks to achieve our goals is only natural. creating a beautiful new future? Huang Tianxiao raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. His expression then grew somewhat sinister. Humph. I care not for the future. I merely desire their complete demise. To die for love, without holding back, is the only way to find true satisfaction. In the background, the goblin warriors swayed to the music blaring from the speakers, emitting a cacophony of nonsensical yelps that left Zhao Huanshi's head ringing. Fortunately, his house had decent soundproofing, so the goblin's shrieks would likely not disturb the neighbors. Upon glancing at the bathroom, he observed that the bathtub was filled with water, next to which sat a small plastic stool. A black-scaled merman, fixated on his task, was fishing in the crystal-clear water of the bathtub with a fishbone rod. This fisherman hunter seems rather dim-witted, Zhao Huanshi thought. Meanwhile, the goblin scavenger sat on the floor, chuckling at the television program. Do you even understand what you're watching? Laughing like that, you must be rather dim-witted yourself. Zhao Huanshi had initially assumed that these card monsters possessed independent thought and felt a twinge of pity for them, confined to their cards. He had summoned them to give them some air and foster a bond. However, he now found himself regretting that decision, especially regarding the noisy goblin warrior. Were it not for the goblin's previous loyalty in battle, he would have returned it to its card long ago. In retrospect, the only card monsters that seemed manageable were the treasure chest monster and the chocobo, as the symbiotic vine lacked awareness. However, the treasure chest monster was still undergoing repairs, and the chocobo was too large to summon indoors. Chapter 62, Delivering Materials. Concerned that he might delay his sister's research, Zhao Huanshi set off early in the morning, carrying 2 burlap sacks. After a 2-hour bus ride, he arrived at the entrance of the West 4 research area. Zhao Lejia hurriedly emerged from the gate. Why are you here so early? Isn't it to avoid delaying your work? Zhao Huanshi replied with a smile, opening the 2 burlap sacks. These are the items you requested, along with some other materials. Take a look and see if you need anything. If not, I'll find someone to dispose of them later. Just as Zhao Lejia was about to respond, her eyes lit up upon seeing several large, colorful mushrooms in the sack. She retrieved a pair of rubber gloves from her pocket and carefully extracted the mushrooms. Zhao Huanshi, observing this, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. What happens if you take those mushrooms directly? Contact with the juice secreted by the fungi could lead to mild poisoning, causing temporary paralysis of the muscles, Zhao Lejia explained. Then suddenly realized, wait, you didn't wear gloves while handling them? How come there are bite marks on them? Did you bite them? Am I insane enough to bite these? Zhao Huanshi rolled his eyes. That must be from my friend who got himself into trouble. Your friend certainly has a tough life. Indeed, he does. But what use are these poisonous mushrooms? They can be used to concoct poisons and antidotes. In the alchemist's potion recipes, there's a highly toxic enhancement potion that requires certain poisonous mushrooms. I'll take them back and experiment. Perhaps I can create a scientific potion. A toxic enhancement potion? Is that the one that causes explosive growth before resulting in death? That one-time aspect refers to the person drinking the potion, right? At that moment, Huang Tianxiao passed by and, from a distance, noticed Zhao Lejia holding a burlap sack, chatting amiably with a similarly aged man. He paused for a moment, momentarily lost in thought, as he recalled a familiar pair of figures standing awkwardly at the school entrance, clutching a burlap sack and displaying expressions of kindness and joy upon his arrival. Who is that? Why is he staring at us? Zhao Huanshi whispered. Zhao Lejia turned to look, just as Huang Tianxiao regained his composure, smiling and nodding at her before walking toward the research area entrance. How strange. Senior Huang seems a bit off, Zhao Lejia remarked. Definitely strange. His gaze felt like that of an old father. Your admirer? Impossible. Senior Huang is a doctoral student at our university, researching spatial rifts with his advisor in the research area. He is rather dull and rarely speaks, and I'm not particularly close to him. Though his advisor has a good rapport with our teacher, and they sometimes dine together. Zhao Huanshi nodded. Indeed, he doesn't seem like your type. Zhao Lejia asked, puzzled. What is my type? Someone with melancholic eyes, often sleepless, outwardly domineering yet soft-hearted, lacking basic life skills, perpetually on the brink of starvation, yet possessing an impressive physique with 8-pack abs. Zhao Lejia glared at Zhao Huanshi, gritting her teeth. Zhao Huanshi, did you sneak into my room and rummage through my novels? Zhao Huanshi flashed a toothy grin. Rolling her eyes, Zhao Lejia suddenly suggested, why not invite your friend in to sell some mushrooms? The previous batch has nearly been exhausted. Please do not underestimate others' intelligence, and I cannot dictate which friend arrives. It could inadvertently cause some trouble in the city, implicating me as well. Moreover, we have activities planned for the evening, and I must conserve some energy. This evening? Well, the timing for events is rather unpredictable, but based on prior experiences, tonight's venue is likely to be larger than before. Then you should return early to prepare accordingly. Though there's not much to prepare, one can at least brace oneself mentally. TSK. Understanding her sister's implication, Zhao Huan frowned at her disapprovingly. However, if you require mushrooms, I can provide some at this moment, though their origins are questionable. Zhao Lejia slightly shook her head. Never mind, we can discuss it later. I informed the teacher of the information you previously provided as speculation. Perhaps someone will discover fresh mushrooms based on that information. Recalling the goblin scavenger's experience in mushroom gathering, Zhao Huan mused that unless a high-level professional ventured underground for adventure and happened upon the dual-pore gas mushroom, it would be quite challenging for an ordinary exploration team. By the way, although the teacher has already submitted the funds for purchasing these materials, it will take some time for approval, and my bonus will also take a while to arrive. Do you have enough money on you? TSK. A mere child is worrying about me now. Look, this is the money I received from the exploration team after a recent mission. Zhao Huan displayed her bank balance on her phone for her sister to see. So much. What kind of task is that lucrative? Could it be that the leader of the exploration team is a woman? Are you suggesting? Zhao Lejia's eyes widened in shock. TSK. Our captain is a man in his 40s, a true old-school otaku. An old man is even more perilous. Zhao Lejia, does your teacher know about your peculiar attributes? What peculiar attributes? I'm merely concerned for you. Your brother is, after all, a rare profession. Whether it's the symbiotic vine or treasure chest monsters, I have made significant contributions to the team, and the prospects for future development are limitless. Is it strange that the exploration team allocates more funds to entice me? Zhao Huan emphasized her importance, fearing her sister's unwarranted worries, and refrained from mentioning the incident with the demon worshippers in the verdant forest. Yes, my brother is the greatest. Zhao Lejia replied somewhat dismissively, offering Zhao Huan an insincere thumbs up. Time's about up, I must head in now. Be careful on your way back. Understood, you take care as well. It is a contaminated zone, and dangers may arise. Zhao Huan cautioned. Fear not, I might awaken as a potion master by tomorrow. A potion master, a support profession. Does it possess any combat capabilities? Zhao Huan frowned, yet her mind conjured an image, facing a monster. Her sister pulls out a bottle of frothy purple potion and downs it in one go. Instantly, her form expands, transforming from a bespectacled frail girl into a bizarre creature towering 3 to 4 meters tall, laughing maniacally as she charges forward, smashing the monster into bits and devouring them whole. Zhao Huan found her own thoughts amusing. Such combat prowess is more akin to an alchemist than a potion master. Who pales in comparison? They say one can awaken as an alchemist, yet not a single instance has emerged in Dongchuan City thus far. Chapter 63, Villagers? The remaining items were stowed in a snakeskin bag, which Zhao Huan carried to District 5 North. With familiarity, she navigated through a back alley and entered a small door. This was the place where Zhao Huan had previously worked as a cleaner, specializing in the sale of stolen goods. The proprietor, known as Zhou Liaoshu, was colloquially referred to as Mouse. Zhao Huan was unaware of his true origins, but he managed to operate within Dongchuan City without being apprehended. Although this was partially due to the leniency of the Special Affairs Bureau, nonetheless, not everyone could engage in such activities. Moreover, this fellow had no inclination to conceal his business. The small door in the back alley merely served to obscure customer entries and exits. Zhao Huan donned a hood, mask, and sunglasses, thoroughly obscuring her face. Upon entering, she noticed Zhou Liaoshu concluding a transaction with a customer, who was even more heavily disguised than Zhao Huan, sporting height-increasing shoes and shoulder pads, making it impossible to discern their gender. The customer nodded at Zhou Liaoshu before turning to leave. After the individual departed, Zhao Huan couldn't help but comment, wrapped up like that. Mouse, are you sure there's a person in there? Zhou Liaoshu ignored her remark, instead expressing surprise. Aren't you supposed to be out there as an explorer? Why do you have time to come here? Did you not finish clearing the previous stock? Damn, even in this disguise, you recognized me right away? Zhou Liaoshu replied somewhat exasperatedly. What disguise? Look at yourself. Reflecting on the recently departed customer, Zhao Huan had no retort and simply handed over the snakeskin bag. Zhou Liaoshu emptied the contents, sifting through them, picking up 2 half-eaten fruits, and looked at Zhao Huan with curiosity. What's wrong? Can't use the chewed ones? You accepted materials that were half-eaten by bugs last time, didn't you? Zhao Huan inquired. Zhou Liaoshu shook his head. I'm just curious. Who has such a strong bite to consume something like this? A normal person would just smell it and recoil from the sourness. Moreover, these materials were evidently freshly harvested. Zhou Liaoshu was puzzled as to why Zhao Huan would bring them to sell. However, he didn't press further, appraising the materials and estimating a price of 12,000. Seeing Zhao Huan's lack of objection, he handed over the cash. He then tossed Zhao Huan's items into several boxes behind him, mixing them with similar materials brought in by other customers, rendering them indistinguishable. Aside from the half-eaten fruits and mushrooms, which stood out conspicuously among the pile. Nightfall. Zhao Huan was deep in slumber, just on the verge of dreaming when suddenly, she was jolted awake by an abrupt activation. Trial objective, assist the villagers in clearing monsters and reclaiming the occupied village. Huh, villagers? Upon seeing the task objective, Zhao Huan was momentarily taken aback. Is it possible to encounter living beings within the trial dream? Before she could ponder further, a cacophony of cracking and popping sounds, reminiscent of bones stretching and grinding, filled the air, accompanied by eerie groans and howls that were all too familiar. It dawned on Zhao Huan that she found herself in a dimly lit gorge, surrounded by an array of corpses and skeletons draped in tattered clothing. Perhaps sensing the arrival of a guest, the skeletal figures' eye sockets flickered with ghostly flames as they rose, preparing a banquet to warmly welcome Zhao Huan, the unfamiliar visitor. Two specters even emerged from the ground, and the corpses, swirling in the air, emitting piercing wails that sent waves of dizziness through her head. What the hell? The previous places I entered were quite safe. Why am I thrown into a graveyard this time? Zhao Huan flicked her wrist, summoning her monster cards. Stepping back as she drew forth the soul-eating greatsword embedded in the ground, sweeping it back in a fluid motion. A ghastly corpse lunged at her with claws bared, its head shattered by the greatsword, soaring 5 meters into the air as its body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. It appears that these are merely lowly undead, easily manageable, though the two wraiths present pose a bit of a challenge. The soul-devouring greatsword is unable to siphon any life force from the undead, and coupled with the dim light of the valley, the symbiotic vines cannot be utilized. As a result, Zhao Huan's stamina will deplete significantly during combat, necessitating a swift conclusion to the fight. At that moment, several monster cards fell to the ground, coalescing into the forms of monsters. The goblin warrior raised his shield to block the skeletal assault, growling as he pushed the enemy away and thrusting his fishbone spear with great force, successfully impaling the skeleton's head. The strength of the fisherman hunter far surpasses that of the goblin warrior, wielding a sturdier weapon. He executed a sweeping strike that sent the heads of 2 cadavers flying. The treasure chest monster, aside from its original ruby eyes, now boasted an additional somewhat dim circular ruby behind it, concealing a lethargic, half-awake large eye. The lava crystal core emanated intense heat, enveloping the treasure chest monster in searing flames, as if igniting a bonfire within the shadowy valley, instantly brightening the surroundings. The flaming pincers swung vigorously, shattering the legs of a creature taller than itself, reducing it to firewood. The goblin merchant hastily took refuge behind its companion, covertly assessing the situation in the flickering light, its face betraying a clear expression of disdain. A group of impoverished souls, devoid of anything valuable. Zhao Huan regarded it with equal disdain, questioning how a creature of such pitiful combat prowess, unable to even contend with a common goblin, emerged from this ordeal. However, he had no time to dwell on this creature now. Sensing the searing fire emanating from the treasure chest monster, he swiftly dispatched the 2 undead before summoning the symbiotic vines to entwine around his right arm. The 2 wraiths continued to shriek, their faint mental assaults disrupting Zhao Huan and the card monster's focus. Frustrated by the incessant noise, the goblin merchant leapt up, pointing at the wraith above and berating it. 2 impoverished souls. Just seeing you wretches has already soured my mood. Must you continue your wailing? The wraiths momentarily paused, then opened their mouths to emit even sharper, more piercing shrieks, their expressions twisted as they lunged toward the goblin merchant. With a shriek, the goblin merchant crouched down, covering its head. Yet Zhao Huan's eyes sparkled with intent. He swiftly unsheathed his sword, sweeping it through one of the wraiths. Unfortunately, the soul-devouring greatsword had yet to siphon any life force, its blade shrouded in a thin mist, failing to dispatch the wraith instantly. Instead, it merely rendered the creature more translucent, causing it to wail in agony as it fled. Meanwhile, the treasure chest monster sprang into the air, its 8 legs propelling it upward, and with its mouth full of sharp metallic teeth wrapped in searing flames, it bit down on another wraith. The wraith let out a horrific scream as its body was engulfed in flames, incinerated within mere seconds. Chapter 64. Are these all NPCs? The number of undead in the valley was considerable, yet their strength was feeble, and soon they were all vanquished by Zhao Huan and the card monsters. The goblin warrior sustained some injuries, and the fishbone spear had broken during the skirmish, reduced to a mere fishbone short spear. The fisherman hunter, being an amphibious creature, exhibited greater agility than the goblin warrior and remained largely unscathed due to its tough fish scales. In stark contrast, the goblin merchant, a card monster of minimal combat ability, was knocked unconscious by a leap from the treasure chest monster, only to be rudely awakened by the flames it bore, rolling about in a frantic state. Nearly succumbing to the ordeal, Zhao Huan, bemused, recalled this creature and summoned forth a goblin thief, while also retrieving the fisherman hunter, which preferred to avoid dry paths. Having expended a significant amount of stamina from the soul-devouring greatsword, Zhao Huan felt somewhat weakened and summoned a yellow chocobo to rest upon. Utilizing the treasure chest monster as a torch, he circumnavigated the valley, discovering a cave that seemed to be an exit, only to find it blocked by fallen rocks. Obstructing my path, how am I to seek out the villagers for my quest? Zhao Huan mused, glancing up at the narrow valley entrance, obscured by lush foliage, allowing only a sliver of light to filter through. Am I meant to climb out from above? He scratched his nose, instructing the goblin warrior and goblin thief to gather nearby dry twigs and whatnot, preparing to construct a fire pit to utilize the symbiotic vine's photosynthetic properties for a swift recovery of stamina. Whether tunneling out or scaling the valley walls would demand considerable energy expenditure. The two goblins scoured the valley, feeling their supply of withered vines and branches was insufficient, and proceeded to strip the remains of undead corpses and tattered cloth from the bodies, adding the dry bones to create a sizable pyre. The crackling of the burning bones was accompanied by the occasional flicker of ghostly green flames, lending an eerie ambience. Zhao Huan paid no mind, raising his right hand to expose the symbiotic vines to the light of the flames. With his left hand, he picked up a scattered bone from the ground, intending to toss it into the fire. Why is this bone a deep purple? Could it be a mutation? Or did its owner suffer from poison or some ailment in life? Speaking of which, why are there so many corpses in this valley? Is the trial dream setting meant to resemble a necropolis? Zhao Huan glanced around, prompting the goblin warrior to drag over a relatively intact corpse that had not transformed into an undead. Upon bringing the body closer, he was taken aback. The decaying corpse, previously curled in the corner, revealed a small skeletal frame tightly clutched within its embrace. Reflecting on previous battles, he recalled having encountered diminutive undead creatures. Yet, having grown accustomed to slaying monsters without mercy, he had disregarded the fragility of the small ones, having kicked their tiny heads away as if they were mere balls. Now, contemplating it, these were evidently human remains. Those small skeletons must have belonged to children. If he were in reality, he might feel a fleeting pang of guilt for a few seconds, but here in the trial dream, these monsters were mere fabrications of the dreamscape. Kicking them was simply part of the game. However, due to some peculiarities of the trial dream, a chilling thought suddenly struck him. What if these bodies were those of the villagers he was meant to rescue from the clutches of monsters? What if, before even embarking on the quest, he had already pummeled the NPCs into a pile of kindling? No wonder he was sent to this valley. It seems the trial dream considers this place a safe zone. Zhao Huan came to a realization, yet he shook his head, feeling a sense of resignation. The system of this trial dream is rather foolish, unable to distinguish between the living and the undead. Fortunately, the actual tasks and rewards were administered by the trial dream itself. Whether these NPCs were dead or alive, or in a state in between, would likely not affect the final outcome, would it? Zhao Huan felt uncertain. Would this broken trial dream require him to eliminate all the monsters occupying the village, and then return the human remains to the village only to be shattered in battle, subsequently burned as firewood by the goblins, rendering most of the remains irretrievable? With a faint sigh, he turned his gaze back to the corpse dragged over by the goblin warrior. The flesh was rotting, and the exposed bones appeared dark and purplish. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed an abundance of purple mushrooms growing in the corners and on the rock walls of the valley. Could it be that these individuals sought refuge in the valley, only to have the cave entrance inadvertently sealed by falling rocks? After exhausting their food supplies, they resorted to consuming these purple mushrooms, leading to their untimely demise? Zhao Huan pondered to himself. After a period of rest and benefiting from the photosynthesis of the symbiotic vines, he felt his strength had nearly returned. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the valley's rocky walls. The surface was smooth, devoid of any protrusions suitable for climbing, perhaps due to the valley's dim lighting. Aside from some shade-loving moss and mushrooms, there were no vines clinging to the stone walls. The scattered dry twigs and leaves throughout the valley likely fell from plants growing near the valley's entrance. Zhao Huan estimated the height of the rocky walls to be around 15 to 16 meters, certainly not exceeding 20. An idea began to form in his mind. Once you ascend, search the vicinity for any sturdy vines or ropes to lower down to me. The goblin warrior raised its head, staring blankly at the faint light filtering through the leaves above. Ascend? How is one to achieve that? Boss, do you harbor some misunderstanding regarding my abilities? Zhao Huan, disinclined to elaborate, pressed the goblin warrior's body, summoning it back, and then recalled the treasure chest creature as well. With a forceful flick of his right hand, 2 cards spun into the air, landing precisely at the valley's entrance. The goblin warrior blinked in astonishment, realizing it had indeed sprinted out of the valley. What are you dawdling for? Quickly find something to pull me up. If you can't manage it, let the treasure chest creature gnaw at it. Hearing Zhao Huan's voice echoing from the valley, the goblin warrior snapped back to reality, departing with the treasure chest creature. After quite some time, just as Zhao Huan began to doubt whether the goblin warrior had encountered some creature and perished outside, the goblin warrior finally returned, clutching a thick vine over 10 meters long. Upon delivering the vine, it became evident that the end was still 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Zhao Huan squinted, gauging the situation, and deemed it manageable. He stored the yellow chocobo and goblin thief, instructing the goblin warrior to hold onto the vine securely. With a running start, he propelled himself upward, using his feet to push off forcefully. He extended his left hand to gently press against the rocky wall, avoiding a direct collision that might result in serious injury, while his right hand, clad in the soul-devouring gloves, firmly grasped the end of the vine. Chapter 65. The Slime Explodes. Zhao Huan was hoisted up by the goblin warrior, clutching the vine with one hand. Where did all these injuries come from? You look as though you've just been beaten. Your skin is all bruised. Zhao Huan observed the goblin warrior's body, marked with what appeared to be the scars of a whipping, and questioned in bewilderment. The goblin warrior sniffed vigorously, drawing back the blood that flowed from its nose, and pointed at the thick vine in Zhao Huan's grasp, babbling in its own tongue. It indicated that during the search for a suitable vine, it had been ambushed by this very vine, but thanks to its quick reflexes, valiant combat skills, and a little assistance from the treasure chest creature, it had successfully triumphed over this formidable and treacherous magical plant. Zhao Huan glanced down at the vine in his hand, noticing it was covered in numerous tiny spines. Upon closer inspection, he observed a faint purple hue on the spines, accompanied by a subtle, sweetish odor. A twitch of irritation crossed Zhao Huan's eyes. Good heavens. I asked you to find a vine, and you've brought me a poisonous one. Fortunately, with the soul-devouring gloves on his right hand, he was spared from the immediate effects. Otherwise, his entire arm might have turned purple by now. The goblin warrior's nose continued to bleed, and despite the visible wounds, the bleeding showed no signs of stopping, clearly indicative of poisoning. As antidotes could not be taken into the trial dreamscape, and with no means of detoxification at his disposal, Zhao Huan simply pressed the goblin warrior back into storage. He then summoned the treasure chest creature again and repeated the summoning of the goblin trio, bringing forth the goblin thief to scout ahead. Upon emerging from the valley's depths, Zhao Huan immediately detected a faint, unpleasant odor in the air. Initially, he assumed it was the stench emanating from the decaying corpses of the undead in the valley, and he paid little heed, transforming the soul-devouring gloves into a pitch-black sword to clear away the surrounding underbrush and wild vines. In doing so, he could also drive away any frightened poisonous snakes or other creatures hiding amidst the foliage. While he found no snakes, a swarm of grotesque insects erupted from the grass, flapping their wings in a panicked escape. Several insects that ventured too close to the soul-devouring sword, tainted by the thin wisp of ghostly mist emanating from it, instantly lost their vitality, plummeting to the ground. A barely perceptible vitality surged from the soul-devouring sword into Zhao Huan's body, only to dissipate almost immediately. After traversing some distance, he encountered neither animals nor monsters, only the distant, sharp shrieks of an undiscernible source. Despite having moved a considerable distance from the valley, the foul odor in the air intensified rather than abated, leading Zhao Huan to sense something amiss. Upon exiting the small forest surrounding the valley, he was greeted by swirling green mists, or rather, miasma. The wind failed to disperse it. Instead, it morphed into various alluring shapes, exuding a potent stench of decay. Zhao Huan's expression hardened, instinctively covering his nose and mouth with his hand, only to quickly realize such an action was futile. Even tearing a piece of cloth from his clothing to fashion a mask would not shield him from these pervasive toxic fumes. Moreover, since earlier, numerous tiny mosquitoes had been swirling above his head, incessantly buzzing, eager to sample Zhao Huan's blood, yet wary of drawing too close. Suddenly, Zhao Huan exerted his legs with force, leaping upward while vigorously swinging the pitch-black sword. The ghostly mist howled as it swept through, causing a multitude of insects to plummet to the ground, while the remaining swarm scattered in panic. After dispersing the insects, Zhao Huan glanced up at the sun, then down at the symbiotic vine coiling around his right hand, a slight frown creasing his brow. I find it peculiar that my stamina is depleting so much more than usual. Could it be that the vitality provided by the symbiotic vine and the soul-devouring sword is being utilized to counteract the damage inflicted by the toxic substances in the air? Now that the toxicity in the air had escalated, the healing effects of the symbiotic vine proved utterly insufficient, and Zhao Huan began to feel increasingly unwell. His nasal passages burned slightly, his chest felt tight, and his skin, especially the areas exposed outside his clothing, itched mildly. Damn it! Did they really just throw me into a toxic trap? How on earth do I resolve this? Am I to find a village and eliminate the monsters within before succumbing to the poisonous air? A hypothesis began to form in Zhao Huan's mind as he raised his gaze to the distance. The goblin thief squatted on the ground, using a rusty knife to pierce a grotesque, vividly colored caterpillar, scrutinizing it closely as if contemplating whether it was edible. The colors indeed appeared quite enticing to the goblin. Suddenly, the caterpillar's pores opened, releasing a dark mist that swiftly dispersed. Although the goblin thief reacted with remarkable speed, flinging the caterpillar from the knife and leaping back, its nostrils were still inevitably filled with a large quantity of the foul, toxic gas. The nauseating odor, combined with the toxic stimulus, caused the goblin thief to retch uncontrollably. If the goblin was in such distress, the stench must have been truly horrific. Zhao Huan instinctively covered his nose and stepped back several paces, then promptly realized the situation. The goblin thief's resistance to toxic substances in the air appeared to far surpass its own capabilities. Even without the life-sustaining support of the soul devourer and symbiotic vine to mend internal damage, it still managed to maintain a vigorous demeanor, even expressing a desire to sample the taste of poisonous insects. The goblin scavenger was no different. It could gnaw on toxic mushrooms without succumbing to death. Was the crux of this trial dream somehow linked to them? Zhao Huan pondered whether he should retreat to the valley, leaving the goblin thief to scout the situation on its own. Just then, he observed the goblin thief, which had just been sprayed with toxic gas, now exhibiting a distinctly green hue. Although it was inherently green, its skin had become even more vibrant, its eyes rolled back, and it was foaming profusely at the mouth. While this creature could withstand airborne toxins, it would not last long, as it would ultimately perish from ingesting poisonous insects. Zhao Huan couldn't help but scoff inwardly as he hastened forward, crouched down, and cautiously used his fingernail to touch the goblin thief's body, summoning it back to its card form. As he stood up, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to topple. The symptoms of poisoning were becoming increasingly evident. Crimson spots had begun to mar his skin, accompanied by both pain and itchiness. Struggling against the urge to scratch, Zhao Huan resolved to return to the valley, basking in the sun while contemplating a solution. However, just a few steps into his turn, an overpowering stench wafted through the air as a venomous slime, exuding purple toxic mist, sprang forth from the underbrush. Zhao Huan's face contorted in disdain as he launched an attack, inflicting fatal damage upon the venomous slime. It exploded. The pungent, corrosive purple mist enveloped Zhao Huan, who had attempted to flee. Chapter 66. Please activate voice communication. Trial failed. Evolution points gained, 2. Current evolution points, 430. Damn, that slime could self-destruct? After a half-month hiatus, he had finally unlocked a new method of demise in the trial dream, being blown to bits by a slime, or perhaps poisoned. Zhao Huan stared blankly at the ceiling, his face a canvas of disbelief, before launching into another tirade about the trial dream's intelligence. The AI of the trial dream was utterly foolish. How could it expect anyone to establish a village in such a toxic environment, rife with poisonous gas? Moreover, those villagers had already transformed into undead. At that moment, Zhao Huan paused, struck by an epiphany. Wait, if the villagers were indeed in a state of undead existence, they might very well survive in such a toxic atmosphere. Assisting a group of undead villagers in reclaiming a village from monsters in a toxic zone made logical sense. After all, after mulling over these thoughts while reclining on his bed, Zhao Huan ventured to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. As he passed the sofa, he plopped down, picked up the TV remote, and turned on the television. Without paying heed to the content, he unlocked his phone and began searching for information and exploration strategies regarding the polluted area east of Dongchuan City, specifically the toxic fog marshes. The toxic fog marshes were similarly saturated with poisonous gas, reminiscent of the trial dream's environment. Zhao Huan was curious to see if the online geniuses had any ingenious ideas for explorers to venture into the toxic fog marshes without antidotes, purification spells, or any resistance to the potent toxins. Yet after perusing various posts, most were nonsensical, with the slightly credible ones suggesting that in the absence of antidotes, one could concoct an emergency detox potion using the juices from certain magical plants that thrived in the toxic marshes. However, this emergency detox potion, while capable of counteracting the toxic air in the marsh, mandated a hospital visit for a stomach wash within 3 days of consumption. Failing to do so could lead to chronic poisoning, resulting in death or paralysis. Zhao Huan wasn't particularly worried about being poisoned in the trial dream, as surviving 3 days would suffice. Yet, the emergency detox potion could only be utilized in the toxic fog marshes. Not only would he struggle to gather materials elsewhere, but even if he managed to concoct it, it would likely prove ineffective. Was he expected to memorize the properties of airborne toxic substances within the dream and various plants to have Zhao Lejia specifically brew an emergency detox potion? No. That line of thought was flawed. As he pondered, Zhao Huan suddenly furrowed his brow. This was a trial for card monster summoners, not alchemists. Thus, he ought to seek solutions through his cards. Although the cards he possessed seemed devoid of detoxification abilities, they could be upgraded and evolved. Among them, the most likely candidate to gain detoxification capabilities upon enhancement was the symbiotic vine, or perhaps the fisherman hunter, should it mutate to possess spellcasting abilities, potentially creating a purification spell of its own. As for the goblins, relying on these bumbling creatures for detoxification was less practical than hoping for a mutation in the chocobo. Previously in the verdant forest, the symbiotic vine had been worn in rotation by members of the exploration team, and after an altercation with the demon worshippers, its card level had ascended to level 3. Zhao Huan sensed that merely wearing it while sunbathing would result in a painfully slow level up. It was only through engaging in combat alongside the symbiotic vine, utilizing photosynthesis to restore stamina and injuries, that it would upgrade more rapidly. Zhao Huan had originally intended to accompany the exploration team on their next mission, bringing the symbiotic vine along to battle monsters, so that by the time they returned, its level might reach 5, allowing for enhancement. Perhaps he should inquire with Brother Zhang about when the next mission would take place? He sent a message to Zhang Dashuan, but received a response indicating that Qian Montang's shield had sustained significant damage and required a complete redesign. While mechanical, it would take several days to complete. Additionally, the exploration team members were currently engaged in a collaborative event in an online game, so they planned to rest for a week before seeking out suitable tasks. Zhang Dashuan also invited Zhao Huan to join him in the game, but Zhao Huan was far too preoccupied to consider it. The symbiotic vine could not upgrade or evolve, and every night, he faced the grim prospect of being poisoned to death within the trial dream. Just contemplating it was enough to make him feel exasperated. Letting out a sigh, Zhao Huan turned his phone horizontally, expertly tapping a certain icon. Damn it, if death were to come, what did it matter whether he perished from poison or was crushed to death? When in doubt, he would first resort to a round of gaming. An hour later, damn, what a bunch of useless teammates. This game is such trash, ruining my youth and draining my finances. Zhao Huan angrily tossed his phone aside. The screen displayed the results of a 5v5 tower-pushing confrontation game. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the Goblin trio. Noticing the absence of a damage repair status on the card's information, Zhao Huan felt a twinge of surprise. The Goblin thief had appeared to be on the brink of death from poisoning just 8 or 9 hours prior, yet it had fully resurrected. Tossing the card onto the floor, he declared that whoever emerged today would be granted a reprieve. To his astonishment, a vibrant blue-purple light coalesced, revealing the Goblin thief. Oh, what a coincidence. Zhao Huan scrutinized it closely, confirming that the Goblin thief exhibited no remaining signs of poisoning. He grabbed a couple of chicken legs to gnaw on, thinking to treat the Goblin thief to a taste of Grandpa Big Chicken for lunch. The Goblin thief had no idea what Grandpa Big Chicken was, but it certainly sounded delicious. As the Goblin thief skillfully retrieved a chicken leg from the kitchen, Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment before picking up his phone once more. I refused to believe it. Half an hour later. Damn, what a bunch of rubbish. This is utterly ridiculous. Zhao Huan, with an expression of sheer exasperation, vented his frustrations at the mobile screen, proclaiming that even his fully enhanced, all attributes 9 super awakened character could not carry this group of inept players. Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of a Goblin thief, curiously gnawing on 2 chicken bones while fixated on the game displayed on the screen. Zhao Huan paused momentarily. What is up? Do you want to give it a try? The Goblin thief eagerly nodded in response. You really want to play? But you can't even read. Initially, Zhao Huan intended to dismiss the idea, yet the Goblin thief's earnest expression prompted a wicked smile to creep across his face. So what if you can't read? There is no law forbidding the illiterate from playing games. And likewise, there is no regulation preventing goblins from being a hindrance in games. Just wait a moment. I'll switch accounts. 10 minutes later, the Goblin thief's fingers danced rapidly across the mobile screen, a broad grin plastered on its face, reveling in the experience. Observing the Goblin's joy brought a sense of satisfaction to Zhao Huan, especially as the game emitted a series of repetitive notifications, making his smile shine even brighter. Please activate voice communication. Please activate voice communication. Please activate voice communication. Chapter 67. This valley is poisonous too. With a resounding crack, the last skeleton's skull was crushed under Zhao Huan's boot, and the previously agitated crowd within the valley fell silent once more. Leaning against his obsidian greatsword, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. A careful sniff revealed that, aside from the familiar scent of decay reminiscent of tombs, The air here lacked the foul stench of the outside world, suggesting that this valley was free of poison. From a scientific perspective, the valley was enclosed and perched atop a hill, high enough that poisonous mists could not ascend. Alternatively, one might speculate that this valley served as a safe zone within the trial dreams, a space for quiet contemplation. As Zhao Huan ruminated, he summoned the goblin warrior and treasure monster back into card form, dispatching them to retrieve the thick vine they had previously discovered, ideally uprooted entirely to avoid the hassle of jumping like a grasshopper to reach it. With time to spare, Zhao Huan began to wander through the valley, hoping to uncover new clues. However, after a short while, he sensed something was amiss. After walking 2 laps, his body felt increasingly feeble, and dizziness began to cloud his vision. A glance at his right hand revealed that the soul devourer was in a dormant state, not siphoning away his vitality. But then he noticed, amidst the intertwining tendrils of the symbiotic vine, fine purple lines were emerging on the skin of his right arm. Frantically checking other parts of his body, he discovered the same alarming symptoms. Goodness, this so-called safe zone is anything but safe, Zhao Huan exclaimed in disbelief. This was not the case when I entered yesterday. Pondering the differences between yesterday and today, he recalled that the only distinction was the absence of a campfire today. He scrutinized the remnants of the undead creatures scattered throughout the valley. Did the symbiotic vine heal his internal injuries through photosynthesis while sitting by the fire? Or was it possible that this toxin decomposes when heated? Or perhaps the toxic substances originated from the garments of these corpses? As Zhao Huan mulled over these possibilities and felt his strength wane further, a commotion above drew his attention. The goblin warrior and treasure monster had finally returned with the vine. Due to Zhao Huan's command, the goblin warrior attempted to uproot the magical vine, but nearly became ensnared in the process. It was the treasure monster that, at a critical moment, severed the vine's root, rescuing the goblin warrior. Despite their direct approach, they had taken longer than the previous day. After being hoisted up by a single hand grasping the vine, Zhao Huan was startled to see the goblin warrior, now in a worse state, bloodied and battered. He promptly recalled the goblin warrior for healing and summoned the fisherman hunter and goblin scavenger to gather nearby wood and other materials. Get it burning, Zhao Huan instructed the treasure monster. Complying, the treasure monster lay down, its dim magma crystal core radiating scorching energy, which ignited a fire that enveloped its body. Zhao Huan leaned closer to the flames, observing as the delicate purple lines on his skin rapidly receded. So it truly fears the heat. After a while, the goblin scavenger and fisherman hunter returned with branches, constructing a bonfire. Bathed in sunlight and warmed by the blaze, the symbiotic vine's photosynthesis reached its peak, allowing Zhao Huan to quickly regain his strength. He turned to scrutinize the condition of the goblin scavenger and fisherman hunter. The fisherman hunter's fish-like head exhibited a faint green hue, likely a result of exposure to toxic substances while gathering firewood. Yet, it seemed unconcerned, frequently glancing back with an expression filled with yearning. Following its gaze, Zhao Huan found his view obstructed by dense foliage. What are you looking at? He inquired. Walla Walla. There's a river. I want to go fishing. In this wretched place, anything without poison resistance has already perished. Are you certain there are still fish in that river? Zhao Huan replied, somewhat speechless. However, upon further reflection, he realized he had no intention of completing the trial. He merely sought to gather as much information as possible. Fish in the river, or other creatures, could be part of that intelligence. Besides, a fisherman who could only catch air in a bathtub at home was indeed a rather pitiable thought. Zhao Huan nodded. Go ahead. But you must return periodically to recharge your cards. Otherwise, if you succumb to poison and end up in a damaged state, it would be troublesome. The fisherman hunter's eyes widened with excitement, breaking into a beaming smile as it eagerly turned around, clutching its fishbone spear and bounding away like a joyful frog, soon disappearing into the underbrush. Witnessing this, Zhao Huan felt a pang of doubt. Would this creature truly return? What if it were to succumb to poison outside? Turning to the goblin scavenger, he noted that during the brief time it had been out collecting firewood, the creature's tattered sack was now bulging with who knows how many items. Upon inspection, it contained a variety of herbs, stones, and even chewed-up toxic mushrooms along with headless beetles, all green and slimy, leaving Zhao Huan uncertain of the toxic effects on it. Most likely, it was unaffected, after all. It dared to nibble on toxic mushrooms and emerged unscathed. Initially, Zhao Huan intended to send the goblin thief out for reconnaissance, but he abruptly changed his mind. Although the goblin thief possessed exceptional stealth, its poison resistance was evidently inferior to that of the goblin scavenger. The goblin scavenger, while lacking invisibility, had a natural ability to be disregarded and scorned by monsters, allowing it to survive in the wild without actively provoking threats. He declared. Go down the mountain and locate that village overtaken by monsters. gathering intelligence on the surrounding area. Upon hearing Zhao Huan's instructions, the goblin scavenger nodded and reached into its sack, producing a large purple fruit, wiping it on the bag before presenting it to Zhao Huan with a beaming, eager smile. As Zhao Huan inhaled the sickly sweet aroma emanating from the purple fruit, a wave of dizziness washed over him. What on earth is this toxic apple? The poison is so potent. His expression turned to one of horror as he instinctively recoiled, causing the goblin scavenger to display a look of bewilderment, confusion, and a hint of disappointment. Zhao Huan felt a twinge of exasperation. While it was commendable to show filial piety, this was a bit excessive, truly an overwhelming display of gratitude. With a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth, Zhao Huan forced a smile upon his face, extending his right hand clad in the soul-devouring gloves to cautiously accept the poisoned apple from the goblin scavenger. Very well, I graciously accept your gift. Now, go and fulfill your task. The goblin scavenger nodded eagerly, grinning widely, and ambled away, clutching its tattered sack. Zhao Huan glanced down at the fruit bestowed upon him. Despite its potent toxicity, the magical aura enveloping it suggested that this fruit was at least a mid-tier magical material. If he could find more of these outside and present them to Zhao Lejia, she would undoubtedly be delighted. Chapter 68. Such an ugly fish. After another hour or two, the fisherman hunter who had set out to catch fish unexpectedly returned with its haul. Could it truly have caught something? Zhao Huan observed as the fisherman hunter emerged from the bushes, grinning with glee, a fishing rod in hand, with a fish dangling from the line, flailing desperately and emitting strange, shrill cries. What is that sound? Zhao Huan sensed something amiss. As the fisherman hunter drew nearer, he discerned that what dangled from the line was not a fish at all, but rather a grotesque toad with bulging eyes, sporting a fish's mouth and tail, its body covered in repulsive flesh tumors. Or perhaps it was a bizarre fish with the body and legs of a toad. Either way, it appeared utterly revolting. Were you planning to roast this abomination for a meal? While he could tolerate the goblins feasting on insects, this creature was simply too nauseating for Zhao Huan. Just showcasing my catch. I have no intention of consuming this. The fisherman hunter regarded the struggling monstrosity on the line with an expression of disdain. Observing this, Zhao Huan remarked, since we won't be eating it, let us just burn it. It looks ghastly, and with that horrid noise, it's best to dispose of it before nightfall. The fisherman hunter nodded, grasped the grotesque fish, yanked it from the line, and unceremoniously tossed it into the fire. As the creature sizzled in the flames, its flesh tumors burst with a series of pops, releasing an odd and foul odor, accompanied by even more piercing cries. Fearing that it might emit toxic gas like the insects and slimes in the area, Zhao Huan quickly stepped back, distancing himself from the fire. After a brief struggle, the grotesque fish fell silent, and the noxious smell gradually dissipated. Standing at a safe distance, Zhao Huan turned to observe the fisherman hunter, noting that its signs of poisoning were indeed far more pronounced than before. Summoning it back, he glanced at the information on the fisherman hunter card. Damage repair time remaining, 59 minutes. An hour later, he stowed the poisoned apple gifted by the goblin scavenger, along with a hastily crafted wooden spear, into the body of the treasure chest monster, recalling it as a card, and then summoned the fisherman hunter once more. With time to spare and the sun still hanging in the sky, he decided to accompany the fisherman hunter to its fishing spot. After half an hour of traversing through a thicket of underbrush, Zhao Huan heard the distant sound of flowing water, accompanied by intermittent bizarre cries. At the mountain summit, a spring cascaded into a small pond nestled in a depression. Some unsightly fish occasionally poked their heads above the surface, spouting jets of water that knocked the insects off the nearby foliage. If the fallen insects landed on the shore, some of the fish would leap out of the water like toads, gobbling them up before hurriedly retreating back to the pond. Zhao Huan scanned the area and was astounded to realize that the hideous creature the fisherman hunter had brought back was, in fact, the most attractive specimen among this group of grotesque fish. Goodness, three-legged, two-headed, with eyes sprouting from its tail. Was this the result of nuclear waste being dumped from a power plant on the mountain? While Zhao Huan continued to grumble, the fisherman hunter, spotting the grotesque fish, was visibly excited, eagerly withdrawing the fishing line and hook from its fishbone spear. Without hesitation, it snatched a bizarre-looking insect from the nearby foliage. Ignoring the insect's frantic wriggling, it thrust the hook through its mouth and out the rear. With everything prepared, the fisherman hunter dashed to the pond's edge, casting the insect into the water before squatting down like a frog to commence fishing. In a peculiar sense, the fisherman bore a striking resemblance to the pond's grotesque inhabitants, almost as if they were distant relatives. As Zhao Huan watched the fisherman hunter fishing, he was startled when the pond's waters suddenly boiled over, accompanied by the bizarre cries of the fish. What is happening? Were they frightened by the fisherman hunter? Zhao Huan pondered, only to witness the fisherman hunter turning its gaze downstream. A look of fury etched across its face. as if it were an angler deeply engrossed in fishing when a few swimmers intruded upon its space. Following the fisherman hunter's gaze, Zhao Huan spotted a purple venomous slime sluggishly making its way towards the pond, drifting along the current. Darn it, isn't that my nemesis? Zhao Huan swiftly summoned the treasure chest monster and retrieved several sharpened wooden spears he had prepared earlier. The slime's physical resilience was low. Zhao Huan had previously dispatched it with just 2 strikes, but he had not anticipated it would explode upon death, releasing a potent toxic mist. Before entering the trial, he had resolved that should he encounter a venomous slime again, he must avoid close combat at all costs. The best strategy would be to employ ranged attacks, such as throwing wooden spears. Hit! Zhao Huan barked, hurling a spear with all his might. Though his shout was filled with vigor, the 50-meter distance proved daunting. Coupled with the spear's wobbling trajectory, it ultimately landed several meters away from the slime, obliterating an innocent beetle in its path. Curses, this is absurd. Wasn't it said that higher agility leads to better accuracy? I've added 9 extra points in attributes. How could I possibly miss? Indeed, merely sharpening a stick does not qualify it as a weapon. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, realizing that the fault lay in his weapon crafting skills rather than his aim. Unbeknownst to him, the fisherman hunter had inserted its fishbone spear into the ground beside the pond and approached him, curiously glancing at Zhao Huan, who was muttering to himself. It picked up a wooden spear from the ground, and with a booming shout, hurled it skyward. The spear spun rapidly, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before plunging into the center of the venomous slime's body with a satisfying thud. The venomous slime was severely wounded but not yet defeated. Its body trembled violently, spewing forth a torrent of venom that transformed into a thick purple mist, spreading ominously around it as it writhed, attempting to corrode and digest the spear embedded within its flesh. Zhao Huan gazed down at the fisherman hunter, exclaiming, "You threw that with such precision. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What about my dignity? You have no sense of situational awareness or workplace etiquette. It's no wonder you're still just a fisherman." Gurgle? The fisherman hunter looked up in confusion, its large, watery eyes filled with question marks. With such vacant eyes, it was no wonder. Never mind, just take care of that slime, and I'll deal with you later. Chapter 69, The Swamp Toad People. Smack. After enduring yet another strike from a wooden spear, the purple venomous slime finally burst open like a balloon, releasing a noxious purple mist that enveloped a radius of 20 to 30 meters. The viscous purple liquid splattered in all directions, corrupting everything it touched. When the toxic substance landed on the foliage, it swiftly corroded deep holes into the plants. Some of the venom seeped into a pond, tainting the clear water with an insidious purple hue, exuding a pungent odor. The peculiar fish, sensing the danger, began thrashing violently in the pond, their heads bobbing above the surface as they emitted strange cries, only to soon roll over, their eyes turned white. Are these fish truly so foolish? Even with the water poisoned, they seem oblivious to the need to escape ashore. What purpose do their legs serve? Zhao Huan remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Witnessing the demise of the fish, the fisherman hunter gaped in astonishment, turning to Zhao Huan. "Why do you look at me so? I didn't release the poison. It was the slime that exploded, and you are the one who dispatched it. This has nothing to do with me." Zhao Huan shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the fisherman hunter appeared as though struck by lightning, its eyes wide and body limp, as if it had lost all will to live. Is it truly so grievous to lose a few strange fish? Zhao Huan scratched his head, perplexed. In any case, this location will refresh upon my return. I can simply bring you back to fish then. At this, the fisherman hunter's eyes, which had seemed like stones, regained a glimmer of hope, gazing at Zhao Huan with eager anticipation. Wow, TCH, do I really need to deceive you? And are these grotesque creatures truly fish? When the opportunity arises, I shall take you to the Southern District's aquaculture base and aquarium to witness what real fish look like. However, as he spoke, Zhao Huan suddenly realized a potential issue. Wait, can fishmen even enter an aquarium? Although they might seem fitting for both the aquaculture base and aquarium, perhaps I should reconsider. I am unsure if I can bring you in. Oblivious to the concept of artificial breeding and having never visited an aquarium, the fisherman hunter was simply content at the prospect of fishing in the pond upon Zhao Huan's return. Speaking of which, it seems one can also fish in the polluted areas. I seem to recall seeing a group of fishermen seeking exploration teams for protection in the pollution zone in the Special Affairs Bureau's bounty task. As darkness fell completely, Zhao Huan summoned the fisherman hunter back and retraced his steps to the valley's edge, following the trail left behind. The fire pit he had previously kindled had extinguished, and he summoned the treasure chest monster once more, chopping some wood to stack atop it for roasting. The freshly cut wood was rather damp, making it difficult to ignite. It only began to burn slowly after being scorched by the flames from the treasure chest monster, emitting thick smoke akin to a signal fire. Normally, one would expect a multitude of flying insects to be drawn to the light of the fire, but the smoke released from the pile had driven them away. Crouching beside the fire, Zhao Huan found himself choked by the smoke, but he preferred this discomfort to being assailed by insects. Just as he thought the first night in the trial dreamscape would pass without incident, he remained unaware that the firelight on the mountain was attracting not only insects but other entities as well. Though there was no wind, the clumps of toxic mist below began to roil and surge, as if guided by an unseen force, converging through the forest towards the source of the firelight. Goblin scavengers, caked in muck, peeked out from the bushes, gazing into the distance. A group of grotesque humanoid creatures, covered in festering tumors and webbed appendages, resembling fishermen but with heads that looked more like toads, began to dance under the moonlight, led by a creature wielding a massive staff, emitting a bizarre and frenzied chant. The goblin scavenger observed for a moment, intending to turn away and continue searching for traces of a village, when suddenly, its vision darkened and consciousness slipped away. Trial failed. Evolution points gained, 1. Current evolution points, 431. Zhao Huan opened his eyes to the sight of his bedroom ceiling. How could those toxic gases move towards the mountain at night? What on earth is the principle behind this? Zhao Huan found it utterly baffling. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to summon the goblin scavenger and inquire if it had discovered anything noteworthy. In truth, Zhao Huan did not harbor high hopes for the goblin scavenger. Yet he was taken aback when it relayed crucial information. A humanoid creature with a head resembling that of a toad? Could it be the bog toad people? Aren't those monsters typically confined to the swamp regions? Zhao Huan retrieved his phone, searching for information on the bog toad people, and found a high-definition image to present to the goblin scavenger. Is this the creature? The goblin scavenger squinted at the phone screen, deep in thought, appearing somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Zhao Huan inquired. Yerliclot, it replied. It resembles this, but is even uglier. Are you certain? This thing is already quite hideous, Zhao Huan remarked, gazing at the repugnant creature with a toad-like head and a body covered in pus-filled tumors displayed on his phone. Wait. It seems the bog toad people's spellcasters possess the ability to control toxic mist and cultivate venomous insects. Does this imply that the miasma did not simply drift up here on its own? Upon realizing he had been ambushed by the bog toad people, Zhao Huan swiftly pieced together the sequence of events. Those creatures must have seen the light from the fire, recognizing that enemies had appeared on the mountain. It is possible they are ill-equipped for combat in the mountainous terrain, prompting them to direct the toxic mist upwards to eliminate foes or provoke them into descending for confrontation. Well, although I may have been careless, at least I have discerned who the enemy is, so it is not entirely in vain. The bog toad people excel in toxins, and with a spellcaster at their helm, the only option to navigate the trial dreamscape is to attempt cultivating symbiotic vines and see if they can evolve to provide resistance to toxins or detoxification capabilities. Given the bounties issued by the Special Affairs Bureau regarding demon worshippers and demonic statues, numerous formidable exploration teams have recently undertaken missions in the verdant forest, hoping to delve into its depths for a chance encounter with the demon worshippers. With the increase in traffic, the area near the verdant forest's exit has become relatively safe. Zhao Huan contemplated that with his strength, even if he ventured alone, as long as he did not delve too deeply, wandering around the entrance to engage with weaker monsters would likely pose no significant threat. The primary threat, that demon worshipper, had probably been devoured by some magical vine deep within the forest by now. Chapter 70, Blood Sacrifice of the Skull. No, how could that be? In the central region of the verdant forest, amidst a scene of chaos from battle, the remnants of several tree monsters lay strewn about. A freshly dug pit lay nearby, beside which stood a reconstructed humanoid skeleton, its shape rather peculiar. A man donning a black, ghastly mask grasped a skull enveloped in swirling blood mist in his right hand, his eyes filled with ferocity and agitation. Behind him stood a dozen others, their faces obscured, clad in various armors and wielding different weapons, alongside two ordinary individuals who appeared terrified, their faces ashen. The location indicated by the blood sacrifice skeleton is undoubtedly here. Could it be that the ritual provided by the demon priest is flawed? He has no reason to do so. The man donning the black demon mask slightly shook his head. Moreover, the blood sacrifice skeleton did indeed guide us to this worthless corpse of the demon priest. Perhaps he merely exaggerated the efficacy of the ritual. Thud! A heavy object fell to the ground behind them. My lord, the sacrifice is on the brink of death. A professional called out. The man in the black demon mask turned to glance. Ah, yet another pitiful wretch cast aside by the times. Perhaps the blood sacrifice skeleton has been overly drained along the way. It lacks sufficient energy. Consuming a sacrifice might replenish its strength, and perhaps we could locate the demon statue. As he spoke, The man with the black mask grasped the pulsating skull shrouded in blood, striding over to the fallen sacrifice. "Please, spare me," pleaded the young man, weak and unable to move, his expression filled with terror. "Do not be afraid. It will only take a moment. You are destined to perish, and rather than fading away like dust in silence, you might as well contribute to the advent of a new era." The man in the black mask crouched down, placing the blood sacrifice skeleton upon the young man's forehead. "No, I refuse." With a tremendous pull emanating from his forehead, the young man felt something within him rapidly dissipating, his consciousness blurring, his whispers growing fainter. In but a moment, the once sickly young man transformed into a withered corpse, his visage contorted in agony, resembling those monsters whose life force had been siphoned by the soul-devouring greatsword. Once the sacrifice was consumed, the blood mist surrounding the blood sacrifice skeleton thickened considerably. The man in the black mask opened his palm, allowing the blood sacrifice skeleton to levitate into the air, slowly rotating. Under the expectant gaze of the man in the black mask, the skeleton's crimson eye sockets turned towards the remnants of the recently assembled demon worshipper not far away. Damn it! The man's anticipation swiftly morphed into fury, wishing to crush the wretched skull into fragments. "My lord." His subordinate quickly stepped forward to intervene, fearing he might indeed destroy the blood sacrifice skeleton. The man in the black mask took a deep breath, repressing his anger, calling the blood sacrifice skeleton back, and turning his gaze towards the remaining sacrifice. I have awakened. Look, I am completely unharmed." His eyes reddened, hair wildly growing, nails elongating, skin roughening and hardening, grotesque growths and lumps sprouting all over his body. The transformation was glaringly evident, yet he felt nothing amiss. Observing this pitiable creature, the man in the black mask's mood brightened considerably. With a haughty gaze and a mocking tone, he remarked, "Ignorant insect, utterly oblivious to your own fate's manipulation. Allow me to assist you in ending this wretched existence." Accompanied by a piercing scream, another lifeless body lay upon the ground. The blood mist of the blood sacrifice skeleton thickened to a syrupy consistency, as if it might drip at any moment. Yet the whereabouts of the demon statue remained elusive, as if it had vanished from this world entirely. "Foolish demon priest. Foolish skull." Seeing the man in the black mask becoming agitated once more, his subordinate hastily interjected. "My lord, could the statue have been destroyed?" The man's brow furrowed. While such a possibility cannot be dismissed, the Special Affairs Bureau has not released any relevant intel. Should other explorers have found it, their first instinct would surely be to report it to the Bureau for a reward. Could it be those monsters? Perhaps. Regardless, the inability of the blood sacrifice skeleton to locate the demon statue necessitates that the demon priest devise another means to procure another one. Dispose of these two corpses and that worthless skeleton. The man in the black mask directed his subordinates to eliminate the bodies while he placed the blood sacrifice skeleton into the wooden box he carried. This cursed object possesses a certain malevolence. Holding it influences one's emotions, causing an unintentional surge of aggression. Have we not accepted several bounty tasks? Indeed. One from the Special Affairs Bureau to investigate the interior of the central region of the verdant forest. Two from the West 4 Research District for the collection of magical plant materials, and one from the black market to capture monsters. Capturing monsters? What nonsense do those fools intend to stir up now? Regardless, if they can manage to create some commotion, it would work to our advantage, drawing the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, Zhao Huan, wielding a steel greatsword, traversed the mist, entering the polluted zone. Wandering alone in the outskirts of the verdant forest. After a considerable time, he finally caught the attention of several wild wolves, who surrounded him from all sides. Zhao Huan glanced around. 5 wild wolves posed no threat to him, yet he had no intention of engaging in combat himself. He flicked his fingers, summoning a goblin warrior, then tossed the symbiotic vine onto the goblin warrior. Zhao Huan deftly climbed onto a nearby low tree. Based on prior experience, the symbiotic vine absorbs sunlight in the polluted zone more effectively than in the city. If it could participate in battle alongside its host, utilizing photosynthesis to heal its host, the rate of level up would be maximized. As the symbiotic vine sought to level up, so too must the other card monsters. Allowing the goblin warrior to fight alongside the symbiotic vine would enhance both cards in a single battle, an exceptionally advantageous arrangement. Moreover, fearing that the goblin warrior might falter in combat, holding only a shield and spear, and could be bitten to death by the wolves, leading to card damage. Zhao Huan prepared the fisherman hunter to be ready for immediate use, ready to swap cards and replace the goblin warrior. Zhao Huan had meticulously planned everything, save for one oversight. When the wild wolves beheld the sudden appearance of the goblin warrior, they were momentarily startled, but upon recognizing their foe, expressions of disdain emerged in their eyes. With bared teeth, They emitted threatening growls, slowly retreating, seemingly intending to abandon their prey. The goblin warrior is now formidable enough to intimidate the enemy merely by presence. The goblin warrior thought with a sense of pride. Foolish creature. They merely find your flesh unpalatable, regarding you as mere garnish for their dung. Zhao Huan reminded from behind. What is garnish? Goblin meat is notoriously unappetizing. Yet these brutes dare to liken the valiant goblin warrior to dung? The goblin warrior was instantly enraged. With a ferocious expression, it let out a bellow and charged at the wild wolves. The attacking wild wolf nimbly dodged the goblin warrior's thrust of the fishbone spear, unleashing an angry howl to summon its companions for a joint assault. A bear goblin warrior might manage to defeat a single wild wolf, but two would be quite a challenge. However, bolstered by the symbiotic vine's assistance and armed with shield and spear, it could hold its ground against 5 wild wolves behind the low tree. Although it sustained numerous wounds in a brief skirmish, its appearance was somewhat disheveled. The regenerative abilities provided by the symbiotic vine would ensure it would not perish immediately. Zhao Huan toyed with the fisherman hunter in his hand, even zoning out momentarily. Having arrived at this location, shall we not send the trio of miscreants to engage in some wild adventures while idling? The distance to the West 4 research zone is a straight 40 kilometers away, so there's little concern regarding the influence of goblin hordes within the research area. However, if we were to summon here, there exists a slight probability that the trio may inadvertently wander into East River City. Perhaps it is wiser to play it safe. Suddenly, a blood-curdling howl of a wild wolf mingled with the sound of a fishbone spear shattering, resonating almost simultaneously. Zhao Huan gazed down to witness a wild wolf, its eye impaled by a fragment of fishbone, staggering back in a bloodied state before collapsing onto the ground, convulsing. The remaining 4 wild wolves, upon witnessing this, emitted mournful cries and slowly retreated. In contrast, the goblin warrior, covered in numerous wounds, wore a fierce expression, gripping the broken fishbone sword, and advanced menacingly towards the enemy. The wild wolves had initially attacked the goblin warrior out of provocation. Even if they succeeded in killing it, the flesh of the goblin was something they could not stomach. Now, with their foe still alive and having lost one of their own, the remaining wolves bore several injuries and quickly realized the precariousness of their situation, prompting thoughts of retreat. Since we've come this far, let none depart. Zhao Huan flicked his finger, sending forth the fisherman hunter and yellow chocobo to dart behind the wolf pack. The moment the fisherman hunter took form, it brandished its fishbone spear and pierced the body of a wild wolf. The yellow chocobo, too, raised its foot and kicked back a fleeing wolf, which was subsequently subdued by the goblin warrior, its throat pierced by the bone sword. The remaining 2 wolves, upon witnessing this, had no inclination to rescue their companion, emitting a sorrowful wail as they swiftly fled into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. With the battle concluded, Zhao Huan recalled the fisherman hunter, discarding the treasure chest monster and stuffing the 3 wolf carcasses inside. Allowing the goblin warrior to recuperate under the sun, he sought refuge in a shaded area, half reclining against the chocobo while extracting provisions from his backpack to eat. After about an hour, noticing that the goblin warrior was nearly sun-dried and its wounds had mostly healed, Zhao Huan called it up and retrieved both it and the symbiotic vine. He examined the 2 cards in his hand. The goblin warrior had leveled up twice, while the symbiotic vine remained at level 3 without advancement. However, Zhao Huan sensed that with a few more skirmishes against monsters, the goblin warrior could elevate the symbiotic vine to level 4. Recalling the treasure chest monster that had been squatting in the corner pretending to be a wooden box, Zhao Huan mounted the chocobo and continued to roam. Along the way, regardless of the monsters encountered, he would dispatch the goblin warrior to engage in battle. As they progressed, the turtle shell was shattered, and the fishbone spear was reduced to a mere palm-sized fragment. The goblin warrior was left to scavenge a stick from the ground, struggling to poke at a jungle slime for an extended period. The jungle slime quivered violently before spewing forth a viscous green sludge from its wounds, its body collapsing in a deflated heap. Once the goblin warrior's wounds had healed, Zhao Huan summoned the card once more. The goblin warrior had already reached level 3. After engaging in 2 or 3 easy battles, or 1 arduous one, it should reach level 4. Meanwhile, the symbiotic vine had finally attained level 5. White monster card, symbiotic vine. Level max. New skill, basic light energy enhancement. Basic light energy enhancement. The symbiotic vine's efficiency in utilizing light energy is slightly improved. Under equivalent lighting conditions, the symbiotic vine can provide greater stamina and healing capabilities. Unable to further enhance card level. After completing the card enhancement ritual, consume 200 evolution points to evolve the white card into a green card. Symbiotic vine card enhancement ritual. Attach the symbiotic vine to a card monster or other animal, and in an open environment, bask in continuous moonlight for 8 hours. Oh, the enhancement ritual for the symbiotic vine requires moonlight? Zhao Huan gazed up at the sky, realizing that evening was approaching and the sun was setting. If he were to return home immediately, he would likely arrive by 7, and then ascend to the rooftop to bask in moonlight for 8 hours, concluding around 3 or 4 in the morning. If all went well, he could seek vengeance on those toad spirits in the trial dream by the following morning. Should fortune not favor him, and the symbiotic vine fail to acquire detoxification or poison resistance abilities upon evolution, he would have to return to the verdant forest to continue leveling up the card. While Zhao Huan contemplated this, he intended to ride the chocobo back to Explorer's Town. Suddenly, distant sounds of a quarrel reached his ears, suggesting a conflict between two groups of explorers. In this desolate wilderness, it was best not to meddle, Zhao Huan muttered under his breath. A few minutes later, he crouched stealthily in the grass, parting the foliage to observe. There, two exploration teams were embroiled in a heated confrontation. Among them, the loudest and most conspicuous was none other than his old acquaintance, Li Guangcai. I knew it. That unpleasant voice could belong to no one else but old Li. Although unaware of the specifics of the situation, Zhao Huan was well acquainted with Li Guangcai's character. Anyone associated with him could hardly be of good standing. In this instance, Zhao Huan unconditionally sided with the other exploration team. Yet, that golden-haired individual looked strikingly familiar. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Huan recalled. The golden-haired youth was the enthusiastic boy who had suggested he seek out a reliable exploration team when he first ventured into the verdant forest, whose teammate had referred to him as Meteor. Listening intently, Zhao Huan quickly grasped the cause of the altercation between the two teams. It was simply that the team led by the golden-haired youth had expended considerable effort to weaken their prey, only to encounter Li Guangcai's group while attempting to retreat, resulting in a poaching incident. Such situations were not uncommon among explorer squads. Whether they could reclaim their spoils depended on the moral integrity of the poaching team and the power dynamics between the two exploration groups. However, it was evident that Li Guangcai's group was not one to rely on for ethical conduct, and the golden-haired team was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of strength. Otherwise, Li Guangcai, that worthless wretch, would have long hidden behind his allies, not daring to make such a ruckus, attracting Zhao Huan's attention. After a bout of shouting, the golden-haired youth, like a firecracker, was ready to charge in for a one-on-one confrontation, only to be forcibly restrained by his teammates. Observing this, Li Guangcai leaped from behind his comrades to the front, mockingly taunting loudly. Although this matter had no bearing on Zhao Huan, Li Guangcai's smug demeanor was truly irksome to him. How he longed to deliver a sound thrashing. Zhao Huan, seething with suppressed rage, could only forcefully quell his emotions. Reminding himself that the time for retribution had yet to arrive, he would first return home to cultivate before addressing the matter. About half an hour later, Li Guangcai, clutching several sheets of paper, hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the camp, intending to find a nearby spot to relieve himself. Were he deeper in the forest or in a more perilous location, Li Guangcai would lack the courage to venture away from the camp alone for such a task. However, this is the outskirts of the forest. Despite his lack of skill, he is still a self-aware practitioner. Moreover, the camp is just behind him, and should any danger arise, a single shout would summon immediate assistance. Just as Li Guangcai unbuttoned his trousers and squatted down, he noticed a rusty iron chest partially concealed in the grass not far ahead. Li Guangcai was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the chest. And the more he stared, the more he felt that it must contain some extraordinary treasure. His throat felt parched, and he could not help but swallow hard. Cautiously glancing back, he saw that everyone in the camp was engrossed in their own tasks, oblivious to his actions. Suddenly, his heart raced fiercely, quietly rising. He adjusted his trousers and peered back once more to ensure he was not being watched. A smile of excitement crept across Li Guangcai's face as he stealthily made his way toward the rusty chest. The closer he got, the more exhilarated he became, his mind swirling with thoughts of the wealth that awaited him inside. He was completely unaware of the grass around him being inexplicably pressed down, as if some invisible force was treading upon it. Bang! The goblin thief sprang forth, using all its might to deliver a powerful blow to the back of Li Guangcai's head with a wooden club. The force was so great that the club, as thick as an arm, splintered upon impact. Li Guangcai fell silent, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The goblin thief, disappointed by the lack of a thrilling confrontation, was ready to spring into action, preparing to pounce on Li Guangcai for a finishing blow. Time was of the essence. Li Guangcai's companions might discover the commotion at any moment. The goblin thief had no time to dwell on its disappointment. Quickly rifling through Li Guangcai's belongings with practiced skill, emptying his pockets of anything of value, and stuffing it all into its small bag. Following Zhao Huan's instructions, it stripped Li Guangcai of his clothes, piling them up for the treasure monster to ignite. Having completed its task, the goblin thief immediately vanished into thin air, while the treasure monster transformed its main body into a wooden, grass-green form, extending its 8 long legs and swiftly escaping under the cover of the foliage. The flames and dense smoke produced by the burning clothes soon caught the attention of Li Guanxai's companions. When several practitioners rushed to the scene, armed and hasty, they were met with the sight of Li Guanxai lying bare on the ground, with certain unspeakable things on his backside, attracting several dung beetles. In their struggle for the freshly cooked, steaming morsel, the insects even engaged in a scuffle, inflicting numerous scratches on Li Guanxai's sensitive areas. The practitioners instinctively clamped their legs together, gasping in shock at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos rode a chocobo toward Explorer Town. Recalling the goblin thief's earlier account of the encounter, Zhao Huan could not suppress a cold laugh. A single blow to knock out a rookie warrior, truly impressive. He retrieved the goblin trio, and, with a thought, a quaint metal ring appeared in his hand. The strength ring, though the most rudimentary of magical equipment, could enhance strength by a mere point, a negligible boon for most practitioners. Yet, its magical effect was passive, activating simply by being worn, making it usable even by ordinary folk, and it could fetch a price of 40 to 50,000 when sold. Initially assuming that Li Guanxai, now a rookie warrior, would have disposed of the ring, Zhao Huan was pleasantly surprised to find it still adorning his finger, a stroke of luck for him. Aside from the strength ring, the only other item of worth the goblin thief had brought back was a steel dagger, worth about 1,000 to 1,800 pieces, while the remainder consisted of insignificant trinkets. Zhao Huan acknowledged that the act of ambushing and robbing Li Guanxai was somewhat reckless and immature, should their actions be exposed. It could not only provoke Li Guanxai's animosity, but also lead to further complications. Nevertheless, he felt exhilarated. Striking Li Guanxai with a surprise attack was akin to shedding sweat on a scorching day and downing a bottle of ice-cold soda in one breath. It's said that vengeance is a dish best served cold, but if fate had delivered this scoundrel right to his doorstep, it was a sign that the time for retribution had arrived. Zhao Huan convinced himself that if he did not act now, he might incur the wrath of fate, deserving of divine retribution. Toying with the strength ring in his hand, he concocted a plethora of justifications within his mind. When Zhao Huan regained his senses, he found himself atop the chocobo, having reached the fog-laden boundary of the contaminated area. Casually slipping the ring into his pocket, he dismounted and stored the chocobo, proceeding to step out of the contaminated zone, ultimately arriving at a desolate stretch of land a couple of kilometers away from Explorer Town. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to resummon the chocobo and instead walked back to the West Second checkpoint. Chapter 73, The Bright Light Vine. Night fell, clouds gathered, and the moon shone brightly. On the rooftop of Building 5 in Lichuan Garden, Zhao Huan reclined in a lounge chair, his left hand entwined with the symbiotic vine resting on the armrest, while his right hand scrolled through videos on his phone. Having dallied over Li Guanxai's affairs, he returned home just past 8 in the evening. Zhao Huan planned to spend the night on the rooftop, staying awake until 4 or 5 in the morning to complete the enhancement ritual for the symbiotic vine, evolving the card before returning to sleep. Recently, several cities had reported incidents of corpses undergoing mutations, where the deceased, be they human or animal, rose again as undead monsters, actively attacking those around them. Relevant scholars suggested that this phenomenon was caused by the concentration of magical energy in the air reaching a certain threshold, resulting in the reanimation of corpses. Most undead monsters, upon their initial emergence, were not particularly powerful, as long as one did not panic excessively. It was relatively easy to escape danger or even turn the tables on the monsters. Zhao Huan watched a news clip featuring a skeletal duck. Was it a duck or a goose? With decaying flesh hanging from its bones, its eye sockets glowing with eerie blue flames as it menaced a hunting dog, which ran amok in terror before being dispatched by a burly man with a shovel. Wait, a duck skeleton can come back to life? Does that mean chicken bones could stand again too? Are we going to have to stop selling chicken carcasses? However, fresh corpse ingredients should pose little issue once decapitated. It was the older, frozen ones in cold storage that might rise up in rebellion. As Zhao Huan chuckled at the absurdity, a patrolling armed drone flew overhead, its red lights flashing. It circled above him briefly before continuing on its way. Though his arm was entwined with vines, and the act of basking in moonlight on the rooftop at such an hour was indeed peculiar, Zhao Huan sensed something odd about the drone's movements, as if it were surveilling a suspicious figure. The night breeze was cool, prompting Zhao Huan to wrap himself more tightly in the blanket covering him as he resumed scrolling through videos. Several hours later, he found himself weakly propped up by his jet-black greatsword in the valley's center, his complexion pale, with fine purple streaks surfacing beneath his skin. resembling someone on the brink of death. In his carelessness, Zhao Huan had become drowsy while watching videos on the rooftop, seeking a stimulating film to jolt him awake. To his dismay, the trashy film turned out to be a facade, dreadfully dull, lulling him to sleep in under 5 minutes. And he was abruptly pulled into the trial dreamscape. The symbiotic vine remained outside, basking in the moonlight, leaving Zhao Huan unable to summon it. After engaging in a fierce battle with the villagers, his stamina was thoroughly drained by the soul-devouring entity, and his body succumbed to the corrosive toxins present in the valley. Logically, without the symbiotic vine, he would not pass the trial anyway. It might be better to succumb to death in this manner. However, he had made a promise to the fisherman hunter the previous night, ensuring that entering the trial's dream realm would allow it to continue fishing for those grotesque, repugnant monsters in the pond. Although Zhao Huan's absolute dominance over card monsters rendered any promises easily dismissible, leaving them powerless to oppose his commands, he regarded these card monsters as his true allies. He felt a twinge of disdain for himself for even contemplating deceit in such trivial matters. Zhao Huan instructed the goblins and the fisherman hunter to gather the corpses of the undead monsters, setting them ablaze to dispel the toxins clinging to him. He then told the fisherman hunter, "Go play in the pond. Return when your body can no longer endure. I'll switch with you, though I suspect I won't last much longer myself." While the valley's toxins dissipated in the heat, the absence of the symbiotic vine's self-healing capabilities meant that the damage inflicted by the toxins could not be mended, and Zhao Huan felt his body growing increasingly frail. Summoning the fisherman hunter back into card form, he mustered the last of his strength to hurl the card outside the valley. Watching the fisherman hunter depart joyfully with its fishbone spear, Zhao Huan managed a faint smile before lying on the ground, quietly awaiting death. "Hey, trial system, are you there? There's a bug that needs addressing. Why doesn't the gem charging of the treasure chest monster count down in the dream realm?" Zhao Huan murmured weakly, his gaze fixed on the glimmering light at the valley's entrance as his consciousness began to fade. Morning light roused Zhao Huan from his slumber, and he blinked in confusion at the sky. It took a few moments for his mind to clear, and he immediately turned his thoughts to the results of the symbiotic vine's enhancement ritual. Glancing to his left, he observed the vine coiled around his arm, its leaves gently swaying towards the sunlight. The stem seemed somewhat thicker, though it could merely be an illusion. Had he moved during his sleep, leading to a failure in the enhancement? A surge of anxiety coursed through him as he slightly propped himself up and summoned the symbiotic vine back into card form. Card enhancement complete. The symbiotic vine has matured, with a slight increase in light energy absorption efficiency. Relieved to see the successful completion of the enhancement ritual, Zhao Huan climbed off the recliner, coughed a couple of times, cleared his throat, and raised the card towards the rising sun, standing tall as he squinted and shouted, "Evolve." A radiant green light emanated from the center of the card, swirling and dancing before merging entirely into it. Upon completion of the evolution, the edges of the card turned green, and the image of the symbiotic vine within appeared more robust, with its foliage now denser and dotted with tiny yellow flowers. Green monster card, luminous vine, LV1. Compared to the symbiotic vine, the luminous vine has a higher efficiency in absorbing light energy, providing greater assistance to its symbiotic host. Symbiosis. Choose a target to enter into a symbiotic relationship. Photosynthesis. The luminous vine continuously converts light energy, restoring stamina and vitality to the symbiotic host, accelerating the healing of wounds. Star moonflower. The flowers of the luminous vine also possess photosynthetic capabilities, with even higher light energy conversion efficiency. When illuminated by celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, or stars, they generate a purifying effect, continuously cleansing toxins and ailments from the host's body. Seeing the effects of the star moonflower, Zhao Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I knew the key to the trial would lie within the cards, but with only one luminous vine, am I to venture forth and fight on my own? This doesn't quite align with the typical image of a summoner. Resigned, he decided to return and catch up on some sleep, knowing that he would soon discover how to tackle the village once the dream realm opened again. He presumed they were not far from where the goblin scavenger had encountered the swamp toad men, though he wondered if that creature remembered the way back. Chapter 74. The village occupied by swamp toad men. Entering the valley, clearing the suffering, searching for vines, and leaving the valley. Zhao Huan and his summoned creatures expertly navigated the initial phase of the trial. The blossoming luminous vine's photosynthesis effect was at least double that of the symbiotic vine. After vanquishing the suffering, Zhao Huan still retained a fair amount of stamina. Upon exiting the valley, the sunlight quickly cleansed the toxins from his body, thanks to the purifying effect of the star moonflower. Without the need for a deliberate rest or wait, Zhao Huan summoned the other monsters back, generating a goblin scavenger to lead him to the previous location of the swamp toad men. Along the way, they encountered purple toxic slimes and various grotesque creatures, which Zhao Huan skillfully avoided. Before long, Zhao Huan noticed the ground around him becoming increasingly muddy and damp, with more waterlogged puddles appearing. Upon reaching their destination, he found it shrouded in toxic mist, resembling the toxic marshes east of Dongchuan City. Zhao Huan and the goblin scavenger concealed themselves among a dense thicket of reed-like plants, quietly observing a swamp-toad man in the distance, armed with a wooden spear and a grass basket, capturing monstrous fish and insects from the puddles. Indeed, it was somewhat uglier than the swamp-toad men from the toxic marshes. Gagagla, right? The goblins said they looked particularly hideous. The goblin scavenger nodded in agreement. Zhao Huan scanned the area, finding no other swamp-toad men in sight. He leaned down and quietly instructed the goblin scavenger, "Stay here. I'll test that fellow's strength." With that, Zhao Huan brandished the soul-devouring greatsword, crouching low as he stealthily approached. After taking a few steps, he sensed something amiss and glanced back at the goblin scavenger, who was peeking nervously from the bushes. Then, he looked down at the dark sword in his hand and suddenly realized, it seems the scene is rather skewed. In this scenario, one might mistakenly think the goblin scavenger was the summoner. Never mind. Once I gather more monster cards and elevate their levels and qualities, the scene will align naturally. Shaking off distractions, Zhao Huan focused his attention on the enemy ahead, perhaps caught off guard by the unexpected encounter. The swamp toad man was entirely fixated on the monstrous fish in the puddle, oblivious to the approaching threat. When Zhao Huan felt the distance was sufficient, he launched a sudden ambush, crashing heavily into the puddle, creating a loud splashing sound that startled the swamp toad man. But it was already too late. In a swift motion, a streak of black sliced through the air, severing the swamp toad man's large toad-like head. The head fell into the puddle with a splash. Yet no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, black smoke billowed from the opening, rapidly spreading across its body. The squat, plump toad body and the repulsive blisters on its skin quickly shriveled. In mere seconds, the once robust humanoid frog transformed into a desiccated giant frog, as though it had been sunbathing for 180 days. Should I have given it a chance to strike back? Testing its strength resulted in a single strike defeat. Forget it, they are all mere cannon fodder. Whether I attempt or not, the outcome remains unchanged. However, the vitality provided by this large toad is significantly higher than that of the mermen and goblins. Could it be attributed to its rather rotund physique? The soul-devouring greatsword, with its skeletal head, exuded an eerie aura that slowly coiled around the blade, emitting faint, sorrowful murmurs. Zhao Huan used the sword's tip to prod the wooden spear strapped to the back of the swamp toad. The spear's tip glimmered with a faint green light, clearly coated in a potent toxin, while the base was soft and sprouted two diminutive, colorful mushrooms. A gentle poke from the sword's tip caused the mushrooms to burst suddenly, releasing a plume of pink smoke that enveloped the area. In the grass basket of the swamp toad, several grotesque fish, feigning death, suddenly erupted into a frenzy, thrashing desperately as though attempting to escape through the gaps in the basket. These hideous creatures, their minds evidently corroded by toxic fumes, had 4 legs and seemed oblivious to the possibility of crawling out from the top, instead attempting to burrow downward. As Zhao Huan grumbled, he noticed the pink mist descending and settling upon the grotesque fish, causing tiny mushrooms to sprout from their bodies. What a lethal variety of mushroom, he exclaimed, hastily retreating 2 steps to inspect himself for any traces of the pink mist that might have led to the growth of colorful mushrooms. Seeing the number of mushrooms on the grotesque fish multiply, rendering them motionless, Zhao Huan muttered a low complaint, took 2 steps back, and turned to leave. No longer inclined to deal with the swamp toad's desiccated corpse, concealing it would only buy a bit more time. After all, the swamp toads were not goblins. The disappearance of members from their ranks would likely raise the alarm among the others. Zhao Huan summoned the goblin scavenger, recalling it to swap in the goblin thief. Although it possessed far less resistance to toxins than the goblin scavenger, the pervasive fumes in the air wouldn't kill it outright. A brief stay wouldn't pose much of a problem. Unlike a certain goblin whose combat prowess was abysmal, who had collapsed the moment it inhaled some air. If Zhao Huan had delayed the recall by just 2 seconds, it would have perished right before him. How could it be that it became weaker with each evolution? Zhao Huan instructed the goblin thief to lead the way, following the trail left by the swamp toads toward their gathering place, which coincidentally was the human village marked as the trial's objective. Along the journey, they encountered several swamp toads engaged in fishing and foraging for food, and Zhao Huan, in concert with the goblin thief, eliminated them all, disposing of their bodies into nearby thickets or muddy pits. As dusk approached and nightfall loomed, Zhao Huan finally located his target, a dilapidated village submerged in a mire. Most of the structures were severely damaged, some having completely collapsed, leaving only remnants of walls. A few houses remained intact, their walls adorned with colorful mud smeared with various enigmatic symbols, with swamp toads coming and going. Zhao Huan speculated that these colorful symbols might serve as territorial markers, indicating ownership of the houses. It was improbable for a human village to be established in such a wretched place. The scavenger had mentioned that the leader of the swamp toads was a spellcaster. Did these creatures possess the ability to alter the terrain? As Zhao Huan pondered, he noticed the goblin thief's face turn an alarming shade of green. Clearly overwhelmed by the toxins, and he promptly recalled it into card form. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the village. A swamp toad towering over 2 meters, its rotund body resembling a ball, emerged, adorned with an array of ornaments carved from various bones and wood. It wielded a wooden staff, thick at one end, almost suitable for use as a hammer, leading a cadre of a dozen robust swamp toads from the village. Chapter 75. The Skeleton Before the Goddess Statue. Observing the retreating figure of the swamp toad leader with its entourage, Zhao Huan surmised that these creatures had realized the passing of time. Several members sent out to forage had yet to return, prompting the leader to investigate the situation. Had it taken the elite of their clan away? A thought flickered in Zhao Huan's mind, causing him to raise his gaze for a closer examination. Remaining in the village were only 7 or 8 evidently weaker adult swamp toads, alongside a dozen juvenile monsters that had yet to fully develop. If I eliminate all the monsters in the village now, would that count as completing the trial? Zhao Huan mused aloud, gripping the soul-devouring greatsword as he stealthily approached the village, using various obstacles to conceal his presence. It was unlikely to pass the trial, for the monster leader would certainly return with its subordinates, thus not entirely driving them away. However, exterminating the swamp toads left behind would at least weaken the monster population, preventing them from complicating his battle with the swamp toad leader. As Zhao Huan contemplated this, he edged along the walls of the houses, gradually closing in on his target. Suddenly, he sprang forth, severing the head of a swamp toad crouched on the ground, weaving a grass basket with a single stroke of his sword. The nearby juvenile swamp toads, their expressions filled with terror, emitted shrill cries and attempted to flee. Zhao Huan swiftly kicked one to the ground, his dark sword piercing through its body. As the body of the juvenile swamp toad was enveloped in black mist, it rapidly shriveled. Zhao Huan couldn't help but comment. This little creature doesn't even have a tail. Aren't frog hatchlings supposed to be tadpoles? Having already exposed himself by slaying the adult swamp toad, the terrified screams of the juvenile swamp toad drew the attention of all the remaining swamp toads in the village. 4 or 5 adult swamp toads yelled, summoning the village's younglings, while the remaining swamp toads armed themselves and emerged from various corners of the village, charging towards Zhao Huan with fierce intent. Apart from the decapitated one, the adult swamp toads that emerged totaled about 15, more than Zhao Huan had previously observed. Fortunately, these creatures approached in small groups, maintaining considerable distance among themselves. Perhaps they deemed it unnecessary to wait for all their companions to gather before launching an attack upon the lone Zhao Huan. Seeing this, Zhao Huan sneered, striking down the first 3 swamp toads that charged at him, cleaving them and their wooden spears in twain. The air thickened with malevolent energy as the corpses shriveled and darkened, the whispers of ghostly entities growing ever clearer. The ferocity in the eyes of the swamp toads swiftly transformed into fear as they hesitated, contemplating retreat. Zhao Huan, however, grinned menacingly and charged forward. Witnessing their companions' heads soaring into the air, one swamp toad let out a terrified scream, its body erupting with pus that burst forth, releasing a copious amount of green mist and fluid. Zhao Huan's expression hardened. He swiftly raised his sword to shield himself, while hastily retreating through the muddy terrain. The toxic liquid splattered against his skin, sizzling ominously and corroding his flesh, leaving pockmarked wounds. Damn, what kind of hellhole is this where everything explodes? By this time, the sun had set, and a full moon hung in the night sky, casting its cold glow upon the earth. The bright flowers of the moonlight vine sparkled with a soft golden radiance, though its healing ability diminished significantly compared to daylight. The purifying effect under the moonlight was markedly enhanced. The toxic liquid that had splattered on Zhao Huan quickly dissipated, and the wounds inflicted by the corrosive substance began to heal rapidly under the life force bestowed by the soul-devouring greatsword and the moonlight vine. Noticing that the swamp toad, having expelled its venom, intended to flee, Zhao Huan swiftly pursued and thrust his sword through its body. With a piteous shriek, the bog toad man rapidly withered away. One foot firmly planted upon the desiccated remains of its kind, Zhao Huan forcefully extracted the soul-devouring greatsword. Lifting his gaze, he observed the remaining bog toad man retreating in a state of sheer terror. Despite his fervent pursuit, He ultimately managed to slay but one adult bog-toad man and a handful of its diminutive offspring, while the rest had vanished without a trace. Contemplating his next move, he carelessly kicked the shriveled little toad aside and turned towards the heart of the village. To his astonishment, the grand wooden edifice at the village's center appeared not to be the lair of the monstrous leader, but rather a shrine where the villagers paid homage to their deities. A meticulously carved female deity, sculpted from pristine white marble, stood serenely upon the altar, adorned with a gentle smile and a benevolent gaze directed towards the ground before the offering table, which was astonishingly constructed from human bones. What was this? A mockery of humanity's guardian by the monsters. Observing the positioning of the skeletal monument, Zhao Huan instinctively pondered. As he drew closer, he discerned the carefully arranged offerings upon the altar, grotesque fish, beetles, and other unsightly small creatures, alongside a selection of freshly harvested fruits. Having seen these items throughout the village, he surmised they constituted the bog-toad men's regular sustenance. If this was indeed a gesture of derision or humiliation, such provisions ought not to have been placed upon the altar. Thus, these offerings appeared to be tributes, while the skeletal monument seemed to be a structure erected by the creatures to appease their deity. Zhao Huan approached the statue for a closer inspection. Undoubtedly, the craftsmanship of the statue and the otherworldly inscriptions carved upon its base could not have been the work of the bog-toad men. A sense of confusion enveloped him as he surveyed his surroundings. Compared to the filth and chaos pervasive throughout the rest of the village, the shrine emanated an air of cleanliness, evidently maintained with care by the monsters. Did this imply that within the framework of this trial dream, both monsters and humans venerated the same deity? Or perhaps, due to the deity's tangible existence, all beings regarded it with reverence? Zhao Huan's gaze fell upon the skeletal monument once more. Perhaps to ensure stability or enhance aesthetics, the skull placed atop the monument was significantly smaller than a typical skull, resembling that of a child, an infant, or even a recently formed fetus. The more he scrutinized, the more his anger swelled. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the treasure chest monster. He would incinerate these bones, and then he turned to the smiling marble goddess, exclaiming, "Smile all you want. What a worthless deity. Go on, demolish this wretched stone." The treasure chest monster, encircling the monument and laboriously attempting to ignite it with its pincers, suddenly paused. Its enormous ruby eyes fixated on the marble figure, momentarily bewildered. Though it possessed formidable teeth, it was not inclined to gnaw on stone. Just how long would it take to consume such a massive statue? Chapter 76, The Betrayer of the Gods. Crack, crack. The treasure chest monster began to gnaw on the marble. As it continued, it discovered the marble's texture surprisingly agreeable, growing increasingly entranced, its flames intensifying. It was truly igniting. Although the skeletal monument had caught fire, the flames were sparse, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Zhao Huan wielded the soul-devouring greatsword to chop the offering table into kindling and cast it upon the monument. Sensing the flames were still insufficiently vigorous, he turned and began dismantling the shrine. In a short while, the goddess statue lay in ruins, the shrine reduced to a state of despair. A portion of the more fragile bones first succumbed to the flames, shattering and destabilizing the monument, leading to its collapse. Then, to Zhao Huan's astonishment, the faint toxic mist that had permeated the air began to dissipate. The swamp that had inundated the village slowly receded, as if the source supplying this vast pool of water had been abruptly halted. Was this merely a natural cycle of day and night? Zhao Huan turned to regard the half-consumed goddess statue and the charred remains within the fire. Had I inadvertently disrupted the ritual that produced the monster's toxic mist and swamp? Crack! The treasure chest monster viciously bit down, severing the crown of the goddess statue. Zhao Huan's eyelids twitched, and an inexplicable memory surged within him. Hypocritical being. Source of suffering suddenly, his eyes widened, his heart racing. Could it be? If the deity betrayed by the soul-devouring greatsword's former master was indeed a god, then the traitor should be referred to as the betrayer of the gods. As this realization dawned upon him, a peculiar sensation coursed through his palm. Lowering his gaze, he indeed saw the black contract mark materializing upon the back of his hand. The mark of the betrayer of the gods. A new understanding blossomed within Zhao Huan. What kind of wretched translation is this? Had I known my enemy was a deity, I would have thought twice. Wait. This contract seems to have been forcibly implanted in my body by the soul-devouring greatsword. I never had a choice. You, with your grand sword, dare to coerce me? Zhao Huan gazed incredulously at the obsidian blade, shrouded in ghostly mist. Perhaps, sensing his dissatisfaction, a memory emerged from the mark of the betrayer of the gods, flooding into Zhao Huan's mind. Wait, you possess such a powerful ability, and didn't he mention it earlier? Zhao Huan's eyes widened, his face alight with joy. Just as he was about to continue, a cacophony erupted in the distance. The Bog Toad Man leader, alerted to the attack on the village, hurriedly returned with its minions. Zhao Huan's smile vanished as he summoned forth the monster cards, calling all his creatures into existence. The toxic mist in the air had thinned considerably, alleviating concerns of them succumbing to its effects during the fray. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing erupted nearby. Zhao Huan turned, momentarily exasperated to see the frail goblin merchant, a mere shadow of its former self, emerge. Given that the poison on the goblin thief had yet to fully dissipate, and the goblin scavenger would be of little use, Zhao Huan nonchalantly recalled the goblin merchant, collecting the goblin 3 miscreants. At that moment, the Bog Toad Man leader, traversing the drying puddles, rushed to the village center, only to behold the demolished shrine, the shattered statue, and the charred bones. The towering toad-like creature's bulging eyes widened in shock, its body frozen as if struck by a petrifying spell. It was not until Zhao Huan bellowed, charging forth on his chocobo, flanked by goblin warriors and fisherman hunters, alongside the treasure chest monster wielding fiery pincers and spewing white powder from its mouth, that the Bog Toad Man leader regained its senses. With a roar, the enraged Bog Toad Man warriors brandished their wooden spears and charged forth, vowing to rend the blasphemers who had defiled their deity into shreds. The Bog Toad Man leader stood still, swinging its large wooden staff while muttering incantations. Suddenly, the ground before it cracked open, unleashing a stream of sweet-smelling green spring water that shot skyward, transforming into droplets that rained down upon them. As the droplets cascaded over the Bog Toad Man, they enveloped them in a gentle mist, seemingly bestowing some beneficial effect. Zhao Huan and his card monsters, however, were not afforded such grace. Being struck by the droplets felt akin to having sulfuric acid splashed upon them, leaving pits upon their skin. The gaps between the scales of the fisherman hunter exuded a slippery, viscous fluid, effectively mitigating much of the corrosive damage. The yellow chocobo also bore feathers that absorbed a portion of the harm. The chest monster was ablaze, its flames roaring fiercely, and as raindrops approached, they transformed into poisonous vapors that evaporated into the air. Only the goblin warrior, battered by the toxic rain, cried out in distress, yet channeled the pain into a surge of fury, increasing its charge speed. Humph! Such trivial damage, and it sounds as if they're slaughtering a pig. Similarly devoid of fur and scales, Zhao Huan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with venomous disdain as he glared fiercely, his countenance contorted in rage. With a powerful swing of his great sword, he cleaved the passing Bog Toad warrior in twain, both man and spear. The yellow chocobo, relying on its long legs and agile steps, feigned an attack, evading the enemy's strikes and refusing to engage further with the Bog Toad warriors, skirting along the edges of the monstrous ranks while carrying Zhao Huan directly towards the Bog Toad chief. In combat, one must eliminate the backline first. This was a principle even a bird could grasp. However, upon realizing Zhao Huan's intent, the Bog Toad warriors showed no inclination to turn back and support their leader. The Bog Toad chief revealed a cruel grin, forcefully driving its large staff into the ground, causing a green spring to erupt violently, transforming into 5 thick streams of poisonous liquid that shot towards the chocobo and Zhao Huan. The chocobo attempted a sharp turn to evade the attack, but was struck by 2 of the streams, which instantly erupted in 2 gouts of blood, causing it to collapse with a mournful cry. The wound emitted a foul stench, and the blood floated deep, murky green. Zhao Huan rolled to avoid one of the water arrows, using the soul-devouring great sword to deflect another. A searing pain shot through his right shoulder, the remaining water arrow grazing him, severely corroding the flesh of his wound. However, thanks to the efforts of the bright light vine, the lingering toxins dissipated swiftly, the wound glowing faintly with green light as it healed rapidly. Enduring the agony, Zhao Huan rose and recalled the yellow chocobo, lifting his gaze towards the Bog Toad chief. To his surprise, the massive creature did not continue casting spells. Instead, it seized the hefty wooden staff, enveloped in swirling green water, and charged towards Zhao Huan with a menacing grin. Compared to spells, the Bog Toad chief preferred to wield its staff directly, intent on smashing the Godslayer's skull. The impact of the massive staff against the obsidian great sword resounded like thunder. Zhao Huan was sent flying as if struck by a siege hammer, rolling in the muck for several rotations. When he stood, he was coated in filth, resembling a clay figurine ready for the kiln. Ugh, aren't you supposed to be a spellcaster? How can you possess such brute strength, stronger than a minotaur? Zhao Huan spat blood, unable to suppress his sarcasm. The Bog Toad chief, oblivious to Zhao Huan's words, clutched its staff and charged forward with wild excitement. Damn it! How could I possibly defeat such a creature relying solely on my handful of monsters? Zhao Huan glanced back at the shattered weapon and shield, the goblin warrior, glowing green and poisoned, and the fisherman hunter, adeptly outmaneuvering 3 foes, as well as the chest monster engaged in combat with a few enemies. The chest's sturdy frame, immune to toxins, and its attacks that dealt fire damage made it a formidable opponent against the bog-toad warriors, who seemed utterly helpless against it. Perhaps, the conventional approach to overcoming this challenge would involve leveling up the monster cards in hand or waiting for the magma crystal core to charge fully, launching the entire village and its monsters into the sky, or perhaps there were still undiscovered keys within the dream. However, it mattered not, for he had just learned a new lethal technique. It was time to put it to the test. Zhao Huan stood resolutely, raising the soul-devouring greatsword high, and bellowed, "Soul Devourer, unleash your full power. Let me witness your limits." The mark of the betrayer on his hand glimmered instantaneously, the skeletal eyes of the soul-devouring greatsword igniting with a fierce crimson glow, emitting a terrifying roar. The ghastly apparitions that coiled around the sword surged forth, transforming into a multitude of black specters, as if newly freed from their chains, howling menacingly as they lunged at the enemy. The bog-toad chief's gaze sharpened, the green waters swirling around its staff as it swept towards the phantoms. Contrary to the bog-toad chief's expectations, the water transformed into a poisonous whip, passing through several specters without inflicting significant harm. Instead, the specters bit and clawed, howling as they drained copious amounts of life force from the creature. The bog-toad chief writhed in pain, hastily summoning the waters back to envelop its body in a protective barrier against the specter's relentless assault. Yet while the monster chief could temporarily fend off the phantom strikes with its magic, its minions were utterly defenseless against the spectral onslaught. They could only flee in terror, their cries echoing as they were swiftly drained of life, transforming into grotesque, lifeless husks with expressions of horror. Once the bog-toad minions were vanquished, all the specters converged, systematically assaulting the bog-toad chief. At that moment, Zhao Huan felt his life force nearly depleted, his flesh almost entirely consumed, leaving behind only a layer of wrinkled skin clinging to his bones, resembling the surrounding corpses in a dismal fashion. He barely clung to life, sustained solely by the vitality provided by the bright light vine and his own indomitable will. He had lost the ability to speak, only able to emit rasping breaths from his parched mouth, creating an unsettling sound. He could only roll his eyes, desperately clutching the soul-devouring greatsword. "You treacherous thing, why didn't you warn me this move would cost my life first?" The red glow in the skeletal eyes flickered momentarily, as if reproaching him for demanding its full power. From nearby, the cries of the bog-toad chief weakened, eventually fading into silence, leaving only the triumphant howls of the specters. Is it finally over? It was worth enduring for so long. Zhao Huan pondered whether those specters would restore his vitality upon returning to the great sword after slaying their enemies. Just as he considered this, he saw the specters roaring with malicious glee, charging towards him with unbridled enthusiasm. Damn, these ghastly beings can turn against me too? With a resigned acceptance of his impending fate, Zhao Huan's consciousness plunged into darkness. Trial concluded. Trial successful. Acquired evolution points, 203. Current evolution points, 434. Received trial rewards. Green monster card, purple venom slime. Green equipment card, mushroom poison spear. Blue equipment card, toxic spring priest's wooden staff. Special blue equipment card, toxic spring priest's poison cauldron. Reconstruction of trial dreamscape in progress. Estimated time, 160 hours. The next dreamscape generation would take that long? Could it be that I broke it? Without the soul-devouring greatsword, Zhao Huan estimated he would still be trapped in this dream for quite some time. The bog-toad chief was formidable, seemingly not susceptible to poison or similar tactics. Unless Zhao Huan could uncover its other weaknesses, it would be quite challenging to slay that hefty toad relying merely on the strength of his monster cards. After all, he was a summoner. He couldn't continually rush in with a sword. He planned to take advantage of the next 7 or 8 days to enhance the levels of the goblin warrior and fisherman hunter in the verdant forest. As Zhao Huan contemplated this, he half sat up in bed, rubbing his fingers together to reveal the 4 newly acquired cards. His gaze immediately fell upon the striking purple slime that left a lasting impression on him. The green monster card, purple venom slime. Affected by its environment, its body underwent a mutation, transforming into a purple venomous slime. Venomous. The body of the purple venom slime is filled with toxic liquid, which inflicts poisoning effects upon attacking enemies. When its body is damaged, it sprays venom and poisonous gas from its wounds. Toxic mist explosion. Upon its demise, the purple venom slime detonates, expelling its internal venom in all directions, while simultaneously releasing a dense cloud of toxic mist that can strike at a range of approximately 15 meters. The poisonous mist envelopes an area of about 8 meters and begins to dissipate slowly after lasting for 10 seconds. It appeared to be quite similar to the purple slime I had previously vanquished. Although it could release venom, its body was frail, lacking significant combat prowess. Surprisingly, it possessed a green quality card, even surpassing the Goblin Warrior in strength. Zhao Huan felt a tinge of confusion as he recalled the circumstances under which he had succumbed to the purple slime's toxic mist. And a thought suddenly sparked in his mind. He glanced once more at the information on the purple venom slime card. Wait a moment. With venom spraying 15 meters and the mist enveloping 8 meters, coupled with the slime's frail body, isn't this akin to a one-time use toxic grenade? With the combination of flying cards and card swapping, I seem to have conceived a plan for utilizing this creature. Zhao Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His expression animated as a myriad of scenarios unfolded in his mind, a grin slowly transforming into a rather unsettling smile. Chapter 78, Deadly Equipment. Green Equipment Card, Mushroom Venom Spear. A spear meticulously crafted from sturdy wood, its tip coated with corrosive venom, adorned at the end with 2 charming, colorful mushrooms. Attack, 23. Defense, 22. Venomous Weapon. When the tip of the mushroom venom spear pierces an enemy, it inflicts damage and induces poisoning. Poison Mushrooms. The end of the mushroom venom spear bears 2 toxic mushrooms that, when subjected to intense stimuli, will explode, releasing parasitic spore mist. These can be gently plucked off and thrown at enemies. Once expended, they will regenerate in approximately 2 hours. A standard long-handled weapon, suitable for certain medium-sized and a limited number of large or small humanoid monsters. Gazing at the card depicting the wooden spear adorned with 2 colorful mushrooms, which looked somewhat familiar, Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his face. So, these 2 mushrooms also function as grenades. However, recalling the minor toxic mist released during the mushroom explosion, Zhao Huan speculated that the explosive power of these small grenades might be quite limited. Nevertheless, the sight of the spores falling and the proliferation of small mushrooms on the bodies of the monstrous fish certainly appeared quite unsettling. Blue Equipment Card, the solid wood staff of the toxic spring priest. Crafted from exceptionally durable magical purple wood, this heavy staff can be wielded to crack walnuts or the skulls of enemies. After prolonged exposure to the magical aura of the toxic spring priest, the staff has acquired some peculiar properties. Attack, 510. Magic Power, 510. Defense, 88. Heavy. To wield this weapon effectively, one must possess a strength attribute exceeding 50 points. Toxic Spring Staff. The solid wood staff enhances the caster's spellcasting speed and spell effectiveness by 13, while simultaneously reducing magical energy consumption when casting water and venom spells, providing an additional bonus of at least 50, if not more. Blessing of the Toxic Spring. Infused with the magical essence of the Toxic Spring Priest, the wielder gains an extra 10 points in constitution and strength, along with a minor self-healing effect and a slight resistance to venom. Toxic Water Mist. Consuming magical energy. This spell selectively summons a toxic mist or a dense fog formed from ordinary water vapor to obscure vision. With a range of 20 meters and an area of effect of 10 meters. Continuous magical energy consumption can extend the duration of the mist. Medium-sized staff. Suitable for large and medium humanoid monsters. With a swing of this staff, one could likely crush even the hardest of walnuts. Thankfully, my soul-devouring greatsword is sufficiently sturdy, or my head might have been mistaken for a walnut. Zhao Huan mused, gingerly touching his head, still feeling a shiver of fear. He then expressed a hint of regret. This was the first blue weapon card, and its attributes were such that even if used purely as a hammer, it would be quite effective. Alas, neither the Goblin Warrior nor the Fisherman Hunter could wield it. Although the card did not display the physical attributes of the monsters, Zhao Huan could make a rough estimation. The Goblin Warrior's attributes were slightly above that of an ordinary adult, while the Fisherman Hunter surpassed the Goblin Warrior, roughly equating to that of an apprentice warrior, with a strength attribute not exceeding 25 points, though agility might be higher. Conversely, the biting strength of the treasure chest monster could very well translate to a strength attribute reaching 50 or 60. Zhao Huan's gaze fell upon the last blue card, which depicted a black stone cauldron brimming with a viscous green liquid. Special Blue Equipment Card, the Toxic Spring Priest's Venom Cauldron. A cauldron specifically designed by the Toxic Spring Priest for concocting venom. Venom production. The Venom Cauldron generates 5 temporary cards each day at 5 a.m., producing green temporary consumption cards for venomous application. Green temporary consumption card. Venomous application solvent. When applied to a monster card, it temporarily grants the weapon equipped to that monster card a venomous coating, inflicting poisoning upon enemies when dealing damage. Any unused venomous application solvent. as well as the effects of the solvent already in use, will vanish at 5 a.m. Venom distribution. You may link the Toxic Spring Priest Venom Cauldron to a maximum of 5 monster cards, occupying 1 equipment slot of each monster card. When the Venom application solvent is produced at 5 a.m., it will automatically be allocated to the linked monster cards and utilized. This card's effect is quite intriguing. Zhao Huan immediately considered linking the Venom Cauldron to the monster cards he held. However, upon further inspection, none seemed particularly suitable. The fishbone spear wielded by the Goblin Warrior had already been replaced with the Mushroom Venom Spear, which inherently possessed poison, rendering additional application unnecessary. As for the Fishman Hunter, Zhao Huan was uncertain whether the Venom application solvent would be effective on the fishhook. Should the Fishman Hunter ever go fishing on his day off and inadvertently poison a catch, or worse, pollute the entire water with venom, it would likely drive him mad. Regarding the trio of goblin miscreants, given the goblin thief's penchant for using a knife to stab insects for consumption, Zhao Huan feared that, should it go out on autopilot, it might end up poisoning itself. After all, using temporary cards is merely a fleeting thought. It can be employed at the moment of combat. Moreover, if poisoned, some materials from the monsters would become contaminated and thus unsellable. With this in mind, Zhao Huan swapped the Goblin Warrior's weapon back to the Fishbone Spear. Speaking of the materials on the monsters' bodies, the corpses of those beasts he had slain while leveling up the symbiotic vine in the verdant forest had all been stuffed into the greedy space by the trio of goblin miscreants and had yet to be processed. Well, there wasn't anything particularly valuable among them, so they might as well remain in the greedy space for now. Once he finished leveling up in the verdant forest over the coming days, he could find a suitable place to sell them. Zhao Huan was uncertain whether time flowed differently within the greedy space, but it certainly exhibited remarkable preservation capabilities. The plants the goblin scavenger had collected from the verdant forest, which bore mud, remained intact even after being stored for 2 days. Conversely, those taken out quickly wilted. The monster corpses should also fare well inside for a few days. Zhao Huan arose, washed up, and tidied his room slightly. Upon opening his mobile phone, he located a hotel near the second checkpoint in the western part of the city and proceeded to reserve a room. His intention was to spend the days in the verdant forest leveling up, returning to the city only at night. If he were to commute home for sleep, he would squander a considerable amount of time on the road each day. Thus, it was more prudent to invest a little money in a nearby hotel. In these times, the tourism industry had nearly collapsed. Apart from a handful of business hotels, most inns and lodgings had gone out of business. However, near the entrance of the pollution zone, numerous well-equipped hotels thrived, sustained by explorers and awakened beings. For explorers, the hourly rooms in the explorer's town were merely for brief respites. To truly enjoy a restful sleep, one had to return to the city. Chapter 79. The Goblin Warrior at max level. As evening descended upon the verdant forest, the Goblin Warrior, adorned with green vines and blooming yellow flowers around its neck and chest, resembled a carefree visitor from the pollution zone. Yet, upon closer inspection, its body was marred with gruesome wounds, saturated in blood. Armed with a turtle shell and a hefty wooden stick scavenged from the ground, it was embroiled in a tumultuous brawl with 2 poison-claw demon cats. The venom on the cat's claws inflicted excruciating pain. Although the bright vine possessed the ability to purify toxins and heal wounds, purification and healing do not equate to immunity. Being struck by the cat's claws for those fleeting seconds remained agonizingly intense. The Goblin Warrior grimaced in pain, its face contorting as it roared in fury at its foes. Yet due to the nimbleness and coordinated efforts of the poison-claw demon cats, it failed to land a hit after prolonged combat. Zhao Huan crouched atop a tree, casting a glance at the raucous yet foolish green-skinned warrior. Noticing its spirited demeanor and lack of any signs of impending demise, he chose to disregard it. He turned his attention to another side, where a treasure chest monster lay quietly beneath the tree, camouflaged as a wooden box, having just tricked a large, dark rat into its belly. Zhao Huan lowered his gaze, contemplating the soul-devouring gloves and their ultimate ability. In truth, the release of vengeful spirits from the soul-devouring could solely consume the accumulated ghostly energy during the act of slaughter. However, extracting Zhao Huan's vitality would render the spirits even more malevolent. There was no need to drain him entirely. A fraction would suffice. Yet, having used it for the first time, he had been overly exhilarated, unwittingly exerting all his strength and turning himself into a mere husk. Desiring to experiment further, yet haunted by the memory of his previous transformation, he hesitated to attempt it in reality, particularly since those vengeful entities could potentially retaliate. It would be wiser to thoroughly investigate it within the trial dreamscape first. At that moment, after a lengthy tussle with the 2 poison-claw demon cats, the Goblin Warrior seized an opportunity and struck one of the demon cats with a heavy blow from its stick. The cat emitted a chilling screech, its movements becoming sluggish. Sensing victory, the goblin warrior, filled with exhilaration, disregarded the other cat's assault and pounced upon the wounded creature, delivering a flurry of blows until it lay dead. Whirling around, it fixed its savage gaze upon the remaining foe. The poison-claw demon cat, startled by the goblin's fierce glare, glanced at its slain companion before letting out a mournful howl and retreating a few steps, ultimately fleeing in terror. The goblin warrior, animated with a fierce cry, chased after it. You made me endure all those scratches, and now you wish to escape? Take a few more hits before you run. Observing the demon cat swiftly ascend a tree, its eyes nervously scanning down at him, the goblin warrior stood beneath, momentarily dumbfounded. At that juncture, an invisible card fluttered to the ground behind the fleeing poison-claw demon cat, silently transforming into a fisherman hunter. In a flash, the poison-claw demon cat, entirely focused on the goblin warrior, realized too late that an attack was approaching from behind. Its body was pierced by a fishbone spear, and with a shriek, it plummeted from the treetop, landing with a dazed expression, barely clinging to life. The goblin warrior, grinning maliciously, swiftly approached and delivered a decisive blow to the demon cat's head, sending it to join its companion. Zhao Huan flicked his finger, and the card for Goblin Trio whirled and struck the goblin warrior. Both the goblin and the bright vine transformed into cards and returned to Zhao Huan's possession, while a goblin scavenger appeared where the goblin warrior had once stood. The goblin scavenger, spotting the lifeless poison-claw demon cat, instantly brightened, reaching out to grab the carcass and stuffing it into a tattered sack, only to swiftly discover another body nearby, scampering over with delight. Stay put and don't wander off, Zhao Huan instructed the goblin scavenger, then bent down to examine the card information for Goblin Warrior. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. Of max, the Goblin Warrior has grown even stronger. Its constitution and strength have both increased. Unable to further enhance card level, upon completing the card enhancement ritual, 200 evolution points can be consumed to evolve the white card into a green card. Goblin Warrior card enhancement ritual. Engage in 5 fierce battles and emerge victorious. Completed. Consume a substantial amount, approximately 500 kilograms, of monster flesh and blood. Upon noticing the completed notation beside the requirement of having won 5 fierce battles, Zhao Huan was taken aback. Did the previous battles count? That certainly saved him a significant amount of effort. As for the monster flesh, he just happened to have a plethora of monster corpses in his greed space that he had yet to sell. Even after removing the skin and bones, the meat alone would undoubtedly exceed 500 kilograms. Zhao Huan glanced up at the sky. There was still some time before dusk. If he returned to the hotel to eat, he feared he would end up staining the room with blood, leading to financial repercussions and the hassle of explanations. It would be far more judicious to consume his meal here before heading back. He summoned the goblin warrior again, retrieved a monster corpse from his greed space, skinned it, extracted useful materials, and tossed the bloody chunks of meat to the goblin warrior to feast upon. After a flurry of activity, he felt the quantity was sufficient, prompting the goblin scavenger to stow the monster skins and materials into its tattered bag before recalling it. Had Zhao Huan not been vigilant, the goblin scavenger would have likely wandered off, distracted by some unseen allure. What troublesome creatures, Zhao Huan muttered, his gaze shifting to the fisherman hunter, squatting beneath a nearby tree, using its fishbone spear to knock fruits down from the branches. This fellow, despite having participated in several battles, exhibited no signs of progress in the fisherman hunter card's upgrade status. If it were true that the upgrade difficulty for green tier cards was greater than the treasure chest monster, having completed 5 levels of enhancement, might easily reach level 6 with just a few more rats or birds. It seemed that upgrading green cards was not particularly arduous. Or perhaps, the creatures surrounding the verdant forest were simply too weak? Or maybe, this creature did not upgrade through combat at all. Could it be that the fisherman hunter needed to fish to level up? That would be exceedingly careless. Though he grumbled inwardly, Zhao Huan resolved to investigate the vicinity of the verdant forest for any water bodies suitable for fishing once he returned later that night, planning to take the fisherman hunter along for a trial run. Turning to see the goblin warrior munching contentedly, he felt a pang of concern that this creature might overindulge, while simultaneously realizing that he, too, was a bit hungry. He retrieved a portion of chicken leg rice that he had packed earlier that morning at the community entrance, summoned the treasure chest creature, extract the chaotic assortment of monster materials within, and place in the chicken leg rice before gently closing the lid and giving it a soft pat. Warm this up for me. The magma crystal core positioned behind the treasure chest creature glowed faintly red, as if the microwave had illuminated its heating light. In Chapter 80, The Goblin Warrior. Once Zhao Huan savored the warm, fragrant chicken leg rice, the goblin warrior had also nearly finished its meal. Its belly was round and taut, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting, lying atop a pile of white beast bones stained with blood, unable to move as it clutched its stomach. Zhao Huan pinched his nose and approached, giving the goblin warrior a gentle kick in the rear to retrieve it. Goblin warrior card enhancement complete. Physical attributes have received a slight boost. Evolution. A green luminescence flowed, rendering the edges of the card verdant, while the figure of the goblin warrior underwent a transformation. It grew taller, its muscles became more robust, and its gaze took on a steadiness, exuding an aura of fierce, battle-hardened tenacity. Card monster summoner profession level has increased. All attributes 1. It actually leveled up, Zhao Huan remarked in astonishment, glancing down at the card in his hand. Green monster card, Goblin Warrior. LV1. The Goblin Warrior has endured numerous battles and has finally evolved into a more formidable warrior. Overwhelming numbers. When the number of allied members exceeds that of the enemy, physical attributes receive a small enhancement, and combat will is greatly strengthened. Fierce. The Goblin Warrior possesses a fierce temperament, instilling a sense of dread in weaker foes during combat. It had indeed become somewhat stronger, yet it appeared rather unremarkable. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, intending to summon the Goblin Warrior for a closer inspection when he suddenly heard a commotion from afar. He hastily stowed away the fisherman hunter and the treasure chest creature, diving into the bushes to conceal himself. Before long, a 7-member exploration team, armed and alert, cautiously entered the vicinity. Upon noticing the pile of beast bones with evident bite marks and the blood pooling around, they were immediately startled, their tension visibly escalating. How could there be so many bones? No wonder the stench of blood is so strong. Could it be that a powerful monster has come through here recently? Perhaps it just finished its meal, and that creature could still be nearby. With the captain absent, we should leave this place at once. Wait. These marks seem to have been left by goblins. Goblins? Could it be that the green-skinned tribe from the northern forest has ventured forth in search of food? That can't be right. I thought they had found a suitable location and begun constructing their nest, which is over 20 kilometers from here. Who knows? Goblins are notoriously dim-witted. They might have wandered here while lost. With so many explorers coming and going, that goblin party won't last long. However, the goblin tribe to the north could pose a significant problem. Surely someone will handle it, right? Who knows? That tribe of goblins appears rather formidable. If the Special Affairs Bureau doesn't take the lead, I doubt any exploration team would undertake such a thankless task. Hey, there are footprints. Someone must have come through here before us. Never mind that. Let us head back to the explorer's town. The goblin tribe, situated over 20 kilometers from here, piqued Zhao Huan's interest as he concealed himself in the bushes, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A goblin tribe so conveniently distanced was excellent news. Goblin thieves and goblin traders were likely to be attracted to the vicinity of the tribe, and even if a goblin scavenger emerged, there would only be less than a 50% chance of it straying outside the polluted area. Zhao Huan conjured the 3 goblin rascals, his gaze fixed intently. In the realm of greed, aside from the demonic statue, there were no other particularly valuable items. As for whether the goblin trader would take the statue upon leaving, it would be for the best. This trinket was merely a burden to Zhao Huan. Retaining it served no purpose, and its origins were difficult to explain, making it likely to attract the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. If the goblin trader could exchange it for something of value, that would be ideal. If not, and the trader were to perish and discard the statue, Zhao Huan would not lament the loss. So be it. This time, perhaps the rascals might even reach level 5. With a gentle pinch of his fingers, the card shattered into blue and purple starlight, dissipating into the ether. Time was drawing near, after a long day. It was time to return to the city for some rest. Speaking of which, the last time he stayed at a hotel was before the emergence of the illusion. As memories of joyful family vacations with his parents surfaced, Zhao Huan smirked briefly before a wave of nostalgia washed over him. What was the name of that hotel I booked? Howson? Or was it Tyson? The Houtai Grand Hotel. In the bustling lobby of the hotel, a voice resonated, striking a chord in Zhao Huan's memory. It's you. It must be you rascals who ambushed me while I was indisposed. Li Guangcai confronted Lu Xin and his companions. His demeanor animated as he shouted. Lu Xin, initially startled, ignited with rage upon recognizing Li Guangcai's face. Damn, so it's you scoundrel, who pilfered our belongings and dares to flaunt yourself before me. I'll make you pay for this. The moment Lu Xin spoke, his teammates instinctively grasped his arms, aware of his intent to strike. Yet, despite being restrained, his legs remained free. Lu Xin delivered a swift kick that sent Li Guangcai sprawling, causing a cacophony as decorative items in the hotel were sent tumbling. The commotion immediately attracted the hotel's attention. The notified manager quickly arrived with a team of armed security personnel to quell the disturbance. Unwilling to back down, Li Guangcai sought to continue the altercation. But confronted by the guns pointed in his direction, he ultimately suppressed his anger, begrudgingly accepting the hotel manager's mediation. After Lu Xian finished settling the compensation and received the receipt from the manager, Li Guangcai felt the mocking gazes of those around him, their conversations rife with derision, igniting resentment within him as he glared at the manager's departing figure. How dare this trash, not even an awakened, presume to dictate to me? Just wait until the illusion descends. I shall see how you meet your end. With gritted teeth, Li Guangcai uttered his thoughts, only to then notice an extraordinary middle-aged man nodding slightly at him, a smile of approval on his face. An inexplicable sense of being favored washed over Li Guangcai. Who is that? As the middle-aged man turned to leave with his entourage, Li Guangcai covertly inquired of his companions. That is Wang Jiuzhe, the captain of the Jiushi Biological Technology Group's Jiushi Eternal Exploration Team, a mid-level fire mage. I heard he just returned from a high-risk area after completing a mission. Li Guangcai nodded, poised to express his admiration, only to witness Wang Jiuzhe, who had appeared calm moments before, suddenly rush out of the hotel in a flurry. A sense of urgency and panic in his demeanor. Chapter 81. The leader I just found has disappeared again. Power, wealth, and glory, all that you desire, I can bestow upon you, provided you surrender your soul. The goblin mage, possessing but half an ear, found his mind ensnared by the whispers of demons, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. Thud, crack. The goblin merchant shattered a nutshell with a demonic statue, eagerly extracting the flesh to indulge in its taste. Quite palatable. Suddenly, half an ear regained clarity. What power? The power to crush nuts? How utterly ludicrous. Shaking his head, he noticed the goblin merchant's apparent fondness for nut flesh and decided to present his own cache of nuts. Previously, after encountering an ambush by the dog-headed creatures and seizing the staff of the former leader, the goblin mage had inexplicably awakened his spellcasting abilities. Gathering a small band of goblins, they roamed the twilight wilderness when they fortuitously stumbled upon a rift in space, through which emerged a large goblin tribe led by a formidable goblin chief. Instantly captivated by the imposing chief, half an ear prostrated himself and joined their ranks. There was little choice. Had he not acted swiftly, his newly acquired minions would have betrayed him. Fortunately, spellcasters are a rarity in any tribe. Though half an ear was merely a fledgling mage, his status within the tribe was only slightly inferior to that of seasoned goblin spellcasters, placing him above the goblin warriors. He even possessed a humble, drafty abode crafted from branches within the newly formed goblin lair. While wandering with his staff, he fortuitously encountered the goblin merchant. The scene instantly rekindled memories of the goblin thief's disappearance, and he invited the merchant into his twig hut, offering the nuts he had collected. After consuming several nuts and feeling somewhat satiated, the goblin merchant wiped his mouth and stowed away the incessantly chattering demonic statue. He rummaged through his belongings and produced a stainless steel multifunctional folding knife, placing it into half an ear's hands. This item was left by Zhao Huan for the goblins to keep in their greedy space for emergencies. While of little value in human society, it would be a rare treasure for the monsters inhabiting the polluted zones, provided they could learn to wield it. The goblin merchant, believing himself to be a shrewd trader, sought to profit through underhanded transactions rather than outright theft. Since half an ear had graciously entertained him with nuts, the merchant felt obliged to reciprocate with equally valuable goods. Noticing half an ear's confusion upon receiving the folding knife, the goblin merchant demonstrated its functions, as various blades and scissors emerged from the compact metal. Along with an array of seemingly powerful tools, half an ear's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing half an ear's naive enthusiasm, the goblin merchant felt a twinge of disdain, yet secretly reveled in the admiration emanating from the fledgling mage, his smile betraying his delight. The folding knife, while impressive, could be surpassed. Next time, he would bring something of even greater value to broaden this young one's horizons. After satisfying both his appetite and spirit, the goblin merchant urged half an ear to accompany him through the goblin tribe, searching for any goblins who might possess something of worth for trade. However, the ordinary goblins lacked even individual dwellings, let alone valuable possessions, with most treasures held by the more esteemed mutated goblins. This included the veteran goblin spellcasters and the goblin chief adorned with an assortment of eclectic trinkets. The goblin merchant observed from a distance, contemplating whether he could strike a deal with these higher-ups to sell the murmuring statue in his bag for a handsome price. Although in goblin tribes, when the powerful coveted the possessions of the weaker, they often resorted to outright theft. Yet, the goblin merchant was confident in his ability to negotiate a trade. As he scrutinized his surroundings, the goblin merchant felt that these individuals lacked the means to afford the demonic statue. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Turning to investigate, he beheld a group of masked and heavily armed humans, exuding a menacing aura as they stormed in. The goblin chief let out an enraged roar, prompting the goblins within the lair to seize their weapons and rush forward with fervent cries. Amidst the chaos, the goblin merchant's gaze locked onto a figure within the human ranks, a masked individual wielding a staff in one hand and a skull wreathed in blood mist in the other. His eyes ignited with golden light. A major client. Moreover, a perfect match for the demonic statue, undoubtedly willing to pay a premium. A cunning grin spread across the goblin merchant's face as he squeezed between the frenzied goblins, excitedly making his way toward the masked figure. Indeed, the demonic statue was right here. The masked figure spoke with palpable excitement. Quickly, while we still have the element of surprise, eliminate these pests and locate the demonic statue. With that, their magic surged, and a massive fireball coalesced at the tip of the staff, hurtling toward the cluster of goblins. Boom! The fireball detonated, obliterating the goblins at its epicenter. The shockwave, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, swept outward, incinerating countless goblins who screamed in agony. Amidst the fiery chaos, no one noticed a goblin dissolving into a blue-violet glow, scattering a myriad of miscellaneous items that were instantly engulfed in flames. As the goblin merchant perished, the blood-sacrificing skeleton let out a mournful sigh, its red glow dimming, and the surrounding blood mist dulled significantly. What transpired? Why had the guiding presence vanished so abruptly? The masked figure's grip tightened, as if to crush the blood ritual skeleton. My lord. At the sound of his subordinates' calls, the masked figure snapped back to reality. Gritting his teeth as he declared, the demonic statue cannot have vanished without a trace. It must still be here, merely obscured by some force. Search every creature and every corner meticulously. Even if it requires digging to the very depths, we shall unearth it. Meanwhile, Half an Ear clutched his crystal staff in one hand, and a magical crystal pilfered from a goblin spellcaster's dwelling in the other. Turning back, he beheld the towering flames erupting from the goblin lair, faintly hearing the goblin chief's desperate cries, and could not help but sigh. How was it that his newly found leader had vanished so swiftly? Chapter 82. This video is even more explosive. In the dead of night, at the Taihao Hotel, Zhao Huan lay in bed, browsing his phone for information on fishing in the polluted zones. Remarkably, the fish from these areas seemed quite valuable. The Special Affairs Bureau had posted numerous bounty tasks, offering high prices for various uniquely shaped fish emerging from the polluted zones. Some were intended for consumption, others for ornamental purposes, and some for research. The tastier, stronger, and rarer the species, the higher the bounty offered. In the realm of the colossal dragon volcano, one can find the elusive lava catfish, flame eel, and fire snake, creatures that can endure the fiery depths of magma, their prices soaring to exorbitant heights. This is primarily due to the sheer difficulty in procuring them, with a single specimen fetching tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of currency units. However, these entities are less akin to mere fish and more to monstrous beings, far from the common methods of angling. In contrast, Zhao Huan found himself more astonished by the existence of a peculiar mutated fish resembling those from the trial dreamscape, lurking within the toxic fog swamp, which also commanded a respectable purchase price. According to the bounty details, it was sought after by a biotech corporation and a research institute from the Western Research Zone 4 for experimental purposes. The bizarre fish from the trial dreamscape appeared even more spectacular, undoubtedly worth a greater fortune. Zhao Huan lamented to himself. As he perused further, he became engrossed in the various sharing posts from fishing enthusiasts. Some were mere displays of their catch, with the majority of the text devoted to boasting about the size and rarity of their fish. Yet, there were also accounts of peculiar experiences shared by anglers in polluted zones. It is well known that some exceptionally talented fishermen can haul in more than just fish, arcane relics from other realms, treasure-laden decrepit wooden chests, formidable aquatic monsters, and skeletal warriors entwined in aquatic vegetation, among others. The veracity of these tales mattered little to Zhao Huan, as he found amusement in them, particularly in the comments section. Unrecognized online savants would either quote classics or provide flashes of inspiration, transforming the cold text into a jubilant ocean of commentary that left Zhao Huan unable to tear himself away. Just as he was flashing a broad smile, an unexpected sensation coursed through his mind. With a flick of his fingers, the cracked card of the goblin trio materialized in his grasp. Why has it returned so swiftly? Zhao Huan pondered, scrutinizing the card and inspecting the items within the greedy space. It seemed he was missing certain possessions, such as the multifunctional folding knife he had stored there for emergencies, now absent. Clearly, the merchant had ventured out, and it was no wonder they returned so hastily. Yet, how come that wretched statue remained in the space? Had he forgotten to take it with him? Zhao Huan mused regretfully. If it weren't for the fear of mental contamination upon retrieval, he would have simply discarded it in the verdant forest. Oh well. The Goblin clan in the verdant forest won't be cleaned out anytime soon. If one attempt fails, I shall try again. When the time comes, I'll just inform the Goblin merchant. Surely I can rid myself of this worthless trinket. The interruption from the Goblin trio jolted Zhao Huan back to reality, reminding him to search for fishing spots near the verdant forest, hoping that angling could expedite the leveling of his fisherman hunter. Just then, he caught a faint commotion outside his hotel room, prompting him to turn in surprise. The hotel's soundproofing was commendable, rendering most sounds from adjacent rooms or the street inaudible. The ruckus echoing from the corridor was undeniably loud and abrasive. Could it truly be that fool Li Guangcai who is so unfortunate? Zhao Huan instinctively softened his footsteps and crouched to peer through the crack of the door. There stood Li Guangcai, furiously berating a hotel staff member at the entrance of the room across the hall. The attendant appeared to be a timid young woman, likely in her 20s. Her eyes wide with terror, her expression flustered, and her hands trembling as she repeatedly apologized amidst tears. Ah, what a wretched creature! Zhao Huan silently cursed, his brows furrowing in disapproval. This scoundrel is bullying a mere girl, truly despicable. As for the circumstances leading to this altercation, whether the girl had genuinely erred to provoke Li Guangcai, Zhao Huan was unaware of her identity, but was well acquainted with Li Guangcai's character. If he had indeed acquired some leverage against her, he would have already caused a scene in the hotel. Rather than merely chastising a staff member while flaunting his esteemed identity as an explorer, claiming she had not attended to his needs adequately. This imbecile truly believes he is of consequence. Please, wealthy patrons pay for service, expecting to dictate the terms of their experience. Yet, he can't even spare a tip and expects to receive the same level of service as a luxury suite? Could it be that he harbored some unsavory intentions towards the young attendant? Zhao Huan mused, discreetly pulling out his phone to record the unfolding drama. What a tiresome individual. I shall upload this online shortly. He had already conceived a fitting title. Arrogant apprentice warrior, allegedly abusing his awakened status, publicly humiliates innocent young girl. The title encapsulated the gender divide, the class struggle between awakened individuals and ordinary folk, and included keywords that resonated with netizens' disdain for predatory behavior. Zhao Huan felt confident he wouldn't need to edit or guide the footage. The very words Li Guangcai repeated would incite uproar among viewers, drawing forth a stream of invective against him. Before long, the hotel manager arrived, accompanied by several security personnel. Observing this, Zhao Huan quietly closed the door, intending to register on multiple online platforms to upload the video. Ah, Li Guangcai, I shall make you an internet sensation, repaying the favor owed to your father for aiding him in escaping from the Special Affairs Bureau, Zhao Huan remarked, typing on his phone with a sense of nostalgia. Why is the video uploading so sluggishly? The internet connection seems fine. After a considerable wait, the upload finally completed. Zhao Huan clicked to view it, satisfied with the result. Just as he was about to switch platforms, he noticed a similar video pop up in the recommended list beside his upload. Li Guangcai, the useless warrior of Dongchuan City, humiliated in hotel lobby, loses control, and publicly insults innocent young girl for an extended duration. Zhao Huan paused, his finger instinctively clicking on it. The first half depicted the quarrel between Li Guangcai and a blonde-haired individual, culminating in him being kicked away and forced to submit to the hotel manager's intervention, begrudgingly paying compensation. The latter half showcased the scene of him berating the attendant from an alternate angle. It was unclear who had filmed it, but the editing was professional, featuring close-ups of Li Guangcai's furious expressions and venomous glares, accompanied by fitting background music that painted him as a nefarious villain, deserving of the death penalty. Now, this is what one calls professionalism. Zhao Huan realized he no longer needed to upload his video. Chapter 83. Fishing at the small lake southeast of the verdant forest lies a modest lake, inhabited by fish, albeit in limited numbers and varieties. The fish are elusive, while the surrounding area is teeming with monsters. As a vital water source, creatures from the jungle frequently visit to quench their thirst. The lake's banks are shrouded in moisture, with numerous blue pure water slimes and green goo slimes wandering about. Beneath the surface lurk monsters poised to attack any animal that comes to drink. Fishermen who venture into the polluted zones for a catch must either possess sufficient strength or hire an exploration team for protection. Few would choose to fish in such a challenging and thankless locale. After the arrival of the tree monsters, the number of visitors dwindled even further. Zhao Huan, however, found this place rather suited to his needs. The fisherman hunter could fish, the goblin warrior could engage in combat, and there were no formidable monsters in the vicinity. In the morning, he purchased a new map at the explorer's town and roughly charted a route based on information found online. Entering the verdant forest, he navigated through the terrain for over 2 hours before discovering a quaint little lake. With a swift strike, he dispatched a spitting acid slime, carefully observing his surroundings. Although it was referred to as a small lake, it was quite sizable, nearly half the length of a football field. Aside from the writhing slimes, Zhao Huan noted the presence of a particularly lush old tree on the opposite shore, which appeared to be a low-level tree monster in disguise. Nonetheless, low-level tree monsters posed little threat as long as one did not venture too close. They were inherently lethargic, moving slowly and relying on ambush tactics, typically only uprooting themselves to pursue prey when provoked. Zhao Huan summoned all his card monsters. Upon sighting the lake, the fisherman hunter's eyes sparkled with excitement. When Zhao instructed it to fish in the lake, the hunter's eyes widened, and with a jubilant shout, it dashed towards the water's edge. With its fishbone spear, it swiftly impaled and sent several obstructing slimes flying. With a powerful thrust, it unearthed a grotesque hard-shelled worm from the muddy bank. As the worm opened its mouth to bite, the fisherman hunter seized it, deftly impaling it with the fishhook, skewering its entire body into a grotesque curve. How did it know there were worms hidden there? Isn't its fish sense supposed to only detect water flow and vapor? Perhaps the mud's dampness or its extensive experience as a seasoned angler played a role. Zhao Huan mused, glancing up at the goblin warrior. After its evolution, the goblin warrior's height surged from around 1.67 meters to over 2 meters. When standing too close, Zhao had to look up to converse with it. The goblin warrior appeared bewildered. Huh, you're asking me? Zhao chuckled. Never mind, just play over there, don't wander too far, and avoid provoking that tree monster. He patted the luminous vine onto the goblin warrior, gesturing for it to proceed. The goblin warrior nodded, grasping its fishbone spear and approaching the slimes by the lake. Meanwhile, the fisherman hunter stood at the shore, 1 foot submerged in the water, sensing something. The surface of the lake rippled delicately, indicating movement beneath. The fisherman hunter, visibly impatient, thrust its spear forcefully into the water. The lake erupted in turbulence, as if something below was struggling violently, and red blood began to seep outward. With a determined pull, the fisherman hunter lifted its spear, and amidst the splashing water, a large black-scaled serpent was flung onto the shore with a heavy thud. The hunter proceeded to stab the serpent's head until it was thoroughly damaged, then carelessly left it thrashing on the grass, kicking up dust and debris. Zhao Huan ordered his chocobo to pin down the serpent's body while he unsheathed his steel broadsword. He skinned the serpent, examining it closely but finding nothing of value. He then chopped the meat into pieces, offering them to the chocobo as a treat. Turning his gaze, he noticed the fisherman hunter had located a promising fishing spot. Using its instincts to find where the fish were active, with a flick of its spear, it sent 2 bubbles-spitting slimes flying, then adjusted its bait and cast into the lake. The fisherman hunter's feet submerged in the water, it deftly tugged the fishing rod. Soon, the line tightened abruptly, and the rod bent sharply. Zhao Huan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that fishing here was exceedingly difficult? This seemed quite the contrary. Feeling confident, he thought he could manage it too. The fisherman hunter, filled with excitement, performed a series of maneuvers before exclaiming joyfully as it yanked the rod, pulling a large black fish from the water. Just then, with a loud splash, another dark shape leaped from the lake, clamping its formidable teeth onto the black fish and yanking it away with a swift motion. Upon closer inspection, Zhao realized it was a toothy otter. The creature, clutching its stolen meal, floated on its back, playfully slapping its belly while emitting a mocking chattering sound. How audacious, Zhao Huan thought, unable to contain his indignation as he nearly considered diving in to confront the audacious creature. Not to mention how the fisherman hunter must have felt as the victim in this scenario. Furious, the fisherman hunter emitted a low, rumbling growl, diving into the lake like a torpedo. The toothy otter, taken aback by the fisherman's daring, hesitated momentarily before its eyes glinted with malice, revealing its intent to dive into the depths. Witnessing this, Zhao's mind raced. Could it be that the otter has never encountered a fisherman before, mistaking it for an easy target? Provoking an adversary to enter its own territory for combat might well be the otter's hunting strategy. Yet, it seems to have chosen the wrong opponent this time. Zhao couldn't see the lake's bottom but noticed numerous bubbles rising, indicating a fierce struggle below. Before long, the fisherman hunter emerged from the water, dragging the toothy otter's lifeless body, adorned with aquatic plants and exuding palpable fury. This place is indeed not ideal for fishing. Shall we consider another location? Zhao suggested. The fisherman hunter shook its head, discarding the otter's corpse, and once again retrieved a worm from the mud. I will fish right here and see which fool dares to disturb my fishing. Chapter 84. The Treasure Chest Monster. It seemed that the first fish being snatched by the toothy otter had jinxed the fisherman hunter's luck. After a lengthy wait, it caught nothing but lizards and salamanders. Even water spiders were drawn to the commotion, yet not a single fish graced the line. The goblin warrior, having obliterated the nearby slimes and finding no new targets, grew bored and leaned against a tree to doze off. The treasure chest monster, disguised as a wooden box, had its lid ajar, eagerly awaiting the fisherman hunter to deposit its catch. The yellow chocobo wandered about, rummaging through the grass for worms, chasing after a black beetle that scurried away. Zhao Huan cast a glance, but paid it little mind. Compared to the other card monsters, especially the goblins, the chocobo was relatively low maintenance. Furthermore, its method of leveling up seemed to involve running while ridden or wandering freely. Having ridden through the verdant forest several times, it had already reached level 3. Zhao examined his steel broadsword, noting the many dents and scratches that marred its surface, contemplating whether it was time to replace his weapon. Should he purchase a standard weapon, or invest a bit more to have one custom-made? Moreover, after extensive patching of the leather armor, it is high time for a replacement. While lost in thought, the sudden frantic calls of a chocobo pierced the air, as if it were being pursued by some unseen terror. Zhao Huan abruptly rose, grasping his steel greatsword, and turned to investigate. The goblin warrior, roused from slumber, hastily seized his weapon and shield, aligning himself beside Zhao Huan. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a chocobo bursting forth from the thicket, its demeanor tinged with alarm, closely followed by a gigantic boar with fearsome tusks. Zhao Huan's expression tightened, his mind racing with questions. Although the wild boars of the verdant forest were notoriously aggressive and prone to charging at intruders, their cumbersome bodies and the dense underbrush rendered them easily disoriented. Typically, they would not pursue a foe for long, especially not a chocobo, known for its remarkable speed. Yet, the boar before him appeared winded, evidently having chased the chocobo for quite a distance. What had the chocobo done to provoke such wrath from the boar? As Zhao Huan pondered, another wild boar emerged from the underbrush, accompanied by 2 piglets. One of the piglets bore a distinct claw print on its head, unmistakably indicative of a chocobo's assault. It was no wonder the parent was in such a fury after its offspring had been unjustly attacked. Zhao Huan handed his steel greatsword to the goblin warrior, exchanging it for the latter's weapon. Go forth, warrior. It is time to reveal your true prowess. The goblin warrior nodded resolutely, roaring as he charged at the boar. The boar, massive and armored with tough hide, barreled forward like a small tank, shattering the goblin warrior's shell with ease. Bereft of his protective shell, the goblin warrior became even more ferocious, utilizing the healing properties of the radiant vine to recover while deftly evading the boar's sharp tusks, engaging in a battle of attrition. Seizing the opportunity amidst the melee, the yellow chocobo circled back, skillfully dodging the mother boar's attacks while attempting to deliver swift kicks to the piglets. This perplexed Zhao Huan, leading him to wonder if the piglets had been brazen enough to pluck feathers from the chocobo's rear in its moment of distraction, thus inciting such animosity. The fisherman hunter glanced back in annoyance. How exasperating. Must you brawl in such proximity? Your ruckus is ruining my fishing. He contemplated the urge to pierce both combatants with numerous holes and toss them into the lake for bait. The goblin warrior, inherently stronger than the black boar, soon gained the upper hand in what appeared to be a one-on-one duel, though in reality, it was a 2-on-1, thanks to the radiant vine. Before long, the boar succumbed to exhaustion. Meanwhile, the chocobo dispatched the 2 piglets with relentless kicks while the mother boar, witnessing the demise of her mate, attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by the chocobo and ultimately slain by the goblin warrior. Looking at the neatly arranged family of boars sprawled on the ground, Zhao Huan contemplated the impracticality of transporting such sizable creatures back to the hotel, realizing it would be far easier to cook them on the spot. And what better way to cook them than with the aid of the treasure chest monster? He instructed the goblin warrior to assist in dismantling the 2 large boars, carefully slicing out the more tender cuts of meat. As they washed the meat in the lake, the fisherman hunter shot them a disdainful glance. Placing the meat inside the treasure chest monster, he filled it halfway with water, added a few simple seasonings he had on hand, and closed the lid, activating the monster to heat to maximum capacity. Zhao Huan was uncertain if this method would adequately cook the meat. However, he figured it was worth a try. After all, he held little interest in boar meat, and if it turned out to be unpalatable, he could simply let the goblin warrior consume it, as it had no qualms about gnawing on raw boar flesh. The treasure chest monster's magma crystal core glowed faintly, radiating warmth, and soon, the sounds of bubbling water emanated from within. Despite the vigorous boiling inside, the unique structure of the chest contained all steam, preventing any vapor from escaping through the seams. Concerned it might explode from the pressure, Zhao Huan instructed it to slightly open, releasing some steam. With a narrow gap, the treasure chest monster emitted a torrent of high-temperature steam, akin to a pressure cooker releasing steam, accompanied by a sharp whistle. The fisherman hunter, irate, turned his head and unleashed a stream of curses, nearly discarding his fishing rod. Can you not allow me to fish in peace? After approximately half an hour of simmering, Zhao Huan signaled for the treasure chest monster to cease heating and opened the lid for cooling. The aroma wafting from the cooked meat was quite appealing. He sampled a piece. Indeed, it was rather unpalatable. The boar meat, lacking substantial preparation and burdened by the simple seasonings, failed to mask its gamey odor. Perhaps the meat from the piglets would yield better results. However, given their small size, Zhao Huan sure planned to take them back to the hotel, either to sell or to have the kitchen prepare them. While Zhao Huan sure found the boar meat less than delectable, the goblin warrior relished it thoroughly, even slurping up the broth from the treasure chest. Once feasting on the cooked meat, the goblin warrior attempted raw flesh but found it less satisfying. Gathering dry twigs, Zhao Huansher constructed a campfire, borrowing a flame from the treasure chest monster, and began to roast the boar meat himself. With the surrounding environment finally quiet, allowing for peaceful fishing, the fisherman hunter successfully reeled in a fish shimmering with a faint green glow, its scales resembling leaves. Chapter 85, Perception of Unusual Events. The greenleaf fish, containing trace amounts of healing magic, could gradually mend bodily injuries and purge toxins upon consumption, making it a relatively common species from another realm. Zhao Huansher held up his phone. Are you still studying otherworldly fish? A voice responded from the other end. Zhao Lejia. Not precisely. It's the adjacent research institute that focuses on such creatures. Occasionally, curiosity leads me to observe. I've heard that the greenleaf fish, due to its healing properties, is particularly delectable. Is that so? Healing potions also possess healing magic, yet they taste dreadful. Perhaps it's due to the artificial concoction, generally. Flora and fauna with healing effects tend to be palatable. Very well, I have 3 greenleaf fish here. Would you like me to send you 2 to sample their taste? Forget it. I've been too busy with my research to bother with such things. I recall that the adjacent research institute has a bounty from the Special Affairs Bureau, purchasing these greenleaf fish. Indeed, I noticed. They're offering over 3,000 for each, which is less than what the hotel is offering me. Considering they are relatively common otherworldly fish, while they possess healing effects, they are not as effective as simply consuming mass-produced healing potions. By the way, where did these greenleaf fish come from? Were they sent by that green friend of yours? Zhao Huansher rubbed his nose. Not quite. They were caught by another friend skilled in fishing, whose head resembles a fish in the verdant forest. Aside from a few random water lizards and water spiders, the fisherman hunter ultimately caught 3 greenleaf fish, leveling up to level 2. He felt that he would soon reach level 3. Although the small lake was not an ideal fishing spot, Zhao Huansher sensed that as long as the fisherman hunter could catch something, he would gain experience, suggesting that it need not exclusively be fish. The goblin warrior, having poked slimes all afternoon and engaged the boar, also leveled up to 2 alongside the radiant vine. On the way back, I encountered 2 cat demons that had ventured out for a hunt. Upon spotting a goblin warrior, they immediately turned tail and fled. The chocobo was meandering near a small lake, kicking at wild boars, chasing after hares, and even unearthed a skeleton that had been hiding underground to escape the sun. Upon my return, I was astonished to discover that it had also reached level 4, with just a couple more days of wandering. It would be ready for a significant evolution. However, it seemed that my evolution points were rather insufficient. Previously, I had not felt the lack of points when I refrained from evolving my cards, but now, as they upgraded in succession, I realized that I had only a little over 200 evolution points left. If I were to evolve the chocobo, I would be left with mere crumbs. Once I had a larger array of card monsters, and their quality improved, the demand for evolution points would undoubtedly soar. The meager points provided by the trial dreamscape were hardly sufficient, leaving me to ponder whether there were other means to acquire evolution points. After some contemplation, I called the hotel lobby and sold 2 blue leaf fish for 8,000 coins, paying a processing fee for them to prepare the wild boar and the remaining blue leaf fish. Enjoying the red-braised wild boar and steamed blue leaf fish, I glanced at my phone, where a video featuring the notorious Li Guangcai was inundated with derogatory comments. The comment section was flooded with tens of thousands of remarks, some lambasting him in various creative ways, while others recounted his myriad true and fabricated misdeeds throughout his life. Judging by the video's popularity, it seemed Li Guangcai had garnered a modicum of attention. Unfortunately, he was unable to engage in livestream sales at the moment. Otherwise, he might have profited handsomely from it. With diminishing survival space and dwindling resources, coupled with the immense challenges of transporting goods between cities, he could no longer engage in sales. If Li Guangcai were willing to endure the insults, he might still manage to scrape together a few meager coins. After liking a few popular comments, I opened the Special Affairs Bureau app to check for any important announcements. To my dismay, I was met with grim news. The large goblin clan that had migrated into the verdant forest has been annihilated. What on earth? My eyes widened in disbelief. Who on earth would take on such a thankless task? I had been contemplating waiting until noon the next day for the goblin trio to be repaired, then risking a gamble by sending them out to idle. However, with the goblin clan now eradicated, The chances of the goblin trio wandering into the polluted area during their summoning had become alarmingly high. The Jiushi Chongqing Exploration Team, affiliated with Jiushi Biotechnology, engaged in an emergency mission last night and clashed with the Goblin clan, completely eliminating them and earning a reward from the Special Affairs Bureau. A shattered Goblin Trio card appeared in my hands as I glanced at the remaining repair time. Last night. So, the Goblin Merchant had not been killed by monsters. It was merely that the Jiushi Chongqing Exploration Team had taken it down while dealing with the Goblin clan. That damn bastard. I had approached him for a business deal, and he retaliated with fireballs. The next day at noon, beside the small lake in the verdant forest, a purple venom slime was slowly slithering towards a foolish clear water slime that was bubbling at the water's edge, preparing to devour it. Suddenly, the frantic shouts of the Goblin Merchant startled the clear water slime, which leaped into the lake like a bouncing ball. The fisherman hunter, who had been fishing, turned around in discontent. After finally enjoying a peaceful morning away from the green-skinned goblins and the loud yellow birds, how could another noisy creature suddenly appear? I paid no mind to the fisherman hunter's minor annoyance and waited for the Goblin Merchant to finish its animated recounting of its experiences, confirming once more, "So, you mean to say that the Goblin clan was exterminated by a group of hooded humans, one of whom was clutching a skull, seemingly quite fond of a demon statue?" The Goblin Merchant nodded vigorously, chattering away, suggesting that the human had a stronger affinity for the demon statue than the last wealthy female human had for the pig-nosed mushroom. If a transaction were to be struck, it would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. I shot at a sidelong glance. I suspect the likelihood of him outright eliminating you is far greater, especially upon seeing the demon statue. Furrowing my brow, I pondered. Yet the Special Affairs Bureau's announcement clearly stated that the Jiushi Chongqing Exploration Team had eradicated the Goblin clan. Given the strength of the Jiushi Chongqing Exploration Team, there was no need for them to risk claiming credit for the measly rewards from the Special Affairs Bureau. Perhaps that group of individuals was indeed part of the Chongqing Exploration Team, but initially intended to conceal their identities while engaging in nefarious deeds. However, their plans ultimately fell through. I gazed at the Goblin Merchant, a sudden realization striking me. Rather than merely having an affinity for the demon statue, it was more plausible that they were specifically targeting it. These individuals could very well be demon worshippers hiding in Dongchuan City. Chapter 86. Evolution, Swift Chocobo. The fisherman hunter, having acclimated to the small lake's environment, found success in fishing, reeling in over 10 catches in just half a day. Only a small fraction were fish. The rest comprised water snakes, insects, frogs, and toads. Most of these unfortunate creatures ended up being roasted by the bored goblin warriors as snacks. The misfortune did not end with the aquatic life. Animals from the surrounding area that came to drink from the lake dared not approach me and the imposing goblin warriors, opting instead to quench their thirst on the other side. Those with less luck fell victim to low-level tree monsters disguised as ancient trees, who pierced them with roots and dragged them underground. Additionally, there was a goblin thief whom I had instructed to keep watch outside, alerting me if anyone approached. However, this fellow, out of sheer boredom, stealthily ventured off to raid bird nests, sometimes pilfering eggs, other times snatching fledglings, and occasionally even capturing both adult and young birds in one fell swoop. However, I must admit, these otherworldly avian and aquatic creatures, when stewed together, made for a delightful dish. Surrounded by several card monsters, I sat near a treasure chest monster, using chopsticks carved from twigs to extract a piece of steaming bird meat from the bubbling broth, savoring it slowly. I contemplated preparing a pot for my younger sister to take home, hoping she might share it with her teachers and colleagues. Perhaps I should cook a larger batch and use a sizable pressure cooker to transport it. I also intended to discuss the matter of the demon statue with her. The Jiushi Chongqing Exploration Team seemed suspicious, and Jiushi Biotechnology likely had issues as well. Given that her research institute appeared to be funded by Jiushi Biotechnology, I needed to caution her to prevent her from being duped unknowingly. 2 days later, the yellow chocobo and fisherman hunter both reached level 5. The enhancement ceremony for the chocobo was relatively simple. After feeding it some food and riding it around the verdant forest for an hour, the card enhancement was complete. Card enhancement completed. The yellow chocobo has grown, with slight improvements in leg strength and running speed. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to use the over 200 evolution points I had left, elevating the quality of the yellow chocobo's card from white to green. The image of the chocobo on the card underwent only minor alterations, becoming slightly larger and more imposing, with a newfound sharpness and confidence in its previously gentle gaze. Green monster card, Swift Chocobo. Compared to a standard chocobo, the Swift Chocobo boasts greater running speed and enhanced jumping ability, allowing it to adapt to more complex environments. Additionally, its kicking power has also increased. Strong legs. The Swift Chocobo's legs are sturdier, providing excellent jumping and cushioning capabilities, significantly reducing impact damage from high falls. The sharp-eyed swift chocobo possesses an extraordinarily keen vision and perception, enabling it to discern the terrain and obstacles clearly while galloping, allowing for timely adjustments and evasions. It can also swiftly detect anomalies and dangers in its surroundings. After the evolution was completed, Zhao Huan commanded the swift chocobo to demonstrate the differences post-evolution. To his surprise, the creature darted over to the opposite side of a small lake to provoke a tree monster. With agile movements, it deftly dodged the tree root stabbing attacks while circling around the tree monster, squinting its eyes and emitting a joyful call. The tree monster, realizing its attacks had no effect on the yellow bird, decided to feign death and ignored it. Seizing the opportunity, the swift chocobo boldly charged forward and kicked the tree monster in the face before swiftly retreating, watching the creature seethe with impotent rage. The sudden transformation of the chocobo into such a mischievous entity left Zhao Huan pondering. Has it perhaps been corrupted by its prolonged association with goblins? The goblin thief and goblin warrior exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the summoner's bird and its relevance to them. In contrast to the chocobo, the ritual for enhancing the fisherman hunter was notably more complex, with seemingly peculiar material requirements. LV5. The fish sensibility of the shallow sea fisherman hunter has received a slight enhancement. Shallow sea fisherman hunter card enhancement ritual carries sturdy woven materials. Over 1 kilogram of metal materials, and a low-grade water or ice elemental. Ice elemental is preferable. Magical crystal, magical gem, crystal, or high-purity monster core. And then enter the water to sleep for 8 hours. Fortunately, the enhancement ritual did not require the fisherman hunter to be submerged in the sea. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, Zhao Huan was uncertain how he would reach the seaside. The small lake in front of him could serve for soaking the fisherman, but its waters were teeming with various monsters, making it an unsafe place to sleep. Moreover, he lacked the necessary materials for the enhancement ritual and would have to return to the city to procure them. He could purchase the woven materials and metals from a store, and he planned to send a message to the rat to inquire about the availability of magical gems. Once he gathered the materials, he would first attempt the ritual at home using his bathtub. If that proved ineffective, he would have to venture to the park's artificial lake or find a river in the southern district at midnight, allowing the fisherman hunter to dive underwater with the items. The city of Dongchuan once boasted a grand river, but since the arrival of the illusions, the river had run dry, and its bed had been transformed, leaving only a few tributaries and lakes in the southern district, preserved through human intervention. Zhao Huan organized his belongings and summoned back the card monsters, intending to keep only the goblin warrior and the swift chocobo outside. One would lead the way while the other carried him slowly. Upon recalling the purple venom slime, he discovered that the creature had silently consumed 2 days' worth of slimes and had quietly leveled up to level 2. He had initially believed it leveled up by acting as a grenade, but it seemed it was actually feeding on its kind. Should he leave it here to level up? Zhao Huan hesitated, but ultimately shook his head. What if it wandered off, fell into a crevice, or was captured by someone and locked away, unable to return? Without a means to remotely retrieve the card, he would inexplicably lose a monster card, although he had yet to unleash the venomous slime upon anyone. Having personally experienced the potency of the purple toxic mist, he believed the venom grenade would indeed prove useful. Never mind, there's no rush for leveling up. It's not worth the risk. Zhao Huan stored the purple venom slime and summoned the goblin trio. As for these 3 rascals, since he was headed back regardless, and the trial dream wouldn't reappear for a couple of days, perhaps he could let them frolic a bit? However, given his current position, summoning them had only a 30% chance of landing outside the polluted area. A 30% chance was not insignificant. Perhaps he should play it safe? Observing the 3 mischievous goblins on the card, Zhao Huan found himself momentarily indecisive. Chapter 87. Who are you calling poor? In the central region of the verdant forest, the disgrace of the Gao family of Dongchuan, the novice blacksmith Gao Qiguang, traversed the jungle alongside the wind god Lin Qingfeng and a team of professionals. Lin Qingfeng was enveloped in a gentle breeze, emanating an air of subtle danger. The surrounding tree monsters and the normally fearsome man-eating plants were utterly silent, feigning death as they pretended to be ordinary plants within the forest. Is this not enough materials? Lin Qingfeng's tone was calm, yet tinged with urgency. Gao Qiguang chuckled. It's only been half a day, nothing will happen in the city. Lin Go, if you're truly anxious, you can return. After all, I have plenty of protection. Lin Qingfeng shook his head slightly. I summoned you to help me find materials for crafting a staff. How could I allow you to remain in such a perilous situation? But Lin Go, even if it's for Xiaoshuang's 10th birthday, there's no need to gift her a real staff, is there? This is what she desires most. A genuine staff imbued with magic, just like the one used by the magical girls in animated shows. You are the only blacksmith in Dongchuan, so I must rely on you. All right, I recognize you're a doting father. You are the wind god of Dongchuan. Otherwise, who would dare to give me such orders? Knowing he was the disgrace of the Gao family, and yet being tasked with crafting equipment, Gao Qiguang could only begrudgingly accept. It was a good opportunity to explore the verdant forest, select quality materials, and return to his workshop to refine them into magical figurines. Honestly, while Gao Qiguang's equipment crafting skills were not exceptional, when it came to creating a visually striking toy magic wand that could perform impressive little spells, Lin Qingfeng had indeed sought the right person. Hey, that tree looks promising. Gao Qiguang pointed at a large tree pulsating with magical energy. As soon as he spoke, two beams of light intertwined, and a mischievous goblin appeared before the grand tree, carrying a burlap sack. Lin Qingfeng's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his staff, a blade of azure wind shot forth. Spare the goblin, Gao Qiguang exclaimed suddenly. Lin Qingfeng's staff adjusted slightly, causing the azure wind blade to veer and slice through the magical vines that had stealthily extended, preparing to ambush the goblin from behind. The goblin merchant, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, turned to flee, only to be caught by a gust of wind that transformed into chains, binding it securely. Gao Qiguang approached the goblin merchant for a closer inspection. Lin Gu, this is the one. It previously deceived my sister out of her healing ring. The goblin merchant began chattering animatedly. What do you mean by deceiving? That was a fair trade, mutually agreed upon. Fair trade, my foot. Do you know how much that healing ring is worth? You thought you could exchange it for a measly mushroom? You don't understand. The value of an item lies in its demand. At the time, that female human benefactor desperately needed that mushroom, and she willingly traded. Afterward, she just wanted to go back on her word. Indeed, your assertion holds merit. Qi Qiong's actions at that time were indeed intended to be somewhat duplicitous. Lin Qingfeng regarded Gao Qiguang, who was effortlessly engaging in a seamless dialogue with the goblin merchant, his eyes filled with perplexity. Qiguang, do you comprehend the goblin's tongue? Huh. Gao Qiguang replied, his expression vacant. I don't know. As soon as it speaks, I just understand what it means. Can't you all comprehend it? He turned to inquire, only to find every member of the group shaking their heads, casting him peculiar glances. What? Could it be that I possess a latent talent for being a goblin beast tamer? Gao Qiguang mused internally. At that moment, perhaps sensing the presence of living beings nearby, the demonic statue nestled within the goblin merchant's bag began to stir, emanating a mental resonance that morphed into beguiling whispers echoing in the minds of the group. What is that entity speaking? Before Gao Qiguang could fully comprehend, the magical ring on his hand illuminated, coalescing into a translucent magical shield encasing his body. The enchanted necklace around his neck quivered gently, resonating like a spring, infusing a refreshing aura into his consciousness, liberating him from the influence of the demonic whispers, and restoring his clarity in an instant. Damn, no wonder my sister claimed you could bewitch the mind. Yes, it is true, but not in this manner. The goblin merchant scoffed, glancing nonchalantly at his bag. Glibber glabber, it's merely a loquacious trinket. Why make such a fuss? Gao Qiguang turned back in confusion, only to find the expressions of the team members grave. Even Lin Qingfeng's gaze was sharp. What is it saying? It claims it has a loquacious trinket in its bag. A trinket? Lin Qingfeng waved his staff, unleashing a wind blade that effortlessly cleaved the goblin merchant's tattered bag in two. The contents spilled forth onto the ground. Amongst the assortment of dual-hole gas mushrooms, metallic knives, and monster crystal cores, the vividly colored demonic statue stood out conspicuously. Indeed, it is a demonic statue. But why is it painted? Gibberish. As the bag was torn apart and its contents scattered, the goblin merchant struggled fiercely, cursing vehemently in agitation. What is it saying? Lin Qingfeng inquired sharply, eyeing the goblin merchant. It's cursing us as paupers and bandits, claiming that if we cannot afford its wares, we resort to robbery. Lin Qingfeng's eyes reflected disdain. What of a monster? What does it matter if it steals? That is not the issue. I don't mind being called a bandit, but being labeled a pauper is intolerable. Gao Qiguang exclaimed, visibly agitated. Lin Qifeng turned to regard Gao Qiguang. His lips moved as if to question whether he had forgotten his medication before ultimately swallowing his words. Ask it where this statue originated. Oh. Gao Qiguang attempted to communicate with the goblin merchant, but the merchant merely babbled incoherently, clearly reluctant to engage. Lin Qingfeng raised his staff, ready to inflict some wounds upon the goblin to clarify the situation. Gao Qiguang, sensing the impending action, hurriedly interjected, Wait. Brother Lin, don't resort to violence. Cici mentioned that this goblin is frail. A mere touch could be fatal, and it would vanish. Let me handle it. Lin Qingfeng frowned upon hearing this. Are you certain? Rest assured, I have devised a method to deal with it. Lin Qingfeng ceased further discussion, summoning a gust of wind to retrieve the demonic statue into his grasp. He then waved his staff, releasing the goblin merchant from its bindings. The goblin merchant, pained, gathered its tattered bag and scattered goods, glaring venomously at the humans before unleashing another tirade. However, Gao Qiguang boldly extended his hand, casting a magical bracelet, adorned with an ancient design and radiating a magical aura, towards the goblin merchant, gazing down upon it with an air of superiority. Who did you just call a pauper? The goblin merchant paused, seemingly entranced by the golden radiance emanating from Gao Qiguang's presence. Chapter 88. We are undoubtedly being baited. The goblin merchant grasped the bracelet, bringing it close to its nose, and its eyes sparkled with delight. It reached out to place the bracelet in its tattered sack, only to realize the bag was now in two halves. With a muttered curse, it donned the bracelet, pulling it tightly on its forearm, a shrewd grin spreading across its face. Gobbledygook. Though this bracelet's worth is merely adequate, this goblin is magnanimous. I shall forgive you this time. Gao Qiguang struggled to maintain his composure. Do you even recognize its worth? This bracelet is a magical artifact excavated from a realm beyond, which I procured for over 800,000. The goblin merchant sneered inwardly, thinking to itself that had it not been for the previous encounter where it was denied the opportunity for conversation, that wretched statue might have fetched a far higher price. As Gao Qiguang prepared to argue further, Lin Qingfeng, unable to endure the farce any longer, interjected, Qiguang, do not squander time. Inquire about the origin of the statue. Fine. Gao Qiguang pondered briefly, rummaging through his pocket to produce a small piece of gold, which he tossed to the goblin merchant. Little green skin. Enlighten me. Where did you acquire this demonic statue? The goblin merchant's eyes gleamed as it snatched the gold piece, biting into it with fervor. Observing the bite marks on the gold, it grinned, revealing a crooked set of teeth, and picked up a scrap of cloth from the ground to wrap the gold piece, securing it in its belt. As it contemplated Gao Qiguang's inquiry, the goblin merchant recalled vaguely hearing the summoner mention that if the scavengers found anything in the verdant forest and could not handle it, they should discard it in the woods to avoid trouble. Though it was a summoner's command, the goblin merchant would never indulge in such wasteful behavior as discarding a statue, pretending it had not heard. With that, the goblin merchant gestured nonchalantly, indicating that the demonic statue was found there. There? Gao Qiguang followed the goblin's indication and realized that the location pointed to the territory of a lord-level treant. So it fled there. No wonder we searched for so long without discovering the fleeing demon worshipper, Lin Qingfeng remarked, coming to a realization. The goblin merchant blinked, thinking to itself that it merely stated the statue was found in this forest. The rest was mere conjecture on their part, unrelated to it. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the distance, as if something was swiftly approaching. Lin Qingfeng was enveloped in a swirling wind, his magical energy surging, gathering at the tip of his staff, ready to unleash a spell of attack. Whoosh! A group of warriors, exuding an aura of ferocity, burst forth from the underbrush, their eyes scanning the group with predatory intent, poised to strike. However, upon recognizing the faces of the individuals before them, particularly Lin Qingfeng, their expressions transformed in an instant. Exclaiming in unison, Wind God, what brings you here? The panicked exclamations silenced the previously raucous voices behind the warriors. After half a minute, Wang Jiuzhe led a group of members from the Jiuxing Chongqing exploration team, emerging to see Lin Qingfeng, his face displaying profound astonishment. Ah, it truly is the Wind God. You have ventured beyond Dongchuan City. Has something significant transpired in the verdant forest? As the conversation unfolded, a fleeting glance caught the sinister demon statue in Lin Qingfeng's hand, causing a subtle twitch at the corner of his eye. No, it was merely a trivial matter. Lin Qingfeng dissipated the magical energy coalescing around his staff, his expression remaining impassive. Yet what of you? Is this demeanor indicative of a pursuit against some hapless victim? Absolutely not. How could we, upstanding citizens, engage in such heinous acts? We merely encountered a mutated moonlight forest deer. Initially, we intended to capture it for research, but alas, that beast toyed with us. Igniting a bit of ire among my companions, Wang Jiuzhe explained with a cheerful grin. Ah, let us hope that is indeed the case, Lin Qingfeng responded coolly. Wang Jiuzhe maintained his radiant smile. It appears we have again been outwitted by that creature. We must hasten after that forest deer. We shall take our leave first, and upon our return to Dongchuan City, I will find an opportunity to extend my apologies to both of you. Gao Qiguang, gazing in the direction of Wang Jiuzhe and his companion's departure, pondered aloud. Why do I feel that something is amiss with these individuals? The goblin merchant nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is something peculiar about them. They seem somewhat familiar and rather irksome. Lin Qingfeng lowered his gaze to the demon statue in his possession, contemplating for a moment. I shall return to Dongchuan City with this item. You, Qiguang, may depart first. I will accompany them back at a leisurely pace. Gao Qiguang waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern, Brother Lin. Observing the situation, Lin Qingfeng refrained from further discourse. Magical energies surged around him, the surrounding azure winds coalescing into a howling tempest that lifted him skyward, propelling him towards Dongchuan City like a missile. Brother Lin's flights are always so grandiose. It's no wonder he is dubbed the wind god of Dongchuan, or simply the Dongfeng missile, Gao Qiguang marveled. Yet, as he turned, he found the goblin merchant had vanished without a trace. Where did that goblin scurry off to? One of his subordinates inquired, when the wind god took off. The gust knocked the goblin sideways, and it collided with a tree, bursting into a shower of light. Seriously? That creature is so feeble? Gao Qiguang exclaimed in astonishment. He looked down to find a small gold ingot imprinted with goblin teeth lying on the ground, but the magical bracelet had already disappeared. Just as Shishi had mentioned, it could take its belongings even in death. Meanwhile, Wang Jiuzhe, hearing the howling winds, lifted his gaze to the sky, his countenance darkening. After much effort to acquire the demon statue, it had ended up in Lin Qingfeng's hands. Wasn't he the wind god supposed to remain within Dongchuan City? Why had he ventured to the verdant forest? His subordinate expressed confusion. Wang Jiuzhe's eyes narrowed. This is dire. That Lin Qingfeng is clearly setting a trap. Of course, a trap requires bait. Even if my friend is eccentric and unscientific, there are certain fundamental principles that cannot be contravened. Zhao Huan sat on a hotel bed, conversing with Zhao Leijia over the phone. Rest assured, I have enlisted the hotel chef's aid. He will ensure that everything is impeccably prepared, devoid of any strange insects in the soup. At that moment, Zhao Huan's expression shifted, his left hand flicked, and the shattered card of the goblin trio materialized in his grasp. Oh, it's returned so swiftly. No, it's nothing. A good friend of mine requires assistance. Yes, I shall send the soup to you tomorrow morning and then discuss other matters. After ending the call, he glanced at the card. Special blue monster card, Goblin Trio. LV5. Chapter 89, Giant Demon Power Bracelet. New skill, Basic Expansion. Basic Expansion, Greedy Space gains an additional 10 capacity. The current monster card has reached level 5 and cannot be further upgraded. A card enhancement ritual is necessary to continue its progression. Goblin Trio Card Enhancement Ritual requires separately preparing a pot of colorful mushroom meat soup to feed the goblin scavenger, crafting a pure gold front tooth for the goblin merchant, and providing a shadow magic crystal for the goblin thief. Each completed task will enhance the Goblin Trio, and upon fulfilling all three, the monster card will receive additional reinforcement. Colorful Mushroom Meat Soup, a vibrant, delectable broth brewed from 7 different types of poisonous mushrooms and various meats. Pure Gold Front Tooth, an important item for the goblin merchant to display status. Authenticity and fit are secondary, but the purity of gold must be high. Shadow Magic Crystal, a relatively rare gem or crystal rich in shadow magic. Colorful Poisonous Mushroom Soup. While it seems odd, gathering 7 types of colorful toxic mushrooms shouldn't be too challenging. It's just the condition of being delicious that poses a problem. Who would willingly consume such a concoction? Zhao Huan mused, then picked up his phone again to message his sister. After all, she specializes in plant materials and has a penchant for toxic mushrooms. She might know which ones are palatable. Zhao Leijia promptly replied with a string of question marks. Zhao Huan merely stated that he was inquiring on behalf of a friend. Zhao Leijia then ceased her inquiries, stating that most tasty poisonous mushrooms are those whose toxins dissipate upon cooking. The ones whose toxicity remains after cooking are rarely tasted by the living, leaving their flavors unknown. One can only deduce from their extracted components which brightly colored, highly toxic mushrooms might be more delectable. Gazing at the series of high-definition mushroom images and descriptions sent by his sister, Zhao Huan felt that this information would suffice. As long as Zhao Huan summoned quickly enough, the goblin scavenger would not perish. After 7 or 8 hours, it would once again emerge vibrant and green-skinned. If one attempt fails, multiple tries can be made. It merely consumes more materials. The goblin merchant's pure gold front tooth is easily arranged, requiring just a bit of expenditure. However, the shadow magic crystal for the goblin thief seems to pose a greater challenge. Contemplating, Zhao Huan used his phone to message the black market intermediary, Zhou Liaoshu. This individual has extensive connections and deals in various illicit goods daily. Perhaps he possesses a shadow magic crystal. Indeed, I have some, but the price is steep. Zhou Liaoshu replied. 3-gram magical black gemstone for 188,000. 2-gram shadow gemstone for 1,888,000. Which would you prefer? I want a hammer. Zhao Huan exclaimed. How can half a gram cost 188,000? This is extortion. Zhou Liaoshu responded with a question mark, followed by a message. It's 188,000. not 180,000. Don't arbitrarily round down. This is a black market, and you know it's not your first day here. I simply acquire them cheaply and sell them at fair prices. Shadow magic gems and crystals are inherently rare, so you'll find similar prices everywhere. The issue is, I lack sufficient funds. Zhao Huan sighed, contemplating further before sending another message. What are the prices for water and ice magic gems? The smallest water magic gem is 3,800 each. The cheapest ice magic gem is 46,000. Goodness, even ice gems are so exorbitant. Zhao Huan found it hard to believe and searched online for an extended period. Indeed, as Zhou Liaoshu stated, the prices outside were mostly similar, if not higher. Previously, Zhao Huan had thought himself quite affluent. He now realized that purchasing a single ice magic gem would consume half of his savings, rather than utilizing the water-based resources. Perhaps we should consider the gemstones and crystals that the goblin thief previously brought back, as there seems to be a water affinity among them. Alternatively, we could take a risk and sell that demon statue. Driven by financial desperation, Zhao Huan couldn't help but entertain some nefarious thoughts. However, after surveying the greedy space, he quickly realized that the statue, worth 500,000, had vanished without a trace. What's this? The statue is missing? Could it be that the goblin merchant has disposed of it? After a thorough search, Zhao Huan found no trace of the demon statue, but did stumble upon an ancient-looking bracelet in the corner of the greedy space. With a mere thought, the bracelet appeared in his hand, and as he felt the faint magical aura emanating from it, confusion clouded his gaze. This seems familiar. Attempting to seek clarification, he typed relevant keywords into a search engine and soon found what he was looking for: the Hai family's disgrace in Dongchuan City. Overpaying at an auction for a giant demon power bracelet. Zhao Huan meticulously compared the bracelet in his hand to the images on his phone, noting that the intricate patterns and even the minute scratches were identical. So, the goblin merchant sold mushrooms to Gao Qiqiong, and then went to Gao Qiguang to sell the demon statue? This fellow seems intent on targeting the Gao siblings. No, it's not just the Gao siblings he's after. He's clearly scheming against me. If this matter comes to light, it would be surprising if the Gao family didn't find a way to bury me. Upon reading the news on his phone that Gao Qiguang had spent 2,800,000 on the giant demon power bracelet, Zhao Huan couldn't help but scoff. What a foolish wealthy fool. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret. This bracelet is not meant to see the light of day. Otherwise, I could sell it for 100 or 80,000 and wouldn't have to worry about the shadow magic gemstones anymore. Perhaps I should just keep my composure and earn slowly. Let us first see what it feels like to wear this bracelet that's worth a house. As Zhao Huan spoke, he slipped the giant demon power bracelet onto his wrist. The moment he donned the bracelet, he distinctly felt an increase in his strength, and his muscles became incredibly firm. The giant demon power bracelet grants a boost of approximately 15 strength and 10 constitution, while also transforming the skin and muscles to become as resilient as those of a monster, significantly enhancing resistance to physical and piercing attacks, and reducing the damage from magical assaults. This was the information provided by the auctioneer during the sale of the bracelet. However, according to others online, while the attribute enhancements are legitimate, the purported significant increase in defense applies only to ordinary individuals. From fragile skin to 3 layers of thick leather, the defense has indeed improved, but for professionals, it is merely marginal. Magic resistance is a valuable and rare attribute. Yet the bracelet's enhancement in this regard is rather limited. Most importantly, wearing the giant demon power bracelet drastically accelerates stamina depletion, which ordinary people simply cannot withstand. Professionals can endure it, but they cannot wear it continuously. Otherwise, they will exhaust their bodily energy and must frequently eat to maintain their stamina. Chapter 90. A pressure cooker of soup. The following morning, at the entrance of the research area in District 4, Zhao Lejia, after completing her checks, exited the research area and immediately spotted a rather naive figure holding a large pressure cooker in the distance. Resisting the urge to turn and walk away, she gritted her teeth and stomped over in a huff. Zhao Huan, are you doing this on purpose to make me lose face in the research area? Zhao Lejia seethed. My dear sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly have such intentions? Zhao Huan replied, removing the pressure valve from the top of the cooker. With a soft hiss of escaping air, a fragrant aroma of fresh fish and bird meat wafted through the air. Instantly, Zhao Lejia felt her mouth watering profusely. Gulp. What did you put in here? Just fish caught from that small lake in the Emerald Forest, along with some birds and eggs I found in the woods. Seasoned with a few simple spices. No wonder those folks in the neighboring research institute got reported for stealing ingredients. Zhao Lejia muttered under her breath. Zhao Huan chuckled. I have a bowl in my bag. Would you like a taste? Zhao Lejia quickly shook her head. No? Drinking soup at the entrance looks too strange. By the way, didn't you say you had something else to discuss? Zhao Huan glanced around, beckoning Zhao Lejia to lean in closer. Is it really necessary to be so cautious? There's no one around. Zhao Lejia grumbled but obediently leaned in. I don't know why, but I've been feeling like those street cameras and the patrolling drones have been particularly focused on me lately, Zhao Huan whispered. Zhao Lejia frowned slightly. Unless you've been acting suspiciously, you might have become a target for the city's surveillance system. Is it related to the Profession Stone incident? Has the Special Affairs Bureau grown suspicious? It should have nothing to do with that. It's just that when I was enhancing the treasure chest monster, I accidentally blew up that park near our neighborhood. Zhao Lejia stared, giving Zhao Huan a thumbs up. Don't worry, once you're inside, I'll make time to come check on you. Zhao Huan rolled his eyes. TSK. Ungrateful wretch. I even made soup for you. The ingredients alone cost at least 10,000. Zhao Lejia chuckled. Hee. It's all good, big brother. If they truly found something suspicious about you, they would have arrested you by now. They probably found you acting all sneaky, which made you seem suspicious enough to add you to their watch list. I think you're right. After all, who would have thought it? Not even I could have imagined. Zhao Huan sighed softly, then quietly shared his suspicions about the demon statue, the exploration team of Eternal Life, and how the goblin merchant exchanged the demon statue for the giant demon power bracelet. A few minutes later, Zhao Lejia squatted down and finished the warm fish soup in her bowl with great satisfaction. She then returned to her senses, gazing at the empty bowl in her hands with confusion. Hey, when did you give this to me? When you were lost in thought, Zhao Huan replied, reclaiming the empty bowl from her. So how was it? Delicious? Want another bowl? No. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lejia thought, since I've already drunk it, I might as well have another bowl. You're a scientist. Don't concern yourself with such trivialities. Zhao Lejia pouted. I'm at most a junior researcher. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was nearby, save for the distant guards at the research area entrance, Zhao Lejia felt as though they were stifling laughter. She shot Zhao Huan a glare and accepted the bowl he offered, taking a sip of the soup, her mood instantly brightening. The financial tycoons behind Zhouxing Biotechnology have long sought to develop methods for ordinary people to become awakened without any side effects, or to remain unaffected by contaminated areas, likely to secure their own escape routes. Even so, if a method were developed that could be widely adopted, that would be a boon. Zhao Lejia scoffed. Huh? Naive. Those tycoons wouldn't be so benevolent. Even if they could make it widespread, they'd hoard it until they squeezed every last benefit from everyone. Zhao Huan joined in the scoffing. Huh? Naive. Once the method is developed, whether they release it or not is not for them to decide. Huh? Naive. Do you think those wealthy families are easy pickings? Zhao Lejia lowered her voice, stating that aside from other matters, many awakened individuals who had committed offenses over the years, ostensibly sentenced to death, were in truth covertly taken to technology companies or biological laboratories for human experimentation. Ostensibly? Are you suggesting that the live broadcasts of executions are fabricated? Who knows? I happened to overhear others discussing it, but those experimental data surely cannot be false. Never mind, let us not dwell on this. You should take this pot of soup back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lejia glanced down at the large pressure cooker before her and suddenly realized that she still had to transport this cumbersome item back to the research institute. Zhao Huansher. You scheming sister. You did this on purpose. Zhao Huansher grinned, baring her teeth as she gestured, saying, I actually intended to use a rice cooker of this size, but I was concerned you wouldn't be able to carry it. Zhao Lejia gritted her teeth, hoisted the pressure cooker, and turned to leave. Wow, my sister is so strong, truly impressive. Get lost. Watching Zhao Lejia dart away at an astonishing speed, Zhao Huansher chuckled, but soon a hint of worry creased her brow. What if she can't pass security? That's over 10,000 yuan. However, upon further contemplation, a mere 10,000 yuan was merely the catch of a fisherman after a day's work. Once the Fishman Hunter's enhancements were completed and a suitable fishing spot was found, that meager sum of 188,000 magic black gems could be acquired in less than a week. A confident smile graced Zhao Huansher's face as she turned and took a few steps, beckoning with her hand. Immediately, a luxury car worth nearly 10 million yuan glided to a stop before her, and the driver eagerly opened the door. Zhao Huansher smiled faintly and stepped inside. Beep. Insufficient balance. Please recharge. Zhao Huansher was momentarily taken aback, and in the slightly impatient gaze of the bus driver, she hurriedly retrieved her phone to open her electronic bus card. Meanwhile, in Research Zone West 4, within the contaminated area at the goblin feeding station, Gao Qiguang squatted on the ground, gazing at the lethargic goblins before him, muttering in confusion. How strange. Could it be a different breed? Why can't I understand what the goblins are saying? Chapter 91. Fishing in the Rainy Night. After leaving Research Zone West 4, Zhao Huansher visited a black market shop, spending 58,000 yuan on a piece of low-grade ice crystal the size of a fingernail. What the heck? Didn't they say the cheapest one was only 46,000? Zhao Huansher looked at the transparent crystal, which felt cool between his fingers, resembling nothing more than an ice cube, and his eyes were filled with regret. Zhou Liaoshu glanced at him casually. Oh, you mean that piece? It was bought before you arrived. It better be true that someone bought it, you wretched black market. I'm never coming back here again, Zhao Huan fumed. Zhou Liaoshu twitched his nose. Aren't the items you brought with you for sale? Huh. Everything I have was legitimately obtained from the verdant forest. Of course, I'm selling it the proper way, Zhao Huan said with a hint of pride. Zhou Liaoshu nodded. Oh, then you can enter through the front door. Huh. Zhou Liaoshu looked at him quizzically. You didn't know? The shop on the back street that specializes in legitimate goods is also mine. The prices are fair, and we deceive neither the young nor the old. Zhao Huan paused slightly. Deceive neither the young nor the old, only the honest middle-aged men? Huh. Zhao Huan had been battling relatively low-level monsters in the verdant forest these past few days, so he had no valuable materials on him. A pile of assorted items combined only fetched over 5,000 yuan, just enough to purchase a single fish from the fisherman. He then went to a nearby shop to buy weaving materials and a stainless steel metal ball weighing over 2 pounds. Gathering the materials needed for the Fishman Hunter's enhancement ritual. An hour later, Zhao Huan returned home, filled the bathtub with water, and had the Fishman Hunter lie in it with the ritual materials. 10 minutes later, staring at each other in bewilderment. Why aren't you asleep yet? The Fishman Hunter blinked its innocent large eyes, bubbling away in the water. The bathtub was too small, the water too shallow, lying down was uncomfortable, and it felt no drowsiness. Upgrading in a bathtub truly isn't feasible? Zhao Huan murmured, glancing out the window. The rain was pouring down outside. When returning from Zone 5, the rain had already begun, and Zhao Huan had borrowed an umbrella from Grandpa Huang at the guardhouse to avoid getting soaked. Now, the rain was intensifying. It was not yet 4 o'clock, and the sky was already darkening. Just then, it was unlikely anyone would be wandering in the park. With such heavy rain and dimming light, both drones and street cameras would be affected, and one could never know what sinister entities might emerge from the shadows. Aside from the patrol team working overtime, normal people would have retreated home early to hide. Zhao Huan was evidently not a normal person. Has my brain gone haywire? Who goes to the park in this weather to enjoy the rain? Watching Zhao Huan step out of the community, umbrella in hand, into the curtain of rain, Grandpa Huang could only shake his head in disbelief. After pondering, he realized that as a rational person, he simply could not comprehend the thought processes of a lunatic. Lowering his head, he continued to meticulously clean his double-barreled shotgun with a cloth. I told you, being an explorer is no good. A fine young man has become all grimy, and his mind is broken too. Zhao Huan remained oblivious to Grandpa Huang's murmurs behind him. The rain was too heavy, and the air was chilly and damp, causing his nose to itch slightly. Although he claimed to be going to the park to enjoy the rain. With an umbrella in his left hand, and the Soul Eater gloves on his right, gripping a steel sword, he looked more like he was heading out to hunt monsters. How efficient this is. Observing the park, which had previously been reduced to ruins, it was now completely restored. No, rather than restored. It was more accurate to say that the construction team had built an entirely new park. It was said that the construction crew had dug out the entire park's foundation and then filled it back in. Supposedly, this was for safety inspections, but in reality, they were searching for a non-existent dangerous beast. Thinking of this, Zhao Huan paused slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. The last time the treasure box monster was enhanced, it had blown up the entire park. This time, with the Fishman Hunter's enhancement, wouldn't there be another incident? TCH. Stop scaring myself. The last treasure box monster exploded because of a high-grade magma crystal core. This time, it was merely a small ice crystal. Could it possibly freeze the entire artificial lake? Shaking his head, Zhao Huan stepped toward the artificial lake in the middle of the park, casually scanning the surroundings. No one was nearby, nor were there any patrolling drones. Only a few cameras in the park corners were obscured by the torrential rain, rendering them nearly ineffective. Zhao Huan flicked his finger lightly, and an invisible monster card silently shot into the artificial lake, transforming into a golden treasure chest that opened to reveal a large bundle of weaving materials. The moment the chest opened, a multitude of bubbles erupted, but just as the bubbles reached the surface, they were shattered by the relentless raindrops. The rain was so heavy that Zhao Huan could not see the treasure box monster's position at the bottom of the water, relying solely on instinct. He shot another card into the same spot. The card plunged into the water, colliding with the treasure box monster's body. The treasure box monster instantly transformed back into a card and flew back. The Fishman Hunter retrieved the weaving materials from the lake bottom. Its required metal ball and ice crystal nestled within the bundle. The moment it grasped the materials, the Fishman Hunter suddenly felt a surge of energy, its eyes slowly drifting shut. Before arriving, Zhao Huan had instructed the Fishman Hunter that if the artificial lake could be enhanced, it should remain at the bottom and not resurface. It was to wait until the enhancement was complete before Zhao Huan came to retrieve it. Zhao Huan stood by the artificial lake for a while, observing the still surface, aware that the fisherman hunter must have commenced its enhancement. He retrieved his phone to check the time, 4:45 p.m. The enhancement would not conclude until nearly 1 a.m. Making a visit to the park on a rainy day rather dubious. Emerging at midnight would be even more peculiar. Yet lingering here felt equally abnormal. If only he possessed an ability to cloak himself or a skill to remotely retrieve his cards. Zhao Huan muttered to himself before turning to stroll towards the street outside the park. Overthinking served no purpose. He decided to seize the moment while the shops still remained open and resolve his dinner situation. As he dined, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered a notification from the Special Affairs Bureau regarding a cooperative defense mission, urging explorers to patrol densely populated residential areas, inspect for dangers, and alleviate the pressure on night patrol teams during the rain. Participation was entirely voluntary, and the remuneration was modest, more of a subsidy and reward for those actively engaging in the defense than a true task bounty. For Zhao Huan, this was serendipitous. With the excuse of a cooperative defense mission, his nocturnal wanderings would be far less suspicious. Moreover, the emergence of this mission served as a gentle reminder that he could frequently venture out at night without raising eyebrows, perhaps even dispatching a few lurking monsters. Should anyone inquire, he could simply claim to be patrolling as a volunteer vigilante, crafting an image of a passionate, youthful idealist. In the future, should he wish to engage in other activities under the cover of darkness, it would appear far less strange. Chapter 92, Cooperative Defense, Aquatic Monkey. Having accepted the cooperative defense mission, Zhao Huan deftly maneuvered through the Special Affairs Bureau app, designating the vicinity around Lichuan Garden, including the park, as his patrol area. Following the app's guidance, he connected his phone to the Dongchuan City security system, allowing him to issue immediate warnings to the security system should he encounter any monster during his patrol, thus summoning reinforcements. While executing these operations, Zhao Huan couldn't help but grumble. It could directly take control of his phone, yet insisted on pretending to seek his consent, requiring him to unlock various permission restrictions. It truly vexed him. Once everything was set up and the cooperative defense mission commenced, Zhao Huan once again grasped his umbrella and brandished his steel greatsword as he stepped into the curtain of rain. Whether by good or ill fortune, he roamed throughout the night without encountering any monsters, though he certainly emerged thoroughly drenched. Checking his phone, he noted the time was nearly right. If he returned to the park within half an hour, it would be precisely 1:50 a.m., just in time to retrieve the fisherman hunter from the artificial lake. At that moment, a piercing scream and the sound of shattering glass echoed through the rain. Turning his gaze, Zhao Huan caught a glimpse of a dark figure darting through the downpour, swiftly scaling the community wall. Illuminated by a street lamp, he discerned the creature, a monkey-like monster, drenched in fur, clutching a motionless child of around 7 or 8 years old. What on earth is that? An aquatic monkey? Zhao Huan's expression hardened. Discarding his umbrella, he surged forward through the rain, his fingers deftly flicking to launch 2 monster cards. One card spiraled through the rain, landing and transforming into a tall green-skinned creature, wielding a turtle shell in one hand and a wooden spear adorned with mushrooms in the other. It let out a fierce roar, thrusting its spear toward the aquatic monkey. The monkey nimbly dodged the attack, baring its sharp teeth and emitting a shrill roar, its eyes darting as it searched for an escape route. To the left, a large crab with a box atop its shell emerged, brandishing its massive pincers, steam rising from its drenched body. To the right, a human wielding a metallic greatsword charged forward with a menacing glare. In a moment of desperation, the aquatic monkey discarded the child, scaling the wall to leap back into the community. The goblin warrior attempted to pursue, but could not match the monkey's agility, left only to stare helplessly at the wall. Not bothering to chase after the fleeing creature, Zhao Huan instructed the goblin warrior to remain vigilant while he issued a warning to the security system via his phone. He then bent down to examine the child. To his dismay, the child's throat had been grievously injured, blood oozing profusely, their complexion pale and breath faint, on the verge of succumbing. Without hesitation, Zhao Huan activated his healing ring, casting a stream of healing water upon the child, followed by administering a healing potion from his leather armor's pocket, forcing it into the child's mouth. Gradually, the wound on the child's neck began to mend, although still pale. Their breathing steadied. Zhao Huan breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a commotion erupted from within the community as numerous individuals armed with sticks, knives, and firearms rushed toward him, shouting. Zhao Huan hastily stowed the goblin warrior and treasure chest away, not out of fear of exposing the monster cards, but rather to prevent the residents from spotting them and potentially shooting them in a panic. It was a dark, rainy night, and visibility was poor. A stray bullet could easily take him down as well. Over here. Zhao Huan waved, vaguely noticing several dark gun barrels pointed in his direction. He quickly added, "The monster has fled. Everyone, please holster your weapons. Be cautious of accidental discharges." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to comprehend, and several gun wielders promptly secured their weapons, re-engaging the safeties. "Oh, in my haste, I forgot to engage the safety," one exclaimed. "Come to think of it, I seem to have neglected to load my gun with bullets." Zhao Huan's expression shifted, a chill running down his spine. "Goodness, did you all acquire your gun permits from the black market?" At that moment, a young couple hurriedly emerged from the throng. Upon seeing the bloodied child in Zhao Huan's arms, the mother nearly collapsed, her legs giving way as she fainted. Thankfully, her husband, though shaken, retained enough composure to catch her. "Stay calm. I administered a healing potion. The wound has begun to heal, and he should be out of danger. Let's dry him off and change his clothes before taking him to the hospital," Zhao Huan urged. The mother, reassured by his words, regained her composure and reached for the child. Utilizing the light from the street lamp and the flashlights held by the crowd, she could see that although the child lay with closed eyes, their breathing had eased, and the visible signs of healing on their neck brought her immense relief, prompting tears of joy and sorrow to flow simultaneously. The father, filled with gratitude, grasped Zhao Huan's hand, profusely thanking him. Zhao Huan urged them to return home, then reminded the onlookers, the monster abandoned the child and fled back into the community. Shouldn't you search for it? Hearing this, the crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically, particularly those with loved ones at home, who hurriedly dashed back. At this juncture, the roar of motorcycles heralded the arrival of a fully armed patrol team responding to the call. After exchanging information with Zhao Huan and confirming the nature of the monster, the patrol team, accompanied by several police dogs, entered the community to search for the creature's trail. With the patrol team on the scene, Zhao Huan felt no need to linger. Concerned about what might transpire once the fisherman hunter's enhancement was complete, he retrieved his umbrella and, now thoroughly soaked, turned back toward the park, indifferent to the rain drenching him. The aquatic monkey, a creature of the water realm, typically inhabits rivers and lakes. It possesses an innate ability to blend into its surroundings using the flowing water and mist, and may also command various water-based spells. With a strong sense of vengeance, it is adept at ambush tactics. As Zhao Huan strolled beneath the rain, he recalled the information relayed by the members of the patrol regarding the creature. It must have been frightened and fled, he murmured to himself. Could it possibly dare to follow me for vengeance? Despite his words, an unsettling feeling lingered. He sensed something lurking within the veil of rain, watching him with keen interest. After some contemplation, Zhao Huan retrieved the giant demon power bracelet from his pocket, adorning his left wrist and concealing it within the sleeve of his garment. Having maintained his vigilance throughout, he had now reached the park without encountering the anticipated attack. He shook his head slightly. I'm merely scaring myself." At that moment, the rain around him seemed to react to an unseen force, splattering in all directions. Before he could react, a sharp pain surged through his throat, akin to being sliced by multiple blades simultaneously. Having stealthily observed him, the aquatic monkey could no longer restrain itself and struck when it perceived the area to be deserted. Chapter 93, The Fisherman's Frosted Net. The massive sword cleaved through the curtain of rain, yet the assailant had already landed a hit and was hastily retreating. The aquatic monkey stood 10 meters away, its tongue flicking over the crimson blood on its claws, its gaze menacingly fixed upon Zhao Huan, revealing a grotesque grin as it slowly vanished into the downpour. Had I known this creature relished theatrics, I would have poisoned the blood. A whimsical thought crossed Zhao Huan's mind. 2 cards fell to the ground, morphing into a goblin warrior and a treasure chest monster, flanking him as they prepared for any surprise assaults from the rain. Clutching his throat, he channeled his magical energy, transforming it into a soothing spring that enveloped his wound. As the injury healed rapidly, the pain dissipated. Thankfully, he had donned the bracelet earlier, otherwise, that claw could have severed his windpipe. Zhao Huan summoned the luminous vine, wrapping it around his shoulders and neck. Despite the torrential rain obscuring the moonlight and providing no energy, it served as a makeshift scarf to mitigate the damage. The treasure chest monster attempted to ignite itself with flames, but the heavy rain rendered the fire futile, instead generating a thick cloud of steam. The goblin warrior remained alert, scrutinizing the rain-soaked surroundings, yet saw nothing amiss. Suddenly, the rain beside him quivered violently, and a monkey's paw lunged towards the goblin warrior's vulnerable underbelly. The goblin warrior reacted swiftly, using its shield to deflect the attack just in time, causing Zhao Huan to gasp in fright as he hastily raised his sword defensively. Is this monkey attempting to steal a peach? This crafty creature has such insidious tactics? As the enemy eluded the goblin warrior's pursuit, it once again vanished with a sinister grin into the rain, sending a chill down Zhao Huan's spine. Even if the goblin warrior was injured, it could merely return to its card form to recuperate and re-emerge as a formidable foe. However, should that creature target him, he might very well find himself aligned with the Zhao Lujia sisters in the future. Fisherman, stop hiding and eliminate it, Zhao Huan shouted towards the artificial lake. Boom. The lake erupted violently, and the fisherman hunter leapt forth, dashing across the rain-soaked ground with remarkable speed. Although another adversary had emerged, the aquatic monkey remained unperturbed. In this dim, open expanse filled with rain, its ability to conceal itself rendered it an invincible entity. Yet, why did the fish-headed creature regard him with such fierce intensity? As if it could pierce through his invisibility? As the fisherman hunter brandished its bone spear, charging directly towards it, the aquatic monkey sensed that something was amiss. With no time for further contemplation, the water beneath its feet surged violently, forming a barely discernible specter of a monkey, which frantically fled into the distance, while it itself stealthily retreated. The goblin warrior, spotting the transparent apparition, brightened with determination and shouted out as it gave chase. The fisherman hunter, however, remained unfazed. Its eyes filled with disdain. You wretched monkey, attempting to play tricks before a fisherman? Have you lost your mind? Taste my spear of salted fish. Dashing through the splashes, it closed in on the true form of the aquatic monkey, thrusting its fishbone spear with all its might. The aquatic monkey, realizing the imminent danger, cast aside its last shred of hope, dodging the attack and roaring as it lunged towards the fisherman hunter with claws bared. Yet, the fisherman hunter deftly leapt backward, snatching a fish trap from its waist and hurling it forward. The trap exploded midair, transforming into a large fishing net that descended upon the aquatic monkey. The creature, having forfeited its chance to evade, was ensnared within the net, crashing to the ground and thrashing desperately. However, once the net enveloped its prey, it emitted a chilling aura, freezing the aquatic monkey's limbs and forming a thin layer of ice atop the surrounding puddles. Observing this, Zhao Huan initially comprehended the necessity of ice element magical crystals in enhancing materials, then mused upon the convenience of this fishing net, capable of capturing and freezing in one swift motion, thereby preserving the freshness of the catch to an optimal degree. Zhao Huan's mind wandered as he realized there was no need to engage in battle. Once the net had subdued the aquatic monkey, the fisherman hunter began to stab through the mesh with its bone spear, while the goblin warrior joined in the fray. The aquatic monkey howled in agony for a brief moment before succumbing to silence. Zhao Huan approached, prodding the creature's lifeless form with his steel sword. Confirming that the aquatic monkey was utterly deceased, he commanded the soul-eating gloves to return to a dormant state, concealed the giant demon power bracelet, and recalled the monster card. Finally, he sent a report to the security system. While awaiting the arrival of the patrol team, Zhao Huan retrieved the Shallow Sea Fisherman Hunter card, examining the enhancements it had undergone. Card enhancement complete. The Shallow Sea Fisherman Hunter has grown, improving its scale defense and granting a slight increase in frost resistance. Fish Sense. The fishman's unique skin structure enables it to keenly perceive changes in surrounding water currents, also providing it with a commendable sensitivity to air currents, especially those that are humid. Fish sensibility has received a slight boost. Fisherman. The Shallow Sea Fisherman Hunter enjoys fishing. In addition to a deep-sea fishbone rod, it has woven an ice-frosted net bag to serve as a container for preserving its catch. The rod is made of resilient material, with barbs at the tip allowing it to be used as a harpoon or throwing spear in combat. When thrown, the ice-frosted net bag will automatically spread open, transforming into a fishing net that ensnares and immobilizes enemies. Upon striking an enemy, the net will unleash a chilling aura, freezing and paralyzing the foe, while the metallic threads and barbed hooks interwoven within the net will tighten their grip as the enemy struggles. Due to its inherent weaponry and tools, this monster card occupies 2 equipment slots and cannot be equipped with any additional fishing nets or polearm equipment cards. As a summoner, Zhao Huan should focus on the growth of his summoned beasts in combat. However, upon seeing the card information, he contemplated that with the fisherman possessing an ice-frosted net bag, he could freeze the fish he caught before sending them into the greed space, ensuring an unparalleled level of freshness and potentially raising the price when selling them. Before long, another patrol team, dispatched to investigate nearby dangers, received the news and hurried to the scene. After examining the corpse of the aquatic monkey and garnering a rough understanding of the sequence of events, I refrained from probing too deeply into Zhao Huan's confrontation with the monster. Observing his pallid complexion and apparent frailty, I presumed he had exhausted himself during the battle and suggested he conclude his cooperative defense duties, either to seek medical attention at the hospital or to return home for recuperation. Indeed, Zhao Huan was feeling quite weak, his stomach audibly grumbling. This was primarily due to the prolonged wear of the giant's power bracelet en route back to the park, compounded by the awakening of the Soul Devourer following the ambush by the aquatic monkey. Although Zhao Huan had scarcely participated in the skirmish, the dual consumption of stamina from both pieces of equipment proved overwhelming. The fisherman hunter had also been recalled, rendering it unnecessary for him to endure any longer in the field. Naturally, Zhao Huan acquiesced to the patrol members' council, utilizing his phone to submit a task completion application via the app. Once the system approved his request, confirming the successful conclusion of the cooperative defense task along with an extra reward, he bid farewell to the patrol team and returned to the Lichuan Garden community. For safety reasons, Elder Huang had secured the main gate of the community. Just as he remained vigilant, a figure suddenly emerged from the torrential rain, pressing a pallid visage against the window, staring intently at him. Startled, Elder Huang instinctively raised his double-barreled shotgun, poised to fire. Fortunately, despite his weakened state, Zhao Huan's instincts kicked in upon seeing the dark muzzle of the gun. He quickly shrank back into the corner of the wall. "Don't shoot. It's one of us." By the time Zhao Huan returned home, it was already the early hours of the morning, around 3 or 4 o'clock. Famished, he felt as though he would perish from hunger at any moment, too pressed for time to prepare instant noodles, and instead rummaged through the refrigerator for a plethora of ready-to-eat snacks. After consuming them, he regained some vigor. He shed his drenched clothing and took a hot shower in the bathroom, and after drying off, he was too lethargic to put on underwear, opting instead to roll straight into bed. Just before consciousness slipped away, he remembered to summon the treasure chest monster to stand guard. When Zhao Huan awoke, it was already noon the following day. The torrential rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast with occasional drizzles. As he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, he glanced at the bedside table, where the treasure chest monster disguised as a sandalwood box was clearly the most valuable piece of furniture in the room. Upon checking his phone for the time, he noticed a notification from the Special Affairs Bureau app. Upon opening it, he found it was a settlement and reward notification for the cooperative defense task. In addition to the basic task rewards, he also received an extra reward for slaying the aquatic monkey and a sum of 38,000 yuan in gratitude from the citizens. Beneath the gratitude note was a special remark indicating that the funds originated from the parents of the child Zhao Huan had rescued. The couple had wished to thank Zhao Huan in person, but since he had not left any contact information, the Special Affairs Bureau was unable to disclose his details. Ultimately, the young couple entrusted the money to the Bureau, which, along with the task reward, was then allocated to Zhao Huan. He glanced at the sum, feeling entirely justified in accepting the money, not to mention the danger he faced rescuing the child from the clutches of the monster. Along with the risk, he took using the healing ring to cast a healing spell on the child. And let us not forget that the healing potion was a laboratory product brought out by Zhao Lejia from the Research Institute, something that would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire. One should not expect rewards for doing good deeds, as that can easily lead to disappointment. However, Zhao Huan felt a flicker of joy at the couple's willingness to express their gratitude. The task reward of 19,362 yuan. What sort of calculation was that? Why was there even a decimal? Unable to help himself, Zhao Huan chuckled. 19,000 plus 38,000 could buy a third of a shadow black gemstone. Rising from bed, he washed up and stepped out to have lunch. With an umbrella in hand, he observed the light drizzle falling like fine hair, reflecting on the previous day's perilous circumstances. Had it not been for the fisherman hunter, the outcome could have been dire. Perhaps the monkey would have snatched away the peach. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. No, this world is indeed far too dangerous. He must hasten to enhance his strength. Setting aside thoughts of the goblin thief's black gemstone, he recalled the colorful mushroom soup from the goblin scavenger. He had gathered 6 varieties of poisonous mushrooms, thanks to both his own collection and the ones purchased from Zhou Liaoshu. The remaining color had been entrusted to Zhou Liaoshu to keep an eye out for, and he expected news within a few days. The goblin merchant's golden tooth needed to be custom-made at a gold shop. With craftsmanship fees and the intrinsic value of the gold, it would likely cost several tens of thousands. Fortunately, he still had 2 pieces of gold jewelry in his greed space, which he could melt down for purification, thus saving a considerable sum. Upon returning home, Zhao Huan summoned the goblin merchant. He first inquired about the origin of the giant's power bracelet, which, as expected, had been exchanged with Gao Qiguang for a demon statue. However, Zhao Huan was astonished to hear that the goblin merchant could communicate with Gao Qiguang. The effects of magical equipment and special talents seemed to stem from sheer foolishness, allowing it to resonate with the goblin. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. "Open your mouth, let me see your teeth." The goblin merchant, puzzled but compliant, followed suit. Zhao Huan studied the goblin merchant's large yellow teeth, contemplating the implications. According to the enhancement ritual, it seemed he would need to replace the goblin merchant's teeth with the golden tooth. To ensure a perfect fit for the golden tooth, it would be best to take the goblin merchant to the hospital for an X-ray. Yet, this was evidently not feasible, after the goblin merchant's dealings with the Gao siblings. Zhao Huan was even more reluctant to expose their connection. Without an X-ray, whether measuring with a ruler or creating a mold with plaster and clay, he would only capture the outer shape of the tooth, failing to discern the root's form, unless he extracted the entire tooth. As this realization struck him, Zhao Huan's eyes lit up. The goblin thief had managed to regenerate a severed hand, so losing a tooth would hardly constitute a serious injury. He could simply extract the tooth and take it to the gold shop to have a 3D model made. With this plan in mind, Zhao Huan turned and retrieved a pair of large pliers from his toolbox, pressing down on the goblin merchant's head, ready to forcibly extract its front tooth. The goblin merchant immediately shrieked in terror. "I've bled for the organization. I've earned money for the organization. Even if I've lost some goods during business, that's merely normal wastage. Surely you wouldn't resort to torture." Zhao Huan was somewhat exasperated. "What torture? You need a golden tooth for the enhancement ritual. If I don't extract your tooth, how can I ascertain the internal structure to find someone to craft a fitting golden tooth for you?" "Wait, what tooth?" The goblin merchant paused, incredulous, its eyes widening in anticipation as it sought confirmation from Zhao Huan. "Yes, a golden tooth. A 24K pure gold front tooth." Zhao Huan did harbor doubts about the practicality of a pure gold front tooth, as its softness would likely not serve as a functional replacement. Nevertheless, since this was the requirement of the card enhancement ritual, he resolved to comply, recognizing that card monsters could not be judged by conventional standards. The goblin merchant, upon receiving confirmation, became instantly animated. "You should have said so earlier. Why the hesitation over pulling a tooth? Is this pair of pliers not large enough? Isn't there a bigger one in the toolbox? If that one do, let the treasure chest monster do it. Its pliers are much bigger." "What? Am I afraid of pain? Am I struggling? Fear not, for it is merely a trifling matter of tooth extraction. I, the esteemed one, am utterly unperturbed by such trivialities." The merchant goblin, who had previously appeared to be on the brink of collapse, instantly perked up upon hearing the mention of a golden tooth. Zhao Huan found himself caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, the willingness of the goblin merchant to cooperate made matters considerably easier. Grasping the goblin's head firmly, he clamped the pliers onto its incisor and, with a decisive yank, extracted the bloodied tooth. Just as Zhao Huan exhaled a sigh of relief, the goblin merchant's eyes rolled back and it slumped to the ground. "What on earth? Is a mere tooth extraction enough to send you to the afterlife? Surely, you goblins are akin to Lin Daiyu." Zhao Huan muttered under his breath, casting a healing spell to restore the goblin. If it were to perish, the tooth in his possession would vanish as well, rendering the extraction pointless. Fortunately, after the healing spell took effect, the goblin merchant revived. Concerned about any further antics, Zhao Huan instructed it to remain indoors, securely locking the doors and windows before hastily making his way to the goldsmith with the goblin's tooth in hand. Chapter 95, Trial Objective, The Remains of the Watcher Knight. Although some material costs were spared, the expenses for scanning, modeling, and crafting the mold for the goblin's tooth still amounted to over 8,000 coins. The creation of the golden tooth was expected to take approximately 5 days, and there had been no updates regarding the colorful toxic mushrooms. Zhao Huan was not anxious. He contentedly lounged at home, awaiting the arrival of the trial dream. Trial objective: locate and bury the remains of the Watcher Knight. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Huan found himself within the confines of a dilapidated structure, its walls and floor composed of unevenly arranged stone bricks. He had encountered such architectural styles in numerous games before, castles, or perhaps watchtowers, remnants of their former glory. Gazing upwards at the bright sky above, he mused silently. The upper levels of this edifice had vanished, leaving only crumbling walls encircling dusty bookshelves and furniture, all shrouded in spider webs. In the dim corners, faint rustling noises hinted at unseen creatures scuttling about, confirming that the goblin warrior's weapon was a poisonous spear. Zhao Huan proceeded to apply 2 vials of toxic coating solution to the weapons of the goblin thief and the fisherman hunter, summoning the 3 creatures. He bound the luminous vine to his arm, not in a hurry to depart. He pulled the soul-eating greatsword from the ground and curiously wandered the ruins of the building. Approaching a rickety bookshelf, he used his greatsword to clear away the cobwebs and reached for a book resting atop the shelf. The prolonged exposure to the elements had severely damaged the book, which crumbled upon opening, yellowed and moldy pages scattering to the ground. A brief glance revealed a few discernible characters, though Zhao Huan was unable to recognize any of them, leaving him somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to glean useful information through pictorial interpretation. At that moment, a sudden commotion startled something hidden in the shadowy recess behind the bookshelf, causing it to dart out in a panic. The goblin thief, quick of hand, raised its rusted dagger, launching it with precision to strike down a grotesquely large black beetle. As the beetle struggled to flee, The goblin thief seized it, bringing it close to its mouth. Wait, you can't eat that. It's coated in poison. Zhao Huan exclaimed urgently. The goblin thief wrinkled its nose, realizing the peculiar odor was not due to the beetle's exotic flavor, but rather the toxic residue. Noticing that the wound around the beetle's body was rotting from the poison, the goblin thief withdrew its dagger, observing the blue sheen of the blade with evident disdain. Casting its gaze around, it spotted a rusty short sword among the scattered debris and eagerly snatched it up. After rummaging through the refuse, Zhao Huan finally unearthed something seemingly useful, a rudimentary map crafted from the fur of an unknown beast. Accustomed to the detailed navigation of mobile devices, he found the chaotic lines and indecipherable markings on this map reminiscent of a child's scribbles. Despite the map being adorned with foreign symbols, Zhao Huan, being illiterate, could not comprehend a single one. However, one section bore a dark red depiction of a skull, which, according to typical gaming conventions, was likely a significant clue indicating the location of a quest objective. Alas, this was not a game, and Zhao Huan had no idea where he stood on the map. Even if he wished to mark a location, he found himself powerless to do so. The trial objective could only be left to fate. It would reveal itself in due time. Wandering further could yield additional monster encounters, thereby increasing his evolution points upon conclusion. Evolving a gray card to a white card required 100 points, and from white to green, 200, continuing in this fashion. Evolving from green to blue required either 3 or 400 points. Merely evolving the monster cards he possessed to blue quality would demand upwards of 1 or 2,000 evolution points. Yet Zhao Huan found himself with barely 30 points, far from sufficient. Thus, he resolved to slay more monsters within the dream, earning whatever points he could. Suddenly, a cascade of dust fell from above. Zhao Huan looked up to behold a large yellow cat, adorned with spotted fur and sharp ears, stealthily perched upon the crumbling stone wall. Its eyes glinted with a predatory light as it intently regarded him, seemingly poised for an attack. Startled by their mutual gaze, Zhao Huan quickly raised his sword in defense. The goblin warrior let out a fierce roar, positioning its shield in front of Zhao Huan, while the fisherman hunter adjusted its stance, ready to launch its spear at the lurking foe. Realizing it had lost the element of surprise, the massive lynx refrained from issuing a threatening roar and promptly leaped off the stone wall, vanishing from sight. Where did that creature come from? It was not there moments ago, Zhao Huan thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Its gaze had been genuinely terrifying. He had narrowly escaped yet another potential demise. Heightening the vigilance of his summoned creatures, Zhao Huan hastened his search. Although he found no new clues, he did discover an old leather helmet and a thick wooden shield covered in animal hide. Not one to be picky, he wiped the helmet clean and donned it, while he picked up the wooden shield and departed the ruins. Emerging from the derelict structure, he was met with an expansive expanse of verdant fields, lush grasses, and dense thickets. Zhao Huan pondered, with grass this tall, where on earth am I supposed to find the knight's remains? After a moment's contemplation, he mused, perhaps I could summon the treasure chest creature to set fire to this grass? After all, the trial objective merely states to bury the knight's remains. Burning it could serve the same purpose. Moreover, if the ashes rise sufficiently, they might indeed cover the remains, sparing me the search. Contemplating the vastness of the grassland, he envisioned the multitude of monsters he could incinerate, transforming them into evolution points, certainly dozens. The more he deliberated, the more he convinced himself of the merits of his plan. Promptly summoning the treasure chest creature. You are the one I require, treasure chest creature. Unleash your wrath and reduce everything to ashes, Zhao Huan proclaimed, pointing forward with fervor. The goblin warrior cast a puzzled glance at the goblin thief, questioning what the summoner was attempting. The goblin thief pondered, surmising that perhaps a formidable spell was being conjured. The treasure chest monster glared with its ruby eyes, striving to appear menacing, its entire form engulfed in crimson flames as it scampered forth with its 8 legs, ready to charge into the nearby thicket. Suddenly, the underbrush convulsed violently, and a colossal rooster, towering over 2 meters, burst forth. Chapter 96, New Death Method, Rotating Roast. The grand rooster opened its beak to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth, emitting a piercing screech. Zhao Huan felt as though his mind had been struck by a hammer. A buzzing filled his ears, darkness clouded his vision, and he was beset by intense dizziness and a nauseating urge to vomit. Not only Zhao Huan, but the goblin warrior and the fisherman hunter were also affected by the rooster's cacophony. Conversely, the treasure chest monster, in proximity to the rooster and due to its unique anatomical structure, remained unscathed. With a powerful thrust of its 8 long legs, the treasure chest monster lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the rooster's breast. The flesh was pierced by its steel fangs, and the monster's searing body acted like a giant branding iron. causing thick smoke to billow from the rooster as it screeched in agony, flames rapidly spreading along its feathers. The rooster flailed its wings and pecked furiously, striking the treasure chest monster with a resounding thud, yet the monster clung tenaciously to its grip, regaining his senses from the daze. The goblin warrior let out a furious roar and charged towards the rooster, aiming to thrust at its vital points. However, from behind the rooster, a green serpent-like head suddenly reared up, glaring at the goblin warrior as it lunged to bite. The goblin warrior hastily raised his shield to defend, but with a resounding crack, the turtle shell shattered upon impact, crumbling like a thin wafer. Pain shot through the goblin warrior's chest, and he quickly lost sensation. Glancing down, he saw the area bitten by the serpent's head had hardened and turned gray, resembling stone, and this phenomenon was rapidly spreading outward. Darn it! A serpent-tailed chicken of such magnitude? Zhao Huan exclaimed, as he transformed the bright vines back into a card, flicking it to swiftly strike the goblin warrior. Vines entwined him, sprouting clusters of yellow flowers that shimmered golden in the sunlight. The petrification on the goblin warrior gradually ceased its advance, and the already petrified portions began to crumble into dust, revealing fresh, tender green flesh beneath. Witnessing the flames engulfing the serpent-tailed chicken, the fisherman hunter hesitated to throw the frost net, instead standing just outside the serpent's head striking range, incessantly jabbing the serpent-tailed chicken with his fishbone spear to restrict its movements. Once the goblin warrior's body had recuperated, he joined the fray, targeting the green serpent head behind the serpent-tailed chicken, observing the chicken's anguished cries as it succumbed to the flames. Collapsing to the ground with a few futile struggles before falling silent, Zhao Huan stood by, refraining from intervening. Sooner or later, he would have to follow the conventional path of a summoner in battle. It was prudent to seek opportunities to familiarize himself beforehand. At that moment, the thicket began to tremble once more, as if something else was about to emerge. The goblin warrior, eager to extinguish the flames and perhaps taste the roasted chicken, swiftly turned to prepare for defense, while the fisherman hunter readied to hurl his fish basket. To their astonishment, a green claw emerged, as the goblin thief stealthily poked its head through the foliage. Upon seeing that the battle had concluded, it dragged out an enormous nest woven from dried grass, within which lay 5 or 6 oval-shaped eggs, unmistakably belonging to a large serpent-tailed chicken. Zhao Huan realized, so that's where the chicken's nest was hidden. No wonder it charged at us in desperation. Yet, only a nest of eggs, and no sign of the brooding hen? The goblin thief shook its head. Had the hen fled, or gone in search of food? Or perhaps, the serpent-tailed chicken was actually hermaphroditic? Although Zhao Huan was aware of the serpent-tailed chicken, he had never encountered such a creature and was not well versed in its lore. After a series of wild speculations, he gestured for the treasure chest monster to continue setting the flames. The treasure chest monster shoved the chicken's head into its box, retracted its steel teeth, and closed the lid, dashing into the thicket. Within moments, a great fire erupted amidst the brush. The weather was clear, the air dry, and the ground littered with an untold number of dead leaves and grasses. As the flames ignited, they swiftly spread outward, transforming into a roaring inferno, threatening to engulf the entire prairie. Feeling the searing heat, Zhao Huan prepared to retreat with his card monsters back to the ruins. The ground surrounding the ruins was covered in large rocks, with scarce vegetation, alleviating his concerns about the flames rebounding. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry echoed from afar. Instinctively, Zhao Huan looked up to see a golden figure soaring high into the sky, its wings flapping vigorously, conjuring a whirlwind that rushed toward him. Why is there a storm griffin in this flat terrain? Is it here to thwart my fire setting? Zhao Huan grumbled internally while hastily gathering his card monsters. The whirlwind swept up the flames, morphing into a colossal fire tornado that enveloped Zhao Huan. He felt akin to a rotating roast, his body spinning rapidly and evenly exposed to the scorching flames, the fat sizzling and crackling as wind blades whisked past him, shearing off bits of his roasted flesh. Fortunately, this torment was brief, as within mere seconds, his consciousness was seared away. Trial failed. Evolution points gained, 1. Current evolution points, 35. Zhao Huan opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. As the monsters in his dreamscape grew stronger, these deaths became increasingly elaborate. After a moment of stillness, he reached for his phone beside the pillow, typing Storm Griffin into the search bar. Storm Griffin, an exceedingly dangerous high-tier monster, possesses immense physical strength and can manipulate storms. They are often the evolved, mutated form of powerful griffins, typically residing atop high mountains or sheer cliffs. Zhao Huan scratched his chin. Indeed, I must have been ensnared by the trial dream. It was clearly a setup, anticipating that I would ignite the prairie and deliberately placing a boss there to thwart me. Otherwise, how could such a flat expanse of land suddenly produce a storm griffin? Searching for the storm griffin's weaknesses, He found that although it could fly at incredible speeds and was shielded by storms, it remained vulnerable to the heat and impact damage from missile explosions. Damn. Why not mention that dragons and volcanic fire dragons can't withstand heavy nuclear strikes either? He muttered. Such a colossal boss was beyond his capabilities. It was best to maintain a safe distance and focus on his trial objectives. Recalling the Trial Dream's formidable boss, the rock giant that had previously reduced him to a pulp, he shuddered at the painful memory. Chapter 97. The Storm Tree and the Storm Griffin. With the blink of an eye, a day had passed. After falling asleep that night, Zhao Huan once again entered the Trial Dream. Although Zhao Huan had previously scoured the ruins of the building, he did not leave immediately. He summoned the Goblin Thief to render it invisible, allowing it to monitor the area above. Zhao Huan rummaged through the debris, retrieving a tattered wooden shield covered in hide, while failing to notice the dilapidated wooden chest adorned with gemstones right before him. To enhance the efficiency of his search, he dispatched the Goblin Warrior and the Fisherman Hunter to another side. Before long, the Goblin Thief's alert reached his ears. With a focused gaze, Zhao Huan continued to search among the torn papers on the ground, silently tightening his grip on the shield's handle. Suddenly, the sound of crumbling stones echoed above him, accompanied by the Goblin Thief's urgent warning. Zhao Huan swiftly turned, shielding himself with the wooden shield. A powerful claw struck fiercely against the shield, tearing through the hide and splintering the wooden structure. The gigantic lynx lunged forward with ferocity, aiming to collide with Zhao Huan, intending to knock him down and viciously bite his neck before dragging his lifeless body away. However, Zhao Huan, with a mind focused on the task at hand, successfully thwarted the lynx's assault. Although the impact was unexpectedly forceful, sending him tumbling like a rolling gourd, it posed no significant problem. Everything unfolded as planned. In the fleeting moment the giant lynx paused, the dilapidated wooden chest transformed into a magnificent golden treasure chest. Its lid flung open to reveal a maw filled with steel teeth, which then clamped down viciously on the lynx's hind leg, engulfed in flames. A rusted knife, glowing with a faint green light, materialized out of thin air, swiftly darting toward the lynx's eye. The distance was too short. The lynx had no time to react before the knife pierced its eyeball. Simultaneously, the Goblin Warrior charged forward with a roar, while the Fisherman Hunter, unable to keep pace, resorted to hurling his weapon like a thrown spear. Surrounded by a flurry of card monsters, the giant lynx could barely muster a defense. With its hind leg clamped by the treasure chest monster, escape was a distant dream, and it lay gasping for breath before Zhao Huan delivered a decisive blow to its throat. Given the inability to ignite a widespread conflagration, Zhao Huan resolved to allow the Soul Devourer to absorb more vitality, preparing for a critical moment to unleash a powerful spell. After draining the lifeblood of the giant lynx, he departed the ruins with his monstrous companions, seeking trouble with the snake-tailed chickens in the grasslands. Once the snake-tailed chickens were rendered into desiccated fowl, several eggs fell prey to the ravenous creatures. Zhao Huan dismissed the Fisherman Hunter and the treasure chest monster, summoning a swift chocobo to ride, embarking on an exploration of the prairie alongside the Goblin Thief and the Goblin Warrior. The grasslands, lush and overgrown, resembled an expansive labyrinth, where the next moment held the potential for unexpected encounters. As Zhao Huan withdrew the Soul Devourer from the withered goblin corpse, he glanced skyward to gauge the position of the sun. With the sun now directly overhead, he pondered from which direction they had come. The Goblin Thief, observing a worm struggling beneath a rusted short sword, contemplated sampling it, but hesitated, wary of the worm's bristles. Perhaps it would be better to let the nearby giant give it a try? Hearing Zhao Huan's query, the Goblin Thief glanced around, suddenly appearing somewhat bewildered. The Goblin Warrior beside it stared vacantly, exuding an air of indifference. Fortunately, Zhao Huan held no high hopes for them. The chocobo tilted its head, emitting a low hum, indicating that they had traversed from that direction. Therefore, they should proceed in this manner. As Zhao Huan regained his bearings, intending to continue onward, he noticed the chocobo raising its head, its gaze fixed intently on another direction, emitting a curious chirp. Is there something there? Zhao Huan gestured for the Goblin Warrior to lift him onto its shoulders. Elevated 3 meters above the ground, beyond the height of most prairie flora, his view expanded dramatically. Following the chocobo's line of sight, he beheld a verdant tree in the distance, surrounded by a swirling azure tempest, flashes of lightning illuminating the scene, accompanied by distant thunder. Zhao Huan paused momentarily, murmuring softly, could it be that in order to justify the appearance of the Storm Griffin, the Trial Realm intentionally planted a tree capable of harnessing storms and lightning at the center of the prairie? Although the objective was to avoid the Storm Griffin, since they were already here, it would be prudent to take a closer look, broadening his horizons and providing tales to boast to his little sister upon his return. Moreover, who knows, perhaps the skeletal remains of the Watcher Knight, their trial target, lay in that very location. Several hours later, Zhao Huan concealed himself within a thicket, stealthily observing the towering tree, its tempestuous winds and crackling thunder, and the enormous nest constructed from entwined branches and leaves at its apex. The storm griffin, capable of summoning whirlwinds with a mere flap of its wings, now lay sprawled atop the massive nest, soundly asleep. Did it truly build a nest upon this storm tree to incubate eggs? With such concentrated storms and lightning, would the eggs not become roasted? Zhao Huan glanced down at the goblin thief and suggested, "Why not sneak over and take a look?" The goblin thief's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? Do you hear the absurdity of your own words?" The little goblin, attempting to navigate the tempest encircling the tree, would find it impossible, let alone endure the subsequent lightning strikes while climbing to the tree's summit. Zhao Huan chuckled, "Just a jest. However, many bones litter the area around that great tree. Our target might be among them. Slip over and see if you can find any human remains." This seemed reasonable enough. The goblin thief nodded, crouching low to conceal itself as it made its way toward the storm tree. Zhao Huan hastily cautioned, "Leave those two metallic weapons behind. We wouldn't want to summon lightning upon approaching." The goblin thief, somewhat perplexed by Zhao Huan's reasoning, complied, discarding the rusted knife and short sword onto the ground. It then cautiously approached the tempest's periphery, meticulously examining the scattered bones. They appeared to be discarded remnants from the storm griffin's meals, some bones still bearing scratch and bite marks. The closer it drew to the storm tree, the more bones accumulated, even forming a small mound. The goblin thief glanced up, noting the storm griffin was deeply ensnared in slumber, allowing it to relax and quietly sift through the pile of bones. In its search, it unearthed a mangled human arm encased in tattered leather armor. The goblin thief's spirits soared, prompting it to redouble its efforts. After a short while, it excavated a metal helmet from the depths of the bone pile. The helmet gleamed, albeit with an unusual shape, and the skull inside appeared charred, as if scorched by fire. The goblin thief held the helmet aloft for a closer inspection, its face etched with confusion. At that moment, as the storm swirled, lightning crackled, producing a deafening roar. The goblin thief instinctively looked up, only to be struck by a blinding flash, plunging its consciousness into darkness. Chapter 98, The Skeleton Knight. Boom. The sudden flash of lightning erupting from the storm startled Zhao Huan, causing him to instinctively recoil. Once he regained his composure, an unsettling sensation stirred within him. Lowering his gaze, Zhao Huan realized that the rusted dagger dropped by the goblin thief had vanished without a trace. Rubbing his fingers together, the surface cracked, goblin trio materialized in his hand. What on earth happened? Did it get struck by lightning? Zhao Huan lifted his head to glance at the storm griffin, soundly asleep in its nest. If the griffin didn't intervene, then it must have been the storm tree that was responsible. It was unlikely any other monster was lurking nearby. Such perilous circumstances, merely approaching could result in being struck by lightning. After some contemplation, Zhao Huan decided to search for the missing items elsewhere. However, after wandering the prairie for half a day atop his chocobo, accompanied by a goblin warrior, he had vanquished several waves of chaotic monsters, yet found not a single clue regarding the knight's bones. Gazing up at the resplendent moon in the night sky, Zhao Huan frowned in thought. Could it be that the objective of his quest truly lay within the vicinity of that storm? Setting aside the risk of being struck by lightning, what was to be done about the storm griffin? Recalling the earlier fiery tornado that reached from heaven to earth, a glimmer of inspiration ignited in Zhao Huan's mind. Perhaps he could lure the treasure chest monster elsewhere to ignite a blaze, and when the storm griffin was drawn away, he could seize the opportunity to retrieve the bones of the watchful knight. The only question that remained was, amidst that massive pile of bones, which ones belonged to the knight? The goblin thief had perished so swiftly, it was uncertain whether it had uncovered any clues. Just as Zhao Huan was deep in thought, a sudden cacophony of battle and anguished cries echoed from afar. Perched atop his chocobo, he craned his neck to peer ahead. There, he beheld a skeletal figure clad in tattered metallic armor, mounted upon a skeletal horse, wielding a rusted metal spear, with a struggling goblin, still alive and shrieking, impaled upon its tip. The skull's jaw quivered, emitting a cacophony that resembled laughter, as it hoisted the goblin high and galloped away into the distance. The unprecedented scene left Zhao Huan momentarily stunned. Only after a few seconds did he realize, by the heavens, the watchful knight. Recalling the goblin knight, he hastily summoned it back and urged his chocobo to pursue. As he chased, he couldn't help but mentally vent his frustrations. This trial realm, that old silver coin, instructed him to locate the bones of the watchful knight. Yet here was the knight, lively and frolicking across the prairie, burying the very bones he sought. Did it even bother to consult the knight's opinion? The knight appeared to be enjoying itself, toying with the goblin, surrounded by monsters, which posed no threat to the living. Why insist on granting a proper burial? Of course, grumbling aside, the task remained. The skeletal knight's rampant behavior, while perhaps not frightening the living, could still instill fear among the flora and fauna of the prairie. Not long into the pursuit, the skeletal knight, realizing it was being followed, abruptly halted, turning its skeletal steed to face its pursuer. Upon glimpsing the tracker, the eerie blue flame within its eye sockets flickered momentarily, tilting its head in puzzlement. Then, as if coming to a realization, it casually tossed the now-dead goblin aside, sitting upright, and, as Zhao Huan approached, it opened its jaw slightly, exhaling a chilling aura while emitting a raspy growl. The skeletal horse exuded a faint, ghostly mist as it let out a prolonged howl and charged towards Zhao Huan. Witnessing the sudden advance of the foe, Zhao Huan's expression turned grave, yet he remained composed. With a flick of his fingers, he launched a monster card towards the skeletal knight. One card flew directly towards its skull, transforming into a mass of purple slime that splattered against its face. Seizing the moment of distraction, the merman hunter hurled a frost net, which unfurled mid-air, enveloping the skeletal knight with an icy chill. Observing the unfolding scenario, the goblin warrior let out a thunderous roar and charged at the enemy. Despite the purple slime obscuring its vision, the skeletal knight, as if endowed with supernatural perception, hurled its spear skyward, striking the frost net and entangling it. Simultaneously, it maneuvered its skeletal steed to evade the goblin warrior's assault, delivering a kick that sent the goblin flying. Extending its bony claw, the knight grasped the purple toxic slime and squeezed with all its might. Boom! The purple toxic slime erupted violently, releasing a torrent of noxious fumes. The viscous liquid splattered upon the skeletal horse's bones, producing a sizzling sound, while the toxic mist and ghostly fog intertwined, gradually dissipating. The skeletal knight, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, found itself in dire straits. It had intended to crush the feeble slime, only to be met with an unexpected detonation. Its cranial cavity filled with corrosive fluid, eroding its skull, while the soul fire flickered violently, causing its entire form to tremble. Zhao Huan's eyes brightened at the sight, and he hurled his final monster card at the skeletal knight's head, then spurred his chocobo to charge forward in pursuit. Huh! The skeletal knight emitted a low growl, its body enveloped in a surge of ghostly energy, which melted away the corrosive liquid filling its skull and rapidly healed its wounds. The soul fire flared with rage. Yet before it could react, a gleaming treasure chest monster materialized before it, snapping its jaws wide with a mouthful of steel teeth. Having learned from a prior encounter, the skeletal knight swiftly raised its arm to deflect the attack, narrowly avoiding having its head bitten off. However, with a crunch, the treasure chest monster managed to chomp off half of its right arm. Upon landing, the treasure chest monster extended its 8 long legs and scuttled away like a spider. The skeletal knight turned its mount around to pursue, but Zhao Huan, riding alongside on his chocobo, swung his soul-devouring great sword towards the skeletal horse's thigh. With a resounding thud, the skeletal horse tilted dangerously as it nearly collapsed. After striking its leg, Zhao Huan swiftly distanced himself. The skeletal knight, glancing sideways, noticed the merman hunter dragging the frost net into the underbrush, vanishing from sight. The treasure chest monster, lurking at a distance, continued to crunch its way through the writhing skeletal arm. The goblin warrior, attempting to sneak up from behind the skeletal knight for an ambush, was again sent flying by a kick from the limping skeletal horse. Turning its gaze towards Zhao Huan, the skeletal knight's soul fire burned with intensity, its jaw rattling as if uttering curses. After surveying the horizon for a moment, it let out a long sigh. In Zhao Huan's bewildered gaze, the soul fire within the knight's cranial cavity suddenly extinguished, scattering along with the skeletal horse into a pile of bones. Chapter 99, The Watchful Knight's Spear. Just as the battle had reached a fever pitch and the knight had not even unleashed its ultimate attack, it suddenly succumbed? Something must be amiss. This creature was undoubtedly feigning death. You go and probe it, Zhao Huan commanded the goblin warrior. The goblin warrior discarded the remnants of its palm-sized turtle shell, groaning as it got back on its feet. Upon hearing Zhao Huan's order, it wasted no time in charging forward, thrusting its wooden spear recklessly into the heap of bones below. Seeing that the skull of the skeletal knight had been thoroughly pierced, yet it did not rise to retaliate against the goblin warrior, Zhao Huan began to suspect that it had indeed passed away. As he instructed the goblin warrior to cease its actions, his mind was awash with confusion and speculation. Observing the foul-mouthed demeanor of the skeletal knight moments ago, could it be that I have infuriated it to death? All I did was hurl a lump of excrement at its visage, sever one of its arms, and hack off a leg from its steed. While it may seem somewhat lacking in martial ethics, in this day and age, who engages in one-on-one duels when one can partake in a collective assault? Upon encountering an adversary, it is only sensible to charge in together. To grant the enemy a chance for a one-for-one exchange when one clearly has the upper hand is nothing short of folly. I can't shake the feeling that this skeleton is peculiar. Perhaps I should dig a grave for it. Who's to say if it is truly a watchful knight? Initially intending to casually excavate a pit to bury the skeletal knight, Zhao Huan hesitated after a couple of digs. Recalling the sigh of the knight as it neared its demise, after a moment's pause, he inquired of the chocobo, which was diligently clawing at the ground while pecking at insects. Is that direction the place we first arrived? The chocobo tilted its head in contemplation before vigorously nodding. Cluck! Could that edifice be the ancestral home of the watchful knight? Zhao Huan mused, ordering the chocobo and the goblin warrior to cease their digging. He collected the skeletal knight and its steed, ensuring not a single bone was left behind, and placed them into the body of a treasure chest monster. Transforming the soul-devouring greatsword into a pair of gloves, Zhao Huan mounted the chocobo and pointed his rusted lance forward. Chocobo knight, charge! Cluck! Boss, it's not this way. Cough. I am aware. Isn't it better to take a longer route to battle a few more monsters and earn some evolution points? Never mind. Since you're in such a hurry, let us return directly to the ruins of the building. The chocobo tilted its head. Cluck. Several hours later, Zhao Huan rode back to the ruins atop the chocobo. With a flick of his wrist, he cast aside the corpse of a jackal as if discarding trash. One must admit, parading the remains of foes indeed instills a sense of exhilaration. After some time, he unearthed a stone slab from the ground, deepening and enlarging the pit he had created. Summoning the treasure chest monster, he deposited the bones of the skeletal knight and steed within, placed the rusted greatsword inside, covered it with soil, and erected a mound for the grave. Using the excavated stones as a gravestone, he inscribed the words burial site of the watchful knight onto it with the soul-devouring greatsword, albeit somewhat crookedly. Being an alien, it seems it cannot comprehend these characters. It was only after finishing the gravestone that Zhao Huan suddenly recalled this detail. At that moment, the entire world was abruptly engulfed in darkness. It appeared that stability had been achieved. Before losing consciousness entirely, Zhao Huan gazed at the sky and murmured, "Trial successful. Evolution points obtained, 355. Current evolution points, 390. Trial rewards acquired. White monster card, 3 goblins. Green monster card, wilderness lynx. Gray equipment card, wilderness wooden spear. Special reward obtained. Consumption card, gift of the watchful knight. Trial dream rebirth in progress. Estimated time, 160 hours. Class level increased. All attributes 1. Zhao Huan opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. Aside from various news notifications, there were no messages or special alerts. What could the gift of the watchful knight be? Rubbing his fingers together, he revealed a card with a purple border. The center depicting a grand golden treasure chest adorned with a shield-shaped emblem, inscribed with the image of a creature resembling a scorpion-tailed lion. Consumption card, gift of the watchful knight. In gratitude for your assistance, the watchful knight has placed some treasures within this chest. I trust you as far as I can throw you. My head is bashed in, and yet it expresses its thanks. Thanking my ancestors is more like it. Although he grumbled, Zhao Huan swiftly leapt from his bed, rushed to the bathroom to brush his teeth, and meticulously scrubbed himself from head to toe. Upon exiting, he even bowed thrice before the wall-mounted Lucky Cat painting. Regardless of the circumstances, a necessary ritual must be observed before drawing significant rewards. While it is said that wealth does not alter fate, and mysticism cannot save the damned, one can never be too careful. Facing the east, he raised the card high, chanting, "As the sun rises, may auspicious energy flow from the east, blessings as vast as the eastern sea, grant me resurgence." The card shattered, exploding into a brilliant cascade of golden light, coalescing on the floor into a colossal golden treasure chest. Cough. I hope this thing doesn't suddenly snap open and bite me. The aftermath of raising a treasure chest monster has led Zhao Huan to view chests with the same apprehension one might have when encountering a stranger walking a dog on the street, fearing that the creature might take a sudden dislike to him. Feigning calmness, he extended his hand and slowly opened the chest lid. There was no dazzling gold nor legendary treasures. Inside the enormous golden chest lay only 3 cards. What the heck? Just a few cards? Why the need for such a large chest? Couldn't they have just used a small box like a novice reward? Zhao Huan complained as he retrieved the 3 cards from the chest. As the cards were removed, the golden treasure chest dissipated into shimmering light. Lowering his gaze to the cards in his hand, the first one that caught his eye was a knightly lance gleaming with chilling radiance. Purple equipment card, Watchful Knight's Lance. Crafted by the original Watchful Knight, this lance has absorbed the beliefs and strength of generations of knights throughout its legacy. Attack, 3080. Defense, 5050. Guardian, The Watchful Knight's lance possesses protective power, enhancing the lance's durability. The wielder enters the knight's armor state, gaining 10 physical defense and 5 magical resistance. If the wielder is a knight, the effect of the knight's armor is doubled. Faith. The knight's unwavering faith solidifies the wielder's will, providing reinforcement against mental or emotional spells. If the wielder is a knight, they can cast Unyielding Faith 3 times, temporarily strengthening their will and that of nearby allies for a duration relative to the knight's personal strength. Courage. The wielder of the lance receives 10 strength and 5 constitution. If the wielder is a knight, these bonuses are doubled, and they may activate the courage aura, granting themselves and nearby allies additional strength and constitution. The range, attribute bonuses, and effectiveness of the courage aura correlate with the knight's individual might. Chapter 100, Equipment Fusion Stone. Did I truly strike gold? Observing the attributes of the Watchful Knight's lance, Zhao Huan exclaimed with delight. A wooden spear with 13 attack could slay, and 3080 attack surely could pierce through a concrete wall with ease, perhaps even a steel plate. As for the 80 defense, that must pertain to the lance's durability. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test its resilience with the soul-devouring sword. Zhao Huan then turned his attention to the next card. A belt? Green consumption card, Knight's Reins. Crafted from tanned hides, a tool used by knights to control and guide their mounts. Consuming the Knight's Reins allows qualifying beast-type monster cards to acquire the mounted trait. Monster cards with the mounted trait can be equipped and linked to certain humanoid monster cards. Mounted trait monster cards inherently possess a vehicle, making them easier to ride. Note: green-grade Knight's Reins can only be used on green quality or lower monster cards. Is the reins intended for use with the Knight's Lance? However, it is worth noting that not all riders are knights. They could equally be drivers or monks. With only a few monster cards at hand, both the merman and the goblin can be classified as humanoid cards. The first candidates for suitable mounts would exclude the venomous slime and the treasure chest monster. The swift chocobo undoubtedly stands out as the most fitting steed. Riding it without any equipment is already a delightful experience, and one can only imagine the exhilaration with added gear. Without the Knight's Lance, Zhao Huan would certainly have utilized the Knight's Reins on the chocobo. Yet, considering the Knight's Lance, it would be most advantageous to bind a beast with the ability to mount to the Goblin Warrior. Perhaps with a mount, the Goblin Warrior could trigger all effects of the Knight's Lance. Riding the chocobo would greatly facilitate Zhao Huan's navigation through the polluted zones and trial dreams, unless absolutely necessary. He would be reluctant to let a monster use it. As Zhao Huan contemplated, his gaze settled upon the final card. Green consumption card, Equipment Refinement Stone. A magical item typically employed by forgers to refine materials, repair equipment damage, or smelt discarded gear to extract useful materials. You can now consume this item to merge multiple useless equipment cards into a new equipment card. A green-grade Equipment Refinement Stone can convert up to 23 equipment cards of green quality or lower into a new equipment card. Note: the equipment card produced by the Refinement Stone may be superior or inferior. It is advisable to use equipment cards with similar attributes for the conversion. A gambler's treasure? Zhao Huan momentarily froze. A flood of unpleasant memories from past gaming experiences surged forth. A gambler should not be reckless. He shook his head, then with a flick of his left hand, removed all equipment cards from his possession, except for the rusty thief's dagger. Among them was one card he had just received as a reward from the trial. Gray equipment card, Wilderness Wooden Spear. A simple weapon crafted from wood. Its actual combat capability is hardly distinguishable from a stick picked up off the ground. Attack 0-1. Defense 11. A standard long-handled weapon. Indeed, as expected of a gray card, it could rival the fishbone spear. Zhao Huan nodded, examining the equipment card, when suddenly, a realization struck him. How fortuitous. The fishbone spear, the sea turtle shell, and the coral staff are all marine products, rewards from the same trial dream, and each is either fragile or cracked. Although he was uncertain about their compatibility, there was undoubtedly a high affinity among these 3 pieces of equipment, just as the fishbone spear had been entirely phased out. The coral staff was temporarily useless, and the sea turtle shell, a shield prone to breaking, was utterly worthless. Even a mere lid would serve better. Alternatively, perhaps the 3 long-handled weapons have better compatibility? However, producing another spear seems futile, so be it. Muttering to himself, Zhao Huan focused his thoughts. And the Equipment Refinement Stone, in his right hand, erupted in a dazzling blaze, transforming into a swirling vortex of flames that engulfed the fishbone spear, sea turtle shell, and coral staff. After absorbing the 3 cards, the flame vortex morphed into a fireball, initially expanding dramatically before rapidly shrinking to the size of his palm. As the flames dissipated, a new equipment card emerged, shimmering as it flew back into Zhao Huan's hand. Blue equipment card, Fish Spike Turtle Shield. A magical shield forged from deep-sea materials. Although it is a shield, it possesses formidable offensive capabilities, capable of inflicting significant damage to enemies in unexpectedly aggressive manners. Attack 315. Defense 515. Magic power 35. Unstable spike shield. The fish spike turtle shield is covered with sharp fish spikes, inflicting considerable piercing damage upon impact with enemies. When struck, the spikes may break off, launching in any direction ahead of the shield. Explosive water shield. Upon entering battle, the fish spike turtle shield will automatically release a water shield spell, enveloping the shield's body to enhance its sturdiness and hydrate the wielder's body, increasing resistance to fire and water spells until the shield's energy is exhausted. When subjected to a significant blow that shatters the shield, any remaining energy transforms into a varying number of high-speed water projectiles attacking enemies. Explosive launch shield. The wielder can throw the fish spike turtle shield, which will explode upon hitting an enemy or obstacle, scattering shield fragments, sharp fish spikes, and high-speed water projectiles in all directions. Note: shield bearers are advised to stand at the forefront, avoiding positions behind teammates to prevent accidental harm. Standard shield. A shield that can double as a grenade is undoubtedly explosive. While it may appear somewhat peculiar, acquiring a blue-quality equipment card renders this round of refinement exceedingly successful. As a water-based magical item that also replenishes the body, it seems quite suitable for a merman hunter. Nonetheless, Zhao Huan sensed that the fisherman might find the shield cumbersome, discarding it upon entry, and the merman hunter does not appear to be suited for a meat shield role. He would consider that later. For now, he would check if the goblin warrior had the potential to become a knight. Zhao Huan shook his head slightly and retrieved the other 2 cards he had just acquired. White monster card, 3 goblins. Could these 3 goblins be considered a comeback card? Observing the card depicting 3 mischievous green-skinned figures, Zhao Huan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shifting his gaze to the other card. Green monster card, wilderness lynx. A predator that roams the wild, adept at ambush and surprise attacks. Stealthy, the wilderness lynx moves with agility and makes almost no sound while in action. When shrouded in shadows or dim environments, it passively gains a concealment effect, becoming difficult to detect as it moves slowly and gradually entering an invisible state when completely still. Keen senses. The wilderness lynx possesses acute hearing and a decent sense of smell, allowing it to detect the movements of prey and foes promptly. Chapter 101. Fusion Evolution. Goblin Wilderness Knight. With a thought, the knight's reins transformed into a green radiance, flowing into the wilderness lynx. As the glow faded, the card depicting the wilderness lynx bore a set of leather gear. The card's attributes now also included a riding capability, taking out the goblin warrior. Zhao Huan linked it with the wilderness lynx. He watched as the wilderness lynx rapidly shrank, occupying the lower left corner of the goblin warrior card. Subsequently, the imagery on the card swiftly transformed, depicting the goblin warrior riding atop the wilderness lynx, one hand grasping the reins while the other stroked the lynx's neck. His expression one of excitement. Green combination monster card, goblin cavalry, wilderness lynx. As anticipated, Zhao Huan harbored this expectation deep within, whether in polluted areas or illusionary rifts. Many humanoid monsters indeed possess the ability to tame and ride beasts. Among them, the goblin variants have the most diverse mounts, ranging from wild boars, lions, giant eagles, to crocodiles, creatures that soar through the skies, run across the ground, or swim through waters, all bearing various forms. One wonders how those impoverished green-skinned creatures, barely able to feed themselves, manage to persuade such beasts to follow them. Zhao Huan shook his head, equipping the Watchman Knight's lance onto the card. The cavalry and the knight are fundamentally different species, likely incapable of fulfilling the conditions to trigger the lance's attributes. As the moment of connection between the Watchman Knight's great gun and the goblin cavalry occurred, the card suddenly erupted, transforming into a swirling mass of colorful orbs of light. Card fusion in progress. The goblin cavalry, wilderness lynx, resonates with the Watchman Knight's great gun, merging into a new card. What? Huh? Zhao Huan was momentarily taken aback as he witnessed the luminous orbs coalesce into a brand new card that fell to the ground. The goblin remained the same, yet now wielded a metallic great gun, its demeanor significantly altered. Card fusion complete. Special blue monster card, Goblin Wilderness Knight. A formidable hybrid creature born from the fusion of the Watchman Knight's legacy and the Goblin Cavalry. LV1. Knight's Legacy. The Goblin Wilderness Knight has inherited the Watchman Knight's great gun and activated its abilities. It can no longer equip other weapon-type cards. Guardian. The Goblin Wilderness Knight and its steed gain the Knight's armor state, with a physical defense of 20 and magical resistance of 10. Faith. The Goblin Wilderness Knight possesses unwavering resolve, capable of casting 3 times of the sun's steadfast faith, temporarily enhancing the willpower of allies within a 20-meter radius for 5 minutes. Valiance. The Goblin Wilderness Knight gains an enhancement of 20 in strength and 10 in constitution, along with a Valiance aura that grants allies within a 30-meter radius a boost of 5 in strength and 5 in constitution. When allied goblins are affected by the Valiance aura, they also enter a frenzy state, gaining 2 in strength, 1 in constitution, significant reduction in pain perception, and heightened combat spirit. Wilderness Hunter. Although the Goblin Wilderness Knight is not adept at long-distance pursuits, it possesses formidable explosive power, enabling it to swiftly chase prey or evade danger. The Goblin Wilderness Knight can conceal itself in darkness to ambush foes or stealthily approach from behind in dim environments for a surprise attack. Overwhelming numbers. When the allied forces outnumber the enemy, the Goblin Wilderness Knight receives a slight attribute boost. Knight's Battle Song. The Goblin Wilderness Knight has a fondness for music. Upon hearing stirring melodies during battle, it enters an excited state, gradually gaining increasing attribute enhancements. Split in 2. When the Goblin Wilderness Knight falls in battle, the Wilderness Lynx loses the Knight's great gun state, remaining on the field to continue fighting with its own strength. If the Wilderness Lynx perishes, the Goblin Wilderness Knight will lose some of its power, but will remain to fight on. Knightly Unity. Should either the Goblin Wilderness Knight or its steed fall in battle, upon being recalled, they will enter a card damage state. Feeble. Although supported by the power of the Knight's great gun, the Goblin has successfully evolved into the Wilderness Knight, yet due to its inherently frail constitution, if it engages in full-force combat for more than 10 minutes, it will enter a weakened state, with strength reduced to 50 and constitution to 30, requiring rest or a 1-hour recall for the state to dissipate. Upgrading the card level can extend the duration of full-force combat and mitigate the effects of the weakened state. If the card quality is elevated to purple, this characteristic will be removed. Poor horsemanship. The Goblin Wilderness Knight lacks proficiency in riding. One hand must grip the reins to control the steed and stabilize its body, preventing the use of shields or other items. This characteristic will be removed upon card enhancement. Class level increased. All attributes 1. Initially, upon seeing such an extensive list of card attributes, Zhao Huan remarked that this transformation was akin to upgrading from a bird's gun to a cannon, suddenly becoming extraordinarily powerful. Upon noticing the Knight's Battle Song trait, he muttered in jest about the creature's desire to sing, even wishing to listen to music during combat. He contemplated the impracticality of bringing a sound system into the polluted zones and trial dreams, but thought of assembling a cheerleading squad with the 3 goblins at hand. Perhaps they could learn some vocal techniques, with one as the lead singer and the others as instruments. Goblin-style rap would surely resonate with the Wilderness Knight. If they couldn't master vocal techniques, while the trial dreams were out of the question, in the polluted zones, he could equip them with flutes, swanas, or eris to form a goblin folk band, igniting the Wilderness Knight's spirit. After all, the combat prowess of the 3 goblins was negligible, aside from being sacrificial pawns. They could only serve as cheerleaders. To his surprise, at the bottom of the card, there were 2 negative states, feeble and poor horsemanship. Poor horsemanship was manageable, but feeble? What was the difference from being weak? Just 10 minutes in, once the band started to heat up, with the swanas sound reaching a crescendo, it would be a shame to suddenly falter. What band could endure such a fate? Zhao Huan estimated that the attributes of the pre-fusion goblin warrior were slightly above that of a novice warrior, with strength likely just over 30. With the Knight's great guns enhancement, it would amount to just over 50, around the average level of a fully leveled novice warrior. The emergence of the weakened state would swiftly reduce it to a level comparable to an ordinary goblin. Perhaps the goblin warrior's frail constitution made it overly ambitious to be a blue-quality card. 10 minutes was typically sufficient for a skirmish. He could then spend a few days in the verdant forest to enhance his level and gauge how much endurance could be improved. The merchant's golden tooth would take another 2 days to retrieve, and there was no news about the colorful mushrooms for now. Zhao Huan's gaze was fixed on the card in his hand, pondering how to arrange the upcoming days when his phone suddenly pinged with a message notification. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Zhang Daxuan. A joint exploration task? Wasn't it said that plans for tasks wouldn't be released until next week? Why were they suddenly collaborating with other exploration teams? Chapter 102. The Clue of the Magic Rainbow Gold. Zhao Huan replied to the message. Weren't you all planning to slack off for a few more days and start tasks next week? Zhang Daxuan quickly responded. You know about the new type of spatial fixed base station released by the Dongwang Research Institute, right? Yes. I've heard that the construction materials require a rare, otherworldly metal. Exactly. It's that metal called magic rainbow gold. A few days ago, someone brought back a copper ore from the Twilight Wilderness, which contains trace amounts of magic rainbow gold. The Special Affairs Bureau just issued an urgent task yesterday, requiring exploration teams to enter the Twilight Wilderness to eliminate monsters and collect plant and mineral samples for testing. Zhao Huan, having contemplated how to navigate the trial dreams yesterday, had neglected to follow the Special Affairs Bureau's updates. However, as he read Zhang Dashuan's message, a question arose in his mind. Why didn't the Special Affairs Bureau send their own personnel to investigate the site where the ore was discovered and instead task the exploration teams? That copper ore was retrieved from a wandering kobold, and no one knew where it had mined the ore from. Understood. When do we depart? 3 days from now. Everyone needs to prepare. Many exploration teams received their tasks yesterday and have already set off. The faster ones might have already reached the Twilight Wilderness by now, which is perfect for them to scout ahead. You're quite bold. By then, they might have already explored all the safe areas. But 3 days from now, I should be able to retrieve the goblin merchant's golden tooth. And perhaps I can even let it roam a bit. Zhao Huan muttered to himself while typing a response to Zhang Dashuan. Very well, please pick me up then. Just after sending the message, another notification popped up on my phone. The message read, the poisonous mushrooms you requested are ready for collection. Additionally, the price of the black gem has surged. It now costs 200,000. What the hell? Why has the price of shadow gems increased again? Which unscrupulous merchant is manipulating the market? Outside the Soared biotechnology building, within an inconspicuous car parked by the roadside, a voice of complaint suddenly broke the silence. The shadow magic crystals are inherently rare. When someone begins to purchase them in bulk, price fluctuations are to be expected. Another voice chimed in, sounding considerably more composed. Most people have no use for these, aside from a few research institutions that apply them in limited quantities. The number of individuals in Dongchuan City utilizing shadow gems can be counted on one hand, then simply by less. If it weren't for your laziness in taking the elevator and opting for shadow leaps to descend, your stock of shadow gems wouldn't dwindle so quickly. But they are so impressive. We are breakthrough seekers. Have you not noticed the fervent gazes of those admirers when I take the elevator? Then pray tell, when will you return the money you borrowed last month, handsome? Cough. What exactly has Wang Jiuzhe done to arouse Lin Shen's suspicions regarding his connections to demon worshippers? Prompting us to monitor him? Don't change the subject. Return the money quickly. We've been following him for 2 days now without any signs of abnormality. Who knows? Perhaps as soon as we left the Special Affairs Bureau, he received word and realized he was being watched. Surely not. This order came directly from Lin Shen. How could anyone else know? If that were the case, my shadow mist would have been wasted. Perhaps we should withdraw. But you might save some resources. Rest assured, Lin Shen will reissue the task order, and all expenses can be reimbursed through official accounts. Oh, and what of your bird? Isn't it soaring high above? Meanwhile, within the Soared biotechnology building, Wang Jiuzhe stood before a one-way transparent glass window, gazing at the dark specks hovering in the sky. Breakthrough seekers, huh? What did the demon priest say? When will the new demon statue be delivered? His assistant promptly replied in a hushed tone. The demon priest mentioned that a batch of demon worshippers has arrived at the Twilight Wilderness, and the demon statue is in their possession. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiuzhe furrowed his brow. The Twilight Wilderness? How could it be so swift? That scoundrel clearly intends to exploit our efforts to open a demon rift in Dongchuan City. The demon priest indicated that the demon worshippers plan to establish a base at the edge of the Lake City ruins and require our assistance in terms of supplies. Wang Jiuzhe pondered gravely for a moment before responding, agree to their request. But won't that be too perilous? If these ruffians gain a foothold outside Dongchuan City, it may pose a threat to us in the future. His assistant cautiously warned. Wang Jiuzhe scoffed, they are merely a pack of rats. If they truly possessed any capability, they wouldn't have caused such a ruckus in Chiua City only to end up being scattered by the Special Affairs Bureau. Because of that wretched statue, we have already drawn Lin Xingfeng's suspicion. It's perfect for the demon worshippers to divert the Bureau's attention. However, exercise caution when delivering supplies, if necessary. We can contact headquarters to deploy some covert operations. The assistant nodded. The Twilight Wilderness seems to have revealed traces of magical rainbows, and the Special Affairs Bureau has issued an urgent task. Numerous exploration teams are preparing to venture into the Twilight Wilderness. The proximity of the Lake City ruins allows us to disguise ourselves as explorers to deliver the supplies. How fortuitous. Moreover, the board of directors is somewhat dissatisfied with our recent task completion efficiency. Those old fossils, seeking eternal life yet unwilling to take risks, masquerading under the guise of researching awakening potions while engaging in their absurd endeavors, believing they can deceive anyone. The other families in Dongchuan City have merely been biding their time to see if they can produce results. Regardless of the outcome, these old-timers will undoubtedly be held accountable. Having lived for so long, they fail to grasp such a simple matter. These old geezers won't last much longer. We can easily placate them without investing too much thought. Wang Jiuzhe remarked disdainfully. The assistant hesitated to speak further, but ultimately said nothing, nodding before departing. Wang Jiuzhe gazed out at the sky, a fervent smile gradually forming on his face. A new era shall inevitably dawn, and all obstacles shall be crushed and obliterated. Chapter 103. This is still a rubbish king. Crush them. Annihilate them. As the massive, muscular goblin chief raised his weapon and let out a thunderous roar from atop the platform, the tribe of hundreds of goblins erupted into a frenzy. Their eyes glowing red as they danced and shouted in a frenzied cacophony. Amidst this chaotic scene, a goblin known as Half-Ear blended in with his kin. Holding a mud-covered wooden staff, swaying precariously like a reed in the wind, rolling his eyes, and emitting a feeble buzz akin to a mosquito. Due to the goblin's poverty and madness, after a skirmish, the spoils are often insufficient for repairs and medicinal expenses. Encountering rare mutated species could lead to disastrous outcomes. The risks far outweigh the rewards. Typically, exploration teams entering the Twilight Wilderness would steer clear of the greenskin territory to avoid entanglement with these lunatics. However, this time is different. The Special Affairs Bureau's task explicitly calls for the exploration of the entire Twilight Wilderness. Explorers can exchange the heads of high-level mutated goblins for rewards at the Bureau, making the extermination of goblin tribes a lucrative endeavor. Many explorers have long harbored grievances against these bothersome green-skinned creatures, seizing this opportunity to settle old scores. Additionally, with a multitude of exploration teams venturing into the Twilight Wilderness, it is easy to form temporary alliances with several teams that seem favorable, thereby minimizing the risk of mishaps. Unbeknownst to the goblins, these humans were well prepared. All they knew was that these humans had suddenly grown bold enough to invade goblin territory. They must be exterminated, devoured until nothing remains. Their skulls fashioned into trophies to exhibit the goblin chief's strength and authority. Foolish, having witnessed firsthand how humans slaughter goblin tribes. Half-Ear gazed apathetically at the increasingly confident goblin chief atop the platform, secretly contemplating his next move. This fool is unlikely to return alive. I must consider where to find a new leader. But before leaving, I need to reclaim what was taken from me. This goblin chief, of unknown variety, has an obsession with hoarding wealth. When Half-Ear approached, hoping to leverage his status as a spellcaster for sustenance, he unexpectedly found himself robbed of his bag containing magical crystals. Fortunately, Half-Ear had the foresight to cover his crystal staff in mud, rendering it indistinguishable from the roots he scavenged, thus preserving it. Only later did Half-Ear realize that the goblin spellcasters of this tribe had long fled due to their aversion to the greedy goblin chief. Yet he had willingly walked into this den of thieves. At that moment, with a command from the goblin chief, all goblins surged forth from their lair, brimming with fury. With a furtive movement, Half-Ear scampered a few steps, blending into the edge of the throng, and then pretended to trip over some debris. Tumbling to the ground while clutching his foot and rolling about in apparent agony, eventually concealing himself behind a heap of clutter. Only when the horde of goblins had retreated to a considerable distance did he emerge, brushing off his backside. Scattered across the den were numerous fallen goblins. As Half-Ear reappeared, the seasoned goblins among them began to rise lazily, seeking out comfortable spots to bask in the sunlight. Unperturbed, Half-Ear nonchalantly gripped his staff and ambled toward the dwelling of the goblin chief. En route, he spotted a green-skinned goblin prone on the ground, its body marked with the imprints of numerous footsteps. Half-Ear mused to himself how convincingly this brother feigned death. However, given that the goblin chief had long since departed, why was this creature still lying there motionless? A gentle nudge with his foot beckoned it to rise. When it failed to respond, Half-Ear turned it over only to discover the goblin's face twisted in agony, blood seeping from its orifices. It had indeed been trampled to death. Half-Ear scoffed, initially assuming this goblin was a formidable foe, only to realize it was a pitiful weakling. How had it survived to such an age if it could be so easily crushed? Outside the goblin chief's abode, a goblin warrior squatted, its face contorted in a menacing glare as it barked at Half-Ear. "Get, you cowardly imbecile!" It snarled. "I've got something to show you." With a smile, Half-Ear produced from the mud that cloaked the tip of his staff a stainless steel multi-tool. With a gentle press, a blade sprang forth, and with a deft flick of his wrist, it transformed into scissors, an impressive display that left the goblin warrior dumbfounded. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat surged beside his head. Sensing danger, he turned to see the dirt upon his staff cracking, radiating a blinding red light. Boom! A fireball, the size of a clenched fist, struck the goblin warrior squarely in the face. The warrior emitted a half-hearted scream before Half-Ear plunged the multi-tool, now a dagger, deep into its neck. The slothful goblins nearby glanced up, momentarily puzzled by the commotion, but, upon realizing it was merely a scuffle among their own, breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their languid repose. remembering he had yet to eat that day. One of them idly plucked a handful of wild grass and popped it into his mouth. What's this odd taste? He wondered. Which scoundrel has urinated here? After dispatching the goblin warrior, Half-Ear surveyed the area, noting that the lounging goblin seemed oblivious to the chaos, allowing him a moment of respite as he ventured straight into the goblin chief's lair. Before him lay a chaotic assemblage of rusted swords, a small iron pot with a gaping hole at the bottom, and an array of unidentifiable metal rods. Gazing upon this mountain of junk, Half-Ear's understanding of the goblin chief's utter foolishness deepened. As he rummaged through the refuse, he reclaimed his belongings that had been pilfered. Additionally, thanks to his sensitivity to magical energies, he unearthed a few magical gems and crystals. Half-Ear initially intended to stow everything in a single leather pouch for easy transport. However, recalling how the goblin chief had seized his entire bag upon entry into this dilapidated place, he reconsidered. He quickly fashioned a few ragged strips of cloth as makeshift decorations, concealing the gems and crystals within before hastily escaping the goblin den. After an hour or so, a group of blood-soaked humans burst into the goblin lair, ruthlessly slaughtering the panicked goblins attempting to flee. Some ventured into the goblin chief's quarters, only to discover it was merely a pile of scrap metal. What the hell? This is just a heap of junk. Chapter 104, Mushroom Soup and Golden Teeth. Achoo! The goblin scavenger's nose twitched, and with a powerful sneeze, blood sprayed from his nostrils and mouth, splattering onto the kitchen glass door. The goblin scavenger awakened from his stupor, unconcernedly wiping his nose, and looked down to behold a large pot of vividly colored soup, as if concocted from oil paints. The rainbow-hued mushroom meat soup bubbled and hissed, releasing tendrils of colorful smoke as the bubbles burst, filling the air with a rich aroma. With a spoonful brimming, he raised it to his lips and gulped it down in a single breath, sighing contentedly as his gaze grew hazy. A peculiar lewd grin spreading across his face. He appeared as if he had become intoxicated, or perhaps had ingested too many toxic mushrooms, the two states being virtually indistinguishable. Zhao Huan, garbed in 3 layers of masks and entwined with luminescent vines, sat by the window in the living room, basking in the sunlight. Observing the goblin scavenger's nose, mouth, and ears bleeding profusely, he hesitated, contemplating whether to apply the luminescent vines to the goblin or administer an antidote. Yet, the alluringly fragrant, colorful smoke wafting through the kitchen glass door's crack made him wary that if he released the vines, he might collapse on the floor instantly. Rather than attributing the goblin's bleeding to poison, it seemed more akin to the tumultuous aftermath of consuming a potent tonic, the pressure in its veins causing blood to spurt forth. Zhao Huan murmured softly, realizing that instead of worrying whether the goblin scavenger would perish, he ought to consider how to manage the toxic fumes once the enhancement ritual was complete. After consuming spoonful after spoonful, the goblin scavenger drank as if he were indulging in strong liquor, taking a considerable amount of time to finish the entire cauldron of toxic mushroom soup. Upon completion, his skin took on a faint green hue, reminiscent of having been coated in glow-in-the-dark powder. Zhao Huan quickly summoned him back to check the card information. Card enhancement complete, 13. Goblin scavenger has gained growth, strength 5, constitution 20, significantly increased resistance to toxins. Damage repair time remaining, 6 hours. It seemed that the enhancement rituals of the other 2 goblins had not yet concluded. For aside from the growth in physical attributes and a marked increase in toxin resistance, the goblin scavenger exhibited no other changes. Moreover, despite his intoxicated appearance, he had indeed been poisoned, necessitating a repair time of 6 hours. Was the enhancement of toxin resistance and such a boost in constitution meant to reduce the likelihood of the goblin scavenger succumbing to poison from indiscriminately consuming whatever he found? Or perhaps it was to enable him to stuff more things into his mouth. Zhao Huan speculated aloud, looking up at the room filled with toxic smoke. He chastised himself for not allowing the goblin scavenger to clear the air before returning. As for summoning him again, he thought better of it. Should a goblin merchant emerge instead, just a single inhalation might elevate him to the heavens, shattering the cards of the trio. With purification spray, charcoal, and a vacuum cleaner, Zhao Huan spent an entire afternoon clearing the noxious fumes from the house. Following that, he busied himself wiping down every surface. Thanks to the luminescent vines providing power, his body was not fatigued, but his mind was weary. Next time he attempted to enhance cards, he resolved to avoid doing it at home. Fortunately, the enhancement of the goblin merchant was far simpler. The following day, Zhao Huan retrieved the golden teeth from the jewelry store. Summoning the goblin merchant, he handed over the golden teeth. The goblin merchant's eyes lit up as he eagerly stuffed the golden teeth into his mouth. Zhao Huan was under the impression that it intended to perform the audacious act of replacing its own teeth, leaving him quite perplexed. The pain of a mere tooth extraction had nearly brought him to the brink of agony. How could it suddenly possess the extraordinary skill of changing teeth with its bare hands? Though it defied both scientific rationale and magical principles, one must acknowledge that it was a card monster, and thus, conventional reasoning was inadequate to comprehend its nature. Perhaps the process of card enhancement was indeed as peculiar as this. To his astonishment, the goblin merchant sank its teeth into the golden tooth, leaving a shallow imprint. "What on earth are you doing?" Zhao Huan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The goblin merchant looked back at him in confusion. "Gobo Guadis. I saw it on television. Aren't humans supposed to verify gold this way?" Zhao Huan's lips twitched in frustration. That method is employed by those lacking the skill to discern genuine gold with their eyes, hence the need for such verification. The goblin merchant scratched its head in contemplation. "Is that so? I rather enjoy this method of verification." Fortunately, due to the goblin merchant's diminutive strength, the overall shape of the golden tooth remained unscathed. Had it been bitten by a goblin scavenger, it would have likely required a return to the jeweler for reworking. Given the unreliability of the goblin merchant, Zhao Huan had no intention of replacing teeth, nor could he possibly take it to a dentist. Upon revisiting the card enhancement ritual, Zhao Huan realized he had complicated matters unnecessarily. The authenticity and suitability of the tooth were inconsequential. Could he not simply provide it with a small 24K gold nugget? There was no explicit requirement to replace its teeth. Zhao Huan instructed the goblin merchant to hold the 24K pure gold incisor, summoning it back to transform into a card in his hand. Looking down, he observed the card featuring Goblin 3 Scoundrels, where the goblin merchant displayed a broad grin, its golden incisor gleaming brilliantly. Card enhancement completed. 23. Goblin merchant has grown. Intelligence 5, Spirit 20, Business negotiation influence significantly enhanced. Surprisingly, it was its intelligence and spirit that had increased. It was unfortunate that intelligence merely influenced magical power and spellcasting, failing to augment IQ. A few additional points in physique would have been far more practical. Zhao Huan muttered complaints under his breath, yet found himself inadvertently smiling in response to the goblin merchant's cheerful expression. Although the enhancement ritual required only the purity of the golden tooth, the card's image displayed the goblin merchant with a golden incisor bearing a shallow bite mark, its shape evidently unchanged. Had Zhao Huan provided a misshapen nugget of gold, it might have simply been pressed against the goblin merchant's gums. Had he known, he might have adorned the golden tooth with a lucky cat. Perhaps it would have attracted some fortune. Feeling a twinge of regret, Zhao Huan mused, occasionally succumbing to superstition. With two of the scoundrels enhanced, only the goblin thief, who hid behind its companions with a furtive gaze, remained. The thought of the goblin thief's low-grade black gemstone irked Zhao Huan. Just 2 days had passed, and the price of the black gemstone had surged from 200,000 to 230,000. The merchant Zhou Liaoshu claimed that someone was secretly acquiring shadow-type magical crystals on the market, causing the continual rise in black gemstone prices. If Zhao Huan were not in a hurry, he could wait a while before making a purchase. "I would wait, but alas, I am short on funds." Chapter 105. The Rift of Contamination. At the appointed time, Qian Mantang arrived in that conspicuous armored minibus to collect Zhao Huan from the Lichuan garden community. Zhao Huan boarded and greeted everyone. In addition to Zhang Dashuan and others he had previously met, there was a new face among them. Jing Ji, a robust young man with a cheerful smile, appeared to be of similar age to Zhao Huan, although they had never met. Zhao Huan had exchanged a few words with him in the exploration team's chat group. He was a level 9 novice warrior, fond of wielding dual swords in combat. A rather rare sight among warriors, with agility surpassing his strength. Zhao Huan placed his backpack on the back seat and sat behind the exploration team members, eavesdropping on their conversation. They seemed to be discussing the recent sudden increase in the severity of punishments for awakened individuals committing crimes. Cases that previously warranted mere imprisonment for a decade or so were now being escalated to death sentences. Perhaps this was a measure to deter the recent surge in criminal activities among the awakened. Things are actually much better than a few years ago. Before the firearm ban was lifted, those ruffians, emboldened by their abilities, acted like protagonists in a novel, committing all sorts of misdeeds. One of them chimed in. "TCH, do you think that sort of behavior has vanished? It has merely shifted from the open to the shadows. Recently, there was an abominable individual who used a magical item capable of mental manipulation to control the neighboring sisters, tormenting their poor father in front of them. That old man, advanced in age, ended up suffering disgrace at the end of his days." Zhao Huan suspected he had misheard. What nonsense is this? While most were indeed ruffians, some crimes did not warrant such harsh penalties. It felt inherently strange. Perhaps the higher-ups in Donchuan City believed that the Awaken's growing power was becoming increasingly unmanageable and sought to eliminate the rebellious elements to prevent future threats to their authority. How could the most powerful professionals not be members of the Special Affairs Bureau or working for influential family conglomerates? Zhao Huan pondered, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be that the laboratory was running low on materials from awakened individuals, prompting the city officials to surreptitiously revise the execution standards overnight? At that moment, Li Xiang, a level 9 apprentice warrior yet to ascend to the novice rank, could no longer contain his grievances. Those scoundrels hoard all the vital resources, preferring to let them rot in warehouses rather than distribute them to us. Otherwise, I might have already become a senior warrior. Brother, you're being a bit unreasonable. What resources would an apprentice warrior need to advance to the novice rank? It's merely your own laziness, Su Duojin retorted with a smile. What do you know? Those cleaners risk their lives entering the rifts to slay monsters. They have to turn over anything valuable they find. It's hardly fair to them, right, Zhao Huan? Zhao Huan paused for a moment. Well, it's not too bad. After all, the cleaners receive a salary from the Special Affairs Bureau and enjoy various benefits. They are effectively contractors, and it is reasonable for them to turn in the spoils from the rifts, especially since those items can be converted into bonuses for us. Li Xiang scoffed. Isn't it because the cleaners are weak that they can be easily manipulated? Those stronger professionals and better-treated boundary breakers face far more lenient restrictions from the Special Affairs Bureau. Zhao Huan chuckled inwardly, realizing that if conditions were truly that favorable, Li Xiang would have joined the Special Affairs Bureau. He merely found the risks associated with the rifts too daunting. Low-level rifts posed minimal danger, primarily inhabited by weak monsters, thus rarely resulting in catastrophic outcomes unless one was exceptionally unfortunate. Conversely, mid to high-level rifts were an entirely different matter, with high magical concentrations, intricate internal environments, formidable monsters, and cunning intelligence capable of employing ambush tactics and even military strategies. Entering mid to high-level rifts was akin to opening a surprise box. One could never ascertain the nature of the hidden dangers until the final moment. In contrast, while the risks in contaminated zones were substantial, with cautious conduct, most hazards could be anticipated and avoided. Furthermore, should circumstances become precarious in a contaminated zone, one could always turn back at any moment. However, in rifts, retreat was often not an option. As Zhao Huan pondered these thoughts, Qian Mantang, who was driving, suddenly shouted, "Look ahead. Could that be a spatial rift?" Everyone turned their gazes forward in unison. A vast expanse of purple lightning suddenly erupted on the roadway several hundred meters ahead, swirling wildly through the air. The atmosphere trembled violently, and horrifying waves of sound radiated outward, shattering the glass of vehicles along the road. Drivers either succumbed to instant unconsciousness or were gripped by excruciating headaches, clutching their heads and crying out in agony. Vehicles careened out of control, colliding with one another or veering off the road, and chaos ensued in an instant. At that moment, an unknown force distorted the space, tearing open a colossal rift. A bus, with its robust exterior, sustained only superficial damage amid the chaos, though some passengers were rendered unconscious by the sonic assault, while others groaned in pain, clutching their heads or injuries. Despite appearing somewhat tragic, most individuals were not gravely harmed. With prompt medical attention, their lives could generally be preserved. Unfortunately, this bus found itself unfortunate enough to be stationed adjacent to the spatial rupture. The reinforced shell of the bus was sliced in half, as if it were mere butter being cut by a knife. It was as though a portal to the abyss had opened on Earth, unleashing a cold, malevolent black mist that surged forth from the rift, swiftly dissipating into the surroundings. Countless screams of terror and despair were swallowed by the black fog, vanishing into silence. After a brief moment, a peculiar cacophony of howls emerged from within the mist. Goodness! This isn't just a spatial rift, it's a fissure of illusion. The surge of magical energy and contamination must be at least classified as B or a level. Qian Mantang bellowed, pulling the vehicle to a halt at the roadside corner, then turning to Zhang Daxuan. "Old Zhang, what do you propose we do?" "Speak nonsense." Zhang Daxuan had already donned his gear, exiting the vehicle as soon as it came to a stop. "Damn it, you incorrigible fool." Qian Mantang cursed under his breath. Yet he swiftly leapt from the driver's seat, seizing his axe and shield before following suit. With such severe contamination erupting, those near the fissure had likely succumbed to the taint, perishing or transforming into monsters. However, the strength of these creatures was generally not too formidable. Before the patrol team arrived, we needed to take action to control the situation and prevent further casualties. Lin Honglei, while retrieving her weapons and arrows from her backpack, explained the situation to Zhao Huan, fearing he might be confused. Zhao Huan nodded. After more than 2 years as a cleaner, he was relatively well-versed in these matters. However, although the Special Affairs Bureau required explorers and professionals to assist ordinary citizens whenever possible during extraordinary events, The choice to help ultimately rested on the explorer's conscience. As long as they did not exploit the chaos for nefarious purposes, the Bureau would not hold them accountable afterward. Evidently, the members of the middle-aged unemployment line exploration team seemed to possess a higher moral standard. Chapter 106. Who wouldn't envy a personal mount? Zhao Huan occupied a seat towards the back, and by the time he disembarked, Qian Mantang and Zhang Daxuan, both seasoned warriors, had already rushed off to rescue others. As he looked up, he noticed that the black mist emanating from the fissure appeared to be constrained, only able to spread within a 100-meter radius of the rift, unable to extend further. Just then, accompanied by eerie howls, the edges of the black mist roiled violently, and bizarre figures surged forth at astonishing speed. They wore clothing that was relatively intact, yet their bodies were dark and emaciated, resembling corpses drained of vitality by a soul-devouring sword. Their necks elongated several times, their heads twisted at grotesque angles, and their faces bore terrifying, maniacal grins. Their limbs mutated and contorted, with sharp bony protrusions sprouting at the joints, allowing them to scuttle across the ground like spiders, rushing toward the terrified survivors. These creatures clearly exhibit traits of undead beings. But do such undead monsters even exist in other realms? Li Xiang exclaimed, astonished. Su Duojin shrugged, who knows? Perhaps they have become localized. Aren't the monsters that have mutated from contamination often bizarre in form? Localized my foot. As numerous monsters burst forth from the mist, launching themselves at the nearest living beings. Some individuals brandished their personal weapons and firearms to retaliate, while others could only scream in panic, fleeing in terror, only to be overtaken and mauled by the faster-moving beasts. The group hurried to assist. At that moment, Zhao Huan posed an oddly irrelevant question. In such extraordinary circumstances, regulations like needing a permit to ride a chocobo and being limited to non-motorized lanes should temporarily be rendered void, right? Qian Xiaolin nodded. In a situation like this, even if you were riding a dragon into the sky, the Special Affairs Bureau and Air Traffic Control wouldn't hold you accountable afterward. I can't ride a dragon. Seems like you have a chocobo, huh? Zhao Huan chuckled. Believe it or not, I actually have one. With that, amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, he flicked his fingers, summoning a speedy chocobo into existence. Cuckoo. In the midst of their stunned silence, the large yellow bird turned its head, greeting them amiably. I'll introduce you later. Zhao Huan leapt onto the bird's back, giving it a gentle pat. The chocobo understood, springing into motion, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning as it dashed off. Watching the agile creature leap over the obstructing wreckage of vehicles, Zhao Huan sped away, prompting Qian Xiaolin to scream, he can even summon a chocobo. Su Duojin marveled, damn. A personal mount. Who wouldn't envy that? Li Xiang opened his mouth. That's truly impressive. Lin Honglei smiled. A summoner is indeed an enviable profession. But, isn't his role in the team more of a support? Why is he charging ahead alone? Jing Ji, looking puzzled, inquired. Well, even support roles have a desire to output. Besides, he isn't purely a support, Su Duojin suggested. Recalling Zhao Huan's trump card, a goblin warrior. Support isn't strictly support. Mounts aren't merely mounts. On the road, a bloodied man was fleeing with his unconscious wife on his back. Hearing the howls behind him, he anxiously turned his head. To his horror, a creature with a terrifying grin and bulging eyes was racing toward him. Startled, the man stumbled and fell to the ground, ignoring the pain coursing through him. He glanced back in panic. Seeing its prey fall, the creature's grin widened with manic excitement, its jaw stretching grotesquely to reveal a mouth full of sharp teeth. As it prepared to pounce on its quarry, with a resounding crash, something hurtled past the man, propelled by a fierce wind, crashing into the creature's body. The monster let out a shriek as it was sent flying several meters away, its head caving in and limbs twitching, clearly unable to rise again. The man widened his eyes, realizing that the object that had struck the creature was none other than the door of a nearby car, the metal exterior bearing a large, distinct claw print. At that moment, something else zipped past him. The man turned to see someone riding a yellow bird racing away, effortlessly kicking the grotesque head of the twitching monster as if it were a soccer ball. After a moment of stunned realization, I came to understand that it was either that individual or the large yellow bird that had vanquished the monster to save me. Hastily, I called out my heartfelt gratitude towards their retreating figure. Ku. Yes, he is expressing his thanks to you. Zhao Huan responded with a smile. Suddenly, a creature let out a ghastly shriek and lunged at the man and the bird. The chocobo stumbled, its body shifting abruptly, narrowly evading the monster. The steel greatsword transformed into a white streak, cleaving the creature in twain midair. Although it fell to the ground, it did not perish. Its lower half writhed in a frantic struggle while its upper half flipped over, its front claws clawing at the earth as it screeched menacingly at Zhao Huan. The shriveled intestines trailed behind it, leaving a gruesome path. They call it a revenant, yet it has no soul flame in its head, Zhao Huan muttered, directing the chocobo to turn back and crush the creature's skull beneath its foot. Qian Mantang and Zhang Dashuan stood guard outside the shroud of black mist, dispatching the creatures with swift strikes as if slicing through radishes. In mere moments, a considerable pile of monster remains, akin to diced radishes, had accumulated around them. Seeing that they faced no peril, Zhao Huan maneuvered the chocobo to pursue those monsters that were preying on the living. A child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, gazed vacantly at the sky, half of his body devoured by a creature of similar size clad in childish attire. Sensing movement behind it, the monster's head spun abruptly 180 degrees, its maw opening wide to emit a threatening roar. Bang! The steel greatsword flashed past, obliterating the monster's head in an instant. Zhao Huan, with an indifferent gaze, frowned at the newly formed nick on the blade. Indeed, it was time to replace my weapon. However, with hundreds or even thousands of mass-produced items, the quality was beginning to falter against Zhao Huan's prowess. As for the superior quality swords that cost tens of thousands, having grown accustomed to the soul-eating greatsword, he felt that the quality did not correspond with the price. Oh well, as I am merely a support, there is no need for me to wield such fine weaponry. I shall continue with the steel greatsword for the time being. What if the weapon proves inadequate in a life-or-death situation? When survival hangs in the balance, one must unveil all hidden cards and wield the soul-eating greatsword with reckless abandon. Would one truly hold back, hoping to retain the soul-eating in order to be reborn in another world? Chapter 107. Has the symbiotic vine flowered? A swarm of armed drones swiftly arrived, hovering in the sky and accurately blasting the heads off all the monsters. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Huan hurriedly rode the chocobo back to the armored minibus. It was uncertain whether any chocobos were officially registered in Dongchuan City. He hoped the drones would not mistake it for a monster and attack. He had refrained from summoning other card monsters, fearing that the goblin wilderness knights or the fisherman hunters might frighten the others, and also worried that the armed drones would swoop down and whisk them away. They were approaching a contaminated zone. It would not do for the main combatants to fall. As for the illusion rift, that was a matter for the breakthrough squad. Unrelated to Zhao Huan, the former pathfinder, the members of the exploration team gradually returned. Qian Mantang, with a rosy countenance, leaned against the vehicle door, feigning extreme weakness. I can't go on. I seem to be injured and on the verge of collapse. Zhao, quickly give me the symbiotic vine. Zhao Huan found himself both amused and exasperated. This old brother had just been robust as a minotaur while slaying monsters. Zhang Dashuan kicked Qian Mantang lightly. It's only a matter of having inhaled a bit too much ghostly energy. Hurry up and drive. The symbiotic vine 1T alleviate a ghostly infection. If you truly feel unwell, just drink a bottle of disease-curing potion. Heartless. Qian Mantang rolled his eyes. Lin Honglei, upon hearing this, expressed her surprise. With the concentration of ghostly energy so high in that black mist, how could old Qian, a mid-level warrior, become infected? Otherwise, how could everyone inside have transformed into those ghastly creatures so suddenly? It was also old Qian's own folly. He had been fighting outside, yet inexplicably ventured into the black mist. As they spoke, Zhang Dashuan seemed to recall something and turned to Qian Mantang. Did you see something in the black mist? Huh. Yes, I saw several lovely ladies beckoning to me, and I became quite dizzy, Qian Mantang explained, grinning, though the expression on his face suggested he was concealing something. No longer leaning against the vehicle door, he began to remove his gear, preparing to drive. The exploration team members exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat peculiar. Zhao Huan surmised that Qian Mantang might have seen a deceased loved one in the black mist's illusion, hence the odd mood. Brother Qian, do you prefer flower crowns or large floral tattoos? Huh. Qian Mantang was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Huan flicked his fingers, shooting the bright light vine toward Qian Mantang's left arm. Let it wrap around your left arm. It will be convenient for sunbathing and won't hinder your driving. A green luminescence swirled and transformed into a thick vine adorned with blooming yellow flowers, coiling around Qian Mantang's arm. Is this the symbiotic vine blooming? Qian Mantang exclaimed in astonishment. The others also displayed expressions of surprise. It can actually flower? Does that mean it can bear fruit? Can the fruits be consumed? I am more concerned about whether the fruits contain seeds to plant a symbiotic vine on everyone. Cough. It's not merely blooming. The symbiotic vine has evolved. It should now be called the bright light vine, enhancing its photosynthetic effects and gaining purifying abilities. However, I only know it can purify toxins. I am uncertain if it can eliminate ghostly infections, Zhao Huan hurriedly clarified. After hearing Zhao Huan's explanation, the others became even more intrigued. However, Zhao Huan's professional abilities were his personal privacy, making it inappropriate to delve deeper. Asking would only breed awkwardness, so they instead gathered to engage in light-hearted banter. Li Xiang remarked that the bright light vine would continue to grow thicker, eventually transforming into a vine dragon, capable of tossing the dragon aside with a mere slap. Su Duojin expressed a desire for the bright light vine to evolve into a humanoid form, perhaps becoming a flower fairy or an elven maiden. Qian Xiaolin suggested not to be so rigid about gender. Zhao Huan, the subject of their conversation, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing that these fellows might just drive off at any moment. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. I am about to accelerate. Whether it was the bright light vine providing too much energy or not, Qin Mantang appeared somewhat exhilarated. Zhao Huan worried about whether he might suddenly feel inspired to take the minibus soaring into the sky. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Dashuan suddenly turned to the others in the vehicle. When we merge with the other two exploration teams, let us not mention that Zhao Huan is a summoner. Just say he is a newly joined apprentice warrior. Qin Mantang questioned in confusion. Old Fong and his team are decent folks. There is no need to be deliberately cautious around them, is there? It's not about being cautious. However, if they discover Zhao Huan's unique profession, it will quickly spread. And soon other exploration teams will come seeking him. Zhao Huan's residence lacks confidentiality. It could become quite bothersome for him. As he spoke, sensing that his words might carry a hint of ambiguity, Zhang Dashuan turned to Zhao Huan to clarify. It's not that we're preventing you from interacting with other exploration teams, but the ranks of explorers are mixed. Many possess questionable intellects. What seems a normal refusal to some may be perceived as disdain, provoking enmity. Moreover, some individuals cannot abide another's success, viewing you as a thorn in their side. Currently, you lack sufficient self-defense capability. Excessive notoriety is not advantageous and may lead to underhanded schemes. Zhao Huan mused to himself that possessing a Goblin Wild's Knight for 10 minutes was not indicative of a complete lack of self-defense capabilities. However, Zhang Dashuan was not entirely incorrect. During his time as a cleaner, each foray into the Rift of Illusion had left Zhao Huan with a palpable sense of foreboding, necessitating constant vigilance against certain unpredictable individuals. The role of a cleaner was still under the scrutiny of the Special Affairs Bureau. But once an explorer ventured into the polluted zones, the absence of surveillance allowed for the potential liberation of one's darker impulses, transforming them into outlaws. Given that Zhao Huan currently had only a fleeting connection to a true man for 10 minutes, it was indeed prudent to maintain a low profile and develop his capabilities cautiously. Nevertheless, being discreet did not necessitate an abject submission. After all, having engaged in a few skirmishes in Donchuan City, the fact that he could summon monsters had likely already been captured on surveillance and uploaded to the Bureau's database. It was entirely possible that, at any moment, representatives from major corporations would arrive at his doorstep, attempting to entice him with an array of lucrative offers to join their exploration teams, perhaps out of concern that Zhao Huan might be poached by rival exploration teams. Li Xiang and others shifted the conversation from speculating whether Zhao Huan's summoned creatures would evolve into dragon-like monsters or bed warmers, to the sordid affairs within various exploration teams. They recounted tales of teams that delighted in exploiting newcomers, treating them as mere beasts of burden, only to cast them aside as cannon fodder in times of crisis. Some spoke of team leaders whose insatiable greed compelled them to extort various benefits from their subordinates. Others mentioned members who had a penchant for married women, luring unsuspecting wives into the polluted zones under false pretenses to indulge their desires. There were even teams that sought out charming young men like Zhao Huan. The most alarming aspect being that the members of those teams were exclusively male. Zhao Huan smirked, realizing that these individuals had gone off on a tangent, their narratives revealing too much about their own viewing habits. Chapter 108, Gathering of Exploration Teams. Upon arriving at Explorer Town, the middle-aged Unemployment Front exploration team reunited with two others that had arrived earlier, exchanging brief introductions of their newly joined members. As previously agreed, Zhao Huan was formally introduced as a trainee warrior with 2.5 years of combat experience. The two other teams were named the Money Leopard and the Swallowing Golden Toad. It was evident that they harbored aspirations of wealth, sounding far more ambitious than the rather lackluster name of the middle-aged Unemployment Front. Like their counterparts, the members of these two teams were comprised of warriors and archers, resulting in a fairly even distribution of strength among the three groups. However, the notable absence of female members in the other two teams rendered Lin Honglei and Qian Xiaolin, the two female archers, particularly conspicuous. Despite their professional attributes, most female practitioners still lag behind their male counterparts in physical prowess, and due to various inconveniences and societal norms, many exploration teams opted to forego female members altogether. Having arrived late, Zhao Huan and his companions found that many exploration teams had already ventured into the polluted zones. Thus, after convening, they did not linger in Explorer Town but proceeded directly into the verdant forest. Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang walked ahead with the leaders of the other two teams, discussing their subsequent actions upon entering the Twilight Wilderness. Although the clues provided by the Special Affairs Bureau indicated a higher likelihood of discovering magical rainbow gold among the goblin tribes, Zhang Daxuan's team had departed several days later than others, meaning that the more manageable targets had likely already been addressed by competing teams. Rather than collaborating with unfamiliar groups to tackle formidable, high-risk monster hordes, it would be wiser to pursue alternative objectives. In addition to their mission of locating clues pertaining to magical rainbow gold, Zhang Daxuan and the leaders of the other two teams had also accepted additional tasks related to the Twilight Wilderness. Coupled with the bounties for clearing monster hordes from the area, Zhang Daxuan anticipated a profitable venture. In truth, this was the general mindset and approach of most exploration teams. Earlier, aboard the armored minibus, the middle-aged Unemployment Front exploration team had sifted through their supplies, extracting heavier, non-combat items and stuffing them into the body of a treasure chest monster. Due to the excessive weight, the treasure chest monster was nearly incapacitated. Once the heaviest items were removed, the load carried by the middle-aged Unemployment Front exploration team became significantly lighter. With the heavy items stowed within the treasure chest monster's body, Zhao Huan felt no burden at all. Initially intending to share the load, he was met with refusal from his teammates. Their rationale was that Zhao Huan had already alleviated the team's heaviest burdens with his summon creature. His ability to travel light was his own merit, and there was no necessity for him to bear additional weight. Li Xiang and the others harbored another intention. They wished to demonstrate, through tangible actions, their heartfelt camaraderie towards Zhao Huan, ensuring he did not fall prey to the charms of other exploration teams. Thus, even female archer Qian Xiaolin was laden with a large backpack, while Zhao Huan, the newcomer and trainee warrior, carried only his weaponry and a small backpack. His carefree demeanor made him appear less like a dedicated explorer on a mission and more akin to a young master leading a group of mercenaries on a leisurely outing into the polluted zones. This nonchalant attitude immediately provoked discontent among certain individuals. In the Money Leopard exploration team, there was a brash level 1 junior warrior named Huang Dalong, whose exposed skin was adorned with grotesque tattoos. Observing that even his fellow junior warriors were struggling under heavy loads, while Zhao Huan, resembling a pretty boy, carried nothing, he felt a surge of resentment. Striding forward, he hurled his own pack at Zhao Huan. Here, take this. You're utterly useless, and yet you're allowed to waltz around without a care. What kind of team is this, accepting anyone? Zhao Huan turned, bewildered. Are you addressing me? Huang Dalong's eyes widened as he barked. What a stupid question. Am I talking to the air? Zhao Huan chuckled derisively. How was I to know? You seem a bit dim-witted. Perhaps you forgot to take your brain pills this morning and are now acting out? Damn you. Huang Dalong, taken aback by Zhao Huan's audacity as a mere trainee warrior, prepared to retaliate and teach him a lesson on the disparity of strength. However, before he could act, a figure suddenly lunged forward and kicked Huang Dalong away. Su Duojin, his face a mask of fury, pointed at Huang Dalong, scolding, "You wretched creature. Do you even know what kind of trash you are? Just a newly upgraded junior warrior, and you dare meddle in our exploration team's affairs? You think you can lay a hand on our blessed star?" As tensions escalated, others rushed in to mediate. The incident unfolded before them, and the sequence of events was clear. The members of the Money Leopard exploration team recognized Huang Dalong's fault, refraining from defending him and merely attempting to pacify the situation. Given that the three teams often collaborated and most members were acquaintances, a few words of persuasion quickly defused the conflict. Su Duojin, having gained an advantage, proceeded to voice his grievances to familiar members of the Money Leopard team. What kind of fools do you have here? Our team members aren't fit to be bossed around by someone like him. With that brain of his, he might one day provoke the wrong person and get your entire team into trouble. Huang Dalong understood that Su Duojin was a level 7 junior warrior, considerably stronger than himself, and after being kicked, he dared not retaliate. He had anticipated support from his teammates, only to find himself chastised instead. A fire smoldered within his heart, and while he dared not retaliate against Su Duojin, his resentment was directed towards Zhao Huan. Qian Xiaolin subtly remarked to Zhao Huan, "Look at that lad's gaze. It is evident he has taken a liking to you. Exercise caution." Zhao Huan nodded in acknowledgement, though he was not particularly concerned. After all, the level 1 novice warrior posed little threat, his attributes barely surpassing Zhao's own. The only potential danger lay in his heavy strike. But even that would require precision to land a hit. With Zhao Huan's combat experience, he could easily subdue him without relying on monster cards. Su Duojin leaned in, whispering, "See, I I told you other exploration teams are rife with rogues. Zhao Huan found himself in an amusing predicament. Did Su Duojin truly consider him as naive as a 3-year-old? If that fool were aware of his identity as a summoner, would he dare speak so carelessly? Yet, it was hard to say, for fools often defy logic. At that moment, level 9 apprentice warrior Li Xiang approached Su Duojin from behind, speaking in a melodramatic tone. Esteemed novice warrior, what then am I? A mere apprentice. In your eyes, if the level 1 novice is but refuse? Qian Xiaolin, seizing the opportunity, chimed in, a level 3 novice archer believes you are but a filthy wretch, inferior to even the refuse. Observing his companions transform into aggrieved maidens, Su Duojin broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 109, The Thief of Potions. The 3 exploration teams hastened their journey, taking over 2 days to traverse the edges of the verdant forest and arrive at the twilight wilderness. Throughout the journey, Zhao Huan bore no heavy burdens, remaining sheltered behind the archers during combat, contributing not a single effort during the night watch. Yet, the members of their exploration team treated him with remarkable kindness, even producing a mysterious iron chest that Qian Xiaolin cradled with utmost care. Not only did Huang Dalong grow increasingly wary of him, but others also felt a profound curiosity, speculating about Zhao Huan's true identity. The leaders of the 2 exploration teams tentatively inquired with Zhang Daxuan and Qin Mandang. Zhang Daxuan, with an earnest demeanor, replied, he is our team's lucky star. Earlier, Su Duojin had proclaimed Zhao Huan as the team's auspicious patron. After a discussion, the group decided to bestow upon him a new identity to rationalize their peculiar behavior. A lucky star? Indeed, a talisman that bestows fortune upon the exploration team, though seemingly inconspicuous, an invaluable member nonetheless. While Zhang Daxuan bore a face of sincerity, the leaders of the Golden Leopard and Golden Toad teams had known him long enough to see through his facade and were not deceived by his tales. They could only speculate privately that Zhao Huan might possess some connections in Dongchuan City, albeit not particularly formidable. If he were truly of high standing, he would not deign to join Zhang Daxuan's team. Zhang Daxuan's reluctance to divulge the truth did not concern the 2 leaders. Regardless, the spoils of their collaboration would be distributed based on contributions made during combat, unrelated to the number of team members. Even if Zhao Huan were a slacker, that was a matter for the unemployed exploration team, not theirs. As evening approached, the united teams sought an open area to establish a temporary camp. After erecting tents, Zhao Huan retreated inside, summoning the treasure chest monster to retrieve some necessary items. Qian Xiaolin expressed a desire to cuddle with the treasure chest monster. Zhao Huan found it puzzling what one might find appealing about the stiff body of the treasure chest monster. However, he refrained from overthinking the matter and simply instructed the monster to shrink its form, leaving it in the tent without further concern. The treasure chest monster, indifferent to the notion of cuddling, merely felt bored, its teeth itching for something crunchy like marble or a sturdy metal pipe. After consuming his rations, Zhao Huan sat by the campfire, lost in thought, his fingers absent-mindedly strumming. The card, Goblin Trio, danced between his fingers, visible only to him. Now that they had reached the twilight wilderness, he need not worry about the goblins wandering into the explorer's town or Dongchuan City. However, with explorers abundant in both the verdant forest and twilight wilderness, the trio would likely be mistaken for wild goblins and swiftly dealt with. Nonetheless, they were here now. And since the goblin trio had nothing to do within the card, their temporary demise would bear little consequence. If fortune favored him, perhaps he might even recover some trinkets. Glancing at the greedy space, confirming the absence of significant items, Zhao Huan focused his thoughts, causing the card in his hand to dissolve into radiant light and vanish. Meanwhile, deep within the twilight wilderness, blue and purple luminescence twisted and coalesced, manifesting as a stealthy green-skinned creature. The goblin thief emerged, immediately crouching low, tilting its head to keenly listen for distant sounds, the roars of monsters, the shouts of humans, the cacophony of screams, and the clash of weapons. The goblin thief spun its rusty dagger in hand, eyes gleaming with mischief, its form gradually fading from sight. Rustling noises stirred as the wild grass lay low, as if trampled by some unseen force, creeping towards the source of the battle. A dog-headed creature, bloodied and terror-stricken, clutched a mining pick and a basket, desperately attempting to escape into a thicket of thorns, heedless of the injury it might incur. Suddenly, a human warrior bellowed, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, swiftly closing in on the fleeing creature, and with a single stroke, severed its head, blood spraying and staining the thorns crimson. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground, minerals spilling from the basket upon its back. The human warrior, noticing several pieces of or glimmering with gold, felt a surge of excitement. Could it be gold or? Yet, the battle was not yet concluded, and now was not the time to salvage spoils. As the warrior scanned his surroundings, he found nothing amiss. However, A movement stirred the wound on his inner thigh, which had gone unnoticed during the fight, now throbbing painfully, causing him to panic slightly. Loosening his belt and peering at the injury, he sighed in relief. It had not struck a vital area. Cursing under his breath, he retrieved a healing plaster, applied it hastily, and drank a vial of healing potion in one go, discarding the empty bottle carelessly as he turned to rejoin the fray. Once he had distanced himself, the goblin thief emerged stealthily from the nearby underbrush, approaching the dog-headed creature's corpse without a sound. It began to rummage through the remains, carefully selecting the pieces of or embedded with tiny golden flecks, stuffing them into its pouch. After collecting the ore, the goblin thief stealthily advanced towards the battlefield, initially hoping to seize the opportunity to scavenge among the fallen. Yet, it witnessed the fierce human warriors overwhelming their adversaries, decimating the pack of dog-headed creatures. Following the human warriors were a line of archers, drawing their bows to support their comrades while vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. Feeling the chill of their piercing gazes, the goblin thief realized it was perilously close to discovery, though it had not yet been spotted. The goblin thief understood that if it drew any nearer, it would surely attract the attention of these vigilant humans. At this moment, the goblin thief finally recalled Zhao Huan's admonition to steer clear of humans. Casting a furtive glance around, it noticed several discarded backpacks strewn across the ground at the periphery of the battlefield, seemingly containing valuable items within. A gleam of delight spread across the goblin thief's face as it stealthily approached. Keeping a safe distance from humans did not equate to avoiding their possessions. As a thief, adaptability was paramount. After a brief search, the goblin unearthed some biscuits, jerky, and 2 vials of healing potions. Just as it was about to continue rummaging through the nearby bags, it observed a few humans approaching from afar, evidently having concluded their battle. Cursing the inept dog-headed humanoids under its breath, the goblin thief swiftly retreated into the adjacent thicket. Chapter 110. The thief encounters Half-Ear again. The night was somber, shrouded in shadows, with the moonlight dimly illuminating the surroundings. Half-Ear concealed himself within a dense patch of underbrush, his green skin blending seamlessly with the foliage, rendering him nearly invisible unless one approached to inspect closely. A tinge of fear flickered in Half-Ear's eyes as he stilled his breath, attentively listening to the sounds around him. A searing pain emanated from a wound inflicted by a sharp weapon on his back, as blood trickled forth, carrying with it a faint metallic scent. Just a day prior, Half-Ear had discovered a goblin clan, led by a cautious spellcaster who had established their lair in a well-concealed cave, the entrance camouflaged with an abundance of rubble and weeds. Encountering such a prudent goblin leader was a rare stroke of fortune, and Half-Ear had hoped to remain within this clan for an extended period. Yet, to his dismay, those terrifying humans had invaded their sanctuary without provocation. Half-Ear could not fathom why the humans would seek out a goblin den so secluded and obscure, devoid of significant resources. Pondering proved futile, and without hesitation, he executed a practiced maneuver to usher his kin in front of him before seizing an opportunity to flee. In past escapades, as long as he managed to create sufficient distance, the humans would lose interest. However, this time, despite having escaped a considerable distance, and with other, slower goblins nearby who would have been easier targets, the humans fixated solely on him. Lowering his gaze, Half-Ear regarded the tattered leather armor he had scavenged from a human corpse. His intention in donning it was not for adornment or protection, but rather for the utility of its pockets, which facilitated the concealment of gems and food. Could it be that the humans harbored animosity towards him simply because of the remnants of their kin? Yet, Half-Ear distinctly sensed the human's gaze upon him was akin to that of a goblin eyeing prey or a dog-headed creature discovering or filled with excitement and greed, devoid of any hatred. Lowering his head to think, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his body grew weaker still, slowly sinking into the underbrush. He gazed up into the inky night sky, his consciousness beginning to wane. At that moment, the nearby foliage rustled subtly, as if something were stealthily approaching. Half-Ear jolted awake, his mind sharpening slightly. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he aimed his crystal staff toward the source of the sound. Weak magical energy coalescing into a faint red glow at the tip of the staff. As his magic waned, the red light flickered out, revealing no enemy. A sigh of relief escaped Half-Ear as he relaxed, but this release seemed to draw away his final reserves of vitality, dimming the spark in his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar goblin head materialized from the air, scrutinizing Half-Ear with curiosity. Half-Ear's eyes glimmered with a hint of renewed hope as he whispered in surprise, "Guludak." The goblin thief blinked in recognition. "Ah, it truly is Half-Ear, my brother. It has been a while. I see you've become a spellcaster." Yet, observing Half-Ear's feeble state, it was evident that he had not fared well. Half-Ear managed a strained smile, his trembling left hand gesturing towards the tattered leather armor. indicating that he had concealed something valuable within. The goblin thief scratched its head, revealing an uncommon embarrassment as it opened its claws to display the few magical gems and crystals Half-Ear had hidden in his pocket. Half-Ear's expression became one of confusion. Had he blanked out, missing a portion of his memory? How had the gems in his armor suddenly found their way into the grasp of the thief? The goblin thief, scratching its nose, casually glanced at the crystal staff in Half-Ear's hand, initially intending to wait until his kin perished before claiming the last valuable item on him. After a moment's hesitation, the goblin thief retrieved a vial of healing potion from its bag, uncorked it, and pressed the opening to Half-Ear's lips. Gradually, the wound on Half-Ear's back began to mend, the pain subsiding. After some time, the goblin thief held a magical black gem up to the dim moonlight, examining it intently. It could not explain why, but the magic within the gem felt oddly comforting and inviting. Meanwhile, Half-Ear sat nearby, his countenance twisted in pain, gnashing his teeth as he exerted all his strength to tear into the jerky brought by the goblin thief. Though tough and dry, its flavor was undeniably exquisite. As he chewed, Half-Ear chattered incessantly to the goblin thief, expressing his concerns about the rampant humans invading the wilderness, suggesting they depart together for a safer locale. Go Boogaloo? The goblin thief turned, puzzled, inquiring where Half-Ear intended to go. Half-Ear pointed towards the northwest, claiming a vague voice in his mind guided him there. A voice that seemed familiar, as if he had heard it before. The goblin thief tilted its head, perked its ears, and listened intently for a time, yet heard nothing. However, it did not dwell on it. After all, having ventured out, there was little time to accompany Half-Ear so far when there were still treasures to pilfer. Leaving the unpalatable jerky for Half-Ear and, after a moment's indecision, tossing him another vial of healing potion, the goblin thief bid farewell and vanished into the night. Half-Ear's eyes brimmed with reluctance, wishing to dissuade the goblin thief from taking such risks. However, he recalled how this goblin had always been elusive. Those frenzied humans posed a significant threat to him, yet likely would not endanger the adept goblin thief. After resting for a while, Half-Ear sensed he had nearly recovered, though the jerky had left him parched. Stowing the remaining rations and healing potion in his tattered leather armor, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, following the faint guidance in his mind as he made his way northwest. At night, the sounds of battle were more pronounced, and the flickering light from the distant campfire of the explorers was easily visible. Half-Ear discovered that as long as he remained cautious and attentive, navigating the night proved less perilous than during the day, allowing him to evade the threats posed by humans. In stark contrast to Half-Ear's cautious evasion of humans, the goblin thief gravitated towards any hubbub, knowing that while the heart of the battlefield was fraught with danger, the periphery was rife with opportunities waiting to be seized. Scattered remains of monstrous entities or the bodies of human explorers, abandoned in haste when encounters with foes left them no time to conceal their presence, lie forlornly by the roadside, alongside unguarded supplies. Chapter 111. Where did that bird come from? It is a widely acknowledged tenet among explorers that unmonitored resources are susceptible to loss or destruction. Under favorable circumstances, when ample manpower is available, explorers typically take precautionary measures to conceal their belongings in a secluded spot nearby before engaging in combat, designating individuals to keep watch and serve as lookouts. The United Exploration Team unexpectedly stumbled upon traces left by dog-headed creatures foraging at night, and by following the clues, they uncovered a remarkably concealed den of these beings. Dog-headed creatures are inherently among the more affluent of monsters, and in the twilight wilderness, their lair represents a lottery ticket with extraordinarily high odds for the intrepid explorers. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them, revealing clues to the elusive magical rainbow gold within. Everyone assumed that the nearby dog-headed creatures had been thoroughly eradicated by previous exploration teams. To their astonishment, a straggler was discovered, igniting a surge of excitement among them. After observing that these dog-headed creatures posed little threat, they resolved to launch an immediate assault to eliminate the pack. Prior to the battle, they gathered all supplies and concealed them within a hidden thicket, with each of the 3 exploration teams leaving one member to guard the stash. Originally, Li Xiang was to remain as the sentinel for the supplies, but Zhao Huan, not wishing to reveal his profession, refrained from summoning card monsters, rendering combat rather pointless for him. As he was not a warrior, engaging directly in battle would yield him no benefits. It was more prudent to stay behind and safeguard the supplies, keeping a trump card in case of danger. Zhao Huan voluntarily chose to oversee the resources, while Huang Dalong, lacking sufficient strength, was reluctantly relegated to the role of warehouse keeper. His discontent grew upon witnessing Zhao Huan, whom he deemed a worthless pretty boy, and his frustration mounted. As a bona fide junior warrior, he found it irksome to perform the same tasks as an apprentice warrior. Sensing Huang Dalong's hostile gaze, Zhao Huan scoffed inwardly, dismissing the fool's presence. Unlike the two incompetent warehouse keepers, the member left behind by the Golden Toad exploration team was Lu Yuhang, an 8th-level junior archer, while ostensibly tasked with guarding the supplies. Lu Yuhang was actually responsible for watching over the exploration team from the rear to prevent ambushes from other creatures or nefarious individuals during the battle. The three men concealed themselves amidst the lush grass. Lu Yuhang remained focused on monitoring the surroundings, while Huang Dalong, like a statue longing for his beloved, gazed eagerly towards the dog-headed creature's lair, listening intently to the distant sounds of combat, imagining himself wreaking havoc within. Zhao Huan, his fingers idly fidgeting, noted the absence of the Goblin 3 scoundrels and speculated whether they were the Goblin thief or the Goblin scavenger on their wilderness escapade. After a while, boredom began to set in as the desolate wilderness remained unchanged, leading Zhao Huan to drift into a daydream. Just as drowsiness threatened to overtake him, Lu Yuhang's voice, laced with confusion, jolted him awake. Where did this pack of words come from? Zhao Huan snapped back to attention, following Lu Yuhang's gaze. A towering mutant worg, accompanied by several worg pups and 30 or so worgs, prowled the distance, seemingly in search of prey. I thought all the monsters here had been cleared out by the previous exploration team. How could there still be so many stragglers? Zhao Huan murmured in puzzlement. Lu Yuhang speculated. I heard that the ore containing magical rainbow gold was originally discovered deep within the Twilight Wilderness. Perhaps the previous exploration teams were too eager to move on and did not linger here long. As the worgs drew closer, Lu Yuhang whispered, "This does not bode well. I must hurry to inform them. You two should take your most valuable belongings and be cautious when retreating. Make sure not to create too much noise." With that, Lu Yuhang crouched low and swiftly darted off. Left in a state of mutual bewilderment, Zhao Huan and Huang Dalong exchanged glances. What a foolish waste. They regarded each other with disdain. The more significant items of the middle-aged, unemployed frontline exploration team had already been stowed away in the belly of a treasure chest monster. Zhao Huan casually slung a backpack filled with provisions over his shoulder, paying no mind to Huang Dalong, as he stealthily approached the dog-headed creature's den. Observing Zhao Huan's meager belongings, Huang Dalong scoffed in derision. As expected, a worthless waste. With a satchel in one hand and a large pack in the other, he glanced back at the worgs. The creatures seemed to sense the commotion arising from the battle at the dog-headed creature's lair, raising their heads in that direction. Startled, Huang Dalong took a few steps back, but was struck by a sudden realization. That waste of space was merely an apprentice warrior. He surely lacked the charge ability that only junior warriors could learn. With a hefty pack on his back, he wouldn't be able to flee quickly. If the worgs decided to pursue him, that fool would undoubtedly be trapped. Even if he were to meet his end at the hands of the monsters, it would be solely due to his own incompetence. There would be no blame to cast upon Huang Dalong. With this thought, a sinister glint shone in Huang Dalong's eyes, and a malevolent grin spread across his face. He casually tossed one of his bags to the ground and suddenly feigned panic, shouting towards the worgs, "Oh no! Those monsters have spotted us. We must flee." After declaring this, he summoned his strength and dashed towards Zhao Huan with alarming speed. Zhao Huan, startled by the outburst, turned to see the far-off worgs drawn by Huang Dalong's commotion, excitedly howling as they followed a few frenzied worg pups that raced towards them. In the midst of his stupor, Huang Dalong sped past him. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Though outwardly warning Zhao Huan to escape, his eyes betrayed a palpable malice and mockery. In an instant, Zhao Huan grasped the situation, his gaze sharpening with intensity. That fool, imagining the cowardly waste quaking in fear, tormented by the pursuing worgs, and meeting a wretched demise in a state of endless terror, Huang Dalong could not suppress a triumphant smile. It was truly unfortunate not to witness it firsthand. What a pity. A voice suddenly broke in, startling Huang Dalong. He turned sharply, only to lock eyes with the round, glistening orbs of a raptor. "Oh no, those word pups are closing in. I must take my leave. Do take care. And be sure not to let them bite your backside, or it could be fatal." With that, Zhao Huan urged his raptor to accelerate, leaving Huang Dalong in the dust. Huang Dalong's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? How did he summon such a large bird? As he faltered, distracted by the spectacle, Huang Dalong stumbled over something, tumbling head over heels for several meters before finally coming to a stop, rushing to regain his footing and continue his escape. He suddenly looked up to find a towering worg lunging at him with a fearsome roar. Chapter 112. The Goblin Thief's enhancement is complete. Zhao Huan, astride his raptor, stood atop a small incline, his expression indifferent as he beheld Huang Dalong besieged by a pack of worg warriors, desperately fighting his way out only to be struck down by the arrows of worg archers, emitting piercing cries for help. "See, I told you that getting bitten by a worg would cost you your life." The swift chocobo, though unable to comprehend the summoner's words, nodded earnestly, exuding an air of emotional value. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from behind as the explorers, having heard Huang Dalong's cries, hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing Zhao Huan astride a yellow chocobo, expressions of astonishment filled their faces. How do you possess a bird? Zhao Huan smirked slightly. What? None of you have one. The group momentarily fell silent. Aren't you going to rescue anyone? Oh, it seems there's no one left to save. Zhao Huan's gaze shifted, and he beheld Huang Dalong's corpse, now torn asunder by the wargs, being devoured voraciously. Even if they were to disembowel those wargs and extract every piece, it was improbable to reconstruct a complete body. Fang Qingbao, the leader of the Golden Leopard exploration team, cast a piercing look at Zhao Huan. What is happening here? Old Fang, what sort of attitude is that? Are you interrogating me? Zhang Dashuan shot a glare, positioning himself between Zhao Huan and Fang Qingbao. Zhao Huan chuckled derisively. Who knows? I was minding my own business when that fool suddenly shouted behind me, drawing the warg's attention and intentionally running toward me. I suspect he thought he could outrun me, believing the wargs would pursue me instead. Fang Qingbao faltered mid-sentence. Given Huang Dalong's foolish nature and his attitude towards Zhao Huan, it indeed seemed plausible he would undertake such a reckless act. At that moment, Qian Mantang spoke with a grave demeanor. The wargs are charging toward us. Let's deal with them first. Zhao Huan observed Qian Mantang, who looked disheveled, his face flushed and numerous burns marring his skin, resembling a roasted sweet potato freshly pulled from the oven. With a flick of his finger, the luminous vine struck Qian Mantang. To the astonishment of onlookers, a verdant glow entwined around Qian Mantang's form, coalescing into a thick vine adorned with yellow blossoms. Qian Mantang gazed at Zhao Huan in confusion. Weren't we supposed to conceal our professions? Zhao Huan patted the swift chocobo's neck. What is there to hide? Indeed. As he felt the abundant vitality coursing through from the luminous vine, Qian Mantang squinted, letting out a fervent groan before charging headlong toward the wargs. Just moments ago, he had been barely alive. Now, he seemed invigorated. What was that vine? Fang Qingbao inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. None of your business. Get in there and fight. Zhang Dashuan snapped, brandishing his weapon as he rushed forward. If it weren't for this fool's reckless antics, Zhao Huan's abilities would not have been revealed. To prevent Zhao Huan from being poached, perhaps he should relinquish the captaincy to him? However, Zhang Dashuan had previously attempted to pass on the captaincy multiple times, only to be met with various refusals from the exploration team members. They insisted that Zhang Dashuan was a natural leader, and without him at the helm, the team would surely collapse. Although he knew they were merely flattering him, their words were undeniably pleasant to hear. In any case, while he had no insight into the circumstances of other exploration team leaders, the position of captain of the middle-aged, unemployed line exploration team was certainly not a desirable one. Alas, one must accept that which cannot be controlled. Let fate decide. Foolish Fang Qingbao. These wargs were no weaklings, particularly the larger variant wielding a meteor hammer, which could hold its own against 2 intermediate warriors. However, with 5 intermediate warriors and 4 intermediate archers among the 3 exploration teams, along with a greater number of novice practitioners, they swiftly overwhelmed the wargs, leaving them howling in disarray. Zhao Huan hesitated, contemplating whether to utilize the 10-minute night to snag some assists and gain a level. In the blink of an eye, the wargs had suffered significant casualties. Sensing the tide turning, the remaining warg archers hastily retreated, tails between their legs. The large warg variant attempted to flee but was intercepted by several warriors and brutally slain. Fearing that the escaping wargs might return with reinforcements, the group dared not linger. They severed the heads of the more formidable monster variants and spellcasters, placing them in odor-sealing bags. They reclaimed their supplies, gathered their spoils, and sprayed themselves with sin elimination agents. Fang Qingbao's crew even took the time to examine the traces left by Zhao Huan and Huang Dalong during their escape, effectively corroborating Zhao Huan's account. Subsequently, they all hastily departed from the scene. By evening, at the temporary camp, Fang Qingbao, weary yet curious, observed the vivacious Qian Mantang and Zhang Dashuan, who sported a floral crown atop his head, visibly recovering before his eyes. With years of camaraderie, he decided to overlook their deliberate concealment of Zhao Huan's capabilities. Mind sharing that vine with me? Qian Mantang scoffed. Share? What right do you have to demand that? I still have a score to settle with you, recruiting such dim-witted characters. Jin Shan, captain of the Golden Toad exploration team, raised his hand. We haven't wronged you. Let us give it a try. The luminous vine, capable of restoring stamina and healing wounds, was a remarkable boon. Could it really be so easily given away? Consider it your contribution to the mission. Treatment assistance will be rated at the standard of an intermediate warrior. Zhang Dashuan nodded. That works. I'll wear it a bit longer before passing it to you. Hey, you two decided without consulting me? Feng Qingbao exclaimed, eyes wide. You disagree? Zhao Huan retorted, use the vine now, and I'll agree. He lifted his gaze to the sky, estimating that the goblin trio should be returning soon. Qian Xiaolin approached. Huansher, could you ask your bird to let me ride for a bit? Li Xiang, mid-sip of water, spewed it out, cough. Cough. Qian Xiaolin, what did you just say? You want to ride Zhao Huansher's bird? Realizing his mistake, Qian Xiaolin kicked Li Xiang in irritation. You filthy-minded fool. Is there any road you can't drive on? Li Xiang hastily dodged. It's clearly your wording that S off. Right, Huansher? Just as Zhao Huansher was about to respond, he felt a stirring within. The goblin trio materialized in his hand. Peering down, he sought to discern whether any valuable items had appeared in his greed space, only to find that the images of the three goblins on the card had altered, a plethora of information now gracing the card's surface. Card enhancement completed, 33. Goblin Thief has grown, gaining 5 physique, 20 agility, minor enhancement to shadow resistance, and moderate enhancement to shadow affinity. Chapter 113, The Enhanced Trio. Card enhancement completed. The Goblin Thief's stealth skill has been upgraded to intermediate. Upon entering a state of invisibility, the Goblin Thief's form will be enveloped in shadow energy. Muffling sounds generated during movement and diminishing emitted odors. The Goblin Thief has mastered the ability, Shadow Leap. Consuming shadow energy, it can leap into any shadow within 30 meters. Activating skills from within the shadow will reduce energy consumption. This skill may be affected by obstacles, leading to potential failure to activate. Shadow energy may be replenished using shadow magic crystals. The Goblin Merchant has acquired the ability, Smiling Sails. When it displays a smile, revealing its dazzling golden tooth, the vigilance of others will significantly diminish. The Goblin Merchant has gained the ability, Lighten the Load. Upon the demise of the Goblin Merchant, when items are cast aside, those of lesser value shall be prioritized for drop. The Goblin Scavenger has acquired the ability of basic self-healing. When injured, it accelerates the recovery of wounds. Though this process demands a considerable expenditure of energy, leading to hunger, failure to replenish sustenance in a timely manner may result in a state of weakness. By nature greedy, upon the demise of the 3 goblin rascals, the probability of item drop diminishes to 40. The oppression of greed's power. The card's capacity to endure the weight of greed has been enhanced. Now, during summoning or placement, there exists a 20 chance to summon 2 goblin rascals. Should any one of the goblins perish, the card shall sustain damage. Upgrading the card's level and quality enables it to bear greater burdens of greed. Profession level has increased. All attributes 1. Has the card enhancement of the 3 rascals truly been completed? Zhao Huan pondered in astonishment. After a moment's reflection, he comprehended the situation. Undoubtedly, the Goblin Thief had discovered a shadow magic crystal while venturing outside. Upon the conclusion of the summoning duration, it returned bearing the crystal, thus completing its portion of the enhancement ritual. With all 3 enhancement rituals accomplished, the overall monster card underwent an additional strengthening. A smile crept upon Zhao Huan's lips. Indeed, the most reliable among the rascals, splendid work. This has saved me over 200,000. I shall procure 10 crates of chicken legs upon my return. While a flicker of curiosity about the newly acquired abilities of the rascals crossed his mind, now was not the time to summon them. Zhao Huan redirected his attention to the realm of greed, examining the other treasures the Goblin Thief had procured. Why are there so many healing potions and jerky? Could it be that some genius, taking advantage of the exploration team being occupied with tasks in the Twilight Wilderness, gathered a trove of logistical supplies for trade here, only to fall prey to the Goblin Thief? Zhao Huan twirled the card between his fingers, his eyes clouded with confusion, unable to fathom the situation. Is old Zhao experiencing another episode of mobile phone hysteria? Most likely, Zhao Huan thought as he turned to cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiang and the others. Stealthily, he extracted several magical gemstones and crystals from the realm of greed, stowing them within the inner pocket of his leather armor. With a gentle squeeze, the goblin rascals instantly dispersed, dissolving into radiant light and vanishing. There was no utility in their presence. Better to allow them to continue their escapades now that the Goblin Thief has made a promising start. After a while, Zhang Daxuan and the others called everyone together. They produced a map of the Twilight Wilderness to discuss their forthcoming plans. The central region of the Twilight Wilderness was marked with red, indicating high danger. This territory belonged to a massive ogre tribe. The tribe's leader was a colossal ogre chief, accompanied by a 2-headed ogre archmage, several ogre spellcasters, and numerous ogre berserkers. Individual ogres possessed formidable strength. A typical adult ogre, relying on its size, could overpower most novice warriors with a hefty wooden club. Even more robust ogre warriors wielding metal weapons could easily make mid-level warriors cry out in distress. As for the more terrifying ogre berserkers and the dual-casting ogre mages, Upon sighting them from a distance, mid-level warriors like Zhang Huan would turn tail and flee, for even a moment's hesitation could cost them their chance of escape. Except for those powerful and well-structured exploration teams, most adventurers would not dare to set their sights on the ogres, opting instead to search for traces of goblin tribes at the fringes of the wilderness. After all, reality is not a game. Death offers no second chances. Even a mere injury could render one a burden to the team, potentially leading to abandonment by companions without even the opportunity to return to the city for healing. Zhang Huan and his companions had no intention of risking an encounter within the ogre's territory. To avoid the consequences of battle, they planned to head southwest, circumventing the central area of the Twilight Wilderness. In addition to exterminating monsters and gathering previously acquired magical materials, the exploration team would also collect samples of plants with well-developed root systems along the way, marking their collection points to bring back to Dongchuan City for analysis. Perhaps fortune would smile upon them, revealing traces of magical rainbow gold or other rare minerals within the plant samples, thus earning them substantial rewards from the Bureau of Special Affairs. As for why the exploration team opted for the southwestern direction rather than the northwest, Zhao Huan scrutinized the map, noting that the entire northwestern region, marked as a high-risk area, was the ruins of Lake City. Recalling information previously gathered online, he recalled that Lake City was once a small town under the jurisdiction of Dongchuan City, named for the large lake within its bounds, surrounded by a handful of smaller villages. Initially, when a B-grade large-scale illusion fisher appeared in Lake City, Dongchuan City dispatched 2 teams of boundary breakers while mobilizing the residents of Lake City to evacuate. According to patterns observed in other illusion fishers, B-grade fishers typically took at least half a month to merge with reality, with some extending to 6 months. Although time was of the essence and a significant loss of resources would ensue, it was still feasible to evacuate all the residents of Lake City to Dongchuan City. However, unexpectedly, merely 2 days later, the fisher underwent a sudden change, beginning its fusion prematurely. Zhao Huan could not find further information on the specifics of what transpired, suggesting that it had been deliberately concealed by higher-ups in the Federation. Online speculation suggested that the anomaly in the Lake City fisher was undoubtedly connected to the 2 teams that had entered the illusion fisher at that time. Widely circulated rumors claimed that those boundary breakers had taken some treasure from the fisher, leading to the sudden collapse of the illusion and prompting the Federation's higher-ups to assist in covering up the crime. As a former cleanup crew member who had taken a special occupational stone from a mysterious altar site, Zhao Huan held little belief in such assertions. Nevertheless, the situation in Lake City was indeed peculiar. In other contaminated areas, as time passed, all traces of the former city would be completely erased, transforming entirely into a realm of the other world. Yet, the structures within the ruins of Lake City had not vanished. They had merely succumbed to abandonment over time. The entire contaminated zone was shrouded in a highly polluted, malevolent mist, with numerous bizarre creatures, mutated from the former residents of Lake City, prowling within the fog, waiting for unsuspecting visitors to arrive. Chapter 114. Buy one, get one free. Waiting passively for customers to arrive is too passive. Seasoned merchants proactively reach out to potential buyers. The goblin merchant twitched its nose, attempting to detect the scent of wealth wafting through the air, hoping to follow it to customers. However, after sniffing around, it found the air reeking of destitution. Lowering its gaze, the goblin scavenger was bent over, clawing at something in the dirt. The goblin merchant's eyes filled with disdain at the sight. Ah, so it's this pauper. The goblin merchant picked its nose and hurriedly departed from the area. The goblin scavenger looked up at the retreating figure of the goblin merchant, its eyelids drooping, and began to gnaw on a dirt-covered wild carrot. Ugh! After a couple of bites, the goblin scavenger grimaced and spat out a mouthful of mud, stuffing the remaining half of the carrot into its bag. Too tough and gritty. Best to take it back for the summoner. Casting a glance around, it too turned and left. After departing from the goblin scavenger, the goblin merchant finally caught a whiff of potential wealth in the air. Twisting and turning like a burrowing creature, he navigated through a dense thicket for quite some time, ultimately discovering a remarkably concealed cave. Inside, several injured gnolls, having fled from battle, huddled together, trembling in fear. Upon spotting the goblin merchant, their eyes narrowed with suspicion, baring their teeth and emitting low growls, intent on driving away this unwelcome visitor. Despite the apparent hostility of his prospective clients, the goblin merchant remained unfazed. Grinning broadly, he revealed his gleaming golden tooth, the dazzling light momentarily dazing the gnolls, leaving them in a stupor. With a heartfelt smile that dispelled their wariness, the goblin merchant seized the moment, extracting 3 vials from his satchel. Casting a discreet glance at the gnolls, he silently appraised the wealth they might possess, and stealthily returned one of the healing potions to his bag. Holding 2 healing potions aloft before the gnolls, he deftly rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, bartering the 2 potions for all the precious ores and gold dust clinging to their person. Satisfied, the goblin merchant exited the cave, thoughtfully covering the entrance with the surrounding foliage once more. After taking a few steps, he felt the weight of his satchel pressing down on him. The goblin merchant opened the bag and began sorting through its contents, discarding several worthless stones onto the ground, before humming an odd tune and departing beneath the moonlight. Shortly thereafter, a group of explorers passed by, spotting the discarded stones and instantly becoming suspicious. Following the trail left by the goblin merchant, they located the hidden gnolls and ruthlessly dispatched them. Meanwhile, the goblin scavenger, blending seamlessly with the surrounding vegetation, observed a human warrior not far ahead, lying on the ground, gravely wounded and gasping for breath as he took his final moments. The goblin scavenger sprang forth with remarkable speed, thoroughly pilfering the valuables from the fallen warrior's body. Thieves. What thieves? With the man deceased, his possessions were undoubtedly unclaimed. As a scavenger, what was wrong with collecting abandoned goods? Having stripped the human corpse, the scavenger turned his attention to the nearby carcass of a wild wolf. The human warrior had indeed suffered ill fate, having barely escaped from battle. He had been pursued by a pack of wolves drawn by the scent of his blood. After a fierce struggle, he managed to fend them off. But due to exhaustion from blood loss and depleted medicinal supplies, he succumbed to his injuries. Had he encountered the goblin merchant, he might have been able to barter his possessions for a healing potion. Alas, he met the goblin scavenger instead, completing his looting of the human body. The goblin scavenger stuffed the 2 wolf carcasses into his large sack. With the bulging bag in tow, he re-entered the thicket. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when 3 wolves blocked his path, baring their sharp teeth and growling ominously. The goblin scavenger gripped his sack tightly, his eyelids drooping, exuding an overwhelming air of poverty as he quietly retreated. Seemingly provoked by the scent of blood, the 3 wolves disregarded the goblin scavenger's demeanor and lunged at him with a howl. Moments later, the goblin scavenger stood drenched in blood, clutching the large knife he had taken from the human warrior, gazing coldly at the 3 lifeless wolves before him, panting heavily. These creatures dared to steal from a mere scavenger. Thanks to his innate healing abilities, the wounds upon him ceased bleeding and began to heal at a visibly gradual pace. The goblin scavenger glanced down, pondering how much he would need to consume to replenish the blood he had lost. Suddenly, a fierce hunger surged within him. His throat constricted, and a ravenous desire gleamed in his eyes. The goblin scavenger approached the wolf carcasses, determined that since they had caused him such bloodshed, their flesh would serve to restore him. As he squatted down to feast upon the wolf meat, the goblin merchant was busy attempting to negotiate a trade with a hulking ogre warrior, brandishing a healing potion. The ogre warrior, perplexed by his own thoughts, typically dispatched such green-skinned beings with a single blow. Yet, the glimmer of gold in the goblin's mouth intrigued him, and he suddenly considered that perhaps listening to this creature might not be entirely unwise. Hey, why can I understand the words of this green-skinned creature? Does this signify my intelligence, a potential aptitude for wizardry? The ogre mused, momentarily lost in thought. The goblin merchant waved the healing potion to regain the ogre's attention. Listen, great one, drink this potion and your wounds will heal in no time. The ogre shook his head, striking a robust pose. I don't need such tricks. My wounds will mend swiftly on their own. By consuming my potion, you will heal even faster. You lack magical prowess, and those gems are of no use to you. Why not exchange them for my potions? No, I must return these gems to the Grand Sorcerer. Besides, the Grand Sorcerer can brew vast quantities of potions. Your meager vial wound tea even suffice to fill my gaps. With wounds as severe as yours, can you truly return? Upon hearing this, uncertainty flickered across the ogre's face. Originally, he had set out with companions to raid gnolls for gems, only to be ambushed by humans along the way. Now, alone and with his companions slain, he had to relay the news back to his tribe. At that moment, the goblin merchant, feigning pain, produced another healing potion. Very well, given your size. 1 potion may indeed be insufficient. I shall reluctantly offer you an additional vial. The ogre's eyes widened in surprise, sensing that this might be a rather advantageous deal. Chapter 115, The Night Assault of the Gnolls. Mental spells or similar abilities generally yield greater effectiveness in those of lower intellect. Thus, is it any wonder that Qian Xiaolin often seeks out treasure chests to engage with? Perhaps it is due to her own lack of wits. Deeply influenced by the abilities of those chests. As the night watch grew dull, Su Duojin and Li Xiang sat together, idly conversing. Zhao Huan chuckled. You only dare to tease her when she is asleep. Li Xiang scoffed. In person, I would at most let her kick me a few times. Just then, Lin Honglei's expression shifted. Shoo! Their movement. Instantly, the group fell silent. Several archers scanned their surroundings, spotting numerous shadowy figures stealthily approaching the temporary camp, cloaked by the underbrush. Gnolls, how could they track us so swiftly despite our efforts to mask our scent? Why are there so many? Did the previous expedition disregard these beasts? It's possible that the lone number of surrounding creatures attracted them through the spatial rift. Now is not the time for speculation. Awaken everyone and prepare for battle. Though tension simmered among them, fear was not their prevailing sentiment. They roused their companions, arming themselves for the impending confrontation. Upon noticing the stir among the humans at the temporary camp, the wargs realized that they had been discovered by their foes. With a thunderous roar from a particularly large warg, a pack of wargs howled and charged forward. Beware of the wargs' crossbows. Archers, be vigilant for spellcasters, shouted Zhao Huan. As everyone took their positions around the camp, ensuring they remained within the protective glow of the fire. Perhaps Zhao Huan's voice was too loud, drawing the wargs' attention and leading them to perceive him as the leader of the human camp. Suddenly, a flicker of fire illuminated the darkness, and a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled toward Zhao Huan. He swiftly kicked a nearby novice warrior aside and raised his shield to protect himself. Boom! The fireball collided with the shield, erupting in a violent explosion. Zhao Huan staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. At that moment, Lin Honglei's eyes glowed with a white light as she leapt into the air, releasing a specially crafted arrow that shot forth like a phantom, striking the very spot from which the fireball had originated. Though there was no thunderous explosion, the arrowhead detonated instantly, scattering fiery powder that ignited upon contact, sending flames splattering onto the surrounding gnolls and causing them to yelp in agony. More importantly, the dispersed flames illuminated the area. 2 additional arrows, imbued with fighting spirit, soared over 100 meters and struck the heads of 2 suspected spellcasting wargs. Meanwhile, the fastest of the wargs had already breached the temporary camp. Lunging fiercely at the nearest human warrior, Zhao Huan tossed the light vines towards Zhao Huan and dropped the treasure monster at his feet. As he popped a piece of chocolate into his mouth, he stealthily slipped the giant troll power bracelet into his sleeve. Just as he retrieved the Goblin Wild Knight and 3 goblins cards, a tremendous roar erupted ahead. Zhao Huan felt as though he had been struck on the head with a blunt object, a buzzing filling his ears, accompanied by a rising wave of dread, as if some horrifying entity was about to descend upon him, igniting an instinctual urge to flee. However, this sensation was fleeting. Though he still felt a slight tremor of fear, it was not overwhelming. Upon looking up, he noticed that apart from a few intermediate professionals, the others around him wore pale faces, their expressions betraying excessive fright, and their combat demeanor had turned hesitant. Damn, this warg leader can even instill fear with its roar. Everyone, remain calm. This is merely the effect of a spell, and it will soon pass. Although Feng Chengbao reassured the group, the underlying fear that loomed over them felt inescapable, as if calamity could strike at any moment. Why do I feel less affected? Could it be due to my higher mental fortitude from evenly distributed attributes? Zhao Huan pondered internally as he gazed at the card in his hand. What a coincidence. Am I not inadvertently pointing the barrel of the Knight's rifle at the right moment? A faint smile graced Zhao Huan's lips as he flung the card towards the space between the warriors and archers, transforming into a goblin knight wielding a lance while riding a giant lynx. Release the steadfast conviction. The moment it landed, the summoner's command rang out, and without hesitation, the goblin wild knight raised its lance and let out a fierce roar. Garaka! A grass-green wave of magical energy radiated from the knight, instantly enveloping most of the crowd. Although the card's description indicated that the steadfast conviction would only slightly enhance willpower, the moment the green wave washed over them, the novice warriors found their anxiety dissipating completely. Zhao Huan and the others felt their minds sharpen and their combat instincts flow more smoothly. Concurrently, they all sensed a mysterious surge of strength within them. The aura of courage, bestowing an additional 5 points of strength and 5 points of constitution, may not have led to a qualitative change, but it provided substantial support to novice and apprentice fighters alike. Though the sudden appearance of the Goblin Wild Knight was unexpected, everyone quickly understood that it was undoubtedly Zhao Huan's summoned reinforcement, one with special abilities capable of dispelling fear and amplifying collective strength. Support from a powerhouse, splendid. As this thought crossed their minds, the Goblin Wild Knight let out another furious howl, charging toward the largest warg leader while mounted on its lynx. However, the warg leader struck it with a mighty blow, sending it hurtling back at an alarming speed. Thankfully, due to its protective traits, neither the goblin nor the giant lynx sustained significant damage, as they quickly regained their footing. Damn it, lasting barely 10 minutes. And you can only put on a show for 3 seconds. What boss are you facing? With such mobility, hurry and flank the warg crossbowmen and spellcasters. Zhao Huan exclaimed, covering his face as he gestured. The goblin wild knight grumbled, insisting that knights should face strong foes head-on, and that ambushing archers and mages was the work of insidious assassins. Upon receiving a stern glare from Zhao Huan, the knight reluctantly guided its lynx into the shadows, its form gradually becoming indistinct. With that trait of yours, you'd actually be more suited to being an assassin knight, Zhao Huan mused to himself, glancing down to see another card pinched between his fingers. He had almost forgotten that he intended to test the actual effects of the goblin frenzy state using these three fodder. With a determined flick, he tossed the card towards the goblin wild knight. 3 beams of white light flashed, and 3 green-skinned goblins materialized on the ground in a formation. One goblin brandished a spiked turtle shield at the forefront, while the other 2 held wildwood spears and poisonous mushroom spears at either side of the shield bearer. Goblin Triad Spear and Shield Formation, Advance. Chapter 116, Goblin Frenzy and the Charging Knight. The Goblin Triad formation lasted but a second. Under the influence of the Goblin Wild Knight's aura of courage, the 3 goblins instantly fell into a frenzy, their eyes blazing red. Faces contorted in savage glee as they charged into the fray. The nearby explorers were startled by the bizarre laughter, and before they could comprehend the situation, 3 green phantoms zipped past them. The goblin wielding the spiked turtle shield, previously appearing as feeble as a delicate flower, now sprinted forward, single-handedly hoisting the shield. Leaping 3 feet high, and cackling as it swung the shield towards the face of a word warrior. The word warrior was soon pierced by broken fish spines, screaming in agony as it fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Seeing the enemy so vulnerable, the goblins grew emboldened, stepping over the body of the unfortunate Wurg and laughing maniacally as they plunged into the ranks of the foe. The Wurg warriors, taken aback by the goblins' audacity, instinctively retreated a couple of steps, raising their wooden shields in defense. Ha ha ha, you foolish pups, do you truly believe that a few measly shields can protect you? The goblin screeched, hurling its spiked turtle shield with a wide arc bang. The shield exploded upon impact, sending several high-speed water bullets flying like cannonballs, shattering the shields of several Wurgs and sending their bodies soaring 3 meters into the air. Countless fragments of turtle shell and sharp fish spines rained upon the surrounding Wurgs, embedding themselves into their flesh and eliciting pained howls. However, the instigator, the goblin, did not fare much better. It is common knowledge that one must throw a bomb sufficiently far to ensure one remains outside the blast radius and thus avoid harm. Yet, goblins lack such wisdom. And the frenzied goblins are even more devoid of rationality. Their instinct to hurl shields as weapons is solely derived from the knowledge imparted by their cards. Due to their proximity when throwing, and lacking any form of protection, the goblin unwittingly bore the full brunt of the explosion, leaving its body riddled with shards and fragments. With wide eyes, it collapsed to the ground, twitching slightly, clearly beyond the point of rescue. Meanwhile, although devoid of explosive shields, 2 goblins wielding wooden spears created quite a commotion with their raucous voices. Without hesitation, the goblin brandishing a mushroom-tipped spear launched 2 poisonous fungi at their foes. One struck the head of a wolfman warrior, bursting forth into a colorful display of mushrooms, while the other was deflected harmlessly by the warrior's wooden shield, adding a whimsical embellishment to it. After discarding the mushrooms, the goblin with the poisoned spear engaged in a frenzied assault, stabbing wildly until its spear splintered. It then resorted to clawing and biting, adopting a relentless offensive without a hint of defense, fighting to the death. Soon, however, they met their demise, disintegrating into shattered cards that returned to Zhao Huan's hand. 3 goblins. Level 3. To have risen 2 levels in less than a minute? Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Moreover, once the goblin frenzy was triggered, did it persist even after leaving the aura of valor? Regrettably, the swiftness of these 3's demise offered no opportunity to discern whether the goblin frenzy retained its duration or if its effects waned upon exiting the aura's range. He mused silently, watching the now vanished wild knight of the goblins merge with the night. At that moment, the goblin wild knight stealthily perched upon the back of the wild lynx, maneuvering silently to the rear of the wolfman squad. Fixating with predatory intent on the wolfman mage concealed within a thicket, casting spells in secrecy. With a sinister grin, it launched a surprise attack from behind the enemy. The wolfman mage, startled by the commotion, turned abruptly, only to find a great cat pouncing before it. The wild lynx pinned the mage to the ground just as it was about to scream, only to be silenced by a metallic spear thrust deep into its mouth, piercing through its skull. Though the wolfman mage did not cry out, the commotion attracted the attention of its brethren. Nearby wolfman crossbowmen shouted to summon their comrades, redirecting their bows to shoot the accursed ambusher to pieces. The goblin wild knight scoffed disdainfully, deftly evading 2 incoming bolts with its agile lynx, then vanished into the shadows. 2 wolfhounds howled as they pursued, but soon fell silent. A few wolfman crossbowmen ventured a few steps forward, yet found no trace of their elusive foe. Resorting to firing arrows haphazardly into the darkness in a futile attempt to intimidate their unseen enemy into revealing itself. Eyes wide and ears perked, they detected no anomalies. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind. Whirling around, they beheld a wolfman crossbowman crumpled on the ground, a gaping hole in its neck, blood gushing forth. The attacker had once again vanished into the night, leaving the wolfmen in a state of dread, uncertain from whence the terrifying assailant would strike next. With a rustle, something stirred in the underbrush, startling several wolfman crossbowmen who instinctively loosed their bolts into the foliage. The arrows embedded themselves silently, yielding no response. Realizing the peril, the crossbowmen hastily reloaded their weapons when a blurred figure suddenly sprang forth. Powerful claws swiftly knocked one wolfman crossbowman to the ground, while sharp teeth tore into its throat, rending flesh from bone. Simultaneously, the goblin's spear impaled another wolfman crossbowman, sending it flying into its comrades. Before the enemy could muster a counterattack, the wild knight let out an eerie chuckle, leaving behind two corpses as it melted back into the shadows, concealed among the dense underbrush, blending seamlessly with the night. The goblin wild knight, once dismissive of ambush tactics, now wore a savage grin, relishing the thrill of this method of combat. Not to mention that feline predators are naturally inclined to toy with their prey. Witnessing the enemy flounder at the mercy of itself, and the lynx sent exhilarating blood coursing through the wild knight's veins. Alas, the goblin wild knight was merely a fleeting presence. After several successful ambushes, including the demise of another mage hidden behind shield-bearing wolfman warriors, its time was up, and its body succumbed to weakness, rapidly deteriorating. The wild lynx, seeing this, could only begrudgingly carry its ineffectual rider back into the shadows, leaving a panicked group of wolfman crossbowmen and the remaining two spellcasters oblivious to the fact that the ambusher had departed, their attention consumed by the surrounding darkness, entirely neglecting to assist their frontline kin in battle. Chapter 117, The Wolfman Assassin's Ambush. As a support character, Zhao Huan, who appeared to possess little combat prowess, naturally refrained from engaging in direct confrontation. Clutching a metal shield provided by a teammate in one hand and a steel greatsword in the other, he positioned himself beside several archers. Coordinating with his allies, he felled a wolfman warrior that had breached their defenses. Raising his gaze, he noticed a sudden disarray among the wolfmen in the rear, which alleviated the pressure on the fighters at the front. Rubbing his fingers together, he noted that the goblin wild knight card had yet to return. He mused that while it professed disinterest, it had performed remarkably well. However, given that the goblin wild knight's combat capabilities were limited to a mere 10 minutes, he wondered if it had any awareness of this limitation. Likely, it did not. Observing no rogue wolfmen nearby, Zhao Huan seized the opportunity to retrieve a piece of dried sweet potato from his pouch, chewing on it thoughtfully. The gauntlet of giant power had taken a toll, necessitating timely nourishment. Beside him, Qian Xiaolin appeared tense, her arm weary from drawing her bow, prompting her to pause and shake out her muscles. Glancing at Zhao Huan, who was calmly munching on the sweet potato, she widened her eyes in disbelief. She bit her lip, choosing not to voice her thoughts, yet silently concluded that he possessed remarkable composure, even in such dire circumstances. Had Zhao Huan been aware of her sentiments, he would have assured her that after witnessing numerous deaths, every situation seemed trivial. Moreover, the current battle appeared relatively stable. As the wolfman's rear assault abruptly diminished, several intermediate warriors felt secure enough to engage the massive wolfman chieftain. Although most bore injuries, they gradually began to turn the tide with the support of their archers. Zhao Huan had observed carefully that this pack of wolfmen lacked cavalry. Should the situation truly deteriorate and a retreat become necessary, he was confident he could mount his chocobo and be the swiftest to escape. He even possessed the capacity to assist a teammate in fleeing from the wolfman's pursuit. As for whether he could survive alone after evading the wolfmen, he felt confident. Certainly, many exploration teams would soon enter the verdant forest, arriving at the twilight wilderness to undertake their quests. The monsters of the verdant forest have largely retreated into hiding, rendering the area significantly more secure than usual. If the swift chocobo were to gallop at full speed, it might only take a single night for Zhao Huan to escape back to Explorer Town. In a short span, Zhao Huan had devoured all the dried sweet potatoes he had. Hesitating in his mind, he contemplated whether it would be prudent to remove the giant demon power bracelet now that the immediate danger seemed diminished. Suddenly, a furious shout from Lin Honglei pierced the air. Zhao Huan swiftly turned to see Lin Honglei clutching her right shoulder with her left hand, blood trickling through her fingers. Her eyes wide with shock and anger as she gazed ahead. A small, indistinct shadow darted past at great speed, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Everyone, be cautious. We have a warg assassin among us. Lin Honglei cried out, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over her. Glancing down by the flickering firelight, she noticed the blood flowing from her wound had taken on a purplish hue. The assassin's weapon is poisoned. Xiaolin, quickly fetch me an antidote. Xiaolin hastily retrieved a vial of antidote, uncapping it and administering it to Lin Honglei. Zhao Huan kicked a mimic treasure chest disguised as a wooden box next to the two, brandishing his sword and shield, his eyes scanning the surroundings with intense focus. Lin Honglei whispered, that creature likely possesses a sharp intellect. Seeing my arm injured, it will probably shift its target to the other archers. Zhao Huan nodded, his fingers trembling as he summoned a merman hunter. Regrettably, the ambient humidity was somewhat low, and although the merman hunter could sense the movement of air, locating the stealthy warg assassin proved to be a formidable challenge. Upon witnessing Zhao Huan summon yet another merman hunter, Xiaolin exclaimed in astonishment. Another goblin, and now a merman. Just how many summons do you possess? Realizing her gaffe, she quickly added, forget I asked. Why not summon that goblin warrior too? The one that rode out on the lynx. That goblin knight. The transformation is rather drastic. To guard against a potential ambush from the warg assassin, the archers huddled together, while Zhao Huan and the two novice warriors stood vigil around them. Despite this, the archers remained anxious, their focus wavering and their combat efficiency significantly diminished. Surely it hasn't he fled? Zhao Huan murmured, planting his great sword into the ground. He pulled out a vial of purple venom slime, lowering his gaze to signal the merman hunter. The merman hunter nodded slightly, departing from the group and patrolling the dimly lit expanse, rhythmically swinging its fishbone spear. It resembled a soulless cleaning robot, attempting to flush out the concealed warg assassin with its mechanical sweeping motions. Such a clumsy tactic, of course, could not succeed and instead provided the warg assassin an opportunity for a surprise attack. In an instant, a blurry figure materialized behind the merman hunter, its crimson eyes glimmering with malice and disdain. As it turned towards the panicked human, a mocking smile appeared on its lips, and it plunged a dagger brutally into the merman hunter's skull. Thud! The dagger sank deeply into the foe, even the claws of the warg following suit. The warg assassin widened its eyes, bewildered by the sudden transformation of what had seemed a fish-headed creature into a slime. The impact unleashed a violent explosion from the venom slime, spraying toxic liquid and enveloping the area in a noxious mist. The warg assassin found itself drenched in venom, its fur and flesh scorched and corroded, instinctively releasing a wretched scream. In opening its mouth, it inadvertently inhaled the toxic vapor. With its mouth ablaze and head spinning, it realized the peril too late, attempting to flee but finding its body unresponsive. Beware of the splattering venom, Zhao Huan bellowed, raising his shield to protect himself from the toxic spray while tossing out the merman hunter card anew. As the merman hunter landed, it seized an ice net and hurled it towards the enemy. The net soared through the air, piercing the toxic fog and ensnaring the staggering warg assassin attempting to escape. Observing the scene, several archers redirected their aim, channeling energy into their arrows, which whistled through the air and struck the warg assassin's body. Just as the merman hunter poised to throw its fishbone spear, it quickly retracted the weapon. The corrosive nature of the venom could easily damage the fishing rod, rendering it unusable for the time being. Although there seemed to be no nearby fishing spots, one could never be too sure. What if the ground cracked open and a river suddenly emerged? Chapter 118. By the lakeside, of course, one must fish. Fortunately, the warg assassin was a show-off, taking the time to taunt before attacking. Otherwise, there would have been no opportunity to switch back to the merman hunter. Just as Zhao Huan was silently grateful, a thunderous roar from the warg leader echoed from behind him. Zhao Huan felt as though the back of his head had been struck by a heavy blow. Damn, again? The 5 minutes of resolute conviction had elapsed, and the goblin wild knight had yet to return. After a fierce battle, the explorers were weary, and the impending roar of fear could very well yield critical damage. Zhao Huan snapped back to reality and quickly turned around. To his astonishment, the warg leader had repelled several mid-tier warriors with a roar and, with a final howl, fled with the remaining wargs without looking back. They actually ran away? Zhao Huan had expected the warg leader to undergo a transformation. At that moment, the wild lynx emerged from the underbrush, carrying the half-conscious goblin wild knight, its face a portrait of indulgence. Oh, you actually made it back alive? A reliable mount truly makes a difference. Ignoring the goblin wild knight's incessant complaints, Zhao Huan patted the wild lynx's head and recalled it. Goblin wild knight. LV3. Having engaged in a single skirmish, it had leveled up to 3. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it shed the negative effects of the kidney-deficient knight. With the wargs driven away, the exploration team dared not linger any longer. Although no one had perished, most were injured, and their condition had deteriorated significantly. Should another wave of wargs arrive, they would likely meet their end here. After administering basic treatment to the injured and providing healing potions to the severely wounded, they placed them atop the chocobos or had others carry them. They hastily gathered their belongings, and as dawn approached, they departed in a hurry. After a lengthy journey, they returned to a large lake on the southwestern edge of the verdant forest, where they found several exploration teams stationed. A collective sigh of relief escaped them as they settled down at the lakeside for a much-needed respite. The other exploration teams, witnessing their battered state, dispatched members to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that they had been attacked by wargs on the outskirts of the Twilight Wilderness, speculation arose that a rift in the monster space had opened within the Twilight Wilderness. What is the point of clearing out the monsters if rifts appear so swiftly? Oh, you fail to comprehend. The Special Matters Bureau tasked us with eliminating monsters with the intention of having us search for clues regarding the magical rainbow gold within their territory. The or containing magical rainbow gold radiates powerful magical fluctuations, and once the monsters detect it, they will undoubtedly collect it and return it to their lairs. So that is how it is. I initially thought that with so many exploration teams entering the Twilight Wilderness, it would become considerably safer. Zhao Huan and the others exchanged glances, as they too shared the same sentiment. Who could have anticipated such misfortune? Stumbling upon a horde of monsters unleashed by a spatial rift? Zhao Huan did not partake in the discussion. Instead, he stood by the lakeside, lost in contemplation as he gazed into the water. The fisherman had managed to catch a considerable number of fish in the small lake nestled within the verdant forest. So one could only imagine the multitude of otherworldly fish that must inhabit this lake, which was at least 10 times larger. Even if one did not intend to sell the fish, it would still be a splendid opportunity for the fisherman to practice his skills here. Qian Xiaolin approached Zhao Huan, noticing his preoccupation with the lake's surface. Following his gaze with a puzzled glance, he discerned nothing amiss. What are you looking at? I was just wondering if there are any fish in this lake. Oh, it seems there are quite a few. Someone once caught a golden eel here and sold it for 70 to 80,000. Zhao Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. 70 to 80,000? You're not seriously considering diving in to catch fish, are you? There are quite a few monsters lurking beneath the surface. While they may not be particularly formidable, they can drag you down to the depths, posing far greater danger than staying ashore. Qian Xiaolin hurriedly attempted to dissuade him. I'm not foolish, Zhao Huan replied, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and whispered, I have a merman, you know? Qian Xiaolin's eyes lit up. Right. Your merman seems quite powerful. It could fish in the lake. Fishing? It may not prefer that. Rather, it enjoys fishing from the shore. Qian Xiaolin, dubious, quietly clarified, your merman likes to fish? With a fishing rod? Yes, that is its hobby and training method, but with so many people around, it would be too conspicuous if I let it fish here. Although still somewhat incredulous, Qian Xiaolin refrained from pressing further and instead offered a practical suggestion. If you're worried about others seeing, just have your merman wear a hooded leather outfit. We can set up 2 tents to enclose this area and block the view of those other exploration teams. That sounds feasible. As long as it can fish, I'm sure the merman hunter won't mind a bit of disguise. However, did you come over just to chat with me? Zhao Huan inquired, prompting Qian Xiaolin to recall his original purpose for approaching him. It seems that the toxins in Lin Jie's body have been thoroughly purged, and her wounds have healed. I wanted to ask if you could place the bright light vine on the other injured individuals. Previously, Lin Honglei had been stabbed by a warg assassin. Although she had consumed an antidote, her body remained quite frail. After rescuing the other 2 severely injured members, Zhao Huan adorned Lin Honglei's head with a garland of bright light vine. While it appeared somewhat odd to have a garland atop her head while fleeing for their lives, the complex nature of women's thoughts meant that the other explorers would likely only murmur quietly upon seeing it, harboring no real suspicion. In the words of Zhao Huan, Zhao Huan's profession allowed him to keep secrets for as long as possible, should the truth slip out. It would undoubtedly be due to a leak from the Golden Leopard Exploration Team. The members of the Golden Toad Exploration Team wholeheartedly agreed. Zhao Huan entered the tent, summoned the bright light vine, and examined it closely before applying it to another injured individual. Bright light vine, LV3. Once the remaining injured members were treated, he estimated it would level up to level 4. However, the weather appeared quite dire. Observing the thick clouds rolling in, Zhao Huan surmised that the moon would likely be obscured tonight. Nevertheless, rainy weather would indeed facilitate the merman hunters fishing at the lakeside. After conversing with Qian Xiaolin for a while, they gathered a few others and erected 3 tents along the lakeshore, cordoning off a small area to shield themselves from the gaze of the other exploration teams. Inside the tent, Zhao Huan summoned the merman hunter and dressed it in an ill-fitting hooded leather outfit. Finding suitable clothing for the merman's physique was quite a challenge. After briefing the merman hunter on a few precautions and noting its eager yet serious demeanor as it made mental notes, Zhao Huan sure felt reassured enough to let it venture out to fish. Chapter 119, Treasure Box Stewed Fish. The merman hunter dipped its feet into the lake, carefully sensing the situation beneath the water's surface. It smacked its lips. The summoner chose a poor location. There aren't too many fish nearby. However, catching something is certainly better than catching nothing at all. The merman hunter crouched down, rummaging through the damp earth by the water's edge, unearthing a plump worm, which it promptly attached to the fishing hook. Wow, remarkable. It found a worm so quickly. How did it know there were worms there? Qian Xiaolin exclaimed in delight. The merman hunter turned its gaze towards Zhao Huan, asking, "This human female is quite loud. May I toss her into the lake to create a feeding spot?" Ahem. She is merely curious. Yes, she admires your fishing skills and wishes to observe your technique up close. Just now, she was praising your talent for digging up worms so effortlessly. The merman hunter's eyes flickered. Is that so? Then this human female possesses quite an eye for talent. Satisfied that he had placated the merman hunter, Zhao Huan turned to Qian Xiaolin and advised, "Keep your voice down. It doesn't like to be disturbed while fishing." Qian Xiaolin nodded, covering her mouth to signal her intent to remain silent. With no option for a better fishing spot, the merman hunter resorted to its exceptional fishing skills as compensation. With the limited number of fish, it decided to simply drop the bait right in front of them. Few fish could resist the frantic wriggling of the fat worm. No sooner had the bait touched the water than the fishing line suddenly tightened, jerking the fishing rod as it swung rapidly in the lake. Qian Xiaolin's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression tense as she nearly cried out. In contrast, the merman hunter remained calm, glancing back with a hint of amusement. Uninformed humans. With a deft motion, it swayed the fishing rod back and forth before seizing the opportunity to yank sharply, revealing a dark fish that bore a striking resemblance to an eel. Once the merman hunter deftly removed the fish from the hook and tossed it into the frost net hanging at its waist, Qian Xiaolin could only let out a soft gasp of awe. Wow, this merman is incredibly skilled at fishing. The merman hunter looked at Zhao Huan with a questioning gaze. Zhao Huan nodded. Yes, they're praising your fishing prowess. The merman hunter maintained an outward composure, yet a glimmer of pride emerged in its eyes, reflecting the thought that this human female seemed to possess discerning taste. Thus it chose to overlook her earlier disturbances. Each time it dug up a worm, caught a fish, or cast its line, Qian Xiaolin's excitement was palpable. The merman hunter feigned indifference, but felt increasingly pleased within. When Qian Xiaolin was called away by someone, the merman hunter felt a twinge of reluctance. As the sky grew increasingly overcast, twilight approached, and it finally began to rain lightly. The merman hunter naturally reveled in the rain. The humid air felt incredibly comfortable, and it made it easier to sense the positions of fish within the lake. However, for the explorers, rain posed quite a hassle. They needed to take various waterproof measures, and visibility would diminish at night, complicating the task of keeping watch. Without a campfire, they had to rely on alternative methods for illumination. In polluted areas, some convenient methods for heating food were rendered unusable, aside from open flames. They could only resort to using fire-type magical gems and magically crafted tools resembling electric cookers. Yet, such items were pricey and unstable mid-use. The magical gems embedded in the apparatus could fail, necessitating replacements. A single fire-type magical gem costs at least several thousand. Most exploration teams preferred to subsist on dry rations rather than bring such items into polluted zones. The temporary tent constructed by the exploration team was only suitable for sleeping, not for kindling a campfire within. Qian Mantang rummaged through his backpack and produced a large pile of compressed biscuits. "Let us make do with this for tonight," he announced. "What about the sweet potato chips?" Li Xiang inquired. Qian Xiaolin widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Eating sweet potato chips at night will have everyone passing gas, and we won't be able to sleep in this tent." Then I'll nibble on some jerky." "No way. Just eating jerky won't replenish our sugar levels." The compressed biscuits were far too unpalatable. "If they're that bad, just drink more water." "Not that kind of bad," Zhao Huan proposed. "It's unbearable to eat just biscuits. Why not boil some fish soup instead?" Qian Xiaolin looked puzzled. "But we have no fire. How can we cook soup?" "No need for fire. We have a rice cooker." Upon hearing this, a multitude of question marks appeared in the minds of the others. A rice cooker? How could the exploration team possibly possess such a device? Although not particularly advanced, a rice cooker would disintegrate in a polluted zone in no time. The higher the technological sophistication of an item, the more susceptible it was to the peculiar rules of the polluted area. Many believed that the nature of the polluted zone was not a natural occurrence, but rather a deliberate design aimed at human technology. Initially, many had seized the opportunity to emerge and claimed that humanity's technological advancement had ravaged the environment, and the rifts in the illusions were divine retribution against humanity. Facing a grave crisis for survival, The Federation and the upper echelons of various cities were already at their wits' end when these strange figures emerged, blissfully unaware that it was no longer a time of peace, and were swiftly imprisoned under a myriad of absurd charges, many of whom met their end in the first live execution broadcast. Zhao Huan chuckled without elaborating, summoning the treasure chest monster and extracting the remnants from its body, rinsing it with lake water. In truth, it wouldn't have mattered if it remained unwashed. The treasure chest monster's unique digestive abilities could devour the chaotic contents within entirely. Zhao Huan merely feared that one of his teammates might have qualms about it, hence he gave the treasure chest monster a wash. Afterward, he refilled the chest with water, allowing the treasure chest monster to heat it up on its own. Zhao Huan sought out the fisherman hunter, selecting a few common otherworldly fish from the frost net bag. The frost net bag resembled a freezer, preserving freshness but not life. Zhao Huan was uncertain whether the fish would spoil after a prolonged stay inside. Additionally, when the fisherman hunter was recalled as a card, would the fish in the net bag follow into the card, or would they simply fall out? Curiosity piqued in Zhao Huan's mind, but as the fisherman hunter was busy fishing, it would be impolite to disturb it. He could only wait until it finished before attempting to see. When Zhao Huan returned after dealing with the otherworldly fish, he found a group of people gathered around the treasure chest monster, all with expressions of awe as they gazed at the boiling hot water in its belly. Zhao Huan smiled, placing the otherworldly fish into the bubbling water, adding a few strips of jerky and some seasonings before sealing the lid and activating the pressure cooker mode. The treasure chest monster's capabilities would undoubtedly be useful in the future. Rather than concealing and compromising himself, it was better to proactively reveal the truth. After all, as long as the treasure chest monster did not self-destruct in front of others, no one would link it to the catastrophic explosion in the park. After all, who would anticipate the immense power of a rice cooker exploding, capable of propelling half the park into the air? Chapter 120. This wild radish is a great tonic. The lid of the treasure chest monster slightly opened, steam billowing forth, as the rich aroma of fish soup instantly enveloped the entire tent. The fragrance even wafted through the tent seams, breaking through the rain's blockade and drifting into the tents of the other two exploration teams. Fang Qingbao's head abruptly popped out from his tent, crumbs of compressed biscuits lingering at the corners of his mouth. His gaze fixated intently on the tent of the middle-aged, unemployment front exploration team. I remember they didn't bring any charcoal either. Where did they get the fire to stew soup in the tent? Did they secretly bring a magical heater? Having made a little extra cash, they've already begun to forget their roots, haven't they? No, I must confront them about this. Fang Qingbao grasped his bowl and was about to emerge from the tent to have a serious discussion with Zhang Daxuan and the others. However, Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang had long anticipated his move, filling an iron pot with half a pot of fish soup and distributing it among the members of the Golden Leopard and the Swallowing Toad. Don't ask questions, otherwise there won't be any next time. Fang Qingbao thought to himself, this is a clear case of not a single ounce of silver here. It was obvious that this matter was connected to Zhao Huan. He gulped down the hot soup in one go and exhaled a long breath, his eyes brimming with envy. This support character could even manage logistics, truly a jack of all trades. How I wish our exploration team had someone like that. A team member scoffed, forget it, Captain. With the incident involving Huang Dalong, who knows if they will even want to collaborate with us again? How should we report Huang Dalong's death to the Special Affairs Bureau when we return? What can we say? Just tell them he exposed his whereabouts while trying to flee and was discovered by a monster. We collaborated with Zhang Daxuan so many times. It's impossible to sever ties over this trivial matter. Huang Dalong is dead, but Zhao Huan hasn't suffered any loss per se. Though we must be more cautious when recruiting next time. Though Fang Qingbao expressed these thoughts, he was inwardly contemplating how to find opportunities to mend relations with both Zhao Huan and Zhang Daxuan. Observing the intensifying rain outside the tent, he furrowed his brow. Ugh, this is troublesome. I'm afraid we won't get any sleep tonight. Huh, why? Zhao Huan casually asked. Li Xiang immediately replied with a serious expression. It's like in many games, certain fish species only appear on rainy nights. This lake also harbors monsters that only come out during rainy nights. Oh, amphibious monsters? Zhao Huan recalled encountering a water-dwelling monkey while performing a cooperative defense task a few days ago. Li Xiang, somewhat uncertain, remarked. They say there are fish species with 2 or 4 legs, but they're neither lizards nor salamanders. In any case, they definitely aren't in the same category as the water-dwelling monkey. Fish with legs? Zhao Huan's mind immediately conjured the hideous mutated fish he had seen in the trial dream, and a look of distaste crossed his face. Qian Xiaolin, observing the figure standing by the lake fishing, voiced his concern. Aren't we going to recall the fisherman? No need. The stronger the winds and waves, the more expensive the fish. On rainy days, it's the fisherman's domain. Zhao Huan chuckled. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he pinched his fingers, summoning the Goblin Trifecta. Goblin Trifecta. LV6. Gazing at the card, he noticed that the healing potions previously pilfered by the Goblin Thief from the greed space had vanished, replaced by other items. Roughly a dozen unknown mineral pieces, some rough golden grains, and a few simply polished magical gemstones, several monster cores, a necklace or bracelet made of beast teeth strung together, a standard large blade, and several commonly used explorer tools, along with some dirt-laden plants, wild fruits bearing goblin tooth marks, and half a tree root. Zhao Huan first felt curious about where the goblins had acquired these minerals and magical gemstones, as well as that crude beast tooth necklace. Then, he became somewhat perplexed. The greed space lacked healing potions, which must have been taken by the goblin merchant when it left. However, the assorted plants, gnawed fruits, and tree roots were clearly the style of scavenged items collected by goblin foragers. Could it be that these two had ventured out together? Zhao Huan glanced at the card. Enhanced, with a description stating a 20 chance to summon 2 goblin trifectas, swiftly unraveling the truth. After all, a probability of 20 is indeed not negligible. Zhao Huan hesitated for a moment, deciding against sending the goblin trio out for further escapades. It seemed prudent to allow the trio to rest, as he might need the greed space later. He retrieved his backpack, reached in with his right hand, and pretended to pull out a muddy old tree root, placing it before him for inspection. What exactly is this peculiar thing? Where did you pull that wild radish from? Su Duojin inquired curiously, glancing at the object in Zhao Huan's hand. What? You think this is a radish? Zhao Huan replied incredulously. Indeed, it's a wild radish from another realm. At least, that's what the botanists say. They claim it contains some special elements, boasting a nutritional value surpassing that of ginseng, and could fetch a price of around 1,000 coins. As they spoke, Su Duojin noticed that the wild radish was missing half of its length, appearing as if it had been nibbled on. He looked at Zhao Huan in surprise. Such a thing is typically brewed as medicine. It must taste akin to tree roots. How could you possibly consume it? Zhao Huan pondered for a moment, realizing that the goblin must have been the culprit. It must have been the goblin knight, famished from battle, who dug it up and gnawed on half before stashing it in his bag. Even for a goblin, such a thing would surely be challenging to swallow. Su Duojin nodded. Then it must have truly been hungry. The torrential rain continued unabated. As night fell, the world gradually succumbed to darkness. The explorers camped by the lakeside dared not sleep. Nor did they light any illuminating sources. They simply placed glowing crystals and other tools within reach, listening intently to the sounds outside. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. But the air felt suddenly colder and more humid. Amidst the patter of raindrops, the faint sound of water rippling could be heard, as if something was surfacing from beneath the lake. With a splash, a particularly large green-leaf fish leaped from the water, thrashing about. The fisherman hunter delivered a powerful punch, stunning the fish before removing it from the hook and placing it into a frost net. Finally, a big catch. The fisherman hunter grinned widely, his expression brimming with excitement. He glanced back at the tent, feeling a twinge of regret that the human female who had cheered him on was absent, tightening the net around his waist. The fisherman hunter refrained from immediately digging for new bait, instead standing silently, staring into the darkness, radiating an aura of irritation and dissatisfaction. Every time he went fishing, there was always something to disrupt him. It was truly vexing for a fisherman. Chapter 121, The Four-Legged Eel Monster. Amidst the cacophony of rain, a sudden cry erupted from the tents of the distant explorers. Several tents illuminated, and the sounds of battle ensued. Zhao Huan and his teammates immediately stiffened, grasping their weapons. At that moment, the sounds of the fisherman hunter's roars and combat echoed outside the tent. Zhang Dashuan swiftly brushed his hand across the luminous crystal embedded in his shield, causing it to emit a bright white light. Shield raised before him, he flung open the tent and charged out, only to see a dark object plummeting towards him through the rain. Instinctively, Zhang Dashuan swung his shield. Thud! The shield resounded with a heavy impact as the shadowy figure crashed to the ground, quivering slightly. The beams of several illuminating crystals shone like flashlights, revealing a creature the size of a human thigh, resembling an eel, with a mouth full of sharp, fine teeth and foreclaws situated behind its gills and before its tail, sprawled on the ground. A large hole in its head gushed dark red blood, its mouth opening and closing as its body and claws twitched, a clear sign it was not long for this world. Is this the lake's water monster? It looks rather abstract. Zhao Huan mused, finding it somewhat acceptable, merely a hybrid of catfish and salamander, fish-like in appearance. Far more aesthetically pleasing than a grotesque mutant fish infected by poison. Zhang Dashuan illuminated the area with his shield, the light piercing through the rain, faintly revealing the figure of the fisherman hunter. Strange cries echoed in the rain, followed by several dark shapes leaping towards the fisherman hunter. However, the fisherman hunter appeared to have anticipated this, gracefully evading the shadow's assault. With a thrust and flick of his fishbone spear, another shadow soared into the air, hurtling towards the tent. Zhang Dashuan blocked it with his shield, looking down to find yet another four-legged eel, albeit smaller, about the size of an arm. Qian Xiaolin mumbled softly, "I feel like the fisherman hunter seems a bit displeased." Zhao Huan turned to her in surprise. "You have quite the keen eye. After all, he is a fishing enthusiast. He does not appreciate overly aggressive fish leaping onto him." "What?" Qian Mantang adjusted his shield, directing the light towards the lake, where he saw splashes of water as more four-legged eels leapt from the depths, landing on the shore. Perhaps drawn by the light of the illuminating crystals, more monsters emerged from the lake, ignoring the nearer fisherman hunter, and swiftly wriggled towards the tent. Though the monsters appeared formidable, their small size, coupled with the fisherman hunter's seemingly effortless battle, instilled a false sense of confidence in Li Xiang, the level 9 apprentice warrior. Believing that these four-legged eels would be easily dispatched, he boldly charged into the rain, his sword aglow with a faint white light, preparing to deliver a striking blow as the monsters lunged at him. However, when he truly faced the assault of the four-legged eels, he discovered they were far more terrifying than they appeared. Their bodies twisted rapidly, suddenly launching into the air like arrows, offering him no time to react or anticipate. Yet, relying on the experience and instincts he had accumulated from previous battles, Li Xiang managed to raise his shield just in time to deflect the monster's attack. The force of the impact was not too strong. Feeling the shock reverberate through his shield, Li Xiang regained his confidence, readying for another strike when he suddenly heard splashes beside him. In the dim rain, several four-legged eels silently glided to his side, leaping up with ferocity. A sharp pain surged through his left arm as he turned to see one of the eel's razor-sharp teeth piercing through his leather armor and into his flesh. The creature writhed violently, attempting to tear a piece of flesh from its foe. Li Xiang's face contorted in agony as he prepared to stab the eel clinging to him with his sword, but the sound of splashing water reached his ears, and he caught sight of more dark figures rapidly converging on him. Have they identified me as the weakest link in the team and are preparing to swarm me? A realization dawned upon Li Xiang. As several shadows leaped towards him, mouths agape, he widened his eyes, his heart flooding with fear and despair. Just then, a large foot shot out from the side, forcefully kicking him back into the tent. Wave blade slash. A furious shout erupted, and a dazzling white light sliced through the air, severing the airborne four-legged eels in half, causing them to crash to the ground, thrashing and emitting strange cries. Zhao Huan had cleaved through the bodies of the four-legged eels. Witnessing the creature reduced to just a head, he noticed it was still clinging to Li Xiang's arm, its mouth locked in a vice-like grip. Once again, the tip of the sword pierced the eel's mouth, and with a vigorous twist, Li Xiang deftly detached its head from his arm. "Brother, are you in such a rush to meet your demise? Or do you feel your scars are too few and wish to add more battle honors to your collection?" As Li Xiang regained his composure, he realized that the area struck by Zhang Dashuan's kick ached far more than his arm. Hearing Zhao Huan's teasing, he managed a wry smile. "Isn't it evident that your fisherman is able to handle 10 adversaries with ease? Isn't that a clear sign of overconfidence? It is said that rainy days are the fisherman's domain. Fisherman hunters possess an innate sense, enabling them to detect changes in the surrounding rain and humidity. The water-dwelling monkey's ability to conceal themselves in the rain pales in comparison, for as soon as these eels twist their bodies, the hunters instinctively know where they will strike. You cannot possibly compete." Zhao Huan elucidated. Li Xiang, perplexed, inquired, "Wait, do fishermen possess such abilities? Surely, they all have some semblance of this power, though perhaps not as formidable as that of the fisherman hunters." Zhao Huan was aware that fishermen could navigate through mist without their vision being obscured, but he was uncertain if ordinary fishermen could sense enemies concealed within the fog. "If your fishermen are so powerful, why did you not mention it sooner?" "It's my fault then," Zhao Huan retorted, suddenly swinging his great sword to cleave a charging four-legged eel in two. Li Xiang stood momentarily astonished, recalling Zhang Dashuan's earlier assertion that he was unlikely to best Zhao Huan. Is this fellow merely pretending to be weak? Though possessing legs, this creature should still be classified as an eel. He wondered how it would taste. Zhao Huan, with a vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, spoke of seemingly unrelated matters. Qian Xiaolin displayed a look of disdain. "You can actually stomach such a revolting creature? What do you know? A four-legged eel of this size must be a great tonic. With 4 legs, it's likely even more nourishing. Isn't that right, Oldly? Oh." Li Xiang barely registered Zhao Huan's words, responding instinctively. Yet Zhao Huan remarked, "Oldly has indeed reached an age where he requires supplementation." Chapter 122, Concealed Fish. At a certain moment, amidst an intense clash with the explorers, the four-legged eels suddenly retreated into the lake like a receding tide, either leaping or sliding back into the water, leaving the explorers panting and bewildered. Surrounded by the corpses of monsters, Fang Qingbao, stationed in another direction, approached to assess the situation and, upon noting that the middle-aged, unemployed exploration team had suffered no casualties, he let out a slight sigh of relief. As the rain began to lessen, the distant cries of other exploring teams grew clearer. It seems someone has sustained severe injuries. These monstrous creatures can inflict quite a bite, Li Xiang speculated. Fang Qingbao wiped his face, shaking off the rainwater mixed with a small amount of slime. It's more than that. During our battle, we noticed that a member of that team appeared to be dragged into the lake by those monsters. At this, Li Xiang felt a chill creep into his heart. Had it not been for the captain's timely rescue, he too might have been snatched away by the creatures. Zhao Huan silently reflected on how fortunate he was to have had the foresight to remain behind, guarding the tent rather than charging forward. He had even kept the Goblin Wilderness Knight as a trump card, not yet deploying it. The human squabbles bore no relevance to the fisherman hunter. Once the four-legged eels had vacated, the hunter disregarded its injuries, bending down to extract a worm from the ground, ready to continue its fishing endeavors. However, the commotion caused by the eels had driven away most of the fish near the lakeshore. Those that remained had likely been devoured by the passing eels. After sensing for a while and discovering that not a single fish remained, the fisherman hunter erupted in a flurry of curses. Observing this, Zhao Huan seized the opportunity to approach the fisherman hunter under the pretext of checking its condition. He discreetly scanned the area. Others were either returning to their tents to tend to their injuries, applying ointments, or tallying their losses while sorting through the damaged tents. Everyone was preoccupied, leaving Zhao Huan unnoticed. Gripping a luminescent crystal, he extinguished its dim glow, plunging the surroundings into darkness. He summoned the Goblin Trio, bringing forth the Goblin Scavenger. From the frostnet pouch, he extracted the valuable interdimensional fish, depositing them into the Goblin's pockets, before recalling it back into the card, leaving only a few less valuable fish behind. Zhao Huan's intent was not to deceive his teammates and withhold their share, but rather to preserve the freshness of the interdimensional fish, which would lose value in a few days, turning into stinking refuse. Lacking specialized preservation equipment for fishing, the treasure chest monster could only store but not preserve. However, it could transform the interdimensional fish into dried fish. To profit from these interdimensional fish, the team would need to embark on an immediate return to the explorer town. Yet, Zhao Huan observed that neither Zhang Dashuan nor Fang Qingbao seemed inclined to conclude the exploration so hastily. After the skirmish with the wolfmen, the team members had sustained injuries and ought to return to the city to recuperate. Healing potions were not inexpensive, nor were they alchemical elixirs, and their effectiveness was limited. Consuming them excessively would merely waste money. However, due to the miraculous effects of Zhao Huan's radiant vine, the exploration team members had regained much of their vitality after taking turns wearing it. Though they were not at full capacity, they were certainly fit enough for another venture. Thus, to avoid waste, Zhao Huan had no choice but to secretly stash the most valuable interdimensional fish in his greed space. After summoning the Goblin Scavenger back, Zhao Huan turned his gaze to the fisherman hunter. The creature bore numerous wounds and had bled profusely, yet none of its injuries appeared particularly grave. However, its hooded leather outfit, meant for camouflage, had been torn to rags by the monsters, while others busied themselves with tidying the tents and cleaning the battlefield. This creature sat in a mop-like fashion, fishing, which struck Zhao Huan as rather peculiar. Well then, since you can't catch any fish now, you might as well return and rest. Though the fisherman hunter appeared reluctant, it obediently extended its head, allowing Zhao Huan to touch it before being summoned back into card form. In an instant, the brilliance faded, and the fisherman hunter vanished, leaving behind a tattered leather outfit and several chilling interdimensional fish. It appeared that the net pouch could not transport fish back into the card. Although Zhao Huan had anticipated this outcome, he still felt a pang of regret. If only I could freeze some useless fish into popsicles, place them in the net pouch, and during a brawl, fling them at my enemies' faces while reciting a nostalgic phrase. Cold, cold ice fish, flapping wildly upon your face. How exhilarating that would be. As his mind wandered into absurdity, his gaze fell upon the monster card in his hand. Shallow Sea Fisherman Hunter, LV7. After enhancement, even the fishing fellow's leveling difficulty has increased. Previously, catching this many fish would have surely raised my level to 8. Zhao Huan mused, somewhat discontent. After some time, the rain ceased and daylight broke. Several members of the exploration team found a pile of dry wood from somewhere and lit a bonfire in the center of the camp, skinning the four-legged eels and skewering them on sticks to roast beside the flames. Are we really going to eat this? Zhao Huan had merely jested before, not expecting them to take action. Qian Xiaolin shot him a sidelong glance. Didn't you say those long-legged eels are highly nourishing? Be sure to indulge a bit. Zhao Huan turned to Li Xiang and said, Indeed, old Li, do indulge a bit more. It would be beneficial for your health. As for me, I shall suffice with just a few small fish. Upon seeing Zhao Huan prepare to take several otherworldly fish for roasting, Qian Xiaolin expressed his surprise. You're still eating? With yesterday's fish soup included, that amounts to at least 20 to 30,000. The fish caught by Zhao Huan, a fisherman, had incurred little effort from the others. According to the expedition team's rules, the majority of the proceeds from their sale would naturally go to Zhao Huan. Qian Xiaolin recalled that Zhao Huan was well aware of the value of these otherworldly fish. What would happen if he didn't consume them? It would be quite some time before they could return, and would he simply let them rot away? Zhao Huan then glanced at Zhang Daxuan and the others, who were huddled together discussing their forthcoming action plans. Well, you can't possibly finish all these fish. Allow me to assist you in shouldering some of the burden. I truly appreciate your generosity. The quantity should have been greater, alas, during the battle with the fisherman hunter at midnight. Many fish slipped from our grasp and were snatched away by the eel monsters. Zhao Huan lamented seemingly without intent. Qian Xiaolin immediately appeared enlightened. No wonder the fisherman looked so furious when those eel monsters fled. Ah, you noticed that? He was cursing at the lake at that moment. Previously, when the team was attacked by werewolves and hastily retreated, they lost quite a bit of supplies in the twilight wilderness. Coincidentally, last night, after being assaulted by the four-legged eels, several members of the expedition team stationed by the lakeside suffered severe injuries, with some even perishing, prompting an immediate decision to vacate the contaminated area and return to Dongchuan City. It was perplexing how these individuals thought they could engage in the twilight wilderness with such meager strength. Yet, it conveniently enabled Zhang Daxuan and his companions to exchange several mutated monster heads with those two expedition teams for some items, replenishing their previously lost supplies. Chapter 123, Trial Objective, Fallen Shadow Acolytes. The sentiments of the majority of the members from the three expedition teams were aligned. Having come this far, they were determined to earn back their investment before returning. Zhao Huan, on the other hand, was indifferent. The goblin thief had acquired shadow mana crystals for himself, saving him over 200,000. Coupled with the spoils brought back by the three rascals and the few large fish caught by the fisherman hunter, selling everything would easily yield 70 to 80,000, granting him newfound financial ease. Staying in the contaminated area was also acceptable. After all, his profession had already been exposed, allowing him to confidently summon the Goblin Wilderness Knights to battle. Once the Wilderness Knights reached level 5, the enhancement of the card would require materials, and he hoped they weren't overly rare, as he had only just managed to save up some funds. Wait, something felt amiss. Zhao Huan furrowed his brow, sensing that throughout his extensive efforts, he had merely been laboring for the monster cards. It must be an illusion, undoubtedly. He was the summoner, the heartless capitalist enslaving monsters. All that belonged to them was rightfully his. Enhancing monsters was merely a means of augmenting his own strength. With all preparations complete, the expedition team set forth once more into the twilight wilderness. Perhaps owing to the previous exhilarating experiences, this time, their entry into the twilight wilderness was markedly tranquil, with the expedition team encountering no significant monsters along the way. Only a few ordinary monsters, having fled from battles, were found wandering in the wild. These feeble creatures were of little worth, and goblins, in particular, held no value whatsoever. Unless they presented themselves, most explorers were disinclined to engage with such detritus. Zhao Huan, however, found these disheveled monsters wandering about rather pitiable. Initially, he would even dispatch Goblin Wilderness Knights to escort them a short distance. Yet, perhaps the enemies were simply too weak, depriving the Goblin Wilderness Knights of any satisfaction in bullying them. After dispatching several stray monsters, the Goblin Wilderness Knights garnered no experience whatsoever. Eventually, even Zhao Huan lost interest in those worthless creatures. After traversing the twilight wilderness for 2 days, though they had not discovered any new clusters of monsters, the expedition team did gather a considerable amount of materials. Even though the prices of materials in the twilight wilderness had recently dropped, they could still fetch a decent sum upon return. The contaminated area to the south of the twilight wilderness was a barren desert. Portions of the pollution zones overlapped and fused, while others remained part of the real world. Affected by the adjacent polluted area, the southern regions of the twilight wilderness exhibited arid air and sparse vegetation. The number of monsters residing nearby was already limited, and many had fled into the desert during the explorer's sweep. In the evening, Zhao Huan and his companions stumbled upon an empty cave. After some investigation, it appeared that this place had once been inhabited by a group of goblins, though their whereabouts were now a mystery. There were no corpses of monsters around, nor were there any signs of bloodshed or battle, only a fire pit and other traces left by explorers who had taken shelter. It seemed that if there were any valuable items in the cave, they had likely been thoroughly scavenged already. After a casual search around the cave, feeling no imminent danger, they decided to spend the night there. Staying within the cave was undoubtedly more comfortable and safer than remaining exposed in the open wilderness. Zhao Huan summoned a treasure chest monster and extracted items from its body, only to find the treasure chest monster staring blankly at a corner of the cave. "What are you looking at?" Zhao Huan followed its gaze, but found nothing but rocks and moss. Creak, creak. A sense of home? What could that possibly be? Did it instinctively wish to curl up in the corner like an old silver coin upon entering the cave? Zhao Huan's mind was filled with questions. Yet he paid it little mind and recalled the monster back into the card. Counting the days, the anticipated arrival was soon. Concerned that the three rascals might perish outside and miss their rendezvous, Zhao Huan refrained from letting them roam, volunteering to keep watch for the latter half of the night. He settled into his sleeping bag after a meal. As he closed his eyes and opened them again, he found himself facing the remnants of a dilapidated town or perhaps the ruins of a city. Zhao Huan was uncertain of the criteria for categorizing towns in this other world. After all, in the real world, long ago, a village chief could declare himself king, riding a scrawny horse to anoint himself a knight. If the standards were similar in this other world, then perhaps this crumbling small city was once the imperial capital of some nation. While Zhao Huan's mind wandered, a prompt regarding the trial dreamscape flashed in his mind. Trial objective: eliminate the monster legion encamped in the city ruins and slay the fallen shadow acolytes. Indeed, this was a city from the other world. However, given its state of ruin, even if the monsters within were cleared out, it would likely require demolition and reconstruction. What was the infrastructure level like in this other world? Zhao Huan walked along a pile of stones, attempting to locate the remnants of the city gate within the ruins. As this was his first foray into a city of the other world, a more formal approach seemed appropriate. However, the monsters dwelling in the city ruins clearly held a different perspective, with the familiar shrieks echoing. Several black-skinned goblins spotted Zhao Huan wandering and immediately rushed out from their hiding places. Black-skinned? Is this a variety of goblin? Zhao Huan's face bore a look of intrigue, yet his actions were decisive. With a single sword strike for each, he dispatched the black-skinned goblins, leaving them as withered corpses. Although they were all equally weak, they appeared slightly more ferocious than their green-skinned counterparts. Perhaps it was a result of their skin type? Zhao Huan employed his soul-devouring greatsword to prod at the lifeless corpses strewn upon the ground, discovering that the teeth of these ebony-skinned goblins were notably sharper, and their skeletal frames more robust. Though all were goblins, there was a possibility they might recognize him. Zhao Huan muttered to himself, casting forth the goblin trifecta. A radiant glow coalesced, and both a goblin thief and a goblin scavenger materialized before him. How delightful to see both of you together. Fortune smiles upon us. Come, recognize your ebony-skinned relatives. What ebony relatives? Given the ghastly state to which the soul-devouring greatsword had reduced them, it would indeed be a miracle if the two goblins could identify anything. Fortunately, the ruins of the city were teeming with such black-skinned goblins, alongside black-skinned gnolls, black-skinned wolfmen, and even black-skinned boarmen. There were even black slimes lurking in shadowy corners, suddenly springing forth to startle Zhao Huan. The goblin thief, wielding a rusty dagger, poked at the viscous remains of the black slime that had burst open, then turned to Zhao Huan, chattering excitedly. It seemed the shadows held some form of energy. Zhao Huan had already surmised that the monsters inhabiting these city ruins had undergone some transformation, endowing them with abilities akin to shadow manipulation. While they could not vanish like the goblin thief, they were capable of lurking in the shadows and launching surprise assaults. Moreover, the diverse array of monsters coexisting in these ruins was likely linked to that fallen shadow acolyte. However, it was not entirely without peril. Zhao Huan suddenly heard a wild boar's anguished cries. Climbing stealthily atop a wall, he beheld several wolfmen hiding in a corner, feasting upon a boarman. Monotony of labor. Yet the colleagues are delectable? Chapter 124, Instantaneous Demise. A wild lynx bore a goblin upon its back, gracefully leaping between the remnants of buildings, silently approaching the wolfmen from behind. One wolfman, unable to claim a spot in the shadows, was forced to endure the harsh sunlight as he lay atop the boarman's body, vying for food. Suddenly, the sunlight above vanished, enveloped by a shroud of shadow. The wolfman, bewildered, glanced up just in time to see a large cat pouncing down upon him with a low growl. Caught off guard by the ambush, the wolfmen roared in fury, brandishing their weapons to retaliate. Yet, as two of the wolfman crossbowmen reached for their weapons, they found nothing but emptiness. Upon looking down, they discovered their hand crossbows had vanished. With a sharp click, the sound of a crossbow being drawn echoed from behind them. Spinning around, they saw a cheeky, green-skinned goblin standing in the shadows, raising a hand crossbow and pulling the trigger. Thwip! An arrow pierced the eye of one wolfman, who fell to the ground, howling in agony. The other wolfman crossbowman charged at the goblin thief. Yet, the goblin thief let out a strange cry, vanishing into the shadows. When it reappeared, it had already scurried to another patch of darkness, reloading its crossbow, preparing for another sneak attack, only to find that the wolfmen had already been dispatched by the goblin wild knight. The goblin thief, visibly disgruntled, strapped the hand crossbow back to its belt and began to rummage through the wolfman corpses. How curious, thought Zhao Huan, observing the goblin scavenger beside him, who was on all fours, stuffing moss into its mouth. The scavenger, seemingly unaffected by the goblin thief's fervor, appeared to possess a mental acuity not much greater than that of an ordinary goblin. Perhaps it was indeed a consequence of the unique card? As the goblin thief returned with a heap of wooden crossbow bolts, 3 hand crossbows, and 2 inferior daggers clattering, Zhao Huan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Oh, it must be the card's peculiarity, not their intellect. How many times can you utilize Shadow Leap with the shadow energy you possess? How long does it take for the energy consumed during each leap to replenish? Zhao Huan's inquiries seemed overly complex for the goblin thief. It stared blankly for a moment before grasping the gist of Zhao Huan's questions, scratching its head as it paced between sunlight and shadow, glancing up at the sky and down at the ground, its fingers fidgeting for quite some time, nearly wearing them down to the nub, before chattering a response to Zhao Huan. Essentially, it could leap twice in sunlight, and when in shadow, it could leap 3 or 4 times, or even more. As for the speed of energy recovery, it was contingent upon the intensity of light and the concentration of shadow energy. In sunlight, recovery was nearly non-existent, while in the adjacent shadows, it could fully replenish in approximately half a day. After 5 to 6 hours, it could regain enough energy for 2 to 4 leaps. And if it possessed a shadow magic crystal, it could receive an immediate boost. At this point, Zhao Huan suddenly recalled something. I've yet to inquire. Where did you pilfer that shadow magic crystal from? Gobo gurgled. Not from a human, but a goblin brother gifted it to me. Zhao Huan was taken aback. Gifted? Are you certain it was given freely, rather than you stealing it from him? The goblin thief scratched its head. It indeed had taken it, but that brother genuinely intended to give it. How should that be interpreted? Seeing the goblin's bewildered expression, Zhao Huan chose not to delve further. He recalled the kidney-deficient night card for rest, and continued to purge the black-skinned monsters from the city ruins. After dispatching several waves of monsters, Zhao Huan noted that while these black-skinned creatures would engage in conflict among themselves, they would immediately set aside their disputes to unite against him or the green-skinned goblins that appeared within their sight. However, given the prevalence of battles among monsters in these ruins, unless witnessed firsthand, the fierce skirmishes between Zhao Huan's card monsters and the black-skinned creatures went largely unnoticed by others in the vicinity. Aside from lurking in shadows for ambushes, most of the black-skinned monsters were not particularly formidable, only slightly stronger than their normally colored kin, albeit more frenzied and chaotic in combat. However, some among these monsters were indeed aberrant, possessing greater strength or a wider array of shadow-related magical abilities. To avoid potential mishaps, Zhao Huan proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously clearing the area in batches. From the moment he entered until nightfall, he had barely managed to cleanse a corner of the city ruins. As darkness descended, faint black mist began to seep from the shadowy recesses of the ruins, gradually enveloping the entire area. The chilling, sinister atmosphere bore a resemblance to ghostly energy, though upon closer examination, one could discern significant differences between the two. Yet, both were equally cacophonous. Zhao Huan listened to the eerie whispers and howls echoing from the black mist, mingling with the ghostly murmurs emitted by the soul-devouring greatsword, feeling a sense of agitation. Once shrouded by the black mist, the city ruins were nearly plunged into total darkness. Zhao Huan effectively became a blind man in broad daylight. Meanwhile, the black-skinned monsters seemed to possess an innate ability to conceal themselves in dim environments, rendering Zhao Huan's attempts to continue his extermination efforts nearly impossible. The goblin thief and the kidney-deficient knight could engage in combat within the dark, but the goblin thief lacked prowess in direct confrontation, and the kidney-deficient knight, being a goblin, had little endurance to offer. As Zhao Huan contemplated retreating from the city ruins until dawn, a sense of reluctance tugged at him. After some deliberation, he instructed the goblin thief to lead him to a secluded spot, where he cast forth the treasure chest monster. The searing flames emanating from the treasure chest monster, though unable to dispel the darkness, illuminated an area of 3 to 4 meters around it with a brilliant glow. The greedy golden light even penetrated the black mist, casting its influence up to 100 meters away. Soon, as faint rustling sounds filled the air, numerous indistinct figures began to converge from all directions. However, before they could reach the treasure chest monster, the creatures collided with one another, erupting into a cacophony of chaos. Witnessing this, Zhao Huan felt a surge of joy. Perhaps the treasure chest monster alone could eliminate a significant portion of the creatures lurking in the ruins. At that moment, the black mist surged violently, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid silhouette of darkness. Before Zhao Huan could react, a chilling scoff echoed in his mind, and the monsters engaged in their frenzied brawl suddenly fell silent. He looked up to meet a pair of eerie, pitch-black eyes. A strange summoner-esque voice resonated in Zhao Huan's mind, cold and dispassionate. Just as he registered this, the shadowy figure vanished without a trace. A sudden chill washed over him, and before he could react, an excruciating pain shot through his neck. In a dizzying whirl, he caught a fleeting glimpse of his own headless corpse passing in his field of vision, accompanied by a voice that coldly pronounced, "Ignorant and pitiful ant." Chapter 125, The Underground Maze Beneath the Cavern. Zhao Huan, rise to keep watch. Trial failed. Evolution points gained, 11. Current evolution points, 401. Zhao Huan bolted upright, instinctively reaching to touch his neck. Thankfully, it was still intact. What kind of abomination could execute a surprise attack like that? No, it wasn't teleportation. It must be akin to the shadow leap of goblin thieves, albeit with a swifter casting speed and more subtle movements, making it appear as if it were teleporting. Moreover, that creature could even speak. It seemed to employ a mental spell for communication, transcending language barriers and directly translating into comprehensible meanings. Much like the exchanges I have with card monsters. If my conjectures are correct, it is likely the fallen shadow disciple that is the target of the trial that must be eliminated. How audacious to kill and then flaunt its superiority. Just wait. I shall return to the trial dreamscape tonight, clear the monsters from the ruins, gather enough soul-devouring energy, and unleash my ultimate move to obliterate you upon our next encounter. Zhao Huan glared fiercely at the campfire, steeling his resolve internally. Li Xiang yawned and, noticing Zhao Huan's grim countenance, whispered, "Old Zhao, are you feeling unwell? If so, you should rest a bit. After all, as a support figure, it's not an issue if you don't keep watch." "I'm fine. I simply recalled some insufferable individuals, which left me somewhat displeased." "Is it that fellow named Li Guangcai?" Zhao Huan's face immediately contorted with disdain. "Don't mention that unfortunate soul. He's just bad luck. Our fortunes have only just begun to turn. I'll just step out for a moment. Don't wander too far. Find a corner to relieve yourself." "Understood." Zhao Huan retrieved a stick from the fire for illumination and ventured a little deeper into the cave, seeking a corner to tend to the water-deprived moss. After shaking off the remnants of his thoughts and preparing to return, his gaze swept across a particularly dark corner. Recalling how the treasure chest monster seemed intent on burrowing that way. What does it mean to feel at home, even if the decor is lacking? It certainly doesn't resemble a dilapidated cave. Wiping his fingers on his pants, he raised his hand and tossed the fiery greed treasure chest monster into the corner. Zhao Huan assumed the treasure chest monster would disguise itself as a chest and hunker down, but to his surprise, it emerged and began energetically excavating the cave wall with its large pincers. Could something be concealed behind the wall? Curiosity piqued. Zhao Huan informed his companions on watch and retrieved some tools from the tent, returning to the corner of the cave to dig alongside the treasure chest monster. After a while, they uncovered a tunnel. Utilizing the light emitted from the flames of the treasure chest monster, Zhao Huan peered into the inky darkness of the tunnel, which appeared to descend into an unfathomable abyss. The treasure chest monster, eager to plunge into the tunnel, was halted by Zhao Huan. Without knowing what lay within the tunnel, it could very well be a colossal pit, and if the treasure chest monster fell in, it might become trapped without a means of escape, which would be quite troublesome. I wonder if, as my profession level increases, I might eventually acquire the ability to recall cards from a distance, Zhao Huan mused, calling the treasure chest monster back and sharing his thoughts with the others. In the morning, a group gathered around the tunnel to investigate. Could it be a retreat path for the monsters? It doesn't seem likely. This tunnel clearly descends. It might connect to the nests of other subterranean creatures, hence its concealment. Shall we venture inside? The underground is far more perilous than the surface. If danger arises, we may not know where to flee. Perhaps there's a subterranean treasure trove? Given the air quality, this passage either connects to the outside or leads to a vast underground space. After a spirited debate, they ultimately decided that Zhang Daxuan and a few other mid-tier professionals would explore the tunnel. After a brief period, Zhang Daxuan and his companions returned, their expressions brimming with excitement. Beneath the tunnel lies an underground structure from another world. An underground city? A labyrinth? A tomb? Fang Qingbao shook his head. Upon entering, we encountered a band of rat men. After dispatching them, we retreated, uncertain of the building's purpose. Regardless, structures from other worlds are invaluable for exploration. If luck is on our side, we might discover magical equipment, and strike it rich overnight. On the flip side, if fortune shuns us, we could end up with nothing or even encounter terrifying monsters that could cost us our lives. Seeing the excitement radiating from the group, Zhang Daxuan doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. We are all seasoned veterans. We understand the dangers lurking in the polluted zones below. Even if we have not experienced it firsthand, we've certainly heard enough tales. Should we proceed, let us sit down to analyze the situation carefully before voting. Thus, after a moment of preparation, they gathered their supplies, erased their traces, retrieved illumination tools, and formed a line to enter the tunnel. To explorers, an underground structure is essentially a treasure trove. If they encounter it and flee without even daring to touch it, they would become the subject of ridicule upon their return. Such timidity has no place among explorers. They might as well toil away in the city. Zhao Huan, however, was not particularly keen on descending. If there were truly valuable items within, he could simply send the three rascals in to pilfer or deceive. Yet, with his companions venturing forth, it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to remain behind, and staying alone outside could be more perilous. Nevertheless, he attempted to voice his concerns. Shouldn't we leave someone to guard the tunnel? What if others or monsters block our return? Zhang Daxuan shook his head. Having too few people is pointless. If we leave too many behind, the exploratory team will lack sufficient strength, and in this situation, who would be willing to stay behind? Zhao Huan thought to himself, I would. Oh well, it's all fate. Let it be. Fortunately, the exploration team only spent a mere 10 minutes traversing the underground tunnel before reaching the artificial structure. Thankfully, it wasn't too deep. Should the tunnel become blocked, there would still be an opportunity to excavate an escape route. Zhao Huan pondered as he surveyed the surrounding environment. The ambience bears a striking resemblance to the subterranean labyrinth encountered during the previous trial dream, which elucidates why the treasure chest monster alluded to a sense of homeliness here. One cannot help but ponder the motivations of these interdimensional beings in erecting such structures in their leisure. The corpses of the rat men who perished here have vanished. We must have been discovered. Everyone, exercise caution. Zhao Huan, illuminated by the glow of the crystal, observed numerous bloodstains on the ground, alongside sizable rat footprints and the traces left by dragged bodies. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness, indicating that the monsters had indeed sensed the arrival of the explorers. Chapter 126, The Cat and the Mouse. Ordinary rat men are feeble in stature, diminutive in height, and their prowess is akin to that of goblins. However, these creatures exhibit a far superior degree of cooperation compared to goblins and are more inclined to heed the commands of their leader. Once their numbers swell, they pose a significantly greater threat than goblins. Moreover, it appears that the rat men within this underground maze have mastered a unique technique for domesticating livestock. The explorers rotated their glowing crystals, casting light into the distant shadows, revealing rat men brandishing bone spears, mounted atop oversized rats the size of donkeys, herding a swarm of basketball-sized, menacingly visaged rats as they stealthily approached the exploration team. Stimulated by the radiance of the glowing crystal, the larger rats bared their sharp teeth, emitting a cacophony of piercing howls. As the ratmen cavalry issued sharp commands, all the larger rats surged forth, transforming into a black tide that rushed towards the explorers. Furthermore, a ratman mage stood atop a plump giant rat, wielding a staff and unleashing a high-pitched scream that sent bizarre sound waves rippling outward. The eyes of the rat swarm glowed with an ominous red light, their bodies swelling slightly as their speed surged dramatically. Goodness, these ratfolk can manipulate the rat swarm? Curse it. A group enhancement spell. Archers, eliminate that spellcaster at once. Focusing their energy, arrows imbued with combat aura sliced through the darkness, aiming directly at the ratman mage's forehead. Just as the arrows were about to strike their target, several shadows leapt into the air, intercepting the attack with their bodies. The arrows pierced through several ratmen, exiting the last one's body, before losing momentum and crashing to the ground alongside the ratman's corpse. The ratman mage, startled, emitted a shrill cry. Below, the corpulent giant rat, seemingly languid, grasped a ratman corpse in its mouth, its bulk quivering in sudden agitation. It accelerated rapidly, maneuvering through the ratmen, rendering it difficult for the enemies to track. Unable to target the ratman mage, a few archers pivoted to retrieve specialized arrows, launching them into the swarm, igniting a series of sparks that set the surrounding rats and ratmen ablaze. Several mid-level warriors positioned themselves at the forefront of the group, alternating their cleaving strikes to clear the densely packed rat swarm before them. Other warriors stood behind, desperately slashing at the larger rats that broke through. Witnessing the heavy casualties among their ranks, the rat swarm, invigorated by the scent of blood and undeterred by the spells, grew increasingly frenzied. Zhao Huan hesitated briefly but ultimately refrained from deploying the purple venom slime. The surroundings were too dim. Should he inadvertently poison his allies, he would be unable to employ the luminous vines to cure them. Summoning the treasure chest monster, which erupted in flames, he placed it before himself. The treasure chest monster, sturdy and impervious to the rat's gnawing, ignited the fur of any larger rats that ventured too close, causing them to squeal in agony. As the rat swarm suffered heavy losses, the warriors found their energy nearly depleted, fatigue evident on their faces. The Ratman mage, hidden among the swarm, issued a command, and the Ratmen roared, brandishing their bone spears and charging on their giant rats. The Ratman mage hunched over, concealing himself among the other Ratmen, continuously emitting shrill screams to bolster the strength of the giant rats and Ratman cavalry. The archers struggled to aim, while the warriors were obstructed by the Ratman cavalry, making it difficult to advance. Observing this, Zhao Huan summoned the Goblin Wild Knights. Is that all you can do? Dread Knights, activate your aura. The Wild Knight's eyes gleamed upon seeing the multitude of Ratman cavalry. A charge? How delightful! Just as he prepared to mount his steed and charge, the wild lynx suddenly turned its head, its gaze sharp as it focused on a shadow lurking in the corner. It lunged forward, claws poised to strike. With a resounding impact, a Ratman assassin was sent flying, shrieking in agony as it rolled across the ground, attempting to rise and flee, only to be pinned down by a single cat paw, its head pierced by the knight's lance. Gabagulu? Brother, care for a taste? The wild lynx observed the Ratman assassin, its skull shattered and brain splattered, with a look of disdain, turning its gaze back to the corpulent giant rat. It licked its lips, bloodlust gleaming in its eyes. The Goblin Wild Knight, following the lynx's gaze, comprehended the situation, a savage expression overtaking his features. Indeed, that corpulent mass appeared quite delectable. The fat rat, while darting about with the Ratman mage, incessantly gnawed on something. It must be said, the flavor of those brothers after being roasted by flames is indeed different. Suddenly, the fat rat felt a chill, sensing a terrifying presence fixating upon it, causing its flesh to tremble violently. The Ratman mage atop it struggled to maintain balance, his spell casting interrupted, incensed as he struck the fat rat's head with his staff. The fat rat, with its tough hide, treated the mage's blows as mere tickles. Paying no heed to the mage's impotent threats, the fat rat disregarded its companion, its eyes darting in panic, nostrils flaring as it sought the source of its unease. At that moment, a Ratman cavalryman nearby shrieked a warning. The fat rat abruptly lifted its head, spotting a blurred shadow racing along the wall, barreling towards it. A cat. A big cat. A fierce cat. The fat rat screeched, turning to flee. The Ratman mage did not attempt to halt his mount's escape. Instead, he swung his staff, launching a black magic orb at the Goblin Wild Knight, while simultaneously emitting a fierce cry, summoning nearby Ratman cavalry to shield him. The wild lynx, with its resilient fur, bolstered by 20 points of defense and 10 points of magical resistance, was akin to a being clad in metal armor. The black magic orb merely singed some fur and broke a bit of skin, while the Ratman cavalry's bone spears could not penetrate its defenses. In retaliation, the wild lynx swept its tail and struck, sending the surrounding Ratman cavalry howling as they flew away. The Goblin Wild Knight thrust his lance through the giant rat's skull, sweeping aside the remaining Ratman cavalry. The wild lynx leaped, landing atop the charging giant rat's head, escaping the encirclement of Ratman cavalry, swiftly pursuing the fat rat, which was desperately attempting to find a hole to burrow into along the wall. Seeing the escape was futile, the Ratman mage screeched as he hurled a black magic orb at the Goblin Wild Knight, but it was swiftly obliterated by the knight's lance, shattering the black shield enveloping the mage and piercing through its skull. The fat rat's attempts at resistance were futile, as it was swiftly subdued by the wild lynx, which sank its teeth into its throat. Upon the demise of the Ratman mage, the previously invincible Ratman cavalry lost all morale, scattering in a state of panic. Chapter 127. The Treasure Chest of the Secret Chamber. The battle concluded. The explorers tended to their wounds, cleaned the battlefield, and sought to extract any value from the Ratman cavalry to compensate for the losses incurred in weaponry and various items during the conflict. They also analyzed the adornments and materials carried by the Ratmen to infer the possible types of monsters that might inhabit the surrounding dungeon. Meanwhile, a wild lynx feasted upon the corpse of a portly rat, while the kidney-deficient knight languished, listlessly sprawled across its mount, occasionally extending a weary claw to tear off morsels of flesh from the fat rat. Zhao Huan awaited their meal to finish before recalling the Goblin Wild Knights back to the card. Goblin Wild Knight, LV4. A multitude of rats and Ratman cavalry yielded scarcely 100 coins in valuables, but the equipment and trinkets of the Ratman mage, along with the weapon wielded by the Ratman assassin, constituted low-level magical gear that could fetch a considerable sum upon return. More importantly, the style of these magical items clearly indicated they were not crafted by the monsters themselves, but were likely unearthed from this very edifice. It was evident that this underground labyrinth had yet to be plundered by any other explorers, suggesting a wealth of treasures still lay in wait. The spirits of the explorers soared with renewed enthusiasm. Zhao Huan, analyzing the equipment of the rat men, surmised that no particularly formidable monsters resided here, ones capable of annihilating their group upon emergence, thus allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The exploration team cautiously advanced along the path taken by the rat men, searching for any valuable treasures, and soon stumbled upon the ratmen's lair. The ratmen attempted to defend their den as a dozen ratman cavalry, accompanied by 30 or so ratmen and a horde of mutated rats, launched an assault on the exploration team. However, bereft of their mage's command, the remaining ratmen posed little threat to the explorers. After suffering a decisive defeat, the remaining ratmen scattered like birds and beasts, abandoning their lair to flee into the darkness. The exploration team exterminated the ratmen offspring and mutated rat pups within the lair, meticulously scavenging the area to uncover a few damaged pieces of equipment, 2 thumb-sized magical gems, and some monster materials. After a brief respite, the explorers set a course away from the ratmen's lair to continue their exploration, soon discovering a webbed lair woven by blue-patterned cow spiders. Several rats that had previously escaped hung helplessly on the webs, struggling in terror. Nearby, a few undead creatures shook their bones in a lethargic manner, appearing rather lackadaisical. Could there be more undead creatures here, perhaps even ghosts? Qian Xiaolin voiced her concerns. It was not so much her fear of ghosts, but the thought that spectral entities could be troublesome, as ordinary physical attacks were nearly ineffective against them. And even warriors and archers wielding energy could only inflict minimal damage with their non-elemental magical strikes. Lin Honglei chuckled reassuringly. Fear not, even if there are ghosts. They will likely remain in those shadowy corners and not roam about. Otherwise those rat men and these cow spiders would have perished long ago. Although a dozen blue-patterned cow spiders charging forth was indeed intimidating, Zhao Huan had previously triumphed over them in the trial dream with merely a handful of tattered weapons. Thus they posed little threat to the exploration team, carefully evading the venomous fangs and supported by ranged fire from the archers. The warriors swiftly cleared the lair of the spiders. After dispatching the unfortunate creatures ensnared in the webs, the exploration team set fire to the webs and ventured deeper into the lair, discovering an unexpected secret chamber. In the center of the chamber, a grand golden chest adorned with numerous gemstones emanated a faint magical glow, prompting the middle-aged members of the Unemployed Explorers Alliance to exchange glances. This must be it, right? It seems so, but the allure appears less potent than Zhao's treasure. Indeed, I suspect it contains at most a ton of gold, while Zhao's chest could house an entire bank's vault. What do you think, old Zhang? Zhang Dashuan huffed dismissively. Pa? A pitiful trick. Not even a collectible version to entice me? Noticing that Zhang Dashuan and the others lingered at the entrance, murmuring amongst themselves, Fang Qingbao grew impatient. Hurry up and come inside, stop dawdling. At this moment, the 3 exploration teams collaborated, and opening the treasure chest necessitated representatives from all 3 teams to avoid confusion over whatever lay within. Look, old Fang's demeanor is clearly off. Qian Mantang pointed at Fang Qingbao, addressing Zhang Dashuan. Of course, if you weren't already on guard, your reaction would be no better, Zhang Dashuan retorted, raising his voice to caution Fang Qingbao and the others. Don't get too close. Be wary, that chest might bite. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a chest possibly? Before he could finish, a vivid memory of the chest monster summoned by Zhao Huan during previous battles surged into Fang Qingbao's mind. Startled, he regained his senses and yanked back a teammate who had foolishly intended to advance. Turning to Zhang Dashuan, he inquired, "What is happening? Was I just enchanted?" Zhang Dashuan ignored him and quietly asked Zhao Huan, "Does the treasure chest monster have any weaknesses? Should we step outside and let you handle it solo, to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities?" "Forget it. The weaknesses of the treasure chest monster are quite apparent. Perhaps others have already discovered them, yet chose not to disclose." Zhao Huan harbored no concerns about others exploiting the weaknesses of the treasure chest monster against him. In most cases, he employed the chest monster to combat other creatures. And in the rare instances when he could strike the gem eyes of the chest monster, he would already be within the explosive radius of its fusion core. The faster it fell, the more ferociously it would detonate. The treasure chest monster possessed a hard body, with its legs and pincers being relatively fragile, and striking the gems could lead to its immediate demise. Zhao Huan whispered, though revealing the weaknesses of the treasure chest monster is unnecessary to broadcast to everyone. Lin Honglei nodded in agreement, and amidst the astonished gazes of Fang Qingbao and the others, she unleashed a series of arrows that struck the gemstones embedded on the surface of the golden chest. unlike the treasure chest monster Zhao encountered in the trial dream. Upon shattering several gemstones, the golden chest, sensing its life was threatened, swiftly extended 6 stout legs and 2 massive scythe-like pincers, charging at the explorers. By the heavens! It's turned into a giant mantis. Feng Chungbao exclaimed in astonishment. Nevertheless, despite the treasure chest monster's desperate struggle, its exposed fatal weakness ultimately failed to incite much chaos. As all its gemstones shattered, the chest monster instantaneously lost its life, its golden hue fading as its limbs collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Observing the group approach the remains of the treasure chest monster cautiously, testing it with their weapons, Zhao Huan stifled a chuckle. His gaze fell upon the magical runes inscribed on the walls and floor of the secret chamber, prompting him to investigate curiously. However, as he drew near, the runes abruptly ignited with a dazzling radiance. Once the light dissipated, the runes on the wall crumbled and faded, leaving Zhao Huan's vanished from sight. The explorers listened to Zhao Huan's lingering exclamation echoing within the secret chamber, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, on the other side of the underground labyrinth, a sudden roar rent the air. Li Guangcai, you fool! I've explicitly warned against carelessly tampering with the mechanisms within the labyrinth. Chapter 128. The True Treasure Chest of the Secret Chamber. With a sudden pull, the soul-devouring greatsword withdrew from his body, and the black spider shriveled rapidly. Collapsing into a desiccated shell, Zhao Huanshi retrieved a piece of dried sweet potato from his satchel and, illuminating his surroundings with a luminous crystal, surveyed his environment. It appeared he had tumbled from one spider hole into another. In a stone chamber of ordinary room size, a labyrinth of spider silk floated about, entwining various cocoons of differing sizes. Were he engaged in a game, Zhao Huanshi would undoubtedly have sliced open these cocoons to discover the hidden treasures within. However, at present, his curiosity was far from insatiable. He summoned the Goblin Thief using Goblin Trio, hoping it would stealthily lead the way ahead. The Goblin Thief, endowed with shadow affinity and possessing rudimentary dark vision, had a heightened sensitivity to the obscurity. Yet, upon its emergence, the Goblin Thief's nose twitched, and its eyes gleamed with excitement as it prepared to venture forth. Wait, where are you going? Chitter chitter. Is there treasure? Nothing is more precious than my life. I instructed you to proceed slowly. Instead, go forth and scout. If you encounter monsters, return to inform me. Reluctantly, the Goblin Thief complied with Zhao Huanshi's directives, stealthily advancing outside the stone chamber. Zhao Huanshi utilized the soul-devouring greatsword to clear away some of the webs, scrutinizing the chamber walls for any magical runes akin to those found in the previous secret chamber. After striking the walls repeatedly with the sword, which revealed only ordinary stone bricks, he found no mechanisms. Damn, could this be some sort of random teleportation spell? It seems my only option is to venture outside and seek a route back. He summoned the treasure chest creature, allowing it to emit a faint glow as they proceeded toward the spider hole. This way, not only would it illuminate their path, but should any foes lie in wait, they would be drawn to the creature's light, creating a distraction. However, the chamber was laden with spider silk, which ignited upon contact with the flames emitted by the treasure chest creature. As the flames rapidly spread, Zhao Huanshi's heart raced, and he hastily fled the scene. The Goblin Thief emerged from the darkness, its silhouette blurred, gazing at Zhao Huanshi with confusion. Hadn't it been instructed to scout ahead and report back upon discovering monsters? Why was he suddenly in pursuit? Cough. Did you find anything? Zhao Huanshi inquired, pulling away the sticky silk from his head with a calm demeanor. The Goblin Thief nodded, its expression brimming with excitement as it pointed, indicating they were closer to the treasure, in the very direction it indicated. Zhao Huanshi's lips twitched. He sensed that the Goblin Thief had become somewhat intoxicated by the prospect of wealth, rendering it somewhat unreliable. After some contemplation, he decided to summon the Goblin Wild Knight as well. As long as it refrained from engaging in full combat, the Goblin Wild Knight appeared quite normal, showing no signs of its underlying weaknesses. Zhao Huanshi instructed the Goblin Thief to lead the way, the treasure chest creature illuminating their path in the middle, while the Goblin Wild Knight stealthily flanked them for protection. After cautiously navigating for a while without encountering danger, they found themselves led into a dead end by the Goblin Thief. Faced with the solid wall ahead, Zhao Huanshi did not suspect the Goblin Thief had led them astray. He struck the wall with the soul-devouring greatsword, dislodging some debris. While he could discern no irregularities, he sensed that there might be a hidden chamber behind it. Try using Shadow Leap to see if you can go straight through, Zhao Huanshi suggested, though he harbored doubts about the wall's thickness. The Goblin Thief's attempt might very well fail. Suddenly, the Goblin Thief's eyes lit up, and dark mist enveloped its body as it swiftly sank into the shadow beneath its feet. Did it succeed? Zhao Huanshi pondered, but the Goblin Thief had vanished. leaving him without a reply. A nagging thought crept into Zhao Huan's mind. Could it be that the goblin thief had dashed off to seek the treasure, abandoning him here? At that moment, the stone wall before him trembled violently, accompanied by a rumbling sound as it disassembled into large stone slabs that burrowed into the walls on either side. Upon witnessing the wall's disintegration, Zhao Huan observed the goblin thief standing at the entrance and questioned, "What just happened?" The goblin thief gestured towards the ground, indicating that fine gaps beneath the stone wall connected the shadows on either side, allowing it to leap through directly. "That is not what I meant. I was asking how you opened the door." Chitter chitter. The goblin thief pointed to a glowing stone embedded in the wall, claiming it merely jumped up and pressed it, causing the stone door to swing open on its own. How user-friendly. As Zhao Huan lifted his gaze, he spotted an antiquated iron treasure chest resting upon a distant stone platform. To prevent intruders from missing it, several glowing crystals were embedded in the wall behind the chest, casting a faint radiance that made the iron chest exceptionally conspicuous within the secret chamber. What sort of trap could possibly deceive anyone? Lowering his gaze, he met the goblin thief's eager eyes, which were filled with a fervent desire to open the chest. Zhao Huan's lips twitched. Very well, very well. Just be careful not to get your hand bitten off again." The goblin thief grinned broadly and bounded towards the grand chest with exuberance. Showing no sign of having learned a lesson, Zhao Huan sighed, gripping the soul-devouring great sword as he pursued. The treasure chest creature hurriedly followed behind. Clang. Contrary to Zhao Huan's expectations, the iron chest was merely an ordinary iron box. It did not unleash sharp teeth or spring forth to sever the goblin thief's arm or neck. The goblin thief eagerly pried open the chest and began to stuff its contents into its pockets. "Let me see what's inside first." In response, the goblin thief handed him a one-handed sword, complete with a scabbard and a handle adorned with a white gem. The moment it touched Zhao Huan's palm, a chilling sensation coursed through his hand, prompting immediate speculation. The soul-devouring greatsword in his right hand transformed into a black glove, gently grasping the sword's hilt. As he pulled, a surge of cold air erupted from the scabbard, condensing the moisture in the surrounding air into a misty frost. Indeed, a one-handed sword of ice magic. With a decisive sweep of his right hand, a flash of white light sliced through the air, leaving behind a swirling cloud of frost. This would be perfect for slicing sashimi. It would undoubtedly be a chef's treasure in a culinary tale. With its dazzling effects and commendable weight, Zhao Huan found himself quite keen on retaining it for his own use. However, most magical equipment harbored a common issue. They were effective yet challenging to repair. Repairing them was a daunting task, often costly, and there was a high probability that they would not perform as well as before after mending. Unlike the soul-devouring greatsword, whose blade was exceptionally sturdy and had yet to show any signs of wear. In fact, Zhao Huan harbored a vague suspicion that the soul-devouring might possess the ability to gradually repair its own damage by absorbing vitality. Thus, he wielded it without hesitation, treating it like a firewood stick as he struck the walls of the underground labyrinth without fear of damage. Chapter 129. The Greed of Internal Strife. While Zhao Huan contemplated the weapon in his hand, the goblin thief had already emptied the chest's contents. At that moment, the treasure chest creature approached, grasping the iron box with its pincers and forcefully flinging it into a dark corner. Crouching down, he retracted his legs and settled back into the position previously occupied by the iron box. The surface of the box shimmered, morphing into a form strikingly resembling the original iron chest. Perhaps sensing a slight misalignment, it hesitantly extended a claw and made a subtle adjustment. Witnessing this, Zhao Huan found himself at a loss for words. He retrieved the goblin thief's pouch and examined the treasures it had extracted from the iron box. 5 magical gemstones of varying sizes emerged, 3 moderately valuable water and fire gems, 1 rather precious icy white gem, and 1 exceedingly valuable shadow black gem. 2 transparent orbs, akin to glass marbles, emanated a faint aura of life. Additionally, there were 2 gemstone magic rings, one, a silver band adorned with a cerulean transparent orb, and the other, crafted from a dark metallic substance, sprouted metallic spikes encasing an eccentric eyeball fashioned from a purple magical crystal. Lastly, a sheathed dagger, which appeared to be magical equipment, was also among the spoils. Among all the treasures, it seemed the most valuable item was the frost single-handed sword Zhao Huan held. After a moment's hesitation, he slipped the 2 magic rings onto his fingers to experience their effects firsthand. The instant he donned the cerulean orb ring, a refreshing sensation washed over his mind, clearing his thoughts significantly. The mental enhancement, or perhaps the amplification of cognitive abilities, seemed particularly suited for a spellcaster. Regrettably, he lacked the spells to investigate further, which might have proven beneficial for Lujia. In contrast to the cerulean orb ring, the utility of the purple eyeball ring was far more apparent. Upon wearing the ring, Zhao Huan felt as if a veil of purple shrouded his eyes, tinting all surrounding objects in a soft lavender hue. Simultaneously, he discovered he could perceive objects within the darkened areas beyond the illuminated range of the glowing crystal. Although everything beyond the light appeared blurred and cloaked in a deep violet haze, at least he would not be rendered blind in the absence of illumination. Dark vision. It seemed to enhance his perceptual abilities as well. Zhao Huan felt a surge of joy. With dark vision, his survival prospects within the underground labyrinth would be significantly bolstered. He handed over the pouch and the frost single-handed sword to the goblin thief, summoning it back into card form, and after placing everything into the greedy space, he summoned the goblin thief once more. Ignoring the chest monster that was playfully cosplaying on the platform, Zhao Huan began to wander around the secret chamber with the glowing crystal, hoping to uncover any mechanisms that could return him to his original location. Although the amethyst ring provided dark vision, the visibility was too hazy, obscured by a layer of purple, making it challenging to search for clues. After a thorough inspection of the secret chamber, Zhao Huan found nothing. However, even if there were mechanisms, he hesitated to recklessly activate them. What if they triggered a trap? Or worse, transported him to an even more bizarre location? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the secret chamber, accompanied by voices. Could it be the exploration team had arrived? Despite this thought, Zhao Huan retreated into a corner of the chamber, concealing himself behind two shattered stone slabs. Moments later, four figures cautiously entered the secret chamber, illuminated by their light sources. Look, there's a treasure chest. A familiar, grating voice rang out. Zhao Huan, hidden in the shadows, momentarily froze. How on earth did that unfortunate Li Guangcai end up here? Strangely, Zhao Huan felt that his current predicament was inextricably linked to this fool. He then deduced that there must be more than one entrance to this underground labyrinth, beyond the one discovered by the chest monster. Regarding the chest monster, Zhao Huan peered through the cracks of the stone slabs. The chest monster, sensing the presence of others, became animated, its form glowing with a faint orange hue. This is bad. A confrontation is imminent. Zhao Huan felt a surge of anxiety. Should he strike first, allowing the goblin thief and the wilderness knight to launch a surprise attack? Yet, aside from the foolish Li Guangcai, the other three bore no grudge against him, and their strength remained uncertain. They might not even be defeated. Perhaps it would be wiser to slip away while they engaged the chest monster. Fortunately, the lava crystal's power had not yet fully charged, alleviating his concern about the chest monster self-destructing upon defeat and burying him alive in the labyrinth. However, events unfolded quite differently from Zhao Huan's expectations. The three individuals who entered with Li Guangcai were novice warriors, but only one was his teammate. The other two belonged to a different exploration team. Like Zhao Huan's group, Li Guangcai's Sword Edge exploration team was collaborating with other teams to undertake missions in the Twilight Wilderness. During their exploration of the labyrinth, Li Guangcai, in a moment of folly, had activated a mechanism that caused him, his companions, and two members of the Black Dragon exploration team to be transported deep into the maze. While probing for an exit, they had faintly heard the sound of the secret chamber's stone door opening and had cautiously made their way over. Under normal circumstances, when cooperative exploration teams discovered treasures within the labyrinth, they would share the spoils based on contribution, even if some individuals harbored ulterior motives. Such considerations typically arose only after securing their prizes, weighing the value before deciding whether to turn on one another. However, the current situation was evidently abnormal, indeed, exceedingly so. Influenced by the chest monster's greedy aura, the four instinctively believed that the chest on the platform contained a trove of valuable treasures. The members of the Black Dragon exploration team were not benign characters. Their greed rapidly escalated in the dim light. With a shared glance, they immediately understood each other's intentions. With no one else around, it was the perfect opportunity to strike. Eliminating these two and pinning their deaths on the monster would leave others with no recourse for suspicion. Li Guangcai was merely a useless individual, posing no threat to them. However, his teammate possessed considerable strength, and a desperate struggle might yield a mutually fatal outcome. The two cautiously slowed their steps, positioning themselves behind Li Guangcai and his companion, silently signaling to one another. They resolved to ambush Li Guangcai's teammate first before returning to deal with the useless Li Guangcai. They extinguished their light sources, and their weapons glimmered faintly, their eyes glittering with malice. Li Guangcai furrowed his brow, lost in thought, while his teammate's eyes sparkled with greed, entirely fixated on the treasure chest, oblivious to the looming danger behind them. At that moment, an idea struck Li Guangcai, and, suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "Wait, that chest is suspicious." The sudden proclamation shattered the silence of the dark chamber, startling everyone. Zhao Huan flinched, nearly launching the stone slab away in his haste to escape. The two novice warriors, poised to ambush, were equally taken aback, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Li Guangcai's companion, who had been lost in dreams of wealth, was abruptly jolted awake and turned to Li Guangcai, hurling a barrage of insults at him. This fool had caused a ruckus before, resulting in their entire exploration team being scolded. Even in the labyrinth, he remained reckless, leading to their inexplicable transportation. He feared they might not even survive to escape. Had it not been for the captain's sake, he would have long since disposed of this imbecile. With such thoughts, a fierce glint ignited in Li Guangcai's teammate's eyes. It would be better to simply eliminate this fool here, along with those two from the Black Dragon team, and hoard all these treasures for ourselves. No, wait. Those two from the Black Dragon team, Li Guangcai's companions, at this moment, they sensed something amiss and abruptly turned to look behind them. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light surged towards them, prompting one to hastily raise an arm in defense. As a searing pain shot through his arm, a sharp weapon pierced through his side, twisting mercilessly. Li Guangcai's ally let out a blood-curdling scream, twisting his head toward Li Guangcai for help, only to find that the latter did not hesitate for a moment. Instead, he pulled out an object and smashed it violently onto the ground before turning and fleeing the secret chamber at the utmost speed. Bang! A dense cloud of smoke, reeking and acrid, instantly engulfed the entire chamber. The two members of the Black Dragon exploration team inhaled a couple of breaths before succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough. What on earth is this? Cough, cough. It seems to be some kind of concentrated pepper powder smoke bomb. Cough, cough. Over 5,000 apiece, damn it. Cough, cough. Who would actually be foolish enough to buy it? Achoo. Your sneeze sounds just like my cat at home. Huh. Zhao Huan, positioned at a distance, covered his mouth and nose with his hand, detecting the pungent scent of pepper in the air, but he did not find it particularly distressing. Upon hearing the exchange between the two, he felt a surge of exasperation. Fools have their fortune. Is this not precisely what he has employed? Yet you two simpletons cannot even manage to keep a single fool alive. Truly pathetic. We cannot allow him to escape. First, retrieve the items from the box. Retrieve what? We must eliminate him first, and then come back. I assure you, the box will still be here waiting for you. Zhao Huan, while internally mocking them, transformed the soul-devouring gloves back into the form of a great sword. A glimmer of icy determination flickering in his eyes as he stealthily emerged from behind the shattered stone slab. Chapter 130. Already regrouped so swiftly? Ah, what manner of creature is this? A scream pierced the silence of the secret chamber. One of the two from the Black Dragon exploration team, clutching his severed arm, retreated in agony, while the other hastily scrambled to retrieve his weapon, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the treasure chest monster, its body radiating searing flames. The treasure chest monster crunched down on the severed arm, its steel teeth stained with crimson blood. Its enormous, gem-like eyes fixated on the junior warrior who had lost half an arm, as it charged forward with its massive pincers raised. The one-armed warrior hurriedly unstrapped his shield from his back, attempting to fend off the monster's assault, while calling out, "What are you waiting for? Come help me." The other junior warrior hesitated, pondering whether to seize the opportunity to escape while the creature was preoccupied. However, upon hearing his companion's plea, he gritted his teeth and swung his weapon towards the treasure chest monster. With a blade infused with battle spirit, he struck the treasure chest monster's body, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The monster's surface bore a shallow scratch, while the junior warrior's blade sustained a notch. Damn, is it really that tough? A powerful strike had merely left a scratch. Perhaps it was best to abandon this fool and flee instead. As his mind raced, preparing to act, the junior warrior suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, a warning of impending danger. In a moment of panic, he could not afford to glance back, so he pressed forward, attempting to escape the threat with a sudden charge. Yet, he had sensed the danger a moment too late. First, he felt a gust of wind slice past his head, followed by a sharp pain in his back as a metallic spear pierced through his chest. Uft! The junior warrior collapsed to the ground, a mouthful of warm blood spilling forth. As he sought to turn and glimpse his assailant, a wild goblin knight's heavy foot came crashing down on his back, pinning him to the earth. The goblin knight gripped the spear tightly, twisting it before pulling it free, blood splattering as he flung the spearhead aside. The junior warrior let out a piercing scream, convulsing a few times before falling silent. When the goblin knight appeared, the one-armed warrior instantly lost all will to fight, smashing his shield against the treasure chest monster before turning to flee. Yet, as he twisted away, he collided with a dark shadow, his head soaring into the air in an instant. Casting a glance at the rapidly withering corpse enveloped in black mist, Zhao Huan approached the other two bodies, reducing them to desiccated husks as well. Killing was no burden for him. His only concern lay in the potential of mistakenly slaying the wrong person, and the ensuing complications. However, the two who had just perished were clearly not virtuous souls. There was no need to worry about his actions being monitored or witnessed. Seeing the goblin thief skillfully rummaging through the corpses for valuables, Zhao Huan initially considered stopping him to avoid bringing back any incriminating evidence. A glance revealed that among the retrieved items were 3 small magical gemstones and 2 magical accessories. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to intervene, allowing the goblin thief to stow the items into his bag. Summoning the card monsters back, he called forth the goblin scavenger and stuffed the 3 desiccated bodies into its large pouch, depositing them into the realm of avarice. The desiccated bodies were smaller and easier to preserve, avoiding the risk of blood staining the surrounding environment. This was the very reason Zhao Huan had deliberately utilized the soul-devouring technique on the other 2. He wondered where that scoundrel Li Guangcai had run off to. Zhao Huan gazed at the violet haze beyond the treasure chamber, muttering softly. He retrieved the fiery greed treasure chest monster. Glancing at the remaining charging time of the lava crystal core. Had over 5 hours truly passed? Now, in this polluted region, Zhao Huan had taken to using the charging time of the treasure chest monster's core as a makeshift clock. Surprisingly, it was rather effective. Never mind that troublesome star. To be cautious, it was best to vacate this area and seek refuge elsewhere, waiting for the kidney-depleted knight to fully recover before attempting to find an exit. The Goblin Wild Knight had not exerted much effort during the previous battle, so it would not trigger a state of weakness. Even if it remained outside, it would gradually recover to its peak condition, which was roughly equivalent to a full 10 minutes of combat. However, if it stayed within the card realm, its recovery would be expedited. Zhao Huan swapped the goblin scavenger for the goblin thief, sending it ahead to scout the path while he donned the amethyst eye ring, stealthily following behind as he left the treasure chamber. Initially intending to find a place to hide for a while, he had not ventured far when he caught the distant sounds of an argument. Following the noise, he soon discerned Li Guangcai's distinctive voice. This underground palace was discovered by us first. You lot better scram, or I swear I will end you if you keep blabbering. Zhao Huan couldn't help but snicker inwardly. This fellow truly was a character. Just moments ago, he had been terrified, fleeing like a dog, and now he was so quickly putting on airs again. Chapter 131. Come and face me one-on-one. Li Jianfeng, the captain of the Sword Edge exploration team, and Li Guangcai's uncle, scrutinized Zhang Daxuan and Feng Qingbao. Estimating their abilities and state, they bore numerous signs of battle, yet their physical condition appeared relatively intact, indicating their strength had not been significantly compromised. Both the Sword Edge exploration team and the Black Dragon exploration team had endured considerable skirmishes within the maze, and neither was in peak form. While they possessed a distinct advantage in strength, the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. Moreover, despite the collaboration, Li Jianfeng harbored a lack of trust towards the members of the Black Dragon exploration team. Li Guangcai had just been claiming that the members of the Black Dragon exploration team had ambushed his comrades, intending to hoard the treasures for themselves. Both sides harbored suspicions. And no matter how boisterous Li Guangcai became, he need not fear a violent reprisal. Li Jianfeng allowed him to vent, perhaps hoping to glean some insights from the exchange. Zhang Daxuan suppressed the urge to slap Li Guangcai into silence, his expression grave as he stated, "We have individuals missing in the labyrinth and urgently need to locate them. We have no time to engage in idle chatter with you." Huh, look for people? Do you take us for fools? You're just reluctant to leave, aren't you? If you truly can find anyone in the maze, I will eat excrement right here. Li Guangcai shouted, his neck reddening with indignation. Bah! Spare me your pathetic attempts to swindle. It's been a while since we've seen each other, but it seems your taste has grown increasingly vulgar. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the dark corridor, and Zhao Huan emerged, a sturdy steel sword in one hand and a glowing crystal in the other. His demeanor calm and collected. Upon seeing Zhao Huan, Zhang Daxuan and the others lit up with joy, hurrying to greet him with warmth, meticulously checking that he was unharmed. Zhao Huan felt a swell of warmth in his heart and smiled, shaking his head. Rest assured, I am unscathed. On the other side, however, Li Guangcai's eyes widened in horror upon spotting Zhao Huan, as if he had seen a ghost. What are you doing here? That's none of your concern. But what about you? When will you perform your act of eating excrement? I heard you've gained quite a following online lately. Why not start a live stream? It could attract a significant audience. Son of a, stream my ass. Damn it. Due to a recent video circulating online, Li Guangcai's sordid past had been unearthed, making him a pariah in the eyes of many. Zhao Huan's words struck a nerve, igniting Li Guangcai's fury as he erupted with a torrent of vile curses. Zhao Huan casually dug at his ears, disregarding Li Guangcai's impotent rage. I merely offered a friendly suggestion. Why so agitated if you don't wish to accept it? Son of a, I challenge you to a duel. Li Guangcai's anger flared, his face flushed and voice shrill. As soon as the challenge left his lips, a sudden idea struck him, and he hastily added, "If I win, all of you must leave the maze at once." Li Guangcai reveled in his cunning, thinking he could not only teach Zhao Huan a lesson but also drive the others away, earning praise from his uncle. "Huh, you must be a fool." Zhao Huan scoffed with an eye roll. "You, the pack mule, acting like the leader of the group. You're the mule. Huh, I see it now, you're scared. Aren't you? So brash before, and now you've turned into a lapdog." Sensing he had struck a chord, Li Guangcai became increasingly self-satisfied. This fool had been the one to flaunt arrogance, while a simple online search would reveal videos of his former bravado. "Indeed, I am terrified of you backing out. You think you can challenge me? First, fulfill your earlier promise." Li Guangcai's expression stiffened. Trouble. He had been too smug, and this fool had caught him out. He contemplated being deceitful, but realized that such an action would only invite further mockery and serve no purpose. At that moment, Li Jianfeng interjected, "Who is that person?" Li Guangcai quickly responded, "That's Zhao Huan, the individual I previously asked you to help me drive away from the cleaners. He must have left the cleaners due to lack of work and joined the exploration team." Li Jianfeng narrowed his eyes. "Oh, can he win?" Li Guangcai's eyes brightened. "Yes, definitely. I've already reached level 5. Li Guangcai knew that his rapid ascension to level 5 was thanks to Li Jianfeng's guidance. Although he had heard that Zhao Huan had awakened a profession, he doubted that this orphan could level up faster than himself. Li Jianfeng nodded, stepping forward and tossing a silver bracelet into Zhao Huan's hands. "Since my nephew wishes to fight, let us wager. Regardless of the outcome, this bracelet will be yours. However, if my nephew wins, you must vacate the maze. You need not feel disgruntled. Should a real fight ensue, it is you who will be at a disadvantage." Li Guangcai immediately chimed in, "Come on. You wouldn't dare back down, would you?" Zhao Huan laughed derisively. These two were quite deluded if they thought a mere bracelet could persuade someone to abandon their exploration of the maze. "That guy seems weaker than Li Xiang. Without summoning beasts, Huan, do you have confidence in defeating him?" Zhang Dashuan asked quietly. Behind him, Li Xiang's eyes widened in shock. "Hey, am I now a unit of measure?" Zhao Huan replied, puzzled. "He's a simpleton. However, if I lose, we must leave the maze. Are you planning to cheat?" Zhang Dashuan shook his head slightly. "I'll explain later. As for the bracelet, it can fetch around 70 to 80,000 back in town. Why not take it?" As he spoke, he turned to the others. "Since this is Zhao Huan's duel, the bracelet belongs to him. Does anyone object?" Everyone expressed their agreement. Though Zhao Huan was filled with questions, he saw no reason to refuse the opportunity to acquire 70 to 80,000 for free. "All right, we agree," Zhang Dashuan said to Li Jianfeng. Li Jianfeng smiled. "That's wonderful. It saves everyone from strife." He then subtly warned Li Guangcai, "Now that enmity has been established, it is best to avoid leaving any loose ends. It is normal for injuries to occur during a duel." Now it made sense. No wonder Uncle was willing to hand them a magical bracelet without a second thought. Li Guangcai quickly grasped his uncle's intent, his mouth twisting into a sinister grin. Casting a dark glance at Zhao Huan, he found him ravenously devouring a pile of food handed to him by his teammates, burping contentedly. Chapter 132, The Duel. Zhao Huan was indeed famished. He had been reluctant to remove the giant demon power bracelet hidden in his sleeve, and the labyrinth was shrouded in darkness, rendering the use of the bright light vine for recovery impossible. The limited amount of food he carried had long since been consumed. Within his greedy space, there remained some food salvaged by goblin scavengers and goblin thieves, but their origins and effects were dubious, and their flavors utterly bizarre. Zhao Huan lacked the courage to consume them unless absolutely necessary. He had managed to sustain himself solely through the life force returned by the soul-devouring greatsword. But his stomach was now entirely empty. After consuming a little food, he felt much more comfortable. With the steel sword in hand and a piece of jerky clenched between his teeth, Zhao Huan strolled leisurely toward Li Guangcai. Seeing Zhao Huan in such a relaxed state, Li Guangcai felt an intense surge of hatred, sneering as he said, "Ha, you still have the leisure to eat? Let me tell you, I've reached level 5. "Oh, how impressive," Zhao Huan replied nonchalantly, chewing on his jerky. Li Guangcai's expression faltered. This bastard. That same infuriating demeanor again. "Huh, I see his plan now. He must be thinking that if he can't defeat me, he will simply surrender. Dream on. As soon as the battle commences, I shall unleash my full might to sever his limbs, rendering him a mere burden for his team, who will undoubtedly abandon him in his hour of defeat. He will lie in the mud, paralyzed by fear, awaiting his demise. The mere thought of such a scene is laughable, akin to a fool drooling over daydreams. Will we continue this duel or not?" Zhao Huan furrowed his brow, his expression rife with disdain. "I have truly regressed. Reduced to engaging in a one-on-one contest with such a worthless opponent." Li Guangcai, jolted from his reverie, wiped his mouth only to discover it devoid of any drool. The sight of his foolishness elicited laughter from the surrounding explorers. Damn it! Li Guangcai's eyes blazed with fury as he strode forward, brandishing his great sword, which shimmered with a pale light, and swung it fiercely at Zhao Huan. His momentum was impressive, yet his technique was lamentably poor. Zhao Huan retreated a couple of steps, deftly evading Li Guangcai's forceful strike. With a powerful push, he surged forward like a cheetah, lifting his great sword with unbridled ferocity. Clang! The two swords clashed, producing a resonant sound. Li Guangcai staggered back, his arm trembling, his eyes wide with shock. How could this be? Why is your strength surpassing mine? Aside from his innate power and class attributes, Li Guangcai also donned two magical items that collectively enhanced his strength by 4 points, making his attributes comparable to that of a level 6 or 7 apprentice warrior. Yet, he found himself easily overpowered by Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan's gaze was sharp, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A level 5 apprentice warrior? Is this all you have? With that, he swung his great sword downward at Li Guangcai once more. Li Guangcai hastily raised his sword to block. Clang! Another powerful collision resonated. Pain shot through Li Guangcai's hands as his arm went numb, terror filling his eyes. Zhao Huan pressed his steel sword forcefully against Li Guangcai's blade, sneering, with that expression. You're not considering surrendering, are you? Surely not. Li Guangcai's face turned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly, daring not to utter a word. He had boasted too much earlier. Even with his thick skin, he was reluctant to admit defeat. At the very least, he thought, he should withstand another 2 blows. With a roar, Li Guangcai summoned all his strength to push Zhao Huan's sword away. However, Zhao Huan seemed to anticipate this, retracting his force just in time. Li Guangcai, his strength spent, lunged forward uncontrollably, only to be met with a kick from Zhao Huan that sent him sprawling into the dirt. Observing Li Guangcai's practiced rolling maneuver to create distance, Zhao Huan could only scoff in disdain. This fool, who incessantly sought to trouble me, if it weren't for the multitude of onlookers, I would have relished the thought of ending him with a single thrust of my sword. Li Guangcai quickly regained his footing, spitting out dirt, and heard the laughter of the surrounding explorers, especially the derisive jeers from the likes of Li Xiang. He wished he could simply feign on the spot. One more strike. Just one more, and I shall feign exhaustion and collapse. He thought to himself as he charged at Zhao Huan once more, bellowing as he unleashed another heavy strike. Having gauged Li Guangcai's abilities, Zhao Huan could hardly be bothered to evade the attack, raising his steel sword to block. Then crack! The steel sword shattered into 2 pieces. A sudden silence engulfed the scene, only to be broken by the sound of the severed sword clattering to the ground. Li Guangcai froze for a moment. Then ecstasy flooded his eyes. This impoverished fool, unwilling to replace his battered sword, had unwittingly bestowed upon me a golden opportunity. Fearing that Zhao Huan might concede, Li Guangcai shouted and swung his sword at him with all his might. Die! Clang! The broken sword slipped from Zhao Huan's grasp, falling to the ground with a crisp sound. The joy in Li Guangcai's eyes evaporated as he stared in horror at his weapon, which was now firmly gripped by a black-gloved hand, rendering him unable to advance. You wish to kill me? Zhao Huan's eyes brimmed with malice. The skull on the soul-devouring gloves glowed faintly red in its eye sockets as sharp claws stealthily extended from his fingers. Feeling a chill run down his spine under Zhao Huan's piercing gaze, Li Guangcai attempted to pull back his sword, but, finding it futile, hastily released the hilt and turned to flee. Uncle, save me! To his astonishment, Zhao Huan had not anticipated such a decisive retreat, unless he summoned a card monster. It was too late for him to retaliate. Damn it! I haven't even begun to show off yet. Zhao Huan seethed internally, only to turn and meet the disdainful gaze of Li Jianfeng. With a derisive scoff, Zhao Huan bent to retrieve the broken sword, hefting Li Guangcai's great sword in his right hand as he returned to his team, though it reeked of bad luck. Selling it as scrap metal would still yield considerable coin. Watching Zhao Huan's retreating figure, Li Jianfeng's brow furrowed. Despite awakening later than others, Zhao Huan's combat skills and physical attributes utterly eclipsed Li Guangcai's. Even Li Guangcai's heavy strike was rendered useless. Contemplating this, Li Jianfeng glanced at the downcast Li Guangcai beside him, his disappointment deepening. He had initially hoped to bolster Li Guangcai's confidence through battle. Yet this fool had squandered a magical item and emerged in such a wretched state. Had it not been for the fact that Li Guangcai was the only awakened male of the current generation of the Li family, Li Jianfeng would have shown little concern for his fate. No amount of support seemed to help him. Perhaps it would be best to abandon him to his own devices in the city. You wagered and lost. Do as you please. With a stoic expression, Li Jianfeng uttered these parting words, turning away with his team in tow. The members of the Black Dragon exploration team followed suit, their expressions a mix of incredulity. Zhang Dashuan and the others, maintaining their composure, quickly urged Zhao Huan to leave. Let us go, let us go. We must hurry before we draw attention. Chapter 133. Standing so high. Are you not afraid of falling? This underground labyrinth is far smaller than we anticipated. After discovering a passageway to the lower levels, we found it utterly barren. Based on our deductions, this labyrinth likely constitutes a fragment of some underground structure, merely traversing through cracks or spatial rifts, existing solely in this layer. We have explored numerous areas in our search for you, and if their progress is similar to ours, the uncharted territories must be dwindling. Those individuals do not appear to be benign. Should they uncover the labyrinth's secrets, they might well turn their sights upon us. As Zhang Dashuan walked, he elaborated to Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan questioned, shouldn't our strength be comparable? There is no need to fear them, is there? Zhang Dashuan, glancing around furtively as if wary of eavesdroppers, replied, we previously encountered 2 malevolent spirits. Although we triumphed, we were all infected with ghostly energy and diseases, leaving us in poor condition. We employed some subterfuge, and the darkness here concealed our abnormalities. Had we not feared raising their suspicions, we would have left the moment you arrived. What era is this that we still engage in one-on-one duels? The group retraced their steps to the cave they had previously occupied, showing no intention of pausing for rest as they hastily exited. By this time, the sun had long set, leaving only a solitary moon hanging in the sky. The utility of the radiant ivy has indeed facilitated its capabilities, perfectly harnessing the moonlight to purge the malevolent energies lingering on the members. The exploration team traversed the desolate wilderness for 5 or 6 hours under the cloak of night, satisfied that they had ventured far enough to ensure their safety, and with the members taking turns wearing the radiant ivy, they found that the afflictions plaguing them had been significantly cleansed before settling down in a secluded spot to rest. Radiant ivy, LV5, new trait added, old vine. Old vine. The outer layer of the radiant ivy has aged, significantly enhancing its resilience and hardness. Current monster card has reached level 5 and cannot be further upgraded. Radiant ivy card enhancement ritual. Gather 5 types of magical plants with tough outer skins, each weighing 50 grams, grind and mix them. Then evenly apply the mixture onto the skin where the radiant ivy's roots are parasitically attached. Am I to use my own body as a field to nourish the radiant ivy? Upon reading the description of the enhancement ritual on the card, Zhao Huan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it merely required the application of ground powder from the magical vine's outer skin, not some sort of bizarre fertilizer. While procuring the enhancement materials was manageable, the grinding process would be labor-intensive, necessitating the assistance of modern tools. He would have to wait until returning home to proceed with the enhancement. With a blink of his eyes, Zhao Huan found himself once more outside the city ruins. I am back. Everything I lost last time, I shall reclaim this time. Before succumbing to slumber, Zhao Huan had already devised a plan. This time, upon entering the trial dreamscape, he intended to gather all the monsters within the ruins to feed the Soul Devourer. He would then seek out that fallen shadow acolyte, unleashing the Soul Devourer to obliterate it with malevolent spirits. Initially, the plan unfolded smoothly. During the day, Zhao Huan employed goblins and treasure chests to lure out the monsters hidden in the corners of the ruins, dispatching them in waves. As dusk approached, he withdrew the monster cards and retreated to the outskirts of the city ruins. The eerie dark mist only enveloped the city ruins and did not affect the world beyond. Zhao Huan nestled near the boundary of the dreamscape, safeguarded by the card monsters, basking in the moonlight until dawn. After the black mist in the ruins dissipated, he continued to lure and slay monsters, utilizing the Soul Devourer greatsword to siphon their vitality. Thus, 2 days passed, and the weakest monsters on the outskirts of the city ruins had been nearly eradicated by Zhao Huan. The Soul Devourer greatsword, now well fed, was shrouded in swirling ghostly mist, occasionally morphing into the heads of malevolent spirits and wailing in various tongues. Bathed in sunlight, it left behind incomprehensible curses before dissipating back into mist. The deeper into the city, the stronger the monsters became, many of which possessed peculiar magical abilities. However, numerous abilities required darkness or shadows to manifest, the brighter the environment. The fewer shadows there were, making it increasingly difficult for the dark-skinned monsters to utilize their powers. At this juncture, Zhao Huan cleverly employed the treasure chest monster to lure a group of dark-skinned goblins into an open area, fully bathed in sunlight. The goblin captain executed a flying kick, sending a bumbling subordinate sprawling aside, only to see another rascal rushing towards the golden treasure chest, eagerly preparing to open it. The goblin captain roared, already envisioning a myriad of torturous fates for the dark-skinned goblin. Suddenly, the treasure chest sprouted 2 rings of sharp metallic teeth, snapping the inquisitive dark-skinned goblin in half with a resounding crunch. From the chest's base emerged 2 pincers and 8 long legs, while 2 large, bloodshot eyes, resembling red gemstones, swiveled around, assessing the positions of its foes. Witnessing their fastest comrade abruptly reduced to half, several dark-skinned goblins stood frozen, bewildered, as the pincers, ablaze with fierce flames, charged at them. With 2 resounding thuds, 2 more dark-skinned goblins were shrieking as they were forcibly shoved into the chest, listening to the anguished cries of their kin. The surrounding dark-skinned monsters finally realized the treasure chest was an enemy and began to screech in alarm, preparing to launch an attack. The goblin captain let out a thunderous roar, his body radiating a ripple of black energy. Those dark-skinned goblins caught in its wake found themselves enveloped in a thin layer of black mist, which crept onto their claws, elongating and sharpening their nails. The effects of the black mist on the dark-skinned goblins were not immediately apparent. They still suffered fractures and screams when struck by the treasure chest's pincers. Even the enhanced claws of the black-skinned goblins proved ineffective against the treasure chest monster. Meanwhile, a goblin mage at the rear of the group conjured shadow arrows from the tip of its staff, presenting a more significant threat. However, before it could unleash the shadow arrow, a wild goblin knight suddenly materialized amidst the dark-skinned monsters. With a swift swipe, the wild lynx sent the goblin mage soaring, who landed with a thud, rolling twice before struggling to get back up. Just as it attempted to escape, it looked up to find a scruffy, impoverished goblin poised to strike it down with a stone. The blow landed, cracking the goblin mage's skull, while the goblin scavenger picked up its wooden staff, displaying a look of disdain. Ugh, what a pauper, using a rotten stick as a staff. Hiding nearby, a goblin thief scratched its head, contemplating, "Brother, have you changed jobs to become a bandit? Why are you suddenly stealing my thunder?" After annihilating the group of dark-skinned goblins with the cooperation of the card monsters, Zhao Huan approached each fallen foe with the Soul Devourer greatsword. Although the sword preferred to absorb the vitality of the living, it could still make do with the warmth of the recently deceased. Just as he was thoroughly engaged in this task, Zhao Huan suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back. He swiftly looked up to see a humanoid figure enveloped in black mist, standing atop the ruins in the distance, gazing intently at him. Damn, this pretentious creature, standing so high, does it not fear falling to its demise? Chapter 134, yet again beheaded by the old silver coin. Perhaps sensing Zhao Huan's internal mockery, the fallen shadow acolyte abruptly transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. Alarmed, Zhao Huan swiftly turned and raised his sword to defend himself. Clang. Indeed, the fallen shadow acolyte re-emerged from his shadow, its obsidian dagger imbued with shadowy power slashing towards him. The strike lacked significant force, easily thwarted by the dark greatsword. However, as the dagger was intercepted, the shadow energy coiling around it morphed into a dark blade, aiming to bypass the Soul Devourer and continue its assault. Simultaneously, the Soul Devourer greatsword surged with ghostly mist, several malevolent spirits extending their claws, howling fiercely as they attempted to break free and retaliate against the fallen shadow acolyte. The clash between the dark blade and the ghostly spirits resulted in a shattering of shadow energy, obliterating the spirits, who dissipated with anguished cries. The fallen shadow acolyte emitted a soft gasp, seemingly astonished that this peculiar summoner could withstand its ambush. Just as Zhao Huan prepared to counterattack, the fallen shadow acolyte vanished once more, darting through the shadows of the goblin scavenger and re-emerging from the shadow cast by a collapsing wall in the distance. Rather than continuing its assault, it chose to flee outright. Zhao Huan felt a flicker of surprise, considering the location he had deliberately selected. He surmised that the fallen shadow acolyte likely deemed its abilities ineffective due to the scarcity of shadows in the vicinity, prompting its hasty retreat. At this moment, the fallen shadow disciple raised a finger skyward, unleashing a torrent of shadowy mist that coalesced into a colossal, pitch-black rune. The instant the rune materialized, the remaining creatures amidst the city's ruins stirred restlessly, howling as they converged from all directions. Is that all you can do? Summon your minions? Zhao Huan's expression turned sardonic as he hoisted the soul-devouring greatsword high above his head, bellowing, "Soul Devour!" The sword's skeletal form blazed with crimson light, emitting a chilling roar as ghostly wisps surged forth, transforming into countless malevolent spirits that lunged ferociously at the fallen shadow disciple. Go forth. Relish the feast I have prepared for you. Tear the enemy to shreds. Having learned from past experiences, Zhao Huan was determined not to allow the soul-devouring greatsword to siphon his vitality again, nor would he feign villainy. Shame. That was a foreign concept. After all, the foes before him were merely dreamlike NPCs. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed in his trial, these monsters would vanish or reset. If he did not put on a show now, when would he? The enemies were on the verge of being torn asunder by the malevolent spirits. Yet the fallen shadow disciple stood firm, crossing his arms in an odd pose, his head bowed as he murmured an incantation. The swirling shadowy mist around him coalesced into a towering figure, exuding an eerie, terrifying aura. The malevolent spirits, momentarily daunted by this presence, hesitated to approach. Circling the fallen shadow disciple in the air, baring their fangs, and issuing various menacing howls. What on earth is this? A divine summoning? Merely a shadow dares intimidate the spirits. Zhao Huan was taken aback and urged the soul-devouring greatsword. Why not have them attack? What is there to fear from just a shadow? Go and deal with it. The soul-devouring greatsword remained unresponsive, while the shadowy figure enveloping the fallen shadow disciple began to stir once more. With a sudden exhalation, he unleashed a dense fog that morphed into ominous clouds, shrouding the entire city ruins in darkness. Damn, this fellow is cheating. He can alter the battlefield's attributes. Zhao Huan swiftly grasped the fallen shadow disciple's intentions. However, once the fog dissipated, the imposing shadow vanished, and the malevolent spirits, freed from their fear, surged towards the fallen shadow disciple, only to find themselves striking air. Seeing the enemy's figure disappear into the distance, Zhao Huan swiftly turned with his greatsword for a counterattack. Clang! The fallen shadow disciple reappeared behind Zhao Huan, parrying the greatsword with a dagger, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. The wild lynx leaped forth, while the goblin wilderness knight thrust his spear downward, creating a sizable crater but failing to pierce the enemy. Zhao Huan executed a spinning slash, yet again striking nothing. Raising his gaze, he beheld the fallen shadow disciple watching him from afar, a mocking glint evident even through the obscuring mist. Just as Zhao Huan was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a pitch-black dagger suddenly extended from the side, severing his neck in an instant. His head soared into the air, and he beheld another fallen shadow disciple materializing beside his decapitated body. Behind this figure, a goblin thief brandished a rusty knife, ready to strike at the enemy's vulnerable spot. Trial failed. Evolution points gained, 56. Current evolution points, 457. Zhao Huan opened his eyes, instinctively feeling for his neck. Gazing at the bright sky above, he found himself momentarily stunned. Why does the mist in the polluted zone not obscure the sunlight? You're awake? Come over and have something to eat, Zhang Dashuan called from beside the fire. Zhao Huan emerged from his sleeping bag. Why didn't you wake me for the night watch? Just half a night. What was there to call you for? You seem to be sleeping quite poorly. Zhang Dashuan replied. Zhao Huan shook his head. I had a nightmare. I was haunted by an old silver coin that led to my demise. An old silver coin? How haunting was it? Jing Ji inquired, slicing a roasted rabbit in half with his one-handed sword and offering a piece to Zhao Huan. It could teleport infinitely in the shadows, and it also had stealth and shadow clone techniques. Upon awakening, Zhao Huan understood that the fallen shadow disciple had conjured a clone through magic to distract him. As for the mocking gaze he perceived, it was either a product of the spell or merely his own delusion. Wait, didn't you just use that one-handed sword to slay a monster yesterday? Rest assured, I cleaned it thoroughly and even roasted it over the fire for a bit. I guarantee there's no virus. Who cares about viruses? It's all good. If it's not clean, at least it won't make me sick. Starving, Zhao Huan paid no mind to the sword's previous exploits, seizing the rabbit and devouring it hungrily. As he ate, his mind raced with thoughts. The abilities of the fallen shadow disciple were exceedingly peculiar. It seemed nearly impossible to secure victory through combat alone. Would he have to await the lava crystal cores recharging, allowing the treasure chest monster to lure the enemy into self-destruction? That would take several days. Moreover, the treasure chest monster only exploded upon death. Would he need to let it stab his own eye? Such bizarre actions from the treasure chest monster, would they not frighten the fallen shadow disciple away? It could leap through shadows, making escape from the city ruins all too easy. Perhaps it could indeed evade the explosion's range. Nonetheless, he had accrued quite a few evolution points from this trial. Despite failing, he had still garnered 56 points, whereas the initial novice trial had only rewarded him with 100 points. Had the difficulty of the trial dream increased, or was it due to the modifications made to those monsters? The modifications were undoubtedly the handiwork of the fallen shadow disciple. Speaking of disciples, that last swamp toad leader must have been a follower of the poison spring goddess, right? That creature also altered its surroundings through rituals, influencing the forms of nearby monsters. Were all these disciples so formidable? Chapter 135, The Nest of Demon Disciples. In the twilight wilderness, at the northwestern fringes, Half-Ear wielded a crystal staff, standing atop a small incline and shouting commands. At the foot of the slope, a group of robust, mutated creatures adorned with sparse black scales were transporting the corpses of ogres and human explorers towards a distant cave. Detecting a faint magical aura emanating from one of the human corpses, Half-Ear shouted at the two boarmen, carrying the body to halt. Striding down the slope with a peculiar gait, he yanked a gemstone ring from the corpse's finger, gesturing for the boarmen to proceed. The claws of Half-Ear were now covered in dark red, fine scales, making his fingers considerably bulkier, perfectly suited to wear the recently acquired gemstone ring. The human corpse had evidently belonged to a warrior, and the ring's effect bolstered strength and constitution. Sensing a surge in his own power, Half-Ear's interest peaked, and he swung the crystal staff forcefully, striking a passing Wargen warrior. The Wargen warrior paused, turning to look at Half-Ear with a puzzled expression. Well, he was merely a frail spellcaster. Despite the enhancement to his strength, his blow was still ineffectual against these dullards. Once the creatures finished transporting the corpses, Half-Ear followed behind with his staff in hand. His gaze inadvertently drifted northward, where an endless, eerie black mist enveloped the ruins of a city, from which faint sounds of weeping and murmuring could be discerned. A chill coursed through Half-Ear as he hastily redirected his gaze. This place was truly terrifying, more fearsome than any demon. Following the procession of corpse-bearers, he ventured into a scorching cave that reeked of sulfur. Half-Ear was baffled by how those demonic envoys managed to transform an ordinary cavern into something reminiscent of a volcanic lava chamber, merely by consuming a handful of human and monster corpses. As he delved deeper into the cave, he beheld a towering demonic statue, intricately carved from obsidian, rising majestically amidst a seething pool of molten rock. The statue exuded an aura of dread and malevolence, accompanied by a raspy and sinister whisper that lingered in the air. After the creatures deposited the bodies into the lava pool, they all knelt before the statue, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and reverence, beseeching the blessings of their great master. Half-Ear feigned indifference among the other monsters, but as a spellcaster, he found himself in a prime location by the lava pool. Despite being the last to arrive, the searing heat emanating from the molten rock mingled with the thick scent of blood, enveloping the creatures and seeping into their nostrils and skin. Half-Ear felt an itch all over his body, as if new demonic scales were sprouting in certain places, enhancing his strength and deepening his understanding of fire magic. He surmised that with the aid of magical equipment or materials, he might successfully unleash a fireball. At that moment, the whispers that had been echoing in his ears morphed into a guttural roar. All the monsters immediately prostrated themselves, trembling, and eagerly expressed their loyalty to the demonic statue. Half-Ear continued to act like the others, uttering words of admiration and worship, while inconspicuously recalling the scene of a goblin swindler using the demonic statue to crack nutshells. The fear in his heart dissipated significantly. After all, what was so impressive about merely being a nutcracker? The demon adherents atop the platform remained oblivious to the fact that among the throng of creatures below, a goblin mage was secretly mocking their master. They only perceived the enhancement effects of the lava blood pool as commendable, believing themselves to have complete control over all the demonized monsters. How fared the ogre tribe? It seemed that the losses in battle were too great. Divisions had arisen among the leading exploration teams, granting the ogres a moment's respite. They had abandoned the notion of following their master's guidance to conduct a blood sacrifice ritual for power. Foolish beings. If they did not seize this opportunity to perform the ritual, how many ogres would they lose when the explorers regrouped for another offensive? The demon adherents were both furious and heartbroken. Once the blood sacrifice ritual was complete, those ogres tainted by demonic influence would inevitably become their strength, obeying their commands. All because of the foolish decision of that ogre chieftain. How many of the ogres that rightfully belonged to them would the demon adherents lose? Last night, several monsters emerged from the ruins of Lake City, slaughtering over a dozen enhanced jackals and carrying off their corpses. Let us not concern ourselves with those sewer rats for now. Once our ritual is complete, we shall transform the entirety of Lake City's ruins into a pool of molten rock, turning those rats to ashes. In the east, a massive spatial rift appeared, unleashing formidable beasts. Many explorers who had initially intended to delve deeper into the twilight wastes redirected their efforts to confront these beasts. Their robust life force made them ideal sacrifices to be cast into the lava blood pool. We should dispatch some less distinguishable creatures to the east to retrieve both the encountered beasts and the explorers. It is time to create some cannon fodder to scout information in East River City and spread the faith of our master. After a fierce battle, a large wild boar, with its thick, dark mane, was pinned down by a wild lynx, thrashing about while emitting heart-wrenching cries. However, as the blood pooled around it, the boar gradually fell silent. Before its life extinguished completely, the wild lynx began to tear into the boar's flesh. The goblin wild knight showed no restraint either, joining its companion in feasting on the raw boar meat, without any intention of bringing the prey back to their summoner. In this regard, This creature's workplace awareness was far inferior to that of goblin scavengers. Once sated, it climbed atop the wild lynx's back, reeking of blood, and returned to Zhao Huan, presenting two sharp boar tusks and a thumb-sized monster crystal core that emanated a faint, earthy magical aura. Not bad. At least it remembered to bring back spoils. Zhao Huan stroked the lynx's head, summoning it back into the card. Goblin Wild Knight. LV5. The aura of valor has been enhanced. Attribute bonuses have changed to Strength 8, Constitution 8. Goblin Frenzy attribute bonuses have increased to Strength 3, Agility 1, Constitution 1. The Frail trait has changed. Now the Goblin Wild Knight can fight at full strength for 15 minutes before triggering a weakened state. The attributes of the weakened state have changed to Strength 35, Constitution 20. The Wild Lynx has grown, its physical attributes slightly enhanced, Strength 5, Agility 8, Constitution 5. The current monster card has reached level 5 and cannot be further upgraded. Goblin Wild Knight card enhancement ritual. Prey on strong monsters, completed. The Wild Lynx has consumed over 800 kilograms of robust monster flesh, expending a shadow magic crystal. The Goblin Wild Knight has also consumed over 800 kilograms of robust monster flesh. Chapter 136, Strengthening the Goblin Wild Knight. Initially, Zhao Huan was uncertain about how robust the monster flesh needed to be to meet the enhancement ritual standards. Just then, a colossal spatial rift appeared in the eastern part of the Twilight Wastes, unleashing numerous beast types. During the return journey, the exploration team frequently encountered one or more of these beasts. At another time, the explorers might have been pleased to see these beasts, as their flesh, fur, and various materials were far more valuable than those of goblins and jackals, with a myriad of related bounty tasks posted by the Special Affairs Bureau. However, the exploration team had just struck a small fortune in the underground labyrinth and was eager to return to East River City, showing no desire to engage with monsters along the way. Unfortunately, the Twilight Wastes were teeming with creatures. Moreover, the team's attempts to evade only led some predators to perceive them as weak prey, prompting them to launch attacks. After a fierce skirmish, the explorers, cursing and grumbling, skinned and butchered a leopard and 5 wild earth wolves, extracting useful materials and roasting chunks of meat over a fire. The remaining blood and entrails were deemed useless and were fed to the Goblin Wild Knight and its mount. Once they had finished their meal, Zhao Huan recalled the cards and noted that the enhancement ritual was already more than halfway complete. Thus, as long as the creatures were not as feeble as goblins, everything should be fine, right? Zhao Huan suddenly grasped the standards required for the enhancement ritual's materials. The exploration team had initially aimed to swiftly depart the Twilight Wastes, but their efforts to circumvent monsters had cost them considerable time. After battling the wild earth wolves and a leopard attempting to ambush them, night had already fallen, and they had no choice but to set up camp, waiting for dawn to continue their journey. Given the current circumstances in the Twilight Wilderness, Zhao Huan anticipated that he would likely encounter a monster attack during the night. At that moment, even a mere tiger or wild boar could sufficiently satiate the Goblin Wilderness Knight. As for the shadow magic crystal, he had fortuitously obtained a piece of shadow black gem from a treasure chest earlier. In fact, the shadow black gem in Zhao Huan's possession was significantly larger than the one held by Zhou Liaoshu, which was valued at over 200,000. If Zhao Huan were willing to endure a bit of inconvenience, he could easily visit Zhou Liaoshu to exchange it for a smaller gem along with several thousand in difference. However, on one hand, he did not wish to enrich the unscrupulous merchant, and on the other, Zhao Huan still harbored intentions of seeking vengeance against the fallen shadow cultists that night. Once the Goblin Wilderness Knight was strengthened and entered the trial dream, his chances of success would undoubtedly increase. As Zhao Huan had surmised, around 7 or 8 in the evening, a wounded old black panther, lured by the glow of fire, stealthily approached the camp. Although it discerned that several humans within the camp were formidable, the old black panther relied on its ability to conceal itself, intending to infiltrate the camp to ambush and kill the weakest among them before making a swift escape. As it assessed the camp, the old black panther ultimately set its sights on the fully leveled novice warrior, Li Xiang. Silently creeping up behind Li Xiang, it prepared to strike when suddenly, the ground beneath its paws gave way, and sharp spikes pierced through its claws. Letting out a low howl, the old black panther's presence was revealed, and it turned to flee. Yet, with its claws ensnared by the spikes, escape was futile. A group of warriors armed with weapons quickly surrounded it, delivering a brutal beating that resulted in its demise. I told you, if a monster were to launch a surprise attack, it would undoubtedly target Li Xiang, Su Duojin said with a hint of pride. Li Xiang, drenched in cold sweat, turned pale, feeling weak all over, yet his mouth remained defiantly stubborn. Why is it targeting me? I am at least a level 9 novice warrior. It should have been Zhao Huan, the summoner. who is clearly the weakest in the field without even a summoned beast by his side. You may be a level 9 novice warrior, but I am a level 9 novice summoner, Zhao Huan thought to himself, yet he merely smiled and remarked, perhaps that panther sensed the presence of the goblin knight. No sooner had he spoken than the goblin wilderness knight emerged from the shadows behind Zhao Huan, its 4 eyes eagerly fixated on the corpse of the old black panther. I was just about to ask, has your lynx grown significantly since before? Su Duojin inquired, attempting to reach out and stroke the fur of the wilderness lynx, only to be met with an impatient glare from the creature. After all, it is in a growth phase. It eats well and grows quickly, Zhao Huan casually fabricated. Withdrawing his hand in disappointment, Su Duojin looked at Zhao Huan with a hint of incredulity. Whatever you say. After a while, once several explorers had gathered materials from the old black panther, the goblin wilderness knight joyfully pounced on the remains. The wilderness lynx feasted contentedly, oblivious to the explorers behind it, who were surreptitiously stroking its fur. Once these two had finished their meal, Zhao Huan discreetly slipped the shadow black gem into the mouth of the wilderness lynx, intending for it to carry the gem back for card enhancement. However, to his astonishment, the wilderness lynx gulped it down whole. Zhao Huan was left momentarily dumbfounded. How did it eat it? The wilderness lynx appeared perplexed. What else would I do? If you put it in my mouth, doesn't that mean to eat it? Well, it is what it is. Zhao Huan patted the head of the wilderness lynx and summoned it back along with the goblin knight into the card. Enhancement of Goblin Wilderness Knight, card completed. Goblin Wilderness Knight has grown, gaining 10 strength, 3 agility, and 8 constitution. Goblin Wilderness Knight has acquired the skill, Faith Guardian Aura. When the Faith Guardian Aura is activated, allied units within a 30-meter radius will receive a slight boost to their willpower, along with a defensive enhancement of 5 and magical resistance of 3. When allied goblins benefit from the Faith Guardian Aura, they will also gain a confidence boost, significantly enhancing their mental spell resistance, along with an additional 1 point in defense and 1 point in magical resistance. The influence radius of the Valor Aura has expanded to 50 meters. The trait Poor Horsemanship has been removed. The Wilderness Lynx's affinity for shadows has increased, greatly enhancing its stealth capabilities, and it has acquired new skills, Shadow Scent and Shadow Claw. Shadow Scent. The Wilderness Lynx can keenly detect certain hidden ambushers lurking in the darkness, with the specific effect determined by the disparity in shadow affinity between the two. When the Wilderness Lynx's shadow affinity is significantly higher than that of the enemy, it can easily ascertain the enemy's location. If the Wilderness Lynx's shadow affinity is slightly lower, it can only vaguely sense the enemy's presence. If the disparity is far greater, this ability will become entirely ineffective. Shadow Claw. The Wilderness Lynx can channel shadow energy into its claws, inflicting additional damage upon attacking enemies. The Wilderness Hunter ability has been enhanced. Even in well-lit environments, when the Goblin Wilderness Knight remains still, its body will gradually enter a state of invisibility. The darker the surrounding environment, the more effective the invisibility becomes. When the Goblin Wilderness Knight emerges from invisibility to launch an ambush or surprise attack, its damage output will also be momentarily increased. Professional level has been elevated. All attributes 1. Professional task. Successfully clear 5 trial dreams. Completed. Professional rank has been elevated. Current rank. Junior Card Monster Summoner. Received professional enhancement. All attributes 10. Chapter 137. The benefits of becoming a formal card monster summoner. Congratulations on becoming a formal card monster summoner. Received privileges, Master of Cards. Trial reward cards. Trial time rewind. Master of Cards. Now, your communication with card monsters is more fluid, and each monster card will provide you with additional attribute bonuses. Trial reward cards. Each time you successfully complete a trial dream, you will also receive an extra reward card. By consuming reward cards, you can obtain a random card or varying amounts of evolution points. Trial time rewind. When you die in a trial dream, you can opt to rewind time. The maximum rewind time is 10 minutes, and the number of rewinds in a single trial is capped at 5. Each rewind will cause the trial dream to close for 1 day. When the trial is successful, newly opened trial dreams will not be affected by previous rewinds. Note: when you choose to rewind, everything in the trial dream will revert to the state it was in at your chosen time point. However, special situations such as card fusion will not be affected by the trial time rewind. Additionally, any cards consumed or damaged during any time segment will be consumed or enter a damaged state regardless of their current condition at the end of this trial dream. New skill acquired. Shuffle. Shuffle. Instantly recall all cards, placing them in a 20-minute shuffle period. During this shuffle, all cards cannot be summoned. After the shuffle concludes, all damaged cards will have their repair time reduced by 2 hours. This skill has a cooldown of 48 hours. The throwing card skill has been enhanced. increasing the maximum throwing distance to 30 meters. Skill card exchange enhancement. When you wish to exchange cards, the flight speed of the flying cards is tripled, and the monster exchange occurs instantaneously. The surge in attributes was suddenly pronounced, a sensation unmistakable to Zhao Huan, who could even hear the faint crackling of his bones and muscles. Could this be the legendary resonance of the sinews? Oh no, my legs are cramping. Zhao Huan hastily bent down, fervently kneading his right leg with both hands. As he rubbed, his thoughts raced. What does it mean to be a formal card monster summoner? Does that imply I was merely an intern before this? Why was I not granted such privileges sooner? It cost me at least one reward card. Nevertheless, the attribute enhancements provided by this card seem quite substantial. Zhao Huan turned his gaze to the newly appeared information on the card. Special blue monster card, Goblin Wilderness Knight. Owner's attribute enhancements, Strength 5, Agility 5, Defense 2, Shadow Affinity 1, Shadow Resistance 2, Perception slightly enhanced. Zhao Huan's eyes brightened instantly as he rummaged through the other cards. White monster card, 3 goblins. Owner's attribute enhancements, Agility 1. Well, they are goblins after all. Any enhancement is better than none. Skipping ahead, let us see the next one. Green monster card, Radiant Vine. Owner's attribute enhancements, with Affinity 1, Constitution 1. Self-healing capability slightly enhanced. It can even enhance self-healing? Impressive. Zhao Huan grinned and continued to survey the other cards. Green monster card, Purple Venom Slime. Owner's attribute enhancements, Toxic Resistance 3, Digestion capability slightly enhanced. Green monster card, Fiery Greed Treasure Monster. Owner's attribute enhancements, Fire Affinity 3, Fire Resistance 3, Defense 2. Slightly enhances the hardness of teeth. Green monster card, Swift Chocobo. Owner's attribute enhancements, Strength 1, Agility 2, slightly enhances vision. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Merman Hunter. Owner's attribute enhancements, Agility 2, Water Resistance 2, slightly enhances swimming ability. Special blue monster card, Goblin 3 Stooges. Owner's attribute enhancements, Constitution 4, Agility 4, Spirit 4, Toxic Resistance 1, Shadow Affinity 2, Shadow Resistance 1, Mental Resistance 6, Wealth Sensitivity slightly enhanced. Truly, the sheer number of goblins provides a richer array of attribute enhancements compared to other monster cards. Zhao Huan scanned through once more, speculating that the attributes provided by the cards were likely related to the card quality and the inherent abilities of the monster itself. The treasure monster would certainly offer fewer enhancements if it lacked the embedded lava crystal core. Zhao Huan counted on his fingers. Aside from the peculiar ability enhancements, he had secured a total of 6 points in strength, 14 points in agility, 5 points in constitution, 4 points in spirit, and 4 points in defense from the cards. Coupled with the total of 11 points in all attributes gained from his class advancement, Zhao Huan felt an overwhelming surge of power. It was time to seek vengeance against that scoundrel, the fallen shadow cultist. Zhao Huan abruptly rose, leaving his companions with a remark, "I'm off to sleep now. Make sure no monsters carry me away." With that, he boldly strode into the tent. Wait, is he actually going to sleep? Or is he preparing for a fight? Jing Ji mused, somewhat perplexed. Su Duojin chuckled. Who knows, perhaps he is gearing up for a 300-round battle with a fairy in his dreams. He dares to go to sleep? Li Xiang, who had nearly been snatched away by the old Black Panther, felt restless and certain he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Moreover, he had even summoned back the Goblin Knight. Isn't he afraid of being devoured by monsters? Zhao Huan, however, wished to keep the Goblin Wilderness Knight by his side for protection. But that wouldn't he do. He had already formed a rough plan in his mind on how to defeat the fallen shadow cultist. The Goblin Wilderness Knight held a critical role in his strategy and was essential to take into the Trial Dream. Upon entering the Trial Dream, following the previous protocol, Zhao Huan painstakingly cleared most of the monsters in the city ruins over 2 days, ensuring his soul-devouring greatsword was well fed. He then chose the same vacant lot as before, entrusting the black-skinned goblin mage to the goblin thief. Armed with only his sword, Zhao Huan swiftly eliminated the black-skinned goblin. Raising his head, he noticed the pretentious figure had indeed taken position atop the highest point of the previous ruins, for that was the tallest spot in the vicinity. Come on, you arrogant cur. 5 chances. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. Zhao Huan's gaze sharpened, a smirk curling his lips as he thought. Chapter 138. Ambush on the Fallen Shadow Cultist. Gripping the soul-devouring sword tightly, Zhao Huan took 2 steps back, the elongated shadow behind him shifting in tandem. The Fallen Shadow Cultist seemed to emit a mocking laugh, his body suddenly dissolving into a shadow. Zhao Huan swiftly turned, the soul-devouring greatsword slicing through the air with a ghostly wail aimed at the rear. With a 25-point agility boost, his agility was nearly doubled. significantly enhancing his reaction speed and fluidity of movement. The blade of the soul-devouring sword struck precisely against the pitch-black dagger, producing a resounding metallic clash. From their previous encounters, Zhao Huan had discerned that the fallen shadow cultist's strength was not particularly formidable. In fact, under the influence of the aura of valor, Zhao Huan was likely even stronger. Yet, this individual could teleport and cloak himself for sneak attacks, striking at will and retreating at a whim, making him frustratingly invincible. But this time was different. Zhao Huan had an additional 17 points in strength. As their weapons clashed, the shadow blade once again cleaved through the malevolent spirits emerging from the mist with anguished howls. The fallen shadow cultist, however, was thrown off balance by the unexpected force, resulting in a severely distorted posture. Although he sensed the attack from behind, he could not evade in time using Shadow Leap. The Goblin Wilderness Knight suddenly leaped from the upper part of Zhao Huan's shadow, bellowing fiercely, his great gun piercing the fallen shadow cultist's body with a faint shadow trailing behind it. The wilderness lynx slashed its claws, leaving a series of scratches on the enemy's back, tearing away a piece of fabric. The fallen shadow cultist let out a muffled groan, his form dissipating into shadow. Damn, he can escape like that? Zhao Huan's sword swung toward the enemy's neck, but met only air. As he turned abruptly to see the fallen shadow cultist reappear in the shadows of a distant ruin, while silently noting the position of the fallen shadow cultist, he summoned the swift chocobo and rode after him. The Goblin Wilderness Knight outpaced him, charging toward the moment the enemy reappeared with a fierce roar. However, when Zhao Huan observed the fallen shadow cultist's utter lack of reaction to the Goblin Wilderness Knight's pursuit, he sensed something was amiss. Indeed, the Goblin Wilderness Knight's gun once again passed through the shadowy doppelganger of the fallen shadow cultist, leaving a gaping hole in the ground. Zhao Huan lifted his gaze, only to find the fallen shadow cultist had materialized in another shadow, praying with his head bowed, while copious amounts of dark green blood seeped from his chest and mouth. It wasn't that the color of the fallen shadow cultist's blood was particularly striking. It was simply that Zhao Huan had utilized the temporary consumption card, toxic application solution, on the Goblin Wilderness Knight. The knight's poison lance had pierced through his chest, and now it seemed that the toxin had merely begun to take effect. Even in such a dire state, this fellow still intended to challenge me? Zhao Huan's heart was filled with perplexity. Yet, he soon witnessed a horrifying figure emerge as the dark shadow cultist's prayers concluded, exuding an aura of terror. From the cultist's wounds, a multitude of black tendrils emerged, intertwining and merging to seal the injuries. What on earth? Is this even possible? The shadow exhaled mist, enveloped by ominous clouds, transforming the city ruins back into the cultist's domain. Zhao Huan had anticipated that the fiend would again attempt to ambush him using teleportation and invisibility. As he commanded the Goblin Wild Knight to continue its assault, he hastily leaped down from the chocobo, landing on the ground in a state of vigilant caution. To his surprise, the dark shadow cultist sliced open his palm with a dagger, pressing it forcefully against the ground while unleashing a piercing shriek. Suddenly, the ground, shrouded in darkness, erupted with thick black spikes. Zhao Huan endeavored to evade, but was inevitably speared through the chest, hanging helplessly in the air. Had he known, he would have remained mounted. Watching the chocobo race across the ground, deftly avoiding the onslaught of spikes, Zhao Huan could not help but feel exasperated. As his consciousness began to fade and the world slipped into darkness, a thought jolted through his mind. Would you like to rewind? Yes, of course. I wish to rewind. Please select a rewind point. Like watching a video playback, a series of images flashed through Zhao Huan's mind. Right here, as the thought emerged, the entire dream world rapidly rewound, everything reverting along its previous trajectory to 2 minutes prior. Zhao Huan found himself completely powerless, merely a spectator as his body descended back to the ground, the black spikes retracting from his chest, the blood that had splattered now re-entering the wound. A thought crossed his mind. How many germs had those droplets collected during their brief excursion? Once time resumed its flow, it paused momentarily before continuing. The dark shadow cultist's body, impaled by the lance, dissipated into shadows. The Goblin Wild Knight roared, charging towards the shadowy figure. Zhao Huan bellowed, "That's an illusion." With a flick of his wrist, the shallow sea merman hunter launched forth. The moment the merman appeared, it grasped Zhao Huan's intent and hurled its fishbone spear at the recently manifested dark shadow cultist. The cultist sidestepped, yet still sustained a gash on his arm. A sharp pain surged from the wound. The spearhead was, of course, coated in poison, spitting blood. The dark shadow cultist shot Zhao Huan a disbelieving glance before vanishing into shadows once more. Damn, this fellow is exceptionally fleet-footed. Zhao Huan, riding his chocobo, scanned the vicinity and caught sight of the cultist reappearing at a distance, once again praying while bleeding profusely. The chocobo let out a cry and charged forward at breakneck speed. As they passed by a treasure chest creature, Zhao Huan clutched the chocobo's neck, leaning out to clap the creature's claw, successfully retrieving his prize. As he galloped over the ruins, upon reaching the dark shadow cultist, he found that the cultist had completed his prayers, the wounds now sealed, black shadows swirling as he swiftly dissipated. The dark shadow cultist cast a disdainful smirk at Zhao Huan, then vanished once again, igniting Zhao Huan's ire. Turning around, he discovered the wretch had climbed to the highest point of the ruins, slicing open his palm while bleeding and pressing it against the stone slab beneath him. Although the shadows forced his wounds to heal, the poison within him remained intact. What a foolish creature! Even while bleeding, why resort to such self-harm? He could simply lick the ground. Zhao Huan mused while deftly maneuvering his chocobo to evade the emerging shadow spikes. Just as the pursuing merman hunter failed to dodge, it was impaled and left hanging in the air. Seizing the moment while its body was still warm, Zhao Huan hastily tossed the purple toxic slime to swap it out. The slime, having replaced the merman hunter, barely touched the ground before being skewered by a spike, exploding into a cloud of purple toxin. The goblin wild knight leaped among the ruins, evading the black spikes, while the goblin thief had seemingly vanished. Zhao Huan clung tightly to the chocobo, bracing himself against its sharp turns. Turning his gaze, he saw the dark shadow cultist coughing blood, his palm pressed firmly against the stone slab, motionless. This fellow cannot move. Moreover, that divine descent, or whatever skill he used, must have a lengthy cooldown. Zhao Huan's eyes brightened, raising the soul-devouring greatsword high. Chapter 139. The Black Entity You Desired. Soul Devour. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Huan unleashed the ghostly mist encircling the soul-devouring greatsword, manifesting into wailing specters that surged towards the dark shadow cultist. The cultist, upon witnessing this, abruptly lifted his head, appearing utterly astonished, as if seeing Zhao Huan employ this technique for the first time. Indeed. In his memory, it was the first time he had encountered such a sight. Poor NPC. Zhao Huan silently reflected. The dark shadow cultist was, predictably, unable to summon the black phantoms any longer, forced to cease his incantations and dissolve into shadows once again. How extensive could this fellow's mana pool be? After casting so many spells, it was still not depleted? Perhaps realizing his chances of victory were slim, the dark shadow cultist, after this retreat, never reappeared. The malevolent spirits, deprived of a target, circled for a moment before descending upon the monsters lurking in the dark corners of the city ruins. If this fellow intends to hide, how long might it take for me to find him? Zhao Huan furrowed his brow in contemplation, raising his gaze towards the distance, where a towering structure loomed amidst the ruins. If he is indeed a devotee, there must surely be a statue present. At this juncture, the goblin wild knight had entered a weakened state. However, its attributes had merely diminished, still retaining a modicum of combat ability. Unlike before, when entering a weakened state would leave it limp and lifeless atop the back of the wild lynx, struggling to wield even a spear. Zhao Huan recalled the goblin wild knight into his card, surveying the area for the goblin thief, but finding no trace of it. Disregarding the absence, he urged his chocobo towards the tower. Seizing the opportunity, he had to eliminate the dark shadow cultist while his skills were on cooldown, and the poison was taking its toll. Even if he could not locate the others, he must dismantle the cultist's stronghold. Surely, such a glaring weakness could not go unexploited. This trial would be far too arduous without any apparent vulnerabilities. Numerous mutated monsters still prowled the city ruins, yet they were currently engrossed in battle with the malevolent spirits, leaving Zhao Huan unperturbed. As he encountered monsters, their faces contorted in terror as they scurried past, he would effortlessly strike them down, replenishing the vitality of the soul-devouring greatsword. Though the dark shadow cultist had fled, the ominous clouds above showed no signs of dispersing, significantly diminishing the photosynthetic effects of the light vines. Upon reaching the base of the tower, Zhao Huan circled around, only to find himself at a loss for how to ascend. Was it because that scoundrel could utilize shadow leaps to navigate up and down that he deliberately dismantled any stairs? How utterly infuriating. Did he truly have no friends or guests visiting? Zhao Huan muttered to himself while scrutinizing the outer walls of the tower, contemplating the best method to ascend. Although referred to as a tower, it stood merely 30 to 40 meters tall, roughly the height of 10 stories. Given Zhao Huan's current capabilities, scaling it should not pose a significant challenge. At that moment, a green, bulbous head abruptly protruded from either a portal or a window at the top of the tower, peering curiously down at Zhao Huan. What on earth? How did this creature end up here? Upon spotting the goblin thief, Zhao Huan was initially taken aback, but then called out, "Did you see that dark figure?" The goblin scratched its head, glanced behind it a couple of times, then withdrew its head back inside. After a brief pause, the corpse of a fallen shadow cultist was unceremoniously hurled from the tower, thudding heavily onto the ground. Huh, it's already dead? Zhao Huan approached the body, bending down to examine it closely. Without the shroud of black mist, the true visage of the fallen shadow cultist was finally revealed. It appeared to be a humanoid creature, albeit bald. A distinct wound marred its neck, oozing dark green blood. There was no doubt. This must be the handiwork of the goblin thief, though Zhao Huan was puzzled as to how it had managed such a feat. The fallen shadow cultist was adorned with eerie black runes, and the skin visible beneath them was a deep green. Considering the apparent poisoning, Zhao Huan surmised this was likely not its original skin color. Its eyes were entirely black, devoid of discernible pupils. Although its ears and nose bore a slight resemblance to human features, its hands were coarse, with long, sharp black nails. Zhao Huan had never encountered beings from other realms, and thus could not discern whether this was its natural appearance or a result of some mutation. He felt inclined to classify the fallen shadow cultist as human rather than a mere humanoid monster. This was primarily due to the distinct manner in which it had communicated within his mind, which diverged significantly from the expressions of card monsters. Yet, one could not be certain. Perhaps the fallen shadow cultist belonged to a more advanced category of creatures? As Zhao Huan pondered, a heavy object suddenly crashed to the ground beside him with a thunderous noise. What the hell is that? Startled, Zhao Huan took a closer look to find a towering statue carved from black stone. Raising his gaze, he glared at the goblin thief and shouted, "Are you trying to crush me?" "Grug," the goblin retorted. "Aren't you the one looking for that dark figure?" Zhao Huan glanced down at the statue, which indeed appeared quite dark. With a twitch of his lips, he dismissed the goblin's banter. Tilting his head, he aligned the statue within his field of vision, revealing its form. It was entirely black, its smooth, bald head obscured by a veil of shadow, rendering its features indistinct, save for the rough outlines of human-like facial characteristics. Draped in a black cloak, the statue concealed most of its body, with several thick, tentacle-like appendages extending from beneath, giving it a decidedly bizarre appearance. Could it be that an octopus was concealed within that cloak? An absurd notion flickered through Zhao Huan's mind. Perhaps sensing his irreverent thoughts, a whispering aura enveloped the statue, and a faint black mist began to emanate, swirling ominously as if to coalesce into something formidable. Alarmed, Zhao Huan prepared to flee atop his chocobo. At that moment, the entire dream realm experienced a brief tremor, swiftly dimming. It was revealed that, through the relentless efforts of the malevolent spirits, the monsters within the city ruins had finally been eradicated. Resolute, Zhao Huan, before succumbing to darkness, defiantly raised two middle fingers toward the shadowy statue. "Come at me, you fool." Chapter 140, Custom Equipment from the Goblin Thief. Trial successful. Evolution points gained, 631. Current evolution points, 1032. Trial rewards, White Monster Card, Word Crossbowman. Green Monster Card, Shadow Slime. White Equipment Card, Rusty Axe. Green Equipment Card, Shadow Beast Bone Club. Blue Equipment Card, Stealth Ring. Blue Equipment Card, Shadow Blade. Card Owner Privilege, Reward Card 1. Trial Dreamscape Regenerating, Estimated Time, 158 hours. Zhao Huan rubbed his eyes. Dream System, what's going on? No purple cards? He grumbled, sitting up and scratching his disheveled hair, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Living rough day in and day out was turning him into quite the savage. Ignoring the cards awarded from the trial, he decided to reveal the reward card first. A white-bordered card appeared, emblazoned with a large question mark in the center. Reward card, grants a random reward upon use. The card contained but a single line of straightforward information. Come on, at least give me a drop rate. What is the probability for white cards, purple cards? And above? You've written nothing. Do you want me to file a complaint and have you pulled from the shelves? Grumbling under his breath, he silently chanted, "Use reward card." Suddenly, the card in his hand erupted into a flurry of white light, quickly reforming and coalescing. The edges remained white, but the central image transformed from a large question mark into a large-headed skeletal hound. Its eye sockets glowed a fierce crimson, and its jagged teeth exuded a menacing aura, though the little stub of a tail added a touch of endearment. White Monster Card, Skeletal Hound. A hound that, after death, was buried by its master, reawakened by necromantic energy, and emerged from the ground. Tracking. The skeletal hound retains its instinct to track prey even after death, and as an undead, it is more adept at detecting the scent of living beings. Low-level undead. The skeletal hound's attacks possess a slight necrotic damage, but its skeletal structure is generally fragile, lacking the protection of flesh and blood, making it susceptible to blunt force trauma. Card Owner Attribute Boost. Undead Resistance 1. A skeletal hound? It doesn't seem very threatening. Speaking of which, does this count as a beast? It should, right? After all, it has hound in its name. Zhao Huan mused to himself as he retrieved the Beast Tamer's leather collar. A collar seemed more fitting for a dog, did it not? With a thought, the Beast Tamer's leather collar transformed into a swirl of green light, melding into the skeletal hound. Upon inspection, the hound now sported a leather collar around its neck, instantly appearing more pet-like. However, who should wear this equipment? It seemed to suit a scavenger quite well, an individual rummaging through debris with a pitifully skinny little dog by their side. Despite this, given the skeletal hound's attributes, it was evidently more suited for hunting and combat rather than accompanying a scavenger on their quest for trinkets. Zhao Huan stowed the skeletal hound away and reviewed the rewards obtained from this trial. White monster card, Word Crossbowman. A Word adept at using a hand crossbow for attacks. It can also temporarily act as a warrior, engaging in close combat with other weapons if equipped. Crossbowman. The Word Crossbowman comes equipped with a subpar hand crossbow and 20 crude wooden bolts, which replenish at a rate of 1 every 3 minutes while in card form. Card owner attribute boost. Agility 1. A rather unremarkable Word Crossbowman. Green monster card, Shadow Slime. Having absorbed a significant amount of shadow energy, its body has undergone mutations, acquiring abilities akin to those of a black slime. Stealth. The shadow slime can lurk within shadows, launching ambushes on unsuspecting prey that pass by. Shadow Bolt. The shadow slime can coalesce shadow energy into a sphere, which when hurled at enemies, has a small chance of inducing a state of blindness. Card owner attribute enhancement. Shadow resistance 3. Slight increase in digestive capacity. This slime indeed possesses intriguing attributes. It can cloak itself and attack from a distance, with the added effect of potentially blinding its targets, albeit with a low probability. However, do all slime cards enhance digestive abilities? Zhao Huan thought to himself, pondering if an abundance of slime cards would transform him into a voracious glutton in the future. White equipment card, Rusty Iron Axe. A woodcutting axe, long neglected and thus rusted, though the blade has dulled with a bit of effort. It can still crack a skull or smash a bone. Attack 18. Common weapon. Green equipment card, Shadow Beast Bone Club. A heavy weapon crafted from the hardest thigh bone of a large beast, imbued with shadow energy, granting it unique abilities. Attack 310. Shadow Smash. When the Shadow Beast Bone Club strikes, the dissipating shadow energy inflicts minor shadow damage, with a minuscule chance of blinding the enemy. Shadow Corrosion. The wielder of the Shadow Beast Bone Club suffers minor shadow corrosion damage. A minimum of 20 vitality is required for its use. Common weapon. Blue equipment card, Secret Ring. A magical ring tailored for devotees of the shadows. Shadow Power. Once worn, shadow spells are slightly enhanced, increasing casting speed by 510, reducing shadow energy consumption by 10, and boosting shadow energy recovery speed by 5. Shadow Leap Enhancement. Maximum casting distance for Shadow Leap increased by 10 meters. Accessory. Universal equipment, adjustable in size according to the creature's dimensions. Blue equipment card, Shadow Blade. A magical weapon specifically designed for worshippers of the shadows. Attack 820. Shadow Creature. When equipped, the creature's invisibility is significantly enhanced. In dim environments, it partially transforms into shadow, gaining 5 defense and a slight increase in movement speed. While moving stealthily, disturbances caused by smoke and vapor are greatly minimized. Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade possesses an inherent shadow enchantment, inflicting additional damage to enemies upon attack. Composed of pure shadow energy, it gradually weakens when obstructed by physical barriers. However, if the obstruction is insufficient, any remaining energy will still harm the enemy. Such equipment tailored for shadow devotees clearly seems custom-made for goblin thieves. Zhao Huan could not help but scoff as he connected the secret ring and Shadow Blade to the goblin trio. As expected, both pieces of equipment found their way to the goblin thief, who was now grinning with glee. The rusty thief's dagger was also kept for him, allowing him to wield a dagger in each hand, perfectly fitting for a dual dagger rogue. Recalling the scene of a goblin scavenger striking a dark-skinned goblin mage with a rock, Zhao Huan also handed over the Shadow Beast Bone Club. Besides the goblin scavenger, the only other suitable monsters were the wilderness knight and the fisherman hunter, both of whom came equipped with their own weapons and could not utilize this one. Nonetheless, why did the trio, clearly tasked with support, increasingly resemble a band of brigands? Chapter 138, Fusion of Word Dog Handler. Twilight Wilderness. A wild ostrich, having emerged from a spatial rift not long ago, expended considerable effort to construct a nest amidst the tall grass. Just as it was nearing completion, contemplating where to lure a female ostrich, vibrant colors erupted in the air, converging into the form of a goblin scavenger, landing squarely in the middle of the ostrich nest. While the goblin scavenger was still in a daze, the wild ostrich let out a piercing scream and charged at him. How dare this beggar invade my freshly built nest? I haven't even had a chance to rest in it. Taste my ostrich peck. The wild ostrich began to peck at the goblin scavenger's head with its hard beak while simultaneously kicking at its belly. The goblin scavenger, caught off guard, received a painful peck to the head and, upon regaining his wits, swung his bone club at the wild ostrich's head. With a resounding thud, the wild ostrich's neck twisted awkwardly, its eyes glazed over, and it staggered a few steps, drunkenly collapsing to the ground. Huh. Just because you're green-skinned doesn't mean you can treat me like a fool. The goblin scavenger kicked the nest to pieces in frustration and stepped out. Seeing the dazed wild ostrich struggling to rise without success, the goblin scavenger, emboldened, decided to take matters into his own hands and delivered 2 more blows to the ostrich's head. Once the wild ostrich was lifeless, he gleefully contemplated stuffing it into his burlap sack. However, given the wild ostrich's considerable size, despite the goblin scavenger's efforts to fold it into his tattered sack, it barely fit, leaving little room for anything else. Realizing this was impractical, the goblin scavenger reconsidered, extracting the wild ostrich once more to pluck its feathers and skin it, feasting until his belly was full. With the ostrich's feathers stuffed into the sack, he recalled seeing humans use bird feathers in clothing and bedding. Surely the summoner would appreciate the larger and longer feathers of the wild ostrich. After tidying up, the goblin scavenger wiped the blood from his mouth, one hand gripping the bloodied bone club, the other hoisting the stuffed sack, and he vanished into the depths of the grass. Having previously engaged in dungeon raids and needing to keep his summoned creatures close for protection, Zhao Huan had not released the goblin trio to roam free. However, now that the Trial of Dreams had been completed and the exploration team was on the verge of departing the Twilight Wilderness, likely facing no further troubles, Zhao Huan decided to set the goblin trio free. Once the cards in his hand vanished, Zhao Huan retrieved the skeleton dog and several humanoid monster cards. The wilderness knight was unsuitable. While riding a lynx with a dog might appear impressive, the skeleton dog would not be able to cloak itself, making it more of a burden in battle. As for the fisherman hunter, it was uncertain whether he even liked dogs. The 3 goblins fit well together, already sharing their green skin, and adding a skeleton dog would enhance their numbers. Yet, their limited combat prowess held little significance for Zhao Huan. After much consideration, the word crossbowman and the skeleton dog appeared to be a more fitting pair. Both belonged to the canine family, likely sharing a greater camaraderie. Furthermore, the word crossbowman, being a ranged attacker, certainly held more potential for development. If it proves unsuitable, I can always replace it later. Once equipped, it can be detached. Zhao Huancher thought to himself as he affixed the skeleton dog to the word crossbowman. The moment the 2 cards connected, they erupted into a brilliant white light, quickly coalescing into a vibrant whirlpool. Card fusion in progress. The word crossbowman and the skeleton dog resonate, merging into a new card. Oh, it fused so quickly? The Wild Knight's transformation was due to the mighty gun of the Watcher Knight. But what about the Wurg and skeleton dog? Could it be the bond of brotherhood forged by their shared bloodline? While Zhao Huancher pondered, he observed the colorful whirlpool condensing into a card with green edges that fell before him. Card fusion complete. Grasping the card, he beheld an image of a Wurg crossbowman leading a vigilant skeleton dog, both gazing intently ahead. The crossbow in the Wurg's hand was adorned with additional bone embellishments. Green monster card, Wurg dog trainer crossbowman. Due to residual memories from its past life, the skeleton dog excels in obeying the hunter's commands rather than fighting alone, joining its companions in battle. The Wurg dog trainer crossbowman fulfills both of these conditions. Upon accepting the skeleton dog, the latter's soul found satisfaction, resulting in its evolution, while the Wurg dog trainer crossbowman gained newfound power. Crossbowman. The Wurg dog trainer crossbowman comes equipped with a crossbow and 20 crossbow bolts. While in card form, the expended bolts will regenerate at a rate of 1 every 3 minutes. Upon replenishment, there will certainly be 50 ordinary wooden bolts, 25 hardwood bolts, and 25 bone bolts. Hardwood bolts possess superior durability and penetrating power. Bone bolts inflict a minor necrotic damage upon impact, causing the surrounding flesh to wither and decay, resulting in life loss. Tracking. The Wurg dog trainer crossbowman and its skeleton dog possess formidable tracking abilities, enabling them to follow the trails and scents left by enemies or prey. Undead Hound. The skeleton dog's attacks inflict necrotic damage, causing flesh to wither, life to drain, and mental fatigue. The skeleton dog's howl carries a faint, intimidating effect, amplifying the fears harbored within enemies. Dog Trainer Hunter. Upon the skeleton dog's demise, it will respawn after 8 hours without damaging the Wurg dog trainer crossbowman card. When the Wurg dog trainer crossbowman falls, the card enters a damaged state, but the summoned skeleton dog can continue to fight independently. Card Owner Attribute Enhancement. Agility 2. Necromantic Resistance 2. Minor improvements in bone resilience and damage recovery speed. With both Wurgs and Hunters, The word crossbowman indeed satisfies the two spiritual needs of the skeleton dog. Is it this soul connection that facilitates their fusion? Zhao Huan noted this point and turned his attention back to the card in his hand. The name Dog Trainer Crossbowman suggests that if he acquires other canon monster cards in the future, he could incorporate them as well. Imagining a creature with a dog-ass head leading a horde of vicious hounds into battle was quite amusing. Zhao Huan smiled, glancing at the remaining white-quality monster card in his grasp. 3 Goblins. LV4. Before departing the contaminated zone, he resolved to elevate these 3 underperforming creatures to level 5. Chapter 139, Goblin Count 1. In the verdant forest. Crack. A goblin was struck by the hooves of a great stag, its neck producing a sharp crack. It was sent flying 3 to 4 meters, rolling twice on the ground. And after a brief convulsion, lay still, its head tilted at an odd angle, its eyes fixed unblinkingly ahead, where another goblin's corpse lay. With one goblin crushed and another kicked to death, only a solitary goblin remained, clutching a fish-spine turtle shield, cowering in a corner, while the enraged stag charged, causing it to squeal in fright. Fortunately, the goblin wielding the mushroom poison spear had made considerable contributions before meeting its end, stabbing the stag's rear and bombarding its head with mushroom explosives. Before the fish-spine turtle shield reached its limit, the stag succumbed to the potent poison, collapsing first. Witnessing this, the remaining goblin behind the turtle shield suddenly regained its spirits, discarding its heavy shield and seizing the wooden spear left by its fallen comrade, attacking the stag's head with fervor. Once the stag was thoroughly deceased, this goblin gleefully stood upon its head, brandishing the wooden spear in celebration. After observing the entire battle, Zhao Huan was rendered speechless. Without the enhancement from the Goblin Wild Knight state, these goblins had indeed reverted to being utterly useless. Armed with weapons, they still could not best a stag accompanied by its offspring. As he watched the last remaining fool turn to feast upon the green-hued fawn, tearing into its flesh, Zhao Huan's lips twitched, yet he refrained from intervening. After all, once recalled, the card would be in a damaged state. Losing one more would not matter. It was a shame to waste those 2 stags. Having been poisoned, their meat was no longer consumable. Had he not feared their presence would hinder the goblins from leveling up, he would not have sent the 3 goblins to confront the stag alone. Moments later, the last goblin succumbed to the poison, and the corpses of the 3 goblins, along with their weapons, dissolved into radiant light. Zhao Huan looked down at the card in his fingers, now marred with cracks. 4 Goblins. Repair time, 23 hours 59 minutes. Of max. Goblin Count 1. Unable to further enhance card level. 4 Goblin Card Enhancement Ritual. Overcoming a powerful enemy with a lesser number. Completed. Indulging in a grand feast as a celebratory banquet. 01. Huh. One more goblin has resulted in a name change for the card? After evolution, could it possibly become 6 or 8 goblins? However, this enhancement ritual appears quite straightforward. Zhao Huan cast a wistful glance at the stag's corpse. Had it not been poisoned, this large and small pair of stags would surely have satisfied the appetites of the 4 goblins. The poisoned one was regrettable. The goblin that had feasted on it only had a few bites before perishing, undoubtedly leaving it unsated. There were still 2 wild wolf corpses in his greedy space. However, by the time the card was repaired, Zhao Huan would likely have returned to Donchuan City. Dividing the wolf carcasses would be too troublesome. Consuming them directly would create a bloody mess at home. It would be far more convenient to purchase some affordable and delicious noodles for them to feast upon. With a plan forming in his mind, Zhao Huan turned towards the temporary camp of the exploration team. Upon his return, Zhang Dashuan nodded at him. Finished? Yep, all done. By the way, we had quite a haul this time. You should receive a decent sum of money. However, some of the magical equipment will likely be sold at auction, so that portion may take 2 or 3 months to distribute. Zhao Huan had no objections. Merely curious as he inquired, I noticed a few pieces of equipment that seemed quite suitable for warriors. Zhang Dashuan chuckled. Poor warriors can't afford to wear magical gear. What if they get damaged during a fight? Those things are better left for the wealthy. At least keep a few tricks up your sleeve. Zhang Dashuan replied with a mysterious smile. How do you know we haven't tea? I can't speak for others, but you, Zhao Huan are too reticent. TSK. I'm not a fool. Do you really think I would divulge everything to others? The expedition team took a respite in the verdant forest overnight. At the break of dawn, they rose early, hastily preparing, and ultimately returned to Explorers Town by noon. Due to the significant influx of explorers entering and exiting the lush forest, the foot traffic in Explorers Town surged to several times its usual volume. The air was filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, buyers negotiating prices, disputes erupting, and teammates calling out for one another, leaving Zhao Huan quite overwhelmed. Without lingering in Explorers Town, he retrieved his belongings from storage and headed straight back to Donchuan City. Zhao Huan and his companions boarded an armored minibus. Initially intending to scroll through their phones, they received a text from the traffic bureau subtly reminding him to register his chocobo. Zhao Huan surmised that this was due to the drone capturing footage of him battling while riding the chocobo on the way there. The issue was that his chocobo was no ordinary one. Registering it seemed futile. He rarely rode it, as typically. Chocobos were restricted to non-motorized lanes and limited to a speed of 25 miles per hour, making it far less convenient than riding a shared electric scooter right outside his community. However, ignoring the registration didn't seem like a viable option, especially since he had been caught on camera. At that moment, Lin Honglei, engrossed in her phone, remarked, "It has been quite some time. Yet there has been no news of the magic rainbow gold. It can't be that quick. We have only just emerged from the polluted zone. Rest assured, as long as the Twilight Wasteland harbors the magic rainbow gold mine, it will eventually be discovered," Zhao Huan reassured. "What if there is no vein of magic rainbow gold?" Lin Honglei questioned. "How could that be? Or has appeared. There must be some." Among the group, several of Zhao Huan's companions were single, including Zhang Daxuan and Xian Mantang, whose parents had passed, leaving them with few attachments. Ideally, the world would remain unchanged. But if one day Dongchuan City were to be engulfed by illusions, they, as awakened beings, would manage to survive in the polluted zone. If worse came to worst, death was merely an end. Lin Honglei, however, was different. She had a family, children, and living parents, all of whom were ordinary people, which weighed heavily on her heart. In an effort to lighten the mood, Li Xiang shifted the conversation to other topics. The Dawn Century will soon enter public testing. We can take a few extra days to rest before returning. Did you not say you felt on the verge of being promoted to a junior soldier? Planning to seek out someone for practice at the training hall? Su Duojin inquired. Practice sessions cannot last all day. At most, they conclude in 3 to 4 hours. Then you might as well let me earn that money. Forget it. I'm afraid you might seek revenge and take the opportunity to beat me. Zhao Huan queried. Is Dawn Century a game? I believe I have seen something about it before. Indeed, the monsters within are inspired by those from the polluted zone, and it is said that their stats and abilities mirror those of the real monsters. Players may even encounter spatial rifts and illusionary fissures. Is this game perhaps designed to educate players about monster capabilities? Zhao Huan speculated. Close enough. I heard it was produced under the auspices of the authorities, with significant promotional efforts. Chapter 140, The Shadow Ghost in Game Data. That evening, upon returning home, Zhao Huan first indulged in a refreshing shower. After scrubbing away a layer of grime, he felt invigorated. Relying on his high constitution, he felt no chill and, clad in only his shorts, reclined on the sofa while grabbing his phone. He charged it for a brief 10 seconds, feeling momentarily pleased, but soon grew bored and switched to another game. 8 minutes later, upon seeing the words "Rebuttal" on the screen, Zhao Huan cursed softly and switched game accounts, summoning a goblin thief. As he munched on instant noodles, he reveled in the game's sound effects interspersed with occasional prompts to activate voice chat, which brought him a sense of comfort. Leaving the goblin thief to entertain itself, Zhao Huan retreated to his bedroom to power on his computer. He was quite curious about the game Li Xiang had mentioned, taking advantage of the lengthy client download. He perused the game data online. While investigating the monster-related content, he came across a creature named the Shadow Ghost. It was humanoid, bald, and adorned with familiar black patterns, possessing the ability to become invisible in dark environments and teleport, as well as utilizing shadow arrows and shadow spikes. This is just a weakened version of the fallen shadow acolyte, isn't it? Zhao Huan frowned, eager to uncover more information. However, the official game website merely outlined the creature's abilities and behavioral traits without disclosing its origins. Fortunately, the website allowed comments, and Zhao Huan soon discovered additional insights from fellow gamers. To his astonishment, the Shadow Ghost was a creature resulting from humans mutated by pollution in the ruins of Lake City. Zhao Huan was taken aback. Previously, he had only learned that the ruins of Lake City were home to numerous humans and monsters, transformed into bizarre beings due to pollution. But he had not anticipated this appearance. Was there a connection between the transformation of the ruins of Lake City and the fallen shadow acolytes? Yet, he had never encountered any information linking them. The Federation had been rigorously combating cults, even abolishing previously accepted beliefs. Could it be they had uncovered something and were deliberately concealing it from the public? As Zhao Huan pondered these matters with furrowed brows, he suddenly felt a chill breeze behind him. Startled, he turned to find a large green face staring intently at him. Holy moly! Zhao Huan jumped from his seat, bumping his head against the ceiling, creating a hole. While his head was unharmed, he felt a pang of regret at the sight of the damage to the ceiling. He glared at the goblin thief. You walked without a sound. Did you intend to scare me to death? The goblin thief looked innocent, replying, But I'm a thief. Isn't it normal for me to move silently? With a blink, it handed Zhao Huan his phone. What is this? Don't you want to play anymore? Weren't you having fun just a moment ago? Zhao Huan took the phone, perplexed, and found the game interface displaying, "You have been banned from participating in ranked matches." "Oh, it's fine. Even if I can't rank, I can still matchmake. Just click here and here." "Wait, I need to check a message first." You go to the kitchen and find some chicken legs to eat. After sending the goblin thief away, Zhao Huan switched the phone screen to his messaging app. He noticed that in the expedition team chat group, Qian Xiaolin was complaining. "Why are there only 2 classes in this game, warrior and archer? I want to play summoner. I want an adorable treasure chest monster." Many responded, "You want to play summoner? That's easy. Just wear some lace lingerie and go find Zhao Huan. You know the address." "Su Duojin, you dim-witted fool. I will eventually sew your mouth shut." The game will surely unlock more classes later. The survival mode is quite enjoyable. You can gather resources in urban ruins, combat monsters, and learn various skills, like how an ordinary person can take on a goblin warrior with a kitchen knife. The Federation is clearly putting in a valiant effort. Zhao Huan also chimed in with a few comments. After a while, the game client finished downloading, and Zhao Huan scanned his electronic ID to log in. As he played, he began to feel hungry, his nose seemingly detecting the aroma of chicken legs. Turning around, he saw the goblin thief standing behind him, eyes gleaming with anticipation as it stared at the computer screen, neglecting the half-eaten chicken leg in its hand. Zhao Huan's eyes twitched slightly. "Sooner or later, I shall hang a bell around your neck." The following morning, Zhao Huansher was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of sounds. Upon turning his head, he beheld a goblin thief perched upon the computer chair. Engrossed in a spirited game, one hand on the keyboard and the other on the mouse. "My goodness, are you planning to succumb to a fatal heart attack right here at the computer, only to return to the card realm for a nap?" Opening his phone, he noticed a flurry of messages in the group chat. 015 Li Wudi, the invincible god of war, resounded across the cosmos. "Zhao Huansher, let us form a party." 120 Li Wudi, the invincible god of war, echoed. "Zhao Huansher, why are you ignoring me?" For 15 Li Wudi, the invincible god of war, inquired. "Zhao Huansher, are you still awake?" Zhao Huansher's lips twitched as he replied, "Li Wudi, the invincible god of war, is not the real one." He descended from his bed and glanced at the computer screen, where a human character wielded a kitchen knife, toying with a few goblins as if they were mere playthings. Skillfully maneuvering through various obstacles, the character dispatched the goblins one by one, even catching 2 green-skinned creatures attempting to flee. With a precise throw of 2 kitchen knives, the monsters were felled to the ground. The goblin thief displayed a smug expression as it commanded the game character to deliver the finishing blow. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Cease your gaming and return to slumber. It is high time your brethren took a rest," Zhao Huansher exclaimed, giving the goblin thief a light slap. Summoning it back to the card realm, selecting several robust magical plants from the greedy space. He prepared to peel their tough skins and blend them in a meat grinder to complete the enhancement ritual for the bright light vine. After gathering the materials, he resummoned the goblin trio. To his surprise, 2 figures materialized before him. The goblin merchant, upon seeing the goblin scavenger, recoiled, pinching its nose and retreating several steps. The goblin scavenger paid no heed to the merchant, and, upon surveying its surroundings, its eyes lit up. It tossed aside its bone club and torn sack, scampering over to fetch a remote control to turn on the television. Zhao Huansher tossed a few bags of snacks their way and left them to their devices. However, it wasn't long before the 2 goblins began to quarrel over the television channel. One wished to watch a jewelry appraisal show, while the other yearned for a survival reality program. Their bickering escalated into physical confrontation. The goblin scavenger threw a hefty punch, and the goblin merchant fell silent, its neck cracking audibly as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The 2 goblins then transformed into radiant light and dissipated. Zhao Huansher could only shake his head in disbelief. Truly remarkable, they managed to turn a simple television viewing into a murder scene. Now, neither program could be enjoyed. Chapter 144, Evolution of the Goblin Squad. Bright Light Vine card enhancement complete. The resilience of the Bright Light Vine has increased, and its roots have acquired a siphoning ability. New skills acquired. Resilient bark, robust roots. Resilient bark. The Bright Light Vine will generate a layer of magical bark on the skin of its host, enhancing the host's survival capabilities. The magical bark provides a defense of 8 and a magical resistance of 4. Caution. The magical bark must adhere to the skin. If the host's skin is harmed, the portion of the magical bark attached will also vanish. Robust roots. The roots of the Bright Light Vine have been strengthened and can now detach from the host to directly summon the vine from the earth or rocks. Upon witnessing the newly added resilient bark skill, Zhao Huansher's eyes sparkled with excitement. Healing, purification, and now defensive enhancements. Just this single Bright Light Vine would compel any explorer to reverently address him as grandfather. However, what purpose does the robust root serve? Could it be used as a rope to cling to walls? That seems rather advantageous. Zhao Huan mused, contemplating that he might indeed find the Bright Light Vine's abilities useful in the trial dreamscape. He summoned the Bright Light Vine to himself and observed the rough, bark-like texture emerging on his skin. Grabbing a fruit knife, he gently prodded it. The bark's texture shifted in tandem with his skin. He sensed the knife's tip was somewhat dulled, as though a layer of soft leather armor separated it from his flesh. Coupled with the card's 4 points of defense, Zhao Huan, clad in nothing but his skin, possessed a defensive capability akin to that of hardened leather armor. Applying a bit of pressure, the fruit knife slightly deformed, puncturing his skin just enough to draw a tiny bead of blood. Before the blood could even begin to flow, the life force generated by the Bright Light Vine rushed in to heal the minuscule wound. Pleased with this outcome, Zhao Huan chose not to continue his experiments. He recalled the Bright Light Vine and tidied up the kitchen a bit before stepping out to the nearby supermarket to procure an abundance of snacks and affordable yet delectable technological food. Upon returning home, he placed the items in the kitchen and summoned the 4 goblins. Seeing the goblins happily devouring their feast, Zhao Huan felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was unsure if this would suffice for the enhancement ritual. If not, he would have to resort to extracting the wild wolf carcass from the greedy space. Initially, Zhao Huan had not intended to evolve the goblins. The evolution points at his disposal were limited, and it was uncertain how many points would be required for the evolution of the blue cards, Goblin Trio, and Goblin Wilderness Knight. However, after receiving over 600 evolution points from the recent trial dreamscape, Zhao Huan found himself unable to resist the temptation. After a raucous meal, the 4 goblins, with their bellies round and stuffed, finally ceased their feasting. Like 4 bloated toads, they lay dazed upon the kitchen tiles, their expressions daft, as if they were experiencing a food coma. Zhao Huan recalled them and checked the card information. Enhancement of the 4 goblin cards complete. Goblin strength slightly increased. Evolution. No sooner had he spoken than the card emitted a gentle green light, enveloping the entire card. In an instant, the green light melded into the card, revealing a group of dazed goblins at its center. 8 goblins. Is this evolution or mere reproduction? Green monster card, Goblin Squad. After receiving ample nourishment, the goblins have multiplied. Overwhelming numbers. When the number of allied members exceeds that of the enemy, the goblins receive a slight enhancement in combat power and a significant boost in morale. Simplistic weapons. Should they lack sufficient equipment cards, the goblins will enter the fray wielding makeshift weapons such as sticks and stones. Species mutation. The greater the number of goblins, the higher the probability of mutation. When the Goblin Squad is deployed, 1 to 2 goblins may randomly mutate into slightly stronger variants. These mutations will dissipate after 24 hours and will undergo a new round of mutations upon being resummoned. Goblin Clan. If the number of Goblin Squad members lost does not exceed half, the recalled cards will not enter a damaged state. Card Holder Enhancement. Agility 2. Constitution 1. Reduction of damage from food poisoning. It truly is reproduction. Such a plethora of traits. They can even mutate, despite their numbers. The attributes they confer are rather minimal. Moreover, what on earth is food poisoning? I am not a goblin. I do not indiscriminately shove all manner of detritus into my mouth. Zhao Huan grumbled internally, yet he found the card to be reasonably satisfactory. Although the goblin strength was lacking, their sheer numbers made them quite suitable for use as cannon fodder, if used in conjunction with the Goblin Wilderness Knights. A frenzied goblin squad can indeed pose a certain threat to adversaries. Putting away the cards, Zhao Huan surveyed the disheveled kitchen and thought to himself that it would be best not to summon this unruly bunch. After enhancing both cards completely, he languished at home for 2 days. Subsequently, he gathered a heap of miscellaneous items and headed to Zhou Liaoshu's shop to sell them. This time, he approached through the main entrance of the legitimate storefront. Just as he entered, 2 individuals emerged from within. In that fleeting moment of brushing past, Zhao Huan was suddenly taken aback, swiftly pivoting and instinctively preparing to unleash the Goblin Wilderness Knight, transforming his soul devourer into a greatsword combat state. The 2 were equally startled by his reaction and immediately placed their hands on their weapons. Observing Zhao Huan's puzzled expression, yet sensing no further aggression, they muttered a curse at him, labeling him insane, and hurriedly departed. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Huan furrowed his brow, filled with bewilderment. Hey, what were you here for? The clerk behind the counter inquired with noticeable apprehension. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Huan replied, Oh, I came to sell some things. After a moment, Zhou Liaoshu emerged from a concealed door. Glancing at Zhao Huan, he quietly asked, Did you encounter any enemies? Zhao Huan shook his head. I don't know, but I just felt something was off about those 2. Indeed, it was rather peculiar. What were they here for? Zhou Liaoshu smiled without responding. Zhao Huan chose not to press further, placing a burlap sack onto the counter and spilling forth a jumble of items. Here, take a look. Zhou Liaoshu plucked a feather from atop his head and shot Zhao Huan an exasperated glance before bending down to begin sorting. The assortment Zhao Huan brought was so varied that Zhou Liaoshu could only sort through each item painstakingly while calculating their value. Once he had nearly finished sorting, Zhao Huan tossed 2 wild wolf corpses from another bag. Zhou Liaoshu glanced at him, unperturbed, dragging the corpses before him to inspect them closely. Having handled countless deliveries in the shop daily, he had seen far more gruesome sights than mere wolf carcasses. Then Zhao Huan produced several otherworldly fish, preserved alongside ice blocks. Zhou Liaoshu was taken aback. Wow, how do you possess such large green leaf fish? Chapter 145, The Blood Red Statue. Altogether, it's 164,888. I will transfer it all to you. All right, I've received it. Now show me this. Zhao Huan handed over a silver ring embedded with a blue translucent gem, which he had previously obtained from a treasure chest. The mind ring? Do you recognize it? Yes, a friend of mine also possesses one. Zhou Liaoshu took the silver ring, slipped it onto his finger, and closed his eyes to experience its essence. It is indeed the mind ring. Are you looking to sell it? First, tell me what effects this ring possesses. My appraisal fee is quite steep, Zhou Liaoshu remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Huan. It enhances mental attributes, likely between 7 to 10 points, and it also boosts cognitive agility. When subjected to mental attacks, it passively activates a mental barrier. Would you buy it for 950,000? I want to sell. You, running a black market shop, what use do you have for cognitive agility? Zhao Huan retorted, reclaiming the mind ring from Zhou Liaoshu's hand. Zhou Liaoshu persisted, 950,000 is a fair price. The previous mind ring at the auction only sold for 850,000. Then why didn't you bid on it at that time? I was unaware of the mind ring's effects, so I didn't participate in that auction. Zhao Huan hesitated briefly. For now, I won't sell. I'll consider it when I am short on funds. With that, he produced the awakening bracelet. Can you examine this for me? Check if it has been tampered with. TSK. I told you my appraisal fee is quite high. Though he complained, Zhou Liaoshu meticulously observed the bracelet. I don't see any issues with it. Did you just dig it up from a grave? Someone insisted on gifting it to me, and I fear they may have meddled with it. Zhou Liaoshu appeared to ponder something. Are you planning to give these 2 pieces of equipment to your sister? At this, Zhao Huan's gaze sharpened, exuding an air of menace. Are you investigating me? Zhou Liaoshu rolled his eyes. I have no interest in such matters. And given your level of secrecy, the scant information you possess is hardly different from what is public knowledge. That much is true. Although Zhao Huan remained unaware of Zhou Liaoshu's true background, it was evident that the operations of his black market shop were remarkably stable. He had never heard of any incidents occurring there, suggesting that his lineage was far from ordinary. I have a friend at the West 4 Research Institute. When I visited previously, I happened to see your sister's profile, and your name appeared in the family section. Zhao Huan frowned. Who is investigating my sister? Rest assured, it's merely that your sister stands out too much, thus they were conducting a background check. It better be that simple. Zhao Huan's eyes reflected a clear skepticism towards Zhou Liaoshu's words. Zhou Liaoshu remained unfazed, merely nodding slightly. If the mind ring is for your sister, it wouldn't be a waste. While Zhao Huan shared this sentiment, he still felt as though the man before him was subtly mocking him. Damn it. Do you take me for a fool? Believe it or not, I'll make you regret it. A few streets away, in a desolate alley, a flushed and inebriated Li Guangcai cursed vehemently. The targets of his ire were precisely the 2 individuals who had just exited Zhou Liaoshu's shop and startled Zhao Huan. Being berated by a drunken man ignited the fury of one of them, whose previously amiable expression transformed into a menacing scowl, eyes glinting with a faint crimson hue as he drew his weapon, only to be restrained by the other. Don't forget our mission, he quietly reminded his companion, maintaining a smile as he turned back to Li Guangcai. Do you truly not desire more formidable power? Huh, who wouldn't he want power? Li Guangcai thought of his predicament, feeling increasingly despondent. His uncle had insisted he return to the city for a rest period, but in reality, it was merely an excuse to rid himself of what he deemed a burden, thus expelling him from the exploration team. He wasn't a fool. He understood the smug expressions of those in the exploration team all too well, and those 2 old geezers at home, upon learning he had been sent back by his uncle, not only failed to plead his case, but also incessantly berated him for being useless. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Guangcai took a swig from his bottle. All of you look down on me, just wait. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Don't underestimate the youth. One day, I will stand atop the highest peak, trampling you all beneath my feet, especially that Zhao Huan. When that day comes, I will make you wish for life and death. Perhaps due to the volume of his shout, it strained his throat, and Li Guangcai turned to lean against the wall to vomit. After a bout of retching, his head cleared slightly. When he turned back, he found that the two individuals were already nowhere to be seen. Faintly, he heard voices in the distance. That guy seems a bit foolish. Yet he harbors a strong desire for power. TCH. Two idiots. They think they can deceive me. Li Guangcai scoffed and was about to leave the alley when an odd whispering filled his mind, a rustling sound that felt uncanny. Power, powerful power, bestow upon me. Li Guangcai paused, following an inexplicable compulsion to glance down. Before him stood a diminutive crimson statue, its grotesque visage twisted into a malevolent grin, glimmering with a sinister red light from its eyes, locking its gaze directly onto Li Guangcai. A wave of heat surged through Li Guangcai's body, and an intense thirst compelled him to take another swig of alcohol. Stumbling towards the scarlet effigy, he intended to crouch down for a closer inspection, but faltered, collapsing directly before the statue. Perhaps taken aback by his sudden approach, the eerie murmurs that had filled the air briefly halted. Swallowing hard, Li Guangcai reached out to grasp the statue, yet hesitated midway, paralyzed by trepidation. It was only when he heard voices nearby, suggesting the presence of passers-by, that he seized the crimson effigy and stumbled out in haste. Upon reaching the sanctuary of his home, the door firmly shut, Li Guangcai scrutinized the statue before him, running his fingers over its surface. It resembled jade but felt akin to intricately carved bone, imbued with a faint metallic scent of blood and a nearly imperceptible whiff of sulfur. Although the reasons behind the two individuals leaving this statue in his possession eluded him, he dismissed such thoughts, for he was acutely aware that his fortune had arrived. Seizing this opportunity would propel him to unimaginable heights. Those who had belittled him would soon find themselves at his doorstep, forced to confront their disdain. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his smile taking on an almost maniacal quality. The voice in his mind grew increasingly distinct. Blood sacrifice? What blood would suffice? Surely, those worthless beings would do. How utterly simple. Chapter 146. Trial. Extermination of a small ogre tribe. After lounging at home for 2 days, Zhao Huan intended to visit the West 4 Research District to deliver 2 magical artifacts to Zhao Lejia, and subsequently venture to the contaminated zone for an upgrade with the fisherman. Having yet to evolve a green quality card into a blue quality one through conventional means, Zhao Huan aimed to elevate the fisherman to level 10 first. However, upon messaging Zhao Lejia, he learned she was so busy she could scarcely find time to eat, suggesting he wait to see her. After some contemplation, Zhao Huan realized that the trial dreamscape would refresh in 2 days, so he decided to remain at home and continue his leisurely disposition. After all, a moment of idleness brings joy, and perpetual idleness brings endless delight. Using the mouse and keyboard to control his character, he wielded a submachine gun, turning an ogre berserker into a civ, and alongside his teammates, launched an assault on a 2-headed ogre mage, only to be incinerated by a rain of fire descending from above. The game's visuals shifted to black and white, with a towering ogre chief marching across the battlefield, akin to a patron at a self-service barbecue restaurant, selecting the most appealing corpses to feast upon. Irritated, Zhao Huan bid farewell to his companions and logged off. Trial objective: exterminate the small ogre tribe. Puzzled, Zhao Huan gazed skyward. Had the script been altered unexpectedly? Despite wielding a submachine gun, he had yet to confront an ogre. Now he was being asked to face one alone? But it was merely a small tribe, thus nothing to fret over. Muttering to himself, he summoned the luminous vines to entwine his right arm and grasped the soul-devouring greatsword from the ground. He decided to first summon a goblin thief and then conjured a wolfman crossbowman along with its skeletal hound. Search the vicinity for any signs left by the ogres, Zhao Huan instructed. The wolfman crossbowman scratched its head, exchanging glances with the skeletal hound. Neither had encountered an ogre before, thus they were unaware of the scent or traces an ogre might leave behind. After a thorough search yielded no signs of ogres, they stumbled upon a group of goblins that had recently passed through. Zhao Huan eyed the soul-devouring great sword in his hand. Goblins. That would suffice. He could power up the sword and unleash its full potential when confronting the formidable ogres, with the skeletal hound leading the way. They pursued the goblins for approximately 10 minutes until the distant sounds of goblin commotion reached their ears. Stealthily approaching the source of the clamor, he parted the underbrush to reveal a goblin captain and a dozen subordinates besieging a jungle sheep. The skirmish appeared to have nearly concluded, with the jungle sheep gravely wounded, lying on the ground in a state of near death. One goblin lay sprawled, its abdomen ruptured, intestines strewn about, while another dangled from a tree branch, its cries for assistance going unheeded by its comrades, painting a rather pitiful picture. Zhao Huan contemplated whether to eliminate the green-skinned creatures directly or follow them to their lair for a greater harvest. Suddenly, the skeletal hound, lying low to the ground, abruptly lifted its head, its mouth quivering as it emitted faint clicking sounds. The wolfman crossbowman, alerted, sniffed the air vigorously. How? How? A more formidable creature approaches. Zhao Huan, perplexed, inquired, can you truly discern its strength just by scent? How? How? The hound indicated that the vitality was robust, implying it was a powerful beast. Before Zhao Huan could respond, several colossal figures brandishing hefty wooden clubs thundered into view, roaring ferociously. One of them swung its club, obliterating a goblin in its path, sending its body spinning through the air. Upon sighting the ogres, the remaining goblins were overcome with terror, shrieking in fright and fleeing without a moment's hesitation, devoid of any inclination to resist. Only the unfortunate goblin dangling from the tree continued its desperate cries. The ogres, momentarily pausing, exchanged puzzled looks among themselves, seemingly discussing how the green-skinned creature had managed to elude them. One ogre, irked by the goblin's incessant wailing, growled and hurled its club, striking the goblin from the tree. With a thud, the goblin fell lifelessly to the ground, plunging the world into an eerie silence. An ogre picked up the goblin's discarded prey, recognizing the remnants of goblin feasting upon it, and promptly began cursing in their guttural tongue towards the direction of the fleeing goblins. After collecting the goblin's spoils, the ogres departed in a group. Zhao Huan stealthily followed, careful not to get too close to avoid detection. With the wolfman crossbowman and the skeletal hound by his side, he was not overly concerned about losing track of them. After a while, the ogres arrived at the mouth of a cave, roaring and striking the rock entrance with their clubs. Soon, several dog-headed creatures emerged from within, looking apprehensively at the ogres before offering up a basket filled with ore. One ogre accepted the basket, rummaging through it before displaying dissatisfaction, causing it to strike the ground with a resounding thud, its expression contorted in rage. The dog-headed creatures trembled in fear, huddling together, too terrified to flee. Fortunately, the ogre's fury did not escalate to violence. After casting a threatening glare, it departed the cave with its extorted ore and a few companions. Good grief. These ogres even demand protection money, Zhao Huan mused from his concealed vantage point, feeling a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Wait a moment. It seems that the goblin merchant mentioned that he exchanged those magical gems for 2 vials of healing potions from a large fellow. That giant said the gems were seized from the dog-headed creatures. The large figure from the Twilight Wilderness must be an ogre, right? Oh dear, those giants have wandered off. The Warjin crossbowman whispered, alerting Zhao Huan. Sure. Regaining his focus, Zhao quietly noted the location of the dog-headed creature's lair, intending to pursue the ogre further. However, a towering dog-headed creature emerged from a cave, its gaze fierce and filled with a menacing hatred directed towards the departing ogre. Its body shimmered with a faint glow, and it struck the stone wall with its claws, sending sparks flying and leaving a charred mark behind. Oh my, it appears that the dynamics among monster clans are rather intricate. Zhao chuckled softly, committing this observation to memory before stealthily departing to follow the ogre's trail. After extorting the dog-headed creatures, the ogres ventured into the wilderness to hunt. After a few hours, they managed to slay a wild boar and 2 large deer before finally returning to their lair laden with their spoils. Chapter 147. The ogres are quite powerful. Let's first eliminate the goblins. As evening fell, outside a grand cave stood several crooked totem poles, adorned with animal bones and colorful feathers that swayed gently in the night breeze. 2 ogres wielding stone axes were processing their catch on a dark red stone platform, with entrails and scraps strewn across the ground. A few ogres piled logs atop the extinguished campfire. Among them, a particularly large ogre mage, his skin emblazoned with faint red magical runes, sat cross-legged, intently working on a hefty wooden staff. From the or extorted from the dog-headed creatures, 2 raw gemstones were revealed. After shattering them, the ogre obtained 2 magical rubies. The ogre mage was attempting to embed these magical rubies into his weapon, using beast blood to etch runes, transforming the sturdy staff into a magical mace. However, crafting magical artifacts was evidently no simple task. As soon as the runes were completed, the gemstones began to glow and heat up, igniting the surrounding wood into a blazing inferno, releasing thick clouds of smoke. Under the ogre mage's irritated gaze, the beast blood runes burst into flames, transforming the staff into a massive torch. 2 curious ogre cubs, perched beside the ogre mage, cheered joyfully upon witnessing their leader successfully create a fire staff once more. Observing this, an adult ogre quickly kicked the 2 little ones aside to prevent the leader from unleashing a fireball and sending them skyward in a fit of rage. The ogre mage shot a mildly displeased glare at the adult ogre, who, despite his irritation, had no intention of venting his frustrations on the 2 little fools. With a resigned sigh, he rose and placed the torch beneath the wood pile, igniting the campfire. The other ogres, seeing this, hurriedly brought over the prepared game to roast over the flames. Zhao Huan, along with the goblin thief and the wargen crossbowman, crouched in a patch of wild grass, peering through the gaps in the leaves to observe the ogre tribe's activities. Catching the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting from afar, the wargen crossbowman licked his lips. At that moment, a rusty knife reached out beside him, impaled with a plump green worm desperately writhing in an attempt to escape. The wargen turned his head to find the goblin thief smacking his lips, spitting out the remnants of a beetle's head. Wait, I distinctly remember applying poison coating solution to you. Your weapon is poisoned, and yet you use it to stab a worm for a meal? Zhao Huan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. The goblin thief blinked in confusion, presenting both the shadow blade and the rusty knife with the worm, indicating that neither weapon had been coated with poison. But I definitely applied it, Zhao Huan insisted, checking his cards only to find 2 poison coating solutions missing. One had been given to the wargen crossbowman, resulting in the 20 crossbow bolts in his quiver being poisoned. The other was given to the goblin trio. Had the poison inadvertently transferred to the goblin scavenger's stick? Zhao speculated. TCH, that stick is for bashing, it can't stab anyone. What good would the poison do? The goblin thief remained silent, sharing the worm with the wargen crossbowman before eyeing a bird's nest atop a nearby tree. Counting the members of the ogre tribe, Zhao Huan noted 1 ogre mage, 2 ogre warriors, 13 adult ogres, 2 juvenile ogres, and several cubs. He pondered deeply. Engaging them directly would be futile. The adult ogres were massive, their tough skin and muscle allowing them to hold their own against fully equipped novice warriors. Zhao's current attributes mirrored those of a high-level novice warrior with a focus on agility and sufficient strength. Yet he lacked the skills of a true warrior and possessed no equipment other than the soul-devouring greatsword. However, the soul-devouring greatsword was exceptionally sharp and possessed the ability to absorb life. Zhao felt confident in tackling a single adult ogre. But defeating an ogre warrior would require some strategy or assistance from card monsters. As for the ogre mage, such a creature was a formidable blend of magic and brute strength, with considerable variation in individual power. Although Zhao had no prior experience with such beings in reality, his recent encounters in the game Dawn of the Century had seen him face several ogre mages. At a distance, these hulking figures would launch fireballs or small explosive spells. The more powerful would unleash a barrage of fireballs or larger fire spells. In close combat, the ogre mage typically roared, enhancing itself with a berserk or brute strength spell. With a swift motion, the staff would ignite in flames, creating a fiery onslaught that could scorch a foe to a crisp. Choosing his battles wisely, Zhao decided to first seek out the goblin lair to recharge the soul-devouring greatsword. Once the ogres dispatched a hunting party, he would eliminate them to weaken the strength of their lair. Afterward, he would assess the situation. Let us go. We must find the goblins, Zhao proclaimed suddenly. Upon hearing this, the wargen crossbowman, without hesitation, crushed the bird egg shell in his mouth, swallowing the remnants whole, shell and yolk mixed together. Wiping his claws across his mouth, he called out, leading the way back. Zhao gazed at the now empty bird's nest and the scattered feathers on the ground, his lips twitching slightly as he turned to the goblin thief. You certainly leave no stone unturned, do you? The goblin thief tilted his head in confusion. Is there a problem with that? It's a good habit to eradicate the roots of the issue. Keep it up. After some time, the wargen crossbowman guided Zhao Huan back to the spot where they had previously encountered the goblins. The 3 goblin corpses still lay there, exuding a strong stench of blood. Traces and scents left by other wild beasts lingered nearby. Zhao surmised that these creatures had likely been drawn in by the smell of blood. Upon arrival, he realized that it was the scent of the goblins' bodies that attracted them, likely cursing their misfortune before urinating on the goblin corpses in a fit of frustration. Despite the mixed odors in the area, the foul stench of wild goblins stood out remarkably. Time has elapsed, yet the air still carries a palpable residue. The warg archers and skeletal hounds effortlessly followed the trail left by the fleeing goblins, ultimately discovering their lair. A structure, constructed of timber and leaves, stood in disrepair. Zhao Huan summoned his card monsters, encircling the area to ensure not a single goblin escaped. With the soul-devouring greatsword in hand, he approached the goblin's nest. Several goblins were squatting at the entrance, gnawing on wild fruits. Upon sighting Zhao Huan, they let out a jubilant shriek, discarding their fruits and brandishing their makeshift weapons. Charging forward. Chapter 148, The Assassination of the Ogre Hunting Party. The goblin captain hurriedly emerged from the den, brandishing a club. Upon assessing the situation, his eyes widened in astonishment. You little brats, you didn't even wait for me to feast. He shrieked, excitement flooding his face as he raised his club, rallying the remaining minions to charge alongside him. Midway through their advance, the frontline goblins shrieked in horror as they were sent flying. Their bodies were ensnared by eerie black mist, rapidly withering and turning from fresh cucumbers into shriveled pickles. The goblin captain halted, suddenly realizing the perilous situation. Turning around, he found that the minions who had once followed him had already discarded their weapons and fled. Ignoring their treachery, he pivoted to escape. Unexpectedly, a large yellow bird surged forth from the side, delivering a powerful kick to the goblin captain's chest, sending him tumbling toward Zhao Huan. A flash of black light swept across, and the goblin captain immediately lost consciousness. Having eradicated the goblins, Zhao Huan gazed at the swirling black mist entwined around the soul-devouring greatsword, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The quantity was rather insufficient. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate the kobolds as well? Recalling the previous kobold spellcaster's unwilling expression, Zhao Huan pondered that the kobolds might yet hold other utilities. Moreover, should they sense danger and retreat to their cave, pursuing them could prove quite troublesome. Let us search the vicinity for other creatures. Anything alive will suffice. Zhao Huan instructed the warg archers and skeletal hounds. The skeletal hounds, curiously fixated on the dense ghostly mist enveloping the soul-devouring greatsword, wagged their tails and moved to the left. After a few steps, noticing that Zhao Huan and his companions had not followed, one turned back, its jaw trembling as if attempting to bark, yet only producing the sound of clattering bones. Zhao Huan chuckled softly, recalling several card monsters, and followed the warg archers and goblin thieves. As midnight approached, the toxic ointment was refreshed. At dawn, 5 ogres emerged from their lair, yawning and lazily wandering into the jungle. Except for the kobolds engaged in mining, all nearby creatures capable of threatening the ogres had been slain or driven away. To the ogres, hunting in their territory was akin to strolling through a vegetable garden. Though the vegetables did not flee, hunting required a certain degree of skill. Upon spotting several jungle deer, the ogres swiftly decided to disperse, encircling their prey from multiple angles. One ogre stealthily maneuvered through the foliage, crouching in wait for a signal from its companions before dashing forth at the opportune moment. A sudden rustling from behind caught the ogre's attention, and through the underbrush, it discerned a rusty iron chest. The ogre paused momentarily, then approached without a second thought, oblivious to the strangeness of a chest materializing in this familiar jungle. Fixating on the iron chest, the ogre felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation, its mouth stretching into an excited grin as it quickened its pace. Upon reaching the chest, it discarded its club, crouched down, and pushed aside the grass to reveal the contents within. Upon finding the chest empty, the ogre was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, a mimic sprang forth, its 8 long legs propelling it into the air, and it clamped its serrated teeth viciously onto the ogre's head. Startled by the ambush, the ogre let out a piercing scream. Zhao Huan leaped from the tree, plunging the soul-devouring greatsword into the ogre's back. The resilient hide offered little resistance as the sword pierced through its body with ease. The ogre emitted another cry of pain, desperately calling for help while flailing its fists in a futile attempt to retaliate. However, Zhao Huan had already released the sword and stepped back, allowing the ghostly mist to envelop the ogre's form. Amidst the ecstatic shrieks of the specters, the ogre's life force rapidly dwindled, and it toppled over, struggling momentarily before falling silent. The other ogres, hearing their comrades' cries for aid, roared in fury and abandoned their pursuit of the prey, hastily rushing over. Zhao Huan withdrew the soul-devouring greatsword and recalled the mimic, disdainfully scoffing at the approaching ogres before turning to flee. Witnessing the withered and darkened body of their fallen comrade, the ogre's rage intensified, and without a second thought, they pursued. As the 4 ogres charged forward, they neglected to maintain formation, leaving considerable distance between them. Suddenly, a metallic lance shot through the air, piercing the body of the last ogre in line. The ogre let out a wail, brandishing its stone axe as it turned to retaliate. The wild lynx, seemingly anticipating this, adeptly maneuvered with its goblin knight on its back, flanking the ogre from the opposite side. Its claws, imbued with a dark hue, raked across the ogre's flesh, leaving a row of elongated gashes. The lead ogre, hearing the anguished cries of its companion, promptly turned back to offer assistance. Seizing the moment, Zhao Huan pivoted to pursue while flinging 3 cards into the fray. 1 card landed on the ground, coalescing into a shadow slime that unleashed a shadow projectile, striking one of the ogres. This particular ogre, perhaps due to its previous misdeeds, suffered minimal damage from the attack but triggered a rare blinding effect. As it ran, darkness suddenly enveloped its vision, causing it to trip and crash to the ground. Meanwhile, a merman hunter appeared, swiftly casting an ice net that transformed midair into a large web, ensnaring the fastest ogre. Zhao Huan, riding his chocobo, caught up to the slowest ogre and delivered a decisive blow to its thigh. The ogre howled in pain, quickly losing sensation in its leg. In a fit of rage, It turned to retaliate, only to be blindsided by a goblin emerging from the shadows, who leaped and plunged a dark dagger into its kidney. As the dagger inflicted damage, a shadowy blade projection shot forth from the blade, piercing through flesh and reaching the kidney. The ogre let out a cry of anguish, glancing back only to find the wretched green-skinned dwarf had vanished into the shadows. The goblin wild knight withdrew its long spear, and blood gushed from the ogre's neck, splattering the wild lynx. Unfazed, the lynx licked the blood from its lips, its gaze turning viciously toward the ogre that had just escaped the ice net. Chapter 149. Though the reasons eluded them, the gnolls opted to fight to the bitter end. The sun had already set, and the tribesmen who had ventured out for hunting had yet to return, prompting the ogre mage to sense the disquieting shift in circumstances. Leaving behind one ogre warrior and 2 adult ogres to guard their lair, the ogre mage led the remaining ogres in search of their kin. After an extensive search, they stumbled upon a large area marked by scorched earth not far from the gnoll cave, reminiscent of a fierce battle where fireballs had been unleashed, more than one, it seemed. Shortly thereafter, amidst the nearby underbrush, the ogre mage discovered a fragmented stone axe, unmistakably singed, as if it had been shattered by a fireball and propelled into the thickets. The ogre mage's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned toward the direction of the gnoll cave. Despite an instinctive sense that something was amiss, he pressed on with his kin toward the gnoll lair, hoping to uncover further anomalies. Before long, they found scattered remnants of charred flesh upon the ground, alongside traces of bodies that had been dragged, now meticulously concealed, yet still discernible. Unable to suppress the mounting fury within, the ogre mage let out a low, menacing growl. His expression twisted with rage as he charged toward the gnoll cave with his kin in tow. Confronted by the wrathful ogre mage, the guilty gnoll sorcerer feared their scheme had been uncovered. Noticing that only a portion of the ogres had arrived, the sorcerer hesitated momentarily between fleeing and standing their ground, ultimately opting for a desperate showdown. The ogre mage soon realized that these wretched canines had not only misreported their numbers, but had also secretly forged numerous metal weapons, even assembling a squad of armored gnoll warriors. It became apparent that these knaves had plotted well in advance. The ogre mage roared, unleashing a wave of crimson magical energy that enveloped his comrades, their eyes glowing a fierce scarlet as they swelled with rage and surged toward the gnolls. As the ogres clashed violently with the gnolls, the goblin thief stealthily circled the ogre lair, gathering intelligence and pocketing a few enchanted gemstones before locating Zhao Huan, who was concealed in a patch of grass outside the ogre's den. After sheathed his rusted dagger into his belt, he extended his left hand, displaying 5 fingers. After a moment's contemplation, feeling the message was unclear, he reversed the dagger in his right hand, deliberately pointing at his left thumb. What did this signify? The thumb represented the ogre warrior guarding the lair. Zhao Huan quickly understood. It indicated that, akin to his earlier observations, the ogre lair was now manned by only 1 ogre warrior, 2 adult ogres, and 2 nearly matured ogre youths. As for the ogre pups, even a goblin could easily dispatch them, rendering them negligible. Summoning the goblin wilderness knights, Zhao Huan instructed the 2 goblins, the goblin thief, with its superior stealth, was to launch a surprise attack on the ogre warrior, aiming for its vital spots. After the ambush, it was to leap back into the shadows and evade the fray. The wilderness knights were to infiltrate and target an adult ogre, waiting for the goblin thief to create a diversion before launching their assault. The goblin thief nodded and swiftly vanished into the shadows. The goblin wilderness knights gradually melded into the night, stealthily approaching the ogre lair. Zhao Huan summoned a chocobo, taking refuge in the darkness as he awaited the unfolding events. The ogre warrior, perched on a stone-turned stool beside the flickering campfire, contemplated life while watching the dancing flames. The goblin thief stealthily approached from behind, tiptoeing to gauge its reach, only to find it challenging to access the ogre warrior's throat. Its waist was cinched with a hide, and it sat upon a stool. Cunningly, the ogre had concealed its vulnerable spots well. After much deliberation, the goblin thief concluded that the only vital area within reach was indeed the ogre's kidneys. Sensing a chill at its back, the ogre warrior turned to investigate. The goblin thief's eyes gleamed with determination, and it struck decisively. The ogre warrior's skin was tough and resilient, though the shadow blade was keen. The goblin thief exerted all its strength. Alas, being a dexterity-focused rogue, it lacked the necessary power. The dagger barely penetrated before it ceased to go further. Fortunately, the dagger bore its own magical effect. An intense shadow energy coalesced into a blade form, tearing a narrow gash within the ogre warrior's body, the residual force piercing into its kidney. The ogre warrior trembled violently, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Lowering its head, it glimpsed an insipid green figure dissolving into shadows. In a blind fury, The ogre warrior flailed its club, but struck nothing, while the agony from its wound intensified. Glancing down, it saw its blood flowing an inky green. The ogre warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. That accursed green-skinned wretch had dared to poison its weapon. Hearing the anguished cries and roars of the ogre warrior, the other ogres were stirred. One ogre, quietly dozing in a corner, suddenly awoke and, as it prepared to investigate, was swiftly impaled by the lance of a knight emerging from the darkness. With a sickening thud, as the lance was withdrawn, dark green blood sprayed forth. The ogre's eyes bulged in shock, unable to comprehend the sight of a goblin wielding a lance, riding a large yellow cat, grinning as it slowly retreated into the shadows. The ogre's eyes widened even further, though it opened its mouth to scream. Only a strangled sound escaped. Clutching its throat, it stumbled a few steps before collapsing, gradually losing consciousness. The ogre warrior roared wildly, unable to locate its foe, even as the pain from its wound escalated, the green venom spreading through its flesh. Realizing the dire predicament, it understood that the poison used by that wretched green-skinned fiend was far more potent than anticipated. Dispatching the adult ogres and 2 young ones to continue the search for the enemy at the cave entrance, it turned to retrieve antidotes from within the cave. Upon entering, it was met with a horrifying sight. Several ogre pups lay lifeless in pools of blood, some decapitated, others pierced through the chest. As the ogre warrior stood in shock, a sudden gust of wind rushed past its ear, prompting it to turn and dodge, only to be grazed by a metal lance that tore a strip of flesh from its face. In an instant, a sharp pain pierced its side again, as the goblin thief struck once more, puncturing another kidney. The ogre warrior swayed, its expression a mixture of confusion and fury. What vendetta could this green-skinned creature possibly harbor against it, to aim for its kidneys repeatedly? Simultaneously, the sounds of ogre roars erupted from outside the cave, soon morphing into terrified screams. Chapter 150. It seemed that I, indeed, was the villain. Although the gnolls outnumbered us and had covertly prepared many traps, ultimately, the ogres were far more formidable, especially the ogre mage, whose fireball obliterated a throng of gnolls in an instant, turning several armored gnoll warriors into charred remains. Although the fireballs cast by the gnoll warlock posed a considerable threat to the ogres, he found himself relentlessly pursued by the ogre warriors as soon as the battle commenced, leaving him with no opportunity to unleash his spells. In the end, the majority of the gnolls, including the warlock, were slaughtered, with only a few scattered minions managing to escape. The ogres, too, suffered significant losses. 2 were slain in battle, 1 severely injured, while the remaining ogres bore numerous wounds and were utterly exhausted, their combat capabilities diminished by at least 50%. The ogre mage also experienced a tremendous drain on his magical reserves, leaving him with little power left. After searching the gnoll cave for his missing comrades' bodies, the ogre mage was engulfed by uncertainty. However, now was not the time for such contemplation. The injured ogre needed to be swiftly returned for healing, and the wounds of his remaining companions required immediate attention. He found a spot within the gnoll cave to cover his fallen kin with stones, intending to return later for retrieval. The ogre mage led the remaining ogres, carrying their gravely wounded comrade back to their lair. The moon was obscured by clouds, casting a heavy, inky darkness. Upon returning to the lair, the ogre mage was captivated by the sight outside the cavern. The campfire had dwindled to mere embers, the sparks flickering in the night breeze, illuminating the 3 withered, charred ogre corpses, and the vivid crimson blood spilled across the ground. The ogre mage's grip on his staff tightened, a feral expression crossing his face as magic surged within him, flickering with the semblance of flames. In an instant, the ogre warrior's eyes blazed crimson, letting out a roar as he charged into the lair. The 2 lightly wounded ogres also discarded their gravely injured comrade and followed suit. Bellowing in anger, the goblin wild knight, intending to ambush the ogre mage, was deterred by the wary demeanor of his target and the sudden approach of another ogre, prompting him to act impulsively. The knight's lance pierced through the darkness, catching the unsuspecting ogre off guard and penetrating his chest. The ogre mage let out a sharp growl, unleashing a barrage of fireballs the size of fists. Despite the wild lynx's timely evasion, the fireballs struck both the wild lynx and the goblin knight. Fortunately, they possessed a protective enchantment, granting them 10 points of magical resistance, and the fireballs were of the lowest tier. The flames merely scorched the wild lynx in a couple of spots and singed the goblin knight's left arm to a medium rare. Luckily, the effect of reduced riding proficiency had already dissipated, so even without his left hand grasping the reins, the goblin knight remained firmly seated on his mount. Yet, as the wild lynx attempted to evade the magical assault, the enraged ogre warrior closed in, swinging his stone hammer down upon the goblin knight's head. With a sickening thud, the goblin knight vanished in an instant, a mushy mass obliterated before his form could even be discerned, exploding into a spray of viscous purple venom that splattered across the ogre warrior. Shocked by the sudden disappearance of his foe, the ogre warrior's expression shifted from ferocity to bewilderment, only to be further astonished as the corrosive venom burned his skin, causing him to inhale a lungful of toxic mist. Simultaneously, the ogre mage heard a muffled groan from behind and quickly turned to investigate. There, beside the mortally wounded ogre, stood a grotesque goblin, withdrawing a pitch-black dagger from the ogre's neck. The ogre mage's eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he spun around, hurling the fireball he had been conjuring. The goblin thief grinned malevolently, vanishing into the shadows. The fireball detonated upon impact with the ground, igniting the lifeless body of the ogre. A primal roar erupted from the ogre mage, nearly spiraling him into madness as he reformed the flames in his hands, gasping for breath as he sought out his enemies. Zhao Huan, lurking in a shadowy corner, observed the frenzied ogre mage and the wailing ogre warriors, along with the panic-stricken, bewildered ogre, and felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He had meticulously arranged several traps within the ogre lair, contemplating how to escape and return should the battle go awry, only to find the ogres in such a pitiful state. So, was the solution truly found among the gnolls? Never mind, it was time to conclude this. Zhao Huan raised the soul-devouring greatsword. Soul Devourer, annihilate them. The malevolent spirits cheered, breaking free from the sword's constraints and lunging toward the three ogres with wicked grins. Boom! The ogre mage launched a massive fireball, which exploded mid-air. The three malevolent spirits, unable to evade in time, were engulfed by the searing flames, their screams fading into ghostly mist. However, that was the extent of the ogre mage's counterattack. Before he could conjure a second fireball, more malevolent spirits surged toward him, shrieking as they clawed and bit at his flesh. Under the relentless assault of the spirits, the three ogres' movements gradually slowed, and they soon had their life essence drained, collapsing to the ground like their fallen comrades. Witnessing the chaotic spectacle before him, Zhao Huan pressed his lips together. Why did it feel as though he was the true villain, and these ogres were merely unfortunate villagers being slaughtered? After some reflection, he realized that this was indeed ogre territory, making his thoughts somewhat justifiable. As the ogre mage met his end, the dream realm rapidly dimmed. When Zhao Huan opened his eyes again, it was morning. Trial successful. Evolution points earned, 421. Current evolution points, 1253. Trial rewards, green monster card, Gnoll Greatsword Warrior. Blue monster card, Ogre Mage. White equipment card, Rough Stone Spear. White equipment card, Poor Quality Metal Armor. Green equipment card, Gnoll's Exquisite Mining Pick. Class level increased. All attributes 2. Card owner privilege. Reward card X1. Trial Dreamscape regenerating. Estimated time, 183 hours. Why did I receive so few evolution points? Although I slew more monsters in the last Dreamscape, the quality of this one was evidently higher. Did a dozen ogres and one ogre mage not outweigh those lowly creatures? Zhao Huan grumbled, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the evolution points earned. However, upon seeing the monster cards from the trial rewards, his mood brightened instantly. Chapter 151, The Ogre Chef. Let me first examine the attributes of the legitimate blue monster card. Zhao Huan rubbed his fingers together, revealing the card. Blue monster card, Ogre Mage. An ogre who excels in fire-based magic and various grilling techniques, harboring a keen interest in both incineration and culinary arts. Ogre Mage, towering and muscular. With tough skin and thick flesh, the Ogre Mage possesses greater strength and physical attributes than the average ogre despite being a spellcaster, even without employing magic. An Ogre Mage can pose a significant threat to enemies wielding a sturdy staff. Fire Mastery. The Ogre Mage has mastered fireball spells, Firebolt, Fireball Barrage, and Flame enchantments, demonstrating proficiency in casting techniques that shorten the casting time of certain spells. Fireball, a relatively weak fire-based attack magic that condenses fiery energy into small orbs, swiftly launching them to strike foes, inflicting minor impact damage and fiery burn effects. It can also be employed to ignite kindling. Fireball Barrage launches 35 fireballs, dealing fiery burn damage to a single or multiple adversaries. Small Fireball. After a brief incantation, it fires a high-temperature fireball that, upon striking the target, ignites in a small area, causing impact damage and intense fiery harm to targets within a 13-meter radius. Large Fireball channels magical energy into a colossal high-temperature fireball, which triggers a violent explosion upon impact, creating a high-temperature shockwave and extensive splattering flames, inflicting severe burns and impact damage to targets within a 510-meter range. Flame Enchantment. The Ogre Mage can imbue flames onto weapons, causing burn damage to enemies upon attack. It can also be used to ignite objects or prepare culinary ingredients. Brute Force Technique, a spell derived from the ogre's lineage, enhancing physical combat prowess. After a brief incantation, it grants a temporary boost of 15 in strength and 5 in constitution. Wilderness Chef. This ogre mage excels in barbecuing and has a penchant for cooking. Provided this card remains undamaged, it can generate a temporary card every 24 hours, granting a green temporary consumption card for wilderness delicacies. Green temporary consumption card, wilderness delicacies. Upon use, the card vanishes, granting a random magical food that lasts for 530 minutes. Consuming the magical food before it disappears bestows temporary enhancement effects. The wilderness delicacy card lasts for 24 hours and will automatically disintegrate after that period. Cardholder enhancement, Strength 4, Constitution 4, Intelligence 4, Spirit 2, acquiring a modicum of knowledge. Chef. Upon noticing the wilderness chef trait on the card, Zhao Huan was momentarily taken aback. While it is true that both fire mages and chefs engage with flames, the barbecue referred to here, could it be the kind I am imagining? Is it crafted from legitimate ingredients? Is there a food safety certificate? Zhao Huan muttered sarcastically while harboring a profound curiosity. From the description of the wilderness delicacies card, it seems that he, too, might be able to utilize the temporary enhancement effects if he could consume the culinary creations conjured by the card. Alas, the ogre mage produces a wilderness delicacy card only once every 24 hours, meaning Zhao Huan would have to wait until dawn tomorrow to ascertain the specifics of the culinary card. He casually equipped the wooden staff of the Poison Spring Priest onto the ogre mage. After lying unused for so long, this blue equipment card finally found its purpose. The sturdy and weighty wooden staff not only enhances the caster's spellcasting speed and efficacy, but can also be wielded to crush foe skulls. Aside from the slight mismatch in magical attributes, it is otherwise seemingly tailor-made for the ogre mage. After equipping it, the previously empty-handed ogre mage now grasped a hefty wooden club, instantly becoming far more visually appealing. However, what does it mean to gain a modicum of knowledge? I do not feel any additional information has entered my mind. Zhao Huan pondered the cardholder's attribute enhancement of the ogre mage with mild confusion. After a moment of contemplation, unable to grasp the matter, he set it aside and drew another monster card. Green monster card, Gnoll Greatsword Warrior. A Gnoll warrior who favors combat with a greatsword, gradually mastering more techniques for its use through battle experience. Gnolls possess keen senses, excelling in excavation and mining, able to detect the faint magnetic fields emitted by nearby or veins. Greatsword Warrior. The Gnoll Greatsword Warrior is adept at combat with a greatsword, receiving a boost of 3 in strength and 3 in agility while wielding it. The Gnoll Greatsword Warrior comes equipped with a subpar steel greatsword. When a better greatsword equipment card is obtained, the inferior steel greatsword will be temporarily sealed. Charge. The Gnoll Greatsword Warrior can briefly unleash their strength, swiftly closing the distance between themselves and an enemy. Cardholder enhancement, Strength 2, Agility 1, slightly enhancing olfactory sensitivity. The combat prowess of the Gnoll Greatsword Warrior did not evoke much surprise. However, their mining capabilities might prove useful at some point. Now, apart from combat and healing units, there exists a fisherman, a chef, and a miner, alongside the trio of goblins. The functionality of the monster cards is becoming increasingly comprehensive. Zhao Huan mused, then swapped the current card for the remaining 3 green and white quality equipment cards. White equipment card, Rough Stone Spear. A crude long spear made by binding a sharpened stone to a wooden stick after considerable polishing. Attack 16, Defense 22. Ordinary polearm weapon. White equipment card, Inferior Metal Armor. A body of metal, poorly crafted and of low quality, barely providing better defense than animal hides. Defense 88. Heavy. This equipment increases the wearer's burden, reducing spellcasting efficiency and stealth. If the wearer's strength is below 20, negative effects such as sluggishness will occur. Ordinary armor. Suitable for certain small to medium-sized humanoid monsters. Note: when equipping monster cards with suitable armor, robes, helmets, etc., these items will automatically adjust in size and shape based on the monster's physique. Zhao Huan originally thought that if the Goblin Wilderness Knight donned metal armor, it would appear more knightly in appearance. However, equipping metal armor increases the burden and diminishes stealth, which seems rather unsuitable. Zhao Huan then attempted to equip the inferior metal armor onto the ogre mage. Indeed, a notification emerged in his mind stating that the ogre mage is a large monster unit and cannot equip the inferior metal armor. If ogres are classified as large units, then what of rock giants? Would they be considered supersized units? Zhao Huan murmured softly, glancing at the final equipment card. Chapter 152, The Arrival of Li Guangcai. Green equipment card, the exquisite mining pick of the Knoll. A finely crafted mining pick made by a certain Knoll sorcerer, adorned with tiny magical ruby fragments. Attack 25, Magic 23. Knoll mining pick. This equipment is exclusively for Knolls. When carried by a Knoll, it enhances their or sensing capabilities and slightly improves their mining skills. Flame impact. When striking enemies or rock formations, the pick releases a fiery shockwave, inflicting burn and impact damage to foes or causing severe destruction to hard rock structures. After releasing a flame impact, the pick requires 520 minutes to absorb magical energy and recharge before it can unleash another. Special ordinary tool, exclusively for Knolls. It truly is a mining tool. Observing the sparkling gem fragments on the ore, I initially thought it was merely a toy belonging to some Knoll princess. With a single Knoll in hand, Zhao Huan did not need to deliberate. He directly linked the exquisite mining pick of the Knoll with the Knoll Greatsword Warrior. Once the mining pick card was affixed to the monster card, one could observe that the dog-headed creature wielding a formidable metal sword now sported a finely crafted, gem-encrusted mining pick at its waist, exuding an air of flamboyance. Zhao Huan carefully tucked the card away before meandering into the bathroom to brush his teeth, wash his face, and tend to his hair. Previously, he had been in the polluted zone with no means to maintain his hygiene. Now that he was back home, he deemed it essential to perform the necessary rituals before drawing a card. Perhaps his disheveled state had been the reason that his reward was merely a plain white monster card. After completing his ablutions, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror and offered a sincere prayer to the Manekiniko mural on the wall. With a serious demeanor, Zhao Huan retrieved the reward card. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled, pure energy in, impurities out. Reveal your true form. Purple card. Open for me. You have obtained 100 evolution points. Current evolution points, 1353. Zhao Huan's expression stiffened momentarily. Truly, the esoteric nature of fate remained unchanged, and no amount of monetary investment could alter one's destiny. Such trivialities were utterly useless. Next time he drew a card, he would forego the ritual of hand-washing. Grumbling to himself, he glanced at his phone and noticed several messages. Among them were warnings from official agencies indicating that individuals in Dongchuan City had succumbed to monstrous mental contamination and had undergone mutations, posing significant dangers. Residents were advised to keep their distance from anyone exhibiting abnormal behavior and to report such incidents promptly. The official information merely cautioned citizens to avoid danger, offering vague and ambiguous descriptions of the monsters and mutated humans. In stark contrast, the Special Affairs Bureau provided much clearer information. It stated that suspected demon worshippers had appeared in Dongchuan City, and numerous residents had been seduced into becoming demon cultists. Those who provided leads or eliminated these demon worshippers would be handsomely rewarded. Demon worshippers had infiltrated Dongchuan City? Zhao Huan was taken aback, but did not regard it as particularly concerning. With the multitude of surveillance cameras in the city, those fiends would only be able to prance about briefly before being swiftly eradicated upon detection by the authorities. Dongchuan City was far from the polluted zones. Bullets and cannons would soon teach them a lesson. Lost in thought, Zhao Huan instinctively recalled the two individuals he had encountered earlier at Zhou Liao's shop. They exuded an unsettling aura, suggesting they were not of good character. Nonetheless, this had nothing to do with him. As demon worshippers, who could predict the bizarre abilities they might possess? Reality was not a trial dream. Should things go awry, there would be no second chances. Such troubles were best left to others to resolve. Feeling hungry, he decided to grab breakfast at the entrance of the community. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that the soul-devouring gloves were still on his bedside table. Surely, a mere breakfast wouldn't bring him such misfortune? However, the reward card had yielded evolution points, which did not bode well. Good omens were rare, ill ones abundant. Zhao Huan hesitated momentarily before returning to his room to retrieve the soul-devouring gloves. Upon descending the stairs, he noticed two elderly women staring at him with an odd expression, and he could faintly hear their scattered remarks. Mutated individual wearing strange black gloves, confined at home. Zhao Huan's lips twitched. The soul-devouring gloves did have an unsettling appearance. Surely, they wouldn't consider reporting him for this? The thought sent a chill through him, and he felt a headache coming on. At that moment, a food delivery person entered the community, following the navigation towards Zhao Huan's building. Upon raising his head, he was startled to find himself face to face with the delivery man. Wait, this delivery person resembles Li Guangcai. Seeing such a sight so early in the morning was truly ominous. Zhao Huan frowned, sensing that nothing was going his way today. Perhaps it would be best to stay home and have instant noodles instead. However, when the delivery man caught sight of Zhao Huan, his eyes gleamed with ecstasy, his entire face contorting in a grotesque manner. Zhao Huan, With a piercing, hoarse scream filled with malice, Li Guangcai's body suddenly swelled. The delivery uniform and gloves bursting apart to reveal a strange form covered in layers of black scales. Muscles writhed and reformed, his fingers thickened and elongated. Sharp black claws piercing through the skin. His pupils clouded with a murky crimson hue, intricate web-like patterns crawling across his irises. Zhao Huan, ha! I will make you wish for death, yet find no escape. How absurd. What deep-seated grudge do you have against me to warrant such a murderous pursuit? Zhao Huan's mind raced with chaos. Instinctively, he sought to transform the soul-devouring gloves into a great sword. However, recalling the sinister and bizarre appearance of the soul-devouring great sword, which bore an even greater resemblance to a villainous artifact than the fool before him, he hesitated and instead summoned the Goblin Triad, drawing forth the frost-enchanted one-handed sword. Oh, you dare to resist? Allow me to enlighten you, blessed by the Master. I have gained formidable power. I am no longer the same. Ignoring the panicked screams of fleeing residents around him, Li Guangcai spoke with mockery and arrogance, eagerly anticipating the look of terror on Zhao Huan's face. But Zhao Huan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, aren't you just splendid?" With a flick of his wrist, the card exploded, transforming into a cascade of colorful luminescence that entwined around his arm, morphing into thick green vines adorned with golden blossoms. A faint bark-like texture radiating from his arm to envelop his entire being. Thinking to himself, since this fool enjoyed babbling, he would indulge him for a while. Once the armed drones arrived, they would swiftly whisk him away. Yet again, Li Guangcai wore that infuriating expression. No, this is not how it should be. You should be terrified, trembling, and begging for mercy on your knees. And I, of course, would not forgive you. I would torment you mercilessly, allowing you to perish in endless regret and despair. Cough. Well, I think your immediate concern should be to uninstall that pesky app on your phone. Chapter 153. Have you registered these monsters? I will kill you. I will kill you. Enraged beyond reason by Zhao Huan's dismissive attitude, Li Guangcai's fury obliterated the remnants of his sanity. He unleashed a feral roar, lunging at Zhao Huan like a deranged beast. Do you truly think I fear you? Zhao Huan's gaze sharpened as he let a card slip from his fingers, summoning a Goblin Wilderness Knight to shield him. As he rapidly devised a simple battle plan and prepared to confront Li Guangcai, a sudden gunshot rang out. With a jolt of pain surging through his back, Li Guangcai stumbled forward, nearly collapsing. Zhao run! Old Man Huang shouted, eyes wide, as he fired 2 more shots into Li Guangcai's back. The large dog, Zhao Huan, trembled from the strange aura radiating from Li Guangcai, yet stood resolutely in front of Old Man Huang, barking ferociously at the monstrous fiend. Sir, at your age, why are you getting involved in this commotion? Zhao Huan felt a mix of gratitude and exasperation. The formidable blast from the shotgun struck the monster, shattering some of its surface scales but causing no significant harm. An eerie black mist emanated from the creature's body, swiftly repairing its damaged flesh and scales. In a fit of utter madness, Li Guangcai discovered that the old man dared to confront and provoke him, instantly erupting in a furious roar as he turned and lunged at old Huang. Zhao Huan urgently shouted, "Stop him!" The Goblin Wilderness Knight let out a growl, swiftly pursuing Li Guangcai on his wild lynx, thrusting a metallic spear forcefully into his back. Simultaneously, a card spiraled through the air, catching up with the Goblin Wilderness Knight, and upon landing, transformed into a throng of goblins. As soon as they appeared, the goblins were influenced by the knight's aura, instantly plunging into a frenzy of confidence. Their eyes glowing crimson, brandishing an assortment of makeshift weapons as they screeched and charged at Li Guangcai. Shouldn't there at least be one mutant among them? Why can't I see any? Zhao Huan noted with confusion as he observed the summoned 8 goblins, all slender and frail, without a single mutant in sight. Li Guangcai was pierced in the back by the spear, black blood gushing forth before being enveloped in black mist, healing rapidly. He turned to engage the Goblin Wilderness Knight in combat. Despite being outnumbered 2 to 1, the knight was subtly suppressed by Li Guangcai. Fortunately, he had the support of 8 frenzied goblins. One goblin, wielding a fishbone turtle shield, leaped 2 meters high and brought his shield crashing down onto the enemy's head. Bang! The turtle's shield shattered, a water sphere burst forth, and fish spines along with fragments of the shield scattered, splattering Li Guangcai's face while simultaneously skewering 3 unfortunate goblins closest to the explosion. The Goblin Wilderness Knight, wearing an expression of disbelief, pulled the fish spine embedded in his waist. Thankfully, his high defense meant that the spine had merely punctured the skin. This minor mishap did not dampen the goblin squad's fervor for battle. Stepping over the 3 deceased goblins, one of the goblins concentrated frost in its hands, transforming it into a sharp, icy spike, which it aimed directly at Li Guangcai's groin. The spike exploded, sending a chill that cracked a large patch of scales. Li Guangcai felt an icy sensation below, accompanied by a tingling numbness. With a furious roar, he smashed the frost goblin's head into oblivion. At that moment, a thunderous sound came from the side. Li Guangcai turned to see a massive fireball hurtling towards him, trailing a wave of intense heat. Boom! Flames erupted, and Li Guangcai screamed as he was blasted away. The few goblins desperately clawing and gnawing at him were instantaneously reduced to charred remnants, their forms dissipating into brilliance. The wild lynx sprinted away swiftly, suffering a singe on its rear, and glared menacingly at the distant ogre mage, baring its teeth. Zhao Huan, dragging old Huang into a corner, watched as the ground was shattered by the fireball, exposing pipes and wires beneath, and the greenery engulfed in fierce flames. His face twitching slightly. How much would this all cost? In such extraordinary circumstances, how could one expect compensation? Old Huang shot Zhao Huan a speechless glance. If the authorities were to handle this, which explorer would dare to step forward to fight the next monster? This notion eased Zhao Huan's heart somewhat, and he then glanced at the shotgun in Old Huang's hands. Old Huang, I must say, your gun lacks power. Why not seize this opportunity to request a sniper rifle instead? Old Huang rolled his eyes. Who says my gun lacks power? If it weren't for the distance, that brat would be standing in front of me for a shot. When he gets close, will you have the chance to shoot? Zhao Huan retorted. Humph. I'm a decade-old veteran. With a furious roar, Li Guangcai, engulfed in flames, suddenly stood up. Old Huang, witnessing this, hastily recoiled. A decade-old veteran sure reacts quickly. Zhao Huan chuckled. What is so funny? Can't you see that monstrous thing heading towards the ogre? Hurry and have that goblin riding the lynx intercept it. You just called it an ogre, Zhao Huan pointed out. The ogre mage showed no signs of retreat as the enemy approached, a sinister smile spreading across his face. With a low growl, a faint red glow enveloped the ogre mage, his muscles swelling impressively. He uttered a brief incantation, swiping his hand across his wooden staff, which was instantly engulfed in blazing flames. Bang! The flaming mace collided violently with the demon's claw, causing Li Guangcai to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was momentarily pushed back, the ogre mage pointed a finger, conjuring a fireball the size of a human head, which he hurled at Li Guangcai's head with great force. Boom! The fireball spell, while not as explosive as the previous fireball, still left Li Guangcai dazed, his skin scorched and tender. At that moment, the goblin wilderness knight arrived, seeing the enemy defenseless, thrusting his spear vigorously towards Li Guangcai's neck. Seriously? He's nearly skewered and still not dead? The last demon worshipper wasn't this outrageous. Zhao Huan couldn't help but scoff as he observed Li Guangcai's neck punctured at a 90-degree angle, yet still standing to fight. Those 2 or 3 monsters are your summons, right? Old Huang suddenly inquired. Zhao Huan nodded. Yes, I am a summoner. No kidding. I already knew your name was Zhao Huan. What I meant is that my awakened profession is summoner, the one who can summon many monsters, Zhao Huan clarified. Do you understand, Old Huang? I'm not foolish. I know what a summoner is. But don't all summoners wield staves? Why are you always carrying a great sword? Is it because you can't afford a staff? Who says a summoner must use a staff? But why are you suddenly asking about this? Zhao Huan questioned with confusion. Old Huang gazed at him somberly. Have these monsters been registered with the Special Affairs Bureau? No, why? Oh, when the armed drones arrive, won't they attack them? Old Huang pointed at the small black dots whizzing through the sky, sounding alarms. Oh no, Zhao Huan instantly realized. Chapter 154. Excessive power is also a problem. Shuffle. With a thought, Zhao Huan triggered a shuffle. The ogre mage and the goblin wilderness knight, who were violently beating Li Guangcai, instantly dissolved into radiant light. Li Guangcai flailed his claws aimlessly, realizing that his enemies had suddenly vanished. In his confusion, a barrage of bullets rained down from above, tearing into him and causing him to scream in agony. Despite not being able to fly or run, he picked up a shattered stone from the ground, hurling it at the sky in an attempt to knock down the drones. Though Li Guangcai was not particularly clever, had he truly lost all reason? Zhao Huan mused as he observed 2 drones circling above, seemingly searching for something. This situation necessitated a visit to the Special Affairs Bureau for registration. All this was Li Guangcai's doing. Despite Li Guangcai's tough scales and absurd healing abilities, he ultimately could not withstand the relentless fire from the armed drones. In the end, his skull was shattered by bullets, brain matter splattered everywhere, and his body lay twitching on the ground. All monster cards entered a shuffle state, leaving Zhao Huan feeling uncertain as he pulled Old Huang to a more distant and concealed location. As the battle reached its conclusion and the patrol team arrived to secure the area, Zhao Huan cautiously emerged. Subsequently, as the principal party involved, he was summoned to provide a statement. What is your relationship with Li Guangcai? He specifically sought you out to kill you under such circumstances, they inquired. Zhao Huan instinctively replied. Perhaps he is mentally unhinged. To his surprise, the questioning officer nodded in agreement. Indeed, those who are swayed by demons often suffer from disturbed minds. However, in a city under martial law, why would he choose to risk everything to come after you? Surely, there must be significant conflict between you. Perhaps a romantic or financial dispute. There is absolutely no romantic entanglement. Our relationship is purely adversarial. He simply finds me irksome and has continually sought to trouble me. In fact, he even leveraged connections to have me expelled from the cleaners. The patrol officer's electronic glasses immediately displayed relevant information. Previously, in the contaminated zone, he instigated trouble with me, challenging me to a duel, which resulted in me besting him. My teammates, along with those of Li Guangcai, can attest to this. Perhaps that is why he harbors such deep-seated hatred for me. It is indeed a possibility. Rest assured, we are not here to investigate you. We merely need to ascertain whether your targeting by Li Guangcai is due to personal vendetta or if there are other reasons that have drawn the attention of demon worshippers towards you. Zhao Huan nodded in comprehension. By the way, were those monsters a manifestation of your combat abilities? Would you mind disclosing some details? Yes, that is my professional skill. I summon monsters to engage in battle. Although he had anticipated this line of questioning, the patrol officer could not hide his astonishment and envy upon hearing Zhao Huan's admission. Very well, your ability is quite unique. It would be prudent for you to formally register this with the Special Affairs Bureau. Zhao Huan acknowledged. Certainly. I will give it serious thought. By the way, prior to the explosion in the park, were you there the night before, armed with a shovel? May I inquire about your purpose in the park? Zhao Huan felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained an unruffled demeanor. Oh, I possess a special summoning item that needs to be planted in the ground and nurtured by a large tree. As he spoke, Zhao Huan noticed that the reshuffling time had ended. He approached the devastated flower bed, casting the Mingguang vine onto the ground to summon it forth. The luminous essence coalesced, and the thick vines grew, intertwining half in the soil and half around a charred, tilted sapling. The officer's eyes widened in wonder. Yet he continued to probe. When the park was bombed, was your plant unharmed? Oh, it was reduced to ash, but after a while, a summoned entity can be revived. Zhao Huan replied candidly. The officer's envy intensified at this revelation. I see. That's quite fortunate. Thank you for your cooperation. Furthermore, while Li Guangcai attacked you out of personal animosity, your successful intervention prevented greater casualties. You will receive a bounty through the Special Affairs Bureau credited to your account. Zhao Huan's smile grew more sincere. Thank you for your assistance. No need for thanks. May I ask, did Li Guangcai do anything before coming here? The officer hesitated briefly before murmuring. He murdered his parents and several nearby neighbors, offering their flesh and blood as a sacrifice to the demons. Goodness, this fellow is truly a beast. Zhao Huan exclaimed in outrage. Few others, swayed by demons, exhibit such brutality. Is that why his strength has surged so rapidly? I cannot say for certain. Zhao Huan replied with a smile. I shall take my leave and not impede your work any further. Thank you once again for your cooperation. Once Zhao Huan had distanced himself, the officer entered the following into his electronic tablet: special abilities, capable of summoning monsters for combat. No suspicious creatures identified that could cause significant explosions. Had Zhao Huan seen the officer's notes, he might have inwardly scoffed. Engaging in a brawl in his neighborhood, he certainly wouldn't dare utilize the treasure chest monster. After all, if that creature were to be defeated, half the neighborhood would be blown to smithereens. Although Zhao Huan found a few individuals rather irksome, these were merely typical neighborly disputes, not worth sending their entire families to the heavens. After charging the lava crystal core, Zhao Huan became increasingly wary of employing the treasure chest monster in battle, fearing that its demise might take him along with it. Initially, he had believed that the more powerful the self-destruct mechanism of the treasure chest monster, the better. Now he realized that excessive power could be detrimental. After all, possessing a nuclear launch button is termed nuclear deterrence, but strapping a nuclear bomb to oneself is classified as a terrorist attack. This chaotic world cannot continue in disarray. He would prepare to venture into the contaminated zone tomorrow with the fisherman. Simultaneously, he would upgrade the other monster cards. Speaking of which, since the fisherman relies on fishing to level up, could it be that the ogre mage, as a cook, must also prepare meals to gain experience? Or does he need to roast enemies to perfection, turning them into delectable barbecue? Zhao Huan drew 3 monster cards. After the recent skirmish, the Goblin Wilderness Knight had leveled up to level 6, while the Goblin Squad, which had merely been along for the ride, had reached level 2. However, the Ogre Mage's level remained unchanged. It seems my conjecture was correct. Chapter 155. Culinary Delights of the Wilderness. As Zhao Huan prepared for his excursion to the contaminated zone at home, he received a text message from the bank. notifying him of a transfer exceeding 60,000 yuan. Almost immediately, a message from Zhang Dashuan followed. Did you receive the transfer? Zhao Huan responded with an okay hand gesture. This amount is from the sale of some items and the task rewards from the Special Affairs Bureau. I have also coordinated with the auction house regarding other items, which will be auctioned off in several rounds. Zhang Dashuan indicated uncertainty about the final selling prices of those items, but when all was added together, Zhao Huan could expect to receive around 4 to 500,000 yuan. Is it truly so valuable? No wonder they say it's a windfall. However, upon reflection, Zhao Huan remembered that the items he had retrieved from the treasure chest in the secret room alone, including the thought ring and the black gem consumed by the wilderness lynx, amounted to over 1 million. Adding the frost one-handed sword, the purple crystal eyeball ring, and several magical gems, he estimated he could gather around 2 million. The spoils collected by the exploration team in the labyrinth were even more substantial, and dividing that among 3 exploration teams, the total would indeed be somewhat similar. Yet, considering this, Zhao Huan felt a twinge of guilt. Logically, the treasures from the secret room should also be shared. But given that he had taken lives in that chamber, never mind. I'll treat them to some otherworldly fish as compensation later. Zhao Huan muttered to himself with a hint of unease, then sent Zhang Dashuan another message. Are you all free of missions lately? I plan to take a stroll. Given the current state of Dongchuan City, when Zhao Huan mentioned a stroll, it was undoubtedly a reference to the contaminated zone. Zhang Dashuan promptly responded, both checkpoints in the west of the city are under martial law. Where do you intend to go? Has martial law already been enacted? Zhao Huan had assumed it was merely a stricter inspection. Evidently, the situation was more serious than he had anticipated. I plan to check out the eastern side, the toxic fog marsh. Do you require my company? I only have a Mingguang vine. No need to worry, I'll stay on the periphery. Very well, take care of yourself. Let me know if you need anything. Okay. After concluding the call with Zhang Dashuan, Zhao Huan switched to the main page and glanced at it. She had just sent a message to her sister, but there had been no response. Although she was aware that the West 4 research area was under military protection and therefore secure, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Zhao Lejia, who was likely engrossed in her research. Turning her gaze towards the half-broken sword on the table, she pondered whether she needed to purchase a weapon or perhaps acquire an alloy shield to accompany a one-handed sword. Shouldn't a summoner prioritize their survival capability? Zhao Huan mused silently, considering her strength comparable to that of an intermediate warrior and her agility akin to that of an intermediate archer. She recalled the large sword she had seized from Li Guangcai, which she had sold to Zhou Liaoshu, dismissing it as bad luck due to its previous owner. After contemplating her options, she resolved to take advantage of the remaining afternoon hours to visit the weapon shop and acquire a shield and a large sword for immediate use. Early the next morning, Zhao Huan was jolted awake by her alarm. Checking her phone, she discovered that Zhao Lejia had replied to her messages at 3 a.m. Frowning, she opened the messages. The city is in chaos, and the research area is under martial law. What are you thinking, running out at this time? It's not like I can stop you. Zhao Huan grimaced at the tone, feeling as if her sister were the one in charge. The reward for my research on the dual-hole mushroom culture medium has come through, over 1.3 million. If you need money, just let me know. Once the dual-hole mushrooms are cultivated on a large scale and energy potions begin mass production, there will be another bonus. Indeed, knowledge is power. Explorers out in the field risk their lives and hardly earn such sums. However, such earnings are typically unattainable for the average person, proving that even if given the opportunity, they would likely fail. Truly, my sister is remarkable, Zhao Huan thought with a sense of pride. She promptly replied to Zhao Lejia, advising her to take care and not overexert herself. While the mass production of energy potions would be beneficial for explorers, it would hold little value for her. She wondered whether card monsters would be affected by them. Without any tangible items in hand, overthinking was futile. She would have to wait until the energy potions were in mass production to test them on the monsters. For now, she could observe the effects of the dishes prepared by the ogre chef. With a thought, a green-edged card materialized in her hand. The illustration on the card depicted 4 colossal eyeballs enveloped in steam. Temporary green consumable card, roasted barbarian bull eye. Freshly harvested barbarian bull eyes. Carefully roasted by an ogre mage's magical flames, yielding a tender and juicy delicacy. The roasted barbarian bull eyes last for 8 minutes. Upon consuming all roasted bull eyes before the temporary food disappears, a temporary enhancement effect lasting 20 hours is granted. Significantly improved vision, increased resistance to visual illusions, and immunity to blindness effects. Gazing at the 4 seemingly unblinking eyeballs staring back at her, Zhao Huan swallowed hard. No, you can't deceive me with your fancy words. The roasted bull eye is actually a cut of beef resembling an eye, not actual eyeballs. Despite her disdainful thoughts, She ultimately steeled herself and decided to consume the dish for breakfast. She needed to test whether the benefits of wild cuisine could affect a normal human, lest she find herself in a situation in the future where she must resort to wild food only to discover it was ineffective on humans. After brushing her teeth and rinsing her mouth, she retrieved a plate and chopsticks from the kitchen. Once everything was ready, Zhao Huan took out the roasted barbarian bulleye and placed it on the plate. A radiant light shimmered, and a scorching stone slab appeared, nearly shattering the plate under its weight. On the slab, the 4 large eyeballs stared intently at Zhao Huan, still quivering slightly from the heat, emitting a sizzling sound as they roasted. The physical size was astonishing. She swallowed again, suddenly feeling less hungry. Breakfast no longer seemed imperative. What am I afraid of? I've faced worse than having my head smashed into my chest. What's a few eyeballs to me? With a grim expression, Zhao Huan stabbed one of the bull eyes with a fork and shoved it into her mouth. Surprisingly, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a pleasantly chewy texture, much better than she had anticipated and not nearly as hot as she feared. However, it was no wonder it was labeled as original flavor. They hadn't even bothered to add any seasoning. Chapter 156, Just a Rifle with a Scope. Zhao Huan took the bus to the entrance of her community. As she descended the stairs, she noticed the construction crew repairing the pavement and flower beds. A few elderly ladies spotted her and immediately began whispering, but upon meeting her gaze, they all smiled warmly. Zhao Huan forced a smile in return, but internally, she mused that she had likely become quite well known throughout the entire Lichuan garden. As she passed the community gate, she was called over by old Huang. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Zhao Huan's large, glistening eyes and momentarily froze. Why are your eyes so wide open? Oh, perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. They might be a bit puffy. Puffy eyelids. Yours are puffy eyeballs. Well, big eyes mean good vision. Zhao Huan replied casually as she surveyed the guardhouse, noticing every detail of the items within. Although the 4 unseasoned raw bull eyes had nearly made her gag, the effect was indeed remarkable. Zhao Huan could see further and clearer, comparable to the eagle-eyed skill of an intermediate archer. However, the eagle-eyed skill did not confer immunity to blindness. On the wall of the guardhouse, alongside the original shotgun, there was now a rifle equipped with a scope. Wow, you really have a sniper rifle? Zhao Huan exclaimed in shock. What sniper? Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. It's merely a rifle with an electronic sight. What difference does that make? But isn't it risky to hang such a thing on the wall? What if it gets stolen? I'm doing this to instill confidence among the residents. I want them to know that old Huang has the ability to protect their safety. The bullets are hidden elsewhere, and with all these surveillance cameras, who would dare steal my gun? Zhao Huan rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that if only he could encounter an invisible goblin, he'd see how foolishly bold he was being now. Whatever you say is fine, but did you call me over for something specific? Oh right. You startled me with those 2 eyeballs of yours, and I nearly forgot. Old Huang retrieved his phone and pointed to the screen displaying a game interface. I've searched high and low, but I can't find your summoner class. This is the mobile version of Dawn of the Century. You play games too? What play? This is called educational entertainment. I'm participating in the initiative to learn about monsters through the game. If you want to learn about monsters, then you should be using a knife to hack at them. The summoner class isn't conducive to grasping monster characteristics and attack patterns. Old Huang nodded in agreement. 3 hours later, after undergoing a rigorous inspection, Zhao Huan passed through the Eastern Gate checkpoint and entered the explorer town of East 1. Perhaps due to the exodus to the West City District, East 1 Explorer Town appeared rather desolate. There were hardly any explorers on the streets, and most shops were manned by only 1 or 2 individuals, with some completely closed for business. The stall area was utterly deserted, devoid of any vendors. Fortunately, the shops for storing items were still operating normally. After securely placing his phone and other belongings, Zhao Huan summoned the radiant vine outside the mist and coiled it around his arm before bravely entering the toxic fog marsh alone. Among the various monsters, the most formidable challenge of the toxic fog marsh was the omnipresent toxic mist, poisonous plants, and venomous insects. Zhao Huan dared to venture here, relying on the radiant vine, a supremely powerful aid that embodied healing, purification, and defense. According to the Special Affairs Bureau's records, aside from a few perilous zones, the toxicity of the mist in the toxic fog marsh was akin to that encountered during his trial dream against the marsh toads. With the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huan had no fear of succumbing to the toxic fog. On the contrary, this environment could even accelerate the upgrade pace of the symbiotic vine. The resilient bark of the radiant vine, combined with the enhanced defensive power from his cards, rendered Zhao Huan's skin comparable to that of hardened armor. The poisonous plants and lurking insects in the toxic fog marsh were unlikely to breach Zhao Huan's defenses, let alone poison him. Moreover, the marsh was scattered with numerous ponds and lakes, offering an abundance of fishing spots. Although most of the fish caught were bizarre in appearance and toxic, making them inedible, they held significant research value. Certain parts of these poisonous fish were essential materials for crafting specialized antidotes. Given that few ventured into the toxic fog marsh for fishing, he could potentially sell them for a considerable sum. Prior to his arrival, Zhao Huan had followed the advice of online users and purchased a fishing guide for Dongchuan City from a seasoned angler's online shop, which meticulously documented fishing-related information for the polluted areas surrounding Dongchuan City, ignoring the details about the time, bait, and techniques for catching various otherworldly fish. Zhao Huan was solely interested in where he could fish, what fish he could catch, and their market value. The specifics of fishing were concerns for the anglers, not him. However, recognizing that the fisherman hunter had low toxin resistance, Zhao Huan needed to find a fishing spot that was not too deep and where the air toxicity was relatively mild. The chocobo's toxin resistance was even weaker than that of the fisherman hunter, so Zhao Huan initially planned to go alone to spare it from potential danger. Fearing it might unexpectedly perish mid-run, in a situation where he needed to flee, he would have no mount left. Nevertheless, upon entering the polluted area, Zhao Huan was pleasantly surprised to find that the toxicity of the air in the toxic fog marsh had surprisingly little effect on him. Although he would still be poisoned, he felt that even without the radiant vine, he could survive in the toxic fog marsh for 4 to 5 days before succumbing to gradual poisoning. Was a toxin resistance of 4 truly that formidable? If he were to increase it to 10, could he stroll through the toxic fog marsh unscathed? Observing the damp ground, Zhao Huan pondered for a moment before summoning the swift chocobo. He recalled the radiant vine from his arm and draped it around the chocobo's neck. At first glance, it appeared as though the chocobo were adorned with a floral garland bursting with yellow blooms, its feathers coated with a layer of magical bark texture. Coo! The chocobo curiously surveyed its surroundings, bewildered. Stop looking around, follow my lead, and be careful not to step into the soft mud. Zhao Huan gently leaped onto the chocobo's back, patting its feathers. Coo! The chocobo responded, darting forward at an astonishing speed. As they raced, the chocobo noticed that its stamina not only remained intact, but was, in fact, surging, igniting an urge to release its pent-up energy. Suddenly, the chocobo let out a long cry, its speed skyrocketing, leaving behind a blurred afterimage. The gust of wind it generated sent the poisonous mosquitoes and flies tumbling through the air. Before the insects could recover, a wave of mud surged down upon them, crashing them to the ground. In the distance, a faint human voice echoed in alarm. Whoa! Too fast, slow down. Ugh, I got mud in my mouth. Chapter 157. Can I cook that fish head? Ugh, ugh, ugh. Zhao Huan dismounted from the chocobo, covered in mud, and spat out a mouthful of muck. He shot a glare at the chocobo, which looked no better. Its once bright yellow feathers were caked in filth, almost ready to be roasted like a mud chicken. Seeing Zhao Huan's glare, the chocobo blinked innocently, as if to say, I'm just a bird. I don't understand anything. Zhao Huan's lips twitched slightly. What are you looking at? Is being cute a big deal? He gave the chocobo a good ruffle and recalled it along with the radiant vine. The golden bird transformed into light and vanished, causing the mud to fall away as there was nothing left for it to cling to. Swift chocobo. Level 4. Level 4? A few more laps, and it could be reinforced again? Zhao Huan raised an eyebrow, noticing the chocobo's clean and handsome appearance on the card. Damn, you got clean in an instant, but what about me? Although there was a small lake nearby, Zhao Huan was wary of the water's toxicity and dared not use it to wash his face or hair. He summoned the radiant vine to purify the small amount of toxins accumulated in his body. Zhao Huan then summoned the fisherman hunter and pointed to the lake, saying, Go fish. Upon hearing this, the fisherman hunter's dead fish eyes widened in surprise. However, it did not immediately rush to fish. Instead, it scanned Zhao Huan with a puzzled gaze. Is this big guy still playing in the mud? TSK, what kind of look is that? Do you want me to have an ogre mage pluck out your eyeballs and roast them on a stone slab? The fisherman hunter smacked its lips and waddled to the lakeshore. With a swift motion, it snagged a flying insect from the air and impaled it on the fishing hook. Whoa, if it weren't for the structural limitations, could this guy also perform a fly-catching act with chopsticks? Zhao Huan was first taken aback, then realized that with his current agility and the temporary enhancement from the roasted bulleye, catching flies with chopsticks seemed feasible. However, the poisonous insects in the polluted area flew much faster than flies. Smack! Zhao Huan expressionlessly slapped himself, tossing the corpse of the toxic insect aside. Scanning the area, he spotted a squirming green toxic slime not far away, and his eyes lit up. While reviewing the strategy, he had noted that the toxic fog marsh was teeming with slimes, and he knew it was time to upgrade the purple toxic slime. He flicked out the card forcefully. The card spun and flew onto the green toxic slime, transforming it into a purple slime, which then plopped down onto the green slime. The green toxic slime was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend where this purple counterpart had sprung from. The purple toxic slime swiftly expanded its form, enveloping the green slime beneath it. Realizing that the purple intruder was attempting to invade its body, the green slime began to struggle desperately. However, the more it struggled, the more the purple slime thrived. Cough. Zhao Huan shook his head, observing that the purple toxic slime easily suppressed the green toxic slime, and decided to turn his attention elsewhere. He summoned the shadow slime as well. Although it wasn't toxic, it was still a slime. So it shouldn't perish from the mere trace of poison in the air, right? Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he observed the status of the shadow slime. As the shadow slime leisurely made its way to the lake, the absence of any signs of impending toxicity allowed Zhao Huan to breathe a sigh of relief, permitting the two slimes to entertain themselves. It was possible that the cacophonous sound of his insect swatting had attracted the attention of predators lurking in the waters. Gradually, a colossal crocodile, its back adorned with a profusion of aquatic plants, approached the shore, appearing no different from a piece of driftwood submerged in the lake. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Huan would have needed to scrutinize it more closely to discern whether it was wood or a creature. However, his eyes widened as if they were made of copper, sparkling with a lightning-like brilliance. Such a clumsy guise could never deceive his discerning gaze. Taking a cautious step back, he gestured, summoning the ogre mage to his side. The ogre, known for its tough skin and considerable resistance to various afflictions, had previously demonstrated its resilience in the trial dreamscape, where an ogre warrior had managed to bellow for the goblin thief while suffering from the effects of a debilitating poison. The wooden staff of the poison spring priest further granted its wielder rudimentary self-healing and low-level poison resistance. Thus, the faint traces of toxic mist in the air would likely have minimal effect on the ogre mage. A large mass of azure radiance coalesced into a towering figure over 3 meters tall. Zhao Huan found himself craning his neck to meet the ogre mage's gaze. After a mere second of eye contact, discomfort surged through his neck, prompting him to swiftly avert his eyes and point towards the crocodile still pretending to be driftwood. Eliminated. Oh, an unfamiliar delicacy, the ogre mage muttered, commencing a low chant. Due to their mental connection, Zhao Huan could glean the essence of the ogre's utterances. It took him a moment to register the oddity of the situation, but within 2 seconds, he shot his gaze back to the ogre mage. You can speak? But that is not our language. At that moment, the ogre mage finished coalescing a fireball and hurled it fiercely at the crocodile. Boom. Flames erupted, water surged, and the unfortunate swamp crocodile was sent soaring through the air before crashing down upon the lakeshore, its body steaming as if it were already 3/4 cooked. Just as the ogre mage prepared to retrieve its culinary prize, a palpable aura of menace emanated from the side. Turning, he beheld a merman hunter. Its body enveloped in steam as if it had just emerged from a hot bath, with several boiled aquatic plant leaves perched atop its head, alongside a charred fish. The merman hunter plucked a piece of water plant from its head and viciously chewed it, its eyes brimming with fury. What's the deal, big guy? You looking for a fight? The ogre mage blinked in surprise and glanced down at Zhao Huan. That merman's head looks rather unique. Can I prepare it as a dish? What for? To stargaze? Zhao Huan retorted, rolling his eyes. Keep quiet. Was it necessary to use a fireball on a crocodile? You've obliterated all the fish, leaving the anglers with nothing to catch. The ogre mage scratched its head. Why would a merman fish? Isn't it easier for it to just dive in and catch its prey? That is its hobby. You, a chef, shouldn't meddle in such matters. The language the ogre mage employed was peculiar. Zhao Huan could only comprehend fragments of it. Nonetheless, their communication was unimpeded, thanks to the translation effect of their mental bond. As Zhao Huan pondered, he surmised that this might be the modicum of knowledge bestowed upon him by the ogre mage card. He remarked aloud, at your size, you should at least crouch a bit when addressing superiors, show some awareness. The ogre mage pursed its lips. You are the one who is short. Why should I be blamed? Chapter 158, Soy Sauce and Bottle Blowing. With a sound that could make one's teeth ache, the ogre mage stepped on the crocodile's lower jaw, grasping its upper jaw with both hands, and tore its body asunder, ripping apart the outer skin. It haphazardly extracted half of the internal organs, and then, holding them aloft, enveloped the bloodied chunks in flames. Such barbaric culinary methods. Zhao Huan scoffed, summoning the treasure chest monster. Opening the lid, he retrieved some seasonings. With the merman hunter's experience in mind, Zhao Huan speculated that the ogre chef's means of upgrading likely involved cooking. The limited space at home could hardly accommodate such a large figure preparing meals. Hence the necessity of conducting barbecues in the polluted zone. Thus, he had brought all the seasonings from home. Spending time alone at home, he rarely cooked, and many of the spices were nearing or had already surpassed their expiration dates, making them perfect for the ogre mage's use. Would you like to add some seasoning to the barbecue? Zhao Huan inquired, gesturing towards the array of seasonings before them. The ogre mage inverted its wooden staff into the ground, placing the small flames enveloping the crocodile meat atop the staff's tip. Casting a puzzled glance at the treasure chest monster before shifting its gaze to the assortment of bottles and jars laid out by Zhao Huan. What are these? Zhao Huan casually picked up a bottle of soy sauce. Soy sauce, you know? The translation faltered, leaving the ogre mage with a massive question mark hovering above its head. Zhao Huan scratched his head, unscrewing the cap of the soy sauce and offering it to the ogre mage. I can't quite explain it. Just try it and you'll understand the flavor. With a look of curiosity, the ogre mage accepted the soy sauce bottle and brought it close to its nose for a sniff. Then, tilting its head back, it downed the entire contents in one gulp. Afterward, it licked its lips, savoring the taste. It's quite intense, but very fresh, with a strange aroma. What is this concoction made from? Not a beverage after being sun-dried for 180 days. This is meant for cooking. I merely wanted you to sample the flavor, not chug it down like a drink. Zhao Huan exclaimed, exasperated, turning his attention to the charred crocodile meat atop the wooden staff. Is that meat still edible? The ogre mage was unfazed, tearing off a piece of the crocodile meat. Giving it a gentle shake, the charred exterior crumbled away, revealing a slightly reddish, crispy shell beneath, exuding steam. It looked rather appetizing. Just a gentle shake caused the charred bits to fall away effortlessly. If the ogre mage were to set up a stall, it would surely dominate the square overnight. Becoming an internet sensation, opening a restaurant, discussing partnerships, and ascending to the pinnacle of its culinary journey. Zhao Huan shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. As the ogre mage offered him a piece of the meat, he produced a metal fork to receive it. Unlike the ogre mage's resilient constitution, he could not simply grasp the sizzling, nearly boiling meat with his hands. Despite possessing 4 points of poison resistance and the protective aura of the luminous vine, Zhao Huan decided to test the flavor. Fully aware that the crocodile meat likely harbored toxins. Taking a bite and cautiously chewing, his eyes lit up. Although the crocodile meat was tough, Zhao Huan's high-strength attribute made it quite chewy, even possessing a delightful contrast of crispy exterior and tender interior. Coupled with the unique aroma imparted by the ogre mage's magical flames, the flavor was unexpectedly delectable. However, the ogre mage's coarse handling of the ingredients resulted in some peculiar undertones in the barbecue, such as a hint of bloodiness or the scent of dried aquatic plants and earth. Zhao Huan enlisted the treasure chest monster to assist in holding the metal fork, sprinkling an array of chaotic seasonings over the roasted crocodile meat and delicately spreading them with a small knife. After finishing his meal, Zhao Huan picked up a piece of grilled meat and took a bite, the peculiar flavors being subdued by the aromatic seasonings, prompting him to squint his eyes in satisfaction and exclaim, "This is the taste I was looking for." After indulging in a few more bites, he felt a slight tingling sensation in his mouth and tongue, as if the venom from the crocodile meat was finally taking effect. However, thanks to the continuous purification by the Mingguang vine, the toxins could not accumulate, and aside from the mild numbness, he exhibited no further symptoms of poisoning. The moment the seasoning packet was opened, its rich fragrance caught the attention of the ogre mage. As the barbecue seasoning mingled with the grilled meat and the warm, greasy oil, the aroma intensified. When Zhao Huan turned around, he found the ogre mage gazing eagerly at the seasonings on the ground. Seeing the ogre mage's expression nearly made Zhao Huan laugh aloud. "Take what you need yourself. A thin layer on the surface of the meat is sufficient. This is all I brought with me, so use it sparingly. Don't dump it all at once." The ogre nodded in understanding. He tore off a piece of grilled meat, recalled Zhao Huan's earlier actions, and cautiously pinched the seasoning canister, delicately sprinkling the spices onto the meat. With each seasoning, he carefully inhaled its fragrance before pinching a bit to taste. After mimicking Zhao Huan's method, the ogre mage stuffed the entire piece of grilled meat into his mouth, chewing twice before his face transformed in shock. Zhao Huan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The ogre mage cast a puzzled glance at him, then returned his focus to the meat, squinting his eyes and slowing down his chewing to savor the flavors. "I must say, your demeanor does resemble that of a connoisseur," Zhao Huan remarked. Earlier, the ogre mage had unleashed a fireball that frightened away all the fish, forcing the fisherman hunter to change positions to continue fishing. Regardless of how the fish darted away, they could only remain in the lake. Before long, the initial fright was forgotten. While the predators hiding in the lake burrowed to the bottom or stealthily slipped away, the fisherman hunter noticed the sudden calmness around him, free from any strange disturbances, and soon caught several fish. After Zhao Huan had his fill and rested for a while, he approached the fisherman hunter to inspect the catch. The frosty net held 7 or 8 fish, most of which were grotesque mutated creatures, save for one toxic catfish that shimmered with a faint green glow. Resembling a normal fish, it could fetch 5 or 6,000 coins. Indeed, the fish here were inedible. What a pity, as he had originally intended to make fish soup for the treasure chest creature. Upon hearing this, the ogre mage immediately leaned in for a closer look. Why can't we eat them? They are merely unfamiliar ingredients. These ugly specimens had a mild toxicity, but that toxic catfish contained lethal venom. The ogre mage was unfazed. How can we know without trying? Zhao Huan, puzzled, raised his head to glance at the ogre mage, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his neck. By the way, what language are you speaking now? I recall the ogres conversing differently before. The ogre mage scratched his head in confusion. Isn't this the common tongue of humanity? Huh. In chapter 159, do we eat grilled frogs? The card monsters seemed to be conjured by some peculiar force, their memories incomplete. The ogre mage only knew he was speaking the common tongue of humanity, but couldn't recall much else. Zhao Huan paid it no mind, for he had at least learned that the knowledge conferred by the ogre mage was an incomplete version of interdimensional human language. Noticing the ogre mage's keen interest in the mutated fish, Zhao Huan instructed the fisherman hunter to retrieve the ugly specimens from the net for the ogre mage to examine. The fisherman hunter had no objections, though he shot the ogre mage a sideways glance, slightly displeased. His interest lay solely in fishing. What happened to the caught fish was of no concern to him. In fact, if the fish could be of use, it would be a source of pride for the fisherman. The ogre mage roughly prepared the mutated fish, cautiously sprinkling some seasoning on top and enveloping the creature in magical flames for slow roasting. In no time, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, dispelling the faint stench emitted by the toxic marsh. Although the scent was delightful, Zhao Huan lost his appetite upon seeing the appearance of the grilled mutant fish. Noticing the ogre mage looking at him, he quickly declared, "Let me state for the record, I won't be eating that." The ogre mage paused, a look of disappointment crossing his face. Zhao Huan, sensing this, wondered if he might be dampening the chef's enthusiasm. After all, while the fisherman only needed to catch fish to succeed, a chef's purpose was to serve food to others. If no one ate, would it hinder his experience? Ahem. How about I find you a customer? Zhao Huan suggested, producing the goblin trio and tossing it lightly onto the ground. With a shimmer, it coalesced into the form of a goblin merchant, who, upon inhaling the air, was still trying to comprehend the situation when Zhao Huan pressed his head down and sent him back. The air here was thick with toxic fog. One more breath, and the merchant's fragile skin would surely burst. Summoning again, the goblin scavenger emerged, clutching a tattered sack. Zhao Huan confirmed that the goblin merchant had not followed and sighed in relief. Go, try the ogre mage's culinary skills. The goblin scavenger, already drooling from the enticing aroma, immediately scampered over to the ogre. Upon seeing that Zhao Huan's so-called customer was a filthy goblin, the ogre mage frowned in distaste but still offered the grilled mutant fish. Without regard for the heat, the goblin scavenger stuffed it into his mouth, and his face instantly reflected astonishment. Zhao Huan's mind inexplicably echoed a familiar tune, as the goblin scavenger savored the grilled mutant fish, devouring it down to the bones and licking his fingers with a look of longing. The ogre mage, despite his lingering disdain for the goblin, felt his chef's instincts surge, and a smile crept across his face. Zhao Huan observed this intently, secretly musing that this fellow seemed to find delight in anything he consumed. Whether it was the goblin scavenger's robust constitution, high resistance to toxins, or exceptionally efficient digestive system, after finishing several grilled mutant fish, he exhibited no adverse reactions whatsoever. The ogre mage, pleased, rolled his eyes at the fisherman hunter and retrieved 2 more mutated fish from the frosty net for roasting. Zhao Huan's eyelids twitched. While these grotesque fish might not be beautiful, they held considerable value altogether. Originally, he had planned to take them back for sale. Ah well, bringing back too many at once likely wouldn't sell well anyway. If they're grilled, then so be it. Just leave the most valuable ones for me, he said. Yet, he still hoped that a few clueless creatures would come forth to provide the ogre mage with fresh ingredients. Perhaps hearing his unspoken wish, as the sun began to set, a group of hunting marsh toads passed by, drawn in by the tantalizing scent of grilled fish. As these grotesque creatures stealthily approached, they discovered the presence of Zhao Huan and his companions. With a cacophony of croaks, they leapt out from the poisonous underbrush, launching an assault on the largest ogre mage. To be frank, upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Huan was utterly astounded. Had these toad-headed beings never encountered an ogre before? How audacious they were to initiate an attack on an ogre mage. Was there perhaps some hidden strategy at play? Zhao Huan's expression turned grave, and he brandished his newly acquired metallic shield before him, clutching the goblin wilderness knight in one hand, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in anticipation of an ambush from other foes. The ogre mage, however, was not burdened by such thoughts. Seeing these audacious toad-headed creatures daring to assault him, a sinister grin spread across his face. He seized his wooden staff and unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the swamp toadmen squad. 5 blazing orbs of flame shot forth with a furious roar, immediately toppling 5 of the swamp toadmen, some writhing and shrieking in agony as they rolled in the mud, while others, their heads steaming, twitched in their death throes. In the blink of an eye, the charging swamp toadmen had lost the majority of their number, and the remaining 3, eyes wide with terror, turned to flee. The ogre mage scoffed derisively, raising his staff once more to unleash 3 more fireballs, sending the fleeing toadmen crashing to the ground. He then glanced to his side, where the goblin scavenger, armed with a bone club and prepared for battle, wore a look of utter bewilderment as he beheld the fallen foes. Haru Bluru. Shall we roast the toads? The goblin scavenger hesitated for a moment, then let out a hearty belch and nodded fervently. Yes, as long as it's edible. Let us feast. With a resounding thud, a bone club struck the struggling swamp toad man attempting to escape, rendering it unconscious, a peculiar liquid seeping from its skull, resembling the brain matter of a frog. After dispatching the enemies, the goblin scavenger gleefully dragged the bodies back, piling them together. Meanwhile, the ogre mage had commenced skinning the toads, and Zhao Huan was still awaiting the anticipated follow-up attack from the swamp toad men, which never materialized. Having engaged in a battle of wits with the air for what felt like an eternity, Zhao Huan began to feel somewhat embarrassed and couldn't he help but comment, "Goodness, are these toad-headed creatures truly that foolish?" Even if they have never encountered an ogre, it is abundantly clear that such a massive figure should not be trifled with. As he lamented, he realized that his summoned creatures had ignored his ruminations entirely. The fisherman hunter remained fixated on fishing, seemingly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. The ogre mage, having completed his skinning, started roasting the toads, while the goblin scavenger watched with eager anticipation. Those swamp toad men were humanoid monsters. The notion of roasting them was indeed somewhat repugnant. However, it was far preferable to the ogre mage continuing to torment the grotesque fish. As for the disappearance of the swamp toadmen squad and the potential for more monsters to emerge, Zhao Huan was not particularly concerned. After all, they were on the outskirts of the toxic fog marsh, and no formidable swamp toadmen tribe would be so foolish as to establish their lair nearby. Having single-handedly vanquished a swamp toadmen tribe in the past, and now possessing even greater strength, he felt no trepidation. If worst came to worst, he could always have the ogre mage cover his retreat while he fled atop his speedy land bird. Chapter 160. The name alone sounds formidable. By the time the ogre mage and the goblin scavenger had finished with the swamp toadman's remains, it was nearly midnight. In another location, Zhao Huan might have summoned the goblin wilderness knights to spend the night there. However, in the toxic fog marsh, one could hardly remain without sufficient toxin resistance. The fisherman hunter was already exhibiting clear signs of poisoning, while the goblin scavenger seemed to fare better. The ogre mage, on the other hand, appeared completely unaffected. Yet, Zhao Huan felt he could not rely solely on the ogre mage for a night watch. It would be best to return to the inn for a proper night's sleep. He recalled several monsters, checking their statuses. Ogre mage. LV2. Shallow sea fisherman hunter. LV8. Purple venom slime. LV4. Shadow slime. LV2. It seemed that the fisherman hunter's rate of leveling up was slower than before. Perhaps it was due to the increased level, resulting in a longer experience bar? Zhao Huan mused, contemplating the monster cards in his possession. After a moment's thought, he decided to resummon the 2 slimes. With the reshuffling skill at his disposal, he need not worry about losing monsters, so he would leave these 2, impervious to the toxic fog, to continue feasting and leveling up. Zhao Huan mounted his land bird and galloped away from the toxic fog marsh. Along the way, some monsters attempted to ambush him, but the land bird's speed was such that they could not keep pace, nearly being mired in the mud kicked up in the bird's wake. Upon returning to the city, the checkpoint guards were more vigilant than usual. In light of recent events, it was entirely reasonable for them to enforce strict entry checks, and Zhao Huan paid it no mind. Before reaching the designated inn, he decided to visit a nearby supermarket that was still open. The seasonings he had brought along had been nearly exhausted by the ogre mage, necessitating a purchase trip, this time 3 times the quantity. Besides seasonings, he also acquired a considerable amount of frozen meat, intended for the ogre mage. Although Zhao Huan was uncertain if the ogre mage might disdain these meats, deeming them insufficient for leveling up the card, he felt it essential to at least try. A mutated fish could fetch anywhere from 1,000 to several thousand coins, not to mention other exotic fish. If he could rescue even one from the clutches of the ogre mage, it would be worth the effort. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, Zhao Huan hefted a bulging sack over his shoulder as he exited the supermarket. Perhaps due to the recent disturbances caused by demon cultists in the city, the streets were brightly illuminated, yet scarcely populated, with drones occasionally soaring overhead. Zhao Huan initially considered finding a secluded corner devoid of cameras to summon the goblin scavenger to help him stow his burden in the greedy space. But in order to avoid any misunderstandings or being questioned by the special police, he had no choice but to carry the hefty load into the hotel. Upon entering with his substantial haul, he left empty-handed. Would the hotel staff suspect he had hidden something inside? TSK. Perhaps he had overdone it with the shopping. Yet, there was no alternative. He couldn't very well attempt to pass through the checkpoint with a mountain of frozen meat. Could he? During such sensitive times. What if the inspectors thought he was carrying frozen pork to sacrifice to demons in the contaminated zone? At that moment, the ostrich feathers the goblin scavenger had previously plucked came in handy. What? Sell them? Of course not. Zhao Huan had considered selling them. But when he attempted to trade them at Zhou Liao's bookstore, they were all discarded straight into the trash by Zhou Liao, who deemed them worthless. The fruits gnawed upon by the goblin scavenger still held some value, but those ostrich feathers were indeed utterly worthless. Zhao Huan found it perplexing why the goblin scavengers would return with such items, suspecting that he had misunderstood their intrinsic value. The following day, as he departed, he stuffed a sack full of ostrich feathers and various inconsequential debris, hoisting it over his shoulder as he exited the hotel. On the roadside, he discovered a large garbage bin and unceremoniously discarded the entire sack within. Upon returning to the toxic fog swamp, Zhao Huan first rode his chocobo around a small lake, where he encountered a purple venom slime, slowly undulating in search of prey, and an elusive shadow slime that revealed itself only upon his approach. Seeing that both slimes were thriving, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dismounted the chocobo and retrieved a plethora of items from his greed space and a treasure chest monster, summoning the fisherman, the cook, and the scavenger to attend to their respective duties. He then procured a deck chair, unfolded it, and reclined. With a flick of his finger, a green quality card materialized, depicting an indescribable object emitting warmth at its center. Temporary consumption card, roasting ground-shaking rhino whip. Freshly harvested and meticulously cooked, this dish significantly enhances stamina, reproductive capacity, and localized physical power for a duration of 2 hours. However, it carries minor side effects, inducing impulsiveness and irritability in the consumer. Hence, caution is advised regarding consumption timing. Such a thing can be freshly harvested. Merely contemplating it induced a sense of dread. However, the name ground-shaking rhino sounded formidable. If it fell into the hands of a character like Qian Go, it would surely dominate the foot-washing city. Alas, the temporary card could only last for 24 hours. Zhao Huan's gaze drifted toward the ogre mage and the goblin scavenger, envisioning the chaotic aftermath should they consume this item, causing him to shudder. No, that would be too distressing. Turning his attention to the lake's edge where the venom slime lingered, a question arose in his mind. Would this enhancement effect even apply to such creatures? Since it would be wasteful not to test it, he decided to proceed. Moments later, Zhao Huan watched in astonishment as the purple venom slime radiated an eerie red glow, thrashing wildly towards a wild venom slime. With a resounding crash, the wild venom slime exploded, its viscous contents splattering everywhere. Goodness, how vicious. Wait, something seems amiss. Observing the purple venom slime consume the remnants of its prey, he pondered for a moment before realization struck him. Slimes reproduce through division. Yet, card monsters evidently lack the ability to divide, meaning that the food merely amplified the purple venom slime's attack capability and rendered it extraordinarily aggressive. Was it due to the slime's low intelligence that the side effects were so pronounced, or was the item inherently unreliable? Zhao Huan mused to himself. Chapter 161, Venom Arrow of the Slime. The purple venom slime went on a rampage, annihilating all nearby wild slimes. After its outburst, it collapsed into a puddle of goo. Appearing utterly exhausted, Zhao Huan summoned it back, discovering it had leveled up to 5. Purple Venom Slime. LV5. The purple venom slime has grown in size, and the radius of its explosive toxic mist now extends to 10 meters. Unable to further enhance card level. Purple venom slime, strengthening ritual. Consume and digest any monster core weighing over 300 grams. This was straightforward. Upon seeing the enhancement requirement for the purple venom slime, Zhao Huan felt a wave of relief. Compared to various magical gems or energy crystals, the cores of lower-tier monsters were exceedingly cheap. Fearing that he might need them for the enhancement card, he had not sold the magical gems and monster cores, and now they would come in handy. Summoning the goblin scavenger, he recalled it as a card, though he could supposedly retrieve items from the greed space at any time. He found it impossible to sense how to access it when the 3 scoundrels were summoned, as the cards were absent. Zhao Huan muttered to himself as he retrieved most of the monster cores from the greed space. The cores of lower-tier monsters were mainly low in energy purity, yet typically small in size. The ones in Zhao Huan's possession were roughly the size of a fingernail. Estimating that he had gathered a sufficient quantity, he summoned the purple venom slime once more and sprinkled the monster cores over it. Despite the purple venom slime appearing soft and limp, it showed no hindrance in consuming. It incorporated the monster cores into its body, gradually dissolving them with its internal venom. After a while, Zhao Huan saw it had finished digesting the cores, and he recalled it back into card form. Purple Venom Slime card enhancement complete. New skill acquired, Venom Arrow. Venom Arrow fires a high-speed projectile of venom to strike enemies. The Venom Arrow possesses piercing damage akin to that of an arrow. Upon striking a target or obstacle, it will splatter, inflicting localized corrosive venom damage. Toxic Mist Explosion enhanced. Now, upon the death of the purple venom slime, any residual venom will transform into venom arrows of varying sizes, spraying outward in all directions, indiscriminately attacking all targets within a 25-meter radius. While acquiring an additional attack skill was advantageous, wasn't a self-destruct attack range of 25 meters a bit excessive? The throwing card's range was merely 30 meters. Surely it wouldn't hit me? Zhao Huan pondered where to find an unfortunate soul to test the self-destruct effect of the purple venom slime. For he was not entirely at ease using it himself. As Zhao Huan was occupied with the purple venom slime, the treasure chest monster, unnoticed by anyone, stealthily slinked away to the toxic grass patch. Camouflaging itself as a dark green wooden box and emitting a faint glow, it crouched down. A nearby venomous snake, inexplicably drawn to it, glided closer. The treasure chest monster quietly opened its lid slightly, waiting for the snake to enter before swiftly closing it shut. After a while, Zhao Huan realized the treasure chest monster had ventured out to hunt, causing him to feel a bit anxious. In such a place, it would only capture small animals. Even if a monster appeared, it would hardly attempt to poke at its two gem-like eyes. No, it wouldn't explode. He muttered this to himself while discreetly moving his deck chair further away from the treasure chest monster. Thus, 2 days passed. The fish in the lake dwindled, and the fisherman's catch rate slowed, never managing to reach level 10. Just as Zhao Huan contemplated relocating for fishing the next day, the fisherman hunter suddenly shouted excitedly, straining with all his might to haul a catfish over a meter long from the lake. Goodness, such a size? Zhao Huan's eyes widened. He thought of how the last large green leaf fish sold for over 30,000. This catfish, with its absurd size, must be worth at least 15 to 16,000. As the catfish landed with a thud on the muddy ground, it abruptly thrashed about, releasing a plume of green toxic mist from its gills. The mist enveloped the area, obscuring vision and obstructing enemies. Simultaneously, propelled by its own momentum, the catfish swiftly glided toward the lake's surface. Damn, my money. Quickly intercept that torpedo. Don't let it escape back into the lake. No sooner had Zhao Huan uttered these words than a thunderous roar echoed nearby. A massive fireball, accompanied by a scorching wave, surged past him, plunging directly into the toxic mist. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the toxic catfish erupted into the sky, shrouded in a cloud of black smoke. In Zhao Huan's dazed gaze, the catfish tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a rest directly in front of him. Its exterior charred yet tender. The fish emanated an irresistible aroma, clearly having been cooked to perfection. Zhao Huan slowly turned his head towards the ogre mage and inquired, "What on earth are you doing? Why did you blast it with a fireball?" The ogre mage scratched his head. "Wasn't it you who insisted on stopping it? I let you halt it, not incinerate it. Do you even know how much this fish is worth? No? Then why the reckless explosion? You're a chef. Just stick to cooking and stop throwing fireballs around. I hereby impose a day of cooking prohibition on you." Upon hearing this, while the ogre mage remained unfazed, the goblin scavenger beside them widened his eyes in disbelief. What? What did you say? Zhao Huan chose to ignore them. With a pained glance at the valuable roasted catfish worth over 100,000, he summoned the fisherman hunter to reclaim it as a card. Indeed, after catching this large toxic catfish, the fisherman hunter's level finally ascended to level 10. What is this? Do fishermen require a great catch to shatter their limitations? Zhao Huan muttered sarcastically as he reviewed the card information. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Fisherman Hunter. Of max. The Shallow Sea Fisherman Hunter has undergone growth. Attributes enhanced. Strength 5, Agility 10, Constitution 5, Spirit 5. Fish sensibility has been significantly amplified, with heightened sensitivity and range. Unable to further elevate card level. Shallow Sea Fisherman Hunter card enhancement ritual. Catch fish in 10 distinct locations, 310, reel in 20 different species of fish, 1420. And defeat 10 enemies of comparable strength in the water, 010. Upon completion, carry an ice-type magical gem or magical crystal, as well as a sturdy monster bone weighing over 5 kilograms, and rest in the water for 8 hours. Damn, if I had known earlier, I would have changed fishing spots every day these past few days. The toxic mist marsh is dotted with ponds and lakes, and some muddy pools conceal drought-resistant fish like loaches and catfish. I could easily find 10 fishing spots by just wandering around. Defeating 10 enemies of comparable strength in the water is also not a daunting task, if all else fails. I could delve deeper into the marsh to locate a nearby bog troll tribe, lure them into the water, and eliminate them. Speaking of which, if not for the fact that most creatures in the marsh can swim, I could simply toss 10 land-dwelling ducks into the water and let the fisherman hunter drag them to the lakebed to drown. Chapter 162, An Unexpected Encounter with the Blonde. In addition to checking in at 7 fishing spots, the fisherman also needed to catch 6 species he had yet to reel in. Fortunately, Zhao Huan had previously acquired the fishing guide of Donchuan City, and with the information within, he quickly mapped out his action plan. Seizing the early hours, he first made a round at the 4 closest fishing spots. Summoning the fisherman, he cast his line, reeled in the catch, and summoned the fisherman back to leave. By the time night fell, he had completed check-ins at all 4 fishing spots and unexpectedly caught a species he had never encountered before. Next, he aimed to head to the large lake to complete the 20 species requirement, all the while keeping an eye out for monsters to see if he could finish the underwater combat, and then move on to check in at the 2 nearby fishing spots. The next day, Zhao Huan rode his chocobo straight towards the largest lake on the outskirts of the toxic mist marsh. This swamp is riddled with green traps and bottomless mud pits, so be cautious not to fall in. He instructed the chocobo. "Goo," replied the chocobo, quickening its pace. "As long as I run fast enough, the swamp traps won't catch me." Approaching the destination, the chocobo suddenly slowed down, turning its head to the side. Following the chocobo's gaze, Zhao Huan spotted a disheveled explorer desperately fleeing through the muck. Hot on his heels were a dozen bog trolls armed with harpoons, closing in rapidly. Covered in mud, the explorer's golden hair still glimmered under the sunlight. "Hey, isn't that Comet or Mars or something?" Zhao Huan remarked with surprise, shaking the mud from his hair. Although he was unsure how the blonde had ended up in the toxic mist marsh, fate had brought them together. Moreover, since the blonde had once beaten up Li Guangcai, he could be considered half a friend of Zhao Huan. With a swift motion of his right hand, he hurled a blue card, which spun through the air, shattering into countless glimmers that coalesced into the figure of the ogre mage. The blonde, despite his ongoing escape, realized he was likely doomed this time. As he turned his head, he was met with the sudden appearance of an ogre. Noticing the uniquely shaped heavy mace in its grasp, he realized it was an ogre mage. Well, there goes the last shred of hope. He was certainly a goner. The blonde pondered whether he should take the initiative to end his life, lest he suffer further torment at the hands of the monsters. However, the ogre mage raised its staff, pointing it forward as 5 fireballs hurtled towards him. Instinctively, the blonde shut his eyes, bracing for pain and death, only to feel several gusts of warm air whiz past him, followed by the anguished cries of the monsters behind him. Turning around in astonishment, he witnessed several bog trolls being struck by the fireballs, rolling on the ground in agony. One particularly robust bog troll, brandishing a harpoon, let out an enraged croak. With a powerful push of its legs, it leaped into the air, spear aimed downwards, charging towards the ogre mage. Another bog troll, with its harpoon thrust forward, charged at the ogre mage with wide eyes, its feet stirring up mud and water in a frenzy, moving so swiftly it left behind an afterimage. The blonde gaped at the soaring amphibian. It could leap so high. Zhao Huan, watching from behind, also marveled. These bog trolls are incredibly brave. Boom. The ogre mage raised its hand and unleashed a fireball, sending the descending bog troll soaring back into the sky. Then, swinging its wooden staff with a whistling sound, it struck the charging bog troll with tremendous force. With a loud thud, the rapidly charging bog troll was sent flying, crashing into the mud with no further movement. Smack! At that moment, the bog troll that had been blasted away finally descended, emitting a plume of black smoke as it landed back at its initial takeoff spot. The remaining bog trolls, initially intent on providing support, quickly realized that their strongest warriors had been dispatched in an instant. They were clearly up against an insurmountable foe and hastily turned to flee. The ogre mage, witnessing this, revealed a sinister grin, eyes glinting with predatory desire. Fresh prey, and they think they can escape? The frozen meats brought by the summoner held no interest for the ogre mage. Instead, these large frogs were enticing. Last time, they hadn't collected enough, and it still had several experiments it wished to conduct. Raising its wooden staff, the ogre mage unleashed a barrage of fireballs, toppling all the fleeing bog trolls. Seeing that the prey had lost most of their ability to escape, A satisfied smile spread across the ogre mage's face as it stepped forward. The blonde, observing the approach of the ogre mage, steadied himself with his great sword, gritting his teeth while glaring at the ogre. Standing to face death would afford him more dignity. Unbeknownst to him, the ogre mage paid him no heed and strode past without a glance, leaving the yellow-haired youth momentarily dumbfounded. It was said that ogres had a penchant for fresh prey. Could it be that this creature intended to capture him alive, to take him back for a gruesome feast? Perhaps he should consider self-destruction. After all, who would bear witness to his dignity in that moment? Just as the yellow-haired youth wrestled with his inner turmoil, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Hey, focus!" Turning in surprise, he beheld Zhao Huan perched upon a chocobo, smiling warmly at him. The youth blinked in astonishment before his face lit up with recognition. "Wait, it's you. Oh, brother, you remember me? Ah, after all, you are one of the few who can rival my handsomeness," Zhao Huan chuckled. "What's this? Are you being pursued by a wealthy lady?" "Huh, what wealthy lady? Hold on. This is not the time for chit-chat." The yellow-haired youth finally regained his senses, realizing that the ogre was actually summoned by him. Zhao Huan, grinning, replied, "Ah, the ogre mage, you say? It's gathering ingredients." "Gathering ingredients?" Indeed, the ogre, being a carnivorous creature, must surely feast upon humanoid monsters. Otherwise, would it consume? Zhao Huan's gaze darkened as he looked at the yellow-haired youth. The youth shivered, hastily asserting, "Just the bog toads. It's perfectly acceptable. Bog toads are quite tasty." Zhao Huan chuckled, choosing not to further frighten him. "Brother, how did you end up here? The miasma is so toxic that your face is nearly as green as a goblin's." At this, the yellow-haired youth quickly retrieved a vial of luminous green potion from his leather armor and gulped it down in one go. Upon finishing, his face contorted into a grimace. No matter how many times he drank it, he could never quite acclimate to the taste of the detoxifying elixir. "Is it really that dreadful?" Zhao Huan remarked with a grin. "Fortunately, I don't have to drink it.